You could have been invincible without getting close to women before the age of 20, but your parents gave you to the head of the Hulwan sect when you were 18. In order to avoid women, you found a place to hide, but just before you turned 20, you were still caught by the head of the Hulwan sect and forced to marry. At this moment, you sit nervously on the wedding bed, and suddenly footsteps are heard outside the door. With a creak, the door is pushed open, and you see a graceful figure slowly approaching through the red veil. Her skin is fair, her features delicate, just a bit older, probably around 30 years old. As you gaze somewhat absent-mindedly, the woman gently lifts your veil and says with a smile, "Husband, it's getting late, let's rest." In this critical moment, a long-lost mechanical voice sounded in my mind, detected that the host is about to come into contact with a woman. The system automatically transforms into the Krypton Immortal Cultivation System. The host can consume their own lifespan to help others improve their cultivation. You almost spat out a mouthful of old blood, cursing in your heart that this system is too deceitful. I am not a saint. How could I possibly consume my own lifespan to help others improve their cultivation? Seeing your strong reaction, the system patiently explained, although it requires consuming the host's lifespan to help others improve their cultivation, the host can replenish lifespan by absorbing spirit stones, with one spirit stone able to replenish 1 year of lifespan. Moreover, after the host helps someone break through a bottleneck, they can activate the cultivation return function, where the other party will return 1/10 of their cultivation to you when they cultivate. Upon hearing this, your eyes lit up, thinking, if I could help 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 people break through, wouldn't I become invincible in no time? Now I can use this feature to solve the trouble of Su Xingyue in front of me. With that in mind, you looked at Su Xingyue and said, "Sister, I suddenly remembered that I seem to have a special physique." Su Xingyue asked with interest, "What constitution?" "My constitution is called the Ancient Holy Body, which can help people break through bottlenecks," you replied solemnly. Su Xingyue blinked her charming eyes, leaned forward, and brought her head close to you, asking, "So how can you help me break through?" The ancient sacred body uses the body as a furnace, absorbing the most yang energy between heaven and earth, transforming it into a special energy called pure yang energy, which is very helpful for breaking through bottlenecks. Su Xingyue was excited when she heard it. Okay, I knew my husband has a special physique. Quickly inject the pure yang energy into me and help me break through. With that, she reached out her delicate jade hand to pull your belt, hastily grab the waistband, and solemnly say, "Sister, my constitution is special. Helping others break through bottlenecks causes huge damage to myself. The higher the bottleneck breakthrough, the greater the harm. So I need a large amount of spirit stones to replenish the loss, and if forced to use it, I might die suddenly at any time." Su Xingyue asked with some confusion, "So how many spirit stones do you need?" 100 spirit stones, you said. Su Xingyue frowned slightly. 100 spirit stones were not a small amount for her, but seeing you nervously grabbing your belt, she gritted her teeth and took out a pile of spirit stones from her waist, placing them in front of you. "Here are 100 spirit stones for you. Can you help me break through now?" Looking at the spirit stone, you say to the system in your heart, "System, help her break through," consuming 10 years of lifespan, helping Su Xingyue break through the bottleneck of the 9th level of qi refining. The host has a remaining lifespan of 60 years. The cultivation is returned and activated, and the cultivation is automatically refined. I actually broke through. Su Xingyue was ecstatic, trembling with excitement. For the past 10 years, she had tried various methods but couldn't break through this bottleneck. She even thought about absorbing someone else's vitality, but she didn't expect her husband to help her break through so easily. With Su Xingyue's breakthrough, your realm has also been elevated to the 1st level of qi refinement. You breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that you shouldn't be drained by her tonight. But when you looked up, you found Su Xingyue staring at you with burning eyes, as if a hungry person had just seen food. "It looks like I hit the jackpot today. I didn't expect my husband's physique to be so special," Su Xingyue said. Your heart tightened, and you forced yourself to say calmly, "Sister, although my constitution is special, if used frequently, there is still a risk of sudden death. Sister, you definitely don't want me to have an accident, right?" Su Xingyue's lips curled slightly, and she said gently, "Okay, don't worry. Sister won't force you, but it's getting late now. Let's rest early." You were complaining in your heart, thinking you had escaped, but you didn't expect Su Xingyue had no intention of letting you go. "Sister, you just had a breakthrough. Your cultivation is still unstable. I can sleep on the floor." When Su Xingyue saw Lin Fan's appearance, she couldn't help but giggle. Her laughter was as clear and pleasant as a silver bell, echoing through the room. "I'm teasing you. The Acacia Immortal technique practiced by my Acacia sect is only good for use at critical moments." She paused slightly, a wry glint in her eye. "For example, I've been practicing for over 30 years and still remain a virgin in order to break through the bottleneck by utilizing the art of dual cultivation, allowing Yuan Yin and Yuan Yang to intermingle as a way to break through my cultivation. And you can help me break through my cultivation. I can't wait to be precious. How can I use the technique of dual cultivation to drain the Yuan Yang? But, just now we drank the cup of wine, which put the harmony scatter. Now almost the medicinal power is good to play out. And I've run out of the antidote for this acacia. So if you're not afraid of dying in the fire, just sleep on the floor. That I'm going to be on top of it. Chapter 3, Captivity? Captive breeding. The next day, a ray of sunlight poured gently into the room through the window. Above the bed, the messy bedding silently spoke of last night's lingering. On the white sheets, dots of falling red, like winter red plums, especially eye-catching. Su Xingyue slowly opened her eyes. She was flushed and radiant, as if she were a delicate flower that had been moisturized by rain. She turned her head sideways and looked at Lin Fan, who was still sleeping beside her, and the corner of her mouth rose slightly, revealing a gentle smile. Su Xingyue's figure shifted and she had already put on her dress. Ouch! A stabbing pain hit me just as I got out of bed. Su Xingyue's legs went soft and she almost fell to the ground. She hastily held on to the edge of the bed, which was barely enough to stabilize her position. Lin Fan was awakened by the commotion and rubbed his sleepy eyes. Sister, what's wrong with you? Su Xingyu looked back and gave Lin Fan an angry glance. The meaning in her eyes was self-evident. As if she was pouting. It wasn't you who did the good deed last night. There was a mixture of reproach and a bit of girlish shyness and smugness in those eyes. Lin Fan scratched his head and smiled somewhat awkwardly. The memory of last night's madness was still fresh. How could he not understand the meaning in Su Xingyu's eyes? He rose quickly, dressed nimbly, and got out of the bed. Seeing this, Su Xingyu covered her lips and laughed lightly, as pleasant as a silver bell. She stretched out her snow-white arms and gently wrapped her arms around Lin Fan's neck, exhaling her breath like an orchid, her delicate voice going straight to the bone marrow. Husband, this physique of yours is too rare. It can actually help people break through bottlenecks. If this kind of supernormal ability is spread, I'm afraid that it will bring you the trouble of killing yourself. So, from now on, you'll stay here in the small courtyard and I'll take good care of you. Su Xingyue's tone was gentle but very strong, and between her words, she had already arranged Lin Fan's future. I'll try to fulfill whatever you want. Saying that, she came closer to Lin Fan and breathed in his ear, then gave a peck on Lin Fan's cheek, leaving a faint warm lip print. Lin Fan's heart sank. It was true. There was no way this demoness would let him off easily. This is to imprison himself, as an exclusive humanoid elixir. He didn't move on the surface, and there was even a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. But in his heart, he was calculating. It seems that we must find a way to escape from here as soon as possible. Su Xingyue seemed to have read his mind and smiled sweetly, her eyes flowing with style. By the way, when you and I were in Cloud and Rain before, I had already performed the God-locking technique on you. This technique, locking the husband's divine soul, as long as I move my mind, my husband will have a light headache, or a heavy. She deliberately paused and didn't continue, but the threat was already overflowing. Lin Fan only felt a coolness rise in his back, as if he was being stared at by a poisonous snake, and his sweaty hair stood up all over his body. Oh, and also, I will send a few stunningly beautiful people to take care of husband's life and living. Su Xingyu continued, a hint of playfulness in her tone. Husband can enjoy it. After saying that, she was about to turn around and leave. Lin Fan sighed helplessly. This woman is really pulling. No, it should be wearing clothes and not recognizing people. He felt out the 100 spirit stones Su Xingyue had given him. Lin Fan held the spirit stone tightly in his palm, and the system began to automatically absorb the spirit stone. One could only see the spirit stone slowly shrinking like an ice cube placed in the palm of one's hand. Lin Fan felt as if the emptiness in his body was slowly being filled. It was a feeling that made him feel at ease. He then busily pulled up his attribute panel. Name, Lin Fan. Life expectancy, 160 years. Cultivation level, Qi refining layer 1. Spiritual roots, 5 attribute spiritual roots. Hoarding cultivation, 0, cultivation refining in progress. No one practicing. Seeing that the lifespan left had increased from the original 60 years to 160 years, it put him at ease. At the same time, a ripple rippled above the courtyard wall of Lin Fan's small courtyard. A moment later a woman who looked almost exactly like Su Xingyu appeared out of thin air. This person and Su Xingyue were almost carved from the same mold. If it wasn't for the fact that this person's eyes were a little less eloquent and a little more feminine, the average person wouldn't really be able to tell the difference. If Su Xingyu was here, she would definitely recognize at a glance that this was her twin sister. Su Xingyu, sister has successfully broken through the bottleneck. But, why hasn't this man been drained of his Yuan Yang and died? But it's really strange. "Someone is coming," said she with a pinch of her hands to the spell. There was a flash of spiritual light in front of his body, and his entire body disappeared from the spot. Knock, knock, knock. A knock on the door suddenly sounded, waking Lin Fan from his contemplation. "Coming." Lin Fan answered and walked quickly towards the courtyard door. Push open the courtyard door. A 17 or 18-year-old girl came into view. She was born with a delicate doll's face and fair, pink skin, a pair of big watery eyes and long, black, silky hair cascading over her shoulders. A long pale pink dress with a ribbon of the same color tied around her waist, outlining her slender waist. The young girl carried a delicate food box in her white hands. Wisps of tantalizing scent wafted out. "I was sent by the master to take care of your life and living. My name is Bai Ruoyue, and the gentleman may call me Ruoyue." The young girl's voice was clear and pleasantly melodious. Lin Fan looked at Bai Ruoyue, but in his heart, he was not mesmerized by the beautiful scenery in front of him. He knew very well that Su Xingyu would never send such a beautiful young girl to take care of him for no reason. This Bai Ruoyue looked innocent and harmless, with a pair of large, clear eyes, as if she was uninitiated. But it was precisely because of this that Lin Fan was even more wary. A demoness like Su Xingyu, with a mind as deep as the sea, how could she arrange for a seemingly innocent little girl to take care of him? "I'm afraid that this little girl is the eyes and ears planted on his side. Watch your every move." Even Lin Fan's eyes moved slightly, and in his heart, he decided to try and test this woman. With this in mind, Lin Fan nodded. "Come in." Bai Ruoyue obediently followed Lin Fan into the room. Gongzi, master specially instructed the kitchen side to prepare leek eggs, old turtle soup, and 3 whip wine for you. Bai Ruoyue set the meal on the table. "Eat quickly, or it will get cold in a while." Saying that, she picked up a spoon to serve Lin Fan the soup. The slender fingers, as white as jade, with a faint luster in the sunlight, were indeed pleasing to the eye. Cough cough. "Little Yuer, do you know what the locked god technique is? Is there any way to unlock it?" Lin Fan asked tentatively. Hearing Lin Fan's inquiry, a hint of hesitation flashed across Bai Ruoyue's delicate doll face. She pursed her pinkish lips as if weighing how to respond. "My lord, I know that master has put you under the locked god technique. It's not a secret though. Almost everyone in the immortal cultivation world knows about this technique. The god locking technique, as the name suggests, is a technique that locks up a person's divine soul, and with just a single movement of the mind, it can cause the divine soul to shatter, causing the person to die. And it is a technique that has been more widely circulated in the cultivation world, and the way to break it is also very simple. That is, the divine soul of the enchanted person is stronger than that of the enchanted person, and it can be easily broken. And if you want to strengthen your divine soul, the easiest way is to raise your cultivation level. The higher the cultivation realm, the more powerful your divine soul will be. Master has been practicing for more than 20 years. Last night he made a breakthrough and is already at the 10th level of chi refining. Gongzi's qualifications and Ruoyue's are almost the same as the 5 elements pseudo-spiritual roots, and I'm afraid that he won't be able to break through to the 5th level of chi refining in this life. The reason why Bai Ruoyue dared to tell the whole story, it was entirely because she thought that Lin Fan's current cultivation level was not high, and that trying to surpass Su Xingyu was simply a pipe dream, like a fool's dream. However, Lin Fan's eyes lit up. He had the system as a base card. As long as he helped others break through their bottlenecks, he would be able to get a feedback and raise his own cultivation level. Wouldn't it be easy to surpass Su Xingyu? Only now the only one who could feed back to his cultivation was Su Xingyu, which was obviously not enough. He needed to help some more people break through so that he could raise his cultivation faster. Chapter 4, Misunderstanding. I am my sister. Thinking of this, Lin Fan said to Bai Ruoyue, "Since you've followed me, I won't be stingy, so I'll give you a gift now." The surprise in Bai Ruoyue's eyes was instantly as bright and full of anticipation as the flowers blooming in the spring wilderness. "What is the gift, my lord? Any spirit stones?" Lin Fan asked directly and frankly. "There is." Bai Ruoyue hesitated slightly, a trace of fleshly reluctance flashing across her small face. She gently patted her waist, where an exquisite compact shinkuan pouch was tied. In the white palms of his hands, 6 more spirit stones of different colors came out. "That's all I have." Lin Fan was not polite and directly took the spirit stone and casually stuffed it into his arms. Then he took the leftover half of an egg yolk in his hand. The movement was natural and smooth, as if it was just a perfectly normal move. In Bai Ruoyue's puzzled gaze, Lin Fan suddenly raised his hand and stuffed the half egg yolk directly into Bai Ruoyue's slightly open cherry mouth. Bai Ruoyue was confused. Her soft lips touched the warm egg yolk, and a faint aroma of egg yolk filled her mouth. "Duke, what's this for?" Before she could react, Lin Fan had already chanted silently in his heart. "System, give her a breakthrough." Ding! consuming 3 years of longevity to help Bai Ruoyue break through the bottleneck at the 3rd level of qi refining. The host has 157 years of life left. Bai Ruoyue's pretty face, which originally still carried a hint of doubt and shyness, instantly solidified. In its place, there was an unrivaled shock that, like a shocking wave, instantly drowned out all her thoughts. Bai Ruoyue only felt a force its way into her body, breaking through the heavy obstacles and then exploding into a hot stream, like the dry and cracked earth, suddenly ushered in the sweet rains of moisturizing, but also like a long time trapped in the cage of the bird, suddenly broke free from the bondage. An indescribable sense of relief instantly spread throughout his body. The bottleneck at the 3rd level of qi refining was as unbearable as papier-mâché, and was instantly broken through. The surging aura was running wildly within her body, constantly growing and solidifying. The 4th level of qi refining, she actually broke through. Bai Ruoyue's brain was in disarray, completely unable to comprehend what was happening in front of her. Duke, how did he do it? If it wasn't for the real, surging power within her body, she would even wonder if she was hallucinating. Shocked, puzzled, bewildered, all sorts of complicated emotions, like a tidal wave, surged to her heart, causing her to completely lose her ability to think. Many thanks, Your Excellency. I've been stuck at this small bottleneck for 3 years. A moment later Bai Ruoyue hurriedly bowed and saluted, her face filled with admiration. Did your master explain anything to you? Lin Fan said with a smile and waved his hand. Bai Ruoyue nodded. Master said that in the future, Gongzi will live in this small courtyard and won't go out easily, and that he's afraid that you'll be bored. So he's picked a group of disciples for you in the clan to come over and accompany you. Lin Fan's eyes lit up. Su Xingyu was going to send him people. The more the better. As long as he helped these people break through their bottlenecks, then he would be able to get a feedback, thus rapidly raising his cultivation. When will it be delivered? Lin Fan's voice carried a hint of urgency. Bai Ruoyue sniffed, revealing an I understand expression, with a hint of unspoken laughter at the corner of her mouth. Although our Su family is only a small family, within the clan, we have carefully trained quite a few disciples. These disciples, each one of them is not only outstanding in appearance and stature, but also multi-talented. Zither, chess, calligraphy and painting, singing, dancing and music, all of them are excellent. She paused and seemed a bit embarrassed, but continued. Master said that she would personally select a group of them later, all of which would be the best disciples in the clan. When the selection is done, it will be sent to the courtyard for the Duke to choose from. Speaking here, Bai Ruoyue's cheeks flushed slightly, and her voice became even smaller. At that time, Gongzi will be able to slowly enjoy it. As Lin Fan listened, he laughed coldly in his heart. Su Xingyu sent so many people beauty to herself. Presumably she wanted him to indulge in beauty and not be able to pull himself out of it. However, this was just what Lin Fan wanted. He needed to help someone break through now, so naturally he came to the rescue. After finishing breakfast, when Bai Ruoyue finished packing up the dishes and left, suddenly, a ripple rippled over the small courtyard, and Su Xingyu's figure appeared out of nowhere. She wore a long lavender dress and had a graceful figure, just like a fairy descending to earth. This disciple of sisters has extremely poor qualifications, and even after a trip in, he made a breakthrough. It seems that this brother-in-law of mine isn't quite ordinary. He can even make people break through bottlenecks. She had a lot of thoughts in her mind, and she was even more curious in her heart about how Lin Fan made people break through. Su Xingyu no longer hesitated, and with a single leap of his body, he landed lightly in the middle of the small courtyard. Then he took his long, slender legs and walked towards the house. As soon as he entered the house, Lin Fan greeted him. What brings you here, sister? Lin Fan said with a face full of doubt. After all, Su Xingyu had only just left a short while ago. Su Xingyu smiled sweetly, her voice carrying a hint of seduction. Husband, I want to ask you how you help people break through. Lin Fan looked puzzled. Sister, didn't I tell you last night during the wedding night? I am the desolate ancient saint body. This physique can absorb the essence of heaven and earth and transform it into the power of pure yang to help you break through the bottleneck of your cultivation. How is it that it's only been one night and you've forgotten? Lin Fan carefully sized up the person in front of him. It was indeed Su Xingyu. But then again, it was subtly different from the Su Xingyu of last night's wedding night. What exactly was different? He couldn't say. Just a feeling. A less definite, yet real feeling. Su Xingyu was shocked in his heart. So brother-in-law has a special physique. There really is nothing strange under the sun. But ever since I was little, my sister had to grab everything good from me. So I guess she won't give me this pure yang power to use. In that case, with this thought in her mind, her entire body was like a boneless snake, winding into Lin Fan's arms. A delicate voice sounded in Lin Fan's ears. Husband, I miss you. As he spoke, warm breath, spewed out between Lin Fan's neck. With the slightest tickle, she slowly came up with her red lips, aiming straight at Lin Fan's lips. Alarm bells went off in Lin Fan's heart. This is definitely not Su Xingyue. Although Su Xingyue is similarly extremely seductive, she has a strong character, but she will never be so active and open. Who are you? Lin Fan sensed danger. He instinctively took a step back and asked in a hushed voice. Su Xingyu giggled and winks. It seems to have been discovered by you. But, can't change the ending. The words were not yet spoken. Su Xingyu's figure swayed like a ghost. Lin Fan didn't even see her movements. Su Xingyu had then bullied his way to his front. A snow-white slender finger, lightning-like, pointed at Lin Fan's body. Lin Fan instantly felt his body stiffen, as if he had been cast in a stasis. He was unable to move a single bit. What are you doing? Lin Fan was shocked in his heart. He struggled to struggle, but found his body completely out of control. Su Xingyu did not reply, just a flirty smile. She then placed Lin Fan on the bed. What do you think I'm going to do? Don't! You demon girl! How can you go against someone's will? Chapter 5, Misunderstandings. Boys should protect themselves. After a cloud and rain, a charming atmosphere filled the room, and the red candles swayed, stretching the shadows of the two of them to a long length. Lin Fan looked at the white sheet underneath him with some bewilderment, and there were many more dots of falling red on it, like red plums blooming in the winter snow, piercing and bewitching. At this moment, Su Xingyue cheeks scarlet, like a ripe peach, tempting to pick, but her eyes burned with a burning fury, as if she were an enraged beast ready to pounce and tear him to pieces. You liar! I didn't break through at all. Su Xingyu questioned angrily with a hint of trembling in her voice, clearly furious. Breakthrough? Who the hell are you? Lin Fan asked in a deep voice. Humph. At this point in time, it doesn't matter who I am. What's important is why I didn't make a breakthrough. Su Xingyu directly sat up from the bed, that delicate figure even more alluring under the candlelight. Breakthrough? Well. So you want to break through the bottleneck in this way. Lin Fan suddenly realized. He finally understood the other party's intention. I can help people break through their bottlenecks, but not in this way. It seems that you've misunderstood. Su Xingyu's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Lin Fan. She felt like the sky had collapsed. It's all done and you're telling me it's a misunderstanding? At this moment, Su Xingyu wanted to die. With a wave of Su Xingyu's slender hand, the spirit light of the storage bag on her waist flickered, and a flying sword with a cold light leaped out. The sword lightly trembled, emitting a clear sword sound, as if it carried endless anger. She clenched her silver teeth, each word seeming to be squeezed through them. Speak! What the hell is going on here? Lin Fan screamed in his heart and secretly said, Big sister, you pretended to be my wife and then asked me what's going on? I still want to ask you what's going on. But facing the flying sword that was so sharp and unrivaled that it was almost attached to the knot of his throat, Lin Fan could only repeat the conversation he had had with Su Xingyue on the night of the wedding. As it was, then you quickly help me break through, Su Xingyu said eagerly, a hint of trembling in her voice. Lin Fan carefully pushed the flying sword hanging in front of him away and tentatively asked, It's fine to break through, but can you tell me who you are first? Su Xingyu, Su Xingyue are my twin sisters. Hearing this, Lin Fan's heart slowly breathed a sigh of relief, and also understood that why this woman was so similar as Su Xingyue. It turned out to be his sister-in-law. Cough cough. Just now, I also said that it's fine to help you break through, but it's extremely consuming for me, so I need some spirit stones. Lin Fan's eyes flashed with a sly color. You can't make a deal at a loss. How many spirit stones do you need? Su Xingyu asked, a hint of urgency in his tone. She just wanted to break through quickly now. As for the spirit stones, how much do you have? Lin Fan asked rhetorically. He wanted to see how much family this sister-in-law had. Not much, only 15 left, Su Xingyu said, slapping at the storage bag on his waist. The aura flashed. A small handful of spirit stones then appeared in the snow-white palm of his hand. Lin Fan nonchalantly took it. System, help her break through. Ding. Consuming 8 years of longevity to help Su Xingyu break through the bottleneck at the 8th level of qi refining. The host has 149 years of life left. As his longevity was deducted, Su Xingyu revealed a shocked expression. Although she knew that Lin Fan could help people break through, she was still shocked in her heart after actually feeling it. Su Xingyu, on the other hand, looked at Lin Fan like he was a monster. There was shock and doubt in his eyes. She had absolutely no idea how Lin Fan did it. No wonder your sister hid you so well. If I might have hidden you too. After saying that, Su Xingyu's body shifted and turned into a spirit light, disappearing into the room. It was midday, and the sun was warming through the clouds and spilling into the small yard. Lin Fan was sitting on a stone bench in the gazebo of the small courtyard, holding a pen and ink in his hand, and was concentrating on a picture of cold plums. Knock, 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 came a knock on the door. Gonzi, I've come to deliver lunch. By Royue's crisp and pleasant voice sounded outside the courtyard door. Lin Fan continued to draw the ink plum drawing. Come in. The door to the courtyard opened with a creak. Bai Ruoyue walked in with a smile on her face carrying a large food box. Gongzi, your ink plum drawing is really good. Why does it feel like these red plum blossoms are a bit like blood? And, my lord, this canvas of yours? Why does it look like a bedsheet to me? Bai Ruoyue's large eyes were filled with clear stupidity. This is a painting that your master and I collaborated on. And these dots of red plums are from your master's hand. Lin Fan smiled and put down the pen in his hand. Only then did he realize that Su Xingyue was followed by a group of warblers and swallows. More than a dozen of them. The rings are fat and thin, and each has its own flavor. They were dressed in various colors, like 100 flowers competing for attention, dressing up all quite beautiful, or pure and lovely, or charming, or valiant, or gentle as jade. After they followed into the house, they neatly lined up in 2 rows and gave a deep salute to Lin Fan. Their voices, either delicate, crisp, or sweet, converging together. Greetings, Your Excellency. Lin Fan blinked. The scene before him gave him a feeling of being out of this world, as if he had traveled through time and space and returned to that world of lights. In the past, when he was in the Blue Star, Lin Fan always thought that fairies were on Earth. Then it dawned on him after he'd been to the club a few times that the fairies were in the private room. Not bad, not bad. Lin Fan praised. My lord, these are all carefully selected for you by Master. Master said, let you choose as much as you want. And after they're chosen they'll stay in the courtyard and specialize in serving gongzi in the future. Bai Ruoyue said. Lin Fan was elated that besides having so many beautiful girls, he could help these people break through their bottlenecks. So much so that these people were cultivating. Then he would be able to gain feedback and raise his cultivation level, thus getting rid of the godlocking technique. Bai Ruoyue arranged the meals in the food box. Then to the female cultivators standing in 2 rows. All of you introduce yourselves. Master said that those who can stay to serve His Excellency will have a bottle of Qi condensation pill added to them for a month as a reward. And if His Excellency is satisfied he will add some more spirit stones to you. As soon as her words fell, a female cultivator wearing a long pink dress couldn't wait to come forward. She had a graceful figure and light steps. Her skin was white, and her figure was even more concave and curvaceous. My lord, my name is Sophie. I'm at the 3rd level of Qi refinement. I'm a side child of the Su family, and I can dance. Lin Fan picked up the wine cup and drank it in one gulp, only to feel the wine enter his throat and turn into a line of fire flowing down his throat. Okay, you dance a section to see. Sophie, on command, moved lightly to the center of the room, and then, she began to dance. Being an immortal cultivator, she carried a trace of dusty aura about her, and despite her low cultivation, she was able to briefly rise up in the air and dance as if she were flying. Snap! Lin Fan applauded. Not bad, not bad. You stay. Seeing Su Fei pass, another green dress woman hurriedly stepped out. Gongzi, my name is Su Shallow, the 2nd layer of Qi refining. I am good at blowing musical instruments. As long as I put it in my mouth I can blow loudly. Your Excellency, I am practicing the water and fire dual attribute technique, and I can use ice and fire for Your Excellency. My lord, Chapter 6, Help, the situation is critical. A few women scrambled to be the first. Lin Fan naturally wanted to leave them all behind. But the small courtyard had limited housing, and at most 6 more people could still be in residence. Lin Fan carefully selected and finally left 6 female cultivators with specialties. Ahem, since you're with me, I won't treat you poorly. Today, my lord is in a good mood and is giving you a great gift. Lin Fan said and looked at Su Shallow and said, Su Shallow, do you have any spirit stones on you? Su Shao was unsure. Why did he ask for spirit stones when he met? In his heart, he thought so, but he still tapped on the storage pouch at his waist. My lord, I only have 6 spirit stones left. Lin Fan took the spirit stone in his hands. System, absorb the spirit stones, only to see the spirit stone in Lin Fan's palm. It quickly shrunk and disappeared in a moment. In the different expressions of several women, Lin Fan grabbed Su Shao's soft, white and tender little hand. Su Shallow's pretty face was slightly red, and before she could react, Lin Fan had already made a silent statement in his heart. System, give her a breakthrough. Ding. Consume 3 years of lifespan to help Su Shallow break through the bottleneck at the 3rd level of Qi refining. The host has 167 years of life left. Lin Fan had previously helped Su Xingyu and Bai Ruoyue break through and had gained a total of 21 spirit stones. It was only after absorbing the spirit stones that he had the longevity he had now. Su Shallow's expression instantly froze. On her cheeks, there was still a trace of the shy blush from being held in Lin Fan's small hands. But at this moment, this blush was completely replaced by shock. The beautiful eyes were round, and the pupils contracted slightly. The cherry mouth, too, opened slightly out of surprise, revealing a row of white and neat shell teeth. She could clearly feel, inside himself, the aura that was originally as calm as the surface of a lake suddenly looked like a huge stone had been thrown into it. Boom! The aura instantly boiled. Like a wild horse that had taken off its reins, it ran wildly through the meridians. This aura was completely out of her control. They charged across the room, in a brutal and overbearing manner, rushing towards the obstacle forcing through the invisible diaphragm. Then it turned into a hot jet of water. The bottleneck at the third level of chi refining was instantly broken through. The fourth level of chi refining, she actually broke through. Su Shallow's brain stopped thinking. She couldn't fathom how Lin Fan had done it. Not only Su Shallow, but the other 5 of them, likewise showed shocked faces. Who's next? Lin Fan opened his mouth. Gongzi, I will come first. That Su Yun, who had danced beautifully before, hurriedly stepped forward and opened her mouth. Lin Fan nodded and Su Yun walked forward with spirit stones in both hands. Lin Fan took over the spirit stone. As he did, until sunset, Lin Fan finished breaking through all 6. The 6 women showed excitement, having thought that they would be able to obtain a reward from the family for coming here to serve Lin Fan. But I didn't expect Lin Fan to be able to directly help them break through the bottleneck. It was a surprise. In this way, Lin Fan helped a total of 9 people to complete their breakthroughs, and as long as these 9 people cultivated, Lin Fan would be able to obtain feedback, thus rapidly raising his cultivation level. Your Excellency's great kindness, my little daughter is unable to repay you. We 6 sisters, we will serve your Excellency with all our hearts thereafter, and we will ensure that you are satisfied. Senior sister Su Shallow, tonight you stay and wait on Gongzi, the rest of you should retire. Bai Ruoyus said. Seeing that the women were about to leave, Lin Fan hurriedly added, don't slack off even after you go down there. Cultivate well. With me here, you won't encounter bottlenecks in your cultivation in the future. Without a bottleneck, it's not a dream to build a foundation in the future, or even be able to glimpse the Jindan Avenue. Hearing this, the women's faces revealed a fiery color. It wasn't long after the girls left. The numbers on Lin Fan's attribute panel began to jump. Su Yun is practicing. Cultivation +1. Su Shallow is practicing. Cultivation +1. Compared to before when Su Xingyue cultivated, the cultivation speed they fed back to him was significantly less frequent. Su Xingyue cultivated, and almost every little while, she was able to feed a little bit of cultivation back to Lin Fan. But the girls, they've been apart for a much longer period of time. Obviously, the higher the cultivation level, the more cultivation that feeds back. It was a good thing there were so many of them. 6 of them. Lin Fan could clearly feel that the cultivation within his body was steadily increasing. It's a wonderful feeling. Really, little Yuer, you also cultivate well. Follow Gongzi and make sure that your cultivation path is unobstructed. Lin Fan knew that Bai Ruoyue was Su Xingyue's eyes. Now he had to think of a way to turn this little girl. Yes, Your Excellency, I will definitely work hard to cultivate. Good. It's getting late. You go down. Bai Ruoyue gave a salute and turned to leave. Only Lin Fan and Sophie, the woman, were left in the room. Gongzi, Su Shallow's delicate face revealed a smirk. Ahem, didn't you say before that anything can be blown out of the water? I'd like to try. Su Shallow smiled sweetly and pulled Lin Fan's hand toward the bedroom. The next day, Lin Fan woke up in a daze. Su Shallow was no longer around. Only Su Xingyue's voice was heard from the courtyard. Where's Lin Fan? Home Lord, the mail has not yet gotten up. The one who spoke was Su Shallow. Su Shallow, why is your mouth swollen? Back. To the homeowner. Got stung by a bee. Why are you so careless? Said Su Xingyue. Lin Fan then heard Su Xingyue's footsteps coming towards the bedroom. Lin Fan hurriedly put on his clothes. Sister, why are you here? My mother closed her doors not long ago to break through the bottleneck of the foundation establishment stage, and now she seems to be going off the deep end. Need husband to step in and help. Otherwise, once my mother goes off the deep end, the consequences will be unimaginable. Su Xingyue's voice was a bit urgent. Obviously her mother's situation made her anxious. Help with the breakthrough? Lin Fan's heart was delighted. This Su Xingyue's mother, her cultivation was definitely not weak. After helping her break through, the cultivation gained from her own feedback would definitely be quite a lot, and she might be able to break through to the late stage of chi refining in one fell swoop. Sister, helps mother-in-law. I am naturally willing. Lin Fan had a concerned look on his face, but as you know, this physique of mine helps people to break through. He deliberately showed a difficult look, wanting to say something. Don't worry, the spirit stones will definitely not be missing for you. Su Xingyue immediately understood what he meant. and a trace of helplessness flashed in her eyes. But that's all I have on me right now. It's all yours. Saying that, she tapped on her waist, and with a flash of spiritual light, a small mountain-like pile of spirit stones appeared on the table. There are 200 of them. 200 spirit stones. That's 200 years of life. He was now in dire need of spirit stones to replenish his longevity. So naturally, he would not be polite. Lin Fan was secretly happy in his heart, but his face didn't move, nonchalantly tucking it into his bosom before secretly absorbing it. Sister, can you tell me about mother-in-law? Lin Fan asked. He had to understand the most basic situation first. Walk and talk. Su Xingyu's face was filled with anxiety as she pulled Lin Fan's hand and headed out. Lin Fan then went out the door with Su Xingyue. Lin Fan followed closely behind Su Xingyue. My mother, as early as 5 or 6 years ago, had already raised her cultivation to the 12th level of Qi refining perfection realm. Su Xingyue explained to Lin Fan as she walked forward at a brisk pace. Over the years, she has also tried to break through the bottleneck many times, wanting to step into the foundation establishment stage. She sighed, her beautiful face filled with sadness. Restricted by my own qualifications, every attempt has ended in failure. And the last time I almost went off the deep end. A year ago, our Su family's nemesis, the Lu family head, made a lucky breakthrough and managed to step into the foundation establishment stage. Su Xingyue's voice carried a hint of hatred. The Lu family's strength has risen tremendously, and these days, they have continued to nibble away at our Su family's territory and resources, pressing them every step of the way. It's really bullying them too much. My mother saw the crisis in the family and was so anxious that in order to improve her strength as soon as possible to guard the family, she then decided to close the death barrier and vowed not to come out until she entered the foundation establishment. That's basically it. She turned her head and looked at Lin Fan with a hint of pleading in her eyes. Husband, I really need to ask you this time. Don't worry, I will do my best. Lin Fan said. It didn't take long for the two of them to arrive in front of a secluded attic. The aura around the attic was dense, clearly a good place to cultivate. Su Xingyue walked up. Mother, how are you? Cough cough cough. A violent coughing sound came out from inside the attic. You don't come in. The voice rang out again, with suppressed agony. My breakthrough this time, was countered by a heart demon. I'm a little out of control of myself. You come in. I'm afraid I'll hurt you. The voice breaks, and it's clear that the people inside are in bad shape. Chapter 7, Mother, let your husband assist you. Hearing the voice inside, Su Xingyue showed an anxious expression. Mother! She let out a cry of alarm and, ignoring the other party's words, pulled Lin Fan into the room with quick steps. The room was dimly lit, only the center of the candlestick above. A few candles quietly burning, the candle flame slightly swaying. The two people's silhouette pulled a long time. The room was empty, except for a low table and a few futons. A bronze incense burner was placed on the low table, in which 3 sandalwood incense sticks that had already been burned out were inserted, leaving only a faint residual fragrance in the air. Under the candle flame a woman in her 40s with a delicate appearance sat on top of the futon. The woman was wearing a purple dress with a delicate body. The years don't seem to have left too many traces on her, but rather added a bit of maturity. Lin Fan was secretly surprised in his heart. He had thought that Su Xingyue's mother would be at least 50 or 60 years old. After all, Su Xingyue was 30 years old, and she didn't expect to be such a beautiful woman who looked extremely mature and charming. However, it is also normal. After all, people who cultivate immortals, especially female cultivators, the cultivation techniques have a certain function of the face. The beautiful woman was so similar to Su Xingyue. The difference was that this woman had a few more points of mature charm between her eyebrows. She's obviously not in very good shape, though. One could only see her willow brows furrowed, her face showing pain. Fine beads of sweat oozed from his forehead, a crystal clear sweat that stained the long hair at his temples. A shirt was also wet with sweat and clung to his body. Su Xingyu anxiously looked at her mother, her eyes filled with worry. Mother, how are you? Su Xingyue's voice carried a hint of trembling. I'm fine. I can still suppress it for the time being. You should leave quickly. Once I lose my sanity, I'm afraid I'll hurt you. Sume forced herself to endure the pain and opened her mouth. Su Xingyue eagerly pulled Lin Fan's arm. Hurry! Quickly give my mother a breakthrough. Lin Fan nodded his head and agreed. Walking up quickly, Sume was still sitting on top of that futon, her eyes tightly closed, and she seemed to have fallen into some sort of chaotic state. Lin Fan looked down on her from top to bottom, and where his gaze reached, it became even more voluptuous. He reached out and gently held Sume's hand. In his mind, he murmured, System, give her a breakthrough. Ding! Consuming 50 years of longevity to help Sume break through the 12th level Qi cultivation bottleneck. The host has 99 years of life left. As the system voice rang in Lin Fan's ears, Sume on top of the futon. Her originally calm breath fluctuated violently like boiling water. Spiritual energy surged crazily around her body, forming a strong air current that blew her purple dress hunting. After doing so, Lin Fan wanted to draw back his hand, only to see Sume's originally white jade-like wrist gently shaking. 5 slender jade fingers twisted up like a spiritual snake, tightly clasping Lin Fan's wrist. Lin Fan was startled in his heart. This sudden change of events had caught him a little off guard. He tried to break free, but found that Sume's hand seemed to have the strength of 1,000 pounds, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't shake it in the slightest. In desperation, he could only throw a look of help to Su Xingyue on the side. Seeing this, Su Xingyue frowned slightly and explained, "Don't be anxious, my mother is at a critical moment of breakthrough. Her mind is isolated from the outside world. When her breakthrough is complete, she will naturally let go of you." Though her voice was calm, a trace of imperceptible worry flashed in her eyes. Before the words left his mouth, a sudden change occurred. Sume's eyes snapped open, only to see that Sume, whose eyes were originally closed tightly, violently opened her eyes, those originally empty and godless eyes. At this moment, they actually became clear and bright, pupils focused, staring straight at Lin Fan, her eyes full of complex emotions. There was confusion, there was surprise, and there was also a trace of unspeakable tenderness. Are you okay?" Sume's voice, soft and charming to the bone, carried a hint of weakness just after the breakthrough, yet was full of concern. Lin Fan's entire body was confused. Is this the wrong person for the other side? Su Xingyue's pretty face turned white as she exclaimed, "Not good. My mother is caught in a mind demon illusion." Before the words fell, Sume's originally still clear eyes were instantly replaced by a piece of confusion. She fiercely grabbed Lin Fan's wrist. Lin Fan only felt a huge force coming from him and was unable to break free. He tried to mobilize his spiritual energy, wanting to shake Sume away. However, he realized that his spiritual energy was like a mud cow entering the sea. With no response, Sume's hand, like an iron hoop, clamped down on him with a deadly grip. Sume murmured under her breath, her eyes mesmerized with a hint of infatuation. Lin Fan cursed in his heart. What's this all about? The other side. Su Xingyue was anxious at the sight. She hurriedly fished out a talisman from her storage pouch. Above the talisman, spiritual light flowed, and at a glance, it was only not a mortal product. Heart-clearing talisman. Su Xingyue let out a low gulp and was about to stick the talisman to Sume's brow. It was hoped that this could be used to awaken Sume's sanity and free her from the control of her heart demons. However, the moment the talisman was about to touch Sume, the change is steep. A hint of sternness flashed steeply in Sume's originally mesmerized eyes. With her other hand, she swung out like lightning. Pop! A crunch. The clear heart talisman in Su Xingyue's hand was directly slapped away. Immediately afterward, a powerful fluctuation of spiritual energy erupted from Sume's palm. Su Xingyue was simply too late to react. The entire person flew out backwards like a kite with broken strings. Bang! Her petite body slammed heavily against the mahogany pillar in the room. Put! Su Xingyue sprayed out a mouthful of blood, her face instantly turning as white as paper. She struggled to get up, but found herself weak. The spiritual energy in his body was so disordered that he was unable to mobilize it at all. Obviously, Sume's palm had shocked her meridians. Su Xingyu could only lean helplessly against the pillar. She looked at Lin Fan, who was being held tightly by Sume. In his eyes, he was full of anxiety and worry. Lin Fan. She tried to cry out, but her voice was so weak she could barely hear it. A little bead of sweat seeped out of Lin Fan's forehead, and his afterglow caught a glimpse of Su Xingyue, who had collapsed on the ground. This Su Xingyu, who was at the 10th level of Qi practicing, was slapped like this. If he were to take such a hit, wouldn't he have to die on the spot? Lin Fan's heart was in his throat. He forced himself to calm down. He couldn't anger Sume at this time, or else he would really have to lose his life. You lied to me. You didn't keep your promise back then. Do you have any idea how I've lived all these years? Sume murmured, her eyes misty, with a hint of sultriness, a hint of pain, and a hint of longing. Lin Fan only felt his scalp numb. He had come to help with the breakthrough. This was too unlucky. He then realized that Sume's eyes were not right. They looked like they wanted to eat him alive. Elder Su, calm down. You've recognized the wrong person. Lin Fan tried to struggle, but Sume's hand was like an iron vice, firmly hooping his wrist. The more he struggled, the tighter Sume's grip became. In the hands of this foundation establishment stage cultivator, he had no room for resistance, and he noticed that Sume's eyes were getting more and more out of place. Looking at Sume, who came forward, Lin Fan's voice changed tone with a hint of panic. What are you doing? You let go of me. Help! Chapter 8, Don't Be Mistaken. Mother. 2 days later, Deep within the Su family, Sumei's place of seclusion, wisps of sandalwood incense rose from the purple copper incense burner, dense in the air into a light mist. Su Xingyue and Sumei sat opposite each other. The room was furnished in an antique style with an elegant charm. Mother, I know there may be some discomfort in your heart. Although Lin Fan is nominally my husband, you also know that I originally captured him in the first place in order to utilize his Yuan Yang to help me break through. It's just that I didn't expect that his physique would be so special that it could help people break through bottlenecks. Therefore, you cannot have any psychological burden. Just treat him as a treasure that can help us break through. Sumei sighed softly. I fell into a mind demon illusion before and nearly went off the deep end, which was originally a confusing matter. She shook her head, a flicker of helplessness in her eyes. However, this Lin Fan's physique is truly miraculous. If we can keep him in our Su family all the time, then, Su Xingyue smiled faintly. Mother can rest assured. I have already planted him with the god locking technique and have strictly forbidden anyone from approaching his small courtyard. In addition, I've specially arranged for a few good-looking disciples from the sect to serve him, so I think he'll be so engrossed in it that he won't be able to extricate himself from it. Sumei sniffed and a satisfied look appeared on her face. With my qualifications, originally wanting to break through to foundation establishment can be as difficult as climbing up to heaven. But now with Lin Fan, the foundation establishment has been completed, and it's not impossible to form a Dan in the future. There was a gleam of excitement in her eyes. Mother, sister, she already broke through the bottleneck of the 8th level of Qi cultivation 2 days ago. The Lin Fan thing. Sumei pondered for a moment. The less people know about this secret of Lin Fan, the better, and this secret is definitely going to be told to her in the future. She shook her head. But now is not the time. Let's wait until this confusing matter with Lin Fan and I is over. Su Xingyu nodded. Mother, there's one more thing. 2 days ago Royue, that girl, sent a letter saying that Lin Fan had asked the maid who served close to him to concentrate on cultivation. Mother, this Lin Fan doesn't think that by helping them raise their cultivation, they will help him against us, right? Sumei sniffed, but a glint flashed in her eyes. Star Moon, have you ever planted slave seals on these people? Naturally, it was planted. A flash of ruthlessness flashed in Su Xingyue's eyes. This Lin Fan is related to whether or not we can glimpse the Great Tao. There must not be any slip-ups. In order to prevent accidents, these people are planted with slave seals. Life and death are under our control. Sumei nodded slightly and pondered for a moment. Nowadays, in Linjiang City, the Lu family's head broke through the foundation establishment and suppressed us. And although I am also foundation establishment, I went off the deep end but injured my meridians, and it will take some time to recover. And the number of high-ranking disciples in the clan is also less than the Lu family. A flicker of determination flashed in her eyes. In this case, you send more cultivation resources to Lin Fan's small courtyard to send them to cultivate properly. Let Lin Fan help them break through their bottlenecks, and in the future, they can become an important fighting force for our Su family. Su Xingyue's eyes lit up as she sniffed. Mother's high opinion. She immediately understood Sumei's intentions. Also, the two of us need to step up our cultivation, raise our cultivation as much as possible, and then make a breakthrough. The Lu family has been provoking us more and more lately. A ray of golden sunlight shot gently through the window pane and onto Lin Fan's face. He slowly opened his eyes, only to feel soreness all over his body, especially his waist, as if he had been run over by a herd of brute oxen. He found himself back in the courtyard of the one he had returned to, lying on the carved wooden bed in his bedroom, covered with a soft brocade quilt. Is this back? Lin Fan muttered to himself, his voice hoarse as a broken gong because he had hissed. He began to recall what had happened before. I helped Sumei break through her bottleneck, and the other party was invaded by a heart demon and fell into an illusionary realm, which was followed by a really confusing account. Lin Fan shook his head. Life is not easy. Many times, are forced to helpless. Just as Lin Fan was reminiscing, a burst of light footsteps came from far and near, and Bai Ruoyue's clear little face appeared in his line of sight. Gongzi, you're finally awake. Bai Ruoyue's voice was filled with surprise and concern. She quickly walked over to the bedside, her big watery eyes looking Lin Fan up and down. You slept for 2 days and nights this time, but you worried me badly. Lin Fan held the edge of the bed and sat up. This time he was tossed around enough that his legs were as soft as noodles. Little you error, did your master explain anything during the 2 days I was asleep? Master asked me to send some pills and spirit stones to Gongzi for you to send to Su Shallow and Sophie and the girls. Bai Ruoyue took out a dozen white porcelain bottles and a small pile of spirit stones from her storage bag and placed them on the table. The porcelain bottles were crystal clear and emitted a faint medicinal fragrance. Spirit stones, on the other hand, shimmered with a soft glow and contained a rich aura. Qi condensation pills, 12 bottles in total, and 30 spirit stones. Lin Fan's eyes lit up as he looked at the pills and spirit stones. The pills could help those female disciples raise their cultivation. And the increase in their cultivation would mean an increase in their own cultivation. He was secretly happy in his heart, but his face didn't move and he put on a bashful look. There are 12 bottles in total. You give 1 bottle to each of them and say that it's my reward. That way there are still 6 bottles left. Take these 6 bottles and cultivate them well. Lin Fan said and put all the remaining 30 spirit stones on said table into his arms. Gongzi, this is not good, right? Bai Ruoyue blinked, her big eyes filled with clear stupidity, and, you girl? If you're told to take it, you take it. If your master asks, just say I gave it to you. Besides, if you follow me, surely I can't let you suffer, can I? Lin Fan said. Anyway, these pills were not Lin Fan's in the first place, and giving them to Bai Ruoyue is nothing more than lending flowers to the Buddha, and Bai Ruoyue can get the same feedback from cultivating him, and with such a good opportunity to buy people's hearts, Lin Fan wouldn't easily miss it. Hearing Lin Fan's words, Bai Cs' heart warmed. Then I'll serve the prince to get up. Lin Fan nodded. My lord, is the technique you cultivate the topmost technique? Bai Ruoyue opened her mouth to ask while serving Lin Fan to dress. Why do you ask? Lin Fan was alert in his heart. In the past 2 days while you were sleeping, your cultivation level unexpectedly broke through automatically. Lin Fan's heart, however, was startled. Breaking through on your own can be too normal. The system automatically refined the cultivation that was fed back to him, and his cultivation naturally increased. He hastily opened the system panel. Name, Lin Fan. Life expectancy, 335 years. Cultivation, 2nd level of Qi refining. Spiritual roots, 5 attribute spiritual roots. Hoarding cultivation, 2+1, cultivation refining in progress. Su Xing Yue is practicing. Cultivation +1. Su Mei is practicing. Cultivation +2. The 2nd level of Qi refining. Lin Fan looked at the information on the panel and secretly calculated in his heart. In the past 2 days, Su Mei and Su Xing Yue and the others were cultivating. The cultivation feeds that one receives have also risen. Little Yue, you can see my cultivation? Lin Fan asked without moving. Bai Ruoyue, on the other hand, showed a puzzled face. Those with high cultivation can easily see through those with low cultivation. This is a consensus in the immortal cultivation world. Lin Fan was somewhat speechless in his heart. If one wanted to get rid of Su Xing Yue's godlocking technique, then one's cultivation level must exceed Su Xing Yue's. But this is the situation now. This rapid increase in his own cultivation. If Su Xing Yue found out, the other party will definitely not let him so quickly increase his cultivation. Gotta find a way to cover it up. Chapter 9, the maids, line up and come up one at a time. Moreover, Lin Fan's basic knowledge of the immortal cultivation world was too poor, so he had to get a good understanding of it. System, stop automatically refining cultivation, Lin Fan said to the system in his mind. Ding! The automatic refining of cultivation has been stopped. Feedback cultivation will be automatically hoarded, and if the host wants to refine it in the future, he can manually turn it on. Hearing the system's prompt, Lin Fan let out a slight sigh of relief. Lin Fan then turned to Bai Ruoyue and said, Little Yue, I have a few questions I want to ask you. Your Excellency, my cultivation is shallow and I have little experience, but if I know anything, I will definitely tell you everything. What I want to know are some basic questions, such as, what kind of world is the cultivation world? Lin Fan had some rough understanding of this world though, but it always felt a little different from the world of immortal cultivation that he had imagined, and his heart was always a little unsettled. Bai Ruoyue sniffed and pondered a little. The country we are in is called Chu. There are 3 clans and 2 factions and 7 great masters in the Chu cultivation world. The 3 clans are naturally the Acacia clan, the Qingyun clan, and the Bloodshed clan, while the 2 factions refer to. After introducing the big clans, she paused as if organizing her words. In addition to these great sects, below are the affiliated clans of the major sects, of which there are 7 of the strongest clans, the so-called 7 great families. Then isn't the Su family powerful too? Lin Fan interjected at the right time, a hint of curiosity in his tone. Bai Ruoyue shook her head, her complexion a bit grim. The Su family is an affiliated family of the Acacia sect, but it's just a relatively small one. In Linjiang City, another immortal cultivation family is the Lu family. The Lu family's strength can be much stronger than the Su family. Their head of the family has long been at the foundation establishment stage, and some time ago they annexed quite a lot of our family property. Lin Fan revealed a look of understanding, secretly calculating in his heart. He asked again, then why don't you tell me more about the feats? Bai Ruoyue nodded. Feats are divided into many kinds and grades, and some of them come with powerful art techniques and aptitudes. If our Acacia sect's Acacia Immortal technique comes with the Void Spirit illusion, this technique can confuse the mind and soul, making it impossible to get out of the illusion. Then there are basic spells such as Fireball, Wind Blade, and Earth Wall, or supplementary spells such as Imperial Art, Convergence, etc. Lin Fan heard the words breath convergence technique. Eyes flickered imperceptibly. He felt that this breath concealment technique should be the technique he wanted to be able to conceal his cultivation. He was so happy in his heart that he said in a hurry, "Can you tell me in detail what all these spells are?" Bai Ruoyue patiently started from the most basic Fireball art, explaining one by one for Lin Fan. Lin Fan, on the other hand, was like a dry sponge, absorbing this novel knowledge with gusto. This astringent technique is also quite a common technique in the cultivation world, Bai Ruoyue explained. To put it bluntly, it's masking one's cultivation so that people can't see through you. However, this breath concealment technique is usually rather shallow, and when it is performed, it can easily be recognized by someone with a high level of cultivation. However, our Su family's Gongfu comes with a technique called hidden breath technique, and although it's only a remnant scroll, its subtlety lies in the fact that as long as one's cultivation level doesn't exceed a large realm, one simply cannot see through it. Bai Ruoyue's tone was filled with pride. Lin Fan was delighted in his heart. This was exactly what he wanted. But his face didn't move. Instead, he looked like a curious baby. This jutsu sounds awesome. Do you know it? Bai Ruoyue's eyes dimmed and she shook her head. I sure as hell don't. This technique is an untold secret of the Su family. Only core disciples are qualified to cultivate it, so it will not be spread out easily. If you want to cultivate, you can ask Master for it, and she will definitely give it to you. Bai Ruoyue chatted while serving Lin Fan to dress. Finally Lin Fan's clothes were on. Where are Su Shallow, Sophie and the others? Lin Fan opened his mouth to ask as he felt the courtyard was quiet. Since the last time Gongzi spoke to them, there is no bottleneck for them to break through in the future. The girls have been intensifying their cultivation these past few days, and they are not far from relaxing for a moment. Lin Fan was speechless, even though they cultivated and he himself could gain feedback, but he was really a bit bored being stuck in this small courtyard. Little Yue, pen and ink are waiting. Bai Ruoyue didn't know what Lin Fan was going to do, but she was still good enough to study the ink for Lin Fan. Lin Fan took the brush and wrote crookedly on the rice paper. Gongzi, I can hear that before you came to the Su family, but carry out the rush examination of the scholar. How do you this word? Bai Ruoyue looked at the words on the paper, eyebrows slightly knit. Want to say, Lin Fan's character was indeed somewhat unsatisfactory, and it was not too much to say that it was a ghostly drawing. He only practiced calligraphy for a few days when he was in elementary school, and never touched a pen and ink since then, so it's reasonable to write like this. Cough cough. The way of arts and crafts is vast and profound. Can't it be that a little girl like you can understand it? Lin Fan lightly coughed twice and pretended to be profound. Bai Ruoyue blinked, her big eyes filled with clear stupidity, and looked closer. Although Lin Fan's handwriting was ugly, he could vaguely recognize that what was written on this piece of paper was a scheduling sheet. On the 1st, 8th, and 16th of each month. Su Shallow. On the 2nd, 9th and 17th of each month. Sophie. There is nothing on this scheduling list. One for each of the 6 maids per day from the 1st to the 6th of the year, while the 7th of the year is on a rotating schedule. Bai Ruoyue didn't quite get it. Gongzi, what does this mean? Cough cough. 1 and 1. The way of literature and martial arts is also, on the path of cultivation, the most taboo thing is to be impatient. A bitter cultivation is not good for them either. Lin Fan babbled in a serious manner. That's why I arranged this scheduling table, letting them take turns to come to me and feel the inculcation of the great Tao, which will be very beneficial to their cultivation. Bai Ruoyue's big eyes were filled with envy. Gongzi, what avenue are you going to teach them? Ahem. Are miscellaneous categories such as the footpath, the dance path, the path of sound, and so on, Lin Fan said casually. The color of curiosity in Bai Ruoyue's large eyes filled with clear stupidity intensified. Gongzi, what is the footpath? Podiatry. There are many acupoints on the soles of one's feet, and these acupoints are connected to the various organs of the human body, such as the kidneys, heart, and lungs. Lin Fan began his performance. Podiatry is the use of special techniques to stimulate the acupoints on the soles of the feet, so as to strengthen the major organs, and even assist in cultivation. Then, Your Excellency, is there any recipe for this footpath? Can you teach it to me? Bai Ruoyue asked with an expectant face. The mnemonic. Naturally there is. Lin Fan cleared his throat and said, this footpath mnemonic is, feet step on clear springs and play ripples. Soles of the feet generate wind and step on the ladder. 3 circles to the left, 3 circles to the right. Cultivate immortality and ask for both. So, the footpath is also the way. You little girl, you'll slowly understand it later. Your Excellency's great talent. Ruwashi you admires it. Bai Ruoyue said in heartfelt admiration. Lin Fan waved his hand. You go and arrange to go. There was really only one reason why Lin Fan had made this arrangement, and that was because being trapped in this small courtyard was just too boring, and he couldn't cultivate. Moreover, these 6 maids were all as beautiful as flowers, so it was a pity not to develop them. Time flies like an arrow, and the sun and the moon fly like a shuttle, and before you know it, March has passed. The night was low, and the candles flickered, brightening the room. Lin Fan leisurely reclined on the eunuch chair, holding a plate of delicately cut fruits in his hands, and ate with great pleasure. Su Xiao, on the other hand, obediently squatted in front of the Taisher chair and gently lifted Lin Fan's feet from the wooden basin. Her catkins skillfully patted Lin Fan's insteps alternately with moderate force, obviously already familiar with it. Not a day's work. Well, very good. Little shallow. This technique of yours is getting more and more refined. Wonderful. Lin Fan Skadin praised, his face full of enjoyment. Your Excellency has flattered me. The slave girl is just serving to the best of her ability. Su Shallow lowered her eyebrows and responded softly. Lin Fan sent a piece of fruit into his mouth, smashing his mouth, and suddenly turned his words around and said with a few teasing words, Little Shallow, you're so skillful with this technique. Is it because you practice a lot on weekdays? When Su Yun heard this, her pretty face flushed and she stammered. Your Excellency is joking. How would a slave girl have the opportunity to practice? Oh, is that so? Lin Fan raised his eyebrows and deliberately teased. Then how about this? Tonight you will rest in my room, so that I can give you some good instructions. But at that moment, the courtyard door suddenly creaked open, and then Su Xingyue's posture swung and she walked in a graceful manner, with a hint of a playful smile on her face. Husband, what a treat! Chapter 10, Sister. I'm suffering inside. Seeing Su Xingyue come in style, Lin Fan's face revealed a look of surprise. That's right. It was a surprise because Lin Fan hadn't seen Su Mei since the last time he helped her make a breakthrough. And all this time, Lin Fan had been waiting for Su Xingyu to come to him. I didn't realize the wait would be over 3 months. Sister, what brings you here? Lin Fan climbed up from the chair in a single bound. That monkey-like appearance, like a farmer in a long drought. Seeing this, Su Yun rather eye-catchingly carried the foot-washing basin, covered the door and retreated out, not forgetting to bring the door on the way. What? I'm not welcome? Su Xingyu smiled sweetly, sitting on the recliner Lin Fan had just been on. Her extremely seductive curves, glimpsed, and a seductive scent drilled straight into Lin Fan's nose. You're out of line to say that, sister. It's been 3 months. Do you know how I've lived? I thought about you every day. Lin Fan looked like he had been wronged by the heavens. Su Xingyu snorted. Come on you. These 6 maids I arranged for you, and Ruwashi Yu's girl. Each and every one of them are stunning. I think you're just a night and day person. You've long forgotten your sister beyond the 9th cloud. Lin Fan smiled. These 3 months. His little life is indeed colorful. The beauty of it is that he can't cultivate rashly. His body is piled up a large number of feedback to the cultivation waiting to be refined. But one had to bow one's head under the roof. One's was now being held by Su Xingyu, trapped in this small courtyard. Lin Fan was a person who didn't like to lie, but now he was forced to do so. Sister, I really didn't lie. In these 3 months or so, I have guarded my body for my sister. I swear, I only have my sister in my heart. As good looking as they are, in my eyes, they are nothing more than red powder skeletons. Do not play with your lips. Su Xingyu red lips gently opened. I came on this trip because the cultivation has reached the 10th layer of qi refining consummation. From that 11th layer of qi refining, but the window paper. I knew that this woman coming here would not be good. Lin Fan secretly muttered in his heart, but his face was piled with smiles. Congratulations, sister. To help sister break through, I'm obliged to do so. Only, every time I break through, it's a great consumption for me. Seemingly anticipating that Lin Fan would say this, Su Xingyue laughed. I won't let you help for nothing. I'll reward you for whatever you want as long as it's not excessive. Cough cough. Sister, do you know that I've been living like that old ox pulling a broken cart every day for the past 3 months? Walking with difficulty. My heart is bitter. Lin Fan put on a bitter face and sighed. Oh, how bitter. Su Xingyu raised her eyebrows and asked with interest. Sister, you're such a stunning beauty, but I can only look but not eat. Isn't this more bitter than that eunuch strolling through a greenhouse? Lin Fan continued to sigh. This heart of mine, it's like being scratched by a cat. It itches like crazy. This won't work. You change it. Su Xingyu's voice rejected very directly. If it had been normal, she might have said yes, but ever since the last time Lin Fan helped Su Mei make a breakthrough in an accident, she was present for the whole thing. With a gap in his heart, he naturally would not easily agree to such a request from Lin Fan. Lin Fan had expected Su Xingyu to refuse. All he wanted was for her to refuse, because with the cap pulled up, it would be easy to ask for something else. and that would be easy to achieve. This was something that Lin Fan knew all too well. He remembers being in elementary school and not doing well in math. Final exam. Only got a 50 or so, but he told his parents that he only scored about 20 points on the test. The mother was angry, took the data cable and was about to lecture him on love. At this time Lin Fan hastened to say that he had actually scored 50 points on the exam, so that while you get a scolding, you get one less mixed parental beating. It's all about expectation management. Lower the other person's expectations first and then give a relatively good result. This makes the other person much more receptive. This was the strategy Lin Fan was using now. He first made a request that Su Xingyu would most likely reject, then make a relatively acceptable request. This would greatly increase the likelihood of Su Xingyu agreeing. Lin Fan put on an aggrieved look, his tone carrying a few points of helplessness. Since sister is unwilling, then I'll just endure it. He turned his words around and added, but sister, you know I haven't been idle these past 3 months. It's a pity. After 3 months of hard work and cultivation, my cultivation has not grown at all. Lin Fan sighed. A trace of loss flashed in his eyes. I've heard that the core disciples of the Su family cultivate very powerful techniques. Can sister pass them on to me? If I had this technique, although my cultivation couldn't be very fast, it wouldn't be as stagnant as it is now. Hearing this, Su Xingyu frowned slightly and was about to open her mouth to refuse. Lin Fan hurriedly added, sister, think about it. I am your person in life and your ghost in death. Doesn't that make me a core disciple of the Su family? He blinked his eyes with a sincere face. Su Xingyu hummed lightly and didn't answer. Seeing this, Lin Fan hastily added, and sister, you also know that my qualifications are too poor. If I don't have a good technique, when this lifespan of mine runs out after 100 years, no one will be able to help you break through at that time. When these words came out, a trace of a different color flashed in Su Xingyu's eyes. She pondered a little, thinking carefully. Lin Fan had the god-locking technique that she had planted on him, plus Bai Ruoyue was ready to pass on the news, so she wasn't afraid of what he could do. Besides, as Lin Fan said, if his cultivation couldn't keep up and his lifespan was exhausted, she would really regret it if she tried to find someone to break through. Su Xingyu fell into deep thought, while Lin Fan waited with bated breath, not daring to disturb. A moment later, Su Xingyu raised her eyes to look at Lin Fan. You have a few points of truth. Lin Fan was delighted in his heart and busily said, sister is wise. Su Xingyu snorted coldly as a glint flashed in her eyes. She said slowly, don't be too happy. I can consider passing on your technique, but you have to promise me one condition. Lin Fan's heart jumped and his eyes lit up. He sat up straight and looked at Su Xingyu with burning eyes, asking eagerly, what conditions? Sister, but say no harm. As long as you open your mouth, little brother, I will go through fire and water. She sat up straight, came to Lin Fan's ear and whispered, that's what you said. Lin Fan couldn't help but shiver as he felt the hot breath Su Xingyu exhaled brush against his ears. He forced down the fluttering in his heart, swallowed dryly, and pursued, what exactly does sister want me to do? It's simple. In a few days you'll help a person make a breakthrough. Only you can't let the other person know about your special physique. Even more so, you can't let the other person know that you have the ability to make the right person breakthrough. As for the breakthrough process, I've already thought of it. Just say that my family's ancestral elixir can break through the bottle realm. And when that person takes the elixir, that's when you make your move. Chapter 11, System, help her break through. Lin Fan was secretly delighted. Help someone break through? That's his specialty. Not only can you earn spirit stones, but you can also get feedback to enhance your cultivation. So why not? Only Lin Fan was more curious. Who was this person who wanted to help? Surprisingly, he wanted Su Xingyu as a condition to talk to him. As for hiding his abilities, this didn't even need to be reminded by Su Xingyu, who was more cautious than anyone else. He didn't want to be on the receiving end. Don't worry, sister. Lin Fan patted his chest and promised, guarantee to complete the mission. Su Xingyu nodded in satisfaction. Her slender wrist lifted, and she flicked at the storage bag on her waist. With a flash of spiritual light, a pile of spirit stones poured out with a clatter and piled up all over the 8 immortals table. Lin Fan roughly swept a glance. There were at least 500 or 600 pieces. In addition to the spirit stones, there was also a jade slip that was emerald green in color, lying quietly on the table. Inside here is a technique that only core disciples of my Su family can cultivate. Lin Fan looked at the spirit stones on the table with a smile on his face, while in his heart, he was even more puzzled about the identity of the person who was going to make a breakthrough. After all, it was a bit much, so it was assumed that the person's cultivation level was not low. However, the higher the cultivation level, the more feedback Lin Fan would receive. He put one hand on Su Xingyu's shoulder while in his mind he shouted at the system. System, help her break through. Ding! consuming 11 years of lifespan to help Su Xingyue break through the bottleneck of the 10th level of qi refining. The host has 354 years of life left. During these 3 months, the maids in Lin Fan's small courtyard, including by Royua's cultivation, had all risen by a small realm. There were a total of 12 subrealms in the qi refining stage, and if one's qualifications were high, crossing these subrealms would naturally be a breeze without the slightest delay. But if the qualifications were poor, then each small realm was a small bottleneck. Lin Fan helped them break through while earning spirit stones, so their lifespan increased instead of decreasing. As her longevity was deducted, the aura fluctuations on Su Xingyue's body became violent. Fine beads of sweat oozed from her forehead and her breathing became rapid. After maintaining it for about a quarter of an hour, the aura fluctuations in her body slowly smoothed out. Breaking through the bottleneck is the most vulnerable time for cultivators. However, Lin Fan had the god-locking technique placed on him by Su Xingyu, so she wasn't afraid of Lin Fan having any intentions. The breakthrough completed, Su Xingyu slowly stood up. She moved closer to Lin Fan and a fragrant breeze hit her. What you just promised me should be in the next few days. I'll let you know in advance then. With that she turned and was about to head out the door. Lin Fan looked aggrieved. Sister, aren't you staying? Su Xingyue's footsteps lurched. Some other time, she said without looking back. With that, she shifted and turned into a spirit light and swept away. Su Xingyu had just left, and Lin Fan's face full of aggression instantly disappeared. He hurriedly grabbed the emerald green jade slip on the table. After more than 3 months of waiting, it's finally here. Lin Fan couldn't wait to press the jade sketch on top of his forehead. Within the jade's simplicity, lines and lines of small, densely packed words appeared. This gong method was called the jade green gong. The contents were arcane and unusual, able to be cultivated all the way to the late stage of foundation establishment. Lin Fan wasn't interested in cultivation. After all, there was a system that directly helped him refine, and as long as enough cultivation was fed back to him, his cultivation would always rise. However, the basic art recipes that came with it moved Lin Fan, such as fireball spells and wind blade spells. Even the method of casting the chain of divine arts is included in it. At the very end of the merit law, a detailed record of the hidden breath technique cultivation method was recorded. It was also as Su Xingyu had said, after cultivating the hidden breath technique, unless one exceeded a great realm, one would not be able to see through the concealment effect of this technique at all. In other words, such as the current Lin Fan, if he cultivated the hidden breath skill, a qi refining stage cultivator of the same realm would not be able to see through his exact cultivation. After finishing the gongfu, Lin Fan took the jade sketch off his forehead. Click! Only a shattering sound was heard. The emerald green jade slip was instantly covered in cracks. Putting the shattered jade sketch back on the table, Lin Fan then grabbed and grasped the spirit stones on the table to absorb them. As the spirit stones decreased, Lin Fan's longevity began to increase crazily. After all the spirit stones were absorbed, Lin Fan's longevity jumped to 854 years. Earned it! Lin Fan was ecstatic in his heart. Now I can finally refine my cultivation in peace, he said to himself. After saying that, Lin Fan locked the door of the room, then with an arrow step, jumped onto the bed. Lin Fan opened the system panel. Name, Lin Fan. Life expectancy, 854 years. Cultivation, 2nd level of qi refining. Spiritual roots, 5 attribute spiritual roots. Hoarding cultivation, 9528 plus 1, stop refining. Su Xingyu is practicing, plus 1 cultivation. Su Mei is practicing, cultivation plus 2. System, open cultivation refinement. Lin Fan opened his mouth. Ding! Automatic refining of cultivation has been turned on. Feedback cultivation will be automatically refined, and if the host wants to stop in the future, he or she can manually turn it off. With the sound of the system voice, the cultivation that had piled up in Lin Fan's body for more than 3 months was like a flood that broke the dike, and it was madly integrated into his dantian. Inside the dantian, the aura vortex spun rapidly, greedily devouring the influx of cultivation. Within a few breaths, Lin Fan's cultivation began to grow wildly. The 2nd level of qi refining. Lin Fan could clearly feel that his body seemed to be infused with a powerful force. His meridians were widened, and his aura was rushing through them. 3rd level of qi refining. He felt his 5 senses become sharper, and he could even hear the rustling of leaves outside the window. 9th level of qi refining. In the end, Lin Fan's cultivation level stayed at the 9th level of qi refining. Phew, cool. The surge in his cultivation level made Lin Fan very uncomfortable. The first is sensory discomfort. Now with him as the center, he could clearly sense all movements within a radius of tens of feet. In the garden, under the gazebo, 2 ants were working together to carry a small insect, their tiny tentacles bumping into each other as if they were communicating something. Inside the side room, Su Shallow had just finished washing up. wearing only a light gauze garment that outlined her delicate figure. She was sitting on her knees with her eyes slightly closed, cultivating. Between breaths, the surrounding aura slowly converged towards her, forming a faint halo. This sense is very marvelous, because everything Lin Fan can see and hear. Later, Lin Fan realized that this was the reason why the divine sense was able to leave the body after the 6th level of chi refining. In addition to the changes in his senses, Lin Fan also felt that his body had undergone a transformative change as well. Thinking has become exceptionally quick. Mastery of the body is also at an all-time high. Every subtle movement is under control. He felt that he could float his body up like a feather with just a slight jump. Lin Fan was secretly happy in his heart. 9th level of chi refining. It's truly magical. Lin Fan whispered to himself, excitement flashing in his eyes. He rubbed his hands together gently and his fingertips flashed with fire. An orange-red fireball the size of a pigeon's egg pulsed in his palm. The fire mass emanated a searing heat, and the temperature of the entire bedroom rose with it. Lin Fan was startled and hurriedly put away his fireball spell. He took a deep breath and calmed his excitement, then slowly rose from the bed. Mindfulness. The entire person then rose up in the air. This was the first time he had ever performed the sentinel technique, and he was still somewhat unskilled. Plus, the interior space is small. One didn't pay attention. Bang! He hit his head directly on the beam. The whole thing fell to the ground on all fours. Ouch! Lin Fan covered his head and grimaced in pain, but he had a smile on his face. I can fly. Chapter 12, Master. This is my husband. At the dawn of the day, Lin Fan woke up from his cultivation. After a night of bitter cultivation, he finally succeeded in cultivating the hidden breath technique. At this moment, he sat cross-legged on the bed, the aura fluctuations on his body rapidly converging. Eventually, from the looks of it, Lin Fan's cultivation level had returned to the 2nd level of chi refining. He slowly opened his eyes and a smile curled up at the corner of his mouth. Whispering to himself, he said, Ruoyue, the girl is here. As expected, a few moments later, the door to the small courtyard was gently pushed open. Bai Ruoyue carried an exquisite food box and walked in with style. Divine sense externalization? What a divine tactic! Lin Fan secretly sighed in his heart. The feeling of this divine sense being externalized was just like having God's perspective on. Your Excellency, it's time to eat. Bai Ruoyue's voice was as clear and pleasant as an oriole. Master gave me this morning and told me to give it to you, and when you finish eating, follow me to meet her. Bai Ruoyue said, handing Lin Fan an extremely delicate and refined jade box. Lin Fan opened it, only to see a small finger-size, dark body, emitting a faint medicinal fragrance of pills placed inside the jade box. Lin Fan frowned. What kind of elixir is this? Did your master say? Bai Ruoyue shook her head. Master said that you'll know when the time comes. Lin Fan blinked, his heart a little puzzled. What was Su Xingyue asking him to go over there for? Didn't she say yesterday that it would take 2 days before she would help someone break through? Could there be a change of plans? After a slight pause he opened his mouth and asked, Little Yue, is there something going on in the mansion lately? Well, Master Ancestor is coming to the residence as a guest today, so the residence has been busy up and down these past 2 days. Bai Ruoyue replied as she took the meal out of the food box. Lin Fan sniffed and revealed a look of understanding. If nothing else, the person Su Xingyue had asked him to help with the breakthrough should be Su Xingyue's master. Bai Ruoyue's master ancestor. He walked over to the dining table and sat down, picking up a bowl of bird's nest congee that was still steaming hot, and opened his mouth to ask, Little Yue, have you seen your master ancestor? Bai Ruoyue shook her head and replied, I haven't seen it, but I've heard master mention that master ancestor is a cultivator of the Acacia sect, and is said to be an expert who is already in the great circle of foundation establishment stage, and is only 1 step away from the Jiedan stage. Lin Fan was shocked in his heart. Only 1 step away from the Jiedan stage? In other words, he was going to help this person break through the bottleneck of the foundation establishment stage and step into the Jiedan stage? Boy! The last time he helped Sume break through the 12th level of chi refining, he directly deducted 50 years of his lifespan. If this breaks through the Jiedan, it is estimated that it will require even more longevity, and I don't know if my small body will be able to withstand it. Lin Fan's heart was reluctant to part with the longevity that he had acquired with great difficulty. And now you're going to consume it all for an old lady you've never met? It feels like a cabbage that you've worked so hard to raise. I'm about to arch someone else's pig, and I don't know if it's fat or thin, old or young. Gongzi, what's wrong with you? Bai Ruoyue asked with concern when she saw Lin Fan's face change color. Lin Fan came back to his senses and forced out a small smile. It's okay, little Yue. I was just wondering what your master ancestor looked like. He, Gongzi, do you also want to see master ancestor? Bai Ruoyue covered her mouth and laughed lightly. Master ancestor is a great beauty. I've heard that she's even more beautiful than master. Oh, Lin Fan raised his eyebrows and muttered in his heart. More beautiful than Su Xingyu? What kind of stunning beauty would that have to be? Still, even if she was pretty, she was an old lady, and he wasn't interested. After eating, Lin Fan followed by Ruoyue and left the small courtyard. The two made their way to Su Xingyue's residence. The vermilion courtyard door slowly opened. Picking up along the green stone steps, the scenery within the compound came into view. The rockery is jagged, with strange stones, between which are dotted with a few verdant ancient pines, adding a bit of seclusion. A clear spring from the top of the wigwam pouring down, making a tinkling sound, into a side of turquoise water pool. In the water pool, a few koi carp swim leisurely, adding a bit of life to this quiet courtyard. A stone slab road meandered through the garden with winding paths. It was many times more elegant than Lin Fan's humble little courtyard. Bai Ruoyue led the way in front, her lotus steps moving lightly, her skirt swaying. Lin Fan followed behind, admiring the chic scenery, secretly feeling in his heart that this Su Xingyue really knew how to enjoy herself. Soon, the two entered the parlor. Inside the house, Su Xingyue was sitting opposite a female cultivator. The woman looked no more than 20 years old, but she exuded an unspeakable mature flavor. She was dressed in a white palace dress that fit her body tightly, outlining her hot figure to the fullest, be-waisted and hip-hugging, with delicate curves, as if it was a work of art carefully carved by the heavens. Every part of it was just right. 1 point more would be fat, 1 point less would be thin. Though the woman looked young, those eyes that at first glance looked churlish, but full of vicissitudes, as if through the world, see through the sadness and happiness of the world. Master, this is my husband, Lin Fan. When Su Xingyue saw Lin Fan come in, she hurriedly got up and introduced him. Good day, Shifu. Bai Ruoyue curtsied nicely, her voice as sweet as an oriole. Lin Fan also hurriedly followed suit and saluted, but his heart was filled with surprise. This is Bai Ruoyue's master ancestor? That's too young. This figure, this look, it's simply more demonic than Su Xingyue, especially those eyes, which seemed clear, but with a hint of seduction. However, on second thought, it is not surprising that people who cultivate immortality have the ability to keep their face. I just don't know how old this master ancestor actually is. It can't be an old demon that's been alive for hundreds of years, can it? Lin Fan muttered in his heart. Late Lin Fan, meet senior. He withdrew his gaze and bowed respectfully. After all, this was Su Xingyu's master, and he himself was nominally considered Su Xingyu's husband, so it was always right to treat him as a junior. Ji Qingyan nodded slightly, the corner of her mouth hooking into a playful smile. She looked Lin Fan up and down, seemingly quite satisfied with his master. Not bad, not bad. First time meeting, this counts as a meeting gift for you. Ji Qingyan nodded. Saying that, her slender jade finger lightly tapped on the storage bag on her waist, and the aura flashed like a dream. A spiritually glittering flying sword appeared in its palm. The flying sword was silver white in color, with a faint cold light flowing through its body, and a brilliant blue gemstone set at the hilt, emitting a compelling cold aura. Ji Qing Evening's white palm gently raised, and the flying swords were as if they were alive. It gently floated to Lin Fan's body and slowly rotated around him, emitting a burst of crisp sword chirps as if it was cheering. For flying swords, Lin Fan didn't know anything about them, but looking at this flying sword, the aura was compelling. The sword aura was powerful. It was no worse than the one Su Xingyu took out that night. It was even better. Lin Fan received it with both hands and realized that at the hilt of this flying sword, there were 2 small characters engraved in seal. Condensed frost. I guess that should be the name of this flying sword. He secretly rejoiced in his heart. This old demon. This master is really generous. Thank you, master. Lin Fan hurriedly bowed and saluted. Su Xingyu looked at the condensed frost sword in Lin Fan's hand. A trace of envy flashed in her eyes. This sword was the flying sword used by her master when she was young, and it was even given to Lin Fan just like this? She raised her mouth and pouted. Master, look at you. This condensed frost sword back then I begged many times. You didn't even bother to give it to me. This time even. There was a hint of petulance in her words, and her eyes looked at Ji Qingnan grudgingly, as if she was a little girl who had been wronged. Chapter 13, you, come out for a breather. Looking at Su Xingyue's performance, this flying sword should be very powerful. Lin Fan secretly assessed in his heart. After all, it was a treasure that could make even Su Xingyue covet it, so he thought that it must not be a mortal item. Ji Qing Evening smiled. She turned her head to look at Su Xingyu. Her voice softened a few points. Good disciple. What about the elixir you said could break the bottleneck? Master, didn't I tell you before? This elixir was passed down from my husband's ancestors, and there are only a few of them. After my mother and I took it, we both broke through immediately. Su Xingyue said in a delicate voice, while she didn't forget to give Lin Fan a wink. Now Lin Fan finally understood why Su Xingyue had asked Bai Ruoyue to bring him an elixir early in the morning. It turned out that this little ninny was trying to use this elixir to cover up his ability to help people break through. A good cover-up. He hurriedly pulled out the exquisite jade box from his bosom and offered it with both hands. Ji Qingwan took the jade box and gently opened it. The snow-white slender fingers pinched up the elixir. Placing it before her eyebrows, she examined it. The tip of her upturned nose sniffed gently, as if she was discerning the ingredients and medicinal properties of the elixir. Ji Qing Evening's nice-looking willow eyebrows slightly knitted up, seemingly a little doubtful. This potion is refined with several common spiritual plants. Can it really help people break through? She had been stuck in the late stage of Foundation Establishment Great Circle for more than 20 years, during which time she had tried countless methods and impacted the bottleneck several times, all of which ended in failure. Ji Qingwan had long been disheartened and had almost given up hope of a breakthrough. However, just 2 days ago, her disciple Su Xingyue, who had already left the master's school for many years, suddenly sent her a message saying that her family had obtained a kind of elixir that could allow people to break through their bottlenecks. This news was like throwing a huge stone on a calm lake, stirring up the long-dormant hope in Ji Qingnan's heart. Therefore, without any hesitation she immediately moved to come. Su Xingyue had thought that her master should arrive 2 days later, but she ignored the urgency of someone who hadn't made a breakthrough in over 20 years. Much less do they understand how great the attraction of the realm of Jiedan is to Foundation Establishment stage cultivators. This Dan was passed down from my family's ancestors. After taking it, you will definitely be able to make a breakthrough, Lin Fan said with conviction, his tone full of confidence. Although Ji Qing Evening's heart was eager to break through, she was still very cautious after so many years of cultivation, only to see her place the elixir in front of her body. Lin Fan was able to feel an extremely powerful fluctuation of divine sense emanating from Ji Qing Evening, like a tidal wave surging towards the elixir. It was thought that this Ji Qing Evening was using her divine sense to scrutinize the elixir and finally determined that there was no problem with the elixir. I hope that this Dan can really allow me to make a smooth breakthrough. I'll take this. If I can really make a smooth breakthrough, I'll give you the same benefits you mentioned in your voice transmission. Ji Qing Evening opened her mouth and said. Lin Fan blinked and muttered in his heart. Emotionally, this Su Xingyue is taking this ability of mine to help people break through and selling it to the outside world in exchange for cultivation resources. No wonder this old demoness gave me such a good flying sword when we met. It's because of this. Ji Qingwan carefully placed the elixir back into the delicate jade box and prepared to put it into her storage bag. Su Xingyu was well aware that although this elixir she had prepared was refined with the finest spiritual materials, it did not have the slightest bit of efficacy to break through the bottleneck. If Ji Qingnan left this way, then this was bound to reveal itself. Now that the Lu family was pressing the Su family, she didn't want to take the risk of exchanging Lin Fan's ability to break through for cultivation resources. But now that the Su family had blocked to a desperate situation, that's why she had come up with this plan, trying to use Lin Fan's ability to break through the bottleneck to help Ji Qingwan break through. Then, he obtained a large amount of cultivation resources from its hands, allowing Su Mei to heal her injuries and at the same time raise some of her cultivation level in order to deal with the Lu family. Now that Ji Qing Evening was leaving, Su Xingyu was a bit desolate. Master, to take this Dan, you still need a medicine guide, otherwise it has no effect, and it's best to take this Dan now. Su Xingyue's large eyes flashed with a hint of cunning. She blinked her eyes and said in a sweet voice, "Oh." When Ji Qingnan heard this, her eyebrows gently raised and a trace of doubt flashed in her eyes. This Dan was passed down from my husband's ancestors. It's simply useless for bystanders to seize it, because if you want to utilize the medicinal effects and break through the bottleneck, you still need to serve the essence blood of my husband's lineage of clansmen together in order to stimulate the medicinal properties, Su Xingyu explained, with a few moments of seriousness in her voice. Lin Fan's eyebrows twitched and he muttered in his heart, "This little ninny, not only do I have to consume my longevity, but now I even have to hitch a ride on a drop of essence blood. I'm not afraid of essence blood, but taking it is going to cut open a wound." But in this situation now, he could only cooperate with his head. "I told you, I did not see anything peculiar about this elixir." A trace of doubt flashed in Ji Qingnan's eyes, but it passed in an instant. She pondered for a moment and slowly said, "In that case, I will take this Dan here." After arriving at the Su family, her divine sense was wide open and she didn't find any danger. And she also carefully examined the pills just now and didn't find anything fishy. However, at the time of breakthrough, it was the most vulnerable time for cultivators, so she didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. One could only see her slender fingers tapping on a storage bag embroidered with delicate cloud patterns, her movements elegant and skillful. With a flash of spiritual light, a snowy white mass suddenly appeared in the originally empty air. Looking closely, it was actually a white fox with a snow-white body, without a single stray hair. as if it was carefully carved from the finest suet jade. It was petite, but it exuded an ineffable aura of spirituality. A pair of watery fox eyes, dripping with curiosity, surveyed the surroundings with a glint of intelligence in their eyes. The tiny nose opened and closed slightly, seeming to catch every nuance in the air. "Ah, you, come out for some air," Ji Qing Evening softly called out. The little fox called Au, hearing her master's voice, immediately gave a joyful cry, her voice as clear and pleasant as a wind chime. With a light leap, it jumped onto Ji Qingnan's shoulder and rubbed her cheek affectionately. Lin Fan only looked at it, and his heart was flabbergasted. The strength of this little fox was definitely not to be underestimated. The aura fluctuations emanating from its body were much stronger than Su Xingyue's, and if they were to compete in secret, I'm afraid that Su Xingyue might not even be a match for it. Apparently, this little fox was Ji Qing Even's spirit pet, and was released by her precisely to protect her. Lin Fan secretly muttered in his heart, "This woman, she is really cautious. Breaking through a small realm, she has to let her spirit pet escort her." Ji Qing even placed the little fox on her legs and gently patted her little head. The white fox then obediently got down and faked sleep. "Borrow your essence blood for a while." Ji Qingnan's voice was cold and carried an unquestionable majesty. Before the words fell, her slender jade hand gently lifted, only to see the air distorted for a while, as if it was torn apart by an invisible force. A semi-transparent wind blade, which took shape in the air haughtily, exuded a stern aura. This wind blade appeared so suddenly that Lin Fan was unable to react in time and could only watch it fly towards him. He was shocked in his heart. This old demon woman will not be to kill and exterminate, right? This wind blade was extremely fast, and he was unable to dodge it at all. Just in the nick of time, the wind blade precisely cut through his fingertips at an extremely tricky angle. A drop of crimson blood, dripping from the wound, emitted a faint smell of blood. Ji Qing Evening's eyes stared as she pinched a spell and levitated the drop of essence blood in front of herself. She then slightly opened those tantalizing red lips and gently sucked on them. The drop of essence blood in the previously refined elixir then slowly floated into her mouth as if pulled by an invisible force. Chapter 14, Aid, Breaking the Jindan. As the elixir entered his mouth, Lin Fan murmured in his heart, "System, help her break through." Ding! Consume 500 years of longevity to help Ji Qing Evening break through the bottleneck of the late stage of foundation establishment. The host has 354 years of life left. Lin Fan looked at the plummeting 500 years of longevity and screamed in his heart. When he had helped Su Mei break through to foundation establishment, he had only deducted 50 years of longevity. At that time, Lin Fan felt that the consumed longevity was a bit much, but unexpectedly, this time Ji Qing Evening broke through from the late foundation establishment stage to the early Jindan stage. "I can't believe it takes 500 years. Wouldn't it take 5,000 years or more for this to be a yuaning further down the line?" Lin Fan didn't dare to imagine. All he wanted to do now was to hurry up and replenish his longevity. Otherwise 300 years of longevity would be gone in a flash. And with the deduction of longevity, Ji Qing Wan only felt a warm current surging up from her dantian, instantly flowing through her limbs and bones. The bottleneck that was originally as solid as a rock, under the impact of this warm current, was actually rapidly disintegrating like spring snow melting. She was ecstatic in her heart, but she tried her best to remain calm on her face. Ji Qingnian felt the mana in her body, like a flood that broke the dike, running wildly. A burst of swelling pain came from the meridians, as if they were about to be split apart. But she knew that this was a sign of a breakthrough and she had to grit her teeth. Fine beads of sweat oozed from Ji Qingnan's forehead and her face turned pale, but her eyes grew brighter and brighter, as if stars were shining in them. She could clearly feel that her divine sense was growing, and her perception of the surrounding heaven and earth was getting sharper and sharper. The divine sense that could only cover 100 feet in a radius had now expanded to as far as 1,000 feet. And it's growing. A faint fluctuation of aura began to appear around Ji Qingyan's body. These aura fluctuations grew stronger and stronger, gradually forming a small aura vortex. At the center of the vortex was none other than Ji Qingyan. It was as if she had transformed into a bottomless pit, crazily devouring the aura around her. With the influx of aura, Ji Qingyan's aura grew stronger and stronger. A gust of wind suddenly blew in the originally calm room. The wind was howling, blowing the tables and chairs and benches shaking, making a crunching sound. The trees outside the window were also blown to the side. The leaves clattered, like a rainstorm. The sky, which was originally clear and cloudless, was now covered in dark clouds. In the clouds, electricity flashed and thundered, as if there were countless thunder dragons rolling around in them. Boom! There was a violent boom as the thunder fell. Lin Fan only felt a huge, invisible force that descended from the sky and ruthlessly pressed down on his body. The force was so great that it was as if it was going to crush his entire being into pieces. The bones in his body made a clicking sound, as if they would break at any time. the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, but also as if by a large invisible hand tightly clenched, so that he could hardly breathe. Is this the pressure of the Jiedan stage? It's truly terrifying. He was appalled. This was still just the unintentional aura that Ji Qing Evening had emitted when she made her breakthrough. If it was her full strength, how terrifying would it be? Lin Fan didn't dare to imagine. Su Xingyue's situation was worse than Lin Fan's. She was closer to Ji Qingyan and endured a greater amount of pressure. Under the terrifying pressure, she directly plopped and fell to her knees. His face was as pale as paper, and a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Mastermind. Su Xingyu lifted her head with difficulty and looked at Ji Qingwan, worry and excitement in her eyes. It was estimated that she was worried about how much longer this great pressure would last, and her excitement should be about Lin Fan's ability to make people break through the Jiedan so smoothly. It was as if soon, she would be able to enter the Jiedan stage like Ji Qingyan, right? Compared to Lin Fan and Su Xingyue's woes, the white-furred fox named Ayu was much more relaxed. A few moments later, Ji Qingyan's eyes snapped open. A brilliant aura burst out from her eyes as if it could pierce through the void. She felt as if she could invoke the aura of heaven and earth when she raised her hands and threw her feet. This feeling, compared to when he was at the foundation establishment stage, was a world of difference. She could clearly feel that the mana within her body had undergone a qualitative change. If the mana of the foundation establishment stage was a trickle, then the mana of the Jindan stage was an ocean, vast and unfathomable. On Ji Qingyan's face, a trace of confusion first flashed, and then, immediately after, it was replaced by ecstasy. She sprang to her feet and looked up to the sky. The whistling sound was like a dragon's roar and a tiger's roar, and it went straight up into the sky. The entire room shivered at the whistling. Ha 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 ha, I, Ji Qing Evening, have finally formed a Dan. Her voice was filled with excitement and thrill, even with a hint of trembling. 20 years. She had been trapped in the foundation stage for a full 20 years. She had thought that she would never, in her life, be able to go any further. I didn't expect that I would actually break through today. It's almost like a dream. Ji Qingyan lowered her head and looked at her hands. Those originally white and delicate hands were currently radiating a faint golden light. She could feel that her physical body, too, had been greatly strengthened. The originally soft skin had become incredibly tough at this moment, as if it was invulnerable to knives and spears. This powerful feeling intoxicated her. Ji Qingyan closed her eyes and took a deep breath. The aura around her madly surged into her body and was quickly refined by her. Her breath, too, became stronger and more stable. Finally, everything calmed down. Ji Qingyan opened her eyes again, and peace had returned to her eyes. The corners of her mouth, however, were always covered with a smile that she couldn't hide. Is this what the Golden Dan stage feels like? She murmured, her voice filled with emotion. As Ji Qing Evening slowly opened her eyes, the suffocating pressure that had enveloped the surroundings quickly receded like a tidal wave. Lin Fan only felt that the 1,000-pound weight on his shoulders instantly disappeared, and his entire body was much more relaxed. He secretly sighed in relief. This old demoness finally succeeded in her breakthrough. Congratulations, Master. Congratulations, Master, for successfully breaking through the bottleneck and advancing to Jiedan. Su Xingyu's face was overflowing with uncontrollable joy, quickly stepping forward and kneeling down in front of Ji Qingwan, her voice filled with excitement and reverence. Xingyu, you've done a good job this time. Master is very satisfied. Ji Qingnan's voice was like a spring breeze, carrying a hint of approval and relief. She paused, as if pondering something, and then continued. This is what was promised to you, so keep it. Before the words fell, Ji Qingyan's not-so-slim waist gently twisted, and the storage bag hanging on her waist flashed with spiritual light. Dozens of delicate jade bottles flew out from them and hovered steadily in the air. Each jade bottle had a small label attached to it, on which the words "Solid Energy Pill" were written in a beautiful script. Lin Fan was secretly surprised in his heart. He had heard Bai Ruoyue mention this Solid Energy Pill, an extremely precious elixir, containing a powerful spiritual qi. It was one of the best elixirs for cultivators below the Jiedan stage to rapidly raise their cultivation level. In addition to the solidifying pills, there were also healing pills as well as a large pile of spirit stones. The spirit stones emitted a faint glow, and the number of them was so large that it looked like there were at least 5,000 or 6,000 of them. Su Xingyue hurriedly stretched out her hands and carefully caught those jade bottles and spirit stones. Many thanks for the reward, Master. Su Xingyue was so excited that her voice trembled a little. Ji Qingyan, however, waved her hand, a hint of disbelief on her face. These things are not worth mentioning compared to my breakthrough to Jiedan, so just take them. Lin Fan watched from the sidelines and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This old demoness, she's really generous. Ji Qing Evening's gaze moved away from Su Xingyu and landed on Lin Fan. She looked him up and down, a flicker of playfulness in her eyes. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile, if anything, as if he was admiring an interesting toy. Little fellow, you've also gotten a lot of credit this time, so this is a reward for you. Chapter 15, Your Excellency, you're so biased. Ji Qingnan raised her hand and her aura flashed. 2 exquisite jade bottles flew steadily towards Lin Fan. Surprisingly, it was 2 bottles of solid pills. Lin Fan took it with both hands. This solidification pill was a rare and good thing for other cultivators, but for him, it was a bit of a chicken rib. After all, it's not like Lin Fan relied on elixir cultivation to raise his cultivation level, but this Dan can buy by Ruoyue. This girl was considered Su Xingyu's eyes. Lin Fan had to find a way to pull some strings, and it would be best to be able to buy her off. He was secretly calculating in his mind. However, his face did not move and he respectfully cupped his fists and said, "Many thanks for the reward, senior. Good disciple. I just made a breakthrough and still need to stabilize my cultivation." Ji Qingnian's voice sounded again. "This house of yours? Just lend it to me for a couple days for now. I'll return it to you after my cultivation is solidified." Su Xingyue hurriedly bowed and responded, "Yes, master. All right, you guys and gals, back off." Ji Qing Evening said faintly. Lin Fan and Su Xingyue, one after the other, exited the room. Inside the room, Ji Qingnian clenched her pink fists. She pounded her chest. Put. She opened her red lips, a pill that flew out of her mouth. It was the very same elixir that she had swallowed earlier. Ji Qingnian frowned. "No complaints, I suspect this girl Xingyu. She was so eager for me to swallow the Dan. I'm worried that there's something wrong with this Dan. Be careful." So I wrapped it in manna, thinking to refine it a little bit, in case there are any problems for to stop in time. I didn't expect this cultivation level to somehow break through before I even started refining it. Doubts filled her mind. The breakthrough came so suddenly and strangely. It seems that this disciple of mine is hiding some amazing secret from me. There's also that husband of his, hiding his cultivation. On the surface, it's only the 2nd level of qi refining, but in reality, it's the 9th level of qi refining. Using the excuse of stabilizing my cultivation and staying here for a while, I'd like to find out how exactly I broke through. Ji Qing Evening secretly thought in her heart. Coming out of the small courtyard, Lin Fan deliberately slowed down his pace and walked side by side with Su Xingyue. He sighed in mock aggravation. "Sister, you're betraying me. Trade my body for your favors." When Su Xingyue heard this, her footsteps slightly lurched and she turned her head to look at Lin Fan. Her flirtatious eyes flashed with a hint of cunning. "Brother, you're saying that, but sister has paid before. More than 500 spirit stones, and a technique that only core disciples of my Su family can cultivate. Isn't that enough?" Her red lips parted lightly, her voice carrying a hint of seduction. Lin Fan smiled awkwardly. "I am naturally honored to be able to help my sister, but this time, helping a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator break through Jindan is just too much of a drain on me. Sister, you don't know. I feel like my body is being emptied right now." As he spoke, he rubbed his back and put on a weak face. When Su Xingyue saw this, a hint of laughter flashed in her eyes. She took out a delicate jade bottle from her storage bag and handed it to Lin Fan. "This is for you, as compensation for you." Lin Fan took the jade bottle and opened it. It contains several crystal clear pills. It's the solidifying pill. It's not really useful to him. He waved his hand in a huff. "Sister, this solid elemental pill can help you cultivate. You'd better keep it for yourself. The higher your cultivation level, the more you can protect me as well, and the safer I will be." He paused, and his words changed. "If you have to give it, you might as well give me some spirit stones." When Su Xingyu heard this, she couldn't help but giggle. She laughed so hard that the fullness of her breasts quivered gently. "Brother, you're adorable. This bottle of solid energy pill can be sold for more than a few hundred spirit stones within the cultivation world. Since you want spirit stones, then I'll give you some more spirit stones." With a flash of spiritual light, a pile of spirit stones appeared in front of Lin Fan. About 100 of them. The price of the solid energy pill was definitely far more than 100 spirit stones, but Lin Fan was trapped in the Su family, and he couldn't exchange this pill for spirit stones at all, so it's still more reliable to trade spirit stones for lifespans. Lin Fan grasped the spirit stone in his hand and carefully slipped it into his bosom. Su Xingyue saw that Lin Fan's way of putting spirit stones into his arms was quite comical. Like a miser, she blinked and said to Bai Ruoyue, who was following the duo. "Ruoyue, wait, you go fetch a storage bag and send it to Gengzi." "Yes, master," Bai Ruoyue responded respectfully, her voice crisp and pleasant. "Well, I have things to do, so you can go back to your place with Ruoyue first." After Su Xingyue finished speaking, her body moved and turned into a spirit light that swept towards the distance, disappearing into the sky in the blink of an eye. A flash of envy flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. His current cultivation level was only a little bit weaker than Su Xingyue's, but he was likewise able to fly through the air. Only in order to hide his cultivation. He could only hide his clumsiness. Lin Fan sighed in his heart. It seems that he still has to raise his cultivation level as soon as possible. He followed by Ruoyue and slowly returned to the small courtyard where he lived. As soon as he entered the courtyard door, he heard a burst of silver bell-like laughter coming from the 6 female amendments, including Sophie and Su Yun, who were gathered around, warbling and making a mess, which was quite lively. During this period of time, apart from cultivation, they would usually get together to play around, which added a few points of life to this cool little courtyard. Seeing Lin Fan come back, they immediately gathered around and asked questions. Gongzi, why did you go outside today? Sophie blinked her big eyes and asked. After all, since they entered the small courtyard, Lin Fan had not gone out once. Your family head's master is here, inviting me over to take a look. Lin Fan didn't have anything to hide and spoke directly. He smiled mysteriously, then fumbled around in his arms for a while. I went out, but I brought you guys something good. Stretch out your hands. When the 6 women heard this, their eyes lit up and they immediately obediently stretched out their white wrists, each with a face full of anticipation. Lin Fan pulled out the 2 delicate jade bottles from his arms and waved them in front of their eyes. Upon seeing the solid energy pill in the jade bottle, the women exclaimed, Your Excellency, this is the solid energy pill. I've only heard of this pill before. I've never seen it before. Su Yun rubbed her hands together excitedly, her beautiful eyes full of surprise. With this solid energy pill, I feel like I should be able to break through into the 6th level of Qi practicing soon. You're so nice. Gongzi. Sophie was even more excited as she jumped up, wrapped her arms around Lin Fan's neck, and gave him a kiss on the cheek. The soft touch made Lin Fan's heart flutter. This girl, she's really getting bold. Lin Fan smiled and poured out the solid energy pill from the jade bottle. This solidification pill's a bottle of 10 pills, a total of 20 pills. 6 women a person 2 pills. After such a round, Lin Fan still had 8 solid elemental pills left in his hand. These 4 grains are for you. The remaining 4 grains will depend on which of you performs well in the future and keep them as a reward. Lin Fan slipped 4 solid energy pills into the hands of Bai Ruoyue, who had been following him around. Gongzi, you're so biased, giving so much to Ruoyue's sister. Chapter 16, What are you thinking, my lord? Bai Ruoyue's heart warmed as she held the solid elemental pill. Master asked me to spy on Gongzi, but Gongzi even disregarded the previous suspicion, and gave me so pills, and after following Gongzi, my cultivation speed has simply grown by leaps and bounds. Facing Lin Fan's favoritism, Bai Ruoyue's heart was filled with gratitude. Her qualifications were poor, and although she was accepted as a disciple by Su Xingyue, she understood that Su Xingyue had accepted her as a disciple solely because of her looks, using her likeness to seek cultivation resources. At the very beginning when Su Xingyue asked her to take care of Lin Fan, there was reluctance in her heart. After all, she had to take care of a mortal, and according to the normal rules, she would be Lin Fan's person from now on. Ask a person who cultivated immortality to commit herself to an ordinary mortal. She was very reluctant at first. Moreover, Su Xingyue had asked her to spy on Lin Fan. She had thought that was all she was going to do with her life. But who would have thought that on the first day of meeting Lin Fan, his cultivation had broken through, and later on, Lin Fan also gave her a large pile of Qi condensation pills to further her cultivation. Now that she had 4 more solid energy pills in her hand, she felt that the 6th level of Qi refining was just around the corner. This kind of cultivation speed was something she wouldn't even dare to think about before, and she could clearly feel that Lin Fan was taking extra care of her. Lin Fan then laughed. Ruoyue takes care of my life daily, and she's also the one who's been with me for the longest time. So naturally, I have to give her some more rewards. Su Fei beamed and pouted. Gongzi, you're being too biased. Could it be that the few of us are no better than Ruoshiyu's sister? Lin Fan laughed and reached out to pinch Sophie's cheeks. Several of you you each have your own good points. You are all the same treasure in my heart. It's just that little Yue, she's introverted and doesn't compete, so I naturally have to take care of her more. Besides, the few of you are either playing around or cultivating all day long. Little Yue takes care of my life and living without fail every day, and the time for cultivation has been greatly reduced. Lin Fan said, his eyes gently looking at Bai Ruoyue. Bai Ruoyue was a little embarrassed by Lin Fan's look. She lowered her head and whispered, Sir, these are all things I should do. Her heart was grateful. She felt like she was dreaming since she came to the male. Alright, all disperse, cultivate well. When your cultivation rises, there will be many rewards. The Su family, Sumei's place of cultivation. Sumei and Su Xingyue sat opposite each other, and on the stone table in the center, an exquisite storage bag was placed. Mother, The cultivation resources given by Master are all here. Sume gently opened her storage bag, only to see more than a dozen bottles of solid energy pills inside, as well as a large pile of spirit stones. So many solid energy pills and spirit stones. Sume's beautiful eyes opened roundly and her breathing became rapid. She stretched out her slightly trembling jade hand and gently picked up a bottle of solid elemental pill and opened the cork. A strong medicinal aroma hit his nose and refreshed his heart. Just by smelling this medicinal scent, she felt the spiritual energy in her body stirring, as if it was about to break out of her body. It's a solidifying elixir. Each one of them was worth its weight in gold. An elixir that countless foundation establishment stage cultivators could only dream of. Sume felt like she was dreaming. Somewhat unreal. In addition to the solidifying pills, there was also that so many spirit stones. With these resources, she was certain that her cultivation would be one level closer in a short period of time. I didn't expect your master to be so generous, giving so many solidity pills, as well as healing pills. With these, not only will I be able to recover from my injuries, my cultivation will also be able to go further, with a certain chance of reaching the middle stage of foundation establishment. Even if we can't reach the middle stage of foundation establishment, it should be enough to deal with the Lu family. A hint of greed flashed in her eyes, her red lips lightly opened, and her voice carried a hint of seduction. You say, if this ability of Lin Fan's is taken out and sold a few more times, then our Su family, won't we be flying high? Su Xingyue was startled when she heard this and hurriedly waved her hand to stop it. Mother, you mustn't think that. One time is already a big risk. If it wasn't for the fact that I wanted you to quickly raise your cultivation, I wouldn't have taken this step. She paused and lowered her voice. This Lin Fan is our fundamental, the secret weapon of our Su family. With him in hand, as long as we have enough time, not to mention Jindan, even yuaning is not a problem. Sume also calmed down after being spoken to by Su Xingyue. She exhaled a deep, cloudy breath, calming her excitement. Is it because mother has been moved by greed, or is it because you have a clear mind? In the future, the Su family will definitely grow stronger under your leadership, and you're already at the 11th level of Qi refining now. Take some of these spirit stones and raise your cultivation to the 12th level of Qi refining as soon as possible, then step into foundation establishment. In that case, our Su family will have 2 foundation establishment. In this Linjiang city, in Lin Fan's small courtyard, the sunlight poured dappled spots of light through the gaps in the leaves. He was lying on a lounge chair in the shade, enjoying a rare moment of peace. Suyan squatted in front of his body, a pair of small, soft, boneless hands gently pounding his legs with just the right amount of force. Lin Fan looked like he was faking a nap, the corners of his mouth slightly upturned, as if he was dreaming of something beautiful, but in reality, he was incredibly agitated and, because of the attribute panel, the number that kept jumping up there. Ding! Ji Qing Evening is practicing cultivation. Cultivation plus 50. Ding! Su Mei is practicing. Cultivation plus 2. Words appear line by line, quickly swiping the screen. Lin Fan was dazzled. At this speed, I feel that in less than 3 days, my cultivation will surpass Su Xingyue's and step into foundation establishment. At that time, the god-locking technique that Su Xingyue planted on me will be able to automate the solution. So this Su family, there should be no one who can keep me. The only troublesome thing is that Ji Qing Evening, an expert of the Jiedan stage, wants to break away from the Su family and will have to wait until she leaves. Lin Fan was silently calculating in his heart. Gongzi, what are you thinking about? You're so happy to be sleeping like this? Seeing a smile on Lin Fan's lips, Suyan stopped pounding Lin Fan's legs and instead stood up and pinched his shoulders. A strand of green silk hung down, carrying a faint orchid fragrance, gently sweeping across Lin Fan's cheeks, as light and itchy as a feather. A wisp of fragrance drilled into his nostrils, a flavor unique to Suyan's body, faint but refreshing. Having such a beautiful sister accompanying my side, I'm happy even in my dreams, Lin Fan said with a smile, but his eyes didn't open as he continued to enjoy Suyan's service. Suyan slowly lowered her head, her red lips close to Lin Fan's ear, her warm breath sprayed on his ear, bringing a tingling sensation. My lord, you net joke, I have not been, for a long night. There was a hint of shyness in her voice. How about tonight? Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes and his gaze fell on Suyan's snow-white neck. She wore a light pink dress today, the neckline slightly open, revealing a piece of delicate skin that glowed seductively under the sunlight. Lin Fan only felt that his throat couldn't help but roll. This woman was messing with his Tao. But, Chapter 17, Building the Foundation, revealed. 3 days, like the passage of a white horse, passed in an instant. Early in the morning, Bai Ruoyue, as usual, carried the exquisite carved mahogany food box with her light steps to Lin Fan's small courtyard. The morning sunlight dappled over her through the cracks in the branches and leaves. She was wearing a light green colored dress today, with several blooming orchids embroidered on the hemline. And as she walked around, there seemed to be a dark fragrance floating around. Bai Ruoyue was in a good mood, and today he had prepared Lin Fan's favorite osmanthus cake, as well as a bowl of steaming hot stomach congee. Crossing the courtyard, Bai Ruoyue's face revealed surprise as she felt a strong fluctuation of spiritual chi coming from Lin Fan's room. This aura fluctuation was different from the past days, like ripples that swept through the air with a hint of agitation. This made her heart tighten. Something won't happen to Gongzi. With that in mind, she took 3 quick steps into the middle of the hall. On weekdays, Lin Fan always likes to stay in bed and never gets up until the sun is up. Almost every time, she came to deliver breakfast and then shouted before Lin Fan would get up, gently pushing open the door of the bedroom, only to see Lin Fan sitting cross-legged on the bed with his eyes tightly closed. Around him, a faint layer of aura was enveloped, which was silky, gentle and dense, constantly lingering and converging around him before slowly surging into his body. His breathing was smooth and long, and with each exhalation, the surrounding aura resonated with it. Between one breath and the next, the aura moved in and out of his body in a regular rhythm. This is, Bai Ruoyue subconsciously covered her small mouth, a pair of beautiful eyes staring round, filled with shock and doubt. Although her cultivation level was not high, as Su Xingyue's disciple, her insights were considered extensive. This sight in front of him was clearly a sign of a breakthrough realm. Gongzi, he's going to break through to the foundation establishment stage? Bai Ruoyue's heart was as if a huge stone had been thrown down, setting off shocking waves. But isn't Duke Chi refining second layer? How did this suddenly step into foundation building? Bai Ruoyue's mind was as confused and puzzled as a mess. She couldn't figure out how exactly Lin Fan did it. A moment later her beautiful eyes widened. Could it be that Gongzi has been hiding his cultivation? Oh no! Master has planted a god-locking technique on Gongzi. Once Gongzi's cultivation surpasses Master's, then Gongzi's divine soul strength will surpass Master's, and the divine locking technique will automatically be lifted off. In other words, the god-locking technique on the Gongzi's body is now ineffective. Bai Ruoyue only felt her little heart thumping. She slapped at her waist, and with a flash of spiritual light in her hand, a delicate folded paper crane appeared in her hand, which was the sound transmission note she used to send a message to Su Xingyu. Master told me to keep an eye on Gongzi, and to report any intentions as soon as they occur. But then she hesitated. In these 3 months, the prince has been extremely kind to me. Not only did he never do anything over the top, he used to tell me funny stories to entertain me, help me raise my cultivation level, and the elixir. Your Excellency has been so kind to me. If I tell the master about this, the Gongzi Bai Ruoyue didn't dare to imagine the consequences. In her heart, it was as if there were 2 villains fighting, one telling her to be loyal to her master's orders, and the other telling her to protect Lin Fan. She was torn between what to do. Just then, Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes. He exhaled a long breath of turbid air, and the light in his eyes flickered as if there were stars coursing through them. Foundation establishment stage. Finally, Lin Fan's heart burst with excitement. Last night, he felt that the reflexive cultivation accumulated in his body was almost enough for him to break through to foundation establishment, so he attempted to break through. All went well, and now he had successfully built his foundation. Suddenly Lin Fan turned his head as if he was aware of something, just in time to meet Bai Ruoyue at eye level. Lin Fan's heart thumped and he screamed that it was not good. It's broken. I thought the breakthrough was just an instant, but I didn't realize that a whole night had passed. He had originally thought that the breakthrough was just a matter of the blink of an eye, but he hadn't expected that it would take a whole night. The sight of his own breakthrough must have been seen by Bai Ruoyue. This was trouble. Ruoyue, you have seen it all? Lin Fan asked tentatively, his voice calm. Bai Ruoyue returned to her senses and nodded gently, like a well-behaved kitten. Little Yuer, what are you going to do? Lin Fan opened his mouth and asked, his voice low. Bai Ruoyue bit her lip and said, Gongzi, I don't want anything to happen to you, but master told me to. Your master asked you to spy on me, to inform her of my every move. All of it, right? Lin Fan slowly got down from the bed, his movements unusually calm, as if everything was under control. But in reality, Lin Fan was also flustered inside. After all, it happened suddenly. He had to find a way to stabilize Bai Ruoyue. Bai Ruoyue nodded and didn't say anything. She just quietly looked at Lin Fan, her eyes filled with complex emotions. Lin Fan slowly walked into the hall, sat down at the somewhat old dining table. His fingers gently knocked on the table, making a duck-duck sound. Breakfast first. His voice, calm without a ripple. Bai Ruoyue didn't expect Lin Fan to be so calm, as if everything was under his control. She froze for a moment, then took out the breakfasts as Lin Fan said and placed them on the table one by one. Lin Fan scooped a spoonful of porridge into his mouth and savored it. With my current strength, your master is no match for me. Even if your master's mother, Su Mei, comes, she can't help me. He swallowed the porridge in his mouth and continued. And you know about my ability to help people break through. With this ability alone, it's master who can't do anything to me. So you go snitching, which ultimately leads to us getting into a fight, and then me leaving Su's house. He raised his head and looked at Bai Ruoyue with a hint of seriousness in his eyes. But if you pretend you didn't see anything, when I leave the Su family, I can consider taking you with me. Hearing Lin Fan say this, a hint of hesitation and struggle flashed through Bai Siye's large eyes that were as clear as autumn water. Sir, are you really willing to take me away? Lin Fan nodded. It was not true that Bai Ruoyue was nominally Su Xingyue's disciple, but her qualifications were too poor. The only thing that stood out was her looks, and there was no need to say what this kind of disciple was accepted for. Bai Ruoyue definitely wants to get rid of this status as well. When I take you away, then if you want to follow me, I'll take you then, and if you want to leave, I won't keep you. Gongzi, there is one last thing. I know that the master put you under the god-locking technique is her bad, but, can you promise me not to hurt her? Chapter 18, Husband, help me out. Lin Fan looked at Bai Ruoyue, and a complex emotion flashed in his eyes. He knew that Bai Ruoyue, this little girl, was still emotionally attached, and although Su Xingyue had taken her as a disciple, even though there was an element of utilization, there was still a teacher-disciple bond. Bai Ruoyue hoped that Lin Fan wouldn't hurt Su Xingyue, which made sense. However, Bai Ruoyue said so, which meant that she had agreed to Lin Fan's conditions. Drinking the bowl of porridge clean, little Yuer, don't worry, I promise you that I won't harm her life. Anyway, it just said that they wouldn't harm her life. But getting a good revenge on Su Xingyu was still something that needed to be done. After all, it was an indisputable fact that Lin Fan had been imprisoned by her. Gongzi, thank you, Bai Ruoyue said softly, her face showing gratitude. This porridge is good, have another bowl. Bai Ruoyue obediently served kanji for Lin Fan. Sir, what are your next plans? After I consolidate my cultivation a bit more, I'll be ready to leave the Su family. Lin Fan had only just made a breakthrough, and the Su family still had Ji Qing Evening, an expert at the Jiedan stage. He didn't want to make a mistake, and decided to be in Gowang, and then leave Su's house. Inside Su Xingyu's residence, Ji Qing sat cross-legged. She slowly opened those gorgeous eyes, the corners of her rosy mouth rising slightly. Interesting, in just 3 days' time, from the 9th level of Qi refining, he directly broke through and stepped into the foundation establishment stage. This kind of cultivation talent is not found in the entire Acacia sect, not to mention the entire Acacia sect, even in the entire 3 clans and 2 sects, and the entire Chu kingdom. If only we could take him under our wing. An excited smile came on Ji Qingnan's face. Ever since that day's breakthrough, her divine sense was wide open, enveloping the entire Su family. She secretly observed Lin Fan and Su Xingyue, wanting to find the secret of the Su family that would allow her to make an inexplicable breakthrough. Just a short while ago, aura fluctuations suddenly emanated from Lin Fan's room. She wouldn't have noticed if it was on a normal day, but Ji Qingnan, who had been observing the Su family's movements, instantly realized something was wrong. Under the shroud of his divine sense, Lin Fan made a breakthrough and was naturally crashed through. And after my observation over the past 2 days, this Lin Fan is ostensibly my disciple's husband, but he is imprisoned in the small courtyard and unable to go out. It's just that my foolish disciple doesn't know right now that this Lin Fan's cultivation has long surpassed hers. Ji Qing Evening smiled playfully, her eyes revealing a sophisticated expression. Interesting, only, I've been staying in this Su family. This Lin Fan will probably be jealous of my existence. Another little half-month passed by. As night fell, moonlight sprinkled down like water in the Su family's small courtyard. Lin Fan flopped down on his well-designed massage bed. Sophie sat on her knees behind Lin Fan, her slender and snow-white hands, gently applying essential oils, slowly tracing over Lin Fan's broad back. Well, Lin Fan hummed comfortably. Little Fair, this technique of yours is getting more skillful. Not bad, not bad. Gonzi, I still have the last solid energy pill left on me, so I'll reward you in a moment. Lin Fan's voice carried a hint of lethargy and contentment. Previously, he had 4 solid energy pills in his hand, and the last time Su Yun came to him at night to help him get rid of his loneliness, Lin Fan rewarded her with 1. Another one was given to a maid named Su Shallow, who played her instrument extremely well, making Lin Fan very satisfied. Hearing Lin Fan say that, a delighted smile appeared on Sophie's face. Thank you, sir, my lord. During this time my cultivation has progressed at a rapid pace, and I've even practiced 2 small spells. Oh, Lin Fan immediately became interested. What spells? Cold ice technique and fire wind technique. And for these two kinds of techniques, control extremely well, is a very good use of two kinds of techniques in dual cultivation techniques. There was a hint of smugness in Sophie's voice. Lin Fan's eyes lit up. This cultivation version of ice and fire, he really wanted to try it. Just as Lin Fan was thinking about it, he suddenly sighed. I'm afraid I can't tonight. Some other time. Sophie still wanted to ask why, but she heard the courtyard door being gently pushed open, and a light footstep came. My lord, the head of the family is here. Su Yun's voice sounded outside the door. A flicker of panic flashed across Sophie's face. She hurriedly straightened her somewhat disheveled clothing, and then in a flash, she left the massage bed and stood beside it in a well-behaved manner. Lin Fan didn't raise his head. Keep pressing. But Sophie was a little nervous. Crunch. The door to the room was gently pushed open. Su Xingyu walked in, and she couldn't help but frown when she saw this scene in the room. She gave Sophie a wink, like a mouse seeing a cat. Sophie obediently left from the room, and closed the door in the process. Husband can be quite enjoyable. Su Xingyue's voice resounded in the room with a hint of rancor and teasing. Lin Fan was still lying on his back on the massage bed, not raising his head. He lazily responded, Sister, let me stay alone every day. I have this long night and sleep alone. It is really too boring. So, I can only find some fun to pass the time. Besides, if my sister doesn't come, I'll have to ask the little Fey girls to massage me and loosen my muscles. Otherwise this body is going to rust. He purposely bit the word rusty extremely heavily, implying that Su Xingyu had left him out in the cold. Su Xingyu naturally heard the dissatisfaction and hints in Lin Fan's words. She came forward and gently took Sophie's place, placing her hands on Lin Fan's broad back and continuing to massage him. She bent down and came to Lin Fan's ear, exhaling her breath like orchids. I haven't been busy cultivating, but I haven't forgotten about my husband. Recently the people below have selected a group of excellent-looking maids from Linjiang City. All of them are first-class beauty embryos, with shapely bodies and snowy skin. When I've personally tempered it, I'll send it over to husband, and I'll make sure you're satisfied. Su Xingyu said with a smile. The force in her hand was moderate. The weight was just right, making Lin Fan quite happy. How can a maid be as flavorful as sister? I would like sister to come and keep me company more often. Lin Fan said flirtatiously. Su Xingyu's selection of suitable maids from Linjiang City. This matter was definitely true. She wanted to trap Lin Fan in the Su family and had to let him live comfortably. So naturally she had to think of some ways to make him happy. Didn't I come to see you? Su Xingyu's fingers intensified a bit. Lin Fan teared up and said, I see that my sister's cultivation has refined quite a bit again. So this is coming over to mainly see me, and then on the way, let me help my sister break through. Right. Su Xingyu, 1949. PRC politician. Prime Minister 2007 to 2010. In the past half a month, I've taken quite a few pills and received some guidance from my master. So my cultivation has grown relatively fast. Su Xingyue didn't hide it and directly said, now it's already at the 11th level of Qi cultivation consummation. Just one step short of breaking through to the 12th level of Qi cultivation. This time, I came here precisely because I want husband to assist me and help me break through into the 12th level of Qi practicing. When husband helps me break through, I'll definitely repay him properly. Chapter 19, Punish. Punish hard. Su Xingyue's voice carried an undisguised excitement, and her eyes flashed with a vision of the future. The 12th level of Qi cultivation. That was the final threshold to foundation establishment. No matter how powerful the Qi practicing stage is, it is still a mortal body with a lifespan of only 100 years. The foundation establishment stage is different. That is truly stepping into the door of immortal cultivation. The lifespan is doubled, and the strength is even more heavenly. Then how does sister want to repay me? Lin Fan opened his mouth and asked, a hint of playfulness in his voice. Spirit stones? Lin Fan shook his head. Spirit stones for sure, but I want something else. Oh? Su Xingyu raised her eyebrows and looked at him with interest. Lin Fan rolled over and sat up from the massage bed with a bad smile. Let's talk about it after helping sister make a breakthrough in a while. Saying that, he put one hand on Su Xingyue's shoulder and moved his mind. System, help her break through. Ding. Consuming 12 years of lifespan to help Su Xingyue break through the bottleneck of the 11th level of Qi cultivation. The host has 442 years of life left. After helping Ji Qing Evening make a breakthrough last time, Lin Fan only had 354 years of longevity left, and then Su Xingyu gave Lin Fan another 100 spirit stones to replenish to the current figure. With the deduction of her longevity, Su Xingyue felt the familiar sensation of a breakthrough, and she showed a joyful expression as she felt the rush of spiritual energy in her body, her cultivation level climbing up. However, after the breakthrough was completed, Su Xingyue realized that Lin Fan's hand was still on her shoulder, which made her frown. Since sister has successfully broken through, let's stay tonight. Lin Fan approached Su Xingyu and wrapped his arms around her unmanageable slender waist. Su Xingyu frowned. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in her eyes. Her snow-white slender palm violently slapped at Lin Fan. The palm wind was harsh and carried the sound of breaking air. You, wanton. This palm of hers was wrapped in the spiritual energy of the 12th level of Qi practicing, and it was extremely fast, heading straight for Lin Fan's chest, and the popping sound of spiritual energy friction was faintly heard in the air. Within the dimly lit room, the light and shadow brought up by this palm flickered like a ghost, causing one's heart to palpitate. However, Lin Fan only smiled gently, the corner of his mouth hooked up in a playful arc, his other hand probed out like lightning, and afterward, he accurately grabbed Su Xingyu's wrist. Su Xingyu only felt a huge force coming from her, as if she was clamped in an iron vice. She unexpectedly could not move. She was shocked in her heart. Why was this kid so strong? She was at the 12th level of Qi cultivation, and with her full strength, she was so easily defused by him? Before she could react, Lin Fan pulled violently, and Su Xingyu stumbled, her delicate body leaning forward uncontrollably. Her entire body fell into his arms, and the faint masculine scent of Lin Fan's body lingered on the tip of her nose, causing her heart to beat a few points faster. Su Xingyu was shocked and angry in her heart. She struggled desperately, her spirit power working frantically in her body, wanting to break free from Lin Fan's bonds. However, Lin Fan's arm was like a steel hoop. No matter how much she struggled, she could not shake it in the slightest. Lin Fan smoothly pressed her against the wall in a standard wallop. With a bang, Su Xingyu's back hit the cold wall with a dull thud. A hint of madness flashed in her eyes, and the spiritual energy in her body erupted like a volcano, fiercely pressing down on Lin Fan. Lin Fan's eyes flinched, and the Foundation Establishment stage spiritual energy in his body instantly erupted, surging out like a flood that broke the dike, instantly suppressing Su Xingyu's spiritual energy back. His hands came out in unison, like butterflies piercing through flowers, slicing through a trail of residual shadows in front of Su Xingyu. Each strike was precisely placed on Su Xingyu's acupoints, sealing her spiritual energy operation. Su Xingyu only felt a stagnation of spiritual energy in her body, as if she had been drained. Her body was limp and she could no longer lift an ounce of strength. Lin Fan pressed Su Xingyu against the wall, feeling the softness of her petite body and smelling the faint fragrance of her body. His heart couldn't help but swirl. He lowered his head and came to Su Xingyu's ear, whispering, "Sister, you lost." His voice was low and magnetic, with a hint of teasing, a hint of smugness, and a hint of longing. Su Xingyu's face was pale, her lips pursed, her eyes filled with unwillingness and anger. But more than that, it was fear. At this moment, Su Xingyu was confused. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Lin Fan in front of her. Those eyes that were originally full of charm were now written with shock and doubt, as if they had seen something incredible. Her delicate face had a stiff expression, and her rosy lips were slightly open, but she could not make any sound. It was a while before she came back to her senses, her voice carrying a hint of trembling. "Not quite sure," she asked. "You have built a foundation?" Lin Fan nodded undeniably, the corner of his mouth hooked into a playful smile. "I made a breakthrough more than half a month ago." Boom! Su Xingyu only felt a roar in her head, as if a thunderbolt had struck down, splitting her on the outside. She stood frozen in place, her eyes vacant. How is that possible? How is this possible? She stared at Lin Fan with a deadly stare, as if she wanted to see through him. "How did you do it?" Only after a long time did Su Xingyu open her mouth and ask. The corner of Lin Fan's mouth hooked into an evil smile as he fiercely exerted his strength and picked Su Xingyu up by the waist. Su Xingyu exclaimed in shock and subconsciously wrapped her arms around Lin Fan's neck. "What are you going to do?" Su Xingyu's voice carried a hint of trembling. Lin Fan didn't reply. He just hugged her and took big strides towards the bed. He gently placed Su Xingyu on the bed, and the soft mattress caused Su Xingyu to tremble slightly. 1 hour later, calm was restored to the room, with only ragged gasps echoing through the air. Lin Fan got up from the bed and looked at Su Xingyu, who was lying on the bed with a flushed face and mesmerized eyes, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a satisfied smile. He had just punished this woman severely. Su Xingyu forced herself to sit up. She felt sore all over as if she had been run over by a carriage. She gritted her teeth and glared at Lin Fan, her eyes filled with anger and unwillingness. "How did you break through?" Su Xingyu's voice was hoarse with a hint of trembling. She couldn't figure out how a waste with 5 spirit roots could cultivate so fast. Lin Fan smiled. Of course he couldn't tell Su Xingyu the secret of the system. He walked to the edge of the bed and gently stroked Su Xingyu's cheeks as he said gently, "Sister, when we had our wedding night, I told you that I'm a desolate ancient saint physique, and this physique cultivates extremely fast." Su Xingyu sighed. She originally thought that she could control Lin Fan and make him a tool for her breakthrough. But now, she had become Lin Fan's prisoner, and her life and death were in Lin Fan's hands. You don't have to be nervous. One day as a couple, I won't take your life. Seeing Su Xingyue's nervous face, Lin Fan added another sentence. But, Chapter 20, Husband, stay. Hearing the word but, Su Xingyue's heart snapped into her throat, her beautiful eyes staring at Lin Fan, eagerly asking, but how? Lin Fan sighed, a forlorn look appearing on his face. However, I will leave the Su family. Yes, she had captured Lin Fan into the Su family, originally wanting to drain his Yuan Yang and use it to make a breakthrough, but she didn't expect that it would help her make a breakthrough. And then she planted the God-locking technique on Lin Fan, and also imprisoned him so that anyone would leave. It's good enough not to be viciously retaliated against. Now Su Xingyue had lost her absolute control over Lin Fan, but she knew how important Lin Fan was, and losing him would make the immortal path slim. Thinking of this, Su Xingyu pretended to be soft and bit her red lips, her eyes slightly red. Can you not go? Lin Fan opened his mouth and wanted to refuse. Su Xingyue, however, jumped the gun. Do you know anything about the cultivation world? Do you know how many masters are out there? Do you know how dangerous it is out there? The weak are the strong, and killing for treasure is a family affair. And where are you going? You have nothing. It won't do you any good if you leave the Su family now. She said it in one breath, speaking so fast that it seemed like a barrage of words. Lin Fan was silent. He had to admit that what Su Xingyue said was the truth. It would be better for you to stay in the Su clan. I've already been planted with the God-locking technique by you and won't pose any threat to you. And you stepped into the foundation establishment stage half a month ago. And you're only making your move now because you're waiting for my master to leave, aren't you? I think that with your current cultivation level, no one in the entire Su family, including my mother, should be able to keep you. Lin Fan blinked. This Su Xingyue was really intelligent. It was indeed as she said. After he broke through into foundation establishment, he didn't make a move. For one thing, Ji Qing Evening was there, and for another, he wasn't sure how to deal with Su Mei. And 2 days ago, Ji Qingwan had already left the Su family, and after this half a month of enhancement, Lin Fan's cultivation had long since stabilized, and it had risen a great deal more. Although he hadn't stepped into the middle stage of foundation establishment yet, it wasn't far off. Even if he fought with that Su Mei, even if he couldn't defeat the other party, but if he wanted to leave, it was expected that the other party wouldn't be able to keep him. So, if you stay, no one will be able to threaten you, and I will obediently submit to you, and you will be able to use the entire Su family's cultivation as you please. In exchange, you help me break through my bottleneck. Honestly, Lin Fan was very moved, and now he had nowhere else to go even if he left the Su family. His knowledge of the cultivation world was almost blank. It would be better to stay in the Su family and develop slowly. Seeing Lin Fan's intention, Su Xingyue stretched out her hands and hooked Lin Fan's neck from behind. Husband, just stay. I will definitely serve you well in the future. Su Xingyu's tone was full of temptation. Fine, then I'll stay. Lin Fan agreed on the surface. In his heart, he was secretly calculating. Let's lie to her for a while, and then leave immediately when we have scavenged enough cultivation resources. This Su Xingyue has a treacherous mind. It's hard to end up with a tiger. I don't know when I'll accidentally fall into this woman's hands. So he still planned to leave. And according to Lin Fan's original plan, it was to scavenge the Su family's cultivation resources after capturing Su Xingyue, the Su family's family head, then stay away from Linjiang City. The reason why he opened his mouth to agree to Su Xingyue now was purely to facilitate seeking the cultivation resources of the Su family. Su Xingyue imprisoned him in this small courtyard and used his ability to break through his bottleneck. It's reasonable to take some of their family's cultivation resources, right? Husband, you promised. It's great. Su Xingyue hooked her hands around Lin Fan's neck from behind, her cheek leaning on Lin Fan's back like a good little daughter-in-law. What you just said. I can use the Su family's cultivation resources. Lin Fan grabbed Su Xingyu's soft little hand and said, what resources you want? I'll get them for you tomorrow. It's getting late. Let's rest. The next day, Bai Ruoyue and the 6 people in Lin Fan's courtyard dutifully stood guard at the front door of the hall. It wasn't until the sun was up that Lin Fan and Su Xingyu slowly walked out of the room. Ahem. Lin Fan came out of the bedroom and saw that all the girls were standing outside the hall in a well-behaved manner. He coughed dryly and cleared his throat. From now on, this small courtyard is unblocked, so you can come and go as you please. He paused, swept his gaze over a few women, and continued, but, about me having the boundary-breaking Dan, you guys can't say anything. Lin Fan helped Sophie, Su Yun and the others to break through by using his own hand-rubbed realm-breaking pill to help them. Now that Lin Fan had planted the god-locking technique on Su Xingyu, He could now freely enter and exit the Su family, but the matter about him being able to help people break through could not be spread. Otherwise, he had just gotten rid of Su Xingyu, and he might be targeted by someone again. This was not the outcome he wanted. Hearing Lin Fan say this, the several women looked at each other. A hint of surprise flashed in their eyes, which was then replaced by ecstasy. Although their cultivation progressed rapidly by Lin Fan's side, it was really suffocating to be locked up in this small courtyard. Now that we are finally free to go in and out, this is just great news. Gongzi, then we will still be in the future, Suyun wanted to say, her eyes full of anticipation. Lin Fan waved his hand and interrupted. You guys will just still live in this small courtyard normally. Great. Thank you, sir. Suyun hurriedly saluted, an excited smile spreading across his face. They can come and go freely and live in this small courtyard, which means that they can still get the realm-breaking pill from Lin Fan to use for breakthroughs in the future. It's a double whammy. Bai Ruoyue looked at Su Xingyue and then at Lin Fan, her expression filled with entanglement and uneasiness. She was aware of the whole story, and it was obvious that Lin Fan was now free from Su Xingyu's control. Husband, Ruoyue, this girl, if you use it, I'll be in the process of replacing it with another. For you. Su Xingyue sensed Bai Ruoyue's abnormality and opened her mouth. Her words were clearly telling Lin Fan that this little girl was the eyes I planted before, but now she doesn't need it anymore. Lin Fan, however, waved his hand. It's better to let her follow me. Su Xingyue nodded and didn't say anything else. Go, husband, I'll now take you to see my Su family's treasure trove, and you can pick whatever cultivation resources you want from it. Su Xingyue took the initiative to take Lin Fan's arm and said intimately, Go! A glint flashed in Lin Fan's eyes and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Su Shallow, as a maid in Lin Fan's small courtyard, been locked up for over 3 months and now I'm finally out. She ran forward along a path, light on her feet. I wonder how Brother Chen is doing. At first, he and I agreed to be a double cultivation couple, but it turned out that we stayed in Gongzi's courtyard. Although we owe him, we can use Gongzi's realm-breaking Dan to compensate him in the future. With that in mind, a figure suddenly appeared in front of her, blocking her path. You are? Only to see a 20-something-year-old, innocent-looking, but quite hot female cultivator standing in front of him. If Su Xingyu was here, she would definitely be able to recognize at a glance that this person was Ji Qing Evening, who had already left 2 days ago. This woman returned quietly, obviously with ulterior motives, only to see the corners of Ji Qing Wan's mouth smiling, her fingers gently pointing. Su Xiang's body softened, directly fainted. Chapter 21, Gathering, the Su family mother and daughter. Lin Fan followed Su Xingyue to the treasury of the Su family. The treasury was not as gilded as he had imagined, but instead looked somewhat plain. One might even say, a little shabby. The 4 walls are made of lapis lazuli, neat and clean, without excessive decoration. Rows and rows of wooden shelves were neatly arranged, with all sorts of cultivation resources on them, but there aren't too many of them, and you can see the head at a glance. Most of them were low-grade spirit grasses that emitted weak aura fluctuations. Lin Fan casually swept a glance and recognized several common qi refining stage herbs. For example, clear heart herb, blood-curdling vine, yellow essence of qi. These were all basic materials for refining low-rank pills, and were still useful for qi refining stage cultivators. In addition to the spirit grasses, there were also some xian fei ores, dark in color, lying quietly on the wooden shelves. Lin Fan walked forward and picked up a piece and weighed it. The portion size is okay, but the quality is only average. It was barely enough to refine some low-ranked magic weapons. On the other side of the wooden shelf, several porcelain vases were set up. It contained some qi condensation pills, not a large amount. Lin Fan was a little disappointed. He had thought that the Su family's treasure trove would bring him some surprises, but he hadn't expected this sight. Husband, I've made you laugh. The Su family is just a small family, and Mother's previous impact on Foundation establishment consumed most of the clan's cultivation resources. Then there was going off the deep end and getting hurt, and there was a lot of exertion to heal her. That's why there aren't many cultivation resources stored first. Lin Fan sighed secretly in his heart. He had wanted to get some cultivation resources or spirit stones in the treasury of the Su family and save them for later. Now it looks like that plan is pretty much going down the drain. What does husband want? Su Xingyue opened her mouth to ask when she saw Lin Fan's face showing disappointment. Of course it's spirit stones. Lin Fan spread his hands. Su Xingyue led Lin Fan to a wooden box in front of the treasure trove. In fact, as early as a year ago, there were still a lot of spirit stones and cultivation resources in this treasure trove. It's just that a lot of the Su family's territory has been encroached upon by the rival Lu family, resulting in a sharp decrease in income. And my mother's breakthrough to Foundation establishment has also consumed a large amount of cultivation resources. And of course there's me. I've also been cultivating like crazy lately, and I've been consuming a lot of resources. Otherwise, you would also make a deal with my master, using your ability to help her raise her cultivation in exchange for cultivation resources, she said as she opened the wooden box in front of her. Lin Fan's eyes lit up, only to see that there were small half boxes of spirit stones of different colors in the wooden box. There is a total of less than 2,000 spirit stones left here. It is what my Su family disciples will need for their future cultivation. Husband, if you really need it, feel free to take it. Su Xingyu's tone carried a hint of reluctance. Lin Fan could hear the meaning of Su Xingyu's words, which is not to say that their Su family is relatively poor right now, and if these spirit stones are taken away, the Su family disciples may not have spirit stones for their future cultivation. But Lin Fan pretended not to understand, and with a wave of his hand and a flash of spiritual light, these spirit stones quickly shrunk, like a stream of water, and flew into the storage bag on Lin Fan's waist. He didn't have any feelings for the Su family, and it was Su Xingyue's compensation for imprisoning him. Therefore, Lin Fan didn't have the slightest psychological burden when he took it. He didn't believe that Su Xingyue and Su Mei didn't have spirit stones on them anymore. Surely they still had a large amount of spirit stones on them. These chi condensation These chi condensation pills, it just so happens that I need them as well. Without waiting for Su Xingyu to speak, Lin Fan directly put away all the remaining bottles of chi condensation pills on the shelf as well. Lin Fan had promised to take Bai Ruoyue with him when he left the Su family. Bai Ruoyue's qualifications were bad, but she was in short supply of pills. These chi condensation pills just fit the bill. Lin Fan was secretly calculating in his heart, but his face did not move. Su Xingyue was a bit distressed, but she couldn't open her mouth. Lin Fan took another turn in the treasure trove. This Su family was indeed poor, and almost everything he could take was allowed to go by the wayside. Just as he was about to leave, an aura suddenly flew over. Wrapped in the aura was a delicate paper crane, emitting a faint aura fluctuation. Su Xingyu reached out and the paper crane landed lightly in her palm. A faint light flickered on the paper crane, and Su Mei's voice came out from it. Come to me quickly, there are important matters to discuss. There was a hint of urgency in his voice. Lin Fan waved his hand. Go ahead, don't mind me. Su Xingyue bit her red lips and looked at Lin Fan with complicated eyes. You are now the absolute core of the Su family. Follow me. Obviously Su Xingyu was pulling Lin Fan in, wanting him to be completely tied to the Su family's chariot. Ahem. Or forget it. The moment Lin Fan thought about the absolute core of the Su family, which was definitely only the Su mother and daughter, and having to get together with them, he had a headache. There are some things that are in the past, so you might as well follow me. Su Xingyue directly took Lin Fan's hand and walked towards Su Mei's place of cultivation. Lin Fan had no choice but to follow. Su Mei's place of cultivation was still the same. Not much changed from the last time Lin Fan came. Seeing Su Mei again, this woman had an extra trace of a dusty aura because she had stepped into the foundation establishment stage. The whole person looked charming and immortal, as if she was a fairy who didn't eat earthly fire. Su Mei's gaze swept back and forth between Su Xingyue and Lin Fan. Her charming eyes filled with inquiries. Su Xingyue opened her mouth, but she didn't know how to explain. However, Lin Fan's mind moved and the aura on his body began to fluctuate violently. A few moments later, the aura on his body turned into that of an early-stage foundation establishment, and it was even stronger than Su Mei who had just broken through. Su Mei's pupils contracted violently, and an expression of disbelief appeared on her face. Her cherry mouth was slightly open and her red lips trembled lightly. Those originally charming and moving eyes were now staring round, filled with shock and doubt. Moreover, looking at this aura fluctuation, it was quite a bit stronger than her. How is that possible? You know, she had used up a lot of the family's resources to barely break through this. Su Mei couldn't say a word in half a day. She was aware that Su Xingyue had planted the godlocking technique on Lin Fan's body. Now Lin Fan's cultivation at this foundation establishment stage, which meant that the godlocking technique on Lin Fan had long been lifted, and she wasn't confident that she could keep Lin Fan. Mother, my husband and I have already discussed it. In the future, I won't be restricting his freedom, and I will fully support him in whatever he needs, while my husband will also stay in the Su family. Su Xingyu explained. Hearing this, Su Mei let out a long breath, her taut nerves finally relaxing. Her biggest worry was that Lin Fan would leave the Su family. One must know that Lin Fan was related to the future immortal path of the three of them, mother and daughter. If Lin Fan walked away, then their hopes would be completely dashed. Now it's good that Lin Fan is willing to stay. Then their future must be bright and the road is promising. What happened before? It was my Su family that did something wrong. I hope that your son-in-law will not take it to heart. Su Mei smiled sweetly and spoke. Mother, what happened when you called me here in such a hurry? Just then, there was a rush of footsteps outside. Immediately after, Su Xingyu's figure appeared in the doorway. As soon as she entered, she saw Lin Fan standing beside Su Xingyu. Su Xingyu's pretty face turned red with a swish. She remembered the last time she had impersonated Su Xingyu to go to Lin Fan's residence. That time, she had suffered a big loss and was taken advantage of by Lin Fan. Now that she had seen Lin Fan again, she only felt her heart beating faster, like a deer was banging around. That delicate little face, too, became hot. Chapter 22, Boy, are they being watched? In the room, the atmosphere became a little weird for a while. Su Xingyu and Su Mei exchanged a glance, and their gazes coincidentally landed on Su Xingyu's flushed face. Lin Fan stood aside. Although his heart was a bit weak, he knew that he could only pretend that nothing had happened now. Su Xingyu was a little embarrassed by her mother and sister looking at her. She hurriedly changed the topic to break the awkward silence. Mother, you're in such a hurry to find us here. Is there something urgent? Su Mei sighed and her gaze fell on Lin Fan. Then without avoiding him he opened his mouth and said, the Lu family suddenly attacked our family's Xian Iron Mine cave yesterday. Lin Fan didn't know much about the Su family. It was just that he had heard Su Xingyu mention a word in the Su family's treasure trove before, and it seemed that the Su family had been targeted by the Lu family and had lost quite a few of their industries. The Su family has quite a few industries in the Linjiang zone, the most important of which is this Xian Iron Mine. Although this vein is not considered a rich mine, the Xian iron produced is a necessary material for refining magic weapons, and most of the Su family's economic resources come from this vein. Su Xingyu explained to Lin Fan. The importance of the Xian iron mining cave to the Su family was self-evident. That was the most important economic lifeline of the Su family, the source of cultivation resources for the family's children. Losing this mine meant that the Su family would face a huge crisis. Mother, sister, so what now? Su Xingyu asked somewhat nervously. If it were before, we would indeed be a bit overwhelmed dealing with the Lu family, but mother has already built her foundation, and I obtained quite a few pills and spirit stones from my master before, so now mother is already in the early stage of foundation building consummation. Now all that is needed is for husband to make a move to raise mother's cultivation to the middle stage of foundation establishment, plus husband's cultivation at the early stage of foundation establishment. The Lu family only has the Lu family head who is at the early stage of foundation establishment. With our strength, dealing with the Lu family will be easy. Not only do we want to take back the Xian iron mine, but we also want to take back all that the Lu family took from us before. A cold aura flashed through Su Xingyu's eyes. Lin Fan had originally only planned to stay in the Su family for a few more days to seek some favors before he was ready to go far away. The three Su family mothers and daughters looked very trusting of him now, but Lin Fan still felt that it was better for him to be careful. So now he pretended. Since the family is in trouble, as the son-in-law of the Su family, I naturally can't just stand by and watch. My husband has such a heart, and my concubine is very pleased, but to deal with the Lu family, we still mainly rely on mother. Husband only needs to press the battlefield for mother from the side, and it will also save husband from getting involved in danger. Su Xingyu saw Lin Fan agree to step in and said happily with a smile on her face, what Xingyu said is right. Although your aunt is strong, she has no real battle experience, so she only needs to press the battlefield for me. Su Mei echoed. And it's not too late. We have to act as soon as possible. Su Mei added another sentence. Su Xingyu pondered for a moment before saying, tomorrow, I'll gather the clan's children, and we'll set out at night for a surprise attack on the Lu family. The room tensed up. Su Mei and Su Xingyu both nodded, clearly agreeing with this plan. Lin Fan still maintained that calm demeanor, but in his heart, he was calculating how to get out of this storm in one piece. The Lu family has developed well in the past 2 years. The family is wealthy and many talented disciples have come out of the clan. It's better for us to be cautious. Su Xingyu added another sentence. Lin Fan's eyes lit up. This Ryu family must have something good. If the Su family won, this benefit would naturally be his. Anyway, it's just a pressurized formation. If you see something bad, the big thing is to slip away. Lin Fan thought in his heart. And I'm only a little bit away from the middle stage of foundation establishment. If Ji Qing Evening, this Jiedan stage expert, cultivates diligently these 2 days and feeds more cultivation back to me, it's not good to say that I'll be able to make a breakthrough when dealing with the Lu family. Mid-foundation establishment. Surely there's no problem in defending yourself. Lin Fan had plans in his mind. Lin Fan then gave Su Mei a breakthrough in her bottleneck, allowing her to step into the middle stage of foundation establishment. Then a few people discussed some more details. Until it gets dark, Lin Fan left Su Mei's cultivation place alone. The Su family mother and daughter said that they had some physical words to say, so naturally Lin Fan would not stay inside. Although he regained his freedom, Lin Fan didn't rush to wander around, but went straight back to his small courtyard. The originally lively courtyard seemed a bit cold at this time. Su Yun, Sophie and the others have obviously been locked up in the courtyard for more than 3 months, and it is estimated that they have long been suffocated, and they are afraid that they will not come back in these 2 days. Duke, you're back. In the side room, a figure stepped out with a slight salute. Lin Fan fixed his eyes on it, and it was actually Su Shallow. Everyone else went out. Why didn't you go? Lin Fan was a little curious. Su Shallow smiled. I knew that they had all gone out and there was no one to serve Gongzi, so I came back early. Lin Fan nodded. The heart was still somewhat touched by this little girl's thoughtfulness. After spending more than 3 months with these maids, the feelings were more or less there. I see that your cultivation will soon be perfected at the 5th level of chi refining, so cultivate quickly in these 2 days. And when you can make a breakthrough, come to me quickly. He planned to leave the Su family in a couple of days. Since Su Shallow was thinking of him, he didn't begrudge him and opened his mouth. Many thanks, Your Excellency. Su Shao bowed her head slightly, a trace of joy flashing in her eyes. Lin Fan laughed and casually slapped his hand on Su Shallow's upturned position. For the time being, you don't need to serve. I'll call you if something happens. Su Shallow's body stiffened slightly, but there was still a faint smile on her face. Unable to see any abnormality, Lin Fan looked at his hands. To himself, he said, the feel of this hand, it doesn't seem quite the same as before. Returning to his room, Lin Fan sat cross-legged, refining the extra cultivation that had fed back into his body today. There is so little cultivation feeding back today. It looks like Ji Qing Evening didn't cultivate. In no time Lin Fan opened his eyes and scratched his head helplessly. As a Jidan stage cultivator, Ji Qingyan had fed back to Lin Fan an extremely large amount of cultivation. Lin Fan was now only a little bit away from the middle stage of foundation establishment. He was also thinking of hurrying up to break through into the middle stage of foundation establishment, so that when he went to deal with the Lu family, he would also be able to have an extra measure of safety. Hopelessly, he got out of bed. Now in this small courtyard, he and Su Shallow were the only two left. Little Shallow, come and play chess with this Gongzi. Lin Fan was a bit bored and spoke to the outside of the courtyard door. In no time, Su Shallow walked in with lotus steps. She placed the chessboard with nimble hands and sat opposite to Lin Fan. Lin Fan rolled up his sleeve and made a fist with one hand. Come on. Su Shallow blinked uncertainly. Pantaminos, clippers wrapped in hammers. Whoever wins plays first. Lin Fan prompted. Su Shao's eyes blinked. Gongzi, me. Lin Fan was slightly stunned. The people in this courtyard have been conditioned over the past 3 months that backgammon is the most basic game. Every single one of them. And people who cultivate immortals have extremely powerful memories. This Su Shallow's behavior clearly told Lin Fan that she didn't understand. Lin Fan's heart stuttered. He was certain that the person in front of him should not be Su Asahi. Moreover, he couldn't see through the other party's cultivation and how it was concealed. So this person in front of him, his strength far exceeded that of Lin Fan. Boy, it can't be a Jiedan stage expert, right? Lin Fan was shocked in his heart. Chapter 23, Set, Take and Prepare to Run. Lin Fan's face didn't change, but his heart was in a batch of panic. He was secretly screaming in his mind. If my guess was right, this man was obviously coming for me. There was only one Jiedan stage cultivator he knew, and that was Ji Qingyan. Calm down. Calm down. Finished. That slap when we entered the small courtyard just now. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I said how that slap just now was softer and bouncier than before. The feelings were changed. This Su Shallow is Ji Qingwan in disguise. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a bit scared. Oh no. This woman won't be madly taking revenge on me. It's over. If I let this woman know that I can help someone else make a breakthrough, she'll definitely arrest me too. After 3 months of being locked up in this small courtyard, I'm going crazy and have to find a way to get out. Various thoughts came to his mind like a tidal wave. Suddenly, he had a flash of light and thought of dealing with the Lu family tomorrow. Taking advantage of the chaos and leaving when the time comes seems like a good idea. With a way to get out, Lin Fan's hanging heart was released. Since she came to my courtyard pretending to be Su Shallow, she must have wanted to spy on information about me, wanting to know how I let people break through. A hint of cunning flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. Then I'll take the trick. He pretended to be calm and coughed gently. Ahem. Little Shallow money. Do you say that Gongzi treats you well? Ji Qing Evening froze slightly, then nodded her head. Mimicking Su Shallow's voice, Gongzi is naturally extremely good to us. Lin Fan's mouth hooked up a bad smile, close to Su Shallow ear. Softly asked, that small shallow money, you have not thought about how to repay my son. Ji Qing Evening whispered, how does your excellency want Shallow to repay you? Saying this under her breath, a glare flashed in her eyes, and then disappeared. Lin Fan was secretly happy that the fish had taken the bait. She purposely pretended to be in a difficult situation inside. Alas! You know, Gongzi, I helped you guys break through and refine pills that consumed me a lot. and now the spirit stones have bottomed out again. If I can have spirit stones in my hand, I'm going to be refining a batch of pills that can help you guys break through your bottlenecks. When that time comes you'll break through the foundation establishment in the future. And I'll cover all of the golden Dan ones. Lin Fan's tone was full of temptation. He knew that Ji Qing Evening had swallowed the elixir to make a breakthrough in the first place. Now using the elixir as a front, he continued to fool Ji Qing Yen. Ji Qing Evening frowned slightly. When she had swallowed the elixir given by Lin Fan, that elixir was not useful at all, but she had inexplicably made a breakthrough. Now Lin Fan was talking about elixirs. That elixir is clearly just as a front. This little guy still wants to come and fool me. Then my old lady will accompany you to put on a show. With an idea in mind, Ji Qingnian said, Sir, I still have some spirit stones here. Not a lot, but I hope I can help you. Saying so in his mouth, his heart was calculating how many spirit stones Su Shallow, a small cultivator at the 5th level of Qi refining, had on him. After a slight contemplation she tapped at her waist and with a flash of spiritual light, more than 20 spirit stones appeared in her hand. Lin Fan blinked. It was definitely impossible for a Jidan stage cultivator to only have so many spirit stones on her. Back then she had taken out 4,000 or 5,000 spirit stones for Su Xingyue. With a thought in his mind, Lin Fan coughed dryly. Xiao Shallow Qian, this is your fault. I do remember that you sold your family heirloom some time ago, and you have at least 5 or 6,000 spirit stones in your hand. If Su Shallow really had so many spirit stones in her hand, she wouldn't have been able to come to Lin Fan's place. And it was obvious that this was Lin Fan's casual talk to fool Ji Chengwan. Hearing Lin Fan's words, Ji Qing Evening's heart was startled. After she had knocked Su Xiang out, she had placed a ban on her and locked her up in a remote and uninhabited place. As for Su Shallow's storage bag, she didn't even see it in her eyes. Could that little ninny really have so many spirit stones in her hands? In order not to be exposed, hold back for now. Thinking this in her heart, a sweet smile appeared on her face. Sir, this is my family heirloom treasure in exchange. I can only give you a maximum of 1,000 spirit stones. More will not do. Ji Qing Evening, her heart was dripping blood as she only had 1,000 spirit stones left on her. Lin Fan received the spirit stone and was happy in his heart. This was 1,000 years of longevity. Cough cough. Little Shallow. Tomorrow I'm going to follow my mother and the girls to deal with the Lu family. I always feel a little uneasy. I heard that you bought quite a few good things to keep you alive before. How about you lend me some first, and I'll return it to you when I'm back from the Lu clan? Ji Qing Evening was a bit hesitant. She had just stepped into Jiedan and didn't have many treasures in her hands. Lin Fan hurriedly said, You don't want Gongzi's life to be in danger either. If I die, alas, how will you guys break through in the future? Ji Qingwan's brows furrowed slightly as she sniffed. I still have a recluse talisman in my hand. If this Lin Fan kid wants to escape one day, he will definitely use this talisman. I'll make some marks on this talisman. Thinking of this, he said, My lord, I have a defense artifact here called the Xianshui Shield. It's a mid-grade artifact that normal foundation establishment stage cultivators can't break through. In addition, I also have an Earth Escape Talisman, which allows me to escape danger by disappearing into the ground in times of crisis. With that, she took out another small blue shield and a yellow talisman from her storage bag and handed it to Lin Fan. Lin Fan joyfully tightened everything in his storage bag. Little Asa Can, how can I reward you for being so considerate of me? How about, said Lin Fan rubbing his hands together with a lewd expression on his face. A flash of disgust flashed across Ji Qingwan's face. Then she hurriedly said, Gongzi, these 2 days, I'm not too convenient. In a few days. With that she flew as well as ran out the door. Lin Fan breathed a sigh of relief, calculating in his mind how to leave quietly tomorrow. Just then, a light footstep suddenly came from outside the door, breaking the silence. Lin Fan raised his head, only to see 2 delicate figures coming in style. Su Xingyue and Su Xingyu walk side by side, their steps light and their clothes fluttering. The two look almost exactly the same, yet they give off completely different vibes. Su Xingyue's body was hot and curvy, tantalizing to the extreme. Su Xingyu, on the other hand, had a gentle brow and a serene look, as if she was a white lotus that was immaculate, and although she had the same hot body, she was very introverted, making people involuntarily feel protective. Sister, what brings you here? Lin Fan opened his mouth and asked. Su Xingyue pointed at Su Xingyu. Husband has just helped mother to break through. I didn't want to overwork husband, but Xingyu has already practiced Qi at the 10th level to perfection, and she will also be a help tomorrow. So, saying that, Su Xingyu's snow-white slender fingers gently waved. 220 spirit stones appeared in her hand. According to the rules you set, this is your payment for helping mother and Xingyu make a breakthrough. When we take down the Lu family tomorrow and get the goodies, We'll definitely not be able to do without my husband's share at that time. Su Xingyu said. Lin Fan is also not polite. Collected the spirit stone. In the waist a clap. The hands will be more a jade bottle too. From within it everywhere a black not autumn pills too. Husband. This. Su Xingyu wanted to open her mouth to ask Lin Fan why he was taking pills. After all, she did know that Lin Fan was able to give breakthroughs directly and didn't need pills at all. However, he was stopped by a look from Lin Fan. Lin Fan knew that Ji Qingnian's divine sense had been shrouding the place, so he had to continue the act. Chapter 24, Presenting a Painting. Ao Shui Cold Plum Painting. As the elixir was imported, Lin Fan secretly activated the system and began to consume his longevity to help Su Xingyu break through the bottleneck. Ding! Consume 10 years of longevity to help Su Xingyu break through the bottleneck of the 9th level of Qi cultivation. The host has 160 years of life left. With the deduction of longevity, Su Xingyu only felt a warm current rise from his dantian and quickly flow through his limbs and bones. The aura on her body began to climb rapidly. In the courtyard, a hint of shock flashed through Ji Qingnian's beautiful eyes. Could it really be that it relies on elixirs? But that day's elixir, even though I swallowed it into my stomach, I wrapped it with my aura and didn't utilize the medicinal effects. Is it hard to believe that just swallowing it into the stomach will have an effect? Ji Qing Evening's face was skeptical, and her mind was secretly calculating. Anyway, keep an eye on Lin Fan. Whatever method he used to make the breakthrough. Inside the room, Su Xingyu's breakthrough had reached a critical moment. Fine beads of sweat seeped out from her forehead, and her face turned a little pale. Finally, with a soft sound, the aura on Su Xingyu's body erupted violently, and a powerful spiritual pressure spread out in all directions. She managed to break through to the 10th level of Qi practicing. Sister, brother-in-law, I'll go back to stabilize my cultivation first. I have to go to the Lu family tomorrow. Su Xingyu opened her eyes filled with joy as she got up to bid farewell to Lin Fan and Su Xingyu. When Su Xingyu left, Su Xingyu couldn't wait to hug Lin Fan's arm. Her charming eyes like silk. Husband, look at this good time. Why don't we? Lin Fan heatedly laughed and picked her up by the waist. It seems that last night's punishment wasn't enough, so we'll have to step it up tonight. Husband, you are bad. The next day, at dawn, Su Xingyu got up and began to put on her clothes. Husband, I'm going to gather the elite disciples of my clan today for a surprise attack on the Lu family tonight, and there are still a lot of things to prepare for. Sister, don't be in a hurry. I have something for you. Lin Fan climbed up from the bed and tapped on his storage bag. With a flash of spiritual light, an ink plum drawing depicted on white silk was taken out by Lin Fan. This is. Su Xingyu looked puzzled. This painting is called Cold Plum and Proud Snow Picture. It was painted before out of boredom. Lin Fan said with a smile. Su Xingyu didn't understand why Lin Fan wanted to give her the painting, but looking at the canvas, it seemed to resemble the bed sheet Lin Fan had laid. She didn't think much about it and casually put the scroll into her storage bag. Then he leaned down and gave Lin Fan a peck on the cheek. Husband is so good. I'll repay you properly when I'm done with the Lu family. When Su Xingyu left, Lin Fan comfortably slept back until the sun rose, when he was awakened by a gentle call. When she opened her eyes, she only saw Bai Ruoyue standing by the bedside, holding an exquisite food box in her hands, emitting a tantalizing aroma. My lord, you are awake. Bai Ruoyue's voice was soft and gentle, like an oriole's twang. Master has just summoned all the elite disciples in the sect who are above the 5th level of Qi refinement. In our courtyard Su Yun, Su Fei, and the others all went, so it's reasonable that I should also go forward. But Master asked me to stay and look after you. As she spoke, she took out the meals from the food box one by one and set them on the table. Lin Fan rubbed his sleepy eyes and nodded, picking up the hot porridge handed over by Bai Xie and slowly drinking it. The congee was fragrant and soft in the mouth, with a hint of light sweetness that lifted his spirits. Tonight they're preparing a surprise attack on the Ryu family, so when the time comes, you take advantage of the chaos and slip away. Lin Fan swallowed a mouthful of porridge and slowly said, last time he broke through the foundation establishment. In order to convince this little ninny, he said that he would take her away with him, so it was not good to go back on his word. Bai Ruoyue's face instantly blossomed with surprise when she heard this, and she eagerly asked, my lord, then, where shall I find you? There was a hint of trembling in his voice, obviously excited to the core. Lin Fan pondered for a moment. He wasn't particularly sure if Bai Ruoyue had really completely defected to him. Taking her directly, in case Bai Ruoyue ratted on her, that wouldn't be the end of it. Moreover, taking her away with him would be too big a target and easy to be discovered, and Bai Ruoyue's cultivation was too weak, so she would also be easy to become a liability. The Su family is in the northernmost part of Linjiang City, and the Lu family is in the easternmost part of Linjiang City, so when the time comes to fight, Most of the people from the Liu family and the Su family will gather in the eastern or northern part of the city. Lin Fan put down the bowl in his hand and began to analyze the situation for her in detail. I passed through here on my way to the capital to catch my exams, and I was caught in the Su family. And I remembered that there was a broken temple outside the southern part of the city, and when I passed through there at first, I even stayed in there for a night. Lin Fan recalled the scene back then and continued. When the time comes, just wait for me at that broken temple. He looked at Bai Ruoyue, a hint of cunning flashing in his eyes. As for the Su shallow that Ji Qing evening pretended to be, she had long been nowhere to be found and thought that she had gone to set up some plan. Lin Fan secretly guessed in his heart, but he didn't care. Anyway, he only wanted to leave this hellish place as soon as possible now. After Bai Ruoyue left, Lin Fan came into the small courtyard, tapping the storage bag on his waist. A spiritual light flashed and a flying sword appeared out of thin air. The cold light of the sword was bitterly cold, as if it had condensed frost. The name of this sword was Condensed Frost, which was the gift that Lin Fan had given to Ji Qing evening when he first met her. It seemed that this sword was a magic weapon that Ji Qing Yen had used before, and it had good power. After Lin Fan obtained this sword, he had never used it because of hiding his cultivation. Tonight, the Su family will launch a surprise attack on the Liu family. Lin Fan had an empty foundation establishment stage cultivation, but he was still rusty with magic weapons and techniques. While he was free, he familiarized himself with the magic weapon. In case there was any danger, he would be able to deal with it. Close your eyes, take a deep breath, and sink your mind into the dantian. Divine sense covered the condensed frost sword. With a flick of his finger, he gently shouted under his breath, "Go!" As if the condensed frost sword had a life. It let out a crisp sword roar and turned into a stream of light that flew out like lightning. Whoosh! The sword light drew a beautiful arc in the air, carrying a stern killing aura, heading straight for the verdant stone sculpture in the courtyard. Stab! With a soft sound, the lapis lazuli sculpture was cut off at the waist, and the cut was as smooth as a mirror, without the slightest burr. The condensed frost sword went on its way, hovering in the air for a week before landing steadily back in Lin Fan's hands. Lin Fan sucked in a breath of cool air. This flying sword power was a few points stronger than he had imagined. Nice. Really nice. Lin Fan praised. His eyes filled with delight. He flicked his fingertips, and a spiritual energy was injected into the condensed frost sword suspended in front of him. The sword body lightly trembled, emitting a clear sword sound, seemingly cheering. As his mind moved, the condensed frost sword traveled through the small courtyard in a spirited manner, sometimes like a shooting star cutting through the sky, sometimes like a spirit snake snaking its way around. The sword light flashed, bringing up a gust of wind. It was only after a little more than half an hour that Lin Fan stopped moving, a satisfied smile on his face. After practicing for this period of time, he was able to maneuver the condensed frost sword as if it were his own. Putting the condensed frost sword into his storage bag, he raised his hand and flipped it over, and an azure-colored shield appeared in his palm. The shield was but the size of a palm, and its body was crystal clear, like a huge sapphire carved into it. On top of the shield, water waves flowed, with hidden runes flickering and emitting a faint watery aura. This was the very same defensive magic weapon he had obtained from Ji Qingnan yesterday with a little trickery, the Xian Shui shield. This shield was of comparable grade to the condensed frost sword, both being mid-grade magic weapons. The Xian Shui shield, as the name suggests, is known for its defensive power. The body of the shield was crafted from deep-sea basalt iron fused with thousand-year cold crystals, making it incredibly sturdy. There is a water-gathering formation engraved on it, which can absorb the water aura between heaven and earth, forming an impenetrable water curtain barrier. It was said to be able to block the full force of an early foundation establishment cultivator. Chapter 25, Night Attack, Liu Family Mansion. With the condensed frost sword and the Xian Shui shield in his hands, Lin Fan's heart was much more solid. He turned his attention to the storage bag. The fingertips flicked, and a spiritually dense talisman jumped into his palm. On top of the talisman, the ancient lines flowed with a faint earth-colored light, emitting a thick and mysterious aura. It's the transported man. Once this talisman is stimulated and affixed to the body, it allows one to dive into the deep sea like a fish and disappear into the mud without a sound or a trace. It's an escape baby. However, this talisman was disposable, and it would turn into flying dust after one use. Lin Fan carefully put the talisman away. Right at this moment, a spirit light sped from the sky at an astonishingly fast speed. The spiritual light dispersed, and a palm-sized delicate paper crane floated down lightly. Lin Fan raised his hand, as if the paper crane had a spirit. It rested steadily in his palm. Husband, in an hour, we'll be departing, so come over and gather with us. Su Xingyue's familiar voice came from the paper crane. Lin Fan sniffed and took another fine turn around the small courtyard, his eyes sweeping over every corner as if he was making a final farewell. He took some of the things in the courtyard that he might be able to use and put them into his storage bag one by one. I'm afraid if I leave this time, I'll never come back. Linjiang City is huge. The area wasn't much smaller than Linfan's second-tier city in Blue Star. The streets of the city were crisscrossed with stores and pedestrians. A group of Su family disciples wore night clothes and hid in the darkness. The group was vast but silent. All of the Su family members were solemn, with a heavy brow. At the forefront of the procession were three delicate figures, precisely the three Su family mothers and daughters. Today, all three were dressed in black power suits. The tight clothing material emphasized their shapely figures to the fullest. Hot curves make the blood run cold. Mother Su was at the front, and the two sisters, Su Xingyue and Su Xingyu, were on either side. Lin Fan, on the other hand, was behind these three. He swept his gaze over the backs of the three, and felt a secret emotion in his heart. This Su family, mother and daughter, really have their own specialties. Su Xingyue was mature and charming, like a ripe peach. Her every move exuded a tantalizing aura. Su Xingyu, on the other hand, was like a budding jasmine, so pure and lovely that one couldn't help but want to pamper it. The three of them walking together was simply a beautiful sight to behold. Su Yun, Su Fei, and a few other maids were even following closely behind Lin Fan as they quickly flew. There was both nervousness and a hint of excitement in their eyes. Back then, they were still just the lowest-level cultivators of the Su family, with a humble status, and could only be sent into Lin Fan's small courtyard to become maids. But in just 3 months' time, their cultivation had skyrocketed. Nowadays, he had become an elite disciple of the Su clan, becoming the backbone of this battle. Lin Fan was surrounded by all the beauties, and his mind was filled with thoughts. He remembered that Su Xingyu had introduced the basic situation of the cultivation world to him. There are 3 clans, 2 factions, and 7 great families in Shu, and these forces, among them, the Acacia sect, Blood Fury sect, and Green Cloud sect were the 3 major sects, with the Hidden Moon sect and Xian Shadow sect following closely behind. These 5 major sects were of equal strength, with Yuaning stage-old monsters in their sects, with deep and powerful roots. The 7 great families, on the other hand, are 7 relatively powerful immortal cultivation families, with Jiedan stage experts sitting within their clans, and in their respective territories, they are also a dominant party. This Lu family is the affiliated family of the Bloodshed sect. Originally, there was a lack of cultivation resources near Linjiang City, and there was only the Su family, a small immortal cultivation family. Only later did the Lu family move in, and the 2 small immortal cultivation families have been fighting within this city for decades, with deep-seated grudges between them. Just a year ago, the head of the Lu family suddenly broke through to the foundation establishment stage. The Lu family's strength soared, and their ambitions swelled, and the Su family's territory was appropriated quite a bit. Under the huge external pressure, Su Mei chose to close her eyes and impact the foundation establishment stage. Su Xingyue, on the other hand, wanted to break through the bottleneck by squeezing other people's Yuan Yang. His own capture into the Su family and becoming Su Xingyue's furnace cauldron, to say the least, had a certain relationship with this Lu family. No words on the way. Soon, a huge mansion appeared in front of Lin Fan's eyes. That mansion covered an extremely large area, with high walls and a grandeur. 2 Lu clan disciples at the 3rd or 4th level of chi refining were keeping watch. Seeing so many Su family members, these 2 were scared silly and wanted to send a message. However, he saw Su Mei take the lead and shouted, "Su family disciples, follow me and kill inside." She then slashed out with her sword, and a strong sword she shot out. Boom! With a loud bang, the door shattered in response, splattering wood shavings in all directions. The Su clan disciples fishtailed into the room, shouting and killing. The Lu family obviously didn't expect a sudden attack from the Su family, a moment of being caught off guard. Many of the Lu family's children were still asleep when they were dragged from their beds by the Su family's disciples. Swords and knives added to their bodies. For a while, the Lu family mansion was a mess of screams, cries, and clashes of weapons. Lin Fan mingled in the crowd. With his cultivation, these minions of the Lu clan naturally couldn't do much harm to him. His divine sense swept out like a tidal wave, instantly enveloping the entire Lu family mansion. Where exactly is this Lu family's treasure trove hidden? Lin Fan muttered in his heart. He only had one goal right now, and that was to find the Lu family's treasure trove, loot the treasures inside, and then wipe his feet and slip away. Divine sense searched in vain. Lin Fan swept his gaze. He only saw a disciple dressed in the Lu clan's attire, who was maneuvering a flying sword and attacking towards his side. The flying sword cut through the air with a cold aura and with a harsh breaking sound. It stabbed straight at Lin Fan's chest. Lin Fan snorted coldly. The pressure of the foundation establishment stage was instantly released. That Lu clan disciple only felt a huge pressure coming on him, as if a huge mountain was pressing down on him. making him gasp for air. He blanched. But he fell to his knees. Lin Fan's figure flashed and instantly appeared in front of that Lu clan disciple, choking his neck. Say, where is the Willow family's treasure trove? Lin Fan's voice was icy cold, without a trace of emotion. That Lu clan disciple was choked by Lin Fan to the point that his face turned red and he had difficulty breathing, and his eyes were filled with fear. He broke off. The treasure trove, is, in, where? Tell me. Lin Fan increased the force on his hands. That Lu family disciple felt like his neck was about to be snapped as he hurriedly said, under the wigwam. In the backyard. Lin Fan's aura surged in his palm, wanting to directly exterminate this person. The man's face was shocked. No, don't kill me. There's nothing good in the Lu family treasury. Most of the treasures are on the family head and the great elder's body. Lin Fan slowly loosened his hand and shook his head. That's all. You can't be too greedy. Or run away first. Chapter 26, Rescuing Beauty. Battling Foundation Building. With a decision in his heart, Lin Fan swept his gaze across the battlefield. With Su Mei's mid-foundation establishment cultivation, it wouldn't be easy to deal with an early foundation establishment Lu family head? Not to mention that the overall strength of the Su family's disciples was also a huge step above the Lu family. This battle, the Su family was sure to win. There was no suspense at all. Thinking of this, Lin Fan's figure was ready to bolt. Boom! Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar came, and the entire Lu family mansion shook violently along with it. A powerful and incomparable shockwave swept over like a tsunami, blowing Lin Fan's clothes hunting. Asterisk. What the hell is this thing exploding? Lin Fan was frightened. Husband, go save my mother. A silhouette quickly swept by, and in a few moments, it was none other than Su Xingyue who came to Lin Fan's side. Only her face was filled with worry, and her eyes were even more prayerful. Lin Fan sighed. This explosion happened and the scene was so chaotic. Su Xingyue was able to find him in the first place. Obviously the other party had been keeping an eye on his movements. If he had just slipped away directly, it was estimated that Su Xingyue should catch up soon. Moreover, Lin Fan also saw that Su Shallow, one of the Su family disciples, had been hovering near him, and knew that now was not the time to leave. What's the situation? Lin Fan was dumbfounded at the explosion. My mother killed the Lu family's grand elder, Lu Quan, and the Lu family's head, Lu Yinsong, has been forced into a desperate situation. But that old thief has the Xian Thunder bead that he brought out from the Blood Fiend sect in his hand. And the explosion just now was created by the explosion of this Xian Thunder bead. My mother and sister were both injured by the Xian Lei bead, and are now in critical condition. Su Xingyue explained in a very fast speech. Lin Fan's divine sense surged out like a tidal wave, instantly enveloping the entire battlefield. Everything around you is slimly visible. Not far away, the ground was blown out into a deep crater. The deep pit was extremely irregular in shape, with charred black edges and wisps of smoke. The surrounding grass and trees had long since turned to ashes. Near the deep pit, Su Mei and Su Xingyu fell to the ground. The two men were as pale as paper, and a trace of blood spilled from the corner of their mouths. The clothes on his body were shattered beyond repair, revealing several bone-deep wounds, and blood was gurgling out. At Su Mei's chest, a wound extended from the left shoulder to the right rib. The skin and flesh turned out, and the white bones were faintly visible. The originally plump breasts were now shockingly red with blood. Su Xingyu was even worse, one arm hanging limply at his side, obviously fractured. On her thigh, a wound was bloody and deep. The two men had lax eyes and weak breaths, clearly at the end of their strength. A burly man was suspended in midair, a full face with a beard growing haphazardly like an ugly blanket. It was none other than the head of the Lu family, Lu Yinsong. Although this person was at the early stage of foundation establishment, the aura on his body was disorganized at the moment. Blood still lingered at the corners of his mouth, and he had obviously suffered a considerable amount of injuries. Ha ha ha. Su Mei, although I don't know how you stepped into the middle stage of foundation establishment, you will definitely die today. Lu Yinsong was in a state of madness and swung the long sword in his hand. At that instant, a sharp and matchless blade chi tore through the air and shot towards Su Mei. Wherever the blade chi passed, the air emitted an ear-piercing whistling sound. A cold aura flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. Swish! The condensed frost sword shot out, transforming into a stream of light that met the blade chi. Above the sword, the cold air was aggressive, as if it was going to freeze everything around it. Bang! A muffled sound. That blade aura was gently chopped by the condensed frost sword and instantly dissolved into nothingness. The condensed frost sword went on its way, drawing a beautiful arc in the air, heading straight for Lu Yinsong. The tip of the sword was pointed at the vital point of Lu Yinsong's throat. Lu Yinsong was alarmed. He didn't expect someone's flying sword to be so sharp, breaking his blade chi in a single strike. In haste, Lu Yensong's figure retreated violently, narrowly avoiding the strike. Su Mei and Su Xingyue let out a long breath, their hearts in their throats finally letting go. Lin Fan's figure flicked and blocked in front of Su Mei and Su Xingyu. "I'll meet you," Lin Fan said in a cold tone, but his eyes swept over the storage bag hanging from Lu Yensong's waist. Not far from the big pit, there was also the body of a green-shirted old man lying. Looking at the expensive clothes, that storage bag material is also excellent. Think it should be the Lu family's great elder. This Lu Yensong is injured. Destroy this person and take the opportunity to take his and the Lu family's grand elder's storage bag, Lin Fan secretly thought in his heart. However, just to be on the safe side, Lin Fan slapped at his waist and the Xianshui shield was also offered up by him, hovering in front of his body and emitting a faint blue light. Although Lin Fan did not have much experience in actual combat, the Lu Yensong in front of him was also just suitable for practicing, lest after slipping away from the Su clan, he would encounter a strong enemy outside and panic himself. So it's a good move. Seeing Lin Fan's cultivation at the early stage of foundation establishment, Lu Yensong showed a solemn expression. "Kid, what are you?" Lu Yensong asked in a deep voice. He didn't remember that the Su family had this character. "I'm your father." Lin Fan sneered and took the lead. The condensed frost sword turned into a cold aura and went straight for Lu Yensong's face. "Humph! Sculpture!" Lu Yensong snorted coldly, and with a wave of the long blade in his hand, a blade aura shot out and clashed with the condensed frost sword. Clang! A sound of gold and iron clashing rang out, and the condensed frost sword was shaken back a few feet. "Ha!" Lin Fan let out a light eep. This Lu Yensong's strength was a bit stronger than he thought, but that's about it. Again! Lin Fan let out a low gulp. His hands quickly pinched the spell, and a spiritual light was injected into the frost-condensing sword. The condensed frost sword let out a clear sword chirp and transformed into an even more powerful cold aura that shot out once again. This time, the condensed frost sword was even faster and more powerful, and above the sword, there was a cold aura. Lu Yensong didn't dare to be careless, and hastily waved his long knife to resist. The spiritual light above the blade flickered, and it was obviously also a not bad magic weapon. Clang! A series of sounds of gold and iron clashing sounded as intensively as popping beans. Sparks splashed everywhere, and waves of air rolled over. The condensed frost sword and the long blade clashed fiercely, each impact erupting with a shocking might. This kid, so strong. Lu Yensong was secretly shocked in his heart. He didn't expect Lin Fan, a cultivator who had just entered the foundation establishment, to be able to completely suppress him. Husband is awesome. Su Xingyue could not help but say in admiration as she watched from the sidelines with her beautiful eyes colorful. She didn't expect Lin Fan to perform so well in his first actual battle. Lu Yensong was suppressed by Lin Fan. The clan disciples were even less of an opponent. At this rate he knew that he was bound to lose today, and the Lu family would be tipped over. His eyes flashed with a touch of ruthlessness. With a slap at his waist, a scarlet pill came out of his hand, emitting a strong smell of blood. Not good. It's the blood fury pill. Su Mei's face changed when she saw the Dan and exclaimed. Chapter 27, Beheading the Enemy. Killing Foundation Establishment. Bloodbath pill? Su Xingyue's face was puzzled, obviously not recognizing this kind of elixir. The blood fury pill is a secret medicine unique to the blood fury sect that can burn a cultivator's essence blood to dramatically increase their cultivation in a short period of time, and is able to last for a small half hour. However, after the medicinal effect has passed, the taker's cultivation will regress in the light case, and in the heavy case, he will die on the spot. Su Mei explained with a worried face and a sharp tone. Obviously she didn't think that Lin Fan, a cultivator with little combat experience, would be able to hold out under Lu Yensong's hands for half an hour. Su Xingyue's face showed shock. Husband, be careful. Lu Yensong tilted his head and swallowed the elixir. His body's aura began to climb crazily, and in a few moments, his cultivation level was raised to the middle stage of foundation establishment cultivation. Ha ha ha. Lu Yensong laughed wildly. His body's aura became furious and incomparable, just like a demon that crawled out of hell. His eyes were red and his face was hideous. Die! Lu Yensong shouted. The long blade in his hand swung violently. A huge blade tore through the air, carrying an aura of destroying everything as it chopped down towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan's heart was flabbergasted as he pinched the spell in his hand, and the Xianshui shield instantly became several times larger and blocked in front of him. Water waves flowing on the shield, forming a thick water screen. Boom! With a loud sound, the long blade slashed hard against the Xianshui shield. The Xianshui shield trembled violently, and a water wave rippled crazily on its surface, surprisingly picking up the blow completely. How is that possible? Yen Yensong's eyes widened in disbelief. Husband, I'll help you, Su Xingyue daintily shouted, and with a wave of the long sword in her hand, a powerful sword aura shot out, attacking Lu Yensong together with the condensed frost sword. Seek death. Lu Yensong roared and waved his long sword, battling with Lin Fan and Su Xingyue. Boom boom boom. A series of explosions rang out as the three fought, flying sand and dust. Lu Yensong's mid-foundation establishment cultivation was strong. Lin Fan and Su Xingyue were still suppressed when they joined forces, and it looked like they wouldn't be able to support them for long. This is not the way to go on. We must fight quickly, Lin Fan said in his heart. Sister, you try to pester him as much as possible. I'll find a chance to deal him a fatal blow. Lin Fan transmitted his voice to Su Xingyue. Yes, Su Xingyue answered. She slapped at her waist and a golden talisman came out in her hand. As the talisman was activated, a golden curtain of light appeared on Su Xingyue's body, protecting her like an eggshell. And then Su Xingyue maneuvered her flying sword to face Lu Yensong head-on. Off. Lu Yensong roared, his long sword chopped down, the blade cutting towards Su Xingyue. Bang! Su Xingyue's flying sword was directly flicked away, and the defensive shield on her body had a thin crack appear under the blade's awnings. A cold aura flashed in Lin Fan's eyes as he saw his chance. Lin Fan injected all the remaining mana in his body into the condensed frost sword. Go! With a low shout, the condensed frost sword transformed into a stream of light, carrying a powerful sword chi as it shot towards Lu Yensong. Put! Lu Yensong couldn't dodge in time and was struck in the chest by the sword chi, and blood immediately gushed out. He screamed miserably and his body flew out backwards. Chop! Lin Fan bellowed, his hand squeezing his sword technique. Swish! The condensed frost sword turned into a stream of light and shot towards Lu Yensong. No! Yanamatsu exclaimed in horror. Put! Blood light flashed. Lu Yensong's head was cut off by a sword. His body, like a kite with broken strings, fell from the air, and with a boom sound, smashed heavily on the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust, and no more sound. Lu Yensong's death, like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, stirred up 1,000 waves. The Lu family's disciples witnessed the murder of the family head, and each of them was scared out of their wits. Their faces ashen. The head of the family is dead. Run! I don't know who shouted first, but the sound spread quickly like a plague. The crowd that was still resisting the Su family disciples instantly collapsed. Like a poked hornet's nest, it buzzed and scattered. Someone panicked, bumped into the companion beside him, but also cannot care to pick up. Only hate parents less born 2 legs, desperately running forward. For a while, there were screams, cries, and pleas for mercy, and it was a chaotic mess. At this moment, Lin Fan was gasping for air. Exterminating this Lu Yensong, he had used his full strength. Husband, you stay and take care of mother and Xingyu. I'll lead the people to clear the Lu family. Su Xingyue's eyes were firm as she said to Lin Fan. Okay, you be careful. I'll take care of Star Rain and mother-in-law. Lin Fan nodded and spoke. He knew Su Xingyue's mind and understood the truth that if you don't cut the grass, it will grow again in the spring. Su Xingyue took a deep breath and pointed the tip of her sword to the sky. Su family disciples listened to the order. Kill with me. Kill. The remaining Su family disciples were in a frenzy of excitement, brandishing the weapons in their hands and following Su Xingyue as they rushed deeper into the Lu family. Along the way, they were unstoppable. The Lu family had completely lost the will to resist, and those remaining were all old and weak, and were no match for the Su family's disciples. Soon, the Su family disciples attacked the interior of the Lu family. The sounds of screams, pleas for mercy, and clashing weapons were intertwined. Lin Fan stood at the edge of the large pit blown out by the explosion just now, his eyes scanning to make sure that Su Shala was not nearby. Then he walked over to Su Mei's side and checked her injuries. Su Mei was hurt badly. The black tights were already torn and tattered. The belly area was a bloody mess, and the shoulder also had a huge bloody mouth, with crimson blood slowly flowing. Su Mei's face was pale and her lips had lost their blood color, clearly a sign of excessive blood loss. The hideous wound ran from the shoulder all the way down, a hideous and horrible wound. Lin Fan looked at the wound and took a deep breath. Saving lives is important. Saving lives is important. Lin Fan kept psyching himself up in his mind. Sage son-in-law, there are pills for healing injuries and hemostatic pills in my storage bag, Su Mei said with a weak voice. Lin Fan nodded. Then he reached out his hand to pick Su Mei up in a princess hug and walked quickly towards the houses on one side. With a kick, he opened the door to the room and placed Su Mei on a simple bed. Stab! Lin Fan forcefully tore the shirt off Su Mei's shoulders. The torn fabric was ripped off, revealing a large expanse of snow-white skin. The shocking wounds looked even more hideous against the snow-white skin. Lin Fan didn't dare to look at it much, hurriedly taking out the gold sore medicine and carefully applying it to the wound. The moment that medicinal powder touched the skin, it brought a hint of coolness. He then wrapped the wound in layers of cloth. Lin Fan moved gently, and while bandaging it, he said, "It might hurt a bit, so bear with it." Phew! After bandaging the wound on his shoulder, Lin Fan let out a sigh of relief. He began to treat the wound on Sumei's small abdomen as he had done. Lin Fan was fully concentrated. His movements were gentle and delicate. He meticulously cleaned the wound, after which, he gently applied herbal medicine and skillfully bandaged the wound properly. Sumei looked at Lin Fan, who was seriously bandaging his wounds, and her heart couldn't help but be touched. If it wasn't for Lin Fan, it wouldn't be the Lu family that would be exterminated right now. It would be the Su family. The fact that she had managed to take down the Lu family this time was also because of Lin Fan's intervention. Otherwise she would not only be injured right now, but even the entire Su family could be destroyed. At this moment, she looked at Lin Fan with an unspeakable gratitude surging in her heart. Lin Fan, thank you. Lin Fan smiled. We're all family. No need to be polite. Chapter 28, Wise Son-in-Law. Thank you. Finally, after treating his wounds, Lin Fan let out a long breath of relief. He looked up at Sumei, only to find that she was looking at him with a strange look. There was a hint of ecstasy in her eyes, a hint of longing. Ahem, wise son-in-law. Thank you, Sumei said weakly, her eyes filled with gratitude. Family, say thank you or not. Lin Fan didn't know why Sumei was looking at him like this and smiled. I'm going to go check on Star Rain here. Su Xingyu's injuries were much more powerful than Sumei's, and at this point, he had already fallen into a coma. It was thought that the two had suffered the same attack, only that Su Xingyu's cultivation was not as strong as Sumei's, and her defense was naturally much weaker. But she's breathing steadily, so she shouldn't be in any serious trouble. Lin Fan bent down and picked him up in a princess hug. Su Xingyu was wearing a black power suit that showed off her hot curves to the fullest. As Lin Fan stepped, he was able to see ripples swirling. The twins, TSK. Unfortunately, the Su family's water is too deep. It's not good for me to stay here and say when I'll fall into their trap. And I'm still being targeted by this Jieqing Evening's Jiedan stage expert. So no matter what, it's safer to hurry up and leave the Su family. I don't want to be imprisoned again. Lin Fan thought in his heart and placed Su Xingyu on top of the bed on the other side of Sumei. He leaned down close to Su Xingyu, his gaze falling on her exquisite and flawless pretty face. Star Rain's injuries are much worse than yours, Lin Fan said, gently pinching Su Xingyu's chin and opening her small mouth slightly. He picked up a healing elixir and carefully stuffed it into Su Xingyu's mouth. Instead, the elixir got stuck at the throat and didn't slide down. Su Xingyu seemed to have been hurt so badly that he had lost the ability to swallow. Lin Fan frowned slightly and cast a look of help towards Sumei. However, he found that Sumei actually had her eyes closed and seemed to be resting. Apparently she was trying to avoid unnecessary embarrassment. What can be done about it? Lin Fan was a little anxious in his heart. Saving lives. I'm saving lives. And, it's not the first time. Lin Fan kept psyching himself up in his mind. He took a deep breath and leaned down, coming close to Su Xingyu's face. Blow gently. A soft air current sent the elixir deep into Su Xingyu's mouth. The elixir slid down the esophagus and was swallowed into Su Xingyu's abdomen. Lin Fan then tore open the tattered black clothes on Su Xingyu's body and bandaged her wounds with clear eyes. After handling everything, Lin Fan said to Sumei, whose eyes were slightly closed, there should be no danger over here. I'm going to take a look at Xingyu. His cultivation is still low, don't have any accidents. Lin Fan's tone was full of concern. Sumei responded. Go ahead. Lin Fan closed the door of the room, holding the condensed frost sword, and walked over to Lu Yinsong. Eyes scanned over Ri Wansong. Eventually, the gaze landed on the storage bag at his waist. The corner of Lin Fan's mouth rose slightly, revealing a smile of satisfaction. He reached out and unclipped the storage bag from Lu Yinsong's waist. It was heavy in the hand and obviously had some good stuff in it. Lin Fan waited and the smile on his face grew even wider. He carefully slipped the storage bag into his arms. Then, as he did, he pocketed the storage bag around the waist of the Lu family's grand elder as well. After doing this, Lin Fan clapped his hands and stood up. He turned around and looked in the direction of Su's house. There was a flash of determination in his eyes. Star Moon, wait for me, Lin Fan shouted and his body moved, rushing towards the depths of the Lu family. About an hour later, the shouting and killing sounds within the Lu family's mansion gradually subsided, leaving only the residual sounds of weapons clashing to echo in the air. The Su family has won a big victory this time. Su Xingyue led a group of excited Su family disciples out from the depths of the Lu family, everyone's face overflowing with the joy of victory. However, when her gaze swept through the door, she only saw Sumei and Su Xingyu, who had just woken up with a bewildered look on his face. Her mind tightened. Mother, where's Lin Fan? Su Xingyue walked quickly to Sumei and asked eagerly, her heart vaguely sensing a hint of misfortune. Sumei's originally relaxed expression also instantly froze. Her brows locked. She looked around, trying to find the familiar figure in the crowd. Didn't he go to help you? Su Xingyue shook her head, her eyes filled with anxiety. No, I haven't been seeing him. have you seen the ant? Su Xingyu turned around and asked loudly to the group of Su family disciples behind her, her voice becoming a little shrill from the tension. The Su family disciples looked at each other and shook their heads. No, master of the house. I've been guarding the outskirts of the Lu residence to prevent the Lu family from escaping, and I haven't seen Auntie going in or out. Su Xingyue's heart sank as she thumped inside. The three mothers and daughters looked at each other. Obviously they all realized that Lin Fan should have run away. Su Xiong, or rather, Ji Qingyan, who was disguised as Su Xiong at the moment, had her eyebrows locked. Divine sense surged out like a tidal wave, instantly covering the entire Linjiang city. Although this city was large, it was slimly visible under the shroud of her powerful divine sense. However, a moment later, a hint of doubt surfaced on her face. Lin Fan, surprisingly, was not within her range of perception. Suddenly she seemed to think of something muttered under her breath. It should be a recluse talisman. This little guy is cunning and ruthless but it's not that easy to run away. With this thought in her mind, Ji Qing Evening's lips moved slightly as she transmitted her voice to Su Xingyu. Good disciple. What secrets does this Lin Fan have on him? Su Xingyu trembled. Her beautiful eyes looked towards Su Shallow, and after a moment, she returned to her senses and transmitted, Master? It's me. I realized that Lin Fan seems to be able to make breakthroughs, and it has nothing to do with the ancestral elixir of his family that you said, so I stayed in the Su family. Ji Qing Evening briefly said what was on her mind. Su Xingyu knew that this matter could not be concealed, and after struggling for a moment in her heart, she told all she knew. Special physique? The power of pure yang? So that's it. Ji Qing Evening was overjoyed in her heart. You don't have to feel aggrieved. The current Lin Fan is probably already escaped from the city, and with the strength of your Su family, it's hard as hell to retrieve him. This matter is all up to Master. Su Xingyu said in a hurry. Good. Come with me to recover Lin Fan back. At this moment, Lin Fan was sticking on the recluse talisman and shuttling rapidly underground. He flew in the direction of the south of the city, and the Earth Escape talisman emitted a faint earth-colored glow that wrapped him in it. The dirt flew backward around him as if it were a yellow river. Lin Fan controlled the speed of the recluse talisman, trying to avoid causing too much commotion. Lin Fan maneuvered the recluse talisman and flew through the depths of the earth. The sound of the whistling wind and the rustling sound of the mud rubbing against the earth coming from his ears. After about half an hour, he felt that the spirit power of the recluse talisman was about to run out, so he controlled the talisman to slowly ascend, eventually stopping below the foundation of a broken temple. Chapter 29, Your Excellency, we are finally free. Lin Fan's divine sense was dispersed to make sure that there was no danger around the broken temple before he carefully broke through the ground and drilled out of the ground. He patted the dust on his body and looked around. This broken temple had long been deserted, and the roof had collapsed for most of its length, revealing a blackened hole, as if a giant one-eyed man was silently gazing at this desolate land. The crumbling walls were crawling with withered vines, gently swaying in the breeze, making rustling sounds like the whispers of ghosts. The temple door had long since rotted away, with only a few ragged boards left hanging precariously from the doorframe, as if they would fall off at any moment. The yard was overgrown with weeds, barely above the knees, and some unknown insects rustled and chirped in the grass, adding a little more desolation and depression. Finally escaped. Lin Fan took a long breath and wiped the sweat from his forehead, secretly celebrating in his heart. He didn't want to get involved in the Su family with the tiger, much less become Ji Qing Evening's prey. I wonder where this girl Ruoyue has gotten to. Lin Fan rubbed his chin. Just then, a familiar voice came from behind. Duke! Lin Fan looked back, only to see Bai Ruoyue standing not far away, looking at him with a surprised expression. She was dressed in a light blue dress, her long black hair falling casually over her shoulders, and her clear face had a hint of an excited blush. There was a gleam of joy in her big, bright eyes. Duke, we're finally free! Bai Ruoyue cheered, like a happy bird, and flung herself into Lin Fan's arms. She hugged Lin Fan's neck tightly, and her legs wrapped around his waist, her entire body hanging onto his body like a wombat. The petite body trembled slightly with excitement. Lin Fan only felt a soft touch coming from him, and the tip of his nose was haunted by the faint fragrance of the young girl's body. He could clearly feel the softness of Bai Ruoyue's chest pressing tightly against his own, gently undulating with her breathing, bringing about a burst of heart-racing touch. Aya, little Yuer, are you trying to strangle me? Feeling the warmth and softness in his arms and the youthful vigor of the young girl, Lin Fan couldn't help but flirt. Your Excellency, I'm so happy. Bai Ruoyue let go of her hand and stood in front of Lin Fan with a slightly red face. Lin Fan could understand Bai Ruoyue's current mood. She was under the control of Su Xingyue, and if nothing happened, this life would probably be like this. Leaving the Su family now means that you can change your life, especially if she followed Lin Fan. In the future, her path would be straight. and it could even be said that a great road was within reach. How does that not excite her? Little Yue, how did you get here so fast? Openly asked. But he was using a recluse talisman, coupled with his foundation stage speed. Bai Ruoyue even rushed ahead of him to come here. Not long after the fight with the Lu family had just started, I saw the opportunity to leave early. I'm familiar with the terrain of this Lingjiang city, but I've only just arrived a little while ago. Speaking of this, Bai Siye paused, her gaze turning to Lin Fan. Gongzi, where are we going next? Lin Fan had a plan in mind. Chu Cultivation World. 3 clans, 2 sects and 7 great families. He didn't want to go to any of them. The system's ability was to consume his longevity to help people break through, and after going to these forces, there was no guarantee that he wouldn't be found imprisoned and reduced to a tool for breakthroughs. It would be better to be a loose cultivator and keep a low profile, roaming around the various markets and selling the ability to help people break through in exchange for spirit stones. Granted, it didn't compare to living comfortably in the Su family surrounded by beautiful women, but life is precious, love is more expensive, and both can be thrown away if it is for freedom. Lin Fan didn't want to be a captive bird, even if he was able to feed himself well in a birdcage. He remembered what Su Xingyu had said to him. 300 miles away from this place, there was a workshop market. I know that there seems to be a workshop 300 miles away from here. Let's temporarily land over there and learn something about the current immortal cultivation world before we make any plans, Lin Fan said. Bai Ruoyue, however, hastily shook her head. My lord, you can't. I know that workshop. It's the only place for cultivators to gather within hundreds of miles of the vicinity. If we leave like this right now, the first place my master will go to when he looks for it is probably this workshop. I have to say that Bai Ruoyue, the little girl, was right. Then go in the opposite direction of the marketplace. Lin Fan's words were only half spoken when suddenly his expression abruptly changed. Gongzi, what's wrong? Bai Ruoyue noticed Lin Fan's strange behavior and asked softly. Lin Fan put up a finger to her lips, signaling her to be silent. A moment later, a sharp air-breaking sound came from far and near, and a recluse light rushed straight to break the temple. Almost in the blink of an eye, Ji Qingyan and Su Xingyue's figures appeared in the broken temple. Bai Ruoyue's face instantly turned white and her breathing quickened. She gripped the corner of her coat tightly, her gaze darting back and forth between Lin Fan and Ji Qingyan, her heart apprehensive. Although Su Xingyu was her master, the majesty of her master ancestor, Ji Qingwan, was even more frightening to her. These two had chased them here, so obviously her plan with Lin Fan had gone down the drain. Lin Fan piled an awkward yet polite smile on his face and scratched his head. Why are senior and sister here? Little Yue and I chased a cultivator of the Lu family and chased him here, and we were just about to go back. In my heart, I'm thinking, why is this old hag still around? Couldn't have installed GPS, right? This is the end of the world. Chasing the Lu family cultivators? Ji Qing Evening looked at Lin Fan with a smile, a hint of playfulness in her eyes. Are you not joking? None of the Lu family cultivators have escaped the Lu family compound. Who are you chasing after? Su Xingyue stood on the side, grimacing and not saying a word, but his gaze toward Lin Fan was filled with undisguised anger. Lin Fan said with a sincere face, Senior does not know. That Lu family cultivator is extremely cunning, proficient in the art of earth evasion. Little Yue and I chased him all the way, but he even disappeared into the ground and fled, and we had no choice but to come here. Lin Fan secretly grumbled in his heart. This lie was made up. I'm afraid that he couldn't even fool a 3-year-old child. However, no matter if it was Ji Qing Evening or Su Xingyu, they were both nothing more than looking at their ability to help people break through. So even if their own acting was poor, they wouldn't easily tear themselves away from him. Cough cough. Since we didn't catch it, then husband should still go back with us. Su Xingyu's face changed several times before finally revealing a smile. Going back? Lin Fan screamed in his heart. This time he went back. He was afraid that it would be difficult to escape again. Husband what? Don't want to go back? Su Xingyu's eyes flowed, seemingly smiling. Want to go back? Lin Fan nodded his head in a hurry, a smile worse than tears piling up on his face. Su Xingyu suddenly stroked her flat belly and softly said, Husband doesn't know. My concubine is already pregnant. When husband goes back, we'll be a family of 3 and live a good life. Chapter 30, Missing the Mark and Being Happy to be a Father. Lin Fan's eyes widened as if he had heard something incredible. It's not available. Me. He pointed at himself, and then pointed at Su Xingyue. His brain went blank. This woman, what is she up to? Husband also knows what's in my concubine's mind. Su Xingyu's eyes flickered and her voice carried a hint of sultry resentment. Concubine is also afraid that husband won't come back once he's gone, and that's why she came up with this plan. She paused and continued. These 2 nights, concubine has run my acacia sect's secret method to conceive husband's heir, and it is already a nail in the coffin. Could it be that husband wants to disown it? At the end of her words, Su Xingyue let out a pout, and the corners of her eyes were full of flavor. Lin Fan only felt a burst of heavenly thunder rolling in 5 thunderbolts. The Acacia sect's secret method? Conceive an heir? Denial? What's this all about? He opened his mouth to argue, but didn't know where to start. In his mind, the charming images of those 2 knights came to mind. To say that a pregnant woman is anything like a rotten carrot, that's pulling it late. That's it. Hit yet. However, when he turned his eyes and thought about it, he thought it was reasonable. Each one of these women in the Su family was not a light. They would do anything to keep Lin Fan. Obviously trying to tie Lin Fan down with a child. And Master has also said that he will accept you as his disciple. So when some time passes, we will go to the Acacia sect. Hearing this, Lin Fan's heart thumped. If this were to go to the Acacia sect, one would definitely be imprisoned again. But now that the situation was weaker than the others, he could only agree with a smile on his face. Lin Fan's heart moved. Going to the Acacia sect was not a bad thing. After all, it was good to have a big tree at his back. There must be quite a few people with high cultivation in the Acacia sect, and their own abilities can be put to greater use when the time comes, when they borrow the feeds to rapidly increase their cultivation. When he was strong enough, he would still be afraid of them women? Seeing Lin Fan's silence, Ji Qing Evening smiled slightly, and a tantalizing arc blossomed on her face that was strong enough to turn the world upside down. What? You don't want to worship me? Her voice was soft, with a hint of compulsion, as if it had a kind of magic that could not help but make people sink. Lin Fan hurriedly bowed and saluted. Late generation is naturally willing. In the back of his mind, he cursed. Old hag, you're asking a question knowingly. Isn't this a rush? Ji Qingnan's gaze fell on Lin Fan with a hint of scrutiny, as if she wanted to see through him. Lin Fan, you know your abilities well. As long as they are exposed, someone will covet you. Her tone turned serious. Instead of being targeted by those people, it's better to cooperate with me. I won't plant a ban on you or restrict your freedom. And even if you want to leave later, I won't stop you from leaving. It's just that with your current cultivation level, you don't have the strength to defend yourself at all, so you might as well worship me. I can shelter you to grow up, and when you do, you can decide for yourself whether to stay or go at that time. How? Ji Qing Evening's face was solemn and her voice was earnest and sincere, as if she was really thinking about Lin Fan. Lin Fan quickly calculated in his mind, if it was as she said, it wouldn't be impossible. Temporarily clinging to Ji Qingyan, waiting for his cultivation to rise, before leaving, and it won't be planted with prohibitions as well as restriction of freedom. Is all that elder said true? Lin Fan opened his mouth and asked, a hint of skepticism and probing in his eyes. Ji Qing Evening nodded slightly, and a faint smile surfaced on her stunningly beautiful face. Naturally, it's true, but your ability is indeed a bit special, and I'm afraid that if I let you completely free, it will bring me a lot of unnecessary trouble. Ji Qing Even's tone lurched, and her eyes became serious. So, we still need to make an appointment. For example, you can't help others break through the realm at will. This is crucial. Do you know how many people would give anything to break through the realm? If they knew what you were capable of, do you think you'd still be safe? Lin Fan naturally understood this. The piker is not guilty of a crime. Then again, if you want to leave my cave and go out, I won't restrict you. Ji Qingyan continued, but you must let me know in advance. After all, you are now nominally my apprentice, and I need to be responsible for your safety. The corner of Lin Fan's mouth twitched slightly. This old hag, she's really good at talking. It's clearly surveillance, but it's described as protection. However, at the moment, there was no chance for him to escape, and it wasn't impossible to work with Ji Qing Evening for a bit. Of course Lin Fan would never trust Ji Qing Evening so easily. It was bad to say that the other party was just trying to keep him behind and said so. Lin Fan put on a look of gratitude. Thank you senior for your love. I am grateful. Ji Qing Evening nodded. Now that I've stepped into the Jiedan stage, I can choose a large area within the Acacia sect to use as my cave. And I remember that there is a small mountain within the Acacia sect that is full of bamboo forests that is extremely nice. When you go to the Acacia sect, get yourself a small courtyard in this bamboo forest and live your own little life comfortably. I'll be fine and won't bother you. Also within the Acacia sect, you have 2 other beautiful sisters. When you arrive, I will introduce them to you. At that she turned the tables. Well, let's go back now. Ji Qingyan tapped at her waist with a flash of aura. A green-colored flying boat appeared out of thin air and landed in front of several people. With a single movement of her body, she stood in the middle of the flying boat. Lin Fan didn't know much about the cultivation world, but he knew that this flying boat should be a flying magic weapon, much faster than flying through the air. The group of people boarded the flying boat and flew towards the Su family. The wind whistled in his ears and the buildings flew by beneath his feet. The houses that lined the streets and the crowds that bustled about became a blur of light. Lin Fan could even feel the wind blowing on his face with a faint hint of earthiness. He turned his head to look at Su Xingyue. Sister, I fled. To chase the Lu family? No one saw me when I left. How did you catch up? Su Xingyue had no intention of hiding. After we destroyed the Lu family, I was anxious when I couldn't find my husband. And at that time, Master's incarnation of Su Shallow couldn't find you either. We were afraid that you would be in danger. So Master didn't hide his identity anymore. Lin Fan's heart slandered. Where are you guys afraid of me being in danger? You're obviously afraid that I'll run away. When Master and I talked to each other, we didn't hide your ability to help people break through anymore. Master thinks that your ability is too appalling. And if someone with a heart of gold finds out, you'll be in danger. That's why it was decided to take you as a disciple and let me return to the Harmony sect with you to cultivate. Lin Fan rolled his eyes in his heart. This old demoness is clearly greedy and wants to take me for herself. However, he was considerate of Su Xingyue, so he let her follow him back to the Acacia sect. As for how you were found, the recluse talisman you used was made by Master her hand, and Master's divine sense is strong enough to sense the traces of the recluse's movement. Su Xingyu blared at by Ruoyue, plus I felt that Ruoyue the girl wasn't quite right lately, so I secretly planted a tracking prohibition on her. Chapter 31, Returning and Reaping the Rewards. By Ruoyue hung her head low, not daring to look directly at Lin Fan's gaze, her eyes full of guilt and self-reproach. Her lips quivered slightly and her hands clutched the corners of her coat. Lin Fan knew that this girl was not feeling well in her heart. It was thought that when Lin Fan broke through the foundation establishment and was discovered by the girl, Lin Fan convinced her not to report to Su Xingyu. This girl promised, but her heart's ability to withstand it was limited, and she leaked in front of Su Xingyue. So that's how it is. Lin Fan coughed dryly, a bitter laugh in his heart. His own little tricks, in front of these old foxes. It was like a child playing house, full of loopholes, unbearable. Bai Ruoyue had been turned by herself. And after she went back this time, she was only afraid that Su Xingyue wouldn't easily spare her. Ruoyue, this girl I'm a big fan of. I'm very satisfied that she's taken care of me during this time. I want her to stay by my side and serve me well in the future. Su Xingyu naturally knew what Lin Fan meant by this, nor did she refute his face and nodded. Since husband likes it, then stay by husband's side. She looked at Bai Siye. From now on, you'll serve your husband well. Bai Ruoyue naturally understood what Lin Fan was thinking, and she glanced at him gratefully. Yes, Master. In the future, Ruoyue will definitely do her best to serve your excellency well. Back at the Su's, the Su family was quite lively at this time, and it was clear that this extermination of the Lu family was worth celebrating. Lin Fan didn't have the heart to celebrate as he returned to the small courtyard where he lived. The heart is helpless. When he left he thought he would never come back. Lin Fan closed the doors and windows and fished out 2 storage bags from his arms. Lin Fan carefully pulled out 2 storage bags from his arms. These 2 storage bags were not comparable to the shabby one he was using now. They were premium goods at first glance. One of them was Lu Yensong's. The bag was dark purple in color, on which a fierce tiger with open teeth and claws was embroidered with gold threads, and there were also 2 soybean-sized red gemstones inlaid at the tiger's eyes, which glittered with an ethereal light in the dimly lit room, making it look particularly hideous. The other was that of the Grand Elder of the Lu family, and the bag was an understated and luxurious ink-black color, with a seemingly plain surface. However, it vaguely exuded an aura of antiquity, and upon closer inspection, it was actually densely embroidered with tiny runes using silver thread. These runes swam like tadpoles, emitting a faint fluctuation of spiritual energy. Although he was captured, these 2 storage bags barely made Lin Fan feel better in his heart. He carefully turned the storage pouch mouth down and gave it a gentle shake. Claptrap. A large pile of stuff instantly poured out of it, forming a small mountain on the ground. The first thing that caught his eyes was a large pile of shiny spirit stones. It shimmered tantalizingly in the low light. Lin Fan's eyes widened, and at a rough count, there were as many as 4,000 or 5,000 pieces. It was the first time he had seen so many spirit stones. That's a lot of money. Lin Fan felt like he was breathing a little too hard. He hurriedly gathered these spirit stones together and carefully cupped them in the palm of his hand. A spirit stone was cold to the touch, but it made Lin Fan's heart hot. In addition to spirit stones, there were all sorts of pills. These pills were contained in colorful jade bottles, emitting a faint medicinal fragrance. Lin Fan opened those bottles and jars one by one and examined them carefully. My goodness, the Lu family is pulling out all their old tricks. Lin Fan's eyes went straight. It was the first time he had seen so many high-level elixirs. Qi condensation dan is close to 100 bottles, and with 10 pills in this bottle, that's close to 1,000 Qi condensation dan. Lin Fan picked up a white jade bottle filled with Qi condensation pills. Each one was round and full, emitting a rich aura. There are also more than 30 bottles of solid energy Dan. This is good stuff. Much more precious than chi condensation Dan. Lin Fan picked up another green-colored jade bottle, which contained the solid energy pill. The solid yuan Dan was a circle larger than the chi condensation Dan, and its color was darker. Lin Fan picked up a solid energy pill and placed it on the tip of his nose to smell it. A refreshing medicinal scent hit his nose, lifting his spirits. Good stuff. Really good stuff. Lin Fan couldn't help but sigh. In addition to the chi condensation pill and the solid energy pill, there were quite a few other types of pills. There were those that healed wounds, those that detoxified poisons, and some that Lin Fan couldn't name, but without exception, it's all good. Lin Fan carefully put these pills away. In addition to the pills, there were also 5 magic weapons lying quietly on the ground. Although the grade wasn't as good as Lin Fan's condensing frost sword, it was still much better than those lower grade magic weapons that Bai Xie and the others used. Lin Fan picked up a long knife with a fiery red body, and with a flick of the wrist, a blazing blade chi roared out. Not bad, not bad. This blade is quite powerful. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. He put these magic artifacts aside, and the last thing left was a jade slip that was emerald green in color. The jade slip emitted a faint spiritual light, and at a glance, it was not a mortal product. Lin Fan took the jade slip in his hand and his divine sense probed into it. The Taishu refining spirit decision? Lin Fan's eyebrows were slightly raised, and the corner of his mouth curled into a playful smile. That's a name that sounds awesome right off the bat. What was recorded inside the jade slip was actually a remnant art called the Taishu refining spirit decision. This art was incredibly subtle, and its main effect was to grow divine sense. After cultivation, divine sense far exceeded that of cultivators of the same rank. Unfortunately, this method is only a remnant and is not complete. But even so, after Lin Fan's cultivation, his divine sense should be much stronger than a foundation establishment stage cultivator of the same rank. And it comes with a little aptitude in it called Spirit Thorn. The name, simple and crude. Simply put, it was to condense divine sense and turn it into a spike that pierced into the other party's sea of consciousness. A light headache, or a trauma to the sea of consciousness, turning him into an idiot. This door magic is vicious and incomparable, and it can't be defended, which is a good weapon. Lin Fan was secretly happy in his heart. With this divine ability, one had one more card to play. Imagine being in the middle of a fight and suddenly giving your opponent such a blow. It was as if Lin Fan had already seen the image of his enemy holding his head and rolling all over the ground. He couldn't help but heave a smile. Putting the jade sketch away, Lin Fan climbed onto the bed. Although he didn't leave successfully this time, the harvest was quite good. Not only did he get a large amount of spirit stones and pills, but he also got this Taishu refining spirit decree. Overall, no loss. He then sat down on his knees and slowly closed his eyes. Following the method recorded in the Taishu refining spirit decision, he began to condense his divine sense. He felt as if his divine sense had turned into a thin needle, emanating a sharp aura. Lin Fan snapped his eyes open. Only the air at Lin Fan's brow suddenly twisted, as if an invisible flying needle had swept by. Then all was quiet again. This spiritual thorn is really powerful, if it pierces into another person's sea of consciousness. Chapter 32, Yuer, do you understand the Acacia sect? After cultivating the frightening god thorn, he took out all the spirit stones he had on him. Previously, in the Su family's treasury, he couldn't get 2,000 spirit stones, and he got close to 5,000 more from the Lu family's head and the Grand Elder's storage bag, as well as the small amount of spirit stones obtained from helping Su Mei and Su Xingyu break through. Spirit stones piled up like small mountains as he sat on his knees and began to absorb them. Time passes slowly. There was no talk all night. It's getting light. The spirit stones that were originally piled up like a small mountain in the room had disappeared at this moment. All the spirit stones were absorbed by Lin Fan. Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes, and a brilliant light flashed through his eyes. With a thought, he opened his attribute panel. Name, Lin Fan. Remaining lifespan, 6,885 years. Cultivation, early foundation stage. Spiritual roots, 5 attribute spiritual roots. Hoarding cultivation, 1086 plus 1, stop refining. Su Xingyue is practicing plus 1. Sophie is practicing plus 1. Ever since Lin Fan realized that he was being targeted by Ji Qingnan, he stopped refining his cultivation. Looking at the 6,000 years of longevity on the attribute panel, the corners of Lin Fan's mouth rose slightly. As long as one is not in danger, one can live for more than 6,000 years. It's already a disguised form of immortality. Tap. There was a sound of footsteps outside the house. Lin Fan's divine sense swept. It was by Ruoyue carrying the food box. With a thought, he closed the attribute panel. There was a creak and the door to the room was pushed open. Bai Ruoyue walked in and placed the food box on the table. Gong. Gongzi. Yesterday is all my fault. Bai Ruoyue lowered her head, a hint of choking in her voice. If I hadn't been planted with a tracking restriction, I wouldn't have gotten Gongzi involved. The more she spoke, the more she blamed herself, tears welling up in her eyes. Looking at her pitifully, Lin Fan waved his hand. It's not all your fault. In fact, even without Bai Xie, Lin Fan probably wouldn't be able to escape. After all, Ji Qing Evening was a Jid end-stage cultivator. Her own little tricks were simply not enough to look at in front of her. He smiled and slapped at the storage bag on his waist, taking out 10 bottles of qi condensation pills and pushing them to Bai Xie. This is an elixir obtained from the Lu family. I can't use it, so take it and use it. Lin Fan had obtained a large amount of pills from the Lu family, which he could not use. It would be better to give it to Bai Ruoyue so that she could cultivate properly and then feed it back to her own cultivation. Bai Ruoyue looked at the 10 bottles of qi condensation dan in front of her, and her entire body froze. This is a qi condensation dan, the main elixir used by qi refining stage cultivators to raise their cultivation level. And in a small family like the Su family, this elixir was very precious. Not only did Lin Fan not blame her, he also gave her so many pills. For a moment, the tears in Bai Ruoyue's eyes finally couldn't help but flow out. Gongzi, why are you so kind to me? Before I was sent by master to spy on you, Bai Ruoyue choked. Those things are in the past. From now on you'll be my Lin Fan's maid. How can you be my maid with just this much cultivation? In the future, you must cultivate well. Lin Fan grinned. Bai Ruoyue's qualifications were a bit worse, but as long as the pills were enough, her cultivation would definitely keep rising. Coupled with the fact that he could help her break through her bottleneck, this little girl's future was promising. Bai Ruoyue wiped the teardrops from her small white face. In his heart, he secretly vowed that he would repay Lin Fan's favor in the future. Don't worry, Your Excellency, I'll definitely double my efforts in the future, Bai Ruoyue said. Bai Ruoyue carefully picked up an egg and gently knocked it on the edge of the table, then meticulously peeled off the shell. Gongzi, master and I said, let you prepare to get ready. These 2 days will be going to the Acacia sect. Her voice was soft with a hint of nervousness. Lin Fan let out a mmm and picked up a piece of meat and stuffed it into his mouth. This Acacia sect, he had to go and not go. Both come and go. He swallowed the meat in his mouth and opened his mouth to ask, Little Yuer, do you know anything about the Acacia sect? Bai Ruoyue nodded and shook her head. I was taken under my master's tutelage at a very young age and have been living in the Su family. But master is a disciple of the Acacia sect, so he has heard a lot about the Acacia sect in his normal life. She paused, as if organizing her words. The Acacia sect belongs to one of the top forces in the Chu immortal cultivation world, and there are 2 Yuaning stage ancestors within the sect, with old ancestor Qingli being in the middle stage of the Yuaning stage, which is a famous name throughout the entire Chu kingdom. Speaking of this, a hint of yearning flashed through Bai Xie's eyes. In addition to the Yuaning stage ancestors, there are also nearly 100 predecessors of the Jidan stage. There are thousands of foundation stage disciples and over 100,000 Qi refining stage disciples. She cracked her fingers and counted carefully. Lin Fan listened, but his heart flooded with mutterings. It was all about helping others break through anyway, and there didn't seem to be much difference between being in the Su clan and being in the Acacia sect. But the Acacia sect had more experts, and the people they could help were of a higher realm and better qualified. This meant that one could obtain more reflexes and raise their cultivation faster. In this way, wouldn't one's cultivation level rub up like a rocket? Half a month later, the continuous mountain range, like a sleeping dragon, quietly crept above the earth. Deep in the mountains, clouds and mist, like a veil covering the mountains, hidden, visible in the mountains, pavilions, flying eaves and corners, simple and elegant. Here is where the Acacia sect's mountain gate is located, an inconspicuous mountain peak, covered by a verdant bamboo forest, the leaves rustling in the breeze. Deep in the bamboo sea, an ancient building stands quietly, flying eaves and arches, carved beams and paintings, showing the ancient and simple elegance. Inside the hall, Ji Changwan was seated on the eunuch's chair, playing with a jade slip in his hand, his expression indifferent. Below stood 4 people, a man and 3 women. The man was naturally Lin Fan. He didn't move as he surveyed his surroundings, but his mind was already rippling. On his way to the Acacia sect, he already knew that there were 3 female disciples under Ji Qingyan's seat. Eldest senior sister Su Xingyue. At this time, she had a red dress that was like fire, outlining a delicate figure, and her eyebrows were filled with a natural flirtation. On Su Xingyue's side was a woman in a plain white dress. Her temperament was pure and unassuming, and she stood there as if she were an orchid in an empty valley, quietly blooming her beauty. This woman's appearance was excellent, not inferior to Su Xingyue in any way, belonging to the kind of fairy that did not eat earthly fire. She was Ji Qing Evening's second disciple, Bai Jie. The last third disciple, Lai Jiao, was dressed in a pale yellow dress, with a beautiful appearance, delicate features, and skin as fair as congealed fat. Her eyes were clear and bright, sparkling with spirit. The temperament is gentle and lovely, giving people a kind of neighborhood girl-like affection. When the three women stood together, they were really fat and thin, each with their own style. All of them are first-class beauties. This is Master's new disciple, Lin Fan. These two are your second senior sister Bai Jia, and third senior sister Li Jiao. Lin Fan smiled. Greetings to the two senior sisters, Li Jiao and Bai Jia. On the other hand, were curiously sizing up their new young master. Chapter 33, Sister, a little burnt. Chapter 40, Sister don't be like this. Li Jiao and Bai Jia, on the other hand, were curiously sizing up this new junior apprentice brother of theirs. Lin Fan was handsome, with a straight figure and fair skin, wearing a plain-colored robe, and the whole person looked quite energetic. Junior brother, what a handsome face. Li Jiao's voice was sweet, with a hint of coquettishness, and a pair of big watery eyes looked him up and down. Lin Fan smiled faintly. Elder sister is flattered. Senior sister has a gentle temperament and beautiful appearance, just like a fairy in a painting. Lin Fan's words made Li Jiao's heart blossom. She covered her mouth and laughed softly. Giggle, giggle. Junior brother is not only handsome, but also has a sweet mouth. Li Jiao covered her mouth and laughed lightly, her flowery branches trembling. Junior brother, your clothes are too plain. They don't match your temperament at all. Why don't you let elder sister take your measurements and sew one for you? Bai Jia came forward and reached out to touch Lin Fan's chest. Second senior sister, clothes are not necessary. Lin Fan dodged with a sidestep. Su Xingyue then took a step forward and blocked Lin Fan behind her. The two senior sisters are afraid that they don't know that junior brother is my Dao couple. If you guys have a fever, there are plenty of disciples within the gate. She blushed slightly, with a hint of huff. Hearing this, the two women were slightly stunned. Junior brother and eldest sister are Dao couples? The two of them couldn't help but look at Ji Qingyan. Not bad. Lin Fan and your eldest senior sister are indeed Dao couples. Hearing this, surprise flickered in Bai Jia's eyes. Senior sister doesn't need to be nervous. We just feel that junior brother has just arrived and we want to familiarize ourselves with each other with him. Besides, junior brother didn't say anything. So what's your hurry? Lin Fan blinked and said, these two senior sisters of his are so proactive? There must be a problem here? They can't be trying to squeeze my Yuan Yang right. Whatever. Let's stay away from these demonic girls first. Ji Qing even gave a dry cough. Alright, Xing Yu, you take Lin Fan down. This bamboo sea is big enough. There are several small courtyards inside. You guys pick a place to stay. Ji Qing evening commanded. Su Xingyue swept a glance at Bai Jia and Li Jiao before pulling Lin Fan away. Bai Jia and Li Jiao glanced at each other, both seeing a hint of smugness in the other's eyes. Master, why is eldest sister back again? Paige asked, a hint of resentment in her tone. I'm afraid that it will be difficult for eldest sister's qualifications to be refined even if she stays in the sect. Might as well go back home and get some rest. Save yourself the trouble of being here. That's right. She's been gone for so many years. What's she doing back all of a sudden? Ri Jiao followed suit. Ji Qingye faintly glanced at them. Now Su Xingyue was rising because of Lin Fan's status. Then he opened his mouth and said, Xingyue is my eldest disciple and your senior sister. In the future, you must respect her as much as you respect me, and you must not show any disrespect. As for you two, instead of gossiping here, you should think about how to raise your cultivation. The two girls glanced at each other. The two of them had better qualifications than Su Xingyue, and in the past, the master was more indulgent towards them. I didn't expect that this time I would reprimand them because of Su Xingyu. Yes, master. Also, in the future, this small mountain will be my new cave. I'm going to cultivate in seclusion here. You two keep watch. Without my permission, no one shall go up the mountain to disturb. Your junior brother needs to meditate and cultivate. No one is allowed to disturb him, including you two. Ji Qing Evening opened her mouth and said. The two women were puzzled and wanted to ask, but seeing Ji Qing Evening's solemn face, the words that came out of her mouth were hardened and swallowed back. Alright, the two of you should step back as well. Ji Qingyan opened her mouth and said. Bai Jia and Li Jiao left and walked down the winding mountain road. Senior sister, after master broke through the Jiedan, it feels strange. Ri Jiao frowned lightly between her brows. Bai Jia stopped her steps, looked back at the cloudy mountaintop, and sighed softly. We can't control master's affairs. But, Su Xingyu that actually came back. Master's new junior disciple is actually still her Taoist partner. Ri Jiao's tone was filled with jealousy. Back then, senior brother Haochen had a crush on all of us, and if it wasn't for Su Xingyue's interference, maybe he would have chosen one of us as his Taoist couple long ago. Bai Jia clenched her lower lip. a hint of hatred flashing in her eyes. She's comfortable now, with little brother by her side. Ri-Jio's eyes turned. The corner of her mouth hooked up a wry smile. It just so happens that recently I have made great progress in the art of seduction. So why don't? She came close to Bai Jia and whispered. Why don't we go and try the length of the little master? Bai Jia was shocked and hurriedly covered Ri-Jio's mouth. You're crazy. Master doesn't allow us to disturb junior brother. Ri-Jio pulled down Bai Jia's hand. The desire in his eyes was undisguised. Master just doesn't let us disturb his cultivation, and didn't say that he won't let us care about him. But Bai Jia was still a little worried. No buts. Deep in the bamboo sea, a winding path, like a sleeping green snake, lies quietly between the dense emerald bamboos. Su Xingyue walked side by side with Lin Fan, whispering softly. These two senior sisters, it seems that they have some special care for me. Lin Fan stroked his chin and said thoughtfully. Su Xingyue sighed softly, seemingly somewhat helpless and emotional. Alas, since you've come to the Acacia sect, there's no need to hide many things from you. She paused and looked off into the distance, a hint of reminiscence in her eyes. In fact, the grudge between me and them has to start from more than 20 years ago. At that time, the clan accepted a heavenly spirit root disciple named Haochen. This person and I are both from Linjiang City. We have known each other since childhood, and he is also quite fond of me. Speaking here, Su Xingyue's voice lowered with a hint of bitterness. Only, my qualifications were too poor to be worthy of him. And then there were seniors from the division who blocked it, so the relationship ended without a trace. She turned her head and looked at Lin Fan with complicated eyes. These two senior sisters of mine are both admirers of this person. When they saw that I was close to senior brother Haochen, they were jealous in their hearts. And coupled with my poor qualifications and slow cultivation speed, they often ostracized me openly and secretly. I knew that I had no hope of breaking through to foundation establishment, and I didn't want to be aggravated. So I went back to Linjiang City, and I was able to settle down. Su Xingyu smiled to herself. Who would have thought I'd meet the husband? I'm now just a little bit away from the 12th level of Qi cultivation consummation. When the time comes to break through the foundation establishment, I'll see if the two of them still dare to be like this in front of me. She smiled sweetly, a hint of amusement flashing in her eyes. Suddenly, Su Xingyue came close to Lin Fan and pecked him lightly on the cheek. She tenderly touched her belly and said softly, Husband, it was me who treated you badly in the past. Now that we've arrived at the Acacia sect, let's be good, shall we? Lin Fan looked at Su Xingyu, but his heart was on guard. The woman's tactics, he'd seen them before. To keep him, it's not a good idea to carry a child to term. Now that he had arrived at the Acacia sect, he wasn't going to leave for a while. Right now, no matter if what Su Xingyue said was true or not, she first agreed to it. Thus, he nodded and smiled. I am definitely of one mind with my sister. If the two of them dare to bully my sister, I will definitely not help them break through. When Su Xingyu heard this, she smiled even more broadly. Husband, you're so sweet. She took Lin Fan's arm and continued to walk forward. But what? Lin Fan asked. But I'm pregnant now. My body is inconvenient. For a period of time, I'm afraid I won't be able to properly accompany you at night. Su Xingyue pursed her lips, a hint of apology in her eyes. Although there are many female disciples within this Acacia sect, if someone invites the husband to double cultivation, husband should be careful. These female disciples don't necessarily press any good intentions. There are numerous harmonization techniques within the harmonization sect, so if you don't pay attention, you could be trapped. Luckily, that girl Ruoyue came with us, so during this time, let her serve her husband well. She pursed her tantalizing red lips. Your Excellency, here. Just then, a crisp voice came from the front. The two of them walked forward another short distance before they saw Bai Ruoyue, dressed in white, standing in front of them, waving at them. There's a small courtyard here that I've already cleared. Bai Ruoyue spoke, her voice crisp and pleasant. Chapter 34, Charming. You're still a bit young. The small yard is small, but it's something else. 3 or 2 bamboo houses in a row, hanging under the eaves of a few strings of wind chimes, the breeze over the sound of a clear and pleasant sound. A small courtyard surrounded by lush green bamboos. A few unknown flowers and plants dotted the landscape, giving off a faint scent. A bamboo table and a few bamboo chairs were placed in the courtyard, and an exquisite tea set was placed on the table. Husband, is this place still satisfactory? Su Xingyue held Lin Fan's arm and asked softly, a hint of anticipation in her voice. Lin Fan nodded. It's nice and clean. He's really happy with the place. This place was full of spiritual qi, much better than his small courtyard in Linjiang City. It's good that my husband likes it. Su Xingyu smiled sweetly, her eyes flowing and charming. She turned her head to Bai Ruoyue. Ruoyue, you'll stay here during this time and serve your husband well. Yes, Master. Bai Ruoyue responded obediently, her voice soft and sticky, like a docile kitten. Before Lin Fan came to the Acacia sect, he had a detailed conversation with Ji Qing Evening, or rather, a negotiation. Ji Qingwan needed Lin Fan's ability, and Lin Fan needed the resources of the Acacia sect. The two men took what they wanted and eventually came to an agreement. Ji Qingnan agreed to Lin Fan's 3 conditions. First, there would be no restriction on Lin Fan's freedom, nor would any prohibitions be planted on him. Ji Qing Evening was well aware of the special nature of Lin Fan's ability. If he were to forcefully control it, in case he resisted, it would instead be a mistake. So it would be better to lure him with benefits, so that he would willingly work for the Acacia sect. Secondly, for every bottleneck that Lin Fan helped someone break through, Ji Qing Evening would provide a certain amount of spirit stones as payment, the exact amount depending on the realm that was broken through. This was the point that Lin Fan valued the most. After all, he needed a large amount of spirit stones to replenish his longevity. Thirdly, if Lin Fan needed to go out on an important matter, he needed to greet Ji Qing Evening in advance, explaining the reason and promising to return as soon as possible. However, Lin Fan promised Ji Qing Evening that he wouldn't go out easily without special circumstances. Husband, when I've chosen a place to retreat, I'll send a sound transmission to talk to you. Su Xingyu smiled sweetly at Lin Fan. She then gave Lin Fan a few more instructions before turning to leave. Although Lin Fan and Su Xingyue were Dao couples, Su Xingyue was now pregnant, making it inconvenient for her to double cultivate. In addition, the Su family had destroyed the Lu family and gained a lot of cultivation resources, so she wanted to take this opportunity to retreat and cultivate to improve her strength as soon as possible. Therefore, on her way to the Acacia sect, she spoke to Lin Fan about her thoughts. She worked hard to cultivate. Lin Fan couldn't wait. The more she cultivated, the more she fed back to Lin Fan. Lin Fan looked at Su Xingyu's departing back and secretly sighed in relief. He didn't dare take Su Xingyue lightly. Bai Ruoyue was busy, cleaning the bamboo houses one by one and polishing the bamboo tables and chairs in the courtyard. By the time everything was packed up, the sun had already set in the west and the sky was getting darker. Gongzi, I've already made your bed, Bai Ruoyue said softly. Aha! Lin Fan nodded and walked into the house. The furnishings in the room were simple, yet elegant. A wooden bed stood against the window. A bamboo table was placed in the center of the room. A celadon tea set was placed on the table. Next to it were several bamboo chairs. There was also a bookshelf in the corner with a few volumes sporadically placed on it. Gongzi, you rest. I'm right next door. Call me if anything happens. Bai Ruoyue lowered her head and said softly. Good. Lin Fan answered and sat down on the bed, opening the system to automatically refine his cultivation. Bai Ruoyue quietly retreated and closed the door to the room. The bamboo leaves made a fine rustling sound under the gentle caress of the breeze. 2 delicate figures silently appeared outside the small courtyard. Bai Jiat and Lai Jiao. They were as lithe as 2 night cats, silently crossing the courtyard wall and falling into Lin Fan's small courtyard without making a single sound. Then the two pushed their way into the room. Inside the room, Lin Fan still maintained his cultivation posture, sitting cross-legged with his eyes tightly closed. Bai Jia and Lai Jiao looked at each other and smiled between their eyes. Little master, Lai Jiao softly called, voice charming into the bones, as if with some kind of magic, can seduce the soul. Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes and sneered in his heart. These 2 women, coming over in the middle of the night definitely didn't have anything good to say. 2 senior sisters, what is the purpose of your late night visit? Lin Fan's voice was calm, but with a hint of playfulness. Junior brother, why are you so insensitive? Lai Jiao let out a pout and gave Lin Fan a blank look. With this glance, her charming eyes were like silk, and between the waves of her eyes, it was as if there was endless springiness swirling in them. Bai Jia's waist lightly twisted, and she landed on Lin Fan's side, her body slightly leaning forward, almost sticking to Lin Fan's body, exhaling her breath like orchids, and winking her eyes like silk. The faint fragrance of her body, if anything, drifted into Lin Fan's nose. Senior brother just came here. He's not familiar with the area, and master specially instructed the 2 of us sisters to take good care of senior brother. Bai Jia exhaled, her voice charming to the bone. Every word seemed to carry a hook to hook the soul. Lai Jiao stretched out her delicate hand and gently rested it on Lin Fan's shoulder. Fingertips traced lightly over his neck, bringing a tingling touch. She leaned down close, her warm breath sprayed on Lin Fan's ears, her voice charming to the bone. Junior brother, look at this bamboo sea secluded and quiet. No one is around. How about we go to Witch Mountain together? Bai Jia covered her lips and laughed softly, her eyes glittering teasingly. The 2 of them, one on the left and one on the right, surrounded Lin Fan in the center. Their bodies were if anything close, bringing gusts of soft touch, and the ethereal scent of their bodies became even more intense, almost enveloping Lin Fan. There was an ambiguous scent in the air that made your heart beat faster and your blood run cold. Lin Fan only felt a heat rising from his belly and rushing straight to his head. His body was unbearably hot and the blood in his body seemed to be boiling. Mind uncontrollably a swing. In front of these two special things, is really too tempting? Spare him the strength of determination over the people. At the moment also some cannot hold. He knew that it was the art of seduction. However, after all, he had cultivated the Taishu refining spirit technique. His divine sense far exceeded that of ordinary people. So how could these two little girls in the Qi refining stage be easily confused? With a thought, he operated the Taishu refining spirit technique, and a coolness instantly flowed throughout his body, pressing down that dryness and heat, and his divine sense returned to clarity. The strange sensation only lasted for a moment before Lin Fan regained his senses. His eyes were brighter as if he could see everything, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. His eyes were brighter, as if he could see everything. The two senior sisters' charm technique is really powerful. It almost made little brother fall for it. Lin Fan said indifferently, with a hint of mockery in his tone. The smile on Li Zhou's face instantly disappeared, replaced by an incredulous shock. Her eyes were wide open, her mouth slightly open as if she could stuff an egg into it, and that delicate and attractive look even looked a bit funny at the moment. Paige wasn't much better. The expression on her face looked like she'd been slapped hard, a brilliant burst of green and white. They couldn't figure out how they could not understand that the charm technique they were so proud of would be ineffective against Lin Fan. This was simply a strange shame, dullness, bewilderment, and a hint of irritation, all mixed together, made their faces look particularly ugly. How did this happen? Ri Zhou's voice was trembling a little. Just as the two of them froze, a powerful backlash struck them like a flooding beast, instantly drowning them. They only felt a sharp pain in their sea of consciousness, as if they had been viciously stabbed in by a red-hot iron bar and then stirred madly. The pain was so intense that they couldn't wait to pass out immediately. Put! The two women sprayed out a mouthful of blood in unison. Their bodies shook, their faces instantly became as pale as paper, bloodless, and their eyes became lax and lightless, as if they would die at any time. Lin Fan laughed coldly in his heart as he looked at the scene in front of him. These two women, they really don't know how to live. How dare they use the charm technique on him? Does he really think he's a weakling who can be pinched at will? Let's teach them a lesson today and let them know that there are some people that they can't afford to mess with. Two senior sisters. The night is already late. It's better to go back and rest earlier. Lin Fan gave an eviction order. The two women glared viciously at Lin Fan, their eyes filled with resentment and unwillingness. But they also knew that they were no match for Lin Fan. Staying any longer would only be a self-inflicted humiliation. So he could only endure the severe pain and stumbled out of the bamboo house. That wretched look, which is still half of the previous charming and attractive. Their silhouettes quickly disappeared into the night, as if they had never appeared. But Lin Fan knew that this matter, I'm afraid, wasn't over yet. Trying to count me out? You guys are still young. Lin Fan closed his eyes again and continued to refine his cultivation. Chapter 35, Breakthrough. Mid-Foundation Establishment. After a night of cultivation, Lin Fan refined all of the cultivation that had been hoarded and regurgitated. In the Dan Tian, the mana was like a sea, gushing endlessly. Compared to the early stage of foundation establishment, it had condensed and thickened nearly times as much. The divine sense also expanded further, and every blade of grass and tree in the surroundings was visible. He felt that all his five senses had become sharper, and he could even hear the subtle sound of bamboo leaves rubbing in the distance. Middle stage of foundation building. It's quite a bit more powerful than it was at the beginning. He could clearly feel that the majestic power within his body was even more solid and majestic than before. The cultivation required to enter the middle stage from the early stage was simply astronomical. It was even much more than the entire Qi practicing stage combined. Want to go from the middle stage to the late stage of foundation building? Lin Fan shook his head. I'm afraid that the amount of cultivation that would be needed would really be massive. With the current feedback from these people he had helped to raise, if he wanted to save up enough to break through to the later stages of cultivation, it would probably take a monkey's time. It seems that we have to find a way to increase the number of people who break through. Lin Fan stroked his chin, secretly calculating in his mind. While he was pondering, an aura cut through the sky and came speeding from afar. The speed was extremely fast and instantaneous. Lin Fan stretched out his hand. The spiritual light dispersed in his palm, and a delicate paper crane landed lightly on his palm. Good disciple, get ready. A good friend of mine has been stuck in the middle stage of foundation establishment for many years and needs to borrow your special physique for a while. Come to my residence when you're free. Ji Qingnan's magnetic voice came out from the paper crane. The voice was not loud, but it clearly reached Lin Fan's ears. Lin Fan's eyes lit up as he sniffed. What a sleepy delivery. He was worried about how to increase the number of breakthroughs, and here was the opportunity. However, Lin Fan also knew in his heart that Ji Qing Evening was definitely not doing this for free. This cheap master of mine. I'm only afraid that he's taking my abilities and selling them in exchange for cultivation resources. He sneered in his mind. However, it was just what he wanted. What he lacked the most right now was cultivation resources. Someone was willing to pay him to help him break through, so he was naturally happy to do so. As long as there were enough spirit stones, he would be able to quickly raise his cultivation level. It's not a bad deal by any stretch of the imagination. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, there was a soft knock on the door. With a sweep of his divine sense, Lin Fan knew that Bai Ruoyue had arrived. She stood obediently outside the door, holding a tray with a bowl of steaming white porridge and a dish of delicate pickles. Although Lin Fan had stepped into the foundation establishment stage, he had long since been able to dispel the grain and no longer needed to eat. But he had traveled from the blue planet, and it always felt like something was missing if he didn't eat something. And Lin Fan was considered a foodie, with a great love for food. And it wasn't like he wasn't that conditioned. Come in, little you. Come in. Bai Ruoyue pushed her way in, a sweet smile spreading across her face. Your Excellency has just arrived here and has limited ingredients. I have brought some simple ingredients from home, so you can make do with what you have. I'm going to reclaim a spiritual field outside of the courtyard and specialize in growing fruits and vegetables for Gongzi, so I'll grow whatever Gongzi wants to eat at that time, she said as she placed the tray on the table. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. My lord, Master sent me a transmission talisman this morning. She has already chosen a new cave dwelling and is preparing to retreat and cultivate for a period of time, so she asked me to tell you about it. Bai Ruoyue added another sentence. Got it. Lin Fan responded indifferently, but his gaze fell on the bowl of white porridge. He picked up a spoon, gently scooped up a spoonful and brought it to his mouth. The porridge was just the right temperature and the rice was soft and sweet with a hint of light fragrance. The pickles were crisp and savory and went perfectly with the white porridge. Is it good, my lord? Bai Ruoyue blinked her big eyes and asked expectantly. Yummy. Lin Fan nodded. After eating, Lin Fan went out the door. With his hands behind his back, he walked along the winding path through the bamboo forest in a leisurely manner. Lin Fan was going to Ji Qing Evening's residence. The bamboo forest is quiet, and the leaves rustle in the breeze. Lin Fan was in a pretty good mood as he strolled through it. Unbeknownst to him, a shapely silhouette was hiding in the depths of the bamboo forest, following him unhurriedly. This person was none other than Bai Jie, who had suffered a loss in Lin Fan's house last night. Bai Jie changed into a light green colored dress today, which accentuated her delicate figure. She executed an extremely skillful breath concealment technique, completely hiding her own aura. The whole person seemed to be one with the surrounding bamboo forest. Even if Lin Fan's divine sense was strong, he surprisingly didn't realize that this woman was secretly following him for a while, walking all the way to Ji Qingyan's residence. As soon as he entered the door, a silhouette greeted him. Lin Fan only felt a blur before his eyes, and the silhouette was already in front of him. A light scent comes through and refreshes the mind. Ji Qingnan's face was full of smiles, and there was a hint of undetectable excitement in her voice. You're here. Here's the spirit stone promised to you. Saying that, Ji Qingyan stretched out her white wrist. In her snow-white and slender hands, she was holding a storage bag. Lin Fan was not polite and reached out to take it. With a sweep of the divine sense, there were no more or less than 500 spirit stones in the storage bag. I've got the stuff ready too. It's guaranteed. Ji Qing Evening's bright eyes blinked, and on her good-looking face, she was filled with a smile. She turned toward the inner room. Lin Fan followed her, looking at Ji Qingyan's not-so-slim waist, and those upturned, gyrating hips with the pace. Lin Fan's gaze was involuntarily attracted. He was secretly feeling sorry for himself. This Acacia sect's gong method really lived up to its name. Ji Qing Evening is simply a special thing on earth. Lin Fan took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the agitation in his heart. One after the other, the two walked through a corridor and entered a secret room. Inside the chamber, the light was soft. The four walls were made of an unknown type of jade, emitting a faint glittering light. In the center there is a lotus pedestal, carved from a huge block of white jade. In the center of the seating platform, there is a clear spring. The spring is constantly gushing, making a ding-dong sound. A rich spiritual chi emanated from the spring and filled the entire chamber. These auras, which were several times denser than ordinary places. Lin Fan took a deep breath and felt refreshed. How about this place? Lin Fan nodded deeply. Not bad. Back in the Su family, because of the lack of cultivation resources, Su Xingyue wanted to use Lin Fan's ability to break through in exchange for some cultivation resources to help Su Mei raise her cultivation. So he told Ji Qing Evening that he had a Taoist couple, and that the Taoist couple's family had an ancestral elixir that could help people break through. Ji Qing Evening breaks through the Jiedan. but discovers many loopholes and eventually discovers the secret of Lin Fan's ability to help people break through. To prevent that from happening, that's why the chamber was created. I have sent a message to my best friend that I have occasionally obtained a spiritual spring that is marvelous. Ji Qingnan's voice echoed in the chamber, each word dripping with deep thought. Cultivating by the banks of this spring will yield twice the results with half the effort, and the chances of a breakthrough will increase greatly. She gazed at Lin Fan with a shrewd glint in her eyes. At that time, she will be cultivating by the spirit spring. You only need to wait quietly by the side and wait for the opportunity to help her break through. In this way, even if they are curious, they will at most take some spring water and go back to study it. Categorically, no one could have expected that the true mystery of the breakthrough would be in you. Ji Qing Evening was quite pleased with her plan, as if she had already seen the future. Lin Fan, on the other hand, had an indifferent attitude. He had his own calculations in mind. As long as there were enough spirit stones, he wouldn't mind helping people break through. Even, he couldn't wait for Ji Qingyan's plan to slip up. In that case, with his ability exposed, I'm afraid that there would be a long line of people coming to seek a breakthrough. That scene is exciting to think about. Chapter 36, Sisters, 5,000 spirit stones for a breakthrough. 2 hours passed quietly, a stream of light crossed the sky, and the sound of breaking air suddenly rang out. A young girl in a goose-yellow dress came with a sword. This young girl was none other than Ji Qing Evening's Foundation Establishment stage best friend, Xin La. She looked no more than double 10 years old, with snowy skin, picturesque eyebrows, and a pair of large, clear, watery eyes. Qiong nose small and erect, cherry lips without pointing in jus, the corner of the mouth slightly up, with a trace of if not a smile. Let a person like spring breeze. As the breeze brushed by, the hem of the skirt fluttered gently, revealing a section of white and slender calves, making people want to look at it more. Li Jiao flew out of the bamboo sea and blocked Kanara's way. Greetings, Uncle Qin. Ri Jiao bowed in a respectful manner. In the immortal cultivation world, strength was honored, and seniority was often divided between cultivators according to their cultivation level. Cultivators in the Qi practicing stage generally addressed those in the foundation establishment stage as senior uncle, and those in the Jiedan stage as senior ancestor. My master is cultivating, and I have been ordered to guard this place, so I hope you'll forgive me. Senior uncle. Qin Era smiled sweetly. It was your master who sent a transmission note to me last night and told me to come. Her voice was clear and pleasant to listen to. Since that's the case, then master uncle will come with me. Li Jiao sidestepped out of the way and led Qin Era towards Ji Qingyan's residence. When they arrived at the place, Ji Qingwan had been waiting for a long time. She saw Qin Era and a warm smile appeared on her face. Greetings, elder Uncle Ji. Qin Era hurriedly stepped forward and gave a deep salute. Ji Qing Evening snapped. You and I have been close friends for decades. It's better to call us sisters. Both of them were at the foundation establishment stage before, and were considered to be of the same generation. Now that Ji Qing Evening had jumped to become a Jiedan stage cultivator, her status was different from the past. The generation is naturally much higher than the previous one. Saying that, Ji Qingyan quickly stepped forward and pulled Kanara's hand. Qin Era didn't push back as she surveyed her surroundings. Sister Qing Evening, this place of yours is really nice, with abundant aura and pleasant scenery. It's really a good place to cultivate. Ji Qing Evening laughed. That's true. I've got a lot of good stuff in this place. I'll show you some of it later. After she finished speaking, she looked towards Li Jiao Dao who was waiting on the side. You guard my cave properly. No one is allowed to approach or enter my abode without my permission. Ri Jiao hurriedly agreed and left from the room. A few moments later, deep in the bamboo sea, Li Jiao met up with Bai Jie. Senior sister, didn't you say you were going to monitor junior apprentice brother? Why did you run here? Ri Jiao was a bit puzzled. Paige pouted. Junior brother is at master's residence right now. Just now master ordered that no one should be disturbed. I thought she had something to whisper to senior uncle Qin Era. So it turns out that junior brother is also here. There was a hint of dissatisfaction in Paige's voice. Now I feel like this junior brother is getting more and more mysterious. By the way, Su Xing you that where? Paige asked suddenly. She chose a place and seems to have gone straight into seclusion. Ri Jiao replied. Humph. This, I don't know what kind of luck I've had, but I've even reached the 12th level of Qi practicing. But with her qualifications, it shouldn't be that easy to build a foundation. Ji Qing Evening smiled faintly and moved her lotus steps lightly, guiding Qin Era towards the secret room. Qin Era followed behind, a pair of beautiful eyes glancing around. Qing Evening, this cave of yours, it's so elegantly decorated. Qin Era couldn't help but marvel. Ji Qing Evening covered her mouth and smiled. Sister Hundred Flower Valley's cave is also not bad. When you step into Jiedan, you can also find a mountain and use it as your own cave. The two talked and laughed and entered the chamber. When Ji Qingyan pushed open the stone door, a rich aura hit her. Kinara's eyes lit up. The aura inside this secret room was actually several times denser than outside. She couldn't wait to go inside, only to see a clear spring in the center of the chamber. The spring water is crystal clear and the aura is dense, like a dream. Is this the spiritual spring you were talking about? Kinara's voice was filled with envy. Ji Qingye nodded and said smugly, how is it? This spirit spring of mine. Not bad, right? More than good. It's great. TSK. It's just not the same after entering Jiedan. Cultivating in a place like this should be a lot faster than outside. Was saying. Kinara's eyes lit up as she saw it on Lin Fan, who was standing to the side. He had an upright figure, a handsome face, and a dusty demeanor. Qing Knight, this is? Kinara asked curiously. It was only then that Ji Qing Evening remembered Lin Fan, and she hurriedly introduced him. Oh, this is my disciple, Lin Fan. Lin Fan, this is Kinara, my good sister. Lin Fan stepped forward and respectfully saluted. Greetings, Uncle Qin. Gu, this disciple of yours, he's so handsome. Kinara looked at Lin Fan with a smile, a strange light flashing in her eyes. But why don't I believe you when you say it's your apprentice? It shouldn't be your. She covered her mouth and laughed softly. Flirting. In the Acacia sect, it could be too normal for elders with high cultivation levels to have some outstanding-looking stoves by their side. Ji Qing Evening snapped. Sister, what are you babbling about? Ji Qing even turned her words around. Sister, have you prepared the spirit stones I asked you to prepare? When Kinara heard this, the smile on her face gradually tightened, replaced by a touch of gravity. Spirit stones are naturally ready. But, she wanted to say something, and a hint of hesitation flashed in her beautiful eyes. But what exactly is that great chance you spoke of? It turned out that not long ago, Ji Qing Evening had sent a letter to Qin La, asking her to prepare a large sum of spirit stones, and he claimed that he would send her a great opportunity at that time. If it was someone else, Kinara would not have believed it. However, she and Ji Qingnan shared a decades-long friendship, which led to today's meeting. This matter, which is of great importance, I will not tell outsiders easily. Ji Qingnan's tone became serious. Once the secret is leaked, I'm afraid that it will lead to the disaster of killing. So if my sister wants this great opportunity, she still needs to swear the oath of the heart demon, and must not leak what she heard today to a third person. She added, a hint of imperturbability in her tone. Kinara was originally still half convinced, but now, she had a feeling that the great chance that Ji Qingnan had spoken of was more than likely true. This heart demon oath is not something to be taken casually, and it has an extremely strong binding effect on the cultivator. If he violated it, it would be difficult for his cultivation to be refined again. Or if he suffered a backlash from his heart demon when he broke through his cultivation, he would die. She hesitated for a moment, and with a clench of her silver teeth, she swore the heart demon oath. Ji Qing Evening nodded her head in satisfaction. With her slender jade finger, she pointed to the spiritual spring that was dense with aura. It's because of this spirit spring that I was able to break through to Jiedan this time when I traveled out. This spiritual spring was obtained by chance in a secret realm, and contains the purest spiritual qi in heaven and earth. Cultivating by this spiritual spring will not only accelerate the speed of cultivation, but also greatly increase the probability of breaking through the bottleneck. Hearing these words, Kinara sniffed, her beautiful eyes opened roundly, and in her heart, waves of shock were set off. She had known Ji Qingnan for many years and was well aware of the other party's character. He was always steady and never made up his mind. However, this matter of the spirit spring was too unbelievable, wasn't it? Surprisingly, it can increase the probability of breaking through bottlenecks? It was important to know that breaking through bottlenecks had always been a major difficulty on the cultivation path of a cultivator. How many cultivators, throughout their lives, were stuck in one realm, unable to advance an inch? She had been stuck in the middle stage of foundation establishment for close to 30 years without being able to advance an inch. If this spirit spring really had such divine effects, wouldn't it be heaven-defying? Ji Qingnan, it won't lie to me, right? No, I've known her for many years and have a deep bond with her. She wouldn't lie to me for a mere few spirit stones. Could this spiritual spring really be so magical? Kinara was shocked in her heart and said under her breath, how is this possible? Sister doesn't need to be disbelieving. There's no such thing as a big world. There was a hint of smugness in Ji Qingnan's tone. It's just that cultivating breakthroughs next to the spirit spring will heavily deplete the spirit chi within the spring, requiring spirit stones as a supplement. That's why I asked you to bring the spirit stones, she said, her lips slightly parted, but no sound came out. Obviously conducted a voice transmission, not wanting Lin Fan to know exactly what she had said. It was only that Lin Fan had stepped into the middle stage of foundation establishment and had cultivated the Taishu refining spirit skill, so his divine sense far exceeded that of cultivators of the same rank. he could hear Ji Qingnan's voice instead. If you want to step into the late stage of foundation establishment from the mid stage of foundation establishment, you'll need to consume at least 5,000 spirit stones. It might not even be quite enough. Chapter 37, Unfiliality. Filial sons under the stick. 5,000 spirit stones was a considerable amount of money for a foundation establishment cultivator. Chinara looked at Ji Qingyan with a hint of hesitation in her eyes. These 5,000 spirit stones were almost equivalent to most of the savings she had on her. And naturally, the reason why Ji Qingnan had asked her to make a breakthrough was because she wanted to utilize Lin Fan's abilities in exchange for spirit stones. Because she has almost no spirit stones on her body. Before going to the Su family, most of the spirit stones on her body were given to Su Xingyue, used to buy the so-called ancestral pills. It's not that I can't trust you. It's just that it's a bit unbelievable that this spirit spring can make people break through, Chinara said hesitantly. And this spirit stone, according to normal circumstances, if she could successfully break through the bottleneck, not to mention 5,000 spirit stones, even if it was 10,000, she would still be willing. The point was that there was no way for her to determine if she could actually break through. In case it fails, then these 5,000 spirit stones, won't it be a waste of money? Ji Qing Evening stroked the hair on her temples and smiled faintly. Why don't you try it first? If it works, it won't be too late to give me the spirit stones then. Her words, on the contrary, put Kinara's mind at ease. Without any worries, Chinara took a deep breath and said, then I'll give it a try. And you'll protect me. Don't worry about your cultivation breakthrough. I will be here to help protect you, said Ji Qing Evening, giving a wink to Lin Fan. Lin Fan secretly laughed in his heart. This cheap master really knows how to do business. Chinara sat cross-legged, her body's gong methods running. Lin Fan could feel the aura in the air around this place, and it was surging towards Qin La. He murmured in his heart, System, help her break through. Ding! Consuming 200 years of lifespan to help Chinara break through the mid-foundation establishment bottleneck. Life expectancy, 685 years. As her longevity was deducted, the aura on Kinara's body suddenly fluctuated violently. The spiritual energy in her body was like a wild horse that had gone off the rails, charging across her meridians. Kinara's face, too, turned a shade of green and white. Only a wisp of white mist gradually emerged from the top of Kinara's head. Kinara's body, with it, shook. Immediately afterward, a powerful spiritual pressure erupted from her body. This spiritual pressure was more than several times more powerful than before. Chinara slowly opened her eyes, her face full of surprise. She had the feeling of living in a dream. I really broke through? She muttered, a hint of trembling in her voice. She felt that the spiritual energy within her body was much thicker than before, and that she had indeed stepped into the late stage of foundation establishment. Kinara's fingers trembled slightly with excitement. She's been stuck in this bottleneck for over 30 years. A long time ago, both she and Ji Qingnan were at the early stage of foundation establishment. Now that Ji Qing Evening had stepped into Jiedan, she was still stuck in the middle stage of foundation establishment. She thought she had no hope for the avenue in this life. This sudden breakthrough surprised her. Breakthrough! I've really broken through. Chinara was jumping and dancing with excitement. She felt as if she were dozens of years younger and full of vigor. It's a wonderful feeling. Really, she couldn't even somewhat believe that it was true. After a while, she calmed down then. Senior sister, are you alright? Ji Qingyan's concerned voice came. Chinara returned to her senses and gave a deep salute to Ji Qingyan. Thank you, sister, for making it happen. She held the storage bag with both hands and handed it to Ji Qingnan. A great favor is not to be thanked. I will remember this favor from my sister. Ji Qinglian took the storage bag, and with a sweep of her divine sense, a satisfied smile appeared on her face. The aura consumed by your breakthrough. These spirit stones can almost make up for it. Lin Fan, this cheap master is really good at business. Breaking through once, he himself consumed 200 years of longevity, and according to the agreement, Ji Qingyan had to give him 500 spirit stones. It was good that she had turned a profit of 4,005 spirit stones. It's a deal that's just too profitable. Sister, this spiritual spring is really marvelous. I wonder if I can. Chinara wanted to speak, with a hint of expectation in her eyes. Without waiting for her to finish, Ji Qingnan interrupted her. I know what you're trying to say. It's because I think of you as my own sister. That's why I'm giving you access to it. Others just don't think about it. Ji Qingwan's tone was resolute, without the slightest room for discussion. 5,000 spirit stones were enough for her to use for a while. She didn't want to bring too much attention to it, in case the old monsters who were yuaning within the sect knew about it. She knew that she wouldn't be able to keep Lin Fan. Lin Fan was a money tree that she still wanted to keep to herself. A hint of disappointment flashed in Kinara's eyes as she sniffed. I won't hide it from my sister. My Dao couple's lifespan is approaching. If there is no way to break through, I'm afraid. Kanara's voice was a little choked, and her eyes were slightly red. This matter. Ji Qing Evening's brows furrowed slightly, and a difficult look appeared on her face. She mused for a moment and said slowly, "Allow me to think about it for a while. You've just made a breakthrough. It's better to stabilize your cultivation first." 3 months passed in a flash of time. Outside Lin Fan's small courtyard, Bai Ruoyue squatted on the ridge of the spirit field, carefully checking the growth of the spirit vegetables. This spiritual field was divided into several small pieces, each planting different spiritual vegetables and spiritual fruits. In a few days, Gongzi will be able to eat the cabbages I grew. Bai Ruoyue was full of joy. An aura flashed and Su Xingyue appeared in front of her. "Master, you're out of the gate," Bai Ruoyue said in surprise. "You've reached the 12th level of Qi cultivation." Su Xingyue nodded. "You're not bad either. The 6th level of Qi refining is complete, almost at the 7th level. It's all because of the pills given by Gongzi." Bai Ruoyue laughed. "Otherwise I'd still be hovering at the 3rd level of Qi refining." Su Xingyue looked Bai Ruoyue up and down and lowered her voice. "It's been 2 months. Didn't he want you?" Bai Ruoyue looked gloomy. "Maybe. I am not the type that Gongzi likes." Su Xingyue touched her slightly bulging belly and blinked. "During my absence this time, did my master arrange another female cultivator for him?" Bai Ruoyue shook her head. "Gongzi only went out once when he first arrived, and has been in the small courtyard lately. He's quite capable of being patient." Su Xingyu stepped towards the courtyard. "I'll go check on him." Just as she entered the courtyard, a large hand wrapped around her waist. Lin Fan whispered in her ear, "Sister is out of the gate. This is for me to help you break through?" Su Xingyu's heart trembled. This familiar scent and touch made her go into a bit of a trance. She slightly tilted her head sideways, and Lin Fan's warm breath brushed against her earlobe, causing her to blush. Su Xingyu glared at him petulantly, but did not break free from his embrace. "You bad egg. You just know how to bully me." Su Xingyue let out a light rant. Her jade hand gently pounded Lin Fan's chest, her beautiful eyes flowing as she gave him a cross-glance with flavor. Lin Fan grinned. A hint of bad intentions flashed in his eyes. "Hey, I helped my sister make a breakthrough. What kind of reward does she plan to give me?" As he spoke, he slid his palm down from Su Xingyu's waist and gently placed it on her buttocks. "What reward do you want?" Su Xingyu's voice carried a hint of trembling, and her body was slightly stiff. Lin Fan put his head to Su Xingyu's ear and whispered, "I want to go in and see the child." Warm breath brushed Su Xingyu's earlobe, causing her to shiver. "Your child doesn't want to see you." Su Xingyue blankly glanced at Lin Fan with a hint of pout in her tone. Lin Fan hemmed and hawed. "This unfilial son. You let me in and I'll tell him what it means to have a filial son under a chaotic stick." Saying that, he tenderly picked Su Xingyu up. "Ah!" Su Xingyue exclaimed, her pretty face reddening. "It's broad daylight. What are you going to do?" Lin Fan hugged Su Xingyue, striding towards the bedroom, and said with a bad smile, "Of course it's to do something lovey-dovey." Chapter 38, Xingyu, you're such a good sister. The sun was shining through the window pane and spilling over the bed. The wind gently swayed and rustled among the bamboo trees. Su Xingyue's delicate body was snuggled in Lin Fan's embrace like a docile kitten. She had a happy smile on her face and a gentle glint in her eyes. "Husband," she called out softly, her voice soft with a hint of pettiness. "I was wrong in the past. I was the one who got carried away and used you as a tool to break through, and imprisoned you, making you suffer." Su Xingyu raised her head, her eyes filled with guilt and self-blame. "I know you don't have it in your heart to forgive me yet, and I don't expect you to be able to forgive me right away, but I'll show by my actions that I'm truly repentant." She paused and said in a firm tone, "I have now stepped into foundation establishment. I will treat you well in the future, and I will never let you suffer half a bit of wrongdoing again." "Good, I believe you." Lin Fan smiled, his tone gentle, as if he really believed Su Xingyu's words, but he sneered in his heart. This woman flipped her face faster than a book. Before she imprisoned herself, but now she put on a tender face. What she thought in her heart, Lin Fan couldn't guess. He decided to stabilize Su Xingyu first and see what kind of drugs she was selling in her gourd. Lin Fan tenderly stroked Su Xingyu's hair, but secretly raised his guard. "Husband, a few days ago, that girl Xingyu sent me a transmission note. She's stuck on a bottleneck and can't break through." Su Xingyu suddenly turned her words around and said, "I looked at Ruwashi Yu, that girl, still a virgin, and thought that you were still not satisfied with her. Why don't you let Star Rain come over to serve you? You see, I have many inconveniences. Starry Rain and I have 2 children from the same mother. Letting her replace me should satisfy husband." A spiritual light that cut through the sky. Like a meteor, it shot out from Lin Fan's courtyard and vanished towards the distance. Deep in the bamboo forest, a graceful figure was revealed. Bai Jie stood there, a shocked look on her face as she looked at the distant recluse. Su Xingyue actually stepped into foundation establishment so easily? She murmured, disbelief in her voice. One must know that Su Xingyue was a triple attribute spirit root, while he himself was a double attribute spirit root. In terms of qualifications, she was far better than Su Xingyue. Moreover, she had stepped into the 12th level of Qi refining Great Circle more than a year ago. In order to build her foundation, she had spent the spirit stones she had saved up over the years to purchase a precious foundation building pill. However, she failed. She was well aware of the difficulty of building the foundation, which was a heavenly rift that blocked the immortal path of countless cultivators. Su Xingyue had actually succeeded in building her foundation in just one night? It's unbelievable. That day, Qin-era Qin Master Uncle came to find Master. She left with a breakthrough into the late stage of foundation establishment. That day Lin Fan was also there. An image suddenly flashed through Bai Jia's mind. She remembered that when Senior Uncle Qin-era left that day, there was a powerful spiritual pressure emanating from his body. That was the sign of a breakthrough. And that day, Lin Fan was there. This Su Xingyue spent the night in Lin Fan's room and also made a smooth breakthrough. Bai Jia frowned, pondering the connection between the two events over and over again. Senior Uncle Qin-era was a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, and the possibility of breaking through to the late-stage Great Circle was minimal, while Su Xingyue was even more of a 3-spirit root qualification, so the probability of breaking through was even smaller. Is it really a coincidence? But it was too much of a coincidence. Bai Jia's gaze couldn't help but fall on Lin Fan's small courtyard, and a bold guess suddenly popped up in her mind. Could it be that this Lin Fan was some kind of special physique that could help others break through? As soon as the thought appeared, it grew like a wild weed that she couldn't ignore. If that was true, then Lin Fan's value was simply incalculable. I'd better find that Li Jiu girl to discuss this matter. Bai Jia took a deep breath and forced down the excitement in her heart. She turned around, transformed into a recluse, and disappeared into the depths of the bamboo forest. Lin Fan got up. Bai Ruoyue had already prepared breakfast. A dish of stir-fried spiritual vegetables. A bowl of thickly boiled spiritual rice porridge, emitting a faint fragrance. My lord, eat while it's hot. This spirit rice porridge is something I've been simmering over a small fire for the whole morning. Bai Ruoyue attentively handed the bowls and chopsticks to Lin Fan. Her eyes filled with anticipation. Lin Fan smiled faintly. This girl, on the contrary, had more and more potential to be a good wife and mother. He took the bowl and chopsticks and had just eaten a few bites when he heard a sound of footsteps coming from outside the courtyard. Master Ancestor, what brings you here? Bai Ruoyue hurriedly rose to greet her. With a light step and graceful posture, Ji Qing even walked into the room and nodded at Bai Ruoyue. And then he said to Lin Fan, good disciple, that girl Xingyu came to me just now and said that she wanted her sister to come over and serve you. Ji Qing Evening's voice was soft and charming, with a hint of seduction. In these 3 months, I have been in closed-door cultivation, fully raising my cultivation, and I have neglected you. In this case, I'll pick some stunningly beautiful female disciples within the gate for you to come over, and I guarantee that they'll be much better than those maids you have in the Su family compound. A glint flashed in Ji Qing Evening's eyes, and she believed that no man would be able to resist such a temptation. Hearing this, Bai Siye's eyes instantly dimmed. Her small hands clutched the corners of her coat tightly as a sour feeling welled up in her heart. She feels that her mail is going to be taken by someone else. She didn't want another person to serve Lin Fan. Lin Fan shook his head decisively. No need, I'm fine the way I am, he said lightly, without the slightest ripple in his tone. Those female cultivators in the Su family compound were all Su Xingyue's eyes, and I'm afraid that the maid sent by Ji Qingnan is the same. He doesn't want to be watched anymore. In these 3 months, he had cultivated his body and lived a clean and comfortable life. He didn't want to get himself in trouble again. Hearing these words, Bai Ruoyue's heart instantly loosened, as if a large stone had fallen to the ground. She stole a glance at Lin Fan, her eyes filled with delight. Ji Qingwan was slightly stunned. She didn't expect Lin Fan to refuse. She suddenly felt that this apprentice of hers didn't seem quite the same as other male cultivators. Which of the average male cultivators didn't have 3 wives and 4 concubines, surrounded by beautiful women? And yet, Lin Fan was able to resist such a temptation, which made Ji Qing Evening look at Lin Fan in a higher light. Since you don't want a new squire, I have one more thing, Ji Qing Evening said with a twist of words. Kanara's Taoist couple? I promised about the breakthrough. In a moment, you and I will go to my residence together and help him break through. With that, she handed Lin Fan a storage bag. Here's your payment. Lin Fan took the storage bag and casually swept his divine sense. Ooh, inside was 1,000 spirit stones neatly yards, enough to replenish his lifespan by 1,000 years. Giving so many spirit stones, Qin La Dao couple's probability was that she had a cultivation of the late stage of foundation establishment Great Circle, and the lifespan is about to run out? Lin Fan secretly projected in his mind. Cultivators in the Qi practicing stage have a slightly longer lifespan than ordinary people, and can live for about 100 years. The foundation stage, on the other hand, has a lifespan of 200 years. Once entering the Jiedan stage, the lifespan even skyrocketed to more than 500 years. Qin era. This Taoist partner, could it be that he was an old man of over 200 years old? In Lin Fan's mind, an image emerged. Qin era. A young girl who looks no more than a couple of decades old, and a wrinkled, dying old man. That image, it's just hot. Hiss. Lin Fan couldn't help but shiver. However, he quickly responded. In the immortal cultivation world, age is never an issue. Kinara's real age, I'm afraid, isn't too young. It's just that she resides and looks young. Chapter 39, Apprentice. How can you be angry with Master? Lin Fan followed Ji Qing evening and once again came to that familiar secret room. Good disciple. Wait here for a moment. Counting the time. Qinara and her Taoist couple should be arriving soon. I'll go pick them up. Ji Qing evening wore a smile on her face and her voice was soft and charming. Lin Fan nodded, but in his heart, he secretly muttered. This old hag, taking his ability for spirit stones again? Not long after Ji Qing Wan left, she walked in with a man and a woman. The female was naturally Qinara. She had changed into a lavender dress today, outlining that shapely figure to the fullest, making people unable to resist thinking about it. The man beside her, on the other hand, was an old man. The old man was dressed in a gray robe. His body was stooped, his face was withered, and his face was covered with deep wrinkles, like the bark of an old tree, with furrows and gullies. His eyes were cloudy and dull, and he exuded an aura of decay, as if he would go into the ground at any moment. I'll believe you when you say it's a master and grandson, but say it's a Dao couple. Lin Fan belabored in his heart. This picture, it was simply spicy. Let me introduce. This is Sister Kinara's Taoist partner, Zhao Su, and this is my disciple Lin Fan. Ji Qingyan's voice rang out, interrupting Lin Fan's thoughts. Obviously, Ji Qingyan was familiar with Qinara and Zhao Su. Greetings, elder. Lin Fan bowed to Zhao Su in an unassuming manner. Zhao Su's cloudy eyes swept over Lin Fan and slightly nodded, considered a greeting. Zhao Lang, this is the spirit spring I told you about. Try it, Qinara said impatiently, her voice filled with anticipation. Zhao Su's cloudy eyes flashed with a hint of essence as he sniffed. He walked over to the spiritual spring, sat down on his knees, and began to run his energy to cultivate. Lin Fan could feel the surrounding aura, which was madly surging towards Zhao Su's body. Zhao Su's body, like a bottomless pit, greedily absorbed the surrounding aura. System, help him break through. Lin Fan murmured in his mind. Ding! Consume 500 years of lifespan to help Zhao Su break through the bottleneck at the late stage of foundation establishment. Life expectancy, 6,185 years. As his longevity was deducted, the aura on Zhao Su's body began to fluctuate violently. The spiritual energy in his body was like boiling boiled water, tumbling and rushing through his meridians. Zhao Su's face, too, turned a shade of green and white, and bean-sized beads of sweat rolled down from his forehead. Ji Qingwan stood on the sidelines with a faint smile on her face, as if she had long been accustomed to all of this. Qinara, on the other hand, showed a tense expression on her face, her pair of beautiful eyes staring tightly at Zhao Su, fearing that something might happen to him. As time passed, the aura on Zhao Su's body grew stronger and stronger. Suddenly, Zhao Su's body shook violently. Immediately afterward, a powerful spiritual pressure erupted from him, spreading out in all directions. Zhao Su slowly opened his eyes, and in his cloudy eyes, there was a flash of excitement. I broke through? He muttered, disbelief in his voice. Congratulations, husband! Congratulations, husband! Qinara excitedly pounced up and hugged Zhao Su tightly, crying with joy. Zhao Su felt the surging spiritual energy in his body, and an ecstatic expression appeared on his face. He had been stuck in the late foundation establishment great circle for more than 80 years. In these 80 years or so, he had tried all sorts of ways, but was unable to make a breakthrough. He had even despaired, thinking that in his life, he would never be able to go any further. I didn't expect that today, with the help of this spiritual spring, I would break through the bottleneck in one fell swoop. Many thanks to fellow Taoist Ji for making it possible. Zhao Su stood up and gave a deep bow to Ji Qingyan, his gratitude overflowing. You're welcome, fellow Taoist. Ji Qingyan smiled faintly. This is also the Taoist friend's own chance. Zhao Su was full of smiles, and after the breakthrough, his appearance didn't look like it had changed much, but clear-eyed people can feel that the death of his body disappeared, but instead full of strong vitality. The rickets seemed to straighten. Zhao Su pulled out a storage pouch from his pocket and handed it to Ji Qingnan. This is the spirit stone promised to fellow Taoist Ji. Ji Qinglian took the storage bag, and with a sweep of her divine sense, A satisfied smile appeared on her face. The two of you have already sworn the heart demon oath. You won't divulge what happened today, right? Ji Qing Evening suddenly asked, a hint of seriousness in her voice. This spirit spring is so marvelous. We naturally won't say to go. If we say it and it's coveted. If Zhao Lang and I want to be using it, I'm afraid that if we take out any more spirit stones, we won't necessarily be able to use it. So don't worry about it, sister, Chinera hastily assured. Since that's the case, then fellow Taoist Zhao, stabilize your cultivation and leave this place, Ji Qing Evening said with a smile. Zhao Su hurriedly waved his hand. I've already disturbed fellow Taoist Ji's cultivation, so I'd better quickly go back and consolidate my cultivation. With that he pulled Chinera and headed out. I feel that my body is full of vigor. It's been a long time since I felt this way. Let's quickly return to the cave to celebrate. Keep your voice down. This hasn't even left the late Qing cave mansion yet. Oops. Don't you mess around. Lin Fan's divine sense was powerful and he heard the muttering of the two men in the distance. Obviously Ji Qing Evening Night heard it. She was as normal as usual. Obviously within the Acacia sect, she was used to seeing this kind of thing. Ahem. Good disciple. Do you want to know how many spirit stones you got this time? She looked at Lin Fan with a smile on her face. Lin Fan didn't know, but could probably guess. Before he came to the Acacia sect, he had an agreement with Ji Qing Wan to break through and give him spirit stones according to his cultivation level. If one breaks through the early stage of foundation building, 100 spirit stones are given. 200 spirit stones for the middle stage of foundation building, 500 for the late stage of foundation building, and 1000 spirit stones for going out of Jiadan. It was almost equivalent to half of Lin Fan's consumed lifespan. The last time Lin Fan helped Xinla break through from the middle stage of foundation establishment into the late stage of foundation establishment, Ji Qing Evening collected 5,000 spirit stones and gave Lin Fan 500. This time, he gave Lin Fan 1,000 and should have received 10,000 spirit stones from Zhao Su. Still, Lin Fan shook his head. The apprentice doesn't know. Ji Qing Nan giggled. I don't want to hide it from you. This time, I want 10,000 spirit stones. 10,000 spirit stones exchanged for all kinds of cultivation resources should be able to advance my cultivation by a large margin. It's really just as I guessed, Lin Fan said in his heart. But one had to bow his head under the roof. He smiled and said, this is what Master deserves. The spirit stones that Master gave me are completely enough for me to make up for the deficit. Ji Qing Wan giggled. You're not angry that I'm selling your abilities in exchange for spirit stones? Lin Fan was speechless. Honestly, he wasn't angry. He couldn't even wait for Ji Qing Evening to find more people. Regardless of how many spirit stones Ji Qing Evening earned, Lin Fan didn't lose out anyway. Not only did he have spirit stones to replenish his longevity, but he also received a large amount of feedback. Apprentice, how can I be angry with Master? I'm happy to be able to do this for Master, Lin Fan said in a sincere tone. That's something he was honestly willing to do. And he was indeed willing to do that sort of thing. Ji Qing Evening smiled delicately. Her beautiful eyes blinked. Although it's a little bit not very fair to you, how about this? For the teacher to give you some rewards? Chapter 40, Reward. Phoenix Jade Pendant. Hearing the reward, Lin Fan's eyes lit up. What reward is Master going to give? He asked with some anticipation. What reward is Master going to give? He asked eagerly, a hint of undisguised excitement in his voice. Ji Qing Evening's red lips gently opened. Her voice is silky smooth as silk, with endless flirtatiousness. What do you think of your second and third senior sisters? How about I pledge them both to you? As she spoke, she used her afterglow to observe Lin Fan's reaction. Those two female disciples, although they couldn't be said to be stunning, they were still rare beauties. Her body was graceful and curvaceous, and she carried a seductive flavor between her knitted brows and her smile. Especially after Ji Qing Evening's tutelage, she was well versed in the ways of men and women, and was able to make men want to die and be intoxicated. I don't think many men could resist such a temptation. Obviously, Ji Qing Wan wanted to use these two disciples to tie up Lin Fan, but these two women seemed to have their hearts in the wrong place. The night Lin Fan had first arrived, these two women had sneaked into his room and performed charming techniques with the intention of misbehaving, so Lin Fan didn't have any good feelings towards these two. Lin Fan shook his head and moved Su Xingyu as a shield. Thanks for your love, Master. I have a deep bond with Xingyu. So it's better if Master doesn't make things difficult for my young disciple. Ji Qing Yan was slightly stunned. She didn't expect Lin Fan to refuse. And the refusal was so dry. This kid, he doesn't even move? A flash of surprise flashed through Ji Qing Wan's heart, followed by a surge of inexplicable emotions. Is it a loss? Or appreciation? She couldn't say it herself. That's fine. Since you have no intention of doing so, Master will not force yourself. However, you have made a great achievement. And the Master cannot be without a sign. This treasure will be given to you as a reward. Saying that, Ji Qing even Snow White and slender hand gently tossed it. A delicate jade pendant then flew over. Lin Fan reached out and caught it, only to feel that it was warm and moist to the touch. The jade pendant was emerald green in color, like a pool of turquoise water, crystal clear, without a trace of impurities. It is carved with a lifelike phoenix, spreading its wings and looking lively. At the edge of the jade pendant, there was also a circle of tiny red gemstones, like the flames of a phoenix, glittering. The entire jade pendant exuded a faint fluctuation of spiritual qi, and at a glance, it was not a mortal product. This is. Lin Fan played with the jade pendant and asked with some doubt. A trace of reluctance flashed across Ji Qingyan's face, but it was quickly concealed. Her red lips parted lightly, a hint of frustration in her voice. This is a protective jade pendant I obtained in my early years, named Phoenix Roost, which can withstand the full force of a Jindan stage cultivator's strike. Today, it is gifted to you. I hope it protects you well. Ji Qingyan's beautiful eyes flowed as she looked deeply at Lin Fan. The jade pendant was simply one of the things he wanted most, but it's so much better than accepting two sisters. He treasured the jade pendant and put it away. Thank you, Master. Ji Qingyan waved her hand, signaling Lin Fan to step back. Master is a bit tired and needs to rest. Yes, Master. Lin Fan bowed and turned to leave the Great Hall. Acacia Sect, a hidden place. The surroundings were shrouded by a thick fog, unable to reach out. Only a few strands of dark light penetrated through the fog, casting mottled shadows on the ground, adding a bit more eerie. Li Jiao's figure appeared here, and she purposely changed into a long black robe, wrapping her delicate figure tightly, blending in with the surrounding darkness. She walked quickly towards a man with a mask. The mask covered the man's face, revealing only a pair of deep eyes that shone with a ghostly cold light. Although I can't see the appearance, but this person's hot body is unobstructed. A tight black clothes outlined a thrilling curve. Long legs in the robe under the hem of the hidden, slender waist is unbearable to hold. The fullness of the chest out. Let a person can't help but want to enter the wrong. Uncle Shifu. Regio walked up to the man and bowed respectfully, just to be on the safe side. Didn't I tell you not to rush over here if you're fine? The masked man opened his mouth. His voice was low and magnetic, like the sound of an ocarina ringing in the dark night, with a hint of hoarseness and charm. Very melodious. Senior uncle. Just a short while ago, my senior sister Baijia found me and said that she had discovered a shocking secret. Riju lowered her voice. Oh, what secret? The masked man's tone revealed a hint of curiosity. Master's new junior apprentice brother seems to have some sort of peculiar physique that allows one to break through bottlenecks. Li Jiao said word for word, excitement flashing in her eyes. Sure, 1,000 times over. Ri Jiao said with conviction. You can check and verify. 100 Flower Valley's senior uncle Qin La, and my eldest sister Su Xing Yue. She described Paige's discovery in detail. The masked man was silent for a moment. It seems that Ji Qingyan's ability to successfully step into Jedan should have something to do with this brat. Not bad. Not bad. This one is a reward for you. The masked man pulled out a storage bag from his arms and threw it to Regio. Thank you, senior uncle. Li Jiao hurriedly caught it, a look of delight on her face. You find a way to verify the ability of this young master of yours. And don't forget that you have the locking art I planted in you. The masked man said faintly, a hint of warning in his voice. Yes, senior uncle. I will definitely complete the mission. Li Jiao's face changed slightly, and she hurriedly assured him. 3 days passed in a flash. Early that morning, Lin Fan woke up leisurely from his sleep. He stretched, only to feel refreshed and relaxed. A tantalizing scent lingered at the tip of his nose, one that tickled the cravings in his belly. Ruo Yue, what are you eating this morning? Why does it smell so good? He shouted toward the door as he dressed. Your Excellency, it's the spirit vegetables I planted in the spirit fields that have matured, as well as the 2 phoenix-tail chickens I raised that have started laying eggs. This morning there are not only eggs laid by phoenix-tail chickens, but also spiritual rice porridge with spiritual vegetables. Bai Ruoyue's voice came from the hall, carrying undisguised excitement and joy. This was the spirit plant she had carefully planted for Gongzi, and the results were outstanding. She knew that Lin Fan was extremely particular about food, so she had put a lot of effort into growing spiritual vegetables and fruits. They are carefully tended to daily, watered, fertilized and dewormed. All the same, now that these spiritual vegetables and fruits had finally matured, she was naturally happy. Lin Fan simply washed up and then came to sit at the bamboo table in the hall, only to see a steaming breakfast already on the table. A bowl of spiritual rice congee was boiled thick and soft. The rice grains were full and emitted a faint rice fragrance. A few small plates of food were a bonus. Sautéed spirit vegetables, bright green, most tantalizing of all. It was the plate of golden fried eggs. Eggs laid by cockatiels have extra full yolks that are fried just right. with slightly charred edges and a rich, eggy flavor. Not bad, not bad. Lin Fan couldn't help but marvel. He picked up his chopsticks and picked up a piece of spirit vegetable and brought it into his mouth. This flavor is fresh and sweet in the mouth, crisp and delicious, and also carries a trace of the unique fragrance of spiritual vegetables. Lin Fan's eyes instantly lit up. Ruwashi Yu, this spirit vegetable is planted really well. By the way, these are all the spiritual vegetables you grew with your own hands, so you should try them too. He greeted Bai Ruoyue. It's good that your son likes it. Bai Ruoyue smiled sweetly and sat down as well. The master and servant were eating happily. Only Lin Fan felt something was not quite right as he ate. A wave of dizziness came to his head, then his eyes went black, and Bai Ruoyue's anxious voice echoed in his ears. Gongzi, what happened to you? Chapter 41, Kidnapping. Quickly help them break through. Lin Fan felt like he was having a long dream. In his dream, he went back to his previous life, with all the lights and paperwork. I don't know how long it took, but the dream finally woke up, and the cold touch came from underneath him. He slowly opened his eyes, and what met his eyes was a dimly lit cave. The stalactites at the top of the cave are oddly shaped. The air was damp with a faint hint of sulfur. Where is this? He moved, but found himself securely fastened to a huge slab of stone. Both hands and feet were bound solidly with some kind of tough rope. Lin Fan was shocked in his heart. He tried to run his spiritual energy, but found that his dantian was empty, and he couldn't lift a single ounce of spiritual energy. Don't bother. You've been hit with the soft tendon dispersion. You won't be able to use your spiritual energy for 12 hours. A crisp voice came from not far away. Lin Fan followed the sound, only to see that deep in the cave, there was a naturally formed hot spring pool. The heat is heavy and the water vapor is thick. Bai Jia and Lai Jiao are frolicking in the hot spring pool. The white skin was hidden under the vapor. A hint of cunning flashed in Rijio's eyes as she casually waved her hand, and a layer of faint mist rose around the hot spring pool, concealing the two's figures even more hazily. What are the two senior sisters doing? Even if you want to help, there's no need for such a big battle, right? Lin Fan said in a calm manner, but his eyes were glancing around, looking for something he could utilize. I'm a timid person. Don't scare me. Two senior sisters. Junior brother, don't be afraid. We just want to ask you for a favor. Bai Jia's voice came through the mist with a hint of seduction. Help? I've only joined the sect not long ago. What can I do to help the two senior sisters? Lin Fan laughed bitterly, but in his mind, he was rapidly thinking of countermeasures. Junior brother is being modest. We know your skills very well, Lai Jiaojiao said with a smile, a hint of playfulness in her voice. Two senior sisters. Have you misunderstood something? Misunderstanding? Junior brother, you don't think that your little secret can be hidden from us, do you? Is your special physique able to help others break through bottlenecks? Lin Fan was helpless in his heart. When he woke up and saw the two women, he guessed that he reckoned that his powers had been exposed. Otherwise these two could not have risked so much to bring him captive to this place. I do have the ability to help people break through, but I'd like to know how you guys managed to mesmerize me? Lin Fan asked. Bai Jia giggled. Apart from cultivating, that maid of yours is tending to the spiritual fields and planting spiritual vegetables and fruits for you. I sprinkled a little bit of ecstasy on these ingredients as they cooked. It's just that this psychedelic is overbearing. It's not easy to clean, and it's colorless and tasteless, so even cultivators won't be able to detect it. Lin Fan now understood. It looked like these two women hadn't been observing him for more than a day or two. Claptrap. Bai Jia stepped out of the hot springs. With a wave of her hand, a set of white sarongs enveloped her body. Since senior brother has admitted it, then give me a breakthrough. Bai Jia walked up to the stone slab with a teasing tone in her voice. Helping someone to break through. Lin Fan was naturally very willing, but being tied up and threatened, that's not something he wants. No way. Want me to help you guys break through? You guys are dreaming. Lin Fan refused in a very stiff manner. Paige beamed. It's not up to senior brother to make his own decisions on this matter. With that she shifted her body. The next moment, Bai Jia appeared in front of Lin Fan. She leaned down and put her face in front of Lin Fan. Exhaling. The tips of their noses were almost touching, their breath audible. Lin Fan could even clearly see Bai Jia's long eyelashes and those crystal clear eyes. Bai Jia exhaled, her voice soft. Senior brother, you have to be good. As she spoke, she stretched out her slender hand and gently cupped Lin Fan's chin. Lin Fan only felt a tingling sensation coming from his chin, which instantly spread all over his body. There was no time to react. A blue pill was then shoved into his mouth by Bai Jia. Phew! Bai Jia came close to Lin Fan's mouth and blew lightly. She slightly pouted her pink cherry lips. Her shell teeth gently opened, and the tip of her tongue was hidden. The blown-out gas wrapped around the elixir then rolled down his throat and into Lin Fan's abdomen. What did you feed me? Lin Fan's face changed drastically. He could feel a dry heat rising from his belly and quickly spreading to his limbs. The blood boils and the heart races. Senior brother is a disciple of the Acacia sect, but he doesn't even recognize Acacia scatter? Bai Jia covered her mouth and laughed lightly, her eyes full of teasing. Lin Fan. He was speechless. Is there some kind of misunderstanding here? Page then climbed up the slab. Lin Fan only felt a strange sensation spreading through his body. He could clearly feel that the yuan yang in his body was being extracted frantically without control. It's like an open floodgate. Lin Fan's gaze fell on the attribute panel. The original 6,185 years of longevity was decreasing crazily at a speed visible to the naked eye. 6,085 years, 6,030 years, 6,001 decades. In just a few moments, it has been reduced by more than 100 years, and that number is decreasing at an even faster rate. Lin Fan was shocked in his heart. He was now completely devoid of mana and was unable to resist this force. What to do? Yes, the thrilling god stinger. Lin Fan suddenly remembered that when he had destroyed the Lu family, he had obtained a crippled technique called the Taishu Refining Spirit Technique. This feat comes with the divine ability of Spirit Thrust. Although he had no mana at all now, his divine sense was still there. Lin Fan immediately concentrated his spirit and instantly condensed into a tiny thrilling god thorn. Go! The shocking god thorn was invisible and massless, instantly piercing into Bai Jia's sea of consciousness. Ah! Bai Jia let out a miserable scream, holding her head with both hands, rolling on the ground in pain, her pretty face white. Lin Fan looked at the longevity that had stopped decreasing on the attribute panel and heaved a sigh of relief. Elder sister, what's wrong with you? Ri Jiao rushed forward, holding Bai Jia and asked with concern. At this time, Bai Jia's face was as pale as paper, filled with the color of pain, and her lips shivered as she said, Little senior brother, he will have a divine sense type of attack. Be careful. A hint of fear flashed in Li Jiao's eyes, but then it was replaced by determination. Even so, compared to breaking through the bottleneck, this pain is nothing. With that, Li Jiao took a deep breath and walked towards Lin Fan. Seeing this, Lin Fan hurriedly operated the Taishu Refining Spirit skill once again and attempted to condense a second surprising spirit thorn. Junior brother, I advise you not to mess around. Or, if we can't use it, no one else will want to use it either. Bai Jia struggled to get up from the ground, holding a cold glittering dagger in her hand, her eyes staring icily at Lin Fan. The dagger exuded an eerie chill that sent shivers down one's spine. And junior brother, we don't believe that your divine sense can launch divine sense attacks all the time. There was a threatening note in Paige's voice. With that she pounced again. Lin Fan's face turned pale with a swish. Watching the longevity begin to plummet again, he helps her break through and stops his opponent from extracting it. System, he shouted frantically in his mind. Quickly help her break through. Come on. Lin Fan couldn't care less anymore. If this continues, he's afraid he'll be emptied by this demon girl. It was only after giving this smelly woman a breakthrough first and stopping her from continuing to extract her own yuan yang. Ding! Consuming 24 years of longevity to help Bai Jia break through the 12th level of Qi cultivation bottleneck. The host has 5,960 years of life left. The system's mechanical voice sounded in Lin Fan's mind. With the deduction of her longevity, Bai Jia's movements finally stopped. A satisfied smile appeared on her face. Looks like I guessed right. Your physique can really make a breakthrough. Ha ha. Paige let out a hearty laugh. I've broken through foundation establishment. Senior sister, you've made a breakthrough. Now it's my turn. Ri Jiao didn't know when he came before the stone slab. Without waiting for Lin Fan to react, he pounced. Lin Fan looked at his longevity, which had begun to plummet again, and was anxious in his heart. System, give her a breakthrough. All he wanted to do now was hurry up and make this demon girl stop. Ding! Consuming 24 years of longevity to help Li Jiao break through the 12th level of Qi cultivation bottleneck. The host has 5,876 years of life left. This was but a few moments, and Lin Fan had consumed close to another 100 years of longevity. Who can stand up to this? With the deduction of his longevity, Li Jiao sensed the opportunity for a breakthrough. She beamed with surprise. The spiritual energy in his body was like a wild horse that had gone off the rails, running wildly through his meridians. The originally sturdy bottleneck began to crack under the impact of this spiritual energy. She could clearly feel that her body was undergoing subtle changes. In the middle of the dantian, the vortex of spiritual energy rotated rapidly, growing larger and larger. The spiritual energy capacity that had already reached its limit had unexpectedly begun to slowly grow again at this moment. An unprecedentedly powerful feeling surged through his heart. Ri Jiao's breathing became rapid, and her eyes glittered with excitement. She clenched her teeth tightly, enduring the immense pain caused by the breakthrough. Sweat slid down her cheeks and dripped onto the stone floor with a soft thud. With a low roar, the spiritual energy in Li Jiao's body finally broke through the bottleneck. A powerful aura erupted from her. The aura inside the cave, as if it had been tugged by some kind of pull, madly surged into her body. Her cultivation level had officially broken through to the foundation establishment stage. Ha ha ha, I've finally broken through. Regio let out a burst of unrestrained laughter, his voice filled with smugness and excitement. Junior brother, you are truly a blessing to me, Lai Jiaojiao said with a smile, looking at Lin Fan with greed in her eyes. Senior sister, now that you've broken through, can you let go of me? Lin Fan took a deep breath and tried to make his voice sound calmer. Let go of you? Chapter 42. Longevity is not enough. Lin Fan looked at Lai Zhou's eyes and felt something big in his heart. Junior brother, if you were just an ordinary cultivator, we would have let you go, and master wouldn't have been too harsh on us. But your physique that allows for breakthroughs is too rare, and I have long since discussed this with my senior sister. He. Lai Jiao didn't say much further, but the meaning of her words, it was clear that she wanted to take Lin Fan for herself and make Lin Fan a tool for their future breakthroughs. Elder sister, you also know that I have a special physique. You said that if Elder Zun knew that I was missing, she would definitely be looking for me all over the world. You guys will release me and I'll pretend that nothing happened. Lin Fan opened his mouth and said, he had to find a way to get out of here first before he could do so. Bai Jia and Lai Jiao did not reply, but just stared straight at him. Those eyes, as if a hungry wolf had stared at a fat sheep, flashed with greed. Senior sister, why don't we do it again? With this physique of senior brother, it might not only help people break through, but also quickly raise their cultivation. Regio proposed. Lin Fan's scalp was numb. These two women were trying to put him to death. You guys don't mess around. I can only help people break through. I can't raise their cultivation level. Lin Fan hurriedly explained. But naturally, with his hands and feet bound, this defense seemed pale and powerless. 1 hour later. Senior sister, it seems like this physique of senior brothers can really only allow for breakthroughs and not enhance cultivation. Regio said. Really? I'll try. Bai Jia said. Lin Fan wanted to cry. After some tossing and turning, his original lifespan of more than 6,000 years was actually only left with more than 800 years. I have a special physique, and I can't stand up to you guys tossing and turning like this. I can help you guys break through, but it's a huge drain on myself. If you guys keep going on like this, my little life will have to be accounted for here. If something really happens to me, if you guys want to find someone to break through in the future, it will be as hard as heaven. There was a hint of despair in Lin Fan's voice. Lai Jiao and Bai Jia glanced at each other and seemed to be moved by Lin Fan's words. Senior brother has a point. Since that's the case, then we'll let junior brother off the hook for now. Page mused. Originally, according to the plan, we hid junior brother in an undetectable manner, and master wouldn't be suspicious of the two of us. But the trouble now is that we've both broken through. The two of us appearing in front of master. It's probably obvious to everyone that the breakthrough of the two of us has something to do with junior brother. This is a bit troublesome. Senior sister, do you have any other way to put it off? Paige blinked and opened her mouth. Senior sister, junior brother has suddenly disappeared. I guess both master and Su Xingyue are now looking for him all over the world. If the two of us go out, with master's methods, the two of us are probably going to have a hard time. Lai Jiao said with a smile. Knowing that the matter is serious and you're still laughing, it looks like senior sister should have a back way out. Bai Jia's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of essence. As the words fell, a footstep was heard from outside. Bai Jia's face was tense. Senior sister doesn't need to be nervous. I'm the one who called the people, Regio said faintly. As the words fell, a woman in a tight purple dress was seen walking in. The woman was tall and curvaceous, holding up that tight dress as if it were about to split. She took catwalks, swaying with each step. She had a melon face, willow leaf eyebrows, and a pair of danfang eyes that were slightly upturned, and between the waves of her eyes, she was charming. A head of long black hair, like a waterfall, was draped behind her, swaying gently as she walked. The woman looked to be in her mid-20s or 70s, and had a great deal of charm. Uncle Nangong? Bai Jia's pupils shrunk violently, and her voice trembled a little. How could she not expect that Lai Jiao would call Nangong Miaoyu? This Nangong Miaoyu was the elder sister of Master Ji Qing Evening, and the two were as close as sisters when they were young. But then, because of a man, the two completely fell out, turned against each other, and their relationship was so bad that it was extreme, even to the point of incompatibility. It was only that Ji Qing Evening's qualifications were a bit worse, while this Nangong Miaoyu was a heterogeneous spirit root cultivator, and was now a middle-stage Jieden cultivator. In the future, there is a chance to impact Yuaning. Bai Jia looked at Lai Jiao, her eyes full of inquiry. The master has given a deadly order not to associate with Nangong Miaoyu, or else he will be severely punished. Senior sister, I'm doing this for our own good. Lai Jiao explained with a delicate smile. Senior uncle promised to help us get rid of master's control and will also help us erase the slave mark. Now that we've captured junior brother again, in case master finds out, we will die without a burial place. However, if we have Uncle Nangong's help, the situation would be completely different. Who in the entire sect doesn't know about the relationship between senior Uncle Nangong and master? As long as she's around, master wouldn't dare do anything to us even if he found out. What's more, senior Uncle Nangong is a mid-stage Jiedan cultivator. With her sheltering us, master can't do anything to us? Lai Jiao's voice was filled with smugness. But, Paige was still a little hesitant. She always felt that there was something wrong with that. Elder sister, do you have a better idea? Ri Jiao asked rhetorically. Paige was silent. She really had nothing better to do. Nangong Miaoyu's pair of dainty phoenix eyes looked towards Lin Fan, who was bound. Her eyes filled with curiosity. It's quite handsome looking. Seeing that both of you have already stepped into foundation establishment, it seems that his physique of being able to help people break through is true. Bai Jia hurriedly said. Senior uncle. Indeed. Senior sister and I have experienced it firsthand. Lin Fan looked at Nangong Miaoyu's naked eyes and a hungry chill ran through his heart. Elder, I can indeed help people make breakthroughs. Only that every breakthrough has a great deal of damage to my body, so I need spirit stones to replenish it, and there's a chance that if I use it forcibly, it could cause me to die violently on the spot. Lin Fan's tone was a bit nervous. He stared tightly at Nangong Miaoyu, fearing that she would not believe his words. Is what he said true? Nangong Miaoyu slightly turned her head sideways and looked at Ri Jiao beside her with a hint of inquiry in her eyes. Senior uncle, we can't judge whether what junior brother said is true or false. Second senior sister and I just broke through. Lai Jiao's voice was crisp as she detailed the breakthrough process, not sparing a single detail. You could even hear her reminiscing about that process. So whether junior brother is right or not, we won't know if we try it out. The corner of Nangong Miaoyu's mouth hooked up into a playful smile as her eyes looked up and down on Lin Fan. Lin Fan only felt a chill rush from the bottom of his feet straight to the top of his head. He died. This Nangong Miaoyu was a mid-Jiedan cultivator. If she squeezed Lin Fan's yuan yang, wouldn't that drain it in minutes? By the time his lifespan ran out, wouldn't he be finished? Thinking of this, Lin Fan hurriedly said to the system in his mind. System, quick, give her a breakthrough. He was so anxious in his heart that fine beads of sweat oozed from his forehead. Ding! Consuming 1,000 years of longevity to help Nangong Miaoyu with her mid-period Jiedan bottleneck. Ding! Lifespan insufficient. Breakthrough failed. The system's voice sounded in Lin Fan's mind like a bolt from the blue. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's over. Lin Fan's heart was cold. His sky collapsed. Chapter 43, Seniors, you can't do this. After an hour, Nangong Miaoyu stopped. Her eyebrows were knitted, doubt written all over her face, and with a flash of aura on her body, her clothes were instantly dressed. Lin Fan looked at his lifespan of less than 10 years left. His heart was relieved and he took a long breath. It's okay. Almost. He was going to be sucked dry by this woman. If this woman continued, I'm afraid my own little life would be accounted for here. Senior, I told you a long time ago that with this special physique of mine, helping people break through consumes a great deal of energy, and I need to replenish a large amount of spirit stones to be able to do so. Lin Fan hurriedly opened his mouth to explain. Then how many spirit stones do you need? Nangong Miaoyu asked, a hint of impatience in her tone. She had originally thought that she would be able to successfully break through to the late Jiedan stage this time. After all, before, both of them, Lai Jiao and Bai Jia, had easily broken through their bottlenecks with Lin Fan's help. But I didn't expect that after tossing and turning for so long, there wasn't even the slightest sign that he was going to break through. This made Nangong Miaoyu's heart irritated. She even began to wonder if Lai Jiao was lying to herself. Elder, my physique is the desolate ancient sacred physique, a physique that uses its body as a furnace, absorbing aura and transforming it into a special energy called pure yang power. This energy, it has an unimaginable effect on breaking through bottlenecks. Elder, with this special physique of mine, helping people break through consumes a huge amount of energy, and previously, in order to help my two senior sisters break through, I had already consumed a large amount of pure yang power, and now there's very little left stored in my body. If I want to help someone break through again, I need to replenish a large amount of spirit stones to do so. At least 10,000 spirit stones are needed. Lin Fan opened his mouth and said, his own longevity was going to be drained, and now that he was going to replenish it back, the account was definitely going to be on this woman. This Nangong Miaoyu had not stepped into the Jiedan stage for a day or two, and was richly valued, so this 10,000 spirit stones shouldn't be too much. Only to see Nangong Miaoyu slap on the storage pouch on her waist, and the aura flashed. In front of Lin Fan's body, A large pile of spirit stones immediately appeared, glittering with a dazzling light. When he swept his divine sense, the quantity was not too much, not too little, exactly 10,000 spirit stones. Lin Fan, I hope that you can do your best to help me make a breakthrough, and after it's done, I'll be grateful, but if you dare to play any tricks, you know the consequences. Nangong Miaoyu's red lips lightly opened and her voice was ice cold as she said, "Don't worry, a breakthrough is definitely possible. But senior, my hands and feet here are bound and I can't absorb the spirit stones, and with senior's strength, you shouldn't be afraid of me escaping," Lin Fan said with a smile. Nangong Miaoyu gently waved her jade hand, and a spiritual light flashed by. The ropes that bound Lin Fan's hands and feet were instantly chopped off. Even the stone slabs behind him were sliced together, the cuts smooth as mirrors. However, this Nangong Miaoyu seemed to be uneasy. With a sway of her body, she appeared in front of Lin Fan like a ghost. That slender jade finger, flickering with a faint spiritual light, gently tapped on Lin Fan's brow. The movements were gentle, but carried an irresistible force. Lin Fan only felt a cold aura that instantly did not enter his body. This aura, which traveled through his body as if it were a small, icy snake, made him shiver. "I've just planted a prohibition on you. This technique is even more powerful than the godlocking technique. Not only can I take your little life with a single movement of my mind, but I can also make you beg for your life and death through this technique. So, you'd better not play any tricks." Nangong Miaoyu's voice was as cold and piercing as if it came from the nine hells. Lin Fan sat cross-legged. 10,000 spirit stones, lying quietly around him, emitted a faint glow. As Lin Fan began to operate his gong methods, it was as if these spirit stones were being pulled by some mysterious force. The spirit stone began to tremble slightly, and a thin layer of mist gradually surfaced on its surface. The mist grew thicker and thicker, eventually forming a tiny stream of aura. These streams, like swallows returning to their nests, competed to be the first to rush into Lin Fan's body. Nangong Miaoyu stood by the side, her beautiful eyes staring tightly at Lin Fan, curiosity flickering in her eyes. It was the first time she had seen that someone was able to absorb the aura from a spirit stone so quickly. Moreover, after these auras entered Lin Fan's body, they were like mud cows entering the sea, disappearing without a trace. It was as if his body was a bottomless pit. Nangong Myriad's divine sense quietly probed out, trying to peer into the secrets within Lin Fan's body. However, as soon as her divine sense touched Lin Fan's body, it was bounced back by an invisible force. This caused Nangong Miaoyu to be shocked in her heart. She was a cultivator in the middle stage of Jiadan, and the power of her divine sense far exceeded that of cultivators of the same rank. Surprisingly, he was unable to peer into the body of an early foundation establishment cultivator. Obviously the power of the system was not something that she, a small Jiadan stage, could spy on. This was also the reason why Lin Fan dared to absorb spirit stones in front of her to replenish his longevity. Most of the day passed quietly. The 10,000 spirit stones had been absorbed by Lin Fan. Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes, and a brilliant light flashed in his eyes. He opened the system panel. Name, Lin Fan. Remaining lifespan, 10,008 years. Cultivation, middle foundation stage. Spiritual roots, 5 attribute spiritual roots. Hoarding cultivation, 386 plus 1, stop refining. Su Mei is practicing. Cultivation plus 2. Seeing the recovered longevity, a big stone fell to the ground in Lin Fan's heart. Elder, I've finished absorbing it. Lin Fan's voice awoke Nangong Miaoyu from her contemplation. Can we start the breakthrough now? Nangong Miaoyu asked, a hint of urgency in her voice. Senior is in no hurry. Lin Fan smiled and said, Senior, don't be in a hurry. I need to transform the aura I absorbed. This process will take some time. Please be patient, Senior. Nangong Miaoyu sniffed and frowned slightly, as if she did not believe Lin Fan's words. She grunted coldly, a teasing gleam in her eyes and a playful smile curling up at the corner of her mouth. Oh, you think I'm going to believe your bull asterisk? You're just trying to stall for time. Nangong Miaoyu's voice was icy cold, like an ice pick in a cold winter month, piercing straight through the heart. I observe that your body is full of aura. The pure yang power must have already been transformed, so you can help me make a breakthrough now. Before the words fell, Nangong Miaoyu's figure flashed like a ghost, instantly appearing in front of Lin Fan. She stretched out her slender jade finger and lightning-like pointed it at Lin Fan's brow. Lin Fan only felt a huge spiritual pressure, like a Tarzan pressing down on him, pressing him to death on top of the stone slab, unable to move. Senior, what are you doing? There was a hint of panic in Lin Fan's voice as he didn't know what Nangong Miaoyu was going to do. Do what? Nangong Miaoyu's charming eyes were like silk. Her voice carried a hint of charm. Her red lips lightly opened, and she exhaled like orchids. Of course it's forcibly absorbing the pure yang power in your body. She smiled softly and beautifully, but in Lin Fan's eyes, This woman was more frightening than a ghost. Senior, you can't do this. Lin Fan was anxious. He had just absorbed the spirit stone to increase his longevity, and this woman was going to absorb it all. It's practically a vampire. It's not up to you whether you can or not. Nangong Miaoyu snorted coldly, a trace of viciousness flashing in her eyes. She didn't care about Lin Fan's death. She only wanted to break through. Lin Fan secretly screamed in his heart. This Nangong Miaoyu really wasn't a good person. At this point, we can only minimize the loss. If we let this girl do whatever she wants, then the bad luck is his own. He didn't want to be drained of his lifespan by this woman. System, quick, give her a breakthrough. Lin Fan shouted at the system in his mind, his voice filled with anxiety. Ding! Consuming 1,000 years of longevity to help Nangong Miaoyu break through the middle Jiadan bottleneck. Ding! Breakthrough successful. The system's voice sounded in Lin Fan's mind. At the same time, a powerful aura violently erupted from Nangong Miaoyu's body. Chapter 44, Breakthrough. Late Stage Jiadan. With the deduction of Lin Fan's longevity, Nangong Miaoyu only felt that the originally stagnant spiritual energy in her body was like a long drought, running wildly. In the middle of the Dantian, the golden Dan was even spinning at a speed visible to the naked eye. On the surface of the golden Dan, a spiritual pattern appeared, and then a stream of pure to the extreme aura. From the four sides of the 8 laws madly surged into the 7 limbs and hundreds of bones. She could clearly feel that her cultivation level was rising at an incredible speed. The original impenetrable bottleneck, at this moment, was actually like thin paper, a stab to break. Boom! A muffled sound came from within Nangong Miaoyu's body. Immediately afterward, an extremely powerful aura erupted from her and swept through the entire cavern. Lin Fan was overwhelmed by the aura. Ha 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 ha. Nangong Miaoyu looked up to the sky and laughed, her voice filled with ecstasy and triumph. Surprisingly, it really broke through. Late Jiadan stage. As long as I quickly raise my cultivation to the late Jiadan stage of the Great Circle, then wouldn't Yuaning be within reach? Nangong Miaoyu looked at Lin Fan, her gaze becoming incomparably hot, as if she was looking at a rare treasure. Ji Qingnan really got lucky that this kind of physique could even be encountered by her. But now, you're mine. Nangong Miaoyu was secretly pleased in her heart. Lin Fan's heart was tired. He knew that he would be in big trouble once this ability of his was known by others. The piker is not guilty of a crime. This ability was too heaven-defying, enough to drive countless cultivators crazy. He's like a piece of monk meat that anyone would want to bite into. Nangong Miaoyu slowly walked up to Lin Fan and looked at him condescendingly. As I said before, if you can help me make a breakthrough, I will reward you properly. Now, Nangong Miaoyu's charming eyes were like silk, and there was a hint of seduction in her voice. Just let me reward you properly. She leaned down, her red lips coming close to Lin Fan's ear, exhaling like orchids. Lin Fan only felt a wave of hot air coming over him, making his heart beat faster and his mouth dry. Lin Fan's heart flinched and his face showed a nervous expression. I have 6 disciples here, all as beautiful as flowers, and 2 of them are still intact. If you perform well and satisfy the seat, it's not impossible to reward you. Nangong Miaoyu's vermilion lips lightly opened, her voice charming to the bone. She bent down slightly, the fullness of her chest was hidden, and a pair of soul-stirring charming eyes stared straight at Lin Fan. As long as you follow me, they'll all be your concubines, and you'll follow me from now on. How's that? Nangong Miaoyu exhaled her breath like orchids. Each word was like a hook with a hook to hook Lin Fan's soul away. When Lin Fan heard this, alarm bells went off in his heart. How similar this routine was to what Su Xingyue had done to him back then. Though know that you don't have the right to refuse. This Nangong Miaoyu wouldn't allow him to refuse either. But Lin Fan still wasn't quite willing. Elder is joking. How would I dare to climb up to the level of a latecomer's bushy willow? Lin Fan said hurriedly, a look of trepidation on his face. Cluck cluck cluck. Nangong Miaoyu laughed daintily, her flowery branches trembling. You are the disciple of Ji Qingyan. She and I are incompatible. There's no way I'm letting you go. She stretched out her delicate fingers and gently traced over Lin Fan's cheeks, her eyes filled with playfulness. There has never been anything that I, Nangong Miaoyu, have wanted to obtain that I have not been able to obtain. If you are sensible and obedient, I will naturally make you suffer endlessly. But if you don't know how to behave, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Nangong Miaoyu's face suddenly changed, her voice icy cold. She stared at Lin Fan dead in the face, a hint of madness flashing in her eyes. Lin Fan cursed in his heart. Now for the sake of his little life, it looked like he could only accept it reluctantly. Seeing the hesitation on Lin Fan's face, Nangong Miaoyu said impatiently, if you try to push back again, I'll kill you right now. Her eyes flashed with a fierce, murderous intent. Lin Fan's heart sank. The man is the chopper and I am the fish. This feeling of being at the mercy of others was upsetting to him. But for now, It's just a matter of commiserating for now. Since Senior thinks so highly of Senior, it would really be a bit inappropriate for Senior to refuse. Lin Fan squeezed out a smile on his face and his tone became respectful. Then the late generation has no choice but to do so. He laughed bitterly in his heart. What a thing to call it. A big yellow boy himself has been reduced to this. Lin Fan secretly swore in his heart. I want to be strong. I want to be strong. No more bullying. He clenched his teeth, a determined gleam in his eyes. And later, he took a deep breath, as if he wanted to exhale all the pent-up air in his chest. I want to be on top. Seeing Lin Fan agree, Nangong Miaoyu nodded in satisfaction. That's more like it. That's more like it. Don't worry. As long as you are obedient, I won't treat you badly. When you help me break through Yuaning, I will naturally give you heavenly benefits. She winks and her voice is full of seduction. Then thank you, Senior, but I don't know where my original attendant by my side is now? Lin Fan remembered that Bai Ruoyue had eaten breakfast with him that day. Think it should have been captured as well. Although that little girl's cultivation level was not high and her qualifications were not good, she was loyal to Lin Fan. Outside, I saw her still in a coma when I came here just now. I think she should be awake now. In a moment, I'll send her in. As Nangong Miaoyu said, in no time Bai Ruoyue was sent in. Duke. As soon as Bai Ruoyue entered the door, she saw Lin Fan and immediately cried out in shock. She quickly ran to Lin Fan's side, looking him up and down with concern in her eyes. Gongzi, are you alright? Are there any injuries? Bai Ruoyue's voice had a sobbing tone to it, tears welling up in her eyes. Lin Fan looked at Bai Ruoyue and his heart warmed. I'm fine. Lin Fan shook his head and softly comforted. That's good. That's good. Bai Ruoyue was relieved when she heard this, but she couldn't stop the tears from flowing down her face. Oh, Gongzi, it's all my fault. If it wasn't for the spiritual vegetables I planted being drugged, you wouldn't have been caught here. Bai Ruoyue cried as she blamed herself, obviously figuring out how Bai Jia and the others had drugged her while she was locked out. She felt so useless that not only could she not help her son, but she was always causing him trouble. It's not your fault. They're on to me. And if they don't lay their hands on the spiritual vegetables you grow, they'll do it somewhere else. Lin Fan sighed and said. But, Bai Ruoyue wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Lin Fan. Well, don't cry. You'll be a little kitten if you do. Lin Fan reached out, gently wiped away the tears on Bai Xia's face and said with a smile. Gongzi, then what do we do now? Bai Ruoyue stopped her tears and asked. Ji Qingwan and your master will definitely be looking for us all over the world, and will try to do everything they can. This breakthrough ability of his own, he himself knew very well how tempting it was for cultivators. Even if they can't find us, we just need to wait slowly. Lin Fan has the ability to feed back, even if Ji Qing Evening can't find him. Relying on feeding back, Lin Fan's cultivation will sooner or later overtake Nangong Miaoyu's. Chapter 45, Searching for Someone, leaving a backhanded approach. Inside the small courtyard where Lin Fan lived, the atmosphere was so stagnant that it could almost drip water. Ji Qing Evening's brows were tightly locked. Her beautiful face was as cold as ice and frost, and her body exuded a murderous aura, as if the air was frozen. Su Xingyue's face was similarly gloomy. Her normally charming eyes were now filled with anxiety and worry. Lin Fan's sudden disappearance had shrouded the entire small courtyard in gloom. Master, husband shouldn't have escaped on his own. Su Xingyue opened her mouth to break the silence, a hint of trembling in her voice. She walked over to Lin Fan's bedside, pointing to the neatly folded bedding on the bed, as well as the clothes and shoes and socks laid out on the side. You see, these are all the things that husband uses every day, and he didn't take any of them with him. Su Xingyue pointed out the window again, at the vibrant spirit field, and those spirit vegetables and fruits. Ruoshiyu, that girl planted them for husband with her own hands. Husband loves food and could never leave them behind. And, she said, touching her slightly bulging belly, not to mention the fact that I'm carrying his child, there's no way he's just going to run away without saying a word. A cold light flashed in Ji Qingwan's eyes as she sniffed. So they should have been taken captive? Her voice was cold and piercing, as if it were a sharp blade that pierced through the stagnant air. Su Xingyue nodded and continued. There are also 2 senior sisters missing. Could they have something to do with husband's disappearance? Ji Qing Evening narrowed her eyes as Bai Jia and Lai Zhou's figures flashed through her mind. She had a vague bad feeling in her heart. Lin Fan's physique that allows people to break through is just too unbelievable. Ji Qingnan murmured, her voice low and strong. If it's known, even if it's a big price to pay, there will be people who are desperate. A chill flashed in her eyes. The likelihood of being taken captive is extremely high, Ji Qing Evening said decisively. But Lin Fan is in the middle stage of foundation establishment cultivation, while Bai Jia and Li Jiao are only in the chi practicing stage. So it shouldn't be the 2 of them who moved. And these 2 girls have the slave seal I planted on them, so I don't think they'd dare. Ji Qing Evening snorted coldly, her tone filled with disdain. Ji Qing Evening waved her jade hand, and the brocade pouch at her waist flashed with a spiritual light. A small, snow-white fox leapt out lightly and landed firmly on the ground. This was Ji Qing Wan's spirit animal. Ayu. Don't look at its petite figure and cute appearance, but its strength is not to be underestimated. Comparable to an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Ayu. Find out what's wrong with this house. Ji Qing Wan squatted down and gently stroked Ayu's head, saying softly. Ayu's soulful eyes dripped and turned, as if she had understood Ji Qing Evening's words. It tilted its head and rubbed its furry little head against Ji Qing Nan's palm, letting out a soft calling sound. Then, it raised that tiny paw, pointed at the storage bag around Ji Qing Nan's waist, and wooed twice more. Seeing this, Ji Qing Evening couldn't help but chuckle. You little glutton. All you do is eat. She took out an elixir with a tantalizing aroma from her storage pouch and handed it to Ayu. Ayu's eyes lit up as she swallowed the elixir in one gulp, a satisfied look on her face. After taking the elixir, Ayu then started working. It shrugged its tiny nose and sniffed carefully around the room. First, he circled the bed and couch, then jumped to the table and sniffed the teacups and fruit plate. Finally, its gaze fell on the spiritual field outside the window. Ayu ran to the edge of the spirit field and circled around it a few times, still sniffing down at something from time to time. Suddenly, it stopped and oinked twice at Ji Qing Nan, with a hint of urgency in its voice. Ji Qing Evening and Su Xingyu looked at each other and immediately understood what Ayu meant. The two of them quickly walked over to the spirit field and carefully observed it. These spiritual vegetables and fruits have been tampered with. Su Xingyu carefully examined a spirit vegetable, but didn't find anything unusual. Ji Qing Evening squatted down and took a closer look, her face growing more and more somber. It's ecstasy, and it's the extremely potent drunken fairy pour. This kind of psychedelic drug is extremely covert, even foundation stage cultivators can't detect it, and it's not easy to clean after it's been stained. Ji Qing Nan's voice, cold as ice. So it's the drunken immortal pour. No wonder I can't see a thing. That girl, Li Jiao, has this kind of ecstasy on her. In Ji Qing Evening's mind, the figure of Li Jiao appeared. She remembered that there was a time when Li Jiao went out to practice and came back with a lot of strange and weird contraptions. Among them, there is this drunken fairy pour. At that time, Li Jiao was still proudly showing off to her, saying how powerful this ecstasy was. Thinking of this, Ji Qing Nan's heart burned with anger. She immediately pinched her spell and tried to track Li Jiao's location through the slave seal. However, what shocked her was that the slave seal on Li Jiao's body had disappeared. How is that possible? The slave seal she planted was simply impossible to erase unless someone with a cultivation level far higher than hers made a move. It seems that behind this girl, Li Jiao, there is still a hidden expert whose cultivation is higher than mine. This is going to be troublesome. Ji Qing Evening's voice was low and grave. Every word was like a huge stone, weighing heavily on Su Xingyu's heart. Master, then, what should we do now? There was a tremor in Su Xingyu's voice. It was not known whether she was worried about Lin Fan's safety or whether she was worried that she would never be able to break through the shackles of her cultivation after losing Lin Fan. Ji Qing Evening took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. Don't worry, Lin Fan's ability to make breakthroughs is so important that I naturally kept an extra eye out. She grunted coldly, a sly glint in her eyes. Not long ago, I just gifted him a jade pendant, which can not only withstand the full force of a Jidan stage cultivator's strike and keep him alive. Moreover, I also did a little tinkering with this jade pendant. There is a strand of my divine sense left on it, so as long as this jade pendant is within a 100-mile radius, I will be able to sense his location. Ji Qing Evening slowly closed her eyes and spread her divine sense, carefully sensing the location of the jade pendant. Su Xingyu held her breath and waited nervously. A moment later, Ji Qing Evening snapped her eyes open, the corner of her mouth hooking into a playful smile. Found it. Where? Su Xingyu asked eagerly, her eyes filled with anticipation. It's still within the Acacia sect. It's hidden quite secretly. Ji Qing Yan's eyes became sharp. However, the other party should be a cultivator whose cultivation level is higher than mine. Otherwise it would be impossible to easily erase the slave marks on those two girls. Looks like I'll have to contact some helpers in order to snatch Lin Fan back. A hint of viciousness flashed in Ji Qing Nan's eyes. She thought of her best friend Qin Era. Not long ago, Lin Fan had helped Qin La break through. And although Qin La did not end up stepping into the Jiedan stage, Qin La's Taoist couple, Zhao Su, was a solid Jiedan stage expert. If she teamed up with Zhao Su, she should have a great grasp of snatching Lin Fan back. Within the Acacia sect, there were many more Jiedan stage experts she knew, but she didn't want the news that Lin Fan could help people break through to leak out. After all, this kind of ability was just too heaven-defying, and once it was spread out, she would not be able to enjoy Lin Fan's ability exclusively. Chapter 46, Saved? Splitting the Cake. Acacia Sect. The sect stretched for hundreds of miles, with mountain peaks and clouds. On one of the unobtrusive and barren hills, the atmosphere was unusually grave. The four people, Ji Qing Evening, Zhao Su, Su Xingyu, and Qin La, stood above the small mountain with solemn expressions. Ji Qing Evening was dressed in red, her beautiful face was covered in frost, and her pair of beautiful eyes were dead set on this seemingly ordinary hill in front of her. The current Zhao Su looked much younger than before, and although his beard and hair were gray, his figure had become much more upright. He had his hands behind his back, and a powerful sense of oppression emanated from his body. Su Xingyu followed closely behind Ji Qingyan, anxiety and worry written all over her face. This is it. Ji Qingyan's voice was icy cold, breaking the silence. On this hill, a concealment array has been placed. If it wasn't for the sense between me and Lin Fan, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to discover it. Zhao Su nodded and said in a deep voice, the cultivation of the person who set up this formation isn't weak. He was actually able to conceal my divine sense. Fellow Daoist Zhao, it's not too late. Let's team up and break the formation, Ji Qing Evening said, with a hint of urgency in her tone. Yes, Zhao Su answered, and his body's spiritual light flourished. He bellowed and thrust both palms forward. Two huge pillars of spiritual energy light, like two roaring dragons, carried a heaven-destroying might as they blasted towards the small mountain. Ji Qing Evening wasn't willing to show weakness either, as she pinched her hands together and mouthed the words. A ball of crimson fire coalesced in front of her, emitting a scorching aura. Go! Ji Qingyan droned out, and fireballs poured down towards the small mountain like a meteor shower. Rumble! A deafening roar resounded through the heavens and earth. The small mountain trembled violently, as if it would collapse at any moment. Under the joint attack of Ji Qingyan and Zhao Su, the concealment formation covering the hill finally couldn't support it anymore. A transparent ripple surfaced on the surface of the small mountain, spreading out like ripples on water. As the ripples spread, the true appearance of the small mountain was gradually revealed. The originally barren mountain was transformed into a lush and spiritual cave. A huge cave appeared in the sight of the crowd. The mouth of the cave was pitch black, as if it was a huge beast that chose to devour people and opened its bloody mouth. Just then, three figures flew out from the cave. It was Nangong Miaoyu, Lai Jiao and Bai Jia. Seeing Ji Qing Evening, Lai Jiao and Bai Jia's faces were pale and their eyes were filled with panic. How could they not expect that Ji Qingnan would come to their door so quickly? Nangong Miaoyu's face was also very ugly. She checked very carefully. There were no tracking prohibitions on Lai Jiao, Bai Jia, and Lin Fan's bodies at all. So how did she find her way here? Ji Qing Evening, you old hag, how did you chase me here? Nangong Miaoyu angrily rebuked, her voice sharp and piercing, which still had the dignified and gentle appearance before. Humph, Nangong Miaoyu, you old man, robbing my disciple, and you dare to be evil? Ji Qing Evening did not show any weakness and sneered back. Your disciple? Where is your disciple? Oh, you mean Bai Jia and Lai Jiao? Ah, the two of them have abandoned the darkness and are now going to worship under me. Nangong Miaoyu sneered, clearly unwilling to acknowledge Lin Fan's existence. Just stop pretending and hand over Lin Fan to me, Ji Qing Evening scolded in a stern voice. What Lin Fan? Nangong Miaoyu pretended to be confused when she was trying to understand. You. Ji Qing Evening was momentarily speechless, her chest heaving with anger. Then don't blame me. Afraid of you. Nangong Miaoyu let out a delicate cry and greeted her. The two were instantly at war. Nangong Miaoyu whisked her sleeve and a pink ribbon, like a spirit snake, twined towards Ji Qingyan. Ji Qing Evening snorted coldly and merged her fingers like swords. A sword chi shot out and cut the ribbon into two. Seeing this, Zhao Su also joined the fight. The two of them joined forces, and for a while, they actually fought with Nangong Miaoyu. Lai Jiao and Bai Jia, standing on the sidelines, had ugly faces. They wanted to help, but there was nothing they could do. A battle of this level was simply not something they could intervene in. Boom! There was another loud bang. Nangong Miaoyu, Zhao Su, and Ji Qingyan all took a few steps back at the same time. Apparently the three of them couldn't tell the winner from the loser for a while. Inside the cave, Lin Fan heard the sounds of fighting outside and knew that it should be Ji Qing Evening looking for him. He sighed softly, a hint of helplessness in his voice. This cave was set up with a forbidden system, so he couldn't go out and see the fight outside. However, Lin Fan was very calm, even idly admiring the scenery inside the cave. The cave had changed completely from its earliest days. The floor had been neatly cleared and partitioned into several rooms, with not only soft queen-sized beds, but also a wide variety of furniture. It was obvious that Nangong Myriad intended to keep Lin Fan locked up here for a long time. These furnishings are much better than the ones in my little green bamboo yard. Little you err, when you leave in a while, Receive this furniture into the storage bag and bring it back. It's a shame to throw it away. Lin Fan shook his head and said. Bai Ruoyue was full of excitement. Okay Gongzi, I'll put it all away. I thought we were going to be locked up here for a long time, but I didn't think this piece would be saved. Saved? Lin Fan, however, shook his head, the corner of his mouth curling into a bitter smile. This ability of your son to make breakthroughs, neither Ji Qingyan nor Nangong Miaoyu are willing to back down. Both want to hold me firmly in their hands. It ends up being a big fight between them, with no one being able to do anything about it. And then they compromise with each other and come to an agreement. Lin Fan said indifferently, as if this matter had nothing to do with him. Bai Ruoyue's face showed nervousness. Gongzi, I don't think so, right? Think about it. A meat and potatoes that can make a breakthrough has now been discovered by two people of high cultivation. The result is simply that these two sides will fight to the death, and the winner will have it all to himself. Either that, or both sides can't do anything to each other, and then they'll divide it up together. Ji Qing Evening and Nangong Miaoyu are both Jiedan stage cultivators. Two Jiedan stage cultivators fighting. It's easy to separate the winners from the losers, but it's hard to kill each other. Lin Fan's voice carried a hint of self-deprecation. It's like dividing a cake. You get a piece. I get a piece. Nobody loses. He spread his hands and looked unconcerned. Bai Ruoyue fell silent. Although she didn't know what a cake was, Lin Fan had a point. My lord, you're so nice. Why do you have to suffer such treatment? Her eyes were slightly red, and her voice was filled with resentment and aggression. I'm going to cultivate even harder in the future. I'm going to become stronger, and I'm going to protect Gongzi. She clenched her fists tightly, as if she had made up her mind of some sort. Lin Fan looked at Bai Ruoyue and smiled, reaching out to touch Bai Ruoyue's head. Silly girl, don't think so much. Soldiers will always find a way. His voice was gentle, with a hint of favor. Chapter 47, Settling Accounts and Making Them Work as Cows and Horses. As Lin Fan had predicted, the fight outside continued for a small half-hour before slowly stopping. Then it wasn't long before there was a clutter of footsteps in the cave. Ji Qing Evening and Nangong Miaoyu both walked at the front, one on the left and one on the right, clearly separated from each other. Separated by a long distance, obviously neither one of them treating the other. Ji Qing Evening's face was horribly gloomy, and a trace of bright red blood remained at the corner of her mouth, obviously injured. Her dress, at this moment, had also become a bit messy, with a few torn places, revealing snow-white skin, which looked particularly tantalizing in the dimly lit cave. Nangong Miaoyu's face was similarly unattractive. Her breath was a little shriveled, and it was clear that she was also consumed. Her gorgeous palace dress, at this moment also become wrinkled. The original meticulous hair bun is also a little messy. A few strands of green silk hanging down on both sides of the cheeks, adding a few points of woe, but also added a few points I see the pity of the rhyme. Seeing that Lin Fan was still alive, Ji Qingyan was visibly relieved and her taut nerves relaxed. As for Su Xingyu, when she saw Lin Fan, a trace of heartache flashed in her beautiful eyes and she hurriedly walked up quickly, a pair of catkins gently caressing Lin Fan's body as if she was checking whether he was injured or not. Husband, are you okay? Are there any injuries anywhere? Su Xingyu's voice was filled with concern. Her eyes were full of worry, and her eyes were slightly red. I'm fine. Lin Fan shook his head and said softly. It's good that it's okay. It's good that it's okay. Su Xingyu was relieved and hugged Lin Fan tightly as if she was afraid that he would disappear. Cough. Ji Qing Evening coughed twice, interrupting the two. Lin Fan, it's good that you're fine. Let's leave here first. Go where? Nangong Miaoyu sneered. Of course it's back to my cave. Ji Qingyan said as a matter of course. Back to your cave? On what basis? Nangong Miaoyu sneered. This is my territory now. You fart. Ji Qingwan angrily rebuked. Lin Fan is my disciple, so naturally he has to return to the cave with me. Nangong Miaoyu snorted. A treasure like Lin Fan, wouldn't she be able to monopolize it? Believe it or not, I'll let the word out right now that your disciple of Ji Qing Evening has a special physique that can help people break through. Let's not talk about the scrambling of others within the Acacia sect. If people from other sects know the news, humph, you. Ji Qingyan was so angry that she was trembling, but there was nothing she could do about it. Alright, all stop arguing. Lin Fan impatiently interrupted the two. Have you asked my opinion? Now, I announce that I'm going to find myself a place and build a cave by myself, and whoever of you wants to make a breakthrough will come to me. Lin Fan said in a deep voice, with a hint of unquestionable firmness in his tone. He's tired of being fought over, and he wants to be in control of his own destiny. Right now, Ji Qing Evening and Nangong Miaoyu were checking each other, and no one could do anything about it. Then, Lin Fan felt that he could gain a little bit of autonomy through checks and balances from both sides. No, the two men, who had been arguing with unusual vehemence, unexpectedly objected in unison. Lin Fan. Obviously. In this cultivation world where strength was honored, Lin Fan had little say. He sighed helplessly. Lin Fan. You'd better come back with me. Xingyu is pregnant and will give birth in a few months. You can be closer to the child on my side. Ji Qingyan was the first to speak, breaking the silence. There was a hint of imperceptible gentleness in her words, as if a kindly elder was caring for her juniors. Lin Fan. You'd better come with me. I have a few disciples under my seat. Each of them is as beautiful as a flower. You go over to ensure that you enjoy the blessings of all people. Nangong Miaoyu was also not willing to show weakness. She threw a wink towards Lin Fan, her eyes full of temptation. The two began to argue again, their voices getting louder and louder, as if they were going to topple the entire cave. Stop, stop, stop. Lin Fan helplessly interrupted the quarrel between the two. He spread his hands with an expression of I give up. You all stop arguing. I'm not going anywhere then. This cave looks good to me. Lin Fan simply swings for the fences. He kind of saw that he was a meat and potatoes, and everyone wanted to take a bite. In that case, he wouldn't go anywhere. Just stay here and see what they could do to him. How about this? Let's each take a step back. This place is remote and barren. The spiritual chi is still okay. I look at the left and right sides of this hill and there are two slightly higher peaks. Nangong Myriad's beautiful eyes blinked as she made a suggestion. One for you. One for me. Lin Fan, you will take this cave as your cave. So how about this? Ji Qingyan stroked her smooth chin and thought. As Nangong Miaoyu said, 3 small mountains were connected here. This cave that Lin Fan was currently in was in the middle of this short mountain peak. She and Nangong Miaoyu each occupied one, so they could protect Lin Fan in the center. It would also prevent Lin Fan from being discovered by others. This approach, it seems, works. I do think it's feasible. In that case I'll relocate my cave here in the next 2 days. Ji Qingyan nodded in agreement. Good. Then I'll occupy the one on the left. Nangong Miaoyu immediately said, fearing that Ji Qingyan would back out. By what right? You occupy the left side. The aura on the left is obviously thicker. Ji Qing Evening naturally refused. The two continued to argue. The voices rose and fell as if they were two tireless sparrows. Don't you guys argue yet. There's one more thing to take care of. Lin Fan saw that the two of them were about to argue again and spoke. Good disciple. If there's anything you say, as long as master can do it, he will definitely help you accomplish it. Ji Qing Evening said in a hurry, with a pleasing smile on her face. Right, Lin Fan. As long as you say it, senior uncle will definitely fulfill you as well. Nangong Miaoyu echoed. Lin Fan pointed at Li Jiao and Bai Jie and said indifferently, the two of them? They took me captive to this place and almost got me killed. This account, how should it be settled? Li Jiao and Bai Jie turned pale and hid behind Nangong Miaoyu. They lowered their heads, not daring to look at Lin Fan's icy cold eyes. This matter, to put it in a small way, is the following offense. To put it in a big way, it is deceiving the teacher in treason, and its crime should be executed. In the Acacia sect, the lives of disciples, especially the lives of beautiful female disciples, were often in the hands of their masters. They are more like a resource, a bargaining chip that can be traded for favors. This kind of thing was commonplace within the Acacia sect. One could even say that it was commonplace. This, Nangong Miaoyu's expression also froze, and for a moment, she didn't know what to do. These two women, although they were nominally Ji Qing Evening's disciples, in reality, they were her Nangong Miaoyu's people. After all, they were the ones who betrayed Ji Qingyan and defected to themselves. Now that Lin Fan was going to dispose of them, wouldn't he appear to be heartless if he handed them over? If this gets out, who will dare to defect to them in the future? Do you want to lose your reputation? She, Nangong Miaoyu, in the Acacia sect, was also someone who wanted face. Nangong Miaoyu's brows tightened. Ji Qing Evening snorted coldly, her eyes staring icily at Li Jiao and Bai Jie, deceiving the teacher and destroying the ancestor. According to the law shall be put to death. Senior, save us. Li Jiao and Bai Jie cower behind Nangong Miaoyu. Obviously they also knew that the only thing that could save their lives now was Nangong Miaoyu. Now die for me. Ji Qingnan showed no mercy and raised her hand to strike. Slow down. Nangong Miaoyu hurriedly stopped. Ji Qingyan, don't forget, they are my people now. Your people? Do you still want to be shameless? Ji Qing even angrily rebuked. They're the ones I've worked so hard to raise. So what? Now that they have worshipped under me, they are my people. Nangong Miaoyu did not budge. Well, then how should this account of Lin Fan be settled? Ji Qing asked. Nangong Miaoyu swept her gaze from the two gorgeous faces of Bai Jie and Li Jiao and laughed. How about rewarding both of them to Lin Fan as concubines? Chapter 48, Dad. I was wrong. Within the Acacia sect, the status of a concubine was actually comparable to that of a hearth. Said to be concubines, but in reality they are just a little bit more advanced playthings, with a lowly status and a miserable fate. Not only do they have to fulfill the various needs of their masters, but they are sometimes treated as objects to be exchanged with other cultivators, and it goes without saying what happens to them. Li Jiao and Bai Jia's faces instantly turned pale, and their bodies began to tremble slightly. They were certainly not willing to become Lin Fan's concubines. What's more, they had offended Lin Fan before and almost got him killed. If this fell into Lin Fan's hands, it would be tortured to the point of being worse than death? The eyes of the two women were filled with fear and despair as they tightly grasped the corner of Nangong Miaoyu's coat, as if they had grabbed the last straw to save their lives. Plop! Li Jiao and Bai Jia instantly knelt down. Elder! Elder, save us! We'll be finished if we give Lin Fan a concubine. Li Jiao's voice was tinged with sobs, tears welling up in her eyes. Although Bai Jia didn't say anything, her eyes were also filled with pleading. Nangong Miaoyu's brows were tightly locked, and a hesitant look appeared on her face. Of course she knew what would happen if she became a concubine, and she also knew the grudge between Lin Fan and these two women. However, if she didn't hand over the two girls to Lin Fan, it was obviously hard to calm the anger in Lin Fan's heart. Just handing them over, then how would she still be able to gain a foothold in the Acacia sect in the future? Who would dare to defect to someone who can't even protect his own people? Lin Fan, what do you think of this? Nangong Miaoyu pondered for a moment and opened her mouth. The two of them are in the wrong, but their crimes are not punishable by death. Let them be your concubines. Let them work for you as oxen and horses, and make up for what they have done. How about giving them back to me when you've lost your temper? Obviously this Nangong Miaoyu was trying to keep the two girls. However, since they had fallen into Lin Fan's hands, Lin Fan would definitely not give them a good time. Since Senior has said so, I can't say anything more about this matter. So be it, Lin Fan said. With this matter settled, Nangong Miaoyu and Ji Qingyan left. Only Lin Fan, Su Xingyue, Bai Ruoyue, and Bai Jia and Li Jiao were left in the cave. Li Jiao and Bai Jia lowered their heads, not daring to look squarely at Lin Fan and Su Xingyu. For one thing, they had offended Lin Fan, and for another, they also had a grudge against Su Xingyu. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Husband, it's my fault. Su Xingyue broke the silence, her face filled with self-blame. If I hadn't wanted to obtain cultivation resources from my master in the first place, I wouldn't have exposed your abilities and left you trapped here without freedom. She held Lin Fan's hand tightly. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have been taken captive by them and almost lost your life. Su Xingyue's eyes were a little red, and her voice carried a hint of choking. Blame it on me. Blame it on me. Lin Fan looked at Su Xingyu and sighed softly. He figured it out now. Whether it was in the Su clan or in the Acacia sect, his kind of ability would be coveted. It's the same everywhere. If you want to change the status quo, you have to wait for the feedback. When his cultivation level rises, that's when he'll be able to gain true freedom. So he didn't blame Su Xingyue. A piker is a piker. A hint of helplessness flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. But don't worry. He held Su Xingyue's hand tightly. Someday I'll be strong enough. Lin Fan's tone was firm, and a determined light flashed in his eyes. Well, I believe you. Su Xingyue nodded vigorously. By the way, husband, what are you going to do with the two of them? Su Xingyue suddenly spoke, interrupting Lin Fan's thoughts. She pointed at Li Jiao and Bai Jia, who were kneeling on the ground, and the corner of her mouth hooked into a playful smile. Lin Fan followed Su Xingyu's finger and saw that Li Jiao and Bai Jia had their heads lowered, their bodies trembling slightly, in a manner of being slaughtered. Lin Fan stroked his chin as his eyes swept over the two women. It had to be said that these two women were really good in their own ways. Li Jiao was petite and delicate, with a look of a little sister next door that made people want to protect. Bai Jia, on the other hand, is cool and unassuming, just like a fairy who doesn't eat earthly fire, so that people only dare to look at from afar but not dare to play. However, Lin Fan was not a decent man. These two women, they had almost killed him before. He wouldn't let them off easily. Husband, look at the two of them. They are quite good looking. Why don't you let them serve you well? Su Xingyue touched her slightly bulging belly, a wry smile appearing on her face. Husband, look at the two of them. Although they were in the wrong before, now they are also considered to be guilty. Why don't we let them stay with us and do some chores, so we can make the best use of them? It's just that girl Xingyu won't be able to arrive for a few more days, and my body isn't convenient, so I'm afraid I'll need their help to take care of some things. She paused, came to Lin Fan's ear, and whispered, however, just in case, husband is still better to be cautious. After all, they might as well use some means before to make sure they won't do anything unfavorable to you again. She blinked, her eyes fluttering with flavor. Lin Fan sniffed and nodded, his eyes sweeping over Li Jiao and Bai Jia's bodies, eventually resting on their eyes. He didn't do it immediately. but was silent for a moment, as if he was thinking about something. Lai Jiao and Bai Jia's hearts fluttered at Lin Fan's look, and fine beads of sweat oozed from their foreheads. They didn't know what Lin Fan was thinking and could only wait apprehensively. Finally, Lin Fan spoke. "You two, raise your heads and look into my eyes." His voice was calm, but carried a hint of unquestionable majesty. Lai Jiao and Bai Jia didn't dare to disobey and slowly raised their heads to look at Lin Fan. As the four eyes met, Lin Fan's eyes were deep and sharp, as if he was able to see into everything. Lai Jiao and Bai Jia only felt that their souls were being seen through, and their hearts became even more fearful. Lin Fan's fingertips flickered with a faint spiritual light as he slowly extended his hand and pointed towards the center of Lai Jiao's and Bai Jia's eyebrows. Lai Jiao and Bai Jia's bodies trembled slightly as they tried to dodge, but they realized that their bodies were unable to move at all, as if they were fixed. Just at the moment Lin Fan's fingertips were about to touch the center of their brows, he suddenly stopped. "You two, do you know the power of the God-locking technique?" Lin Fan's voice was low with a hint of warning. No. Lai Jiao and Bai Jia's voices trembled as they replied. "Good." Lin Fan nodded. "Since you know, you should understand that once you are planted with the God-locking technique, your life and death are in my hands. I hope that you can behave yourselves in the future and don't play any tricks, or else." Lin Fan didn't continue, but both Li Jiao and Bai Jia understood what he meant. They nodded their heads in a hurry, saying they would obey. He quickly tapped at the two women's eyebrows, and the God-locking technique was instantly planted. Bai Jia and Lai Jiao's bodies trembled slightly, and their faces became even paler. They were able to clearly feel that there was a trace of extra bondage in their souls, as if there was an invisible chain that firmly controlled their life and death in Lin Fan's hands. Now, with just one movement of Lin Fan's mind, these two women would die with their souls shattered. Lin Fan clapped his hands as if he had done something trivial. "From this day forward, you will follow me." "Yes, master." Bai Jia and Lai Jiao lowered their heads, a hint of trembling in their voices. They knew that for some time to come they became subordinate to Lin Fan. However, it had to be said that these two women were sensible, and after being planted with the God-locking technique, they both showed pleasing expressions towards Lin Fan. Lai Jiao forced the fear in her heart and squeezed out a smile on her face as she said daintily, "Master, in the future, if you have any orders, just tell us, and we will definitely serve you to the best of our ability." Bai Jia also hastily agreed. "Yes, master, we will be good and do whatever you tell us to do." As she spoke, she secretly raised her head and surveyed Lin Fan from the corner of her eye. Lin Fan nodded with satisfaction. "Little you err, in the future, you can arrange for the two of them to do any messy jobs." Night crept in, shrouding the mountains in silence. Inside the cave, it had been refreshed. Lin Fan divided the cave into 6 rooms and 2 halls. The living room was spacious and bright, with night pearls of various sizes set on the top emitting a soft glow that illuminated the entire cave. The floor of the living room, covered with a soft animal skin carpet, was cozy and warm to step on. On the walls, hung with some delicate ornaments. On the exquisite coffee table, there was an exquisite tea set, and next to it was a small incense burner, in which a tranquilizing incense was burning, emitting a light fragrance. In the dining room, a wide dining table was where Lin Fan ate. The master bedroom is spacious and cozy, with a landscape painting hanging on the wall in a far-reaching mood, a queen-sized bed with soft bedding and a nightstand with whips, handcuffs, feathers, candles, and twine. Daddy, I was wrong. Bai Jia and Lai Jiao's voices are full of excitement. Chapter 49, a new round of pressing. 3 days passed like a white horse. The cave that Lin Fan was in had been transformed into a real cave. The area had expanded several times, and the interior was even more unique, with several rooms staggered together, and a large spiritual field opened up. In the spirit field, spirit vegetables and fruits began to grow, emitting a faint fragrance. Bai Ruoyue was directing Bai Jia and Lai Jiao, busily tending to the situation. At the entrance of the cave, Lin Fan leisurely lay on a rocking chair, enjoying the warm sunlight. He looked like he was faking a nap, but he was actually checking the attribute panel. Name, Lin Fan. Life expectancy, 16,508 years. Cultivation, middle foundation stage. Spiritual roots, 5 attribute spiritual roots. Hoarding cultivation, 7386 plus 60, stop refining in progress. Below the properties panel, a line of information keeps popping up. Each time one pops up, the number of hoarded cultivation changes accordingly. Seasonal Qing Ni is practicing. Cultivation plus 60. Zhao Su is practicing. Cultivation plus 60. Nangong Miaoyu is practicing. Cultivation plus 200. The number in the hoarded cultivation column was growing as the feedback cultivation continued to appear. Lin Fan was secretly happy in his heart. It's a pleasant feeling, like watching the balance on your bank card go up and up. Just then, a breaking sound came from the sky. A spiritual light landed in front of Lin Fan's body. Fixing his eyes, two silhouettes appeared. These two, one in a pale pink gown and the other in a pale blue gown. They looked almost identical, as if they were carved from the same mold. But the temperament is the complete opposite. The woman wearing a light pink long dress had a charming temperament, and her eyes were flowing with flavor. The woman wearing a light blue long dress had a cool temperament, like an iceberg snow lotus, giving people a feeling of being uninviting. It was none other than the two sisters, Su Xingyue and Su Xingyu. Husband, Starry Rain is here. From now on, let her stay by your side and take care of your life and living close to you. Su Xingyue opened her mouth, a hint of coquetry in her voice. Lin Fan knew what Su Xingyue meant. As the saying goes, fertilizer doesn't flow to outsiders' fields. Only this fertilizer was not Su Xingyue, but Lin Fan. She knew very well that she and Su Xingyu had average qualifications, so if she could stay by Lin Fan's side, she would have unlimited potential in the cultivation path in the future. Su Xingyu's pretty face was slightly red, her gaze carrying a hint of shyness. Without waiting for Lin Fan to speak, she stepped out and wrapped one of Lin Fan's arms around her. Don't worry, sister. I'll definitely take care of my brother-in-law in the future. Her voice was so dainty that it made one's bones tingle. These two sisters, one passionate like fire, the other cold like ice frost, is a different flavor. Bai Ruoyue is very attentive and takes care of Lin Fan's life and living in every way. However, there were too many miscellaneous things going on in the cave now, and she was a bit too busy to do it alone. One more Su Xingyu was nothing. Lin Fan nodded. Well, you can stay in the cave from now on. Thanks, brother-in-law. Su Xingyue smiled coquettishly, her voice as sweet as honey. Husband, Master's cave has been moved over, and she asked you to go over and help someone make a breakthrough. Lin Fan nodded slightly, his heart understanding. Ji Qing evening. This was clearly the start of using his ability to sell opportunities to break through realms in exchange for cultivation resources again. For this kind of thing, Lin Fan was not repulsed. Then let's go over there now, Lin Fan answered, and with a single movement of his body, he rose up in the air and sped towards the hill on one side. Little sister, you familiarize yourself with the environment here first, and take care of your brother-in-law in the future. Being able to stay by his side will do you a lot of good. Su Xingyu admonished Su Xingyu. Su Xingyu nodded her head obediently in agreement. Su Xingyue then also rose up in the air and chased after Lin Fan. Soon, Lin Fan arrived in front of Ji Qing Evening's cave. Ji Qing Evening's cave did not change much from before. Apparently, she had directly used some sort of divine ability to move the entirety of the original cave over. Good disciple, you're here. When Ji Qing Evening saw Lin Fan, she greeted him with a smile on her face, a smile that was a few points warmer than the spring breeze in March. It's still the same as before. Using the spirit spring within the previous secret art as an excuse to help others break through. As she spoke, she handed over a storage bag. Lin Fan received the storage bag and froze when his divine sense swept through it. In this storage bag, there were a full 10,000 spirit stones. One should know that 10,000 spirit stones might not be anything to an ordinary Jiedan stage cultivator, but for Ji Qing Evening, it was definitely a huge amount of money. After all, she had only stepped into the Jiedan stage not long ago, and her base was still shallow. Master, isn't this spirit stone a bit much? Lin Fan asked with some doubt. Not much, not much. Today I arranged for more than a dozen people to come to the secret room to cultivate for breakthroughs. Ji Qing Evening said with a smile on her face. I know it's more taxing on you. So, Lin Fan, nice guy. This woman, Ji Qing Knight, was using him as an animal. Is this not going to hide his powers? So many people at once. What is she doing? Lin Fan was puzzled in his heart. A series of question marks surfaced in his mind. Master, these 10 people. Me. Lin Fan was secretly happy in his heart. This is all spirit stones, but on his face was a look of embarrassment, as if he had suffered a great loss. Ahem. Good disciple. When you're done helping them break through, Master will add spirit stones for you. Ji Qingnian coughed lightly twice, a hint of a pleasing smile on her face. But isn't this too many people? This will drain me clean. Lin Fan said reluctantly, a hint of resistance in his voice. I just want to consume you clean. Wouldn't it be cheaper for Nangong Miaoyu if I didn't use it? Ji Qing Evening was blunt. And I reckon that right now Nangong Miaoyu is also studying how to squeeze you. I reckon that within a few days, your ability to make breakthroughs is likely to circulate. She paused, a flash of shrewdness in her eyes. So before that, good disciple will help Master earn some more spirit stones. Ji Qing Evening didn't hide anything and said directly. Right at this moment, a sharp cracking sound suddenly came from the sky, as if it had torn apart the tranquil scroll. A recluse light, wrapped in a powerful aura, flew towards this side from far and near. A smile appeared on Ji Qing Evening's face as she turned her head to Lin Fan and said, Good disciple. Go get ready. They're here. A few moments later, more than a dozen figures appeared in front of Ji Qing Evening's cave door. With a sweep of his divine sense, Lin Fan realized that the person in the lead was none other than Qin La. She was followed by mostly mid to late stage foundation establishment cultivators, both male and female, old and young, in various forms. As soon as these people landed on the ground, they began to curiously survey their surroundings as if they were looking for something. In the end, their gazes all landed on Ji Qingyan's body, their eyes filled with anticipation. Greetings to Senior Uncle Ji. Just now, fellow Taoist Qin and I said that Senior Uncle here has something that can make a breakthrough. I wonder if it's true or not. An old man wearing a gray robe and in the late stage of foundation establishment opened his mouth and asked. He was dry and thin. His face was covered with wrinkles, but his eyes were shining. Yes, Uncle Ji, we all came here specifically because we heard what fellow Taoist Qin said. We've been stuck in a bottleneck for many years. If there really is such a treasure, we're willing to pay any price. I still ask for Uncle Ji's clarification. The others chimed in, their words filled with longing and eagerness. Some of their faces showed excitement, some had a twinkle in their eyes, and some were staring closely at Ji Qingyan. For a while, various sounds intertwined together, causing the originally quiet cave to become noisy. Ji Qing Evening smiled faintly as she gently waved her hand, signaling the crowd to be quiet. Fellow Taoists, please be at ease. Her flirtatious eyes swept over everyone present. But well, this is a matter of great importance, so please take the heart demon oath. Ji Qing Evening's vermilion lips gently opened. Her voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. Not a word of what happened today shall be divulged. If you go against it, you will suffer a heart demonic backlash and your cultivation will be destroyed. Of course, if not, I won't force it. Leave now. Ji Qingyan's gaze swept over the crowd one by one. The oath of the heart is no joke. Once violated, the consequences are unimaginable. But Ji Qing Evening only asked that the matter of today must not be told. So there is nothing to lose for these people. I'm willing to make a heartfelt oath. The old man at the beginning, who was at the late stage of foundation establishment, opened his mouth. I do too. I do too. Chapter 50, Multiple Breakthroughs. Seeing the group of people finish their vows, Ji Qing Evening nodded her head in satisfaction. She guided the crowd into the cave. Lin Fan also followed behind. As Ji Qingwan walked, she introduced the role of the spirit spring within the cave. Fellow Taoists, the spiritual spring within this cave of mine is the result of the convergence of heaven and earth's spiritual qi, and it contains pure spiritual energy. Cultivating here is twice as effective, and breaking through bottlenecks is even easier. There was a hint of compulsion in her words. Although the crowd was half convinced, they still followed Ji Qingyan inside. The gray-robed old man, frowning slightly, secretly pondered in his heart. This Ji Qing Evening, even though she acts badly on weekdays, she shouldn't be trying to cheat the cultivation resources on us by breaking through the bottleneck. Next to him, a middle-aged cultivator in a green shirt had a twinkle in his eye and said in his heart, is this spirit spring really so magical? If it's really so, then it's a heavenly chance. But what kind of good thing falls from the sky? I still have to keep an extra eye out. A crowd of people followed inside, but it was clear that most of them didn't believe in what Ji Qing Evening had said, but were unwilling to give up that elusive hope of a breakthrough. Seemingly guessing what was on these people's minds, Ji Qing Evening laughed. Don't worry, gentlemen, if you can't make a breakthrough, I won't take a penny, but if you break through, then you have to collect some spirit stones as payment. Your absorption of spiritual qi has caused great damage to the spiritual spring, and requires a large amount of spirit stones to replenish it. Early foundation establishment breakthrough bottleneck pay 2,000 spirit stones. To step into the late stage of the middle stage of foundation establishment you need to pay 5,000 spirit stones. In the later stages, stepping into the middle stage of Jiadan will cost 10,000 spirit stones. Ji Qingyan said. Lin Fan blinked as he listened to the offer. He helped someone break through. The early stage of foundation establishment bottleneck needs to consume 100 longevity. He only charged 200 spirit stones. This Ji Qing Evening directly charged people 2,000 spirit stones, directly doubled 10 times. The middle stage of foundation establishment required the consumption of 200 longevity. He charged 400 spirit stones, and Ji Qing Evening charged 5,000. At the late stage of foundation establishment, he consumes 500 spirit stones. He charges 1,000 spirit stones. Ji Qing Evening asks others for 5,000 spirit stones, and directly earns 4,000 in blood. It's really a book. With all 10 of these people breaking through to completion, Ji Qing Evening was estimated to become the rich woman of the Harmony sect all of a sudden. The crowd didn't show any abnormalities when they heard Ji Qingnan's words. If they could break through, it was a very conscientious price. After all, even if they dumped their money, they would be willing to break through as long as they could. And even if they didn't break through, they had nothing to lose. With this thought in mind, the crowd entered the secret room behind the cave. As soon as they entered the chamber, the crowd saw a crystal clear spring. Around the spring, the aura was dense, like a fairyland. This is the spirit spring? A flash of disappointment flashed in the gray-robed old man's eyes. Although this spirit spring was a bit richer in spiritual chi, and cultivating here would definitely speed up the cultivation speed by quite a bit, but to say that it could make a breakthrough, he still didn't quite believe it. The green-shirt middle-aged cultivator was also puzzled. He carefully felt the aura of the spirit spring and didn't find anything special. Fellow Taoists, sit on your knees and inhale the aura to attempt a breakthrough. I'll help you protect the law. A group of people were sitting on their knees. Lin Fan stood on the side, looking at these people with a touch of joy on his face. Although these people had sworn the oath of the heart demon, there was no impermeable wall in the world. Sooner or later, word will get out about what happened today. The number of people coming here for a breakthrough will only increase in time. Wouldn't his cultivation level rub off on him? Ji Qing Evening blinked her beautiful eyes at this Lin Fan, obviously telling Lin Fan that he could start. Lin Fan nodded slightly, indicating that he knew. He locked his gaze on the weakest cultivation of the 10, an early foundation establishment cultivator. System, help him break through. Ding. Consume 100 years of lifespan to help Shenhua break through the bottleneck of the early stage of foundation establishment. The host has 408 years of life left. The cultivator called Shenhua violently wrenched his eyes open. His eyes filled with disbelief. He had just attempted to break through, but the bottleneck that had trapped him for more than a decade and had not loosened up in the slightest. Unexpectedly, in this instant, it easily broke through. After the shock passed, he didn't dare to slow down and hurriedly stabilized his mind to continue his breakthrough. With Shenhua's breakthrough, the remaining 9 people broke open their eyes and looked at Shenhua with envy in their eyes. Lin Fan's gaze locked onto another beautiful woman with a plump figure. System, help her break through. Ding. Consuming 200 years of longevity to help Lu Mingyang break through the bottleneck of the middle stage of foundation establishment. The host has 16,208 years of life left. The body of the one called Lu Mingyang trembled, her face showing surprise as the aura of her body began to increase wildly. Time passed, and Lin Fan helped them break through one by one according to their cultivation level from low to high. Of these 10 people, 1 was in the early stage of foundation establishment, 5 were in the middle stage of foundation establishment, and 4 were in the late stage of foundation establishment. Ding. Consume 500 years of lifespan to help Shueji break through the bottleneck at the late stage of foundation establishment. The host has 108 years of life left. Boom. This cultivator called Shueji broke through the late stage bottleneck and stepped into the Jiedan stage. The aura belonging to the early stage of Jiedan rampant on her body as she streaked across the secret room. Lin Fan was prepared for this, and with a flash of blue light on his body, a water screen barrier enveloped him, blocking the pressure. Some of the remaining people, with Ji Qingyan protecting them, were not much of a problem. Ding. Consume 500 years of lifespan to help Wang Ying break through the bottleneck at the late stage of foundation establishment. The host has 14,608 years of life left. Boom. Another late foundation establishment cultivator stepped into the Jiedan stage. But this person had the experience of Shueji from before and collected his aura early. Inside Nangong Myriad's cave, she was sitting with her knees crossed, her eyes tightly closed, and her aura lingered around her, like a spiritual snake, roaming around her. Suddenly, her eyes snapped open, and a brilliant light flashed in her eyes. With a shake of his body, he had already disappeared from his original spot. In the next moment, she appeared outside the cave, standing in the air. A pair of beautiful eyes, looking in the direction of Ji Qing Evening's cave, were filled with doubt and incomprehension. This breath fluctuation. Is someone breaking through? And there's more than one. So many foundation establishment stage auras erupting at the same time. What is that Ji Qing Evening up to? With Nangong Miaoyu's intelligence, she instantly associated it with Lin Fan. Could it be that this is really using Lin Fan to help people break through and then earn benefits? No way. How can she be left alone with this kind of cheapness? Nangong Miaoyu was secretly calculating in her mind how to utilize Lin Fan for her own benefit. Suddenly, her willow brows furrowed and a hint of surprise appeared in her eyes. Not good. This is bad. Before her words fell, she saw 2 recluse lights in the sky, wrapped in a powerful pressure, like meteors breaking through the sky, speeding towards the side. That speed, it was amazingly fast. The last moment was still extremely far away. In the next second, it had appeared on the small hill where her cave was located. The recluse light converged and 2 figures appeared out of thin air. The first person, who looked to be only 7 or 8 years old, her head was tied in a pair of crochets, and she was wearing an emerald green bodice. On the hem of the skirt, Several lifelike butterflies were embroidered, as if they would fly out at any time. Her little face was powdered and her large eyes were dark and full of spirit. Just a hint of age-appropriate maturity and majesty in those eyes. The other person, a stunningly beautiful young woman in a long pink dress, looks 18 or 19 years old. Her skin is snowy and her eyebrows are picturesque. A head of long, shiny black hair was draped behind her like a waterfall. She was shapely and curvy, walking with a gentle sway of the waist and a lot of flavor. Those peach blossom eyes were even more seductive, making people not dare to look directly at them. As soon as these two appeared, the air around them seemed to freeze. A powerful pressure, like a tidal wave, spread out in all directions. It made one's heart sink and breathing become difficult. This was the pressure belonging to a yawning stage cultivator. Nangong Miaoyu's face changed slightly as she hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. Disciple Nangong Miaoyu, greetings to the old ancestor. Chapter 51, The Old Ancestor's Shock. The only ones who could be called old ancestors by Nangong Miaoyu were naturally the two yawning stage experts of the Acacia sect. Among them, the one dressed in emerald green dress with a crocheted braid, who appeared to be a little girl of only 7 or 8 years old, was in fact the highest cultivation of the Acacia sect, Elder Chongli. Her cultivation had reached the mid-yawning stage and was unfathomable. Don't look at her young appearance, but she has already cultivated for nearly 1,000 years. It was just that I didn't know what kind of secret method she had practiced, but she was able to reverse her body and maintain such a young appearance. The other stunningly beautiful young lady in a long pink dress was old ancestor Hongwan. She looked 18 or 19 years old. Her skin was snowy. Her eyebrows were as beautiful as a picture. But it's also over 600 years old. What happened over there? Old ancestor Cheng Li's voice was childish, and his meaty little hand opened its mouth as soon as he pointed in the direction of Ji Qing Wan's cave. Back to the old ancestor. Over there. Nangong Miaoyu's vermilion lips lightly opened, and she was about to reply. But the words came to her, and she hesitated. A flicker of struggle flashed in her beautiful eyes. She weighed the pros and cons in her mind. If the matter of Lin Fan was told to the public, the two old ancestors would definitely intervene. At that time, I'm afraid that Lin Fan's piece of fat meat would not be her turn to enjoy it exclusively. But if you don't say. Nangong Miaoyu's heart fluttered. She didn't dare to imagine the consequences of deceiving two yawning stage ancestors. Lying in front of an old yawning stage monster? What's the difference between that and looking for death? Their divine sense was so powerful. How could the little bit of knowledge in one's heart be hidden from them? What's more, over at Ji Qing Evening's cave, so many people had broken through one after another. After making such a big commotion, the two old ancestors must have already detected the abnormality. You can't hide it even if you want to. Thinking of this, Nangong Miaoyu's heart crossed and decided that it was better to tell the truth. Back to old ancestor. Over there is senior sister Ji's cave. As far as disciples know, she has recently taken in a new male disciple named Lin Fan. This person has a special physique that can help one break through bottlenecks. When Qingli heard this, an uncontrollable ecstasy instantly surged on that tender little face. Large, ebony eyes, glaring round and flashing like never before. Hongwan's body was also shaken. Her beautiful eyes flashed with strange colors, and her breathing became rapid. Is that even possible? Cheng Li's voice, all with a hint of trembling. She stared deathly at Nangong Miaoyu as if she wanted to see through her. Old ancestor, this matter is true. Nangong Miaoyu hurriedly said, not daring to hide anything. My disciple has seen it with his own eyes, and I have borrowed this person's special breakthrough for my middle Jiadan bottleneck. She was afraid that the two old ancestors wouldn't believe her, so she hastened to add, the two elder ancestors should have sensed the abnormal aura fluctuations in this place. It should be that senior sister Ji is utilizing Lin Fan's special physique to help the disciples within the sect breakthrough. Good. Yes. Qingli said 3 good words in a row, and the smile on her face could no longer be concealed. Her large eyes, which were already bright, were even brighter at the moment, as if they were 2 brilliant stars. Myriad, you did a great job. Hongwan also nodded appreciatively, looking at Nangong Miaoyu with eyes full of praise. Qingli and Hongwan glanced at each other, and both of them saw the shock in the other's eyes, as well as the deep shock. Qingli's heart was even more shocked. She had originally thought that she was nearing the end of her lifespan, with no hope of a breakthrough, and could only wait for death, or practicing the devilish skill which is harmful to the harmony of heaven, and lingering on for a long time. Unexpectedly, there was such a heaven-defying physique in existence. It was simply a chance bestowed upon her by the heavens. If she was able to utilize this Lin Fan's special physique, she would not only be able to rapidly increase her lifespan without having to worry about death, one could even break through the bottleneck and step into a higher realm. Late Yuaning. Even the legendary god transformation stage is not impossible. At the thought of this, Qingli trembled with excitement. An uncharacteristic flush spread across that tender little face. Hongluan was also excited in her heart. Although she was a bit younger than Shangli, she had already felt the pressure of longevity. This kind of physique that could help one break through bottlenecks was equally priceless to her. If she could utilize it properly, her future achievements would be unlimited. Both of them were old monsters who had lived for hundreds of years, and how firm their minds were. But at the moment, they couldn't remain calm either. It's really the news. It's so shocking. It's so important. It's about their path, their life and death. There was no way for them not to be excited. The two of them glanced at each other, and Hongluan raised her slender hand and clawed at Nangong Miaoyu through the air. Nangong Miaoyu only felt a strong force coming at her. She revealed a shocked expression. "Seen your ancestor." Not waiting for her words to fall, the scenery around her shifted. By the time everything was back to normal, she had already arrived in front of Ji Qingyan's cave door. Yuaning divine ability. Instantaneous transfer? Nangong Myriad broke out in a cold sweat. After landing, Hongluan and Shangli glanced at each other, a flash of gravity flashing through each other's eyes. Their divine sense surged out like a tidal wave, instantly enveloping Ji Qingyan's cave. The divine sense swept through, and everything within the cave was clearly presented in their minds. As Nangong Miaoyu said, the 10 people had just completed their breakthroughs, and their breath was still a bit unsteady. Hongluan's beautiful eyes narrowed, her expression grave, her slender hand lightly raised, her fingertips rapidly pinched the spell. An enormous amount of mana surged out from within her body, transforming into a single arcane rune, which intertwined with each other to form a complex and precise formation that enveloped the entire cave. This formation was not only able to completely mask the fluctuations of the breakthrough within the cave, but also isolate the probing of divine sense. Unless it was a cultivator who was also at the Yuaning stage and was proficient in the way of formations. Otherwise, even if a Yuaning stage divine sense swept through, it wouldn't be able to discover the abnormality of this place. Shangli and Hongluan exchanged a look, and they tacitly chose to suppress the matter. After all, this kind of physique that could help one break through bottlenecks was too astounding. Once word got out, I'm afraid the entire cultivation world would be shaken. At that time, I'm afraid that the Acacia sect would become a target. Shangli still didn't seem to be too relieved, and with a movement of her mind, a prohibition appeared out of thin air and surrounded Ji Qing Evening's cave. These prohibitions, all of which were set up by her own hands, contained the powerful force of a Yuaning stage cultivator. Unless there was a cultivation level that exceeded hers, it would be impossible for the people inside to penetrate the prohibition and leave this place. She's going to keep the news as quiet as possible. After doing this, Shangli was slightly relieved. She turned her head to look at Hongluan, her voice childish but with an unquestionable majesty. "This matter is of great importance, and must not be leaked." "Don't worry, sister. I understand." Hongluan nodded in agreement. "Let's go in first and see. This Lin Fan, what's so magical about him?" Shangli said. His body shifted and transformed into a stream of light, directly passing through the cave's prohibitions and entering the cave. Red Luan followed close behind. Nangong Miaoyu stood in place, looking at the direction where the two old ancestors had disappeared, a complex look flashing in her eyes. She knew that from now on, Lin Fan had completely lost control and fell into the hands of the two Yuaning ancestors. This piece of fat meat, after all, she couldn't eat it. I didn't realize that Ji Qingnan, this stupid woman, also had moments of miscalculation. She thought she had planned well, but she didn't realize that the two old ancestors knew the winds and grasses in the sect like the back of their hands, and any abnormality couldn't escape their eyes. So many people breaking through and making so much noise. Now it's good. You've stolen a chicken and lost a wife and a soldier. You really deserve it. Chapter 52, Getting Rich. This is really rich. Inside the cave, all 10 people had successfully completed their breakthroughs, and they had taken out the agreed-upon spirit stones and handed them over to Ji Qingyan. Suddenly, he felt a powerful and suffocating pressure descend. The pressure, as if it was substantial, pressed them to the point where they couldn't breathe. Ji Qingyan's face changed drastically as she jerked her head up, her gaze as electric as she looked towards the entrance of the cave. There, two figures appeared at some point. A figure was petite and delicate, like a young girl of 7 or 8 years old, but her eyes were as deep as the sea, as if they contained the endless vicissitudes of the ages. The other figure was a woman with a delicate figure, dressed in a pink dress, looking no more than 18 or 19 years old, but with a trace of elusive mystery. Ji Qingwan's heart fluttered as she immediately recognized the identities of these two people. Disciple Ji Qingyan, greetings to Elder Ancestor Qingli. Elder Ancestor Hongluan. Ji Qingwan hastily collected her mind and bowed respectfully. The other disciples also woke up as if from a dream and saluted. Greetings to the old ancestor. In his voice, there was awe and fear. Old Ancestor Qingli lightly swept a glance at the crowd, his gaze lingering on Lin Fan for a moment. No expression could be seen on her childish face. Old Ancestor Hongluan, on the other hand, surveyed Lin Fan with interest, her beautiful eyes flashing with a strange light. Nodded. No need to be polite. After saying that, old man Hulwan's white red sleeve gently waved as if it carried some kind of mysterious power. An invisible fluctuation of spiritual energy swept through the room like ripples. The aura flickered like a dream. Put, put, one after another. The sound of falling to the ground rang out. Aside from Lin Fan and Ji Qingyan, the 10 people who were originally standing in the room, their bodies suddenly went limp. Their eyes rolled white and their bodies went limp uncontrollably, falling heavily to the ground. Before they passed out, a look of shock and disbelief remained on their faces, as if they didn't understand what was happening. Some remained in the same position as earlier, while others twisted their bodies in various postures. For a while, an eerie atmosphere filled the room. Lin Fan's pupils suddenly shrunk. The strength of this elder elemental ancestor was truly unfathomable. Ji Qingyan's face was also pale. It's over. It's completely played out. A wail went through Ji Qingwan's mind, like an ant on a hot pan. Anxious. Why did the two ancestors suddenly come to this hole of a place? Thinking with his toes, he knew that he must have discovered Lin Fan's heaven-defying ability. It's a realm breaker. This is simply a moving treasure. Which cultivator wouldn't be jealous at the sight of it? Especially old ancestor Changli, who was nearing the end of his lifespan and was in dire need of a breakthrough to renew his life. This was good. This piece of fat meat, Lin Fan, was considered to have completely fallen into the mouth of the tiger. Out of the corner of her eye, she glimpsed Changli and Nangong Naoyu behind Hongwan, and her heart ached even more as if she had been stabbed by a needle. Nangong mythical this. It must be her. She must be the one who invited Lao Zhu here. Otherwise, why would the old ancestor suddenly visit this Thai cave of hers in good time? I don't usually see the old ancestors being so diligent. This is clearly a case of the good coming from the bad. What now? Ji Qingyan's mind raced like a high-speed machine, desperately searching for a countermeasure. Keep Lin Fan? Difficulty. It's too hard. In front of the two Yuaning ancestors, she, an early-stage Jiedan, was simply a joke. No bail? That's even worse. Lin Fan was her money tree, her hope for the future. It was her hope to break through to Yuaning. And now, we can only take one step at a time now. Ji Qingwan took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. Lin Fan raised his eyes and his gaze met with old man Changli. Old ancestor Qingli smiled sweetly at him. This smile, as if it carried some kind of magic power, made Lin Fan feel as if he was in the spring breeze, and his body was soothed. He even had an illusion, as if he wasn't dealing with a nearly 1,000-year-old demon woman, but a truly innocent young girl. You're Lin Fan, with a special physique that can make breakthroughs? Old ancestor Qingli opened her mouth, her voice clear and pleasant. However, Lin Fan felt an inexplicable palpitation. This voice, it seemed to carry some kind of compelling power that made him want to submit involuntarily. Back to elder. I have the department. Lin Fan almost balked at the system when he just opened his mouth. He snapped, swallowing hard at the words that followed. I do have a special physique that can help people break through bottlenecks. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. And helping people break through is extremely damaging to me. The higher my cultivation level, the harder it is to break through the bottleneck, and the more damage it does to me. He continued, his voice trembling a little. That's why a certain amount of spirit stones are needed as a supplement to make up for my consumption. After Lin Fan finished speaking, he realized that he had actually said what was in his heart. A wave of horror went through him. This Yuaning elder ancestor is truly unfathomable. Her voice, her smile, all carried some kind of eerie power that could make people unknowingly remove their defenses and speak the truth. It was good that he reacted in time and didn't expose the secret of the system completely. Hearing Lin Fan's words, a trace of undetectable excitement flashed through Qingli and Hongwan's eyes. Their faces, however, remained bland, as if everything was under control. How many spirit stones are needed as a supplement to help a Yuaning stage cultivator make a breakthrough? Old ancestor Hongwan's vermilion lips gently opened, her voice soft and charming. Lin Fan's heart fluttered. Here we go. He knew that the real test had come. This late generation doesn't know either. Lin Fan lowered his head in feigned fear, and his voice trembled a little. Of course he didn't know exactly how many spirit stones were needed. After all, he hadn't tried to help a Yuaning ancestor break through either. However, the higher the cultivation level, the more longevity was needed. And at the Yuaning stage, it was absolutely astronomical. As for Yuaning stage cultivators, the last thing they lacked was spirit stones. So, however, if the consumption is relatively large, the late generation may directly die violently on the spot. So, Lin Fan's voice became smaller and smaller, and by the end of his words, it was almost inaudible. Lin Fan lowered his head and discounted the calculations in his heart. Asking for spirit stones was a technical job. He definitely couldn't ask for them directly. but he thought that these two would definitely not want him to die violently on the spot, and would definitely give a considerable amount of spirit stones for him to absorb. Take these and see if they're enough. Old ancestor Qingli slapped at the storage pouch on his waist. However, as she moved, a brilliant light suddenly lit up in front of Lin Fan's eyes. A crystal clear spirit stone appeared out of thin air and hovered in front of Lin Fan's body, emitting a soft and rich light. These spirit stones were bigger than those lower-grade spirit stones Lin Fan had seen before. Each one was like the size of a pigeon's egg with a crystal clear body. It is like the finest sheep's fat jade carved out, and the interior seems to have streams of color flowing slowly, which is so beautiful that it is breathtaking. What made Lin Fan feel even more shocked was that the spiritual qi emanating from these spirit stones was so dense that it was almost turning into substance. These are middle-grade spirit stones. One middle-grade spirit stone is worth 100 lower-grade spirit stones. Here are 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones, converted into lower-grade spirit stones? That's 1 million. Old ancestor Qing Li's voice was still clear and pleasant, but to Lin Fan's ears, it was like heavenly music. $1 million? Lin Fan felt that his tongue was slightly knotted as he swallowed hard. 1 million lower-grade spirit stones. This was a huge sum of money that he couldn't even dream of imagining. He had to know that he had only earned a few thousand spirit stones from his previous exhausting efforts to help people break through. And now, Old Man Changli casually waved his hand and it was $1 million. This was simply a pie falling from the sky. No, it was a mountain of gold falling from the sky. Lin Fan felt like his heart was about to jump out of his throat as he held back the excitement in his heart and tried to keep himself calm. Rich? This is really rich. Lin Fan shouted furiously in his heart. He felt that his life had reached its peak. Chapter 53, by the way, help you break the bottleneck. Lin Fan carefully put the 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones into his storage bag. He made a deep bow towards the two old ancestors and said respectfully, "Seniors, I wonder when I will need my juniors' help to make a breakthrough." Old ancestor Hongwon covered her mouth and laughed lightly, her voice as pleasant as a silver bell. The breakthrough of a Yuaning stage cultivator is not as simple as foundation establishment or dan formation. Not only will they encounter heart demons, but there will also be heavenly phenomena. So if they're not careful, they'll die and their souls will be dispersed. She paused, a glint in her eye. So, we need to be prepared for everything, and when everything is ready, we will naturally come over to you. But, Old Man Hongwon's eyes became sharp as he turned his words around. In order to prevent accidents from happening, these 3 small mountains of yours, I will enclose them with formations, and no one will be allowed to enter or leave without our permission. You guys are in there, just do business as usual. Upon hearing Old Man Hongwon's words, a wave of ecstasy surged through Ji Qingnian's heart. She had originally thought that Lin Fan would be taken away by these two old ancestors, and in the future, she was afraid that if she wanted to utilize his ability to break through, it would be as difficult as heaven. Unexpectedly, old ancestor Hongwon had only surrounded these 3 peaks with formations, while Lin Fan could still remain in the mountains. This is just great news. In this way, Lin Fan could still help her break through the bottleneck. However, these 3 peaks were surrounded by formations, and that meant that she would no longer be able to use Lin Fan's ability to make breakthroughs for other people as she had done before, thus earning a large amount of spirit stones. That's a lot of money to lose. A trace of unwillingness flashed in Ji Qingnian's eyes. Who else knows that he has the ability to break through? Qingli asked in a solemn tone of voice and opened his mouth. In addition to the people on these 3 peaks, there's also Taoist Chinera of the 100 Flower Valley who also knows about this. Ji Changwan didn't dare to hide it and answered truthfully. Old ancestor Qing Li's brows furrowed slightly as he heard this. She pondered for a moment and said decisively, I'll erase the memories of these 10 people for these 2 days. Senior sister Hongwon, go to 100 Flowers Valley and erase that person's memory as well. This is a major matter. Don't let the slightest hint of it leak out. Old ancestor Qing Li's voice carried an unquestionable majesty. The Hongwon old ancestor nodded slightly and answered, Don't worry, senior sister. I know the gravity of the situation. I'll go and do it now. Before the words left her mouth, her figure shifted and aura flashed around her. The entire person transformed into a pink stream of light and instantly disappeared in place. Only a faint scent was left to fill the air. Lin Fan looked at the direction in which old man Hongwon had disappeared and was staggered in his heart. Is this the tactics of a Yuaning stage cultivator? Sure is awesome. 1 day later, the 3 small mountains where Lin Fan's cave was located suddenly rose up in a burst of mist. It's foggy and dreamy. Soon, these 3 small mountains loomed in the mist and eventually disappeared completely. It was as if it had never existed. Obviously, this was a formation that the 2 old ancestors of the Acacia sect had jointly set up to completely hide this area. If those outside can't get in, those inside naturally can't get out. However, this didn't matter to Lin Fan. He couldn't get out anyway, but now he's just under house arrest in a different way. To him, as long as he had enough spirit stones, It was the same everywhere. At this moment, Lin Fan sat cross-legged in the practice room of the cave. In front of him, piles of spirit stones were piled up. These spirit stones were in addition to 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones. There were also 5,400 lower-grade spirit stones, which were the payment Lin Fan had gotten from helping those 10 people break through. Lin Fan took a deep breath and began to frantically absorb the spiritual chi from the spirit stone. One by one, the spirit stones, like melting ice, shrunk a little and eventually slowly disappeared. And Lin Fan's longevity began to grow crazily. 100 years, 2,000 years, 30,000 years. The longevity numbers kept jumping, and it was a sight to behold as Lin Fan's heart blossomed. A month has flown by in a hurry. It was only then that he had absorbed all of these spirit stones. Lin Fan opened the attribute panel. Name, Lin Fan. Life expectancy, 1,018,608 years. Cultivation, middle foundation stage. Spiritual roots, 5 attributes spiritual roots. Hoarding cultivation, 32376 plus 60. Stop refining in progress. Lin Fan's lifespan had increased to a terrifying 1 million years. And if nothing unexpected happened, Lin Fan had already achieved longevity. The hoarded cultivation also began to grow wildly as well because of helping those 10 people break through. However, Lin Fan was in no hurry to refine it. I wonder to what extent this hoard of cultivation will increase after helping those 2 Yuaning stage ancestors break through. Lin Fan secretly thought in his heart. He slowly stood up and pushed open the thick stone door of the practice room. A faint aura fluctuation escaped from the doorway. Su Xingyu then quietly stood guard outside the gate. Her brows were lowered and she looked focused, as if she was an exquisite jade sculpture. After Lin Fan entered the practice room, she had been guarding the place, not moving an inch, fearing that someone would disturb Lin Fan's cultivation. Brother-in-law, you're done practicing, Su Xingyu said softly, her voice soft, like the spring breeze on her face. Lin Fan smiled and nodded. And I haven't taken care of you in the meantime. There was a hint of apology in his tone. Su Xingyu had just arrived, and he had gone to Ji Qingyan's cave to help with the breakthrough. When he came back from Ji Qingnan's cave, he hoofed it into the practice room again to absorb the spirit stones. Counting it all, it did leave Su Xingyu out in the cold for more than a month. I'm not in a hurry. There are benefits to breaking through a little later. I can properly stabilize my cultivation and beat up my mana. Su Xingyu smiled sweetly, revealing 2 cute dimples. Before she came to the Acacia sect, her cultivation had already reached the 11th level of the Qi practicing stage. It was only because the foundation was a bit unstable that the breakthrough was delayed. Has anything happened in the meantime? Lin Fan changed the subject. Nothing special. Su Xingyu shook his head. Ruoshiyu is taken by Jia and Lijiu to plant spiritual vegetables and fruits, and they're all growing quite well, so we'll be able to eat them after a while. Half a month ago, Elder Ji and Elder Nangong opened up a room in the cave specifically for breakthroughs, and a large number of forbidden formations were set up inside. In the future, if you break through in the room of another person, you can isolate the fluctuations and visions produced by the breakthrough to avoid being noticed. Su Xingyu reported in detail what had happened during this period of time. Right at this moment, a spirit light cut through the sky and sped over. In a hover in front of Lin Fan, his speed gradually slowed down. Lin Fan stretched out his palm, and a delicate paper crane lightly landed in his palm in the aura. The paper crane was lifelike, emitting a faint aura fluctuation. Lin Fan, get ready. I'm going to make a breakthrough tomorrow. The cold voice of old man Changli came out from the paper crane, carrying a hint of unquestionable majesty. Looks like there's a tough fight tomorrow. Lin Fan stretched his back. Absorbing spirit stones in seclusion for this month feels like my body is a bit stiff. He turned his head to look at Su Xingyu. Come on, go to my room. You can massage me and relax. By the way, I'll also help you break through your bottleneck. The corner of Lin Fan's mouth rose slightly, revealing a bad smile. Su Xingyu's cheeks, red as ripe apples, she gently nodded, her voice as thin as a mosquito fly. Aha! Lin Fan took Su Xingyu's soft little hand and walked towards his room. Su Xingyu lowered her head and followed behind Lin Fan, her heart beating like a deer in headlights. Entering the room, Lin Fan closed the door with his backhand. Chapter 54, Breakthrough. Late Yuanying stage. It was only at noon the following day that Lin Fan helped Su Xingyu complete her breakthrough. Su Xingyu had broken through to the 12th level of Qi cultivation, just one step short of building the foundation. Lin Fan walked out of the room in a refreshed state, recalling the soulful taste of the party, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but show a bad smile. Bai Ruoyua had waited outside early, and when she saw Lin Fan come out, she hurriedly greeted him. My lord, knowing that you're out, the meal is ready. Bai Ruoyua's voice was soft, with a hint of concern. Lin Fan nodded and followed Bai Siye to the dining hall. The table was laden with sumptuous dishes of all colors and tastes. All of them were cooked with spiritual vegetables and fruits. emitting a light spiritual aura. Lin Fan sat down at the main seat, with Bai Jia and Li Jiao standing on his left and right. Bai Jia was wearing a light green-colored long dress today, setting off her pure and unassuming temperament to the fullest. She picked up her chopsticks and caught a piece of spirit beast meat, gently placing it in the bowl and dish in front of Lin Fan. Master, this is cooked with the meat of the second-rank spirit beast Skylark. The meat is tender. Try it. Paige's voice was sweet, with a hint of ingratiation. Lin Fan picked up the meat and put it in his mouth. A fresh flavor fills the mouth, and the meat is delicate and melts in the mouth. Nice. Lin Fan nodded in appreciation. Li Jiao was also not willing to show weakness. She wore a long light yellow dress, which further set off her skin like snow. She picked up a jade cup and filled it with spirit wine. Master, this is the 100 fruit brew brewed with spirit fruits. It tastes sweet. Try it. Li Jiao's voice was crisp, with a hint of flirtation. Lin Fan took the glass of wine and gently took a sip. A sweet flavor spread in his mouth with a faint hint of aura. Good wine. Lin Fan marveled. Bai Jia and Li Jiao looked at each other and smiled, a hint of smugness flashing through their eyes. They knew that Lin Fan liked to enjoy himself and liked the feeling of being served. Therefore, they all did their best to please Lin Fan, hoping to gain his favor. Lin Fan enjoyed the food while enjoying the service of the two beauties. After the meal, a slightly childish voice suddenly rang out. Humph, you do know how to enjoy yourself. When my breakthrough is complete, send over a few female cultivators with excellent qualifications within the sect. The voice was as clear and pleasant as an aureole, but it carried a hint of unquestionable majesty. Lin Fan's heart was flabbergasted. He was more than familiar with this voice. It was none other than the old ancestor of the Acacia sect, old ancestor Changli. Lin Fan was shocked in his heart, but his face did not move, and he hastily stood up and respectfully saluted. Disciple Lin Fan, meet Senior, Bai Ruoyue, Su Xingyu, and the others also reacted and rose to salute. Greetings, old ancestor. There was a hint of nervousness and awe in their voices. Old ancestor Chang Li's figure appeared in the room at an unknown time. She still had the appearance of a 7 or 8-year-old little girl, dressed in a light pink color luo skirt. The hem of the skirt was embroidered with blossoming peach blossoms that were lifelike. She was petite, with a delicate face, her skin as fair as jade, and a pair of large, soulful eyes that seemed to speak, "There's no need to be polite. I'm ready for the breakthrough." Old ancestor Chang Li said indifferently, no joy or anger audible in his voice. She gently waved her hand, and an invisible force instantly enveloped Lin Fan. Lin Fan only felt a blur before his eyes as a huge tugging force came and his body flew forward involuntarily. The next moment, he appeared in an unfamiliar environment. It was a closed stone room with 4 walls as smooth as mirrors, which were engraved with densely packed runes that shimmered with an eerie light. These runes Lin Fan recognized. They were all forbidden systems that reinforced defense and isolated breath. In the center of the stone room, there was a jade bed that was glistening white and exuded a faint cold aura. Obviously, this was a newly opened room within Lin Fan's cave, specifically for breakthrough use. The breakthrough process of a Yuaning stage cultivator takes a bit longer, and it also triggers heaven and earth anomalies. The Acacia sect's protector formation has already been opened, and coupled with this breakthrough room's prohibition, it shouldn't attract too much attention. You may not leave this place until my breakthrough is complete. Old ancestor Changli sat cross-legged on top of the jade bed and said indifferently, with a hint of unquestionable command in his tone. Lin Fan nodded, but he couldn't help but spit in his heart. This old demoness, she's really cautious, but that's right. After all, she's breaking through the Yuaning stage, so it's normal to be cautious. He thought secretly, but his face was a respectful expression. Don't worry, Senior. I will do my best to help Senior break through. Alright, let's begin. Old ancestor Changli slowly closed his eyes, his body's gong methods running, and he apparently began to attempt a breakthrough. System, help her break through. Ding. Consume 500,000 years of lifespan to help Changli break through the mid-Yuaning bottleneck. The host has 518,608 years of life left. Lin Fan's heart immediately crouched. He knew that breaking through the late stage of Yuaning would require more consumption, but he didn't think that it would consume a horrifying 500,000. His own millions of lifetimes were instantly consumed for the most part, and with the deduction of longevity, old ancestor Changli only felt a warm current surging up from his dantian and quickly flowing through his limbs and bones. Wherever this warm current passed through, the meridians were widened inch by inch, and the speed of the originally solidified spiritual energy suddenly accelerated. She could clearly feel that the Yuaning in her body, which hadn't loosened up in the slightest for over 400 years, was greedily absorbing the warmth at the moment. The original Yuaning, which was only the size of an infant's fist, swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Rumble! In the sky above the cave, the originally clear sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds and lightning. A purple lightning bolt traveled through the clouds with a deafening roar. The spiritual chi in the sky and earth began to converge crazily towards the cave where Lin Fan was, forming a huge vortex of spiritual chi. This is someone breaking through the Yuaning stage? What a big commotion. Could it be that one of the elders is about to make a breakthrough? No, this is someone breaking through the Yuaning bottleneck. What? I don't know if it's old ancestor Qingli or old ancestor Hong Yuan. Within the Acacia sect, countless disciples were startled by this sudden heaven and earth phenomenon, looking up at the sky and discussing. On their faces, they all showed looks of shock and disbelief. And at this moment, within the cave, old ancestor Qing Li's breakthrough had reached the most critical moment. Her Yuaning had swelled a full circle larger, and her body was emitting a dazzling golden light. The spiritual chi vortex in the sky was like a giant funnel, frantically gathering the surrounding spiritual chi and then pouring it into old man Qing Li's body in a steady stream. Lin Fan stood on the side, looking at this scene with a shocked expression. He could clearly feel the flow of aura in the air, as if the energy of the entire world was converging here. Old ancestor Qing Li's body, which originally appeared to be only 8 or 9 years old, unexpectedly began to change at a speed visible to the naked eye. She is rapidly drawing up in height and her facial contours are changing. In a few moments, however, old man Changli turned into the appearance of a 14 or 15-year-old girl. Her features became more and more delicate, and her skin was as white as jade, radiating a faint luster. Old man Changli's changes did not stop. Her body continued to grow and she soon became a 17 or 18-year-old girl. Feminine qualities become more pronounced and curvaceous. A head of long, black, waterfall-like hair fell down to her waist, fluttering gently with the flow of aura. Her body became more and more graceful, radiating a thrilling charm, and a powerful charm escaped from within her body. Lin Fan felt that his mouth was dry, so he hurriedly closed his eyes and secretly breathed in and out. He murmured in his mind, "I saw nothing, nothing." But even when he closed his eyes, the image of old man Qing Li's change in his mind still lingered. Lin Fan only felt hot and dry, and fine beads of sweat oozed from his forehead. Calm down, calm down. Lin Fan kept admonishing himself in his mind. This is a several hundred-year-old demoness. Don't be confused by appearances. In fact, this was not Lin Fan's fault, but rather, old ancestor Qing Li herself was born with a charming body. In addition to the special technique she cultivated, she was now in the midst of a breakthrough, and this seductive heavenly aura escaped. Lin Fan was only a small cultivator in the middle stage of foundation establishment. How could he resist such seduction? Chapter 55, Upgrading. At your own expense? Lin Fan sat on his knees and closed his eyes to meditate. The more this happened, the more the desires of the heart seemed to be magnified indefinitely. He felt as if he was in the middle of a huge vortex that he couldn't pull himself out of. Phew! Lin Fan took a deep breath and tried to calm his inner agitation. However, the dryness lingered like a hawk. Suddenly, Lin Fan's consciousness went into a trance. It was as if he had returned to that familiar campus before he crossed over. The sunlight poured down on the boulevard, dappled light jumping across the ground. He saw her, the girl who had once haunted him. It was his first love, a girl named Sumo. Sumo was wearing a white dress with long hair and a sweet smile. She stood under the cherry blossom tree and waved to him. Lin Fan's heartbeat suddenly accelerated as he quickly walked towards Sumo. Lin Fan, you're here. Sumo's voice was like heavenly music, mesmerizing Lin Fan. I'm coming. Lin Fan's voice trembled a little as he held Sumo's hand tightly. The two of them smiled at each other, and it was all in the air. In the illusion, Lin Fan and Sumo spent their college years together. They had classes together, ate together, and walked around campus together. Every detail was so real that Lin Fan couldn't tell reality from illusion. After graduation, they got married as a matter of course and had children of their own. Lin Fan works hard and Sumo stays home to raise her children. They lived an ordinary and happy life, as if this was the future Lin Fan had always longed for. He played with the child and watched him grow up day by day. He grows old with Sumo, supporting each other and never leaving each other. This kind of bland happiness made Lin Fan indulge in it, unable to extricate himself. Suddenly, Lin Fan jolted awake. His eyes snapped open. He himself was lying on the shouting jade bed, with a delicate and stunningly beautiful woman in his arms. Lin Fan's throat rolled involuntarily. This woman he was more than familiar with. It was none other than old ancestor Qingli. It's over. It's completely over. Lin Fan wailed in his heart. This is a late-stage Yuaning old monster. The other party blowing his breath can take his old life. What should I do now? Keep pretending to be asleep? Lin Fan was as restless as a needle in his heart. You're awake. Suddenly, old ancestor Qing Li's voice sounded eerily, breaking the eerie silence. Me. Lin Fan stammered, not knowing how to explain for a moment. Now you can call me Xing Li. Old ancestor Qing Li's voice carried a touch of shyness. Lin Fan's eyes instantly widened in disbelief. I was born with a charming body. And I didn't expect that when I broke through. I didn't control it well, but instead I dragged you down. I know you fought it extremely hard, so I don't blame you. At the same time, it's thanks to you that you woke me up. Or else it's highly likely that I would have fallen into a heart demon and thus wouldn't have been able to wake up. Old ancestor Qingli said. Lin Fan scratched his head. Did you break through successfully? After half a year, I've made a smooth breakthrough. Half a year? Lin Fan's eyes widened and his voice trembled a little. Not bad. It is indeed half a year. You this half a year. Qingli old ancestor's voice ended abruptly. Seems to be a little difficult to speak. Lin Fan's mind went blank with a buzz. 6 months? No. He hadn't just been resisting the desire in his heart. How did he wake up like this? It is hard to believe that the first love in the illusion is not the first love. But this Qingli. Then these half a year between him and old man Qingli. Old ancestor Qingli rested on Lin Fan's arm. Consider this a dream. Lin Fan looked at Qingli's snow-white and slender back neck, and his heart throbbed. Wisps of green silk swayed gently with his exhale, carrying a faint scent. I did have a long dream. Lin Fan's voice was a bit hoarse. Old ancestor Qingli didn't turn around, but only said faintly, well, it's time for that dream to wake up. As the words fell, Lin Fan saw a flash of aura, and old man Qingli had already put on his clothes. She turned around and looked at Lin Fan with complicated eyes. This breakthrough was dangerous, but fortunately everything went well. The matter between you and me is over, so don't mention it again. Old man Qingli's eyes were complicated, as if he was hiding something. You can take these spirit stones. Saying this, she flung her long sleeve, and with a flash of spiritual light, a small pile of spirit stones appeared on the ground. A full 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. It is estimated that in a few days, Hongwan will also come over to find you to break through. You, take care of yourself. With that, she flung her long sleeves and her aura flashed. A small pile of extra spirit stones appeared on the ground. The same as last time. A full 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Old ancestor Qingli looked deeply at Lin Fan, and then with a flash of aura, he disappeared from the spot without a trace. Lin Fan was lying alone on the cold jade bed, his mind in a daze. He closed his eyes, his mind replaying the past 6 months over and over again. Those charming images, those crazy entanglements, were all like a dream, illusory and unreal. Just then, a voice suddenly rang in his head. Ding! The host has consumed over 100,000 years of longevity, and is now starting to upgrade. Kryptonian Cultivation System version 1. 2 loading. Qualification upgrade function is on. Lin Fan was stunned, not expecting the system to be upgraded at this time. System, what is the qualification enhancement function? In the immortal cultivation world, qualifications are categorized from high to low into pseudo-spiritual roots. That is, 4 attribute or 5 attribute mixed spiritual roots. The host is a 5-element pseudo-spiritual root, and such qualifications are incredibly slow to cultivate. The system's mechanical voice sounded in Lin Fan's mind with a hint of unquestionable authority. I know my qualifications are crap. I don't need you to remind me. Lin Fan couldn't help but roll his eyes. Then there is the 3 attribute medium grade spiritual root, and the cultivation of this kind of spiritual root is still slow, at most cultivating to the foundation establishment stage cultivation. The dual attribute spiritual root is a top grade spiritual root, and this spiritual root has a chance to touch the Jidan cultivation level. Further up is the dual attribute mutation coming from the ectoplasmic spirit root. This spirit root cultivation speed is extremely fast. Above the foreign spiritual root is the single attribute heavenly spiritual root. This kind of spiritual root cultivation speed is extremely fast, with certain chances, can touch the Yuaning Avenue. This spiritual root is also the highest quality spiritual root that can appear on Earth under normal circumstances. The system describes the qualities of spiritual roots in detail. The host can consume his own longevity to enhance the quality of spiritual roots for others. Wait, consume longevity? Enhancing it for others? Lin Fan keenly captured the key words. System, don't screw me over. This longevity is my lifeblood. What benefit do I get from giving someone else a spiritual root enhancement? He's not a saintly mother, and he won't do anything at the expense of himself or others. What's more, what he lacked the most right now was longevity. Is it true that if I help others to enhance their spiritual roots, I will also be able to obtain feedback? Lin Fan asked tentatively. He had helped others break through bottlenecks before, and he could feed back to gain cultivation himself. Then this helping others to improve their spirit root quality. The feedback can't be worse than breaking through a bottleneck, right? But the system's cold words poured a pot of cold water on Lin Fan. No feedback. What? No feedback? Lin Fan almost jumped up. System, are you sure you're not mistaken? This is upgrading the quality of the spiritual root. It's much more advanced than breaking through a bottleneck. How could there be no feedback? No, there's no feedback. So what's the point of you upgrading this thing? System, do you see me like a holy mother? Consuming my own lifespan to give others a qualification boost? Even if you beat me to death, I won't give others a qualification boost. Chapter 56, Anomaly. Immortal Spiritual Roots. The system ignored Lin Fan's complaints. Lin Fan was speechless for a while. This function was really a bit ribbed. You have worked so hard to consume your lifespan, only to end up doing it for someone else? This deal was a loss no matter how you thought about it. So Lin Fan planned to not use this function and pretend that the system hadn't been upgraded. He climbed up from the cold jade bed and put on his clothes, ready to go out for some air. But just then, the system's voice once again sounded in his head, detected the upcoming birth of the host's heir, with the qualification of a 3-attribute medium-grade spiritual root. Consume 1,000 years of longevity to upgrade to a double-attribute top-grade spirit root. Consume 10,000 years of lifespan to upgrade to the mutant attribute spirit root. Consume 100,000 years of lifespan to upgrade to a single attribute heavenly spirit root. Consume 1,000 years of life to upgrade to immortal spirit root. Lin Fan froze, counting the time. Su Xingyu was almost about to give birth. System, what kind of spirit root is this immortal spirit root? Didn't you say that the earthly realm can only harbor heavenly spirit roots at most? The immortal spiritual root is a spiritual root that can only be nurtured in the spiritual realm where the spiritual energy is abundant. And this spiritual root can be cultivated at an incredibly fast speed and without bottlenecks under the realm of the transformation god. The system's voice didn't carry a trace of emotion. That is to say, if the little guy has an immortal spirit root, as long as he doesn't fall, he'll be a Yuaning stage cultivator at the bottom? With a little effort, he can impact the god transformation realm? Lin Fan asked tentatively. The host can be understood in this way. The system gave an affirmative answer. Lin Fan sat his butt back on the cold jade bed. For a moment, the thoughts were overwhelming. It's your own child. One finally had blood relatives in this world. He took a deep breath and took out the 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones he had just put away again. Lin Fan's eyes grew more and more determined. He clenched his fists tightly. Who made this my child? Lin Fan began to absorb the spirit stones. One by one, the spirit stones quickly shrunk and then disappeared. And Lin Fan's longevity grew rapidly. When all the spirit stones in the room disappeared cleanly, Lin Fan opened the attribute panel. Name, Lin Fan. Life expectancy, 1,518,608 years. Cultivation, middle foundation stage. Spiritual roots, 5 attribute spiritual roots. Hoarding cultivation, 85376 plus 60. Stop refining in progress. System, upgrade the child to immortal spirit root. Lin Fan murmured in his mind. Ding. Start upgrading qualifications. Consume 1,000 years of lifespan. Lifespan left for the host, 518,608 years. The system's voice rang out. Phew. Lin Fan protruded a mouthful of turbid air. In Ji Qing Evening's cave, inside the maternity ward, Ji Qingyan held Su Xingyu's hand tightly. Her voice urgent, push harder. Harder. Su Xingyu's face was pale and beads of sweat slid down from the corners of her forehead. She clenched her teeth, and each exertion seemed to drain her entire body. Harder. Harder. I see the head. The laboring woman's voice was tense and excited. Bai Ruoyue respectfully walked in with a basin of hot water and said softly, the hot water is ready. In the wooden basin, a pair of scissors was submerged in hot water. Steaming. Boom. Outside the cave, the clear sky suddenly became windy. The clouds were thick with lightning and thunder. As if they were about to tear the sky apart, the aura of heaven and earth surged wildly, forming a huge aura vortex. At the center of the vortex, a golden light was faintly visible, as if something was about to break out of its shell. The aura was getting thicker and thicker, and even condensed into droplets visible to the naked eye, dripping onto the grass and trees around the cave, emitting a nuisance sound. The grass grows at a rate visible to the naked eye. The already bright green leaves become more verdant and the flowers more delicate. Wow! A loud and clear cry resonates from the delivery room. Born! It's born! It's a little male! There was a hint of relieved joy in Ji Qingnan's voice. Su Xingyu took a long breath. Her body seemed to have been emptied. Lying softly on the bed, her lips were white, but her eyes were full of tenderness and love. Quickly, show me the child. The laboring woman carried the swaddled baby to Su Xingyu. The child was fair-skinned, with eyes tightly closed and a small mouth slightly open, emitting a slight snoring sound. The little face was fleshy, like a pink bun. Su Xingyu looked at this tiny, soft life in the swaddling clothes and a happy smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. This is her and Lin Fan's child. Two figures appeared out of thin air in the maternity ward. Surprisingly, it was Hong Yuan and Chang Li, the two Yuaning ancestors who had joined forces. Obviously, They were attracted by this earth-shattering vision. "Greetings, old ancestor." The crowd bowed and saluted, their voices filled with awe. Qingli gently waved her hand, signaling the crowd to be excused. Her gaze fell on the baby in the swaddling clothes and she opened her mouth to ask. This child attracted a heavenly vision at birth. Could it be Lin Fan's child? Su Xingyue, who was lying on the bed, nodded weakly, a happy smile on her face. Back to old ancestor. It is precisely his child. That little guy Lin Fan has a special physique. I'm only afraid that this child is also extraordinary. Bring the child over and show me. Qing Li's tone carried a hint of unquestionable majesty. Ji Qingwan carried the child over as she was told. Old man Qing Li's divine sense surged out, enveloping the child like a tidal wave. Hiss. A moment later, Qing Li drew in a breath of cool air, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. What's the matter, old ancestor? Ji Qing Evening's heart tightened. To be able to make a Yuaning stage ancestor so shocked, it seemed that the matter was not trivial. I originally thought that this child would also possess a special physique, but I didn't realize that his physique was normal. But this spirit root is extraordinary. Qing Li's voice trembled slightly, as if she had discovered something remarkable. Spirit root? Could it be a mutated spirit root? Old ancestor Hongwan opened her mouth and asked, a hint of curiosity in her voice. Qing Li shook her head. Heavenly spirit root? Although heavenly spirit roots are rare, our clan can receive one almost every 20 to 30 years. Hongwan continued. It's not a heavenly spirit root. The quality of this spirit root seems like the rumored immortal spirit root. Qing Li's voice was very soft, but it was like a thunderbolt that exploded in everyone's ears. Fairy spirit root? That's a spiritual root that only exists in legends. The whole room fell into a silence so deafening that you could hear a pin drop. Everyone was shocked beyond words by the news. Su Xingyu was even more excited and trembling. She held Ji Qingwan's hand tightly. Her lips trembled, but she couldn't make any sound. Ji Qingwan was also in disbelief as she stared blankly at the baby in the swaddling clothes, waves of shock rippling through her heart. A look of shock also appeared on old man Hongwan's face. Let me see. Saying that she held the child in her arms. A moment later she muttered, immortal spiritual roots are actually immortal spiritual roots. How is this possible? Old ancestor, are you sure? Ji Qingyan's voice trembled a little. She still somewhat couldn't believe her ears. It can't be wrong. The fluctuation of this spirit root is extremely similar to the immortal spirit root recorded in the ancient texts. Old ancestor Qing Li's eyes flashed with a wise light, and his tone carried a hint of excitement that was hard to conceal. She took a deep breath to calm her excitement and continued. I didn't expect to see an immortal spirit root in my lifetime. Chapter 57, Brother-in-Law. You finally come out. Su Xingyu only knew that the best spiritual root was the heavenly spiritual root, but now it seemed that her child's immortal spiritual root was bound to be even better than the heavenly spiritual root. I just don't know how much better it's going to be. Seemingly seeing the doubts in the hearts of the crowd, old ancestor Qing Li's vermilion lips gently opened and slowly said, it is rumored that those with immortal spirit roots have almost no bottlenecks in their cultivation, and the road to cultivation is as smooth as a straight path. One can easily cultivate to the peak of Yuaning, and with a little effort one can touch the rumored realm of God transformation, and then ascend to the upper realm. Old man Qing Li's voice was not high, but it was like a thunderbolt that exploded in the ears of the crowd. Ji Qingwan only felt a buzzing sound in her head and went blank. Her eyes were wide and her mouth was open, but she couldn't make any sound. How is this possible? One's own disciple had given birth to a child with an immortal spirit root? This is a spiritual root that only exists in legends. In the entire immortal cultivation world, there should never have been an immortal spirit root. Su Xingyu was even more excited and trembling. She held Ji Qingwan's hand tightly. Her lips quivered with excitement. Her eyes filled with tears. Tears of joy. Tears of happiness. The laboring woman was also in disbelief as she stared blankly at the swaddled baby. She's been delivering babies all her life. What kind of kids haven't she seen? However, it was the first time she had seen a child like this who had attracted heavenly visions at birth and also possessed immortal spirit roots. A look of shock also appeared on old ancestor Hongwan's face as she took a deep breath to calm her excitement and slowly said, Senior sister, it seems that this Lin Fan not only has a special physique, but also gave birth to a child with a terrifyingly strong spiritual root. In the cultivation world, the chances of a spiritual root appearing were very slim. Among ordinary mortals, not even one out of tens of thousands of people would necessarily have a spiritual root, and the quality of the spiritual root was extremely poor, with most of them being pseudo-spiritual roots with 4 or 5 attributes, and the probability of the heirs born to immortal cultivators with spiritual roots having spiritual roots is much higher than that of ordinary mortals, and the quality of the spiritual roots won't be too bad either. For a 3-spirit root cultivator like Su Xingyu, her child, the probability was that it would also possess a spirit root, only that the quality of the spirit root was hard to say, and the probability was that it wouldn't exceed that of the parent's spirit root. If only our clan had a few more children with this kind of spirit root quality. A glimmer of light flashed in old ancestor Hongwan's eyes, as if she saw the future of the Acacia sect. If the Acacia sect could have a few more disciples with immortal spirit roots, then in less than 100 years, the Acacia sect would surely become the #1 sect in the Chu kingdom. It might even become the most powerful sect in the entire immortal cultivation world. Hearing these words, a scorching light ignited in the eyes of the crowd. With the exception of Su Xingyue, everyone's eyes showed greed. A child with an immortal spirit root would not only mean a lot to the sect, it would also be of great benefit to them. If there is such a genius child, being a mother can definitely be a blessing. When the child grows up, feel free to pay tribute to some cultivation resources. Ji Qing Evening's eyes flickered, and her mind was already calculating. If I'm with. She couldn't help but lick her lips. Bai Ruoyue clenched her fists. Gongzi. If I can work with Gongzi. Her breath became rapid. Even the two Yuaning ancestors had a strange gleam in their eyes. An eerie atmosphere permeated the entire room. Everyone was lost in their own thoughts, and their eyes were filled with all sorts of complex emotions. Greed, anticipation, excitement, ambition, all sorts of emotions intertwined. Regarding the matter of the immortal spirit roots, it is a matter of great importance, and this matter must not be leaked. Old ancestor Changli finally spoke. A crowd of people agreed. Right at this moment, a spirit light tore through the sky, carrying a sharp air-breaking sound as it sped over. The spiritual light dissipated, and it was actually a sound transmission note. Old ancestor, the Blood Fiend sect has suddenly launched an attack on the spirit stone mines in our clan's Yulu spirit vein. Our disciples have suffered heavy losses. An elder Gu, who is in the late stage of Jiedan, has been seriously injured and is in critical condition. In the transmission note, a middle-aged man's voice rang out anxiously, his tone filled with panic and anger. Before the words fell, the atmosphere in the room suddenly froze, as if even the air had stopped flowing. The faces of the people who were originally still immersed in joy were instantly gloomy, and an aura of solemnity filled the air. The Blood Fury sect and the Acacia sect are both giants of the Chu kingdom's demonic path, and their spheres of influence are intertwined, and in order to compete for cultivation resources, they have been fighting openly and secretly for hundreds of years, and they have long been bloodied. However, due to the equal strength of the two sides, the Blood Fiend sect had the Blood Fiend ancestor in attendance, while the Acacia sect had the two Yuaning ancestors, Qingli and Hongwan. Each other had scruples, so they could still barely maintain a superficial peace. But now, the Bloodshed sect had brazenly attacked the Acacia sect's spirit stone mine, and it was also the spirit stone mine of the most important spirit foothills spirit vein of the Acacia sect. It is important to know that the spirit foothills spirit vein is the foundation of the Acacia sect, and the spirit stones produced every year account for more than 70% of the sect's total income. So once there is a loss, the strength of the Acacia sect will definitely be greatly damaged. The Bloodshed sect's move was tantamount to taking food from a tiger's mouth. This was to completely tear the face off of the Acacia sect, and it would not end in death. Apparently, they felt that they were no longer afraid of the Acacia sect. It seems that some time ago, the rumor that the Blood Fiend sect's Blood Fiend elder ancestor made a breakthrough and stepped into the late stage of the Yuaning stage should be true. A cold light flashed in old ancestor Qing Li's beautiful eyes, and her voice was icy cold, as if it could freeze everything. Otherwise, this Blood Fiend sect wouldn't dare to appropriating our spirit stone mine so recklessly. She took a deep breath and forced down the anger in her heart. It's just that they don't know that I've also stepped into the late Yuaning stage. The corners of old man Chang Li's mouth hooked into a cold smile as a trace of contempt flashed in his eyes. And you, senior sister, will also be stepping into the middle stage of Yuaning soon as well. Old ancestor Hongwan also snorted coldly, killing intent in his eyes. I'd like to see how many kilograms this Bloodshed sect has, to dare to be so arrogant. Her voice was not loud, but it was full of majesty and murderous intent that sent shivers down one's spine. You guys take good care of this child. There mustn't be the slightest mistake. And if there's anything you need, just send me a transmitting note directly. We have important matters to attend to, so we'll go back first. Old ancestor Changli added one last sentence before he and old ancestor Hongwan left. Alright, Xingyu still needs to rest. Ruo Yue, you stay and take care of it. Everyone else leave. Seeing the two Yuaning stage ancestors leave, Ji Qingnian also spoke. Yes, Bai Ruo Yue promised. On the other side, Lin Fan stepped out of the secret room. With a sweep of divine sense, the entire cave was in full view. The cave was empty and Su Xingyu was the only one. She was anxiously pacing back and forth at the entrance of the cave, her pretty face filled with worry. Seeing Lin Fan come out, Su Xingyu's beautiful eyes lit up as she cried out in surprise. Brother-in-law, you finally come out. She quickly greeted her and grabbed Lin Fan's arm. Sister is in labor. I guess she's almost ready to give birth now. I've been waiting here for you. Su Xingyu's voice trembled a little, obviously broken with excitement. Go! Let's go check it out. Lin Fan's heart was also agitated. He also wondered what his child with Su Xingyue would be like. The two of them transformed into two streaks of spiritual light and shot up into the sky, speeding towards Ji Qingyan's cave. Star Rain, what do you think? Our child, will it be a boy or a girl? Lin Fan asked while flying with his sword. I hope it's a girl. As pretty as my sister. Chapter 58, Sister. Sister, this is for your own good. Soon, the two arrived in front of Su Xingyue's cave. At this time, the people inside the cave had only just dispersed. Lin Fan stepped into the cave, only to see Su Xingyu leaning weakly on the bed, but her face was glowing with happiness. Beside the bed, there was a delicate cradle in which lay a small, white, chubby baby, none other than their child. Lin Fan walked quickly to the bedside and carefully picked up the child from the cradle. He looked down at the sleeping little one in his arms. An unspeakable tenderness welled up in his heart, and his face was filled with doting. Husband, quickly name the child. Su Xingyue's voice sounded softly with a hint of anticipation. Lin Fan pondered for a moment, and a famous quote from his previous life flashed through his mind. I am good at nurturing the spirit of the great. He blurted out. Let's call it Lin Haoran. That's a great name. Su Xingyue smiled with relief on her face as she sniffed. Haoran. Lin Haoran. Su Xingyu on the side also murmured, a trace of color flashing in her beautiful eyes. That's a great name. Haoran. Haoran. She couldn't help but marvel. Husband, take a look. Who does Haoran look like? Su Xingyu asked softly, her face filled with a happy smile. Let me have a good look. Lin Fan sniffed and scrutinized the baby in his arms. The little one is fair-skinned and powdery. Between his eyebrows and eyes, the shadow of Su Xingyue could be vaguely seen, and those big black and bright eyes looked like Su Xingyue's. However, the high nose was quite similar to Lin Fan's, making him look heroic. This little guy has a nose like me and eyes like you, Lin Fan said with a smile, his tone filled with pride. Cluck cluck cluck. As if he had understood Lin Fan's words, the little guy actually laughed. The voice was clear and pleasant, like a silver bell, echoing in the room. Su Xingyu looked at her father and son with a happy smile on her face. She weakly opened her mouth and said, by the way, husband, just now, Master Ancestor Qingli came by. She measured Haoran's spiritual root, and it's an extremely rare immortal spiritual root. Lin Fan had known that for a long time. However, he didn't want to reveal that this spiritual root was something he had consumed a million lifetimes to raise up. He was well aware of the principle of harboring the wrong thing. If he let people know that this immortal spirit root was created by him, he was afraid that it would lead to endless trouble. That's why his face feigned bewilderment. Immortal spirit root? What is an immortal spirit root? My lord, Master has just finished giving birth and is still weak. Let me introduce you. Ruoyue said in a well-behaved manner. She explained the types of spiritual roots, their rarity, and the legends of immortal spiritual roots to Lin Fan in detail. Su Xingyu was filled with shock as she listened with her beautiful eyes wide open. She didn't expect that her little nephew would possess such an unbelievable qualification. Several people stayed in the room for another half hour. Well, Your Excellency, Master is still very weak, and the child is done looking at him. So you should go back first. It's not too late for you to come back and look at him again tomorrow. Seeing that Lin Fan was not yet about to leave, Ruoyue gently reminded him. Lin Fan nodded. Xingyu, rest well. I'll see you tomorrow. Su Xingyue nodded her head gently, a hint of exhaustion showing in her eyes. Seeing this, Su Xingyu hurriedly got up, holding Lin Fan's arm, and softly said, brother-in-law, let's go out first, so that sister can have a good rest. Lin Fan nodded and followed Su Xingyu as he was about to head out. Su Xingyue seemed to suddenly remember something. Husband, I want to whisper something to Xingyu. You, then little Yuer and I will go outside first, Lin Fan said. It was too normal for these two sisters to have any whispers. He didn't think much of it. After the two left, Su Xingyue gently beckoned, signaling Su Xingyu to come closer. Su Xingyu leaned down and put his ear close to Su Xingyue's mouth. Star Rain, listen to me. Su Xingyue's voice was soft, but it carried a hint of unquestionable majesty. I'm all ears. If you say so, sister. Su Xingyu responded obediently, her eyes filled with concern. Your brother-in-law's physique is too special. Su Xingyue paused, seemingly organizing her words. As soon as this child was born, he attracted a heavenly vision, and he also possesses immortal spirit roots. This is a qualification that only exists in legends. There was a hint of undisguised excitement in her voice. You didn't see the look in the eyes of those women in the room at the time. Su Xingyue's brows furrowed slightly, her eyes becoming somewhat complicated. They all want to. She wanted to say something, and seemed to have some difficulty saying it. I understand. Sister. Su Xingyu was smart and naturally understood what Su Xingyu meant. Your brother-in-law's physique is so special, and now that he is being looked at by the two old ancestors, I am afraid that in the future. Su Xingyu sighed, her eyes filled with worry. I'm afraid he's not going to be trapped in the middle of this tiny mountain. She held Su Xingyu's hand tightly. So, Starry Rain, you have to plan ahead. Su Xingyu's voice became firm. If you can have a child too, at least for the child's sake She didn't say more, but the meaning was clear. Of course, it would be even better if this child is also an immortal spirit root. Su Xingyu's voice became lower and lower, and in the end it was barely audible. Su Xingyu's cheeks flushed with a hint of redness as she lowered her head, not daring to look at Su Xingyu's eyes. Sister, She wanted to say something, but didn't know what to say. Silly girl, my sister is doing this for your own good. All we can do is try to catch him and not let him get away from us. Sister, I understand. The Acacia sect, a lofty mountain peak sticking straight up into the sky, like a sharp sword pointing straight up to the heavens. Above the mountain peaks, there are clouds and mist all year round, just like a fairyland. Spirit clouds were as ethereal as light gauze, concealing a pavilion and a pavilion, hidden, adding a bit more mystery and mistiness. This was the place where the Acacia sect's spiritual chi was the most dense, and also where Old Man Qingli's cave was located. At this moment, the atmosphere inside the cave was grave, and four figures stood silently. Old Ancestor Qingli was seated at the main seat, and she wore a long green robe that outlined her delicate figure. Old Ancestor Hongwuan was standing beside her, dressed in red like fire, setting off her already delicate features even more charmingly. Her eyes were sharp and unruffled, and she exuded a powerful aura. An old crone with a grayish face was bowing and standing in front of the two old ancestors. Her breath was disordered and she was obviously seriously injured. This old woman was none other than Elder Gu, who was guarding the spirit stone vein. She was hunched over, and every word she spoke was accompanied by a violent cough, as if she would collapse at any moment. The last person was a middle-aged man with an imposing appearance. He was dressed in fancy clothes and had an extraordinary demeanor, but his cultivation level was only in the middle stage of foundation establishment. This person was none other than the head of the Acacia sect, Qin Fairu. He stood behind Elder Gu, his expression grave and his brows furrowed. Two elder ancestors. The Blood Fiend sect's surprise attack on our sect's spirit stone vein this time was clearly premeditated. Elder Gu's voice was hoarse and weak, and every word felt as if it had been squeezed out from the depths of his throat. Our disciples have suffered heavy casualties. The disciples at the foundation establishment and chi refining stages are almost dead or wounded. Even I. As she said this, she could no longer support herself and coughed violently, a trace of blood spilling from the corner of her mouth. Coughing. If I hadn't fought to the death, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to escape ascension. Seeing this, Qin Fairu rushed forward to support Elder Gu, his eyes filled with worry. Elder Gu, stop talking for now. Take care of your health. He turned his head to look at the two old ancestors and said in a deep voice, Two old ancestors? The bloodshed sect's move is clearly not placing my harmonious sect in their eyes. Not only did they take my spirit stones, but they also injured my disciples. If this revenge is not taken, how can my Acacia sect lose face? Qin Fairu's voice was resounding, full of anger and resentment. Two old ancestors, the matter is too important for me alone to decide. Please make a decision. Old Ancestor Qingli and Old Ancestor Hongwuan glanced at each other, and a trace of coldness flashed in their eyes. How many spirit stones do we still have within our clan's treasury? Old Ancestor Qingli said. Qin Fairu was stunned. What was wrong with the old ancestor? If he's not looking for revenge on the bloodshed sect, what's the point of asking for spirit stones? Chapter 59, Senior. This is too sudden. Although Qin Fairu had some doubts in his heart, he still replied respectfully, reporting back to Master Ancestor. After taking an inventory a year ago, there are still more than 10 million spirit stones within the clan's treasury. He paused, a hint of concern in his tone. But now that the spirit stone vein has been taken away by the Blood Fiend sect, and without this major spirit stone mine, I'm afraid that the 10 million or so spirit stones won't be able to support them for long. When Old Ancestor Qingli heard that there were still more than 10 million spirit stones, a bright light flashed in her beautiful eyes. In this case, you count out 2 million spirit stones and send them to me. Then call Elderly, Elder Shui, Elder Wu, and Elder Meng over here. I have something to explain to them. Qin Fairu froze, his heart becoming even more puzzled. That spirit stone vein thing, he asked tentatively. Put it on hold. Old Ancestor Qingli said indifferently, with a hint of unquestioning in his tone. Qin Fairu had a moment of doubt in his heart. He couldn't be more clear about his own old ancestor's temperament. It says it's not a loss at all. She had always been the only one to make others suffer. When had she ever swallowed this kind of anger herself? What's going on today? How could he endure this bad breath from the bloodshed sect? Moreover, why did they invite so many late Jiedan elders over? And to count out 2 million spirit stones? These 2 million spirit stones are not a small amount of money. What is the mystery of this? Though his mind was heavy with doubt, he respectfully agreed. Yes, Master Ancestor. Elder Changli looked at Elder Gu again, his tone easing a bit. Elder Gu, recuperate from your injuries and adjust your condition to the best possible within half a month. When the time comes, you and the other 4 elders will come together. The Acacia sect had nearly 100 Jiedan stage cultivators, but there were only these 5 in the late Jiedan stage of the Great Circle. If these 5 late-stage Jiedan elders could step into the Yuaning stage one after another, then the strength of the Acacia sect would be greatly enhanced. At that time, what is the bloodshed sect? What they swallow, let them spit out twice as much. A glint flashed in old man Changli's eyes. She already had a plan in mind. These 2 million spirit stones, along with Lin Fan's ability to help these 5 elders break through. As long as they broke through to the Yuaning stage, all problems would be solved. At that time, let alone a small bloodshed sect, even in the entire Chu kingdom, the Acacia sect would be the topmost power. Thinking of this, the corners of old man Changli's mouth rose slightly, revealing a smug smile. You two go down first. Old ancestor Changli lightly waved his sleeve. His voice was indistinct, but it carried an unquestionable majesty. Qin Firo and Elder Gu bowed and quietly exited the cave. Within the large cave, only the 2 old ancestors, Qingli and Hong Wan, remained. The atmosphere was a bit stagnant for a while. Senior sister, in these 2 days, you'll go over to Lin Fan's side and start making breakthroughs. Old ancestor Changli was the first to break the silence as she looked towards Hong Wan with a hint of expectation in her eyes. When your breakthrough is complete, let Elder Gu and the others start breaking through one by one, but just to be on the safe side, it's better not to let Elder Gu and the others know about Lin Fan's abilities. There was a hint of caution in old man Qing Li's tone. After all, Lin Fan's ability was too heaven-defying, and if it was spread out, I was afraid that it would cause an uproar. Old ancestor Hong Wan sniffed and fell into deep thought. She understood elder ancestor Qing Li's concerns, but how could she hide it from Elder Gu and the others? Elder Gu and the rest of them all broke through. They're bound to be suspicious. We need to find a very good reason for this, otherwise it'll be hard to fool them. Old man Hong Wan slowly spoke, his voice low. Old ancestor Qing Li nodded. She had thought of this as well. Senior sister has a point. I remember that our Acacia sect's founding ancestor left behind a bed of cold ice jade, on which Taoist rhythms flowed and aura was compelling. A twinkle flashed in old ancestor Qing Li's eyes as she thought of a brilliant idea. You wait and bring this cold ice jade bed directly to Lin Fan's cave residence, and we'll declare to these elders that we've discovered the secret of the jade bed, and that cultivating on it will greatly increase the chances of a breakthrough. Old ancestor Hong Wan's beautiful eyes lit up when she heard this. This cold ice jade bed left behind by the founding ancestor is indeed not a mundane item, and the sect elders are all aware of this treasure, so it is indeed appropriate to use it as an excuse. She nodded approvingly. This cold ice jade bed was one of the Acacia sect's greatest treasures. On weekdays, they were enshrined in the clan's forbidden land. Now, using it to conceal Lin Fan's ability was a good use of it. On the other side, Lin Fan was in a good mood. He and Su Xingyue returned to the cave. Just as he reached the gate, he saw a silhouette coming in style. Surprisingly, it was Nangong Miaoyu. She was seen wearing a long purple gown, outlining a delicate figure, with several blooming peonies embroidered at the hem of the skirt, adding a bit more grace and splendor. Lotus stepped lightly, posture swaying, a head of green silk like a waterfall behind, only with a simple jade hairpin pulled up, but more obvious flavor. Her skin was snowy, her eyebrows were picturesque, her nose was straight, and her red lips were dainty. Those eyes, even more seductive, as if they contained an endless sea of stars, so that one would drown in them if one was not careful. Obviously this Nangong Miaoyu had been carefully dressed. A fragrant breeze came with a light, refreshing scent. Lin Fan, you've finally come back. Nangong Miaoyu's voice was charming to the bone, as if it carried magic power, making the heart and mind swirl. Elder looking for me? Lin Fan froze and was a bit puzzled in his heart. Nangong Miaoyu had only broken through a short time ago, and it would still take a long time for her to push her cultivation to the late Jiedan stage of the Great Circle. She shouldn't have cultivated well within the cave and raised her cultivation level as soon as possible. Suddenly coming here and dressed up so nicely. I wonder what for? Of course there's something, and it's still very important. The corners of Nangong Miaoyu's mouth rose slightly, revealing a mysterious smile. What is it? Lin Fan became even more puzzled. There is much at stake, and this is not the place to talk. Her beautiful eyes flowed as she looked at Su Xingyu and said. Lin Fan hesitated slightly. Then Senior and I will go to the secret room within the cave. Brother-in-law, After you finish your business, I have something for you too. Seeing that Lin Fan was about to leave, Su Xingyu hurriedly stepped forward and pulled his sleeve. There was a hint of reluctance in her eyes, as if she had something she wanted to say to Lin Fan. Lin Fan smiled at her. Okay, I'll come over to you after I finish talking to Senior. Lin Fan and Nangong Miaoyu then entered a secret room within the cave. What is it that Senior is looking for me for? And to be so secretive? Lin Fan opened his mouth. However, he saw Nangong Miaoyu slap at her waist, and a talisman flew out of her storage pouch. She placed the talisman on the stone door. With a flash of flowing light from the talisman, a faint curtain of light enveloped the entire stone door. This talisman Lin Fan seems to be of a good grade. Not only can it isolate the sound, but also shield the divine sense and block others from entering. This made Lin Fan even more curious. Seniors. This is. Don't call me Senior. Call me Mythical. Lin Fan? I miss you. Nangong Miaoyu bit her lip and opened her mouth. No. Senpai. This is too sudden. What are you going to do? Don't Chapter 60, Boys Must Learn to Protect Themselves. 1 hour later. Lin Fan sighed. This Nangong Miaoyu said that she missed herself. He wouldn't believe it even if he was killed. Senior, can you tell me the reason? Lin Fan asked. His heart was full of doubts. This Nangong Miaoyu was suddenly like this, making him puzzled. Nangong Miaoyu had already put on her clothes. She smiled back, her charming eyes like silk. You just need to remember to protect yourself. Lin Fan was even more confused. Where did that come from? What danger could he, a small cultivator at the foundation establishment stage, be in within the Acacia sect? Boys go out to protect themselves. Lin Fan muttered in his heart. Alright, I'll leave first. Nangong Miaoyu lightly moved her lotus steps, walked to the entrance of the secret room, and after removing the secret room's restriction, she disappeared into a stream of light. Lin Fan scratched his head and walked out of the secret room. Su Xingyu was guarding the gate, and when she saw him come out, she immediately greeted him. Brother-in-law, are we done discussing things? She asked with a smile on her face and a hint of anticipation in her eyes. Lin Fan nodded. Nangong Miaoyu's actions were too abnormal, causing doubts to abound in his mind. He digressed. After all that, you just said you had something for me. What is it? Su Xingyu clasped her hands around Lin Fan's arm and gently shook it. She bit her lip, a hint of petulance flashing in her eyes. Brother-in-law this time to help old ancestor Qingli breakthrough, closed for so long did not come out. I certainly miss you. Her voice was soft, with a hint of petulance. Lin Fan froze. What's going on here? Although Su Xingyu clung to him on weekdays, she had never expressed herself so bluntly. Star Rain, you must be hiding something from me. What's going on? Lin Fan furrowed his brows and became even more puzzled in his heart. Su Xingyu blinked her winks, a hint of cunning flashing in her eyes. She knew that if she told Lin Fan now, she was only afraid that things would go awry. You go ahead. I'll talk to you later. Su Xingyu pulled Lin Fan and headed towards the bedroom. No. You first. Lin Fan tried to break free, but was tightly tugged by Su Xingyu. Speak later. Su Xingyu's voice carried a hint of non-refusal. There was a strange glint in her eyes. Lin Fan was pulled into the bedroom by her. A faint scent filled the room. That was the unique scent of Su Xingyu's body. On the bed couch, the bedding was neatly made and embroidered with a pattern of mandarin ducks playing in the water. Can you tell me now? Lin Fan asked softly as he felt a soreness in his waist. Sister gave birth to a child with an immortal spirit root. Does brother-in-law know what that means? Su Xingyu's voice was soft, but carried a hint of imperceptible cunning. Lin Fan's heart moved and he instantly understood. Nangong Miaoyu suddenly ran over so suddenly. Her purpose was already clear. She also wanted a child with an immortal spirit root. Brother-in-law, I'm sorry. You know, I'm poorly qualified. You can't keep by my side all the time. That's why I came up with this. Su Xingyu gently leaned her head against Lin Fan's shoulder, and a trace of apology flashed in her beautiful eyes. Lin Fan was helpless for a while in his heart. He knew that Su Xingyu was also doing this because she wanted to tie him to her side. But this is the kind of thing that he is not too willing to do. But there was nothing to be done about it. He sighed softly, his mind a mix of emotions. He knew that Su Xingyu's qualifications really weren't considered good in the immortal cultivation world. Lin Fan's mind moved and his consciousness sank into the system. How much longevity do I need to consume to help Su Xingyu improve his qualifications? He asked softly, his voice low and inaudible, as if he was afraid of disturbing something. Detected Su Xingyu. 3 attribute medium-grade spiritual root. Consume 1,000 years of longevity to upgrade to a double attribute top-grade spirit root. Consume 10,000 years of lifespan to upgrade to the mutant attribute spirit root. Consume 100,000 years of lifespan to upgrade to a single attribute heavenly spirit root. Consume 1,000 000 years of life to upgrade to immortal spirit root. The system's mechanical voice rang in his head, without a trace of emotion. Lin Fan's brows furrowed slightly. 1,000 spirit stones was not a large amount to the current him. However, there was more involved than just spirit stones. If Su Xingyu's qualifications were to suddenly improve, it would definitely attract the attention of others. When the time comes, how is he going to explain it? What's more, after Su Xingyu's qualification was raised, his cultivation speed was accelerated, and the cultivation that fed back to him would also increase. It was a great choice for him, but once this leaks out, a picture emerged in Lin Fan's mind. He was surrounded by a group of cultivators, and the eyes of those cultivators were filled with greed and desire. They imprisoned him and treated him like an animal, forcing him to elevate his spiritual roots for them. Thinking about this, Lin Fan couldn't help but shiver. He felt a sickening chill. No way. Never let that happen. He had to think of a foolproof plan. The matter is still under consideration. Lin Fan took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. You don't have to beat yourself up about the baby, just go with the flow. Lin Fan softly comforted. In fact, even if we have a child, it doesn't necessarily have to be an immortal spirit root. It could also be an ordinary spirit root. He added. After all, wanting a child with an immortal spirit root required the consumption of 1 million spirit stones. Lin Fan didn't have so many spirit stones right now. I'm afraid I'm going to have to disappoint Nangong Miaoyu. Lin Fan was fully dressed and walked out from his bedroom. As soon as he went out, he saw a female cultivator wearing a long fiery red dress standing in the hall of the cave. She was tall and curvaceous, with a long fiery red dress tightly wrapped around her delicate figure, as if a burning flame, full of temptation and danger. The neckline of the long dress was open low, revealing a large area of snow-white skin and the deep, tantalizing career line. A golden sash around her waist outlined her slender waist, unmanageable. She wore a thin veil that covered most of her face, revealing only a pair of seductive eyes. Those eyes, as clear as autumn water and as bright as stars, shone with a fascinating light. This was none other than Old Man Hongwan. Greetings, Elder. Lin Fan hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. Let's go. It's my turn to break through now. Old Ancestor Hongwan smiled sweetly and spoke. Her voice, euphonious and with a hint of seduction, made people listen to her. Lin Fan nodded. Old Man Changli gave him a total of 2 million spirit stones. Nowadays, Lin Fan still had more than 500,000 years of longevity left. Now according to Lin Fan's understanding of the system, he helped Qi refining stage cultivators break through, and a few layers of Qi refining consumed a few years of longevity. Breaking through from the Qi refining stage into the foundation establishment stage required the consumption of 50 years of longevity. To enter the middle stage of foundation establishment at the early stage of foundation establishment, one needs to consume 100 years of longevity. Entering the middle stage of foundation establishment into the late stage of foundation establishment required the consumption of 200 years of longevity. To step from foundation establishment to Jiadan, one needs to consume 500 years of longevity. It takes 800 years for an early stage to enter a mid-stage. It takes 1,000 years for a mid-stage Dan to enter the late stage. At the late stage of Jiadan, he stepped into the early stage of Yuaning, and Lin Fan estimated 50,000 years of longevity. The early stage of Yuaning entered the middle stage of Yuaning, and Lin Fan estimated 200,000 years of longevity. Mid-entry late consumption is 500,000 lifetimes. Chapter 61, Hongwan, Mid-Year Infant. Lin Fan and Old Man Hongwan entered the specialized breakthrough chamber one after the other. Inside the secret room, there were several fist-sized night pearls embedded on the stone wall, emitting a soft glow that illuminated the entire room as if it was daytime. With a flick of her long sleeve, Old Man Hongwan's red light flashed, and the cold jade bed that was originally placed in the center of the secret room unexpectedly disappeared out of thin air. Lin Fan blinked, some curiosity in his heart, but he didn't ask much, only to see Old Ancestor Hongwan slap at her waist again. The storage bag flashed with spiritual light, and a new cold jade bed appeared in the center of the chamber. This cold jade bed was about 10 feet long and 3 feet wide. The whole body was carved from a huge piece of cold jade, crystal clear, emitting a faint cold aura. The bed was carved with intricate spiritual patterns, and those spiritual patterns were like living creatures, slowly flowing on the cold jade bed, emitting a faint spiritual light. A cold aura escaped from the cold jade bed, causing the temperature of the entire chamber to drop by a few points. This cold jade bed is a posthumous treasure left behind by the founding ancestor of my Acacia sect. Old Ancestor Hongwan's voice resounded in the secret room. Cultivating on it can increase the speed of cultivation by a certain amount. This treasure is quite mysterious. It should have other uses. It's just that senior sister and I have been comprehending it for many years, but we haven't discovered it yet. She paused, as if remembering something, and added, In 2 more days, senior sister will arrange that there will be several late-stage Jiedan elders from within the sect who will come here to make a breakthrough. Senior sister Qingli said that using this cold jade bed as a cover. She said that working with formations on the cold jade bed would allow for a breakthrough. Lin Fan nodded. His face had no expression, but his heart was delighted. Another person had come to break through, and they were all late-stage Jiedan elders, which was a large amount of spirit stone income. Old ancestor Huowan's figure shifted and her person appeared on the cold jade bed. She sat cross-legged with her eyes slightly closed. During the breakthrough period, you will stay in this secret room and help me protect the spell. If I don't wake up within 3 months, you will inspire this talisman and call my senior sister here. Saying that, her snow-white and slender palm gently raised. A talisman with shining spiritual light gently floated in and landed in Lin Fan's palm. Okay, here we go. System, help her break through. Lin Fan nodded, then posed fussily, chanting in his mind. Ding, consuming 200,000 years of lifespan to help Hongwan break through the bottleneck at the early stage of yuaning. The host has 318,608 years of life left. The system's mechanical voice sounded in his head. With the deduction of her longevity, old man Hongwan's body trembled slightly. She felt a warm current surging into her limbs and bones, and her originally stagnant cultivation began to loosen up, as if a long drought had been met with sweet rains, and as if a withered tree had turned into a spring. A hint of joy appeared on her face as she hurriedly operated her gong method and guided this spiritual energy to impact the bottleneck. A little bit of time passed, and the aura on old man Hongwan's body grew stronger and stronger, as if a sleeping dragon was awakening. Suddenly, a red light flourished on her body, and a powerful aura erupted from her, as unstoppable as a volcanic eruption. The strong wind in the secret room suddenly rose, blowing Lin Fan's clothes hunting. He felt like a flatboat in the gale. At any time he might be torn into pieces. Looking at Hongwan who was about to break through, Lin Fan remembered the last time he helped old ancestor Chengli break through and got himself caught in an illusion. This old ancestor Hongwan didn't look as good as old ancestor Chengli. In case he was in the midst of falling into an illusion and the other party destroyed him in a fit of rage, it would not be worth it. Lin Fan's heart fluttered. He hurriedly operated his spiritual energy to stabilize his body, then retreated to the corner of the chamber and quietly watched old man Hongwan make his breakthrough. Meanwhile, in the sky above the Acacia sect, the originally clear sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds, like a huge black curtain that covered the entire sky. A streak of lightning traveled through the clouds like a silver snake, emitting a deafening roar, as if it was going to tear this heaven and earth apart. The spiritual chi in the heavens and earth madly converged towards the Acacia sect, forming a huge vortex of spiritual chi. That vortex, covering the sky and the sun, as if it wanted to swallow the entire Acacia sect into it. At the center of the vortex was the secret room where old man Hongwan was located. Within the Acacia sect, everyone was startled by this sudden vision. Someone is breaking through again. What a powerful aura. Is this a breakthrough to Yuaning or Jiedan? I wonder which elder is making a breakthrough. That's too much commotion. Old ancestor Chengli stood in front of the cave and looked up at the sky. Her eyes, which had gone through many vicissitudes of life, flashed with a faint hint of joy at this moment, but they quickly returned to calmness. With senior sister stepping into the mid-Yuaning stage, the strength of our Acacia sect will once again be raised a notch. In that case, in the entire Chu kingdom, we can be considered one of the top forces. The corners of old ancestor Qing Li's mouth rose slightly, outlining a confident smile. Wait for the 5 elders to step into the early stage of Yuaning as well. Then we, the Acacia sect, are the strongest sect in Chu. The Green Cloud sect has occupied the top spot for more than 100 years. It's time to give up this position. Qingyun sect, the #1 sect in Chu, with great strength and unfathomable depth. It had always been the leader of the Chu immortal cultivation world. As for the Acacia sect, although its strength was not weak, it was still inferior compared to the Qingyun sect. Now, Elder Red Luan's breakthrough was imminent, and the 5 elders were also expected to break through. The strength of the Acacia sect would leap to become the strongest sect in Chu. The aura vortex in the sky was like a giant funnel, crazily devouring the surrounding aura. These auras were like 100 rivers returning to the sea, and they were continuously injected into Hongwan's body. As the aura was infused, the aura on Hongwan's body grew stronger. 3 months later, Lin Fan sat cross-legged in the corner of the wall, his eyes slightly closed. He looked cozy, but his divine sense was always enveloping Hongwan. 3 months was just a snap of the fingers for a cultivator. However, to Lin Fan, it seemed a bit long. During these 3 months, he had been on tenterhooks, fearing that old man Hongwan's breakthrough would fail or something unexpected would happen, in case she gets beastly and loses her virginity. And these 3 months, Hongwan sat cross-legged on the cold ice bed. These 3 months she was not moving at all, just like an old monk in meditation. The aura on her body had also risen a great deal in these 3 months, becoming even more unfathomable. As Hongwon slowly opened her beautiful eyes, 2 streams of refined light flashed from her eyes. Lin Fan knew that she had successfully completed her breakthrough. Congratulations, senior, for stepping into the middle stage of yuanying. Lin Fan hurriedly stood up and cupped his fists as he said, a bright smile on his face. Hongwon smiled sweetly. That smile, like 100 flowers blooming, was refreshing. Her red lips lightly opened, her voice pleasant to the ear. This breakthrough is thanks to you. With that, she slapped at her waist and a spiritual light flashed in her storage pouch. A large pile of spirit stones appeared in the secret room, emitting a rich spiritual chi. These spirit stones, ranging from lower-grade spirit stones to middle-grade spirit stones, were piled up like mountains. With a sweep of Lin Fan's divine sense, he realized that the number of these spirit stones had reached a staggering 20,000 medium-grade spirit stones. This was also equivalent to 2 million lower-grade spirit stones. You can take these spirit stones, rest well for these 2 days. It is estimated that after I leave the gate, there will be about 5 late-stage Jiedan sect elders coming to break through. If these spirit stones aren't enough, I'll make it up to you then, she added. Lin Fan hurriedly nodded his head, but his face did not show a different look. Enough! These spirit stones are enough to replenish my consumption. Lin Fan spoke lightly, but in his heart, he was happy. His own longevity was about to be depleted. This time another 20,000 top-grade spirit stones came, which was 2 million lifetimes. 5 late-stage Jiedan elders came to make a breakthrough, and Lin Fan estimated that they would consume up to 500,000 years of longevity. It might even consume only 200,000 or 300,000 years, and the rest could be his own. These spirit stones, they are all given to you by the clan. I see that you have quite a few concubines around you. I thought that you should be able to use this. Saying that, she tapped on her waist and handed up a fiery red jade stone. Chapter 62, Expulsion from the Sect. Lin Fan carefully received the piece of jade. A warm touch came from his hand. The surface of the jade was as smooth as a mirror, but inside it was as if there were flames pulsating, vaguely emitting a burning aura. The jade was oval in shape and about the size of a baby's fist. The whole body showed a deep fiery red color, just like a piece of flame that was burning. Upon closer inspection, there seemed to be countless tiny runes roaming inside the jade, which were like tadpoles, unusually animated, emitting a faint spiritual light, and looked quite divine. Lin Fan slowly probed his divine sense into it. With a boom, he felt as if his consciousness had been sucked into a strange space. In the middle of a sea of fire, surrounded by the blazing flames, the heat waves rolled over his face as if they were going to melt his entire being away. The burning sensation was unbelievably real. Lin Fan was startled in his heart and tried to control his divine sense to slowly withdraw, but the suction was getting stronger and stronger, as if it was going to devour his soul. He did his best to barely withdraw his divine sense, not daring to continue probing deeper. A fine bead of sweat had seeped from his forehead, and his back was drenched with sweat and palpitations. What the hell is this? Lin Fan was taken aback. This old man Hongwon wouldn't be trying to trap him, right? He muttered in his mind, but his face did not move. Elder, this jade. Lin Fan frowned slightly and was just about to open his mouth to inquire about the origin and usage of this jade, as well as why it gave him such a real burning sensation, but he was interrupted by old man Hongwon. This treasure is quite subtle. The specific use of the need for you to find out. As for its usefulness, well, you will know later. After a pause, she added, oh yes, after this treasure has been used, it is important to replenish the aura in time, otherwise it will lose its effectiveness. Lin Fan was puzzled in his heart, listening to the tone of the old Red Luan ancestor. It was obvious that she was not willing to say more. I am afraid that this jade has other mysteries. Lin Fan clasped his fists and bowed. Many thanks to Senior for the treasure. Alright, you go down and rest first. Adjust your state properly in these 2 days. There's still a lot of work to do after that. Old ancestor Hongwon waved her hand, signaling Lin Fan to step back. Lin Fan bowed and took the mysterious fire-red jade stone and slowly walked out of the retreat chamber. The stone door of the chamber closed slowly behind him with a dull sound, as if separating the 2 worlds. As soon as he came out, what met his eyes was Ji Qingwan's clear and stunning face. She was standing outside the secret room and seemed to have been waiting for a long time. Master, what brings you here? A surprised smile appeared on Lin Fan's face as he quickly greeted him, but a trace of doubt flashed in her eyes. Why did she appear here? Could it be that she came to find me? Ji Qingwan didn't answer him immediately. Her gaze instead fell on the jade in Lin Fan's hand, and a hint of surprise flashed through her beautiful eyes. Master, you recognize this treasure? Lin Fan asked tentatively when he saw Ji Qingwan staring at the jade. His heart stirred. Ji Qingwan carefully took the jade and held it in her hands to scrutinize it. Her fingertips gently rubbed the surface of the jade, her beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light, and after a moment, she returned the jade to Lin Fan. A hint of cunning flashed in her beautiful eyes, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. Ahem, you try injecting some aura and see? She coughed lightly and pretended to be secretive. Lin Fan did as he was told and slowly injected a trace of aura into the jade. As the aura was injected, a faint reddish light began to glow on the surface of the jade, becoming brighter and more dazzling. It was as if a flame was burning inside the jade, emitting a wave of heat. A hot current surged out of the jade, flowing down Lin Fan's arm and quickly throughout his body. Wherever the heat flow passed, Lin Fan felt as if he was in a hot spring. Every pore was stretched open, indescribably soothing. Every cell in the body seemed to be cheering. The exhaustion from helping people break through their realms these past few days was swept away under the nourishment of this hot stream. The whole person was much more refreshed, as if renewed and energized. This treasure is truly divine. It looks like Master knows this treasure. Lin Fan's face showed surprise. This jade was really a treasure. This treasure is called the Red Sun Treasure Jade. It is one of the secret treasures of the Acacia sect, and I have also seen some records about it in the sect's canonical books. Ji Qing Evening explained. Oh, and what exactly is so wonderful about it? Ji Qing Evening's voice suddenly lowered. She came to Lin Fan's ear and said softly, this Red Sun Jade, wonderful use extremely much, not only can enhance the body, but also can supplement the man Yuan Yang, enhance that aspect of the ability. However, these are only the records in the canonical books. Exactly how effective they are, you still have to try them yourself to know. When Ji Qing even finished speaking, her pretty face slightly reddened, which was adorable. Lin Fan's eyes lit up when he heard this. Although he was an immortal cultivator with a physique far beyond that of normal people, it was inevitable that he would feel overwhelmed at times when he was tossed around like this. Now with this Red Sun Jade, wouldn't it be like a tiger with wings? No wonder old man Hongwan would say that he should be able to use this thing. Thinking of this, Lin Fan's gaze swept through the cave, searching for Su Xingyu's figure. However, he found that Ji Qing Evening was surprisingly the only one inside the cave, and Su Xingyu and Nangong Miaoyu were both absent. There's no need to look. That girl Xingyu is now recuperating in my cave, with her sister accompanying her. Don't worry about it. Lin Fan, raising a baby? Not just once, and it's 100 paces? Hit the target? Lin Fan had a look of disbelief on his face. The thought of needing 1,000,000 lifetimes to raise his spiritual root to an immortal spiritual root made Lin Fan's head spin. How about? Ji Qing Evening threw a wink at Lin Fan. Her voice was charming to the bone, as if it carried some kind of magic power that made people's hearts and minds swirl. Lin Fan shivered. His sweaty hairs stood up, and his heart said that it was not good. He suddenly realized why Ji Qingnan was waiting for him here. She wasn't pressing any good intentions. She was waiting here for Lin Fan to come out of the gate. Her purpose, needless to say, must be the same as Nangong Miaoyu. Master, you are my master. I am your disciple. Lin Fan said hurriedly. His voice trembled a little. He didn't want to mess up his seniority. Ji Qingyan's beautiful eyes blinked, flashing a hint of cunning. Well then, now I'm expelling you from the master's school, and from now on, you're not my disciple anymore. With that she swayed and brought up a fragrant wind, pouncing on Lin Fan like an agile cheetah. Lin Fan only felt a tightness in his body, and his entire body was dragged towards the bedroom by Ji Qing Evening, unable to resist at all. Oi oi, master, what are you doing? Quickly let go of me. 2 hours later, the bedroom was a mess as the clouds died down. Ji Qingwan was lying on her side beside Lin Fan. Her green silk was like a waterfall, scattered around the pillow, adding a few more points of charm. She stretched out her white jade-like fingers and gently stroked over Lin Fan's cheeks, her eyes filled with tenderness. From now on, when no one is around, you can call me Clear Night. The voice carried a hint of laziness, a hint of contentment, and a hint of inexplicable affection. But this Red Sun Treasure Jade is truly marvelous. I'm very satisfied. There was a hint of reminiscence in Ji Qingyan's voice. Lin Fan's mood at the moment was complicated to the extreme. He wanted to die. According to what Ji Qingnan had just said, Su Xingyu was already 3 months pregnant. So is it the same with Nangong Myojin? And then there's the current Ji Qing Evening, which is likewise the same. Calculating like this, it would take 1,000,000 spirit stones to raise the immortal spirit root of each waifu. Lin Fan's hard-earned spirit stones were all going to be hitching a ride before they were even warmed up. He felt a pang of heartache. It was all his hard-earned money. It wasn't impossible to not raise the spiritual root, but who let this be his own waifu? For a while Lin Fan felt that he was at a great loss. A great loss. He had wanted to conceal his ability to help people enhance their spiritual roots, but being able to help people break through bottlenecks was already heaven-defying enough in itself. He had been locked in and could not leave easily. Lice are not itchy, debts are not worrying, and that's the way it's been anyway. There is a decision in his heart. Ching evening, you know that I have a special physique, and I am able to absorb aura and transform it into pure yang power. This pure yang can not only help people break through bottlenecks, but it can also help their heirs enhance their spiritual roots. How ran that child's spiritual root? I raised it up, but now, I don't have enough aura in my body. So, Lin Fan finally decided to tell the truth, only limiting the scope to only his own children. Chapter 63, Recognizing the Master, Enhancing Spiritual Roots. Ji Qingyan's eyes flickered as she listened. Is it true what you say? There was a hint of uncertainty in his voice. This sort of thing was too unbelievable. But thinking about Lin Fan being able to help people break through bottlenecks, it seemed like this kind of unbelievable thing made sense again. Lin Fan shrugged his shoulders with a helpless expression. Believe it or not. He paused, then continued. But you can wait to see Nangong Miaoyu's child. I'll raise the child's qualification to a mutated spirit root. At that time, if you want to continue to raise the child's spiritual root upwards. Lin Fan didn't continue. Upgrading to a mutant spiritual root required the consumption of 10,000 spirit stones. This he could still afford to consume. The color of suspicion remained on Ji Qingyan's face. Then I'll wait and see. She pondered for a moment and said, if what you say is true, I'll find a way to get spirit stones. By the way, if you have time, go over and check on Star Moon and Hojo. Xingyu's cultivation has risen extremely fast during this period of time, and is now complete at the early stage of foundation establishment, as well as your maidservant, who also needs your help to break through the bottleneck. Ji Qing Evening said, why don't we go over there together now? Lin Fan then went with Ji Qing Evening to her cave. Inside Ji Qing Evening's cave residence, the furnishings were elegant and a faint fragrance filled the air. This aroma, unlike ordinary flower scents, invigorates one's spirit and makes one's heart happy. Lin Haoren was lying in the cradle, his little white face full of curiosity, his big, dark eyes dribbling. Bai Ruoyue held a rattle and gently shook it, making a crisp sound. Cluck cluck cluck. The little guy was giggling with amusement, waving his little hands wildly in the air. Su Xingyue and Su Xingyu were on the side, sipping fragrant tea and chatting softly. Su Xingyue's cultivation was indeed as Ji Qingyan had said. It had already reached the early stage of foundation establishment perfection. Su Xingyu, on the other hand, was dressed in a pink dress. Her belly was slightly bulging, her face was overflowing with maternal radiance, and her entire body was radiating a gentle aura. Seeing Lin Fan come in, the three women all showed joyful colors. Husband, Su Xingyue quickly stepped forward and hugged Lin Fan, her eyes filled with joy. Su Xingyu pursed her lips in some aggravation when she saw her sister jumping the gun. Lin Fan patted Su Xingyu's back. I've come to see you, and also see Haoren. Bai Ruoyue put down the rattle in her hand and carried the doll and its swaddling clothes out, handing it to Lin Fan. Lin Fan hugged the child, feeling the soft touch coming from his body, his heart filled with love. He gently kissed the child's little cheeks and teased him by gently scraping his nose with his finger. Haoren, call daddy. The little guy seemed to understand Lin Fan's words and grinned, revealing a few small rice-like teeth, drool running down the corners of his mouth. He waved his little hand, trying to grab Lin Fan's finger, and his mouth babbled as if responding to Lin Fan. Lin Fan was amused by the child. He held the baby in his arms and walked around the room, enjoying this rare moment of heavenly bliss. After a little more than half an hour, Lin Fan handed the child back to Bai Ruoyue and then looked at Su Xingyue. Your cultivation has already reached the early stage of foundation establishment perfection, so today I will help you break through the bottleneck. Lin Fan looked at Su Xingyu and spoke. Su Xingyue's eyes flashed with surprise. Over the past half-month, she had practiced hard day and night and attempted to make several breakthroughs, but the layer of bottleneck was always firm and could not be broken through at all. She knew that with her qualifications, it would be as hard as heaven to break through to the middle stage of foundation establishment. Many thanks, husband. Su Xingyue's voice carried a hint of excitement, a hint of anticipation, and a hint of unspeakable tenderness. System, help her break through. Ding. Consume 100 years of longevity to help Su Xingyue break through the bottleneck of the early stage of foundation establishment. The host has 508 years of life left. Su Xingyue's delicate body trembled as she closed her eyes and concentrated on her breakthrough. Taking advantage of Su Xingyue's breakthrough, Lin Fan and Su Xingyu chatted for a while, then he was ready to leave. Little Yuer, I'm going back to the cave now, so accompany me for a walk, Lin Fan said. Bai Ruoyue's eyes lit up, and the corners of her mouth raised in a nice curve. Yes, Your Excellency. She walked quickly to Lin Fan's side and followed along, like a cheerful bird. These days, it's been hard on you. Lin Fan slowed his pace and walked alongside her. Bai Ruoyue hurriedly shook her head. It's not hard, It's Ruoyue's good fortune to be able to take care of little lord. How's your recent cultivation going? Lin Fan asked in a seemingly casual manner. Bai Ruoyue's head lowered slightly, and her voice was a few points smaller. Gongzi, I'm sorry, it's Xiao Yuer who's not up to it. She stole a glance at Lin Fan. Her heart was mixed. Ever since Su Xingyu came to the Acacia sect, she always felt that there was something between her and Lin Fan. You can stay by his side now in the name of childcare, but what about later? Are you willing to recognize me as your master? Lin Fan stopped and turned to look at her with a hint of expectation in his eyes. Bai Ruoyue froze for a moment. She didn't expect Lin Fan to suddenly make such a request. These days, she had followed Lin Fan around and witnessed how amazing and powerful he was. In particular, his treatment of Su Xingyu and Su Xingyue made her envious. Now, with this opportunity right in front of her, how could she pass it up? I'm willing. Without the slightest hesitation, Bai Ruoyue knelt down, a determined light shining in her eyes. I swear by my heart demon that I will never betray your excellency in this life. If I violate this oath, my heart demon will eat my heart and die. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction and looked around to make sure no one was there before pointing his finger at Bai Ruoyue's brow. I see that you have been diligent and hardworking these days, taking care of Haoren very well. I am very satisfied. Even though you are a maid, you have a heart for the Tao, so I will help you today. System, raise her spiritual root to heavenly spiritual root. Ding. Consume 100,000 years of longevity to raise Bai Ruoyue's spirit to a heavenly spirit root. The host has 508 years of life left. Bai Ruoyue felt her body shake as a powerful force traveled through her, as if something had been broken and something was being remodeled. She felt a wave of dizziness as the spiritual energy in her body rushed like a runaway wild horse. Her meridians were widened continuously, and her dantian filled up. A feeling of unprecedented power made her want to cry out. Boom! The aura on Bai Ruoyue's body intensified violently, and the bottleneck that had originally stuck her disappeared the instant her spirit root was raised. She only felt that the spiritual energy in her body was running faster and faster and getting stronger and stronger, as if it was going to break through the boundaries of her body. She hurriedly sat down on her knees and ran her gong method to channel this powerful force. In just a few moments, Bai C's cultivation broke through the bottleneck at the 6th level of Qi refining and stepped into the 7th level of Qi refining. Gongzi, what's happening to me? Bai Ruoyue opened her eyes filled with incredulity. I will raise your spiritual root to heavenly spiritual root. Lin Fan retracted his finger. You are the only one who knows about this ability of mine. So, he didn't finish, but the meaning of it was something Bai Ciye understood. Tears came to her eyes as Bai Ruoyue knelt down once again and heavily kowtowed 3 times to Lin Fan. Ruoyue will never forget your great kindness. Don't worry, even if you kill Ruoyue will keep the secret for you. Lin Fan helped her up and took out a bunch of pills from his storage bag and handed them to her. Take these pills, and cultivate hard in the future. Don't let down my expectations of you. Bai Ruoyue received the elixir with both hands. Looking at the bottles and jars in her hands, her heart was touched. Each of these pills was worth a lot of money, especially the solid energy pill, which was a rare commodity that had a price. Don't worry, Your Excellency, Ruoyue will not let you down. Well, not bad not bad. Lin Fan nodded. Chapter 64, Having a Feeling. Lin Fan returned to the cave. He walked straight into the practice room and sat on his knees. From his storage pouch, he took out the 20,000 medium-grade spirit stones given by Old Man Hongwan. Spirit stones were piled up like small mountains, emitting a glistening luster. Lin Fan took a deep breath and began to absorb the spirit stones. Time passes by. The spirit stones around him shrunk in size a little bit. Longevity began to increase rapidly. The little half-month passed in a flash. Finally absorbed, Lin Fan stood up and moved his muscles. It made a crackling, crunching sound. He opened the properties panel. Name, Lin Fan. Life expectancy, 2,218,508 years. Cultivation, middle foundation stage. Spiritual roots, 5 attribute spiritual roots. Hoarding cultivation, 1085376 plus 500. Stop refining and progress. Nangong Miaoyu is practicing. Cultivation plus 200. Ji Qing Evening is practicing. Cultivation plus 100. Qingli is practicing. Cultivation plus 1000. Hongwan is practicing. Cultivation plus 800. Lin Fan looked at the data on the panel. A small smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. 2 million lifetimes. Over $1 million of hoarded cultivation. Lin Fan estimated that if he were to refine all of this hoarded cultivation, he should be able to rush straight into the Jiedan stage. But now was not the time. He was prepared to build up his savings and directly impact the Yuaning stage when the time came. Above Lin Fan's cave, the air suddenly fluctuated violently. 7 recluse lights cut through the sky like meteors, carrying sharp air-breaking sounds, approaching from far away and in the blink of an eye. The two people at the head of the group were the two old ancestors of the Acacia sect, Qingli and Hanwan, followed by 5 elders, all of them with thick breaths and solemn expressions. When the 7 landed, a powerful spiritual pressure instantly filled the air, causing the surrounding air to seemingly freeze. Just in time, after I finish absorbing the spirit stones here, the 2 old ancestors and the elders will be here inside the cave. Lin Fan quickly got up and walked out quickly. Lin Fan walked forward and respectfully arched his hand. Disciple Lin Fan, meet the 2 old ancestors, meet the elders. Qingli nodded in satisfaction and said to the 5 elders behind him, there is a cold ice jade bed here, which was left by the founding ancestor before he ascended, and is the town treasure of my Acacia sect. She paused and continued, this treasure contains the power of extreme cold. My sister Hongwan and I have been studying and comprehending it for many years, and have found that it can induce this earth's vein of spiritual qi, dramatically increasing the chances of breaking through the bottleneck. The 5 elders looked at each other with shock in their eyes. Before he came, old man Qingli acted mysteriously and didn't reveal anything. Now suddenly heard that this cold jade bed can greatly improve the chance of breakthrough. How not to let their hearts and minds vibrate? This cold ice jade bed was the Acacia sect's town treasure? They knew about it, only that they had never thought that this treasure would have such efficacy. One of them, the stooped, white-haired Gu elder, couldn't help but open his mouth and ask, old ancestor, is this true? Her voice trembled slightly, clearly agitated to the core. Old ancestor Qingli covered her mouth and laughed lightly, her eyes flowing, indescribably charming and moving. Naturally it's true. Can I still lie to you? Elderly also couldn't hold back the excitement in his heart and hurriedly asked after him. Then I wonder how much the chances of a breakthrough can be boosted by this cold ice jade bed? Old ancestor Hongwan took over the conversation and said indifferently, I'm not too sure about the specifics. After my senior sister and I used it, we both made a smooth breakthrough. Hiss. Several elders have drawn cold air. After stepping into the yuaning stage, every further step in cultivation was as difficult as climbing into the sky, compared to their late Jiedan stage stepping into the early yuaning stage, which could be much more difficult. The 2 old ancestors were able to break through successfully, so wasn't their success rate a bit greater? It's useless to just talk about it. You guys should try it out carefully. Old ancestor Qingli said, her beautiful eyes looking towards Lin Fan. This is the disciple who guards the cold ice jade bed. Lin Fan. He is quite familiar with this cold ice jade bed as well as the formations on it, so if you guys break through in a while, he will guide you. However, using the cold jade bed will consume a large amount of spiritual qi. If you are able to successfully break through, at that time, but you will have to surrender spiritual stones to replenish the spiritual qi for the cold jade bed. Elder ancestor, I wonder, how many spirit stones do we need to break through? Elderly asked impatiently. Qingli glanced at Elder Red Luan. They had already negotiated beforehand. At least 1 million spirit stones per person. Hearing this, the several elders did not show any unusual expressions. To be able to step into the yuaning, not to mention a mere 1 million spirit stones, even if they were to dump their family's money, they would be willing to do so. Lin Fan blinked. Old man Qingli had given him a total of 2 million spirit stones to help these 5 late-stage Jiedan elders break through their bottlenecks. That means a single price for an elder. 400,000 spirit stones. This turns around and asks for 1 million spirit stones from these elders. Shady middlemen make the difference. Elder Gu, you've stayed in the late stage of Jiedan for the longest time here, so you'll be the first to break through. Elder Qingli commanded. Yes, old ancestor. The old crone with white hair and a stooped body stepped out. Elder Gu, please follow me. Lin Fan led the way in front, leading Elder Gu into the secret room that was specially used for breakthroughs. Entering the secret room, Elder Gu's eyes were filled with excitement and apprehension when he saw the spirit rhythm cold ice jade bed. She had been stuck at the late stage of Jiedan for 100 years, and she didn't have much longevity left. Some time ago, he was injured again, injuring the fundamentals. If he can't make a breakthrough again, I'm afraid that his lifespan will really be exhausted and he will die. Now that she had heard that this cold ice jade bed had such a divine effect, hope was kindled in her heart. And yet, I'm afraid it's just a vain dream, afraid that the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Elder Gu took a deep breath and slowly walked over to the cold jade bed and sat down on his knees. Trouble, little brother, Elder Gu said as he smiled at Lin Fan, a trace of imperceptible tremor in his voice. Lin Fan nodded. This Elder Gu was so polite to him, which he thought was normal. After all, in their opinion, this cold ice jade bed could make a breakthrough, and it was a heavy treasure of the sect. Lin Fan, who could guard and guide them to use this treasure? Must be the heart of old man Qingli's heart. Lin Fan retreated to stand in a corner of the chamber. If I directly let this Elder Gu absorb the aura, and then I let the system help her break through, the process is just too simple. It's easy to arouse her suspicion. Not as good as Lin Fan's eyes lit up as he thought in his mind. Ahem, Elder Gu. If you want to use the cold jade bed to make a breakthrough, you need to strike some corresponding poses to fit the formations on it. Below, I say you do. There are 81 movements in total, one or more of which allow you to attune to the formation, thus allowing you to break through. Elder Gu froze, then nodded. Good. Everything is at little brother's disposal. In Lin Fan's mind, he thought of the yoga program he had watched in Blue Star and said under his breath. First, spread your legs shoulder width apart and stretch your hands upward, palms facing each other. Elder Gu did as he was told. Yes, that's it. Feel it? Feel the breakthrough? Elder Gu closed his eyes and felt it carefully, a disappointed expression on his face. It seems like, doesn't. That's just the first move. It's normal not to have one. Let's continue. Next, take a step backward with your left leg, lean forward, and extend your hands forward, palms down, Lin Fan said while gesturing. Elder Gu's body was flexible and although he was old, he was quite standard in doing these movements. Well, is it there now? Still nothing. Elder Gu shook his head. Then we continue. Now, bring your right leg back, alongside your left leg, lean your body back, and stretch your arms back, palms up. This action was a bit difficult, and Elder Gu's body trembled slightly. How does it feel? Still nothing. There was a hint of helplessness in Elder Gu's voice. Don't be in a hurry. When old ancestor Qing Li made his breakthrough, he made more than 50 movements. Lin Fan said in a solemn tone. Now, cross your legs, bend your body to the left side, place your left hand on your right leg and extend your right hand upward. This maneuver is a bit difficult. Elder Gu, be careful. Beads of sweat were already seeping out of Elder Gu's forehead, but she still clenched her teeth and followed Lin Fan's instructions to complete the maneuver. Feeling it? No, not yet. Lin Fan, however, felt that it was almost time. Mental note. System, help her break through. Ding. Consume 50,000 years of longevity to help Gu Chunyi break through the bottleneck of the late Jiedan stage. The host has 2,168,508 years of life left. The system beep sounded. Elder Gu's body shook violently as a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. Feel it, feel it. Chapter 65. I already have a Taoist couple. She felt the appearance of a powerful force in her body, brutally and directly breaking through that membrane. The force was overbearing, yet with a hint of gentleness, guiding the spiritual energy in her body to follow a mysterious trajectory. Elder Gu, quickly sit on your knees and focus on your breakthrough. Lin Fan opened his mouth and said. Elder Gu's face showed ecstasy as he felt the powerful force within his body. She forced herself to endure her body's exhaustion and hurriedly sat down on her knees and began to channel this power to impact her bottleneck. As the aura on Elder Gu's body strengthened, the aura within the chamber began to fluctuate violently, forming a small vortex. These swirls grew larger and larger, eventually converging into a huge aura vortex that sucked in all the surrounding auras. In the sky above the small hill outside Lin Fan's cave, the originally clear sky began to become gloomy, and at some point it was already covered with dark clouds. Thunderclouds rolled in, and lightning flashed and thundered. This was the sign of breaking through to the Yuaning stage. Rumble! The sky suddenly resounded with a burst of thunder, and a streak of lightning cut through the sky as if silver snakes were dancing about. The sound was horrifying. The vision appeared. Outside the secret room, the two elder ancestors, Qing Li and Hong Wan, glanced at each other. Senior sister, if all 5 elders make a breakthrough, the consecutive appearances of heaven and earth anomalies will only lead to suspicion. You and I will make a move to cover up this heaven and earth. Old man Hong Wan nodded his head. As for the remaining 4 late Jiedan elders, they were all excited. I can't believe it's true. It seems that this cold ice jade bed is truly magical. Inside the secret room, Elder Gu's eyes snapped open, and the light in his eyes exploded like 2 bolts of lightning cutting through the darkness. Her aura climbed rapidly, and a strand of aura darted into her body. With the breakthrough in her cultivation, her originally hunched and dried out body became upright, and the wrinkles all over her face disappeared, replaced by a smooth and delicate face. In a few moments, she was transformed from an old crone with gray hair into a beautiful woman in her late 30s with a hot body. Stepping into Yuaning also meant that her lifespan had increased wildly by 500 years. Ha 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 ha, is this a Yuaning? Elder Gu's beautiful eyes were filled with delight as she pursed her red lips and spoke. Rumble! A low rumbling sound echoed in the chamber, and the aura around Elder Gu on the cold jade bed surged wildly, as if a small storm center had formed. Lin Fan stood to the side, observing intently, beads of sweat seeping slightly from his forehead. After a lot of effort, this Elder Gu finally broke through smoothly without any accidents. Lin Fan slowly let out a sigh of relief, the stone hanging in his heart finally landing. Congratulations, Elder Gu, for stepping into Yuaning. Elder Gu slowly stood up from the cold jade bed. Her original slightly cloudy eyes were now shining brightly, and a powerful pressure emanated from her body. With a flash, she instantly appeared in front of Lin Fan with a speed that was staggering. I can make a smooth breakthrough, but I have to thank you, little friend. Elder Gu was polite. This is all due to the cold ice jade bed, Lin Fan said modestly, his face still maintaining an unperturbed expression. However, when he saw Elder Gu slap on the storage bag on his waist, the spiritual light flashed and a small pile of spirit stones appeared out of thin air. Take these spirit stones, little friend, as my thanks. Lin Fan's divine sense swept. The spirit stones were all lower grade spirit stones, and there were quite a few of them, more than 1,000. That's 1,000 years of life. Thank you, Elder Gu. Lin Fan was not polite and waved his hand to collect it. Elder Gu's breakthrough is complete. Leave with me, Lin Fan said as he opened the door of the secret room and took the lead towards the door. Outside the cave, the 4 remaining Jedan stage elders had long been waiting with eager anticipation. As soon as Elder Gu's figure appeared outside the cave, the 4 elders were like cats that smelled fish, whooping and hollering as they surrounded them. Although the breakthrough vision has been seen, now that they really saw Elder Gu who had already made a breakthrough, the eyes of the remaining 4 were filled with envy and eagerness, itching to immediately replace Elder Gu and lie on that cold jade ice bed themselves. Senior sister, really, you've really broken through. This cold ice jade bed is truly magical. Senior sister Gu, how do you feel now? Is there any discomfort? Is there anything else you feel? Elder Gu was surrounded by 4 people in the center, a faint smile always on her face as she gently raised her hand, signaling for the crowd to be quiet. Senior brothers and sisters, be at ease. Elder Gu's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. This cold ice jade bed is indeed something that captures the creation of heaven and earth, and its efficacy is far more magical than we can imagine. She paused and swept her gaze over the crowd as she continued. I was able to make a smooth breakthrough, and in addition to the help of the cold ice jade bed, it was also thanks to the guidance of young friend Lin Fan. With that, Elder Gu turned his head to look at Lin Fan, his eyes filled with gratitude. Little friend Lin Fan's knowledge of the cold ice jade bed is far superior to ours, and he can guide us to fit the formations on top of the cold ice jade bed according to each person's situation, helping us break through the bottleneck. It can be said that without little friend Lin Fan's help, it would never have been possible for me to break through so smoothly. Elder Gu's words caused the 4 elders to be shocked in their hearts. They originally thought that this cold ice jade bed could make a breakthrough just by lying on it, but they didn't realize that there were so many doors in it. In this way, Lin Fan's role was especially important. The eyes of the 4 elders looking at Lin Fan instantly became eager, as if they had seen a rare treasure. Lin Fan was a bit uncomfortable being looked at by the 4 elders. He coughed and said humbly, Elder Gu was being overly complimentary. I just did something insignificant. I don't deserve to be praised like that. Little friend Lin Fan doesn't need to be too modest. We all have seen your ability in our eyes. Elderly stepped forward and said with a smile, his eyes flashing with a shrewd light. I wonder if young friend Lin Fan, could you also instruct us and help us out? The other 3 elders also chimed in, looking at Lin Fan as if he was looking at a piece of meat and potatoes. It was like he couldn't wait to pounce on it and take a bite. Yes, little friend Lin Fan, as long as you can help us make a breakthrough, we will definitely not treat you poorly. Little friend Lin Fan, feel free to mention any requests you have. As long as we can do it, we will definitely fulfill you. Lin Fan had already collected 2 million from old man Shingli, so naturally it was not good to be fishing for favors here. I will do my best. Which one of you will go first next? I'll do it. Me first. It's better if I go first. The 3 elders scrambled to be the first to say, afraid of falling behind. Cough. Lin Fan coughed. Elders, don't be in a hurry. One by one. Eventually, Elderly followed Lin Fan into the breakthrough room, followed the breakthrough process of the last time he helped Elder Gu, but instead of yoga, Elderly did what the times were calling. After doing more than 10 actions in a row, Elderly showed an anxious look on his face. Lin Fan murmured in his mind, System, help him break through. Ding. Consume 50,000 years of lifespan to help Li Changkong break through the bottleneck of the late Jiedan stage. The host has 2,118,508 years of life left. The system beep sounded. Elder Li's body shook violently as a powerful wave of spiritual energy emanated from him. He felt the spiritual energy in his body, like a flood that broke the dike, surging wildly. That bottleneck, which was originally impenetrable, instantly fell apart under the impact of this powerful spiritual energy. Boom! The aura on Elder Li's body surged. A pressure that was much more powerful than Elder Gu's emanated from him, and the air within the chamber seemed to freeze. Time passed and a month rushed by. All 5 elders had successfully broken through, and the way they looked at Lin Fan became extremely eager. After all, It wasn't like there was only one breakthrough, and the next time they wanted to step into the middle stage of yuaning, they would still need Lin Fan to make a move. Ahem. Little brother Lin, do you have a Dao couple? There is a talented son or nephew in my clan with a beautiful appearance, who just happens to be at the age of finding a Daoist couple. Elder Gu's eyes rolled back in his head and he spoke. Lin Fan hurriedly waved his hand. Thank you, Elder Gu. I already have a Dao couple. It's fine. It's fine. So do you mind? One more dog? Chapter 66, Solicitation. Fragrant buns. It's fine. It's fine. Then do you mind having one more Dao couple? Elder Gu looked at Lin Fan with a smile on his face, as if he didn't notice the awkward look on his face at all. She said this lightly, but it was like a huge stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirring up 1,000 waves. The remaining few elders were first stunned, then a glint of shrewdness flashed in their eyes, like a few old foxes smelling their prey. They were all old foxes who had cultivated for hundreds of years. How could they not understand the deep meaning behind Elder Gu's words? This was to be deeply bound to Lin Fan. Once Lin Fan formed a marriage with one of them, it wouldn't just be as simple as it being more convenient for themselves to come here for breakthroughs in the future. More importantly, this relationship will open the door to infinite possibilities for their sons and nephews, disciples, and even apprentices and grandchildren. Think about it, if one's offspring could also use this miraculous coal ice jade bed, how smooth would their path of cultivation be? Lin Fan, as the key of this cold jade bed, its importance is self-evident. It could be said that whoever could establish the closest connection with Lin Fan would have an absolute advantage in this future competition. This was not just about personal interests, it was about the future of the entire family, and even the entire clan. For a while, the minds of several elders came alive, rattling as fast as abacus beads. The way they looked at Lin Fan also became more eager, as if he had become a piece of meat and potatoes that anyone would want to take a bite of. This proposal from Senior Sister Gu was very good. Elderly stroked his beard and took the lead in breaking the silence, a hint of eagerness in his voice. Little friend Lin Fan is so capable at such a young age. His future is unlimited, and with my granddaughter, it's a perfect match. Senior Li is wrong. Junior friend Lin Fan and a talented young girl from my clan are a match made in heaven. Another elder immediately retorted, showing no weakness. I have a granddaughter who is 28 years old and as beautiful as a flower. She is a perfect match for young friend Lin Fan. Several elders scrambled to open their mouths, throwing out olive branches to Lin Fan for fear of being left behind. Lin Fan felt like he had fallen into the coil cave and was surrounded by a group of spider spirits. Cold sweat seeped out from the corners of his forehead, and he quickly waved his hand. Elders, there's really no need. I already have a Taoist partner, and I'm a more dedicated person. It's good to be specialized. It shows that young friend Lin Fan is affectionate and righteous. Elder Li immediately picked up on this, as if he had already expected Lin Fan to say this. My granddaughter is also a devoted one. You must get along well. Lin Fan, what's this all about? He felt like he was about to break down. Why did each of these elders look like they were possessed by a matchmaker? Elders, there's really no need. Lin Fan still wanted to explain, but was interrupted by Elder Gu. Little friend Lin Fan, you don't have to be in a hurry to reject it. You can take a look at it first, just in case you like it, Elder Gu said, pulling out a jade slip from his storage pouch and handing it to Lin Fan. Inside here are the portraits and information of all the women of my clan who are of the right age. Take your time to look at it. There's no rush. Several other elders followed suit, and for a while, Lin Fan had several more jade slips in his hands. He looked at the jade slip in his hand and could not cry. This was not a jade slip. It was clearly a hot potato. Lin Fan's gaze eagerly looked towards Old Man Shingli, wanting the other party to help save the day. Unexpectedly, instead of making a move to help, Old Man Shingli looked at him with interest, with a look of watching a good show. Old Ancestor Qingli had her own calculations in her mind. Lin Fan's Taoist couple was Su Xingyue, and the two of them had a son, and the child was still a rare immortal spirit root. If Lin Fan could take a few more concubines and have a few more children, then his relationship with the Acacia sect would be unbreakable. At that time, it would be much harder for him to even think about leaving the Acacia sect. Lin Fan, you're a hot potato nowadays. It's only reasonable to have a few concubines. Old Ancestor Qingli was smiling, her eyes flowing, and her words carried a hint of unquestionable meaning. In my opinion, why don't you just take it all together and save yourself the trouble later? When Lin Fan heard this, he almost didn't spit out a mouthful of old blood. He wanted to cry, and his heart screamed in agony. He had no choice but to take those jade slips and put them away in his head. The good intentions of the elders. This is a matter I will definitely consider. Lin Fan was full of smiles as he put away those jade slips one by one. The heart is like a bottle of 5 flavors. Sweet, sour, bitter, spicy and salty, all kinds of flavors. he secretly slandered. He had worked hard to help them break through, but as a result, one of them even thought of stuffing their own daughters and granddaughters into his arms. The math was so good, he could hear it all the way down to earth. It's a real ennui. When old ancestor Changli and his group left in great numbers, the cave finally returned to its usual tranquility. Lin Fan took out the jade slip and his divine sense probed into it. In the jade brief, as the elders had said, there were indeed records of portraits and information on women of the right age from each family. These women, each one of them was born with a flowery appearance, or delicate and lovely, or charming and touching, or valiant, or gentle and skillful. Temperament is even more outstanding, or cool as a fairy, or passionate like fire, or dignified and elegant, or quirky, and none of the cultivation levels were low. The lowest was in the late stage of foundation establishment, and there were even a few in the early stage of Jiedan. Lin Fan was dazzled and his heart beat a few beats faster. He had to admit that the women recommended by these elders were indeed all very good, and any one of them placed outside would be a candidate for a Dao couple that countless male cultivators could only dream of. But he couldn't be happy now, because he was a little scared. Thinking back to his experiences since crossing over, Lin Fan's heart was bitter. Whether it was Ji Qing Evening, or Nangong Miaoyu, or even Su Xingyu, in a sense, they had all backstabbed themselves and gained benefits from themselves. These women, each and every one of them has a deep heart and is skillful in their tactics. Lin Fan felt like a piece of donkey meat that was being targeted by a group of female goblins. They all wanted to bite a piece of flesh off of him. It made him a little tired, and even created a hint of fear. 1 month later, Acacia Sect southwest direction, 1,000 miles away, a huge canyon, like a hideous scar, stretched across the earth. In the depths of the canyon, a deep underground mining cave, deep and dark, shouts of killing, clashing of weapons, and screams of misery rose and fell. Outside the mines, corpses were everywhere and blood was flowing. The bloodshed sect disciples wearing dark red clothing fell in pieces like harvested wheat. Their faces were hideous and their deaths were miserable. Some were cut off at the waist, some were pierced through the chest, and some were blown apart, with their limbs and broken arms scattered all over the place, which was shocking to the eyes. The disciples of the Acacia sect were dressed in various colors of clothing, but at this moment, each of them was covered in blood, and a bloodthirsty light flashed in their eyes. They were like tigers entering a flock of sheep, killing the disciples of the bloodshed sect in a crushing manner. This battle was destined to end from the very beginning. The Acacia sect had come prepared, while the bloodshed sect had responded to the battle in haste, and there was a huge contrast in strength. Above the sky, old ancestor Hongwon, dressed in red, had a delicate figure, but exuded a palpitatingly terrifying aura. With her powerful cultivation at the mid-Yuaning stage, she was dead set on suppressing the blood fiend sect's blood spirit old monster. The blood spirit old monster. His body was withered and pale, with a strange red light flashing in his eyes. He only had an early Yuaning cultivation level, and under the Red Luan ancestor's fierce attack, he could only bitterly support himself without the ability to fight back. Suddenly, a sharp cracking sound tore through the sky. A blood-red recluse light, from far and near, was incredibly fast. Blood-red demonic clouds churned and covered the sky, a suffocating pressure that enveloped the entire battlefield. The bloodshed sect's supreme elder, the bloodshed old devil, had finally arrived. He was tall, with a cold face and a pair of blood-red eyes that seemed to contain a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, causing one to shudder. The terrifying cultivation of the late Yuaning stage was on display. Hongwan, you're bullying people too much. The bloodshed old devil roared in anger, his voice shaking the sky. Seeing the bloodshed old devil, instead of being afraid, Hongwan had a charming smile on her face. You finally showed up. What do you mean? The bloodshed old ancestor's face was startled. However, a silhouette slowly appeared, and it was none other than the late-stage Yuaning Qingli old ancestor. Old demon Qingli, you have stepped into the late stage of Yuaning. The bloodshed old demon's face revealed a look of astonishment, and there was a hint of trembling in his voice. As the words fell, he saw a flash of spiritual light in the surroundings, and 5 newly promoted Yuaning stage experts, including Elder Gu and Elder Li, appeared out of thin air. The 5 of them joined forces and set up the 5 elements harmony formation, surrounding the bloodshed old devil and the blood spirit old monster. The 5 elements Acacia formation was the secret formation of the Acacia sect, and it was infinitely powerful. The 5 Yuaning stage elders joined hands to cast it, and it's even more powerful. With the addition of Qingli and Hong Luan assisting in the battle, the bloodshed old devil and the blood spirit old monster were immediately in a predicament. They rushed left and right, but were never able to break through the blockade of the formation. The bloodshed old devil roared angrily, but to no avail. Wounds soon appeared on his body, dripping with blood. The blood spirit old monster was even more miserable. Just 2 rounds down, His physical body was destroyed. His yuaning was out of his body, and he performed the art of moving, fleeing in a sorry state. In the end, the bloodshed old devil was also seriously injured and performed some sort of secret escape technique, turning into a bloody light that disappeared into the sky. In this way, half of the bloodshed sect's territory fell into the hands of the Acacia sect. The Acacia sect suddenly had 5 more yuaning experts overnight, and for a moment, the entire Chu cultivation world seemed to have changed. Chapter 67, Linger. Feeling it? Lin Fan had a rare period of leisure. It was a dark and chilly night. A wave of urination hit Lin Fan and he woke up from his sleep. He rubbed his eyes and rose from the bed. The moonlight spilled through the window and into the room, a silvery white. Lin Fan shuffled his shoes and walked towards the outhouse in a daze. As he passed the breakthrough chamber, he glanced at it without thinking, and his sleepiness instantly dissipated. The door to the room was surprisingly ajar. One must know that right now. In this cave, there was no one else except for him and Bai Jia and Li Jiao. Both girls should be cultivating at this moment, and Lin Fan had strictly ordered them to enter this breakthrough chamber. Who's that? Lin Fan was startled in his heart, and with a hint of vigilance, he silently approached the secret room. Through the doorway, he peered in, only to see that within the secret room, the cold ice jade bed was emitting a ghostly blue light, illuminating the room. A familiar figure came into view. It was Elder Gu. She was dressed in a light veil with a delicate figure, which was even more charming under the moonlight, and beside her stood a young girl. This young girl looked to be 18 or 19 years old, wearing a light pink color luo skirt with a peach blossom pattern embroidered on the hem. She was petite, with snowy skin and a small face as delicate as a porcelain doll. Her eyebrows were like distant mountains, her eyes were like autumn water, and her long eyelashes fluttered slightly. The nose was small and straight, the cherry lips were not pointing but vermilion, and the corners of the mouth were slightly upturned with a hint of sweet smile. Long, shiny black hair was tied loosely behind her head with a pink ribbon, and a few strands of mischievous hair fell down on either side of her cheeks, adding a little more spunk. Lin Fan had never seen this young girl before, but knew that this girl was named Gu Linger, with a cultivation of late-stage foundation establishment great perfection, dual attribute spiritual roots, and only one step away from being able to form a Dan. The reason why Lin Fan knew about this young girl's information was naturally because when he had helped Elder Gu and the others break through, the other party had stuffed him with many jade slips. Inside could be several wonderful young girls from the elders' families, and this Gu Linger was one of them. Only Gu Linger was seen standing on top of the cold jade bed, striking a strange pose. Her legs were spread apart, slightly bent, her body leaning forward, her hands braced on her knees, and her hips puckered high in a tantalizing arc. This posture showed her delicate body, which was not yet fully developed, but had already taken shape, to the fullest. From Lin Fan's perspective, it was even more full of infinite reverie. Spirit, feel that? Elder Gu asked softly, a hint of anticipation in his voice. No, I've tried it all here. Grandmother, are you sure this can really break through? Gu Linger turned her head with a puzzled expression and looked at Elder Gu, a hint of anxiety and uncertainty in her voice. That day, said that there are a total of 991 poses. Perhaps these poses of Lingers you don't fit in well enough with the formations of this place. Elder Gu pondered for a moment and said, apparently, this Elder Gu had secretly brought her granddaughter to use the cold ice jade bed to make a breakthrough. It was only that this jade bed was just a front, and the one who could really make a breakthrough was actually Lin Fan. It's the kind of thing I'd rather pretend I didn't see, Lin Fan thought in his heart. After all, old ancestor Humanoid had ordered that without her permission, it was not permitted to spread out the matter of the cold jade bed breakthrough, not to mention bringing people over to use it privately. If Elder Gu found out about him, it would probably cause a bunch of trouble. Thinking of this, Lin Fan gently moved his feet and prepared to leave. Who? Elder Gu let out a delicate cry, her gaze as electric as lightning, her voice filled with vigilance. And then his body shifted and appeared in front of Lin Fan in a matter of moments. His speed was astonishing. Lin Fan's heart thumped, knowing that he had been discovered. After seeing that it was Lin Fan, a flash of killing intent flashed in Elder Gu's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. Lin Fan put on a sleepy look. I should be dreaming, that I actually saw the magnificent Elder Gu in my dream. With that he shook his head and was about to head towards his bedroom in a daze. Little brother Lin, isn't it too much to put us yuaning stage cultivators in our eyes? Whether you really haven't woken up or are pretending to be asleep, I can tell at a glance. There was a hint of teasing in Elder Gu's voice. Lin Fan had to reveal a smile. Yo ho, so it's really Elder Gu. I thought my eyes were blurred. Ahem. I can help if Elder Gu brings her to breakthrough. But, Elder Gu knows that the aura within this cold jade bed will be consumed a lot once it helps others break through. Lin Fan said with a smile on his face as his words changed. So, how many spirit stones are needed? Elder Gu was also a man of understanding and immediately understood Lin Fan's meaning. 10,000 at least. Lin Fan asked for a lion's share of the money. He knew that Elder Gu must have a lot of spirit stones in her body, and he was really sorry for himself if he didn't knock her hard. 10,000? Elder Gu nodded. To other cultivators, 10,000 spirit stones wasn't a small amount, but to her, it wasn't much. Okay, 10,000 is 10,000. Lin Fan was secretly happy in his heart. He walked over to the cold jade bed and began directing Gu Linger to assume various poses. Lie on your back. Yes, that's it. And pucker your ass a little more. That's not the right position. Change it. Put your legs up. Yes, that's it. Lin Fan commanded while secretly admiring Gu Linger's exquisite figure. Although Gu Linger was shy in her heart, she could only let Lin Fan do whatever he wanted in order to make a breakthrough. She followed Lin Fan's instructions and struck one humiliating pose after another, and a small face had already turned red with shame. Elder Gu stood on the side, his eyes blinking as he watched his granddaughter's shy appearance. When I wanted to couple Linger with him, this brat refused. For today's incident, I wanted to secretly use this cold jade bed, but he discovered it. This son is very cunning. If he were to stab this matter to Qingli, it would be greatly unpleasant, Elder Gu secretly thought in his heart. Feeling this position yet? Lin Fan suddenly said, interrupting Elder Gu's thoughts. Not yet. There was a hint of disappointment in Gu Linger's voice. System, help her break through. Lin Fan murmured in his mind. Ding. Consume 500 years of lifespan to help Gu Linger break through the bottleneck at the early stage of Jiadan. The host has 197, 4008 years of life left. After helping the 5 late Jiadan elders break through last time, Lin Fan still had 1,968,508 years of life left, but the breakthrough process, including Elder Gu, they gave Lin Fan a total of 6,000 spirit stones as a thank you fee, which is why they have the current longevity. Feel it, feel it. Gu Linger's beautiful eyes revealed a delighted smile as she hurriedly sat down on her knees on the cold jade bed. Running his gong method, he went all out to impact the bottleneck at the early stage of Jiadan. A little bit of time passed, and the aura on Gu Linger's body grew stronger and stronger. Finally, at a certain moment, the aura on her body skyrocketed, and a powerful pressure emanated from her. Early stage of Jiadan. I've finally broken through. Gu Linger jumped up excitedly, a small face filled with joy. Many thanks, little friend Lin Fan. Elder Gu also said with a face full of gratitude, taking out 10,000 spirit stones as he spoke. You're welcome, it's what I should do. Lin Fan smiled faintly and put the spirit stone into his storage bag. Little friend Lin Fan, please keep today's matter a secret, Elder Gu said. Don't worry, Elder Gu, I'm the one with the tightest mouth. Lin Fan patted his chest and assured him. Chapter 68, a good day is today. Elder Gu nodded, a smile on his face. Ah, little friend Lin. How is the matter that I asked you to consider last time going? Lin Fan scratched his head, while Gu Linger surreptitiously surveyed him, her eyes flickering with curiosity. Elder Gu had obviously spoken Lin Fan to her. This child, Linger, what do you think? Elder Gu added with a smile. Lin Fan was about to open his mouth, but Elder Gu took the first step. This child Linger is exceptionally gifted. Now she is at the early stage of Jiadan. In time, her achievements will not be limited. If you marry her, it will only benefit you and do no harm. Lin Fan laughed dryly. Elder Gu is joking. Miss Linger is so outstanding. The kid can't afford it. What's high climbing or not? I think you two are quite compatible. Elder Gu waved his hand. Linger, what do you think of Lin Fan? Gu Linger's cheeks instantly turned red, her voice like a gnat. Quite good. Lin Fan said in his heart, this old fox. This is to force a marriage. Since that's the case, why don't we strike while the iron is hot and get it done today? Elder Gu smiled like an old fox. Today? Isn't that too hasty? Lin Fan froze. He hadn't even opened his mouth to say yes. No rush, no rush. A good day. It's today, Elder Gu said without question. Lin Fan was screaming in his heart. This was just like rushing a duck onto a shelf. After you become Linger's husband, I'll be your backer in the Acacia sect from now on. Elder Gu looked at him with a smile. Lin Fan knew that this Elder Gu was determined, so he probably had to agree today even if he didn't, and there was no way back for himself. Alright, since Elder Gu is so gracious, the kid is respectful. Lin Fan gritted his teeth and agreed. That's right. Elder Gu nodded in satisfaction. So Lin Fan was on the same boat as her. Since that's the case, then you guys should cave in first and wait for other things until later, Elder Gu said and pushed Gu Linger towards Lin Fan. Before Lin Fan could react, Gu Linger had already pushed her way into his arms. The young girl's body exuded a faint fragrance, making Lin Fan unable to help his heart go wild. Mr. Lin, Gu Linger shyly shouted. Elder Gu looked at the two and revealed a meaningful smile. With this relationship with Linger, it would be much simpler to send disciples from the clan over to Breakthrough in the future. Elder Gu had just left in front of him, and only Lin Fan and Gu Linger were left in the secret room. Lin Fan looked at the person in his arms. The faint fragrance of Gu Linger's body drilled into his nose one after another, making his mind swirl. He gently picked Gu Linger up and walked towards the cold jade bed. The jade bed emitted an eerie blue light, setting off Gu Linger's face even whiter. Gu Linger leaned obediently in Lin Fan's arms, feeling the gusts of heat coming from his body. Her little face had long been red as a ripe apple. Gu Linger closed her eyes tightly, her long eyelashes trembling slightly, her heart thumping like she was carrying a small rabbit. She was nervous and shy at the same time, with a hint of anticipation. The first rays of sunlight in the morning sprinkled on the cold jade bed. Gu Linger woke up leisurely, and for the first time, she felt nothing but aches and pains all over her body. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and realized that Lin Fan beside her was long gone. The white sheet underneath her. At some point a large piece had been cut away, leaving a square hole with jagged edges, as if it had been randomly cut open by some sharp instrument. Gu Linger's gaze landed on the hollow and froze. Then she moved her eyes away again. She did not take this matter to heart. She got up, put on her clothes, and walked out of the chamber. What met his eyes was Lin Fan's upright figure, who was standing in front of the desk, holding a tube of wolf hair and waving the brush and ink with full concentration. The sunlight sprinkled on his body, gilding him with a layer of gold. That concentrated look, that serious side face. At this moment, it was so charming. Inside the room, the antique furniture exuded a faint wooden fragrance, and several paintings and calligraphy hung on the wall, with delicate strokes and far-reaching meanings. Everything looked so elegant and harmonious. Gu Linger lightly moved her lotus steps and curiously came over, only to see the silk cloth above. An ink plum stood proudly, the branches and trunk strong and powerful, the petals sparse and dense, lifelike. Just, this ink and plum drawing, how come the more I look at it, the more familiar I feel? Especially the dots of red plums dotting the branches, like the ones on last night's sheets. And this canvas, and torn sheets. Gu Linger's cheeks reddened with a swish, all the way to the roots of her ears. That pair of big watery eyes, at this moment is even more waves of light flow, shy and timid, beautiful. Tap 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 tap. A sound of footsteps came from far and near. Elder Gu twisted her waist and came in style. Her mature and plump figure, hidden under the light gauze skirt, swayed with every step, exuding a tantalizing flavor. Seeing Lin Fan and Gu Linger, she blinked, her eyes flowing in a charming manner. Did you have a good rest last night? Elder Gu asked knowingly. Lin Fan coughed dryly to hide his embarrassment. He stole a glance at Gu Linger beside him, only to see her head lowered, her cheeks scarlet, like a shy bunny. Also, not bad. Lin Fan's voice was a bit unnatural, and his eyes fluttered a bit. Seeing this, Elder Gu hid her mouth and laughed lightly, and no longer teased him, getting straight to the point. Little friend Lin Fan, I came here today to ask you for a favor. Her voice was soft, with a hint of compulsion. Elder Gu, please speak. Lin Fan retracted his gaze and sat upright with a look of listening. I want you to help a few disciples of my Gu family make a breakthrough. Elder Gu opened the door without delay. Lin Fan was secretly happy in his heart. This old fox, not willing to wait even one more day, came in early the next morning to say this. However, he didn't move on the surface, instead showing a look of difficulty. Elder Gu, this isn't too good, is it? Lin Fan frowned slightly, his eyes flickering. He deliberately lowered his voice and rubbed his chin with his hand, pretending to be in a difficult position. As you know, although this cold ice jade bed is magical, it consumes a large amount of aura every time you use it. He paused and continued. Moreover, if this matter is known to old ancestor Qingli, I'm afraid. Lin Fan wanted to speak, a worried look on his face. What's so bad about it? Don't worry, as long as you help my Gu family's disciples break through, I promise I won't treat you badly. Elder Gu paused and threw out a tantalizing offer. How about this? For every disciple I help break through, I'll give you 10,000 spirit stones. How about that? Moreover, you are also my Gu family's son-in-law, and you know the power of my Gu family in the Acacia sect. As long as you help me, I guarantee that you can walk sideways in the Acacia sect. Elder Gu followed the advice. Lin Fan's heart was happy. 10,000 spirit stones for a disciple. That's 10,000 years of longevity. However, he put on a difficult face on the surface. Elder Gu, you are. Lin Fan's brows were locked as if he had encountered a heavenly problem. He paused deliberately, his eyes flickering as if weighing the pros and cons. You have said so, and it would be a little ungrateful of me not to say yes. He sighed, like he had finally made up his mind. But, Lin Fan's words turned to a worried look on his face. This matter must not be known to old ancestor Qingli. Good, very good. Cluck 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 cluck. Elder Gu laughed as she saw Lin Fan agree. That night, Elder Gu did bring 3 Gu family disciples to Lin Fan's cave. These disciples were all carefully selected by the Gu family, and all of them were gifted and had outstanding cultivation levels. Lin Fan still followed the same process as before, first making these disciples strike various poses, then secretly let the system help them break through. For the next half a month, Elder Gu would bring Gu family disciples to Lin Fan every day. Lin Fan, on the other hand, came and helped them break through one by one. In return, Elder Gu also gave Lin Fan a large amount of spirit stones as agreed. Lin Fan's pockets quickly bulged. He counted the spirit stones every day and his heart was happy. As time passed, the Gu family's overall strength began to rapidly increase. Those disciples who were originally stuck in bottlenecks for many years had broken through with Lin Fan's help. The rise of the Gu family had caught the attention of the other elders of the Acacia sect. Several of the other elders who had used the cold jade bed and broken through their bottlenecks instantly understood what was going on. Chapter 69, 20,000 a person. Inside Lin Fan's cave, a faint aroma of tea hung heavily. Gu Linger sat on her knees in front of the tea table, her delicate hands gently fiddling with the tea set. Her skin was snowy, and her long black hair was draped over her shoulders like a waterfall, with a few strands of mischievous hair falling down by her cheeks, further accentuating her delicate features and dusty temperament. Slender, white fingers deftly lifted the purple clay pot and filled the tea light with boiling water. Wow! The hot water stirs, the tea leaves tumble, and the fragrance overflows. Her eyes were slightly lowered, her long eyelashes fluttering gently, her expression focused and gentle. The sunlight poured in through the window pane, gilding her with a faint golden glow, like a fairy in a painting, breathtakingly beautiful. Right at this moment, a figure stepped into the cave without any haste. The person who came was none other than Elderly, and as soon as he entered, his gaze fell on Gu Linger. A hint of realization flashed through his world-traveled eyes, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. Little friend Lin Fan, Miss Linger, how elegant. Elder Li's voice broke the tranquility within the cave. At the sound of his voice, Lin Fan hurriedly got up to greet him, with just the right amount of smile on his face. Elder Li, what brings you here? Quickly take a seat. Linger, make tea for Elder Li. As he spoke, he guided Elder Li to the tea table. Gu Linger responded obediently and fetched another tea light, filling it for Elder Li. Elder Li was not polite, and sat down with a big horse, picked up the tea, and gently took a sip. Good tea. He sighed in admiration and put down his tea, his gaze sweeping back and forth between Lin Fan and Gu Linger's bodies. Little friend Lin Fan, lately I have heard that the Gu family has seen the emergence of quite a number of talented disciples, one after another. Their cultivation has skyrocketed. Do you know about this? Elderly looked at Lin Fan with a smile on his face, a hint of testing in his tone. Lin Fan secretly said in his heart that this Elderly was really here for the Gu family's matter. However, his face didn't move and he said in a puzzled manner, why would Elderly say that? The Gu family produces geniuses. How would I know? Elderly smiled and eased his tone a bit. Little friend Lin Fan, you and I are both people who understand, so there's no need to beat around the bush. I've heard that those disciples of the Gu family have all improved their cultivation recently, and I'm afraid that you're to blame for that, right? Lin Fan was silent. He knew that this matter definitely couldn't be hidden for long, much less from an old fox like Elderly. Lin Fan's fingers gently rubbed the edge of the tea light, making a subtle sound. Inside the cave, the atmosphere became somewhat gloomy. When Elderly saw that Lin Fan didn't speak, a hint of shrewdness flashed in his eyes. He twirled his beard and said slowly, little friend Lin Fan, you are a smart person and should understand what I mean. As long as you are willing to help me out, I guarantee that I won't treat you poorly. Lin Fan remained silent, just quietly looking at the tea light in his hand, as if it held some absolute treasure. Seeing that Lin Fan remained silent, Elderly simply picked a fight. Little friend Lin Fan, I know that this matter is definitely your doing. As long as you are willing to help my Li family's disciples, I am willing to offer 20,000 spirit stones. How about it? 20,000 spirit stones. Lin Fan's heart was moved. This Elder Li was really generous. He even gave 10,000 more than Elder Gu. This old fox, really willing to put down blood money. However, he remained motionless on the surface, and Lin Fan wanted to see to what extent this Elder Li could increase his benefits. So he still looked like he hadn't heard anything, not even raising his eyelids. Seeing this, Elderly continued in a slightly unkind tone. Little friend Lin Fan, you can rest assured that the Gu family's matter will not be leaked out as long as you are willing to help me. I guarantee that this matter will not be leaked out. Lin Fan cursed in his heart. This Elderly even threatened him, but Lin Fan remained silent. Elderly looked at Lin Fan, and then at Gu Linger who was seriously cooking the tea. His eyes flickered slightly. as if he had thought of something, and a look of realization appeared on his face. With a twinkle in his eye, he suddenly changed his smile and said, "Little friend Lin Fan, I have a granddaughter who is 28 years old and as beautiful as a flower. She is a perfect match for you. Why don't I betroth her to you? How about it?" Lin Fan froze. He never expected that this elderly would come with this move. Is this a beauty trick? Knowing that in wanting to gain more benefits from elderly's hands was not possible, he quickly said, "Elderly, this is better." Elderly, however, waved his hand and said, "Little friend Lin Fan, you don't have to worry. I remember you saying that you are very dedicated. That granddaughter of mine is also a dedicated one. You must be very compatible. Moreover, if you marry my granddaughter, in the future in the Acacia sect, my Li family will be your backer." He followed the advice and looked like he was looking out for Lin Fan. "Elderly, this matter should be left alone." Lin Fan shook his head, his tone resolute. "As for the breakthrough, that's 20,000 spirit stones per person." Speaking of this, Lin Fan pondered for a moment, a hint of cunning flashing in his eyes. "However, I have one condition." When Elderly heard this, his heart was delighted, but his face didn't move, and he hurriedly asked, "What conditions? Just say it." Obviously, as long as Lin Fan agreed, then any conditions would be fine. Lin Fan said, "I can help your Li family's disciples break through, but you must promise that you can't divulge this matter, let alone letting old ancestor Qing Li know about it." Lin Fan deliberately lowered his voice to a mysterious tone. When Elderly heard this, he was first stunned, then he laughed out loud. "Little friend Lin Fan, just rest assured, I, Li Chong Kong, am true to my word. As long as you are willing to help my Li family, I guarantee that I won't leak this matter out, much less let elder ancestor Qing Li know about it." He patted his chest and swore. Lin Fan nodded and said, "Good, since that's the case, then we have a deal." He stretched out his palm and swore with Elderly by high-fiving him. Elderly was overjoyed and said in a loud voice, "Good, good, good, I'll go make arrangements." After saying that, he left in a hurry, as if he was afraid that Lin Fan would back out. Time passes like a white horse, and it's already half a year in the blink of an eye. During these days, the elders of the Li family and the Gu family were like walking horses, leading a few disciples every now and then to quietly sneak into Lin Fan's cave to seek a breakthrough opportunity. Among these disciples, those with high cultivation had reached the middle stage of Jiadan, while those with slightly lower cultivation also had the level of the middle and early stages of foundation establishment. In detail, there were as many as 160 to 70 people. Lin Fan naturally earned a lot of money, 1,670,000 spirit stones, falling heavily on his heart. "Sister, tuck in your waist, then lift your chest. Yes, lift your buttocks. Hold it. That's the position. Any breakthroughs?" Lin Fan's voice echoed in the chamber. Inside the secret room, a graceful and beautiful woman was following Lin Fan's instructions, striking a delicate pose on the cold jade bed. She was dressed in a light veil. Her curves were exquisite and hidden, and as her movements changed, she became more graceful and sweaty, adding a little more temptation. "Not yet, yet." The woman's voice trembled slightly, as if she was desperately searching for a breakthrough. Lin Fan blinked, and in his mind he murmured, "System, help her break through. Ding. Consume 500 years of longevity to help Li Yan break through the bottleneck at the early stage of Jiadan. The host has 373,608 years of life left." The system's icy voice sounded in his head. With the deduction of his lifespan, the cultivator named Li Yan had a look of ecstasy on his face. She hurriedly sat down on her knees, gazing at her spirit, and began to break through the realm. It was at this moment that a sudden change occurred. The air on Lin Fan's side suddenly rippled, as if a stone had been thrown into a calm lake, sending up layers of ripples. Immediately after that, a figure slowly appeared. Old Man Chongli, Chapter 70, If you need anything, just talk to me. The sudden appearance of Old Man Chongli caused Li Yan's petite body to tremble slightly, and the spiritual energy around her body rushed across like a wild horse out of control. Li Yan only felt a sharp pain in her chest as if it was being burned by a blazing fire. Put! A mouthful of blood gushed out, like a blooming blood-colored rose, staining the snow-white sash on her chest, shocking to the eyes. Her face was as white as paper. Her originally rosy lips had lost their blood color, and her breath was disordered to the extreme. Obviously she had gone off the deep end. Going off the deep end, Lin Fan exclaimed, his heart tightening as he stepped forward to try to check Li Yan's condition. However, an invisible force, like a bronze wall, held him firmly in place, unable to move. Old Man Chongli had appeared beside Li Yan at an unknown time. Her face, which was so beautiful, was currently shrouded in a layer of frost, and her eyes were as cold as 10,000 years of ice, making people shudder. She slowly stretched out her slender jade hand and gently pressed it on the 100 meetings point on top of Li Yan's head. A soft yet majestic spiritual energy, like a trickle of water, surged into Li Yan's body, quickly calming the spiritual energy that was storming through her body. A moment later, Li Yan's white face gradually regained a trace of redness, and her disordered breath slowly stabilized. She slowly opened her eyes, a flicker of post-apocalyptic gratitude and afterthought in her eyes. "Thank you, old ancestor, for saving my life," Li Yan said weakly. "There's no need to be polite. You go out first," old ancestor Qingli said indifferently. Her voice, although soft, carried a hint of unquestionable majesty that made people not dare to disobey. Yes, Li Yan didn't dare to disobey in the slightest and hurriedly got up, stumbling out of the secret room. In the secret room, only Lin Fan and old ancestor Qingli were left, and the atmosphere was a bit gloomy for a while, as if the air had frozen. "Lin Fan, what's going on?" Old ancestor Qingli opened his mouth and asked, his voice clear and cold with a hint of questioning. Why would a disciple of the Li family break through here? Her gaze was like a torch, staring at Lin Fan as if she wanted to see through him. It turned out that for the past half year, old man Qingli had been outside the sect, clearing up the territory he had gained from the bloodshed sect. Once she returned to the clan, she realized that quite a few of the Jindan children of the Li and Gu families had broken through. She immediately realized that it was Lin Fan who had a problem here, and that was why she appeared here. Facing old man Qingli's questioning, Lin Fan did not panic. He took a deep breath and settled down. "Old ancestor, the matter is like this." He slowly opened his mouth, recounting the story in detail. Of course, he hadn't mentioned a word about Gu Linger. Old ancestor Qingli listened quietly, her absolute beauty unable to see any joy or anger on her face. Those eyes that were as bright as stars were as deep as a 10,000-year-old cold pool, making them inscrutable. After a long time, she sighed softly, a hint of helplessness in her voice. "I know, you need spirit stones as a supplement. If you need spirit stones, just talk to me," old ancestor Qingli said, her jade hand gently tapping on the storage bag at her waist. A large pile of spirit stones appeared in front of Lin Fan. Middle grade and lower grade were available, colorful and dense with spiritual energy. Cumulatively counting, it was estimated that there were as many as 1,000,000 spirit stones. "You can take these for now, but in the future, without my permission, you're not allowed to help the disciples within the sect breakthrough anymore." Although old ancestor Qingli's voice was soft, it carried a hint of unquestionable majesty. Lin Fan nodded. He understood that the reason why old man Qingli treated him like this was entirely because of his ability. There was no way old man Qingli would punish Lin Fan for this. After all, Lin Fan's ability was vital to her. Moreover, Lin Fan's ability was a huge secret weapon for the entire Acacia sect. How could old ancestor Qingli cut off her own arm? So not only would she not chastise Lin Fan, instead she would try to find a way to pull Lin Fan in. With a wave of old ancestor Qingli's delicate hand, a stream of light flashed by, and the sound transmission note, like a well-behaved bird, flew out of the cave lightly. She sat on the cold jade bed, her eyes slightly closed. For Elder Gu and Elder Li, she still needed to give an explanation. After all, they had broken the rules by privately bringing someone to Lin Fan for a breakthrough. However, Elder Gu and Elder Li were both early Yuaning cultivators, the top combatants of the Acacia sect, and Elder Qingli naturally wouldn't really do anything to them. A few moments later, two figures joined hands, and it was none other than Elder Gu and Elder Li. As soon as the two entered the door, they bowed and saluted, their posture respectful and incomparable. "Greetings to senior sister." Old ancestor Qingli slowly opened his eyes, his gaze sweeping over the two men, finally resting on their slightly trembling shoulders. "Do you know your mistakes?" Her voice was clear and cold, like the cold air emanating from a bed of icy jade, sending shivers down one's spine. "We know we are wrong. Please punish senior sister." Elder Gu and Elder Li glanced at each other, both seeing bitterness in the other's eyes, and hurriedly said, a trace of imperceptible fear in their voices. Early Yuaning stage and late Yuaning stage. Although they were both Yuaning stage, there was a huge difference between the two realms, and their strengths were vastly different. Moreover, old man Qingli had been in control of the Acacia sect for hundreds of years, so the pressure was naturally there. "Humph, you guys brought someone here privately to find Lin Fan for a breakthrough. Do you know that this is breaking the rules?" Old ancestor Qingli snorted coldly, and a powerful pressure instantly enveloped the entire cave, as if it was a titanic pressure that left people breathless. Elder Gu and Elder Li only felt their hearts sink, as if a large invisible hand was tightly choking their throats, making it difficult for them to breathe, and their faces instantly turned pale. "We know our mistakes and will never dare to do so again," Elder Gu and Elder Li hurriedly assured, a fine layer of sweat beads oozing from their foreheads. "The two of you will each take out 2,000,000 spirit stones and surrender them to the clan treasury as punishment. And the next one will not be an example. Yes, Elder Gu and Elder Li said in a hurry. Although 2 million spirit stones was not a small amount, it was not much for these two clans. Moreover, most of the disciples within their clan had broken through the bottleneck, so it was worth spending the 2 million. After you guys go back, restrain those disciples who broke through here at Linfan to keep their mouths shut and not spread the story, she warned, her eyes sharp as knives. Yes, we understand. Elder Gu and Elder Li hurriedly responded, secretly breathing a sigh of relief in their hearts. Well, you guys go down. Old ancestor Qing Li waved his hand, signaling the two to retreat. Yes, Elder Gu and Elder Li were like amnesties as they bowed and retreated. Their footsteps hurried as if there was some kind of flooding beast chasing behind them. They walked out of the cave, only to realize that their backs were already drenched in cold sweat, and a cool wind blew, so they couldn't help but shiver. Lin Fan, do you know why this seed is doing this? Old ancestor Chang Li's gaze flowed as his sight landed on Lin Fan, his voice softly asking. Disciple doesn't know. Lin Fan shook his head with a blank expression, but in his heart, it was clear that it was nothing more than the fear that Lin Fan's ability would be proclaimed and coveted by other sects at that time. The Acacia sect has just annexed a large portion of the Blood Fiend sect's territory. It's exactly the time when it needs to be properly stabilized. Old ancestor Qing Li said, if the news of you being able to help someone break through is broken out at this time, I'm afraid that it will cause other clans to covet it, and then the Acacia sect will never have any peace, she said at length, a flash of concern in her beautiful eyes. After all, Lin Fan's ability was too heaven-defying. Once it is exposed, it will surely cause an uproar. At that time, the Acacia sect would become a target. Disciple understands. Lin Fan revealed an expression of dawning realization and said in a hurry, it's good that you understand. Old ancestor Qing Li nodded in relief. A faint smile appeared on her stunningly beautiful face. It was like a spring breeze that brushed one's face, refreshing one's mind. In the future, you will cultivate in peace. Old ancestor Qing Li admonished. If there's anything you need, just talk to the seat, she added, her tone gentle. Chapter 71, The Second Immortal Spirit Root. Outside the Acacia sect, a hidden cave. It was dark, damp and reeked of decay. The bloodshed old devil sat on the stone platform, his body surrounded by black gas, like an evil spirit from hell. His face was grim, his eyes scarlet, and his fingers clasped the head of a Harmony sect disciple in death. This disciple trembled like chaff, his face as white as paper, and bean-sized beads of sweat instantly soaked through his clothes. The bloodshed old devil had only recently recovered from his injuries since he was defeated by old ancestor Qing Li and old ancestor Hong Luan in a joint effort last time. His heart was burning with rage, and he desperately wanted to know why the Acacia sect had suddenly appeared with so many multiple infant stage cultivators. In this half-month, he was like a dormant viper, squatting outside of the Acacia sect, and the Acacia sect disciple named Gu Ming in front of him was already the 9th unlucky person he had captured. The so-called soul-searching technique, which is extremely vicious, is to use one's own powerful divine sense to forcibly insert into another person's sea of consciousness, and directly and forcibly read the other person's memories. The bloodshed old devil's 5 fingers were like hooks, a strand of black gas, like a maggot on a tarsus, drilled into Gu Ming's sea of consciousness. Gu Ming let out a mournful scream as his body convulsed violently and blood began to seep out of his 7 orifices. His memories, like the pages of a book that had been turned over, were forcefully read by the bloodshed old devil. The pain, like a tidal wave, came, and Gu Ming felt like his soul was going to be torn apart. The corners of the bloodshed old devil's mouth hooked into a sardonic smile. Cold ice jade bed? He repeated in a low voice, greed in his eyes like substance. It turns out that this group of the Acacia sect is relying on this treasure to make a collective breakthrough. What a godsend! He rose violently, his black robe bulging with a piercing cracking sound. I'm already in the late Yuaning stage of the grand completion, and I'm just one step away from stepping into the realm of God transformation. With this treasure, the bloodshed old devil was trembling with excitement, his eyes filled with madness. Ha 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 ha, old demoness Chengli, Hong Luan, when I break through the spirit transformation, I will completely trample the Acacia sect under my feet and make you beg for your life and death. On the other side, Lin Fan sent old man Shangli away and let out a long breath. He was about to return to his cave to continue his cultivation when the cold mechanical voice of the system suddenly rang in his head, detected the upcoming birth of the host's heir, with the qualification of mutant attribute spiritual root. Consume 10,000 years of lifespan to upgrade to the mutant attribute spirit root. Consume 100,000 years of lifespan to upgrade to a single attribute heavenly spirit root. Consume 1,000 years of life to upgrade to immortal spirit root. Lin Fan was slightly stunned. He counted the time. Nangong Miaoyu and Su Xingyu were indeed about to go into labor. When they were both conceived at almost the same time, They just didn't know who would give birth to the heir first. However, this child's spiritual root, Lin Fan had originally intended to upgrade it to a variant attribute spiritual root. Now it was good. The system directly helped him save 10,000 spirit stones. Just as Lin Fan was pondering, a spirit light flew in rapidly. He reached out and caught it. It was Nangong Miaoyu's transmission note. In the transmission note, Nangong Miaoyu's voice was slightly anxious, telling him to quickly head to her cave. Lin Fan didn't dare to delay, and with a flash of his body, he transformed into a stream of light and flew towards Nangong Miaoyu's cave. Nangong Myriad's cave was a quiet valley. The valley was full of flowers and a dense aura, and an ancient building was strewn about in a staggered manner. Pavilions and pavilions with carved beams and paintings show elegance, small bridges and flowing water, birdsong and flowers, just like a fairyland. At this moment, the cave was a busy scene. The maids came in and out in a hurry. Ji Qingwan stood in the courtyard with a big belly, her face filled with curiosity. Obviously, she was still half believing in what Lin Fan had said last time. A little bit of time passed, and there was never any movement within the cave. Ji Changwan got a little impatient and paced back and forth. Lin Fan, on the other hand, was calm and quiet. Finally, a baby's cry came from inside the house, clear and loud. Lin Fan and Ji Qingyan exchanged glances and quickly walked in. Inside the house, Nangong Miaoyu was lying weakly on the bed, her face pale and her forehead covered in beads of sweat. An older woman was holding a swaddled baby with a joyful smile on her face. This woman Lin Fan had seen before. It was the laboring woman who had helped Su Xingyu deliver her baby before. Congratulations, it's a boy. Nangong Miaoyu revealed a smile. Come on, help me test his spiritual roots. Ji Qingwan couldn't wait to step forward and carefully hold the baby's small hand. A moment later, a shocked look appeared on her face. Surprisingly, it's really a variant attribute spiritual root. She cried out in shock, her eyes filled with incredulity as she looked at Lin Fan. Nangong Miaoyu showed a hint of disappointment and incomprehension. A hint of disappointment and doubt flashed in Nangong Miaoyu's eyes. She originally thought that her child would be an immortal spiritual root, but she didn't realize that it was just a mutant attribute spiritual root. And what did Ji Qing Evening mean by that? Could it be that you guys already knew that my child is a mutated attribute spirit root? All of you get out. Ji Qing Yan said to the rest of the people in the room. When these people left, Ji Qing Evening then explained. Lin Fan's physique is special. Not only can he help people break through, but he can also raise the quality of the spiritual root for his heirs. Saying that, she touched her bulging belly. It's just that upgrading the quality of his spirit root is too consuming for him, and he needs a large amount of spirit stones to replenish it. Hearing this, Nangong Miaoyu's face revealed a look of surprise. Really? A child who wants an immortal spirit root needs 1 million spirit stones. This is not something that an ordinary cultivator can afford. Lin Fan spoke directly. Nangong Miaoyu thought for a moment. 1 million spirit stones. I have them. You first raise the child's spirit root up, and if it's true, I won't be short on your spirit stones. Lin Fan nodded. System, upgrade the child to immortal spirit root. Lin Fan murmured in his mind. Ding. Start upgrading qualifications. Consume 1,000,000 years of lifespan. Lifespan left for the host, 273, 6,008 years. With the deduction of longevity, the aura in the room began to converge towards the baby in a frenzy. The baby's tiny body seemed like a bottomless pit, greedily devouring the surrounding aura. Nangong Miaoyu and Ji Qingyan watched this with dumbfounded amazement. They had never seen such an amazing sight before. The sky, which was originally clear, suddenly changed color. A multicolored haze of light tore through the darkness and descended from the sky, enveloping the entire cave. The sunlight flows and changes like a colorful and beautiful painting. This sudden heaven and earth anomaly instantly alarmed the entire Acacia sect. Countless disciples walked out of their caves and looked up, shock and doubt written all over their faces. Is this heavenly good fortune? How many times has this vision appeared in this recent period? Is this a genius descending into the world? Or is someone breaking through a bottleneck? Several streams of light, like shooting stars piercing through the night sky, sped in from the distance. Swish swish swish. Several figures, one after another, landed outside Nangong Miaoyu's cave. At the head of the group were none other than old ancestor Qingli and old ancestor Hongwan. Behind them, there were also several newly promoted Yuaning stage cultivators. Old ancestor Qingli took the lead and stepped into the cave with an agitated expression. Old ancestor Hongwan followed closely behind, her eyes filled with anticipation. The other few Yuaning stage cultivators looked at each other in disbelief. Although they had heard the vision, they did not know exactly what had happened. At this moment, seeing old ancestor Qingli and old ancestor Hongwan attaching so much importance to it, his heart became even more puzzled. Old ancestor Chingli couldn't wait to enter the room and carefully picked up the baby with a look of ecstasy on his face. It really is an immortal spirit root. Chapter 72, Creating the Treasure of the Immortal Spiritual Roots. How is this possible? Immortal spirit root. Old ancestor Ching Li's voice took on a rare tremor. Her eyes, which had gone through vicissitudes of life, were actually flashing with a strange color like a child's at the moment, deadly staring at the swaddled baby, as if to carve him into the depths of his soul. Lin Fan, this physique of yours is truly heaven-defying. 2 children in a row are both immortal spirit roots. Old ancestor Ching Li's voice was filled with incredible surprise. Lin Fan, should you consider thinking about having a few more children? Old ancestor Hongwon followed closely behind, her tone carrying her usual flirtatiousness, but the depths of those seductive and charming eyes flashed with a longing that was hard to hide. The gazes of several Yuaning stage cultivators were like substance as they landed on Lin Fan in unison. Lin Fan's heirs were immortal spirit roots, and there were still 2 of them. This news was like a thunderbolt that exploded in their hearts. For a while, various thoughts tumbled through their minds. The way they looked at Lin Fan became subtle. This was not just a cultivator who could help others break through. It is also a treasure that can create an immortal root heir. Elder Gu's eyes were the most eager. She subconsciously thought of her granddaughter Gu Linger. Gu Linger and Lin Fan had long been married. If they have another child with immortal spiritual roots, wouldn't the Gu family be guaranteed to thrive for a long time to come? Thinking of this, Elder Gu's breathing became rapid. The other few Yuaning stage cultivators, all of whom were also humanoids among humanoids, naturally thought of this as well. For a while, they looked at Lin Fan with a hint of heat, as if they were looking at a piece of fat meat that emitted a tantalizing aroma. They were each playing a game in their hearts, calculating how they could get a piece of the pie from Lin Fan. Elderly was the first to break the silence, his face piled with smiles, his tone carrying a hint of currying favor. Little friend Lin Fan, there is also a daughter in my clan named Li Shangjuan. Gifted, gentle and virtuous, proficient in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and you're exactly a match made in heaven. I also have a daughter in my clan. I have it on my side too. For a while, several Yuaning cultivators scrambled to push up the women of their clans and surrounded Lin Fan in the center. You said one thing and I said another, and the noise made Lin Fan's head spin. A chill ran down Lin Fan's back, cold sweat running down his spine. He felt that he was not a person, but a piece of donkey meat, surrounded by a group of goblins, and at any time he might be eaten alive. He hastily waved his hand, an awkward but not impolite smile on his face, and said in a sincere tone, Lin Fan appreciates the good intentions of all the elders. He paused and added, it's just that Lin Fan already has a Taoist couple, so he really doesn't dare to think of anything else. He was firm and sincere in his tone, with no room for maneuver. A few elders were still about to speak, but they saw old man Ching Li make a silent gesture at them. Don't disturb the baby. Although old man Ching Li's voice was not loud, it carried an unquestionable majesty. Several elders shut their mouths at once. Regarding Lin Fan's refusal, they had actually expected it. However, looking at a treasure that can create immortal spiritual roots in front of him, but cannot be used for himself, the heart is inevitably a little reluctant. Nangong Miaoyu looked at the sleeping baby in her arms. Her face was gentle and watery, a satisfied smile on the corner of her mouth. Her fingertips gently caressed the baby's pink cheeks as if she were nursing a rare treasure. Lin Fan, it's really thanks to you this time. She raised her head and looked at Lin Fan, her eyes filled with gratitude, her tone soft. This is 1 million spirit stones. Take it to replenish your consumption. Nangong Miaoyu said, taking out a bunch of spirit stones that shone with spiritual light from her storage bag. Ji Qingwan stood on the side, her gaze sweeping over the spirit stones in Nangong Miaoyu's hands, a trace of complex emotions flashing through her eyes. She had just stepped into the Jiedan stage not long ago, and the savings on her body were not exactly abundant, although she was also eager to enhance her spirit root for the child in her womb. 1 million spirit stones was undoubtedly an astronomical amount to her. She glanced at her slightly bulging belly and sighed in her mind, a tinge of loss welling up in her heart. What do you mean? Old ancestor Ching Li's face was puzzled. Ji Qingyan made a bow and told the original story. Old ancestor Ching Li revealed a look of understanding. These children are the disciples of the Acacia sect and the future of the Acacia sect. These spirit stones should be born by the sect. Old ancestor Cheng Li let out a light laugh and gave Lin Fan a meaningful look, the corners of his mouth slightly hooked up. Continuing in a loud voice, he said, from now on, as long as they are Lin Fan's children, male or female, the Acacia sect is willing to do everything in its power to raise their spiritual roots to the highest immortal spiritual roots. When these words came out, it was like a flat thunderstorm that once again exploded in the hearts of the crowd. Many thanks, old ancestor. The great favor of the sect. Changwan will never forget it. Ji Qingwan was originally still a little apprehensive because of the matter of the spirit stones. At this moment, when he heard old man Qing Li make such a promise, a warm current immediately surged in his heart, and his previous concerns instantly dissipated, replaced by a feeling of gratitude. She hurriedly took a step forward. Ying bowed, and bowed deeply to old ancestor Qing Li, her tone choked with gratitude. A family doesn't talk about two families. It's all for the sake of the clan. What's the point of being polite? Seeing this, old ancestor Qing Li had a kind smile on his face and raised his hand to support him in vain, signaling that Ji Qingnian did not need to be so courteous. With a gentle tone, like an elder caring for her juniors, she continued to exhort, as parents, you must teach them to cultivate properly in the future, and make sure that they become talented as soon as possible, becoming the future pillars of my Acacia sect, so as to live up to the sect's hard work. The reason why old man Qing Li was so generous, even going so far as to make such a heavy promise, was naturally not on a whim, much less any kind of kindness. She had her own calculations in her mind, and with a long-term vision, she had long seen the great value that Lin Fan contained. Lin Fan is not only a toolman that can help cultivators break through bottlenecks, but also a humanoid treasure that can produce immortal spirit root heirs in bulk. This kind of heaven-defying ability was priceless and extremely strategic for any power that aspired for the longevity of the clan. As long as Lin Fan could be firmly controlled in the hands of the Acacia sect, and a steady stream of offspring with top-notch talent could be delivered to the sect, then the future of the Acacia sect would definitely be bright, and it was even expected to surpass the other sects, and become an existence that reigned supreme in the cultivation realm. And if the Acacia sect lost an immortal spirit root descendant because of insufficient spirit stones, wouldn't it be a huge loss? This was what old ancestor Qing Li truly valued, and the fundamental reason why she was willing to pay millions of spirit stones. Chapter 73, A Bit of Back Pain. Lin Fan, however, felt a bit of a headache. He did not expect old man Qing Li to make such a decision. This was great. Everyone wanted to benefit from him. It was as if he had become the monk's meat, and everyone wanted to take a bite. He could foresee the days ahead, and he feared they would not be too peaceful. He rubbed his brow, feeling a wave of weakness. Old ancestor Hongwon couldn't help but smile as she looked at Lin Fan's distressed appearance. Her eyebrows curved as beautifully as the crescent moon. What? You're still not happy about it? She teased, a hint of teasing in her tone. This is a good thing that many people dream of. Lin Fan shook his head with a bitter smile and sighed helplessly. I just feel a little sore in the waist. He rubbed his back, a hint of exhaustion and helplessness in his tone. Old ancestor Hongwon heard this and smiled charmingly, with a great deal of flavor. What about the red sun treasure jade I gave you? With this treasure, are you still afraid of a sore back? She winked slightly, a hint of teasing in her tone. Lin Fan's old face reddened and he felt his waist become even more sore. Just then, a spirit light flew in from the distance. Lin Fan stretched out his hand and a delicate paper crane landed in his palm. Lin Fan, it's not good. Xingyu, she's in labor. Come here quickly. Su Xingyue's voice carried a hint of trembling, appearing somewhat anxious. Lin Fan's heart moved. He estimated that Su Xingyu was almost in this day or two. When Su Xingyu and Nangong Miaoyu were the two who had obtained seeds from him one after the other. He turned his head to look at old man Qing Li and the others. Old ancestor Qing Li and the others looked at each other with anticipation in their eyes. Go! Old ancestor Qing Li took the first step and transformed into a stream of light, flying towards Ji Qing Evening's cave. Lin Fan followed closely behind. Old man Hongwan and the others followed suit. The crowd has just reached the ground. Wow! The sound of a baby crying came from the room. Immediately after that, there were auspicious visions in the sky, the same as the ones that appeared in the sky above Nangong Miaoyu's cave before. Naturally, it was because just now, Lin Fan had consumed another 1,000,000 lifetimes to enhance the spiritual root quality for the newly born child. After waiting a moment, the door to the room opened and a group of people walked in. It's an immortal spirit root again. Old ancestor Qing Li held the infant and his tone was filled with excitement after detecting the spirit root. Right now, the Acacia sect already had 3 immortal spirit root infants, which meant that in the future, the Acacia sect would have 3 late-stage Yuaning experts. As long as these 3 children put in a little effort, it would be very simple for them to step into the transformation spirit. Old man Qing Li returned to his senses. She looked deeply at Lin Fan. Then he took out 2,000,000 spirit stones from his storage bag and handed it over to Lin Fan. This is for you to replenish your consumption. As I said before, Lin Fan was not polite and took the spirit stone over. Elderly silently rubbed up against Lin Fan's side, his face piling up a smile that he thought was amiable, even with a hint of imperceptible flattery. Little friend Lin Fan. Elderly lowered his voice and his tone became extraordinarily soft. I have an immature little proposal. I wonder if my young friend would be interested in hearing it. His eyes burned as he stared intently at Lin Fan's face. Elderly rubbed his hands together and continued with a hint of a seductive tone. Look, little friend, as you can see, an immortal spirit root scion is a proud son of heaven, and can't be found. And you, little friend, have such heaven-defying abilities, it's simply a blessing from heaven. He paused and cleared his throat. If you are willing to unite with a woman from my Li family and give birth to an immortal spirit root heir, I am willing to contribute 2 million spirit stones as a reward. What do you think? Lin Fan's brows frowned imperceptibly as he listened to Elder Li's words. Elder Li, I appreciate your kindness. It's just that, forgive me for being difficult to follow. He paused slightly and swept his gaze over the several Yuaning elders present, his tone becoming firmer. Children are a gift from God, a continuation of the bloodline, and in my eyes they are priceless. Never a bargaining chip to be traded. Lin Fan's words were decisive and loud, without any hint of ambiguity or concession. Elder Li's face, which was originally piled with smiles, instantly froze. Little friend Lin Fan, are you misunderstanding what the old man is saying? Old me in no way meant to use the child as a bargaining chip. I just think that wouldn't it be better if we could add to our relationship? His tone was as slow as he could make it though, trying to seem amiable. Lin Fan sneered in his heart. This old man, he's quite the hypocrite. What kind of affinity and mutual benefit? To put it bluntly, was it not because of his ability to create immortal spirit root heirs? He's such a cutie. No? Lin Fan still had a polite smile on his face. Elder Li's kindness is appreciated by Lin Fan. It's just that this matter is of great importance, so I'm sorry that it's difficult for me to accept it. Since young friend Lin Fan's mind is made up, I won't force myself. Let's leave this matter at that. Elder Li sighed. In his heart, he was coldly snorting. Humph, toast is not enough. Since that's the case, don't blame the old man for being impolite. 2 million spirit stones. That was 2 million years of lifespan. Lin Fan refused without any hesitation, because he knew very well that once he agreed to Elder Li's request, then he would be completely reduced to a reproductive tool, losing his freedom and becoming a machine for reproducing offspring. Alright, all finished watching. Everyone go back. Let the child have a good rest. Old ancestor Chengli spoke after looking at Lin Fan. After the group of people left, only Lin Fan, Su Xingyue, and Su Xingyu were left in the room. Husband, give the child a name. Su Xingyu pursed her lips and said. Lin Fan was a little bit uncomfortable with this title, but looking at Su Xingyu's expression, it was obvious that she had acquiesced. Ahem. I still don't know if it's a boy or a girl. Lin Fan held the child in his arms. He gently lifted the wrap and found small bean sprouts. I really want a daughter, Lin Fan said with a smile. Since it's a kid, let's call Lin Egg Big. Su Xingyu gave him a blank look. Can you come up with a normal name? Lin Fan smiled. How about Lin Iran? Su Xingyu said. E has the meaning of talent and freedom. Not bad. Afterwards, Lin Fan accompanied Lin Haoran, who had just learned to walk, to play around for a while in the cave. The little one took waddling steps and staggered around the room, from time to time, but also giggle out loud. Clear laughter like silver bells. Lin Fan's heart was filled with tenderness as he looked at his son's adorable appearance. Bai Ruoyua's cultivation had also made great strides. Ever since Lin Fan had helped her raise her spiritual root attribute, her cultivation speed had skyrocketed like a rocket. Her cultivation had already reached the 10th level of Qi cultivation, and she was about to surpass Su Xingyu, so it was estimated that it wouldn't take long before she should be able to build her foundation. It wasn't until it was getting late that Lin Fan left. Stepping into the slightly dim light, he returned to his cave. Just after stepping through the cave entrance's prohibition, Lin Fan felt a trace of abnormality. On a normal day, Bai Jia and Li Jiao, both of them, should have already prepared tea and snacks at this time, waiting inside the cave. Today it was quiet. He walked into the cave and looked around. Bai Jia, who was in charge of cleaning, and Li Jiao, who managed the spirit herbs, were both absent. The cave that was always full of life in the past seemed somewhat empty at the moment. Strange, Lin Fan muttered in a low voice. These two maids, in addition to cultivating on weekdays, were tending to the chores of the cave, and would rarely leave. Where has this been today? He shook his head and didn't put too much stock in it. Maybe it's a temporary outing. After all, they were all cultivators, not ordinary mortals, and it was normal to have a bit of a delay. Chapter 74, A Sudden Change. Lin Fan stretched. For several consecutive days, he was helping the Li family disciples to break through, and then helping the Gu family disciples to elevate their realms. He was still really feeling a little tired. The lower back, in particular, is vaguely sore. Gu Linger, that girl, has recently become more and more skillful in pushing and massaging. Just the thing for her to come and give herself a nice relaxing break. Thinking of this, Lin Fan's divine sense moved slightly and swept towards the depths of the cave. He wanted to see if Gu Linger was there. However, the divine sense swept through and did not find Gu Linger's figure. Not only that, but the entire cave, apart from him, was empty. Now, Lin Fan frowned slightly. Something doesn't seem right. The absence of Baijia and Lijiao might be explained, but Gu Linger wasn't there either, which was a bit of an anomaly. During her weekdays, she hardly moved an inch from the cave. Never leave without permission unless you tell them to. A trace of doubt rose in Lin Fan's heart. He turned around, intending to leave the cave and go outside to see what was going on. However, just as he turned around, he saw that behind him, at some point, there was already a silhouette standing. The person had a big red dress, the color as bright as fire, as if she wanted to set the surrounding air on fire. The dress clung to her body, outlining delicate curves and delicate shapes. She had an excellent figure, bumpy where it should be, curvy where it should be, every inch just right. 1 point up would be too fat, 1 point down would be too thin. The woman's appearance is even more beautiful. Eyebrows as far away as the mountains contain Diane. Eyes like autumn water across the waves. A garrot's nose. Red lips full. Her skin was snowy and breakable, as if it was the finest sheep's fat jade, emitting a soft luster under the moonlight. Particularly striking was her chest, bulging and full, calling out, slightly undulating with her breathing, rippling with thrilling curves. It could almost be described as choppy. A pair of proud peaks held up the dress and the infinite flavor. Lin Fan recognized the identity of this woman after just one look. Previously, in the jade sketch given to him by Elder Li, he had seen the portrait of this woman. This woman is none other than the jewel of the Li family, Li Shangjuan. Lin Fan looked at the red-skirted woman in front of him, and sighed in his heart. This Li family was really willing to put down money, and even sent out such a special person. Fairy Li, visiting late at night, I don't know what I can do for you? Lin Fan asked with a cautious look on his face. Li Shangjuan's lotus steps moved gently as she slowly walked to Lin Fan, a faint fragrance coming to her nose. She did not answer directly. Instead, she looked Lin Fan up and down with a pair of beautiful eyes. Mr. Lin, it's true that he is as rumored, suave and elegant. Her vermilion lips lightly opened, her voice charming to the bone with a hint of seduction. Lin Fan secretly laughed in his heart. This woman, she was really coming from a bad place. Fairy Li is overpraising. I'm just a mediocre little cultivator. Lin Fan pretended to be modest, a harmless smile on his face. Why do you need to be self-effacing? Mr. Lin, being able to make people break through bottlenecks. This kind of ability I think in the entire immortal cultivation realm. You are the only one who has this kind of physique, aren't you? Lin Fan took a step back with his feet, but this woman pulled away. Li Shangjuan's cultivation was at the late stage of Jiadan, and there was still a long way to go before the late stage was complete. Previously, the Li clan had allowed many disciples from the clan to come to him to break through his bottleneck, and there was no this Li Shangjuan. This woman obviously could not have come to find Lin Fan to break through his bottleneck. Lin Fan's footsteps took a step back, gently pulling away from Li Shangjuan. Fairy is joking. I'm only afraid that if you came, it shouldn't be because of this matter, right? Seeing Lin Fan say as he did, Li Shangjuan also stopped beating around the bush and directly opened the door. Mr. Lin, I'm not going to beat around the bush with you. I came here this time because I want to ask you to do me a favor. She slowly approached Lin Fan, exhaling her breath like orchids, her voice low and magnetic. I want a child with an immortal spirit root. Lin Fan took another step back. I think I should have made it clear to Elder Li before. There is no way I can agree to this matter. Li Shangjuan smiled faintly. Mr. Lin, sometimes, there are things that you can't help but do. With that, her figure swayed and she directly lunged towards Lin Fan. 2 hours later, Lin Fan lay on his back on the bed. The sheets were crumpled into a ball, like the surface of an ocean ravaged by a gale. He was panting heavily, his chest heaving violently, sweat soaking the ends of his hair and sticking to his forehead. Li Shangjuan had long since disappeared, leaving only a faint fragrance lingering in the air, and the little bit of crimson on the sheets. She walked away with a small, satisfied smile on her lips and the pride of a victor in the corners of her eyes. This woman, she's really ruthless. Lin Fan cursed in a low voice, but there was a hint of helplessness in his tone. He rolled over, feeling the aches and pains in his body. Being forced sucks, and these 2 million spirit stones can't make up for the humiliation that old me has suffered. Hey, this immortal cultivation world is really full of surprises everywhere. He got dressed and looked at the messy bed, shaking his head helplessly. He picked up the storage bag left behind by Li Shangjuan and opened it to see that there were indeed 2 million spirit stones inside. This Li family, it's really wealthy. He walked over to the window and pushed it open, letting in the early morning sunlight. The breeze blew away the ambiguous scent that remained in the room. Tap, but at that moment, a light footstep came from outside. Lin Fan was shocked in his heart. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This one just ended and there's going to be a second one? Then he saw a tall woman wearing a black dress walk into the cave. Bad. If these 5 Yuaning stage-old ancestors, each one of them sends a woman, then won't I be drained dry? No. I have to think of a way to protect myself. Lin Fan covered his waist. He felt a little weak. Lin Fan was pondering on how to deal with the raging black-robed woman in front of him, his mind rapidly calculating various ways to get out of the situation. However, after seeing Lin Fan, the black-robed figure's body suddenly moved. As fast as a ghost, Lin Fan only felt a flash before his eyes, and a strong sense of crisis instantly enveloped his entire body. Before he could react, his wrist was firmly grabbed by a cold hand. Not good. Lin Fan's heart was filled with warning signs. His divine sense instantly condensed, and an invisible spiritual thorn suddenly shot towards the black-robed man. However, the spirit thrust was like a clay ox entering the sea. The black-robed man's figure only gave a slight lurch before he continued to grab at Lin Fan's wrist, and the cold aura instantly invaded Lin Fan's body, making him unable to move. A Jiedan stage cultivator? Lin Fan's heart sank, and then a chilly aura emanated from the other party's hands, spreading all over his body. Lin Fan's own aura was suddenly like being stuck in a quagmire, unable to move, and even his body followed suit and became sluggish. The sudden change made Lin Fan somewhat unable to react. Obviously the person in front of him wasn't here to borrow a seat from him, and he shouldn't be looking for a breakthrough either. Without waiting for Lin Fan to think carefully, the black-robed man led him towards the breakthrough chamber deep within the cave. Lin Fan only felt that the scenery in front of him was flying backwards, and the wind was whistling in his ears. He was dragged by the black-robed man like a picked-up chickadee. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had arrived at the entrance of the secret room. The black-robed man slapped his palm in the air, and the division door exploded into pieces, sending rocks flying, and then a cold air came to his face. Lin Fan fixed his eyes and saw that in the center of the secret room, the chilly jade bed, which was emitting an eerie cold light, was lying there quietly. A hint of greed flashed in the black-robed man's eyes as she clawed through the air, and the cold jade bed was put into a storage bag and disappeared. This woman, aiming for the cold ice jade bed. Lin Fan's heart fluttered and he instantly understood. This woman. I'm afraid that she is rushing towards the cold ice jade bed. It looks like the Acacia sect's recent period of time, with the constant breakthroughs, has already attracted the attention of those outside. After collecting the cold jade bed, the black-robed man's figure shifted and was about to leave with Lin Fan. Chapter 75, Siege of the Bloodshed Old Devil. Right at this moment, a huge transparent light shield suddenly appeared above Lin Fan's cave. Like an inverted giant bowl, it completely enveloped Lin Fan's cave. This was a defense formation laid down by Old Man Changli. There was only one purpose, to keep Lin Fan safe. The black-robed man was extremely fast and crashed headfirst into the light screen. The way to go was stopped hard. Lin Fan's heart was relieved. He knew that this defense formation would take a lot of effort even if an early-stage Yuaning cultivator wanted to break through it, but saw the black-robed man violently raised his hand. 5 fingers spread. The fingertips instantly gathered up a deep black aura, as if holding a round of black sun, and fiercely grasped at the light curtain. All of a sudden, the surrounding space seemed to be distorted by this force, emitting a toothsome creaking sound. Snort! An ear-splitting ripping sound resonated through the valley. The defense light curtain was actually hardened and ripped open a huge mouth. Berserk aura fluctuations poured out like a dike-breaking flood. Lin Fan's face instantly turned pale, as if he had seen a ghost. His pupils suddenly tightened, and his heart set off shocking waves. How is this possible? The defense formation laid down by old ancestor Qingli was claimed to be something that even early-stage Yuaning cultivators would have to put in some effort to break through. How could it be torn apart so easily by this black-robed man? Moreover, looking at the power and might she displayed when she tore apart the formation, it was far beyond the realm of what an early Yuaning cultivator could achieve. Late-stage Yuaning. This black-robed man is definitely a late-stage Yuaning expert. Lin Fan's heart was aghast. A chill ran straight from the soles of his feet to the sky, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Just at the moment when the black-robed man was about to lead Lin Fan to break through the air and leave, above the sky several recluse lights cut through the night sky, speeding in like meteors. Old ancestor Qingli and the others, all of them had grave expressions. Their eyes flashed with a cold, murderous aura. Almost in the blink of an eye, it had arrived over Lin Fan's cave. Old ancestor Changli, his face as heavy as water, a head of green silk without wind, roots standing up, surrounded by a berserk aura visible to the naked eye. Like the raging waves of the angry sea, the powerful pressure spread in all directions as if it were substance, pressing people to gasp for air. What kind of demon dares to trespass on my Acacia sect? Old ancestor Changli let out a furious shout. His voice was like a bell, shaking the valley, waves of sound rolling, almost tearing one's eardrums apart. Behind her, several Yuaning stage cultivators, including Old Man Hongwan, also revealed their forms. Each of them had a powerful and murderous aura, just like the Shura from hell, descending to earth. The Red Luan Old Ancestor was dressed in a red dress that looked like fire, demonic and eye-catching. The peach blossom eyes that always carry a charming smile on weekdays are as cold as ice at this moment, and between the flow of the eyes, where there is still half a bit of charming color, Elder Gu and the others, too, were grim-faced, their gazes like knives as they stared intently at the black-robed man below. Bloodshed old devil? Old man Chang Li's voice lowered. These 4 words, like a thunderbolt, exploded in Lin Fan's ears. Bloodshed old devil. Lin Fan's heart set off shocking waves. He had heard of the fierce reputation of this giant of the devil's way before, and it was said that this person was ferocious and violent, bloodthirsty as life, and was a frightening existence in the devil's way. I didn't expect that I would be captured in the hands of this bloodshed old devil today. Lin Fan subconsciously held his breath, his heart thumping as if it was about to pop out of his chest, being broken by Qing Li's old ancestor. The bloodshed old devil simply stopped covering up, letting out a burst of Jia strange laughter. The black aura around his body violently churned as if it were boiling, just like the tainted demonic aura spewing out from the depths of hell. Jia. Since I've been recognized, there's no need for me to hide anymore. Before the words fell, his eyes, which were originally quite clear, suddenly became scarlet, like 2 blood-stained jewels, flickering with a demonic light in the darkness, causing one to shudder. Immediately after that, a toothache-inducing crackling bone-popping sound came out from his body, as dense as fried beans, numbing the scalp. His body rapidly expanded like a blow-up balloon, and his originally fitted black robe was instantly burst apart, with fragments shooting out in all directions. Facial features have even undergone a radical change, and the original face that was still quite clean has become twisted and hideous, like an evil ghost. The cheekbones were high, and thick black hair grew like crazy grass from the face, covering the original skin. A pair of scarlet, bloodthirsty eyes, and a grin at the corners of his mouth, a hideous smile full of cruel laughter. Set up a formation. Old Ancestor Qing Li let out a dainty cry. Her figure was like electricity, instantly appearing above the bloodshed old devil, so fast that it was almost difficult to capture with the naked eye. The flying sword in his hand turned into a cold aura, like the Milky Way pouring down from the 9 heavens, directly stabbing the bloodshed old devil's face. The sword has not yet arrived. The coldness has already forced people. The Red Luan Old Ancestor's charming eyes were cold, and her figure fluttered, appearing behind the bloodshed old devil like a ghost. Without a sound, her hand lightly raised, a red ribbon flew out, like a spiritual snake winding towards the bloodshed old devil's legs. Swift and tricky, the bloodshed old devil snorted coldly, and the black chi around his body surged, rising up like black flames, forming an impenetrable barrier that blocked Old Ancestor Qing Li's flying swords and Old Ancestor Hong Wan's ribbon magic treasure. Seeing this, the remaining few Yuaning stage elders didn't dare to be slow, and they all sacrificed their magic treasures and teamed up to set up a formation. The multicolored light intertwined and fell like a heavenly net, forming a huge cage and trapping the bloodshed old devil within it. Lin Fan was carried in the hands of the bloodshed old devil like a broken sack, unable to move, and could only watch it all happen. His heart filled with powerlessness and despair. He screamed in his heart. This was a fight between gods and mortals. A random bit of fallout would be enough for him to drink a pot of water, and he might even directly go up in smoke. Old Man Cheng Li and the others were obviously also afraid that Lin Fan was in his hands and didn't dare to let go of their attacks. The bloodshed old devil tried to break out several times, but was blocked back by Elder Gu and the others' formations, which were exceptionally sturdy, making it difficult for him to get out for a while. As the stalemate persisted, a ferocious light flashed in the eyes of the bloodshed old devil. It actually used Lin Fan as a shield. He grabbed Lin Fan with one hand, while the other hand's black chi surged and condensed into a huge ghostly claw, like the hand of a demon god from hell, and ruthlessly slapped at Old Man Cheng Li. Old Ancestor Qing Li's eyes condensed, the light of the flying sword in his hand flourished, and the sword trembled, emitting a clear sword chirping sound. Turning into a pike, it chopped at the ghost claw, the sword chi streaking across the air and tearing through it. Boom! There was a loud, deafening sound. The aura stirred, as violent as a volcano erupting, and the valley trembled. The ghost claws collapsed and dissipated into dots of black awns in the air. The flying sword flew backward and drew a graceful arc in the air, landing back in Old Man Cheng Li's hands. Seeing this, the bloodshed old devil's eyes flashed ferociously, becoming even more crazy and violent. His figure shifted, and the mana around him surged out like a tidal wave, transforming into a blood-red demonic cloud that covered the sky and tumbled and surged, emitting a palpitatingly evil aura. With a wave of the Red Luan Old Ancestor's jade hand, the red ribbon in her hand was as if it had a life, transforming into a spirited red snake with teeth and claws. Towards the bloodshed old devil shot, his speed a few points faster than before. The bloodshed old devil snorted coldly. He knew that if he wanted to retreat in one piece today, he was afraid that it would be impossible. These old guys from the Acacia sect, their strength should not be underestimated, especially with Lin Fan as a liability. It was even more tied up. He secretly calculated in his heart, the reason why this group of Acacia sect can break through one after another is relying on that cold jade bed. Now that the cold ice jade bed has fallen into my hands, without this brat to guide me from it, it shouldn't be difficult for me to comprehend its mysteries with my talent. As he thought of this, a hint of ruthlessness and determination flashed in his eyes. Chapter 76, Senior Sister. Stay and protect Lin Fan. Only to see him wave his hand violently. Lin Fan's body flew out uncontrollably, like a tattered sack, and was thrown in the direction of old man Hongwan. Hongwan old ancestor's originally charming and smiling face instantly changed color, exclaimed in shock, and hastily retracted the entangled ribbons. She wouldn't dare hurt Lin Fan. The bloodshed old devil, on the other hand, seized this fleeting opportunity, and the devil clouds around him boiled and tumbled, wrapped in monstrous demonic might, and fiercely slammed into the light curtain of the formation laid down by Elder Gu and the others. Boom! There was an earth-shattering roar, as if the sky had collapsed. The light curtain of the formation trembled violently, splitting apart like a spider's web with countless eye-popping cracks. The bloodshed old devil let out a sardonic laugh of supreme satisfaction. The figure steeply transformed into a demonic bloodlight, flashing through the cracks, as fast as a ghost, and in the blink of an eye, he had already escaped from the encirclement. Afterwards, without the slightest stop, he transformed into a blood-colored rainbow that ran through the sky and hurriedly vanished towards the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye into the vast expanse of the sky. Where to run? Elder Gu's almond eyes opened roundly, let out an angry shout, no longer cared about the other. His body shape swayed, transformed into a stern stream of light, to be towards the direction of the bloodshed old devil fled and chased after him. Several Yuaning elders also sacrificed their respective magic treasures, their auras flickering and murderous, ready to join hands to pursue the attack, vowing to kill the bloodshed old devil on the spot and reclaim the cold ice jade bed. Old ancestor Qingli raised his hand. There's no need to chase after them. The bloodshed old devil's blood escape technique is a secret method of the devil's way to protect his life, burning blood and reclining at a very fast speed, which is far faster than our reclining speed. Even if we chase after him, there is a high probability that it will be futile, and he may even be ambushed, which is not worth the loss. But, senior sister, the cold ice jade bed. Elder Gu and the others had anxious looks on their faces, like ants on a hot pan, wanting to speak, their hearts filled with unwillingness and anxiety. In their opinion, the cold ice jade bed is not only a treasure, but also a treasure that concerns their future path, and is the key to help cultivators break through the bottleneck and go further. Now that the cold ice jade bed had been taken away by the bloodshed old devil, wouldn't it mean that their hopes of breaking through had become slim? Old ancestor Qingli did not answer them directly, but slowly turned around and cast his gaze on Lin Fan, who was not far away. In the cool eyes, there was a rare hint of imperceptible concern and softness. Are you okay? She asked softly. Lin Fan's heart warmed, sensing the concern in old man Qingli's tone, and he hurriedly nodded his head, stating that he was not in any serious trouble. Old ancestor Hongwan had already silently helped him lift the restraints on his body when he was thrown out, and he had long since regained his mobility. Phew, it's good that you're alright. Seeing that Lin Fan was safe and sound, old ancestor Cheng Li's taut and pretty face finally eased up, and she let out a long breath of relief. Her heart, which had been hanging high in the air, also finally slowly fell back into her stomach. She moved lightly with her lotus steps and walked up to Lin Fan, her cool gaze once again looking him up and down carefully, confirming that there were indeed no injuries on his body. He then let his heart drop completely. Senior sister. Now, what should we do now? Elder Gu did not have his usual calmness and composure. The cold jade bed has been taken away. How are we? We going to break through the bottleneck in the future? Are we going to stop here forever? Yes, senior sister. Elder Li also eagerly chimed in. Either, or we simply organize the elite disciples within the gate and directly kill the Blood Fury sect. Even if we dig 3 feet into the ground, we must take back the cold jade bed. The remaining few Yuaning stage elders were also as gloomy as water, not saying a word, and the atmosphere was oppressive. The cold jade bed was too important to them. Old ancestor Qingli slowly waved his hand, signaling the crowd to be at ease. Her gaze flowed once more, this time, but it landed on old man Hongwan, who remained silent. Old ancestor Hongwan felt old ancestor Qingli's gaze and smiled faintly. Her voice was soft and charming to the bone as she slowly opened her mouth. Sisters, Now that you have all stepped into the Yuaning realm and ranked as my Acacia sect's ancestors, there are some things that really shouldn't be hidden from you anymore. She paused, her beautiful eyes flowing as she swept her gaze meaningfully over every Yuaning stage elder present. Back then, it was Senior's sister, who was wise and decisive enough to use the cold jade bed as bait instead of Lin Fan, which allowed you guys to break through to the Yuaning realm. Hongwan's words were like a shocking thunderbolt that boomed in everyone's ears. The crowd of Yuaning stage elders instantly froze as if they were wooden. Several breaths later they came back to their senses. Really? Indeed. It is not that cold jade bed that will truly allow you to make a breakthrough, but Lin Fan. Old ancestor Hongwan said. Great, great. Elder Gu was a bit incoherent with excitement. Lin Fan. You. Tell us the original story about the bloodshed old devil entering your cave. Old ancestor Qingli once again opened his mouth and asked. Lin Fan took a deep breath and slightly adjusted his breathing. Reporting back to the old ancestor. Disciple went out today, after watching the children, returned to the cave, but was shocked to find that the cave was empty. Everyone had disappeared. His voice was not high, even slightly trembling, and it clearly reached the ears of every Yuaning stage ancestor present. He began to slowly narrate, telling everything he saw after returning to the cave, as well as the subsequent encounter with the bloodshed old demon, in a matter-of-fact manner. When he said Li Xiangjuan, Lin Fan clearly felt that Elder Li's face was a little embarrassed. Obviously the driving force behind why Li Xiangjuan had appeared in Lin Fan's room was this Yuaning stage elderly. As Lin Fan narrated, the atmosphere within the cave became more and more gloomy, especially when they heard that the bloodshed old devil had actually broken into Lin Fan's cave like no one else was there. Their faces were even harder to see. After listening to Lin Fan's narration, old man Qingli let out a long sigh. That sigh seemed to contain a hint of helplessness, but also seemed to carry a few moments of celebration, and was more like a complicated and unspeakable relief. The prohibitions of your cave are just too weak. It's like an illusion. I will personally arrange for someone. No, from today onwards, I will personally come and upgrade the prohibitions of your cave mansion, making sure to do it without fail. In the future, without your permission, anyone will not be able to easily enter your cave. Even if it's a late-stage Yuaning expert who wants to force his way in, it'll still take a lot of effort, and it's never like this time, when you're in no man's land. These words were both a pacification and assurance to Lin Fan, as well as a warning and a knock to all the elders present. Afterward, old ancestor Qingli once again looked at old ancestor Hongwan, his tone solemn, with a hint of unquestionable command. Lin Fan is a matter of great importance. There can't be any mistakes. Senior sister, during this period of time, you will personally sit in on Lin Fan's cave. Make sure to ensure his safety and never make any more mistakes. When the Red Luan old ancestor heard this, her beautiful eyes flowed and she smiled charmingly. Her red lips lightly opened and she said with a delicate smile, Don't worry, senior sister. I promise to complete the mission. With me here, I guarantee that no one will ever touch a hair on your head again, and I will protect him like my own eyes, she said with a delicate smile. Her voice was fluffy and charming to the bone, as if it carried a trace of electric current, so that people couldn't help but listen to it. Lin Fan felt old man Hongwan's gaze that was full of deep meaning, and his heart slightly flinched. This Hongwan old ancestor was truly a flavorful person. Her knitted brows and smile, and her hands and feet were full of intoxicating charm. Simply a born siren. However, he didn't dare to have any improper thoughts about this unfathomable old ancestor, and hurriedly bowed his head respectfully. Chapter 77, Defeat, Old Friends Visit. Old ancestor Qing Li's gaze swept over the crowd present once again. Elder Gu, this matter is of great importance. There is no room for sloppiness. You go and make arrangements right now. Immediately blockade the sect gate. Open the mountain protection formation, and make sure to achieve internal and external martial law. At the same time, pass down the order to recall all the disciples who have been practicing outside at the fastest speed possible, especially those who have previously received help from Lin Fan and managed to break through the realm. Make sure that they return to the sect as soon as possible without fail. This time, although the bloodshed old devil was lucky enough to take away the cold jade bed, after he realized that the cold jade bed was useless to him at all, he surely couldn't give it up easily, and might even become enraged and make a comeback. Since he has set his sights on our Acacia sect, and even went so far as to personally take the risk of infiltrating the sect, he will never let up. We must strengthen our defenses and stand by, while keeping a close eye on the bloodshed sect's movements. When Elder Gu heard this, he immediately bowed and took orders with a stern expression. Don't worry, senior sister, I'll go and do it now. Lin Fan's heart instantly became clear. Himself, now, became the focus of protection. Guess freedom of movement and all that is out of the question for the next while. Just then, a light footstep came from the depths of the cave. Lin Fan followed the sound. Gu Linger, Bai Jia, and Lai Jiao. They came with gentle lotus steps. Seeing the messy cave, Gu Linger's face showed concern. She quickly stepped forward and looked around, asking in an anxious tone, "What's going on? How did the cave become like this? Could it be Li Xiangjuan?" Before Li Xiangjuan came to us, we were stunned by him. Lin Fan shook his head wearily and said softly and soothingly, "It's not Li Xiangjuan. This matter is a long story. I'm a bit tired right now. Wait for me to rest a bit and then I'll tell you slowly." Then old man Changli and the other Yuaning experts left, leaving only old man Hongwan behind. Bai Jia and Li Jiao silently began to clean up the mess. They cast spells to clear the broken rocks. The shattered cave gradually regained its original secluded elegance. Lin Fan sprawled on top of the large bed in his bedroom, closing his eyes and letting his exhaustion come in like a tidal wave. Gu Linger sat on her knees on the edge of the bed heartbrokenly, a pair of soft and boneless slender jade hands, gently pressing on his back. She was gentle and skillful, with just the right amount of force, carrying a strange soothing power, like a spring breeze that melted the rain, allowing Lin Fan's taut nerves to gradually relax. Pressing and pressing, Gu Linger's snow-white, slender, soft little hands became restless. The blood fiend Sect's mountain gate was shrouded in a fog as thick as ink all year round. As far as the eye could see, mountains rose up and plunged into the sky like sharp swords. Between the peaks of the mountains, there were strange rocks and jagged, ancient trees, adding a bit of a deep and treacherous atmosphere. In the midst of a ring of rolling hills, a lofty mountain peak stood proudly. At the top of the mountain peak, surrounded by clouds and mist, a magnificent palace could be seen vaguely. The glazed tiles glittered with an icy luster under the dim light, which was exactly where the cave where the bloodshed old ancestor was in seclusion was located. At this moment, the formations around the cave had been turned on at full power, and an invisible energy barrier shrouded the four directions, isolating all prying eyes. The prohibitions were strict to the extreme, and anyone who dared to approach would suffer the merciless strangulation of the array. The bloodshed elder ancestor had given a deadly order that no one was to be disturbed during the seclusion. Deep in the cave, the bloodshed old ancestor was sitting on top of the cold jade bed, his demonic chi tumbling and surging around him like boiling magma, and a black scaly dragon-like demonic chi was flailing around him. The bloodshed old ancestor followed the memories from the soul search and posed on the cold jade bed, performing a strange action. At times, he sat on his knees on the cold jade bed. At times, he lay stiffly and flatly on top of the cold jade bed, his limbs mechanically stretched out. Even, he rolled up on the jade bed with a hideous face, twisting his body like a maniacal dancer and making all sorts of unimaginable movements. However, after some frantic tossing and turning, the bloodshed old ancestor despairingly realized that he didn't feel any signs of his bottleneck loosening. The barrier of the god transformation stage was still as solid as a rock, not moving at all. His brow furrowed as he jerked up from the chilly jade bed, pacing back and forth in annoyance. Is this cold ice jade bed really just a useless front? This cold ice jade bed could merely only accelerate some cultivation speed, although it was also considered a precious treasure. But for his bloodshed ancestor, it is just the icing on the cake, tasteless and discarded chicken ribs. What he truly desired was to break through the shackles and step into the coveted god transformation stage. Suddenly, an aura cut through his chaotic thoughts like lightning, and the bloodshed old ancestor shuddered, stopping violently in his tracks, his eyes exploding with horrifying auras. Something's not right. Something's so wrong. The bloodshed old ancestor's brows were locked, his mind constantly replaying the scene of the siege that day. Chang Li, that old demon woman, and a few other old guys, obviously have the opportunity to directly suppress me, but their attacks are always so far short of the fire. Like they're worried about something. He came to a violent halt, the light in his eyes exploding as he recalled the slightly anxious-looking old man Xing Li's eyes at the time, as well as the subtle pauses in his attacks on several occasions. It's not that they don't want to go all out, but they seem to be wary of something. What are the scruples? At that time, besides me there was also that kid that I captured. Could it be that they were afraid of hurting that Lin Fan? The one that can truly make a breakthrough is not this cold jade bed, but Lin Fan. As soon as this thought appeared, it was like a prairie fire that blazed in his heart and could no longer be extinguished. But, now that I've alerted the snakes, the Acacia sect must be heavily guarded. Wanting to sneak into the Acacia sect again and bring that Lin Fan kid out unknowingly is almost impossible. The bloodshed old ancestor anxiously paced back and forth in the cave, pondering for a long time, but was unable to come up with a foolproof plan. Since the problem can't be solved for a while, then, make the problem completely big. When the problem is big enough, someone will naturally step in to solve it. A hint of madness flashed in his eyes, and an even more sinister and poisonous plan quietly took shape in his mind. 3 months later, the Yuaning ancestors of the Green Cloud sect, Hidden Moon sect, Xian Shadow sect, and other top sects in Chu received a mysterious jade slip almost simultaneously. The content within the jade is concise and horrifying, recording in detail the entire process of an unlucky JD stage cultivator of the Acacia sect being searched by the Bloodsbane sect, as well as the shocking secrets that came from the soul search. For a time, the Chu cultivation world, which had been calm for a long time, was instantly windy and dark. On this day, the Acacia sect suddenly had two important guests. Hidden Moon sect's supreme elder, Hua Xiaoyan. This mid-Yuaning expert had been trapped in this realm for more than 400 years, with not much longevity left. The other person was Laning of the Xianing sect, who was also at the mid-Yuaning cultivation level, and was just a foot away from the late Yuaning stage, but had been trapped in this realm for more than 600 years. Her remaining lifespan was only a mere 10 years or so. As early as a few decades ago, Laning began to close the death barrier, and she was not prepared to come out until the late stage of Yuaning. The purpose of the sudden visit now goes without saying. Old ancestor Changli, for the sudden arrival of these two old friends, seemed to have expected it. Her face was as calm as water, not showing the slightest color of surprise, as if everything was under her control. The entire Acacia sect had long been on the verge of an enemy, entering the highest state of alert. Inside and outside the sect, the defense was as tight and airtight as an iron bucket. No matter how much Hua Xiaoyan and Laning try to sidestep and test the waters, the Acacia sect is as immovable as a rock. Not a drop of water can seep through. The two old ancestors, using all their strength and methods, were never able to pry out any valuable clues from the mouth of the Acacia sect. Chapter 78, System Upgrade. Lin Fan knew nothing about the rising winds in the outside world. At this moment, he was standing outside the door of Ji Qingyan's room, sitting on pins and needles. His brow was furrowed, anxiety and uneasiness written all over his face, and his eyes were filled with anticipation and worry. Bai Ruoyue quietly waited at his side, not daring to make a single sound. She could feel the tension radiating from Lin Fan and understood his mood at the moment. Sir, don't worry. Master Ancestor should be born soon. Bai Ruoyue softly comforted. She was Su Xingyu's disciple, and Su Xingyu was Ji Qingwan's disciple. So according to seniority, she addressed Ji Qingyan as Master Ancestor. The laboring woman had been in the room for most of the day and it didn't seem to be going well. Lin Fan was anxious in his heart. Wow. Suddenly, a baby cry came from the room, clear and loud. The voice was like heavenly music, instantly dispelling the haze in Lin Fan's heart. He jerked to a halt, a relieved smile on his face. It's born. It's born. Congratulations. It's a little dude. As soon as they entered the room, the midwife greeted them with a joyful face, holding a baby in her arms. Van looked at the swaddled infant and an unspeakable softness welled up in his heart. He carefully reached out one finger and gently touched the child's tender cheek. His heart filled with the joy and responsibility of fatherhood. It's a kid, ah, Lin Fan said softly with a smile on his lips, his tone carrying a hint of regret and more favor. Actually, I kinda want a sweetie. Almost at the same time. Rumble. A vision of heaven and earth suddenly appeared in the sky above. A multicolored haze descended from the sky and enveloped the sky over Ji Qingyan's room. Outside the house, the red Luan floated in midair. She looked solemn, and her hands quickly pinched. Holding a prohibition token in his hand, he was fully activating the prohibition of this place. An invisible barrier enveloped the entire room. The vision that appeared from the descent of the heavenly spiritual route was completely obscured. Fine beads of sweat oozed from Hong Wan's forehead. There are now two uninvited guests in the sect. Never let them find anything unusual. Otherwise, the consequences are unimaginable. Ji Qing Evening's body was still weak after giving birth. Pale as paper. The lips have also lost their usual redness. You can see how tough this production was. Show me the baby. Su Xingyue carefully carried the child over. Move gently. Master, I just tested it. It's an immortal spirit root. A pleased smile appeared on Ji Qingnan's face. That smile is like springtime. It dispersed the exhaustion from her face. Her eyes curved into crescent moons. However, at this moment, the system's voice suddenly sounded in Lin Fan's mind. Ding! The host has consumed more than 5 million years of accumulated lifespan, and is now starting to upgrade. Kryptonian Cultivation System version 2.0 loading. System space is opening. After opening, the host will have 1 cubic meter of system space. Can consume longevity to expand the system space? The system space can store items and absorb spirit stones. System hidden function is open. After opening, can consume longevity to cover their own breath. Cultivation. Relationships are open. After opening, you can consume longevity to check the favorability of the person who helped the breakthrough. Physique upgrading function. After opening, consume longevity to upgrade others' physique. Ding! Kryptonian Immortal Cultivation System version 2.0. Loading complete. Lin Fan froze. The upgrade of the system was a bit out of his expectation. I didn't realize that there was a major upgrade straight away. An ecstasy surged in Lin Fan's heart. He savored the changes in the system. This system space, similar to the function of a storage bag, could be used to store items. When you put a spirit stone into it, it will automatically absorb the spirit stone and enhance your longevity. No need for him to specialize in absorption. That would save him a lot of time. This hidden function, it's great, so I can directly refine the hoarded cultivation and raise my cultivation realm. Lin Fan was secretly happy in his heart. The function of hiding his cultivation was really the function he needed the most right now. Right now he was hoarding millions of cultivation waiting to be refined. But what is this human relationship? Lin Fan was a bit curious. He raised his eyes to Bai Ruoyue. The mind mumbles and checks its favorability. Ding! Whether or not to consume 1 year of longevity to check Bai Ruoyue's favorability. 1 year of life? For the current Lin Fan, it was as good as no money. He chose to view it without hesitation. Bai Ruoyue favorability, 100%. Guardian of life and death, she regards you as the most important person in her life and is willing to give everything for you. Even if it's her life, she will never betray you. No matter what kind of situation you are in, she will stand firmly by your side. Lin Fan nodded slightly. This result was expected of him. He turned his head to Su Xingyue again. Su Xingyue favorability, 96%. Tried and tested following. She has a very high level of loyalty and trust in you, and is willing to follow you and serve you. Lin Fan's gaze landed on Ji Qingyin's body. Seasonal clear evening favorability, 78%. Struggle between interest and emotion. She has complex emotions towards you. On the one hand, she appreciates what you have done for her, recognizes your ability and potential, and is willing to maintain a good relationship with you. Finally, Lin Fan's gaze fell on the physique enhancement function. He mumbled in his mind, checking the details. The system's voice sounded in his head. Ding! The physique enhancement function has been turned on. Due to the host's current low consumption of longevity, only 5 special physiques will be unlocked now. A series of information floated before Lin Fan's eyes. Consume 1,000,000 years of lifespan and upgrade to the body of a fire spirit. Body of fire spirit, affinity for fire attribute aura is greatly enhanced. Cultivating fire attribute techniques is twice as effective, and the power of fire attribute spells is doubled. Consume 1,000,000 years of lifespan to upgrade to the body of a water spirit. Body of water spirit, affinity for water attribute aura is greatly enhanced. Cultivating water attribute techniques is twice as effective, and the power of water attribute techniques is doubled. Consume 1,000,000 years of lifespan to upgrade to the body of a wood spirit. Wooden spirit body, affinity for wood attribute aura is greatly enhanced. Cultivating wood attribute techniques is twice as effective, and the power of wood attribute techniques is doubled. Lin Fan looked at the information and his heart burst with excitement. These 5 physiques correspond to the 5 attributes of the 5 elements, each and every one of them, powerful as hell. Boy, what if this is all set up for the kids? Lin Fan couldn't help but swallow his saliva. The 5 elements spiritual body, plus the immortal spiritual root. This kid, I'm afraid he's not going to go against the grain. Husband, what's wrong with you? Seeing Lin Fan standing still and not speaking, Su Xingyu came over and exhaled. Lin Fan was too mesmerized by checking out the system. Smiling back, he said, a little happy to see the baby. You name it, you name it. Ji Qingnan had a gentle smile on her face, but her eyes flashed with a complex and difficult to understand emotion. Lin Fan pondered slightly. The oldest is called Lin Haoran, the second is called Lin Jingran, the third is called Lin Iran, and the fourth will be called Lin Firan. Literary Fae. That's a great name. Chapter 79, Wanting a Little Cotton Coat. 100 miles outside the Acacia sect, inside a hidden canyon, 2 recluse lights wrapped in the sound of wind, from far and near, cutting through the sky. The light dispersed, revealing the figures of 2 women. It was Hua Yanxiao and Lan Ning. Hua Yanxiao was wearing a red dress, with a delicate figure and a charming flavor between her eyebrows. Lan Ning, on the other hand, was dressed in plain white, with a cool temperament, just like a fairy who didn't eat earthly fire. As soon as the 2 of them landed on the ground, a sorrowful laughter came from the depths of the canyon. 3 figures slowly emerged. The first person, dressed in a green-colored Taoist robe, had crane hair and an immortal style. It was only those eyes that flashed with a palpitatingly cold aura. Beside him, there was a tumbling black mist. Amidst the black mist, a silhouette dressed in black robes was vaguely visible, surrounded by demonic aura, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression. It was none other than the bloodshed old devil. Fellow Taoists, have you found anything? The bloodshed old devil was the first to open his mouth. His voice was hoarse and low, like 2 coarse rocks rubbing together, making people uncomfortable to listen to. Hua Yanxiao gently shook her head. her willow eyebrows slightly knitted, her red lips lightly opened. There is no abnormality within the Acacia sect. We have tried many times and Qingli has not revealed any cracks. She paused, her beautiful eyes flowing as she looked at the bloodshed old devil, a hint of skepticism in her tone. Bloodshed old devil. You couldn't have deliberately fabricated it to swindle us. Lanning stood quietly on the sidelines, and although she didn't say anything, her clear and cold gaze also landed on the bloodshed old devil, clearly having the same doubts. The bloodshed old devil smiled grimly, with a hint of disdain and chest thumping in his tone. Humph. I knew that you righteous monks, who are so suspicious, wouldn't be able to test anything out. But well, I have my own plans. Oh, what are the plans of fellow bloodshed fellow Taoist? Taoist Xian Yang, who had been silent on the side, stroked his beard at this moment. A hint of joy flashed in his eyes, and he hurriedly asked after him. The bloodshed old devil's voice turned grim. Not long ago, I sent someone to thoroughly investigate the news of that Lin Fan, and stumbled upon the fact that he came from a small family called the Su family in Linjiang City. This Su family has suddenly grown in strength and exterminated one of my bloodshed sect's small clans in Linjiang City. I've already sent someone to check it out. I guess it won't take long to get the results. Before his words fell, a recluse light in the distant sky crossed like a meteor, carrying a sharp air-breaking sound as it hurriedly came. The recluse converged and a female cultivator wearing a black robe appeared. She was tall and curvaceous, and even with a black veil, it was hard to hide her overwhelming beauty. That tight black robe outlined her curvaceous figure in a way that made people think about her. Behind the female cultivator, there was also a middle-aged beautiful woman. Although this beautiful woman's clothes were ragged, her hair was disheveled, and her face carried a bit of shock and exhaustion. It was still hard to hide her moving beauty. Father, the investigation came out. The female cultivator walked up to the bloodshed old devil and bowed, her voice clear and cold. That Lin Fan is indeed from the Su family of Linjiang City. He has a special physique, and sucking in spirit stones can refine a special power to help people break through bottlenecks. This person is that Lin Fan's mother-in-law. Father can search his soul to confirm the news. The female cultivator pointed at Su Mei behind her and said. When these words came out, Hua Yanxiao, Lan Ying, and Taoist Xianyan all had shocked expressions on their faces. This matter, is it even true? Taoist Xianyang muttered, waves of shock rising in his heart. He originally thought that the bloodshed old devil was just an alarmist, but he didn't expect it to be true. To be able to help someone break through a bottleneck, what a heaven-defying ability. If we can get this Lin Fan. A hint of greed flashed in Taoist Xianyang's eyes. Hua Yanxiao and Lanning also glanced at each other, both seeing shock and greed in each other's eyes. Their lifespan was about to end, and if they could make a breakthrough, their lifespan would surely skyrocket. If you all don't believe me, you can search this person's soul now to determine whether the news is true or false. The bloodshed old ancestor said grimly. Hua Yanxiao, Lan Ying, and Taoist Xianyang looked at each other with a few moments of gravity in their eyes. The art of soul searching, although it can forcibly read the memories of the other party, but if it is light, it will turn the other party into an idiot, and if it is heavy, it will make them die violently on the spot. Hua Yanxiao's red lips lightly opened, her voice charming and moving. She gently stroked the hair around her ears, her eyes sweeping over Willow's eyebrows purposefully, as if assessing something. This person is that Lin Fan's mother-in-law. If something goes wrong with her, I think that Lin Fan will definitely have a grudge, and at that time, if he wants him to help with the breakthrough, I'm afraid that it will only become much more difficult. She smiled sweetly, 100 winks, but her voice gradually turned cold. What kind of waves can a mere foundation stage ant make? The bloodshed old devil bristled with disdain. This person is only at the foundation establishment stage of cultivation, so it's not simple to determine if what she's saying is true or not. A brilliant light flashed in Taoist Xianyang's eyes, as if he had thought of some good idea. He slapped his right hand on the storage pouch at his waist, and a spiritually glowing talisman came out in his hand. The talisman was drawn with complex patterns and emitted a faint fluctuation of spiritual energy. Go! Taoist Xianyang lightly shouted and flicked his finger. The talisman then turned into a stream of light, lightly flying toward Lu Mei, and then snap sound pasted on her forehead. Su Mei was startled by this sudden turn of events. Her body trembled slightly, and a look of horror appeared on her face. Taoist Xianyang twirled his beard and explained proudly, this is a heart-questioning talisman drawn by the poor Taoist with 1,000 years of peach wood as the base, supplemented by heavenly silk and 1,000 years of vermilion sand, which can point to the heart of the people after it is stimulated. And if what this woman says is false, the talisman will ignite a red flame to show the alarm. On the other hand, Lin Fan had just finished naming Ji Qing Evening's child and accompanied her for a while in her cave, and was contemplating going back to his own cave to refine and hoard his cultivation and raise his realm. Husband, it's been a long time since I've been here, and now Howren can even call his father. He misses you. Su Xingyu's voice suddenly came from behind her, carrying a hint of imperceptible pouting. If you have nothing else to do, come with me to see Hojo. As she spoke, she moved lightly with her lotus steps and walked over to Lin Fan. Lin Fan was stunned, and Lin Haoran's small, powdered face appeared in his mind. This was his first child. Smart and tigerish. Indeed endearing. He nodded at the thought. Just as well. I'd like to go see him, Lin Fan said in a warm voice, with a hint of doting in his tone. Seeing Lin Fan agree, a hint of cunning flashed through Su Xingyue's beautiful eyes. She immediately took Lin Fan's arm, and a faint fragrance suddenly lingered on the tip of Lin Fan's nose. The two walked side by side towards Su Xingyue's residence. Along the way, Su Xingyu looked sideways at Lin Fan from time to time, her eyes flowing with flavor. Soon, the two arrived at Su Xingyue's residence. As soon as she entered, Su Xingyue closed the door of the room with her backhand. There was a soft click that stood out in the silence of the room. Husband, I want to have a fight with you. Lin Fan was puzzled. I want to have a fight with you and see how you contradict me. Su Xingyue hugged Lin Fan tightly, her voice soft and charming, as if it carried a magic power. Lin Fan immediately felt that he had been duped. Xingyu, you listen to me, Lin Fan said in a hurry. Husband, if your family's land is not plowed, it will be deserted. And, didn't you say that you wanted a daughter? Chapter 80, Breakthrough. Middle Jiadan. Coming out of Su Xingyue's residence. It was already early the next morning. It rained a hearty downpour last night. The roads are as full of mud as a young girl's petals. The air was earthy and fresh with a hint of sweetness. Lin Fan took a deep breath and only felt refreshed. And of course, the body is a little tired. There was a lot of exercise last night. He had gotten 1 million spirit stones from Old Man Hongwan, which was the fourth child's supplemental spirit stone. He went straight back to his cave and came to the cultivation room. Lin Fan threw all of the 1 million spirit stones that he had just obtained into the system space. 1 million spirit stones, all thrown into the system space. In the future, there would be no need to bother absorbing spirit stones on their own anymore. The system would automatically absorb the spirit stones and convert them into longevity, which was a relief. Lin Fan opened the system panel beautifully. Name, Lin Fan. Remaining lifespan, 4,736,068 years. Cultivation, middle foundation stage. Spiritual roots, 5 attribute spiritual roots. Hoarding cultivation, 1285678 plus 500. Stop refining and progress. Nangong Miaoyu is practicing. Cultivation plus 200. Ji Qing Evening is practicing. Cultivation plus 100. Qingli is practicing. Cultivation plus 1000. Hongwan is practicing. Cultivation plus 800. Originally, Lin Fan only had a lifespan of over 3 million years. Later, Li Xiangjuan gave another 2 million, allowing his lifespan to skyrocket to 5 million years. But yesterday, Ji Qing Evening gave birth to the oldest 4, consuming 1 million years. Although he had gotten millions of spirit stones from Hongwan, he hadn't completely refined them yet. Now that I've obtained the hidden function, this hoarded cultivation is refined, and if I encounter danger, I'll be able to have one more ability to protect myself. Lin Fan pondered in his heart. He sat down on his knees, opened the system, and turned on refining the hoarded cultivation. With the hoard of cultivation diminishing rapidly, Lin Fan's cultivation began to increase crazily. The spiritual energy within the dantian was like boiled water, constantly tumbling. A powerful aura emanated from him. The aura within the cave also became furious, madly surging into his body. His body seemed like a bottomless pit, greedily devouring the aura around him. The night passed quietly. When the first rays of morning sunlight shone in through the cracks of the cave, Lin Fan snapped his eyes open. An exquisite aura burst out from his eyes like a sharp sword, cutting through the void. He slowly exhaled a cloudy breath. It just felt like the pores of my entire body were opening up. Greedily breathing in the fresh air of the outside world, Lin Fan looked within himself. Clearly, he felt that his cultivation had broken through to the middle stage of Jiadan. Within the dantian, the originally liquid spiritual energy had now condensed into a golden dan the size of a dragon's eye. The golden elixir was golden in color, emitting a radiant glow, with wisps of mist lingering on its surface. This golden dan was the essence of his cultivation. The strength was far superior to the foundation establishment stage by more than 20 times. Lin Fan felt that his physical body, too, had been greatly enhanced. Every inch of skin, every bone, was filled with strength and became tougher. Divine sense was also greatly enhanced, easily covering dozens of miles in a square circle, and the wind and grass within the range were all within grasp. This feeling of being in control of his power stirred Lin Fan's heart. Is this the power of the middle stage of Jiadan? It's really powerful. The corners of Lin Fan's mouth rose slightly, revealing a trace of a satisfied smile. Middle foundation establishment to middle Jiadan. In just one day and one night, He had directly crossed a large realm. This kind of cultivation speed was simply terrifying. With a thought, Lin Fan opened the system panel and chose to hide his cultivation. In a moment, the powerful aura of the middle stage of Jiadan on his body receded like a tidal wave and disappeared without a trace. He had changed back into that mid-foundation establishment cultivator. Hiding one's cultivation naturally consumes longevity. The consumption was minimal though. A month of it would only take a year of longevity. For the current Lin Fan, this amount of consumption was simply a drop in the ocean and not worth mentioning. He took careful stock. 1,100,000 hoarded cultivation. And it only took a little more than 10,000 to go from the middle stage of foundation establishment to the late stage of foundation establishment. It took about 50,000 to get from mid to late establishment. Late foundation establishment to early Jiadan used close to 200,000. It took close to 1,000,000 to get from the early stage of Jiadan to the middle stage of Jiadan. This consumption, it's just exponential. The further back you go, the more cultivation you need. According to the current rate of regurgitation, to enter the late stage of Jiadan, it was estimated that it would take another year or two, or even longer. Wanting to enter the Yuaning, that was even further away, estimating that it might take more than 10 years. It's too slow. It's just too slow. Lin Fan couldn't help but mutter. Ordinary cultivators from the late Jiadan to Yuaning, gifted generation also need decades of hard work. Qualification is a little poor. Hundreds of years is also common. And he, Lin Fan, was even too slow. If this kind of progress were to be spread out, I don't know how many cultivators would be envied. According to this speed, breaking through the late stage of Jiadan will still take some time, let alone Yuaning. It seems that we have to think of a way to increase the number of people who can break through the realm. Rumble. There was a sudden heaven-shattering sound from the sky, just like a divine thunderbolt exploding above the 9 heavens, and the charming atmosphere within the Acacia sect was instantly dispersed, and the ground also trembled slightly with it. Lin Fan's heart fluttered and he looked up sharply, only to see 8 figures hovering in the distant sky. Each figure was like a demonic god that stood on top of the sky, with spiritual light surging around them and a majestic aura. The Acacia sect's protector formation was instantly activated, and a huge curtain of light rose up into the sky, enveloping the entire sect. Hiss! Lin Fan sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Although the distance was still far away, he still instantly recognized one of them, the bloodshed old devil. That iconic blood-colored demonic aura was simply like a light in the darkness of the night. The rest of the several silhouettes' breath is no less powerful. All are extremely strong. Obviously all for the Yuaning stage or above the great powers. This battle. Lin Fan frowned tightly, his mind rapidly calculating. So many multi-baby old monsters. Could it be that they are rushing towards me? Just as Lin Fan's heart shook, his gaze swept over the figures. Suddenly, he noticed one of the slightly familiar figures, and his pupils suddenly tightened, almost unable to believe his eyes. Is that Sumei? How did she end up in the hands of this group of Yuaning old monsters? Lin Fan's mind instantly flashed through countless thoughts, stirring them up like a mess. His heart sank as a sense of foreboding came over him. Bad. By the looks of it, these Yuaning stage-old monsters should have learned the secret of my ability to help others break through from Sumei's mouth. This group of old devils. So these old devils have united to attack the Acacia sect for one purpose, and that is to have the Acacia sect hand me over. I just don't know if the Acacia sect can withstand the pressure. Lin Fan frowned. Chapter 81, Compromise. We have a few conditions. Inside the Acacia sect, the atmosphere was grave to the extreme. Changli old ancestor's originally bright and colorful face was now as frosty as a shroud of cold, and her face was as heavy as water. Beside her, Hong Luan and the other 6 Yuaning elders were equally solemn, as if they were facing a great enemy. Spiritual energy surged around the 7 of them, doing their best to fight against the terrifying pressure from the air, separating them from the other party. In an instant, heaven and earth changed color. The wind was furious, and the sand flew away as if the end had come. Rumble! A heaven-shattering roar sounded like thunder exploding from the 9 heavens. The 2 sides' auras were like 2 invisible torrents, ruthlessly colliding together and erupting into a terrifying energy storm. The deafening roar shook one's eardrums. Below, the Acacia sect disciples were shivering under this terrifying pressure that was like the sky collapsing into the earth. Their faces were pale, as helpless as fallen leaves in a gale. Cultivation is a little weak, but also directly cannot withstand. Legs soft, paralyzed on the ground, foaming at the mouth, nearly fainted. Fellow Taoist Chungli, hand over Lin Fan. Xian Yangzi finally opened his mouth. His voice was like rolling thunder, containing unquestionable majesty that echoed between heaven and earth, shocking the hearts of the people. Never! Old ancestor Changli clenched her silver teeth and flatly refused, showing no weakness. Stubborn! The bloodshed old devil let out a creepy, strange laugh. and the devilish aura around him tumbled crazily. He stretched out his dry as wood, like a ghostly claw-like palm, and grabbed fiercely in the air. A blood-colored demonic claw that covered the sky coalesced out of thin air and viciously grabbed at that light curtain. Bang! The light curtain was like a ripple of water. The Acacia sect's mountain protection formation, inherited for thousands of years, was not something that could be broken casually. Everyone, make a move together and break this turtle shell. Hua Yanxiao's delicate voice steeply became shrill with a hint of viciousness, and her originally seductive smile became distorted. The several Yuaning stage experts behind her didn't dare to be slow, and they all offered up their respective magic treasures, their auras flickering with a murderous aura. In an instant, the light of various magic treasures blossomed in the air like brilliant fireworks. An attack containing terrifying power was like a storm, pouring madly on top of the light curtain. Rumble! The explosions were continuous and deafening, and the light curtain shook violently. Although the Acacia sect grand formation was powerful, it could not carry such a wild bombardment. Elder Ancestor Changli and Elder Ancestor Hongwan stood side by side, and Elder Gu and the others also stepped in to block the attacks that were tilting down. For a while, the battle was a mess. The battle became more and more intense. The sky was dyed green and red, and the fluctuation of spiritual energy was as surging as a tsunami, sweeping through heaven and earth, causing one's heart to palpitate. Suddenly, old Ancestor Changli let out a clear whistle, and his clear voice shot up into the sky, shaking the four directions. Her body and sword united, transforming into a bright and dazzling green stream of light, like a comet breaking through the night sky, wrapped in unparalleled sword intent, stabbing straight at the bloodshed old devil, to accomplish all of his work in one go. Red Luan Old Ancestor also understood, urging the fire dragon, emitting a heaven-shaking dragon roar, matching the green sword light, one left and one right, forming a pincer attack, just like two absolute sharp blades, to completely tear the bloodshed old devil apart. The bloodshed old devil's face finally changed. The Jie strange laughter came to an abrupt end, and was replaced by a hint of shock and gravity. He sensed a hint of a deadly dangerous aura from above that green-colored swordlight, like a thorn in his back, making his scalp numb. His figure retreated violently, drifting backward like a ghost, attempting to dodge the earth-shattering joint strike from the two old ancestors. However, Old Ancestor Changli and Old Ancestor Hongwan had already calculated everything, and they borrowed the power of the sect protector formation to invisibly block off old demon Bloodshed's path of retreat, making it impossible for him to avoid or retreat. Put! The green sword light was as tricky and vicious as a poisonous snake, instantly piercing through the tumbling demonic aura defense around the bloodshed old devil, as easily as slicing through tofu, piercing into his chest, blood splattering out, like blooming blood-colored flowers, shocking to the eyes. The fire dragon also followed closely, opening its bloody mouth and letting out a sky-shaking roar. The hot flames poured down like a volcanic eruption, instantly engulfing the bloodshed old devil completely. The bloodshed old devil's miserable scream. Qingli, Hongwan, you guys wait for me. The voice of the bloodshed elder ancestor was as if it came from the nine hells. His eyes, which were already scarlet, were even redder at the moment, almost dripping with blood, as if they were two burning ghost fires, staring at Qingli and Hongwan with a deadly stare. Boom! Suddenly, the bloodshed old ancestor's body swelled up violently, just like a balloon that had been blown to its limit. Immediately afterward, there was an earth-shattering roar as his body exploded. An extremely strong shockwave, like a violent hurricane, swept in all directions with him at the center. Qingli and Hongwan bore the brunt of this terrifying force and were directly lifted out. Like kites with broken strings, the two of them drew an arc in the air and ruthlessly crashed into the light curtain of the clan protection formation. Put! A mouthful of blood sprayed out from old ancestor Changli, and his face instantly became as pale as paper and bloodless. She felt as if her internal organs had shifted, and the pain was excruciating, as if there were millions of knives churning inside her body. Old ancestor Hongwan's condition was not much better. She clenched her teeth and a trace of blood spilled from the corner of her mouth. Obviously she had also suffered from a not-so-light internal injury. This bloodshed old devil was so ruthless that he knew that his physical body would not be protected and directly exploded himself. A blood-red body, about 3 inches in size, flew out from the center of the explosion, turning into a bloodlight, and fled rapidly toward the distant sky. The face of this Yuaning, with its 5 features twisted and filled with resentment and unwillingness, was precisely the Yuaning of the bloodshed old devil. Xian Yangzi saw this scene. He was beaming with joy, and a hint of triumph flashed in his eyes. It's as if everything is under control. Fellow Taoist Changli, if you persist in your insistence, I will inform the god transformation ancestors of my Qingyan sect. Xian Yangzi paused, a hint of threat in his tone. If her old man comes, not to mention whether you can protect Lin Fan. I'm afraid that the entire Acacia sect will be razed to the ground. The voice was like a loud bell, reverberating over the Acacia sect. Xian Yangzi stepped forward, towering over the old man Qingli, who was fighting like a trapped beast. His voice was as piercing as ice and carried an unquestionable majesty. What? Old ancestor Qingli's face was startled, and a trace of panic flashed in her beautiful eyes. Didn't your Green Cloud Sect's God Transformation ancestor's lifespan run out more than 100 years ago and disintegrate? Her voice trembled a little, and it was clear that the news was like a bolt from the blue to her. My clan's God Transforming ancestor is indeed nearing the end of his lifespan, but he used a secret technique to seal himself away. Xian Yangzi sneered, a hint of cunning flashing in his eyes. If I were to come out of the gate, it would be more than enough to exterminate your Acacia sect. Old man Qingli was silent. She and Hongwan were already seriously injured, and Elder Gu and the others were struggling to hold on. If this continues, I'm afraid that the Acacia sect really won't be able to support it. Her mind was filled with struggle and pain. Lin Fan is important, but, again, she had to consider the safety of the Acacia sect. If he really angered the Green Cloud sect's God Transformation ancestor, he was afraid that the entire Acacia sect would be doomed. Lin Fan's ability can be used for you, but we have a few conditions. After thinking for a long time, Qingli spoke once more. Chapter 82, Negotiations. Shared use. Outside the Acacia sect, the atmosphere was still taut, as if a string could break at any time. In the sky, the spiritual power fluctuations were like invisible ripples, trembling slightly in the air with an oppressive feeling. Sister Qingli, Hua Yanxiao took the lead in breaking the suffocating silence. Her charming smile was like a poppy in full bloom, but she couldn't hide the flashes of essence under her eyes. You and I sisters have known each other for 500 or 600 years, right? Since my sister has agreed to cooperate, the conditions are since negotiable. She lowered her posture and spoke softly, as if she was truly a sister who had met after a long time, fearing that she would annoy old man Shanli. Old ancestor Qingli's face was clear and cold, and after the impact of the bloodshed old devil's self-destruction, she was as pale as paper, with faint traces of blood lingering at the corners of her mouth, adding a bit of sickly fragile beauty. But her eyes were as sharp as ice, and she didn't budge a bit. Firstly, old ancestor Qingli's voice was as clear and cold as a spring. Lin Fan's wife and children are all in my Acacia sect, and he is also a disciple of my Acacia sect. There's no doubt about that. She swept her gaze across the room, making sure everyone heard her every word. You can use his abilities. This is a concession made by my Harmony sect, but never let him take half a step away from the Harmony sect. Her tone was decisive and unquestionable. Secondly, old ancestor Qingli's tone slowed down a little, but still carried a hint of forcefulness. Helping someone to break through a bottleneck is extremely consuming for Lin Fan. You must be clear on this point. She deliberated for a moment and slowly said, he needs a large amount of spirit stones to replenish his longevity in order to make up for this consumption. The higher the bottleneck you break through, the more spirit stones you need. It's proportional. A breakthrough in the early Yuaning stage requires 2 million spirit stones, and a breakthrough in the middle stage requires 10 million spirit stones. As for the late stage of Yuaning breaking through into the transformation stage, old ancestor Qingli's voice paused. I'm really not sure about this specific number. I need to specifically ask Lin Fan himself to be sure. Thirdly, old ancestor Qingli's gaze became sharp once again. After the breakthrough, immediately leave my Acacia sect, and do not stay in any way, not to mention not disturbing Lin Fan's and his family's lives. This is the bottom line, and my Acacia sect's final concession. Old ancestor Qingli put forward 3 conditions in one breath, each of which was clear and unambiguous without the slightest ambiguity. The several old ancestors present looked at each other with complicated eyes, calculating the gains and losses in their hearts. The bottleneck at the early stage of the Yuaning stage cost 2 million spirit stones, and the middle stage cost 10 million spirit stones. This amount was indeed quite a lot. Even to say that it was huge. Even the big clans that had the depth to take it out were a bit of a pain in the ass. Sister Qingli, isn't this spirit stone a bit too much? As far as we know, Lin Fan helped break through the bottleneck of the Qi refining to foundation establishment stage, and only gave more than 100 spirit stones. Hua Yan laughed. The Su Mei they had captured. It was simply impossible for Su Mei to hide her secrets in the hands of these old Yuaning monsters. Almost all the news about Lin Fan. These people knew everything. I think sister is using Lin Fan's excuse to earn spirit stones from us. Hua Yan said with a smile. If fellow Taoist Qingli refuses to let me go, we don't mind having another fight. Xian Yangzi said helpfully. Regarding these people's bargaining, Qingli seemed to have anticipated it, and she had intentionally made the price too high to such an extent. Since that's the case, then I'll make another concession. 1 million spirit stones for the early Yuaning bottleneck, and 5 million for the middle stage. If you all still think it's too much, then let's fight to the death. Qingli's tone was unkind. her body's aura surging, with a great disposition to fight for her life. 1 million spirit stones and 5 million spirit stones, although quite a lot, were still within the acceptable range for them. As for the other two conditions proposed by Qingli, they were even more irrelevant. They hadn't intended to take Lin Fan away. It was enough to utilize his ability to break through the bottleneck. Xian Yangzi stroked his whiskers and smiled, a hint of satisfaction on his face. Since fellow Taoist Qingli is so sincere, Xian Yangzi's tone eased up a lot. Then we won't say much. We'll do as you say. He looked to Hua Yanshao and Xinglan for advice. Hua Yanshao laughed delicately. Everything is at the disposal of Taoist brother Xian Yangzi. Starlan nodded in agreement. The three parties reached a consensus and the matter was finalized. In that case, who will go first? It will take some time for the spiritual energy to absorb the spirit stones, old ancestor Qingli faintly said. Little more than half a day later, inside Lin Fan's cave, the sunlight filtered through the windows, casting dappled light and shadows on the stone walls. Old man Qingli silently appeared in the cave like a ghost. She changed into a moonlight white palace dress. Her sleeves fluttered, making her more graceful, just like the broad cold fairy in the dust. Just her delicate face, still with a trace of lingering pallor. The corner of the mouth of the smear of blood traces have disappeared, but as if between her eyebrows left a touch of faint sickness, adding a few points of choo-choo moving flavor. She moved lightly with lotus steps and walked to Lin Fan, who was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed tightly, seemingly cultivating. Hearing the sound of footsteps, Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes. An imperceptible glint flashed in the depths of his eyes, and he instantly got up, bowing to old ancestor Qingli. Elder, things have been finalized? His voice was calm and gentle. No joy or anger could be heard. Old ancestor Qingli nodded slightly and glanced at Lin Fan with a complicated gaze before gently placing the storage bag in his hand on the stone table in front of Lin Fan. Lin Fan! Her voice was tinged with apology. For the sake of the Acacia sect, I can only let them use your abilities as well. She gazed at Lin Fan, trying to see something on his face. However, Lin Fan's expression was calm, as if he had already anticipated all of this. Old ancestor Qingli sighed slightly in his heart and continued, but don't worry. I know that your wife and children are all in the Acacia sect. I won't let them take you away. Her tone held a hint of reassurance and a hint of appeasement. You can continue to live here and they won't bother you. I asked them for some extra spirit stones as compensation for you. She pointed to the storage bag on the stone table. Here are 2 million spirit stones. In a couple days Xian Yangzi from the Qingyun sect will come to you to break through the bottleneck of the middle Yuaning stage. This matter has wronged you, old ancestor Qingli said with an apology. Lin Fan nodded. This wasn't bad news for him at all. Instead it was good news. When he first helped Qingli make a breakthrough, it cost him 500,000 years of his lifespan in exchange for 1 million spirit stones. Now Xian Yangzi stepped in and gave 2 million spirit stones, a blood profit without loss. No complaints. As a disciple of the Acacia sect, I should contribute to the sect, Lin Fan said with great righteousness. Old ancestor Qingli sighed secretly in his heart as he looked at Lin Fan. She didn't tell Lin Fan that she had actually asked for 5 million spirit stones from Xian Yangzi. Lin Fan watched as old man Qingli disappeared into the entrance of the cave and confirmed the other party's departure before quickly grabbing the storage bag on the stone table. As his hands sank into it, he could no longer suppress a smile on his face, the corners of his mouth rising wildly. 2 million spirit stones. Not bad, not bad. He took out the spirit stone and put it away into the system space, allowing the system to absorb it and increase his longevity. He was even somewhat looking forward to the arrival of the others. Not only would he be able to obtain huge amounts of spirit stones, but he would also be able to obtain many reflexes to enhance his cultivation. Chapter 83, Plotting, Arranging More Dao Couples. Old ancestor Qingli returned to his cave. Qingluan had been waiting there for a long time. Senior sister, do you really want all the other sects to use Lin Fan's ability? Old man Hongluan lowered his voice. The tone was full of worry. Will this raise an overcrowded tiger? Or even bring the Acacia sect to ruin? Her voice trembled a little, clearly full of angst about the decision. After all, Lin Fan's ability was too special. Once it was utilized by other sects, the Acacia sect's status, and even the safety of the entire sect, would face a huge threat. The immortal cultivation world is weak and strong. I'm not sure what I'm going to do. Anything can happen for profit. Once the other sects utilized Lin Fan's abilities to grow themselves, it would not be impossible for them to turn against the Acacia sect. Old ancestor Qingli looked calm. The corners of his mouth were slightly hooked on his cool face. A mysterious and enigmatic smile appeared. Do you know why I made 3 conditions? Could it be that the other 2 conditions weren't for Lin Fan to stay in the Acacia sect? Hong Luan was a bit puzzled and asked back. Qingli gently shook her head, a hint of deep meaning in her gaze. Naturally, Lin Fan should be allowed to stay in the Acacia sect. She paused, her tone becoming more meaningful. The reason for not letting these people disturb Lin Fan is so as not to expose Lin Fan's other ability. Elder sister is saying that Lin Fan's child? Old ancestor Hong Wan's eyes lit up. In an instant, she understood the true meaning of old man Xing Li's words. Old ancestor Hong Wan was naturally not a stupid person. It was clear in a flash. Lin Fan's children are all immortal spirit roots. As long as these children were properly cultivated, they would all become a supreme powerhouse in the future. It wasn't impossible to even reach the god transformation realm. Thinking of this, old ancestor Hong Wan's originally tightly locked brows unfurled, and a look of surprise appeared on her face. Senior sister is wise. The worry on old ancestor Hong Wan's face was swept away. In its place was excitement. Not only that, while we're at it, arrange a few more Dao couples for Lin Fan. The corners of old ancestor Qing Li's mouth rose slightly, and a hint of a cunning light flashed in his eyes. Xian Yangzi gave me 5 million spirit stones in order to make a breakthrough, and 2 million of them went to Lin Fan. She picked up the teacup on the table, took a gentle sip, and continued, this remaining 3 million, leave it to him to replenish the deficit when he's giving birth to a child with immortal spirit root. Old ancestor Qing Li's voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable majesty that slowly echoed in the cave. She put down the teacup and her gaze became dark, as if she had already seen an even more glorious future for the Acacia sect. As elder ancestor Hong Wan listened to elder ancestor Qing Li's plan, the worry in her heart completely dissipated, replaced by longing and anticipation for the future. Senior sister, I'll go make arrangements. Old ancestor Hong Wan spoke briskly, turning around and preparing to leave the cave to carry out old ancestor Qing Li's plan. 3 days later, above a remote small mountain peak of the Acacia sect, a new cave has opened up here. This was a place that old man Qing Li had ordered to open up, specifically for other clans to use to break through their bottlenecks. At the entrance of the cave, old ancestor Qing Li was dressed in a plain palace dress, with a trace of imperceptible solemnity in her cool temperament. Behind her, Xian Yangzi's Taoist bones were immortal, his duster swinging lightly, a hint of anticipation on his face, but a hint of scrutiny hidden in the depths of his eyes. Hua Yanxiao was still charming and attractive. Her knitted brows and smile carried a soul-stirring charm. Only today she had converged a few points of her usual enchantment, and a few more points of inquiry. Starland old ancestor, still silent, his aura around his body was introverted. Like a lurking beast, his eyes were sharp, scanning every corner of the cave. The last person, however, caused the atmosphere within the cave to have an additional subtle hint of dissimilarity. It was a wonderful young girl wearing a black robe, with a hot and curvy body, and the black robe could hardly hide her youthful vigor. She was wearing a black veil to see her face, but there was an untamed aura hidden between her eyebrows. It was none other than the daughter of the bloodshed old devil, Blood Linglong. The bloodshed old devil's physical body was destroyed, and his yuaning was nowhere to be found, but the residual power is still there, and the other sects still maintain a few scruples about the bloodshed sect. Old ancestor Qing Li was the first to speak. She sidestepped and introduced Lin Fan to the several old ancestors behind her in a tone that was just right. This is Lin Fan. I'm sure all of you Taoists have already heard of him. Her voice was clear and cold, but with a hint of imperceptible softness, as if she was deliberately easing the atmosphere. Lin Fan took a step forward at the right time and arched his hands at the several old ancestors one by one. His posture was not humble and his tone was calm. His face with a faint smile, his eyes deep and impenetrable. Late Lin Fan, meet the seniors. His face wore a gentle smile and his eyes were clear, as if he was just an ordinary Acacia sect disciple, and he couldn't see that he possessed any special abilities in the slightest. Xian Yangzi stroked his beard and took the lead in responding. His face piled with smiles and his tone seemed extraordinarily gentle. There's no need to be polite. Fellow Daoist Lin Fan, you're young and talented. His gaze swept over Lin Fan with a hint of probing, but his divine sense swept back and forth several times. But he didn't find anything peculiar about Lin Fan. Hua Yanxiao followed closely behind, her charming eyes like silk, her red lips lightly opened, her voice charming to the bone. Mr. Lin is truly a dragon and phoenix among men. No wonder he is so highly regarded by Sister Chun-Li. As she spoke, she threw a wink towards Lin Fan, her eyes flowing with flavor. Old ancestor Starland remained silent, only nodding slightly as a greeting. His gaze was sharp, sweeping over Lin Fan like a falcon. Blood Linglong stood at the end. The black veil covered her face, only revealing a pair of untamed eyes. She glanced coldly at Lin Fan and did not speak. Lin Fan took in the reactions of a few people and his heart was clear. Xian Yangzi and Hua Yanxiao acted extraordinarily enthusiastically, obviously paving the way for the next breakthrough. On the other hand, Elder Starlan and Blood Linglong appeared a bit cold, perhaps observing, or perhaps not bothering to disguise themselves. However, none of this concerns him. All he had to do was to cooperate with the Acacia sect to put on a good show and then get his own reward. Seniors, please go inside. Lin Fan smiled faintly and sidestepped out of the way, welcoming several people into the cave. The interior of the cave was lavishly furnished with carved beams and painted buildings, and the stone walls were inlaid with all kinds of precious night jewels, emitting a brilliant light. Old ancestor Ching Li walked at the forefront, guiding the crowd to the entrance of a secret room, stopping and turning to look at Xian Yangzi. Fellow Taoist Xian Yang, this is the secret room prepared for the breakthrough. Everything has been prepared. Xian Yangzi nodded, a look of anticipation on his face. He couldn't wait to enter the secret room and break through the bottleneck with the help of Lin Fan's power. His eyes turned to Lin Fan and he said in a gentle tone, "Fellow Taoist Lin Fan, I'm going to trouble you next." Lin Fan smiled faintly and arched his hand in response. Senior is polite. The late generations part. Chapter 84, Breakthrough. Back to work. Rumble. With a muffled sound, the stone door of the secret room closed with a bang behind him, and the isolation formation was then activated, isolating all the clamor from the outside world. Within the secret room, the light was dim, with only a few night pearls set on the walls emitting an eerie glow. Xian Yangzi turned around haughtily and faced Lin Fan, the eagerness in the bottom of his eyes almost overflowing, as if a hungry wolf was staring at its prey. Lin Fan, however, remained calm, as if he was just carrying out a rare and ordinary thing. He nodded slightly and signaled Xian Yangzi to sit down on his knees. Senior, are you ready? Lin Fan's voice was gentle and calm, echoing in the confined space. Xian Yangzi took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his inner excitement, and nodded his head heavily. Thank you, little friend Lin. He sat down on his knees as he was told, closed his eyes, and began to adjust himself, striving to be in the best possible state for the breakthrough opportunity. Seeing this, Lin Fan did not say anything more, and in his mind, he silently said, System, help him break through. Ding. Consume 500,000 years of lifespan to help Xian Yangzi break through the mid-Yuaning bottleneck. Lifespan left for the host, 7,236,068 years. As his longevity deducted, Xian Yangzi's body shook violently, as if a bolt of lightning had struck into his body. He only felt a warm and powerful force that instantly surged into all his limbs and bones, a force that was gentle but overbearing, breaking through the originally sturdy and incomparable bottleneck shackles in his body like destruction. Xian Yangzi's face suddenly changed. Shock, ecstasy, disbelief, all sorts of emotions, like a tidal wave surging to his heart. He has been stuck at the mid-Yuaning bottleneck for more than 200 years, and has tried countless methods, all of which have failed to shake the bottleneck in the slightest, and has even begun to feel despair, believing that there is no hope of breaking through to the late Yuaning stage in this life. Yet now, the bottleneck that had plagued him for over 200 years had been broken through so easily and so quickly. This was simply as unbelievable to him as if it was a mirage from the heavens. The barrier of the middle stage of Yuaning had been completely broken. Outside the secret room, the originally calm sky, suddenly winds rose and clouds surged, and the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, as if summoned by some mysterious power, madly converged. Above the cave, a huge vortex of spiritual chi was formed, and at the center of the vortex was the secret room where Lin Fan was. The dense spiritual chi, as if it was substantial and visible to the naked eye, continuously poured towards the secret room. A vision fell from the sky, symbolizing the imminent birth of a new late Yuaning cultivator. Old ancestor Qing Li's expression was calm and unperturbed as he looked at the visions in the sky. This kind of scene was something she had long been accustomed to, so at this moment, she looked extraordinarily calm, as if everything was expected. Hua Yanxiao and old man Xinglan, however, were filled with shock and ecstasy. Although they knew that Lin Fan possessed a special ability that could help cultivators break through bottlenecks, they were still shocked beyond measure to see such an earth-shattering vision with their own eyes. Especially Hua Yanxiao. In her charming eyes, there were different colors. Although old man Starland remained silent, his sharp eyes also flashed with excitement. Blood Linglong stood at the end, her black veil covering her face, making it impossible to see her expression. However, the eyes that were revealed carried a hint of complexity, shock, curiosity, and a hint of undetectable jealousy. She came from the devil's way and had always been unruly and untamed, not placing anyone in her eyes. But at this moment, the ability Lin Fan had displayed had given her a slight shock. This kind of power that could easily help others break through bottlenecks was simply heaven-defying. Lin Fan's physique is indeed able to help people break through. But this consumption, too, is really not small. Old ancestor Qing Li's voice echoed in the slightly empty cave, carrying a trace of imperceptible gravity. Especially with the bottlenecks in realms like the Yuaning stage, every breakthrough is a great loss for him. Her clear and cold gaze swept over the several old ancestors present, and her tone was calm, yet it also carried a few points of emphasis. So, After every time he casts his ability, he needs at least a month or so to regain his energy. Next time, among the three of you, who will be the first to make a breakthrough? Old ancestor Ching Li's gaze was calm as he directly threw out this question. This question, seemingly simple but with hidden mysteries, instantly turned the atmosphere within the cave even more subtle. Blood Linglong didn't say anything. Although she is a member of the Bloodshed sect, her talent is also excellent. At a young age, she is already in the late Jiedan cultivation. Looking at the entire immortal cultivation world, she is also considered to be the leader of the younger generation. However, today's Bloodshed sect has long since lost its former glory. Blood Fiend Old Devil's body was destroyed. The first baby is nowhere to be found. The Blood Fiend sect has no leader. The strength has plummeted. And among the many sects, the position has also become precarious. At such a critical moment concerning the future of the clan and the improvement of her own strength, she, Blood Linglong, a late Jiedan cultivator, was obviously not qualified, nor did she have the strength to compete for priority. What's more, present, there were also two late-stage Yuaning ancestors. In terms of seniority, in terms of cultivation, she could only be ranked last. Thinking of this, Blood Linglong's originally unruly and untamed eyes slightly dimmed by a few points, and a trace of helplessness and unwillingness surged in her heart. My lifespan is approaching. I'm afraid I don't have much time left, so let me come first. The voice of Old Man Xinglan broke Blood Linglong's thoughts and the subtle stalemate within the cave. Her tone was calm, but with an unquestioning firmness, as if she were merely stating a fact, rather than asking for someone's opinion. Old Ancestor Starland's words caused Hua Yanxiu's originally flirtatious smile to slightly stall. She was just about to open her mouth when the Starland Old Ancestor spoke out once again, his tone still calm, but with a hint of faint pressure. More than 100 years ago, you still owe me a favor, Daoist flower. Don't forget. Although she didn't know what kind of favor it was, Hua Yanxiu kept her mouth shut. Xian Yangzi's breakthrough was exceptionally smooth. The swirls of aura hovering in the sky slowly dissipated, and the visions gradually subsided. The aura fluctuations within the chamber also stabilized. Xian Yangzi slowly opened his tightly closed eyes, and in the depths of his eyes, a flash of essence flashed by, the kind of divine splendor that could only be found when one breaks through to the late stage of Yuaning. At this moment, the way he looked at Lin Fan's eyes had changed drastically. It was no longer the scrutinizing and probing that he had been doing before, but instead, it was an almost fanatical greed. It was like a hungry person who suddenly saw a treasure piled up with mountains of gold, hating to immediately take Lin Fan for himself and completely drain the value out of him. The greed, however, only flickered. After all, Xian Yangzi was an old fox who had lived for hundreds of years. His city was extremely deep, and he quickly hid the strange emotions in his eyes. A smile reappeared on his face and he tapped on the storage pouch at his waist. Wow! A large pile of spirit stones emitting a glistening luster appeared out of thin air on the floor of the secret room with a compelling spiritual aura. A small meaning, no respect, please be sure to accept it. Little friend Lin Fan. Lin Fan's divine sense slightly swept and roughly estimated the amount of spirit stones, which was as much as 10,000. This Xian Yangzi was really generous. Lin Fan was not polite and directly collected all of them. Senior is really too polite. In the future, my clan will still have its people coming to make breakthroughs. And when that time comes, I hope that little friend Lin will come out to help. Xian Yangzi rubbed his hands together, a hint of a pleasing smile on his face, and his words were full of innuendo. Chapter 85, Selection. Spring, Summer, Fall and Winter. Xian Yangzi's face was piled with smiles, but his eyes were as sharp as a falcon's, staring at the youth in front of him. Little friend Lin, don't be mesmerized by these pink skeletons of the Acacia sect. He followed the temptation. His voice was low and magnetic. Why don't you join my Qingyun sect? The resources within the sect will be at your disposal, and my Qingyun sect will definitely do its best to help little friend step into Yuaning. Lin Fan did not move on the surface, a faint smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Elder has raised his favor. He arched his hand, his tone unassuming. Mr. Lin is grateful for the Qingyun sect's hospitality. In his heart, he sneered. This old fox, playing a good hand. He wasn't a 3-year-old child, and these false promises had no value at all. This Xian Yangzi was nothing more than looking at his ability. If he really joined the Green Cloud sect, he would probably be treated as a tool person for breakthroughs, perhaps 10,000 times more miserable than in the Harmony sect. When Xian Yangzi saw that Lin Fan did not immediately agree, a trace of disappointment flashed in his eyes. However, he didn't give up. Fellow Daoist Lin, reconsider. Our Green Cloud sect, there are quite a few amazing female disciples, he emphasized again, a hint of urgency in his tone. Lin Fan just smiled. And after some false pretenses, Lin Fan was finally able to get away. As he came out of the cave where he had made his breakthrough, Hua Yanxiao and the others looked at Lin Fan with a fiery gaze. Old ancestor Qing Li's voice sounded like an empty valley. Lin Fan, you've done well this time. Next month or at this time, you'll come and give Taoist Lanning a breakthrough. She paused and added, for the spirit stones you used to replenish, I'll have someone send them over to you in a moment. Lin Fan clasped his fists and looked calm. Yes, senior. It's been hard on you this time. Quickly go back and rest. Old ancestor Qing Li said. Lin Fan answered and turned into a stream of light, heading straight for his cave. Before he reached the cave, he saw from afar a fiery red figure like a dancing flame, particularly conspicuous under the setting sun's afterglow. Old ancestor Hongwon was standing with his hands in the air, standing at the entrance of his cave, behind him warbling and standing in a large area. More than a dozen female cultivators, fat and thin, each with their own style. On their bodies, the aroma was overwhelming, and all kinds of fat and powder aromas mixed together to form a unique flavor that made people's mouths dry. Lin Fan swept his gaze across these female cultivators. There were those who were delicate, charming, as well as those who were pure and lovely. They looked at Lin Fan with a hint of fire, a hint of desire, and a hint of anticipation. It was as if Lin Fan was their prey, waiting for them to capture it. Lin Fan's gaze swept over these warbling, somewhat familiar faces in front of him, and the floodgates of his memory were slowly opened. In the beginning, Elder Gu and the others had made no effort to pull themselves together, and they had sent their own beautiful female disciples, written in jade slips, to him. Those jade slips, detailed records of their biographies, ages, cultivation levels, hobbies, and even their circumferences were clearly labeled. Lin Fan slowly fell down and looked at the flavorful red Luan elder ancestor in front of him. Somewhat helplessly, he spoke. Senior, this is. Old ancestor Hongwan covered her mouth and laughed softly, her eyes flowing with flavor. Senior sister said that your cave is too cold, so she asked me to select some disciples from the sect, and send them to you, to add some liveliness to you. Senior, isn't this a bit too much? Lin Fan felt a bit of hidden pain in his waist, and his heart secretly cried out. This wasn't adding to the fun. It was clearly sending him a bunch of trouble. However, his current cultivation was not what it used to be, and these female cultivators, most of them, were lower than him, so if they dared to come hard, he guaranteed that he would let them know what it meant to be a man's dignity. Old ancestor Hongwan giggled, her voice as clear and pleasant as a silver bell. If you think it's too much, then pick a few favorites yourself. Lin Fan's cave was indeed a bit cold. 3 months ago, Gu Linger was pregnant, so she returned to the Gu family to recuperate. Nowadays, there were only 2 maids, by Jia and Jioli, in the cave, so there was indeed less life. Thinking of this, Lin Fan's gaze, once again, swept over those female cultivators behind old man Hongwon. When those female cultivators saw Lin Fan looking over, each one of them was like a peacock opening its screen and began to display their charms. They moved with a hint of deliberate delicacy, yet were pleasing to the eye. Some of them stuck out their chests and raised their heads, itching to show all of their proud capital in front of Lin Fan. The full curves of the body were even more tantalizing in the light of the setting sun. Some of them threw winks at Lin Fan, their eyes flowing and charming. A female cultivator wearing a long goose yellow dress gently bit her lower lip, her eyes mesmerized as if she was a kitten waiting for her master to pamper her. She turned slightly sideways, revealing her slender waist to the world. Another female cultivator wearing a purple sarong boldly raised her chest with fiery eyes as if she wanted to devour Lin Fan. She deliberately lifted up a strand of her hair, revealing her snow-white neck with a deadly allure. There was another one, a female cultivator wearing a light green long dress, who appeared much more subtle. She only slightly lowered her head, with a shy smile at the corner of her mouth. Every now and then, she raised her eyes and surreptitiously surveyed Lin Fan, with a hint of longing and anticipation in her eyes. In the air, there was an ambiguous scent that made one's heart beat faster. Lin Fan looked at these warblers in front of him, and his heart was on fire. In the end, Lin Fan picked 4 people. LOL, little guy. Good eye, the Red Luan ancestor said with a smile. The 4 female cultivators who had been chosen immediately showed joyful faces and stepped forward, surrounding Lin Fan in the center. A wisp of light fragrance drilled into Lin Fan's nostrils. Those who weren't chosen, one by one, revealed a look of disappointment. Alright, my mission is complete. If you still want it in the future, just talk to me. Old ancestor Hongwon left with the rest of the people after saying that. Lin Fan swept his gaze over the 4 women in front of him. They each had their own unique characteristics. Introduce yourselves. His voice held a hint of imperceptible lethargy. The woman at the head of the group was wearing a long, light pink dress, goose egg face, willow leaf eyebrows, a pair of almond eyes looking around. She gave a graceful salute, her movements gentle, like the spring breeze brushing the willow. My name is Gu Pan Pan, late stage foundation establishment cultivation. Gu Linger is my cousin. The voice was crisp and pleasant, with a hint of the softness of a Jiangnan woman. She looked up with a hint of curiosity, a hint of anticipation in her gaze. Lin Fan nodded slightly. The sight turned to another woman. She was dressed in a long, fiery red dress that was as passionate as fire. There was a hint of Englishness between her eyebrows, and her figure was tall and curvy. My name is Jiang Jiang, and I am also at the late stage of foundation establishment cultivation. Her voice carried a hint of cheerfulness, as enthusiastic and unrestrained as the summer sun. She winked at Lin Fan, the corner of her mouth curling into a confident smile. Lin Fan secretly said in his heart that these two people had very different personalities. He did not move and continued to look at the other two women. The third woman, dressed in a long light blue dress, she had a clear appearance and a serene temperament, as gentle as the still waters of an autumn day. She slightly lowered her head, looking a bit shy. My name is Li Jiaojiao, with a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivation. Her voice was soft, like a breeze on the ear, with a hint of faint sadness. She secretly raised her eyes, glanced at Lin Fan, and quickly lowered her head again. The last woman, dressed in a long snow-white dress. Her skin was snowy and her face was exquisite, as cold as a winter plum. Her eyes were clear, with a hint of detachment and rejection. My name is Chen Shui, mid-foundation establishment cultivation. Her voice was clear and cold, like ice without a trace of emotion. She just gave Lin Fan a faint look and stopped speaking. 4 women. Spring, summer, fall and winter. Gu Pan Pan is as gentle as the spring breeze and Jiang Jiang is as passionate as the summer sun. Li Jiaojiao was as serene as autumn water, and Chen Shui was as cool as a cold plum. Lin Fan looked at them and his heart was slightly moved. This acacia sect, it really is a crouching tiger and hidden dragon. There are all kinds of beauties. Chapter 86, Conspire and Come on Hard. The conspiracy of the 4 women was like a dark current that signaled the coming of a storm. While inside the practicing room, Lin Fan knew nothing about it. He sat cross-legged and was about to meditate when he suddenly felt a palpitation, as if something bad was about to happen. Lin Fan led the 4 women into the cave. Inside the cave, the aura was dense, and the night pearl inlaid on the walls emitted a soft glow. In the air, a faint scent of sandalwood filled the air. Gu Pan Pan was the first to break the silence. She walked to Lin Fan's side, her soft arm, obediently holding Lin Fan's arm, and said in a delicate voice, Sir, this cave is so elegant. Seeing that Gu Pan Pan made the first move, Jiang Jiang was not willing to show weakness. She took a quick step and hugged Lin Fan's other arm, the fullness of her chest rubbing against his arm if anything. My lord, where are we staying tonight? Seeing the two of them take such initiative, Li Jiaojiao's pretty face instantly turned scarlet. She bit her red lips, hesitated for a moment, but still gathered her courage and took a step forward. She stretched out her slender arms and directly hugged Lin Fan's waist from behind. A wave of warmth came from behind. Li Jiaojiao's soft body was pressed tightly against Lin Fan's back. Her slender arms encircled his waist, gently tightening as if she was going to integrate her into her body. A warm, soft touch came and a sweet, cloying aroma lingered at the tip of his nose. That Chen Shui was also going to step forward. Her eyes were clear and cold, but her feet were already taking steps. Lin Fan hurriedly said, You guys stop for a while. I don't like this too much. He could feel the soft touch coming from his arms and waist, and the faint scent. He was no saint, but he didn't like being treated like prey either. He gently broke away from them and took a step back, pulling back some distance. He swept his gaze over the 4 women, who had different expressions, some shy, some expectant, some doubtful, and some calm. He sighed, feeling a bit of a headache. In that case, I'm a bit tired today, so you guys can each find a room to stay in temporarily, Lin Fan said and directly drilled into the practicing room. It wasn't that Lin Fan felt that he was a righteous man, but the fact that Hong Luan had sent these people made him feel that the purpose was impure. These women, each one of them like wolves and tigers, wanted to eat him alive. Leaning up so anxiously made him feel like these women had designs on him. When the 4 women saw Lin Fan leave, each of them looked at each other, but at that moment, a silhouette appeared out of thin air. A faint scent filled the air. It was precisely old ancestor Chengli. She was dressed in a long green robe with a fluttering sleeve, just like a fairy descending from the 9 heavens. Greetings, old ancestor. The 4 women hurriedly saluted, a hint of respect in their voices. Where is Lin Fan? Old ancestor Cheng Li's voice was clear and cold, yet it carried a hint of majesty. Old ancestor, maybe we are generally charming. Gongzi he said with some embarrassment. Gu Pan Pan's pretty face slightly red. Ginger also scratched her head a little embarrassed. Old ancestor Cheng Li smiled sweetly, like ice melting, with a hint of flirtation. You are my acacia sect disciples. Do you need me to teach you to deal with a man? Her voice held a hint of flirtation, a hint of teasing. When the 4 women heard this, they blushed in shame. You guys take this jade slip and cultivate well, then give this to him as well, and say that it was given by Lan Ying's breakthrough next month. With that, old man Chang Li's figure shifted and disappeared. She came and went without a trace, as if she had never been there. Only an emerald green jade slip and a storage pouch were left behind, emitting a faint fluctuation of aura. Zhang Jiang couldn't wait to pick up the jade slip, and her divine sense probed into it. Her eyes instantly lit up as she exclaimed, "Oh my! It's actually the legendary lust-drawing immortal technique. I've heard that this is an untold secret of the founding ancestor of the Acacia sect. Lust-inducing immortal technique? What's that?" Li Jiaojia curiously came over, blinking her big eyes as she asked. Zhang Jiang mysteriously lowered her voice. It is said that after practicing this technique, both men and women will exude a unique charm. It has a fatal attraction to the opposite sex. Really? Gu Pan Pan also came to be interested. Then after we cultivate. Stop it. Quickly let me take a look. The 4 women squeezed into a group and scrambled to check the contents of the jade slip. As they read on, a look of excitement gradually appeared in their eyes. Great! So we can quickly complete the mission given by the sect, and as long as we give birth to an heir with an immortal spirit root, not only will we be able to obtain a large amount of cultivation resources, but we will also be able to have a mother with a son. They were talking about it with smiles of joy on their faces. That's right, take a quick look at what's in that storage bag, Li Jiajiao said. Zhang Jiang immediately picked up the storage bag, and with a sweep of his divine sense, he immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. My god, there are actually 2 million spirit stones inside. This is too much. I've heard that this gentleman of ours can also help people break through bottlenecks. Didn't old ancestor say just now that it was for the Xin Shadow Sect's ancestor Lan Ying to use for breakthroughs? Gu Pan Pan added. Let's give him this spirit stone first, and we'll go back to cultivating the lust-drawing immortal technique, Li Jiaojiao proposed. Chen Shui's eyes were as cold as a cold pool. Her tone was calm but with a hint of unquestioning. Cultivating this method will take at least 10 days and half a month. Moreover, the gentleman is cool in nature, and he is indifferent when he sees the 4 of us, who are as beautiful as flowers. So if this method doesn't work, won't it be a waste of time? When Zhang Jiang sniffed, a hint of hesitation flashed in her fiery eyes. Sister Snow has a point. So what do you think we should do? The corner of Chen Shui's mouth hooked into a cold smile. Come on the hard way. Anyway, the purpose will be achieved. He's only in the middle stage of foundation establishment cultivation, and the 4 of us are all in the late stage of foundation establishment. So why don't we all go together? As soon as these words came out, several women looked at each other with surprise, hesitation and a hint of eagerness to try flashing in their eyes. There was a subtle atmosphere in the air, as if it was on the verge of breaking out. Gu Pan Pan bit her pink lower lip, a hint of hesitation flashing in her eyes. Isn't this too overbearing? Li Jiaojiao also revealed some concern. What if it hurts Gongzi? Zhang Jiang, however, had a flame of excitement lit up in her eyes. I think Sister Snow is right. We're all here to accomplish the mission anyway, so why beat around the bush? Just go straight on. Chen Shui coldly smiled. What are you guys still hesitating for? He has a special physique and will only have more and more women in the future. He won't have any feelings for us. We just need to complete the mission. Why should we care about anything else? The hesitation in the eyes of the several women gradually dissipated when they heard this, and was replaced by determination and a hint of ruthlessness. They looked at each other as if they had reached some kind of tacit understanding. Then, how do we do it? Li Jiaojiao asked softly, a hint of nervousness and anticipation in her voice. It's not that simple. Let's just say that old ancestor has sent him spirit stones, and when he opens the door, we'll strike together. Chen Shui quickly made the arrangement with a hint of determination in her tone. With the strength of the 4 of us, wouldn't it be easy to take him down? Zhang Jiang rubbed his hands together excitedly. Good. Sister Snow's plan is good. I just don't know if he can help us break through the bottleneck as well in the meantime. A hint of cunning flashed in Gu Pan Pan's eyes. The bottleneck one will be said when the time comes. Shall we act now? Chen Shui nodded. It's still tonight in broad daylight. Everyone should adjust their state first and get their strength up. Several women glanced at each other, their eyes flashing with excitement and anticipation. A hunt against Lin Fan was about to start quietly after nightfall. Chapter 87, please give me more instruction. Chapter 94, the self-cultivation of a stovepot. The dark night was deep, the river of stars was dim, and only a few cold stars, like broken diamonds left on the black canopy, flickered with a faint light. Inside the practice room, Lin Fan sat cross-legged, his spiritual energy surging around his body like a tidal wave, and he was slowly refining the pure cultivation that was feeding back to him. His breaths were long and deep, each exhalation inducing faint ripples of aura that echoed in the silent room like a breeze brushing through a deep valley. Knock, knock, knock. A soft and rhythmic knock on the door broke the quiet atmosphere. like a stone thrown into a lake, sending up layers of ripples. My lord, the old ancestor has sent 2 million spirit stones, saying that they are for you to replenish your consumption. Outside the door, Chen Shui's cool voice came with a trace of imperceptible deference. Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes, and with a flash of light in his eyes, he got up and opened the door. The moonlight was like water, pouring down, gilding Chen Shui's figure with a silver glow. She wore a plain white dress, as cool as a moon palace fairy, and held a bulging storage bag in her hand. Lin Fan grabbed it in the air and the storage bag fell lightly into his palm. However, without waiting for Lin Fan to open his mouth, a fragrant breeze hit him. The three girls, Gu Pan Pan, Jiang Jiang, and Li Jiao Jiao, were like three agile butterflies, carrying a fragrant breeze as they scrambled into the room. Your Excellency, I'm offended. Gu Panjiao smiled, and a ghostly light flashed in her hand. A chain twined towards Lin Fan like a viper. The chain flashed with bizarre runes, obviously not a mortal product. Drink! Jiang Jiang drank, and a huge red fishing net descended from the sky. With a harsh breaking sound, it covered his head, and the mesh flashed with a red aura, as if he wanted to devour everything. Li Jiaojiao flipped her wrist. Several cold light flashing flying needles like meteors shooting straight at Lin Fan's vital points around his body. The attack was harsh and vicious. The four women cooperated with each other and attacked vigorously, obviously having practiced many times and aiming to win. If Lin Fan was still the small foundation establishment stage cultivator from before, it would have been impossible for him to dodge their attacks. It was just that the current Lin Fan had long since changed. He was already a mid-Jieden cultivator. Together with the Taishu refinement skill, his divine sense was comparable to that of a late-stage Jieden cultivator. In his eyes, the movements of the four women were like slow motion. Lin Fan frowned slightly as a majestic aura instantly erupted, like a mountain torrent that crushed the four women's attacks. Those seemingly powerful magic weapons were as fragile as papier-mâché in front of Lin Fan and were shaken away. With a flash of his figure, he transformed into a residual shadow and instantly appeared beside the four women, his palms coming out in unison and accurately grabbing their wrists. The four women only felt a numbness in their wrists as a powerful force surged in, instantly blocking their spiritual energy. It all happened in an instant. This can't be. Gu Pan Pan's eyes were wide open. Her voice was full of disbelief. Her wrist was firmly grasped by Lin Fan. The tingling sensation quickly spread all over her body, and her spiritual energy was like being frozen, unable to operate in the slightest. She was in the late stage of foundation establishment and was considered a minor expert within the Acacia sect. How could she not even be able to catch a single move from Lin Fan? Jiang Jiang's pretty face reddened like a ripe apple as she tried to break free from Lin Fan's restraints, but she found that the other party's hands were like iron pincers, not moving at all. She clenched her silver teeth and stared at Lin Fan unwillingly. You a foundation builder? How can you be so strong? The four women's shocked expressions were in Lin Fan's eyes. The corner of his mouth hooked up slightly, revealing a playful smile. He didn't say anything, but only exerted a slight force on his wrist, and the four women felt a sharp pain in their wrists, as if they were going to be crushed. Lin Fan looked at the four women and a hint of teasing flashed in his eyes. Just like you guys, you still want to sneak up on me? His voice was low and magnetic, with a hint of faint mockery. When the four women heard this, their faces became even more ugly. They had originally thought that with the four of them joining forces, it would be enough to easily take down Lin Fan. Unexpectedly, he was instantly restrained by his opponent. Lin Fan didn't give them much time to think. His fingertips flickered with spiritual light, as if they were living creatures, and flew out from his fingertips, not entering the four women's eyebrows. This was precisely the god-locking technique. The four women only felt an icy coldness that quickly spread throughout their bodies, as if they had been put in a layer of invisible shackles. God-locking technique. You should be clear. If my mind moves, I am only afraid of. Lin Fan opened his mouth and said, his tone carrying a hint of threat. The four women looked at Lin Fan with fear and shock in their eyes. They finally realized that this man in front of them was by no means an existence they could provoke. Gongzi, we were wrong. Jiang Jiang also put away her previous passion and exuberance. She lowered her head, not daring to look directly into Lin Fan's eyes. Gongzi, we will never dare again. Li Jiajiao's voice carried a hint of timidity, as if it were a frightened kitten. She still had her head lowered. Her body was still trembling slightly. She didn't dare to speak for fear of angering Lin Fan. Lin Fan looked at the four women and a trace of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. He knew that these women were smart, and they knew very well that their fate, now, was in his hands. Since you guys know that you're wrong, then I'll give you a chance to reform yourselves. The corner of Lin Fan's mouth hooked up into an imperceptible arc, and there was a hint of playfulness in his eyes. When the four women heard this, their originally tense bodies slightly relaxed, and a look of surprise appeared on their faces. Tell me, Why did old man Hongwon send you guys here? I didn't receive any news before. Lin Fan leaned lazily on the stone bed, his tone flat, as if he was chatting about family matters. We don't know exactly. It's just that the family elders picked us out. Gu Pan Pan was the first to speak, her voice still carrying a hint of softness, but with a little more caution. Said Gongzi, you can not only help us break through the bottleneck, but also, Ginger took over the conversation with a hint of excitement in her tone, but ended abruptly in the middle of her sentence, as if it was a bit difficult to speak. It also breathes the air of an immortal spirit root. If you are able to complete the mission, the clan will reward you with a large amount of cultivation resources. And then there's motherhood. In one breath, Zhang Jiang said what she knew as if pouring out beans, and after she finished, her cheeks flushed slightly. Lin Fan's heart was clear after hearing this. The Acacia sect's calculations were really shrewd. This was an attempt to breed more immortal spirit-rooted children before the other sects discovered this ability of his. When these children grow up in the future, the Acacia sect will inevitably be a dominant force in this Chu immortal cultivation world. This Hongwan old ancestor is obviously treating him as, but the meat that is delivered to the mouth, it is not worth not eating. Lin Fan's gaze slowly swept over the four women. Their faces, under the candlelight, were even more delicate. Ahem. Lin Fan cleared his throat. Tonight, the four of you, one of you can stay. The corner of his mouth curled into a playful smile. I can help her break through the existing bottleneck. The four women sniffed and their breaths became shortened. Their eyes, too, became more fiery. But, Lin Fan deliberately dragged his voice. I can't help for nothing. Whoever of you offers the most spirit stones will stay. When these words came out, the four women looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with doubt. Afterwards, Zhang Jian was the first to come back to her senses. There was a glint in her eye. I'll offer 500 spirit stones. She spoke sharply, fearing that someone else would snatch her first. I'm 600. Li Jiaojia was not willing to show weakness and immediately quoted her price. I 800 spirit stones. Gu Pan Pan's voice trembled a little, obviously a little nervous. The four women went back and forth, none of them wanting to miss this opportunity. Their quotes, too, are getting higher. In the end, Zhang Jiang gritted her teeth. It was as if she had made up her mind. I'll offer 5,000. This offer was exited, and one by one, the remaining three looked at her with surprised eyes. 5,000 spirit stones. For a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, this was not a small amount of money. It's almost half of what they're worth. Are there any more bids? Lin Fan asked. His tone was flat, as if he was talking about an insignificant matter. The remaining few women opened their mouths. On their faces, they all showed hesitation. 5,000 spirit stones were beyond their reach. No one was opening their mouths to speak. Okay, Ginger stays, you guys get out. The three women looked at Lin Fan unwillingly, although they had no choice but to leave. Lin Fan picked up Zhang Jiang in his arms and walked towards the bed. Ginger exclaimed, her body trembling slightly as a blush spread across her face. My first time. I'd like to ask the gentleman for more guidance. Chapter 988, to curry favor. 5,000 each. Outside the window, the rain was like smoke, gently tapping on the window pane, making a rustling sound. The air was moist and earthy, mixed with a hint of coolness that was refreshing. Lin Fan stood alone in front of the window. The purple hair in his hand danced lightly. The tip of his brush was dipped in thick ink, and he sketched out a branch of ink plum with a strong and proud bone on the canvas. The ink is thick and light, stained, and transformed into gnarled and powerful branches, like a swimming dragon coiled. A few plum blossoms dot the landscape, either in bud or in full bloom, with an unyielding arrogance. My lord, it's time for breakfast. The three women, Gu Pan Pan, Li Jiaojiao, and Chen Shui, came together, delicate breakfasts on the trays in their hands, their footsteps light and their voices soft. Lin Fan didn't turn around, just faintly answered. Well, put it there. The three women carefully placed the breakfast on the table, but their gazes couldn't help but be drawn to Lin Fan's painting. Prince, this painting skill really is out of this world. This ink plum, simply like living over the general. But this red plum, how I look a bit like blood. Ah. Gu Pan Pan couldn't help but marvel. And Gongzi, when people paint, they use paper. Why are you using cloth? But Gongzi, this ink plum is really good. Li Jiaojiao also softly chimed in, with a hint of coquetry and ambiguity in her words. Chen Shui did not say anything. She just quietly gazed at Lin Fan's back, her eyes flickering with complex and hard-to-understand emotions. Lin Fan finally stopped writing and turned to look at the three women. They were seen carrying trays with delicate pastries, spirit porridge, and so on, in a well-behaved manner. Why are you guys here? Lin Fan did not answer, but asked with a smile. We are here to deliver breakfast to Gongzi. Gu Pan Pan hurriedly explained. Yes, Your Excellency, we've heard that in the past, when Sister Bai Ruoyue was around, she would meticulously prepare breakfast for you every day. Li Jiajiao added. So, we also want to. Lin Fan smiled slightly. Ever since Bai Xie left, it had indeed been a long time since he had properly eaten a decent breakfast. Bai Jia and Li Jiao, those two girls' cooking skills are really not complimentary. Compared to Bai Ruoyue, it is simply a difference between the clouds and mud. He walked to the table, and the three women instantly surrounded him, attentive. Early this morning, Zhang Jian limped back to the cave. The three women saw her red face, glowing. Her cultivation even soared, directly broke through to the Jiedan stage. Her heart immediately set off waves of shock. With 5,000 spirit stones, one could break through from the late foundation establishment stage to the Jiedan stage. This was simply a good thing that fell from the sky. What's more, she had completed the mission given by the sect, and would definitely receive a large sum of generous rewards in the future. The three women were envious and jealous, and their intestines were green with remorse. That's why there was this scene in front of them. They scrambled to be the first to offer their attentions, all wanting to be the next lucky one to get Lin Fan's guidance. Sir, please drink the porridge. Li Jiajiao's white and tender little hand, holding a spoon, carefully brought a spoonful of steaming spirit porridge to Lin Fan's mouth. Her movements were gentle, and her eyes were full of anticipation and coquetry, like a well-behaved kitten waiting for her master to pamper her. Lin Fan looked at her and smiled in his heart. This little girl is quite good at what she does. He opened his mouth and gently took the porridge into his mouth. The spirit kanji instantly melted in his mouth, with a hint of faint sweetness and rich spiritual qi, sliding down his throat and into his abdomen. He immediately felt a warm current spreading throughout his body, indescribably soothing. Well, not bad. Lin Fan nodded in appreciation. When Li Jiajiao heard this, she immediately smiled with joy, and the smile on her face was even brighter than that of a blooming flower. It's good that Gengzi likes it, she said as she scooped another spoonful of porridge and brought it to Lin Fan's mouth. Seeing this, Gu Panpan and Shen Shui were not willing to show their weakness and made their best efforts. My lord, try this. This is the osmanthus cake I made with my own hands. It melts in your mouth and is sweet and soft. You will definitely like it. Gu Panpan carried a plate of delicate osmanthus cake and sent it to Lin Fan. The osmanthus cake exuded a light osmanthus aroma, which increased one's appetite when smelling it. Your Excellency, try this. This is a spirit fruit I specially prepared for you. It can replenish your spirit energy and greatly benefit your cultivation. Chen Shui also took out a jade box, which contained a few crystal clear spirit fruits. The spirit fruits exuded a tantalizing fruity aroma, and at a glance, they were not mortal. Lin Fan looked at the three women in front of him who were competing to be the first to offer their attentions, and in his heart there was a burst of laughter. These three little girls, but also really, he didn't hesitate to taste the food they prepared one by one. I have to say, the food did taste good, much better than what Bai Jia and Li Jiao made. Gongzi, what do you think? Gu Panpan asked with an expectant face, her eyes filled with longing. Well, it's all pretty good. Lin Fan nodded. Then, sir, do you think we? Li Jiajiao wanted to say something. Her eyes were full of longing, as if she was waiting for Lin Fan's prosperity. Lin Fan naturally understood their thoughts. He smiled slightly. This smile was instantly like heavenly music in the eyes of the three girls, allowing them to see the dawn of hope. My lord, I'm ready with 5,000 spirit stones, Gu Panpan said impatiently, her pair of beautiful eyes staring at Lin Fan tightly, as if she was afraid that he would back out. I'm 6,000. Li Jiajiao was also not willing to show weakness. She bit her lip and quoted a higher price, obviously determined to win. You two have gone too far. The price is raised higher and higher. You can't inflate. Like this. Chen Shui frowned, a hint of dissatisfaction in her tone. Although she also wanted Lin Fan's help, it was a bit hard for her to accept such an endless price increase, which had already exceeded her bottom line. Lin Fan smiled, breaking through the bottleneck of the late stage of foundation establishment. Consuming 500 years of longevity, and collecting 5,000 spirit stones was equivalent to earning 10 times as much. This deal, a bargain, he was calculating in his mind. Don't argue, just 5,000 each. Lin Fan opened his mouth. The three women glanced at each other, their faces showing ecstasy. 5,000 spirit stones in exchange for a chance to break through the bottleneck. This was simply a good thing that fell from the sky. How about, right now? Li Jiajiao was a bit impatient. Her charming eyes were like silk. Her delicate body slightly leaned forward, itching to immediately pounce on Lin Fan and enjoy this rare opportunity to the fullest. However, at that moment, a spirit light cut through the sky and sped over. Lin Fan stretched out his hand and a paper crane lightly fell into his palm, emitting a faint fluctuation of spiritual energy. Husband, a banquet has been set up in the cave. A family reunion. Su Xingyue's voice came out from the paper crane with a hint of tenderness, a hint of anticipation. The last time a few clans came to attack, Su Mei was captured, after which she was left in the Acacia sect and lived in Ji Qing Evening's cave. Now that I'm just free, it's time to go over and see them and the kids. Thinking of this, Lin Fan's heart moved and said to the three girls, I'll go out first and help you guys break through tonight. Without waiting for a few women to react, Lin Fan shifted and transformed into a stream of light, instantly disappearing from the cave, leaving behind only a faint fluctuation of spiritual energy echoing in the air. Only the three women were left looking at each other with dismay and disappointment, as if the cooked ducks had flown away. This is gone? Gu Pan's mouth opened wide, unable to believe her eyes. Li Jiaojia was also in disbelief as she stomped her foot, her chest heaving with anger, and pouted. Humph. Man, it's too much. The three women were furious. They were all the heavenly daughters within each family, and their looks, qualifications, and family backgrounds were all top-notch. Normally, what man wouldn't be like a lapdog when he sees them, wanting to give them his heart? The people who wanted to couple with them could even be lined up from the Acacia sect to the ends of the earth. But now, they poured spirit stones and took the initiative to throw themselves at Lin Fan. But Lin Fan just walked away like that? This is simply outrageous. Chapter 89, The Blessing of All. Lin Fan went straight to Su Xingyue's residence. Before even entering the door, one could already hear the laughter coming from inside the house, interspersed with the lively sounds of children's playfulness. Pushing the door open, a warm and welcoming smell came over the room. The Su family, mother and daughter, were sitting around the table in a happy manner. Su Xingyu was wearing a long lavender dress, her abdomen was slightly bulging, and it seemed that her last hard work had already borne fruit. This kid, Lin Haoren, had a pair of eyes that were dripping and quirky. He was sitting on a special little chair and was playing with a little carved wooden tiger in his hand. Su Mei was sitting next to him, holding the still swaddled Liniran in his arms. He gently rocked and hummed an unknown tune, his brows and eyes all tender. Today, she was wearing a scarlet red dress with a few blossoming peonies embroidered at the hemline, further accentuating her white skin and charm. The fullness of her chest was tightly wrapped, outlining a thrilling arc, and her slender waist was too thin to hold. The slender legs were folded together, and the hem of the skirt slipped down, revealing half of her white calves, making people think. Su Xingyu, on the other hand, sat on the side, holding a rattle in her hand and gently shaking it. Giggle. Liniran was amused and giggled, a pair of big, black grape-like eyes, dribbling around. Su Xingyu was wearing a light blue dress today, which set off her hot figure to the fullest. She leaned down and brought her cheek to Liniran, gently scraping his small nose with her finger. Call mommy, she said in a sweet voice with a hint of pettiness. Liniran blinked his big eyes, babbling and drooling. This pair of mother and daughter, although their personalities were very different, their looks were extremely similar. Both were equally beautiful and touching, with the same flavor. Only, Su Mei was more mature and charming, while Su Xingyu was more pure and lovely. Xingyu, do you want to have another one? Su Mei looked at the way Su Xingyu was teasing the child and suddenly opened her mouth to ask, with a hint of teasing in her tone. Su Xingyu's pretty face reddened when she heard this. She stole a glance at Lin Fan, and a complex emotion flashed in her eyes. Mother, what are you talking about? She pouted, a hint of shyness in her voice. Oh, you girl, you're still shy. At this moment, Bai Ruoyue walked out of the kitchen with a plate of steaming dishes. She was dressed in a plain white dress, just like a fairy who didn't eat earthly fire. Several people's eyes lit up when they saw Lin Fan. Daddy! Lin Haoren had sharp eyes and was the first to spot Lin Fan, shouting excitedly and about to jump off his chair. Slow down. Watch out for falls. Lin Fan smiled and walked forward, picking up Lin Haoren and giving him a hard kiss on the cheek. Did you miss Daddy? Thought about it. Lin Haoren wrapped his arms around Lin Fan's neck and said in a milky voice, his saliva rubbing against Lin Fan's face. Husband, you're here. Su Xingyue's voice, gentle like water, made people feel like spring breeze. Lin Fan smiled and nodded. Lin Fan then took his seat. Su Xingyue sat on his right and Su Xingyu on his left. Little Yuer, you sit down too. Lin Fan looked at Bai Ruoyue and spoke. For a while, the house was filled with laughter and the atmosphere was warm and harmonious. The table is full of all kinds of delicious dishes, colorful and fragrant. There are braised lion head, steamed sea bass. These were all handmade by Su Xingyue and Bai Ruoyue. It had to be said that Bai Ruoyue's cooking skills had refined quite a bit during this time. Husband, today, I have specially made this table of dishes for you. Eat quickly, Su Xingyu said as she gave Lin Fan a dish. Lin Fan smiled. There should be something else besides eating. He swept his gaze over Su Xingyu and Su Mei. Su Xingyu had already practiced Qi 12 layers to perfection, and was only one final step away from building the foundation. And Sumei's cultivation had also reached the middle stage of foundation establishment perfection, so she could break through into the late stage of foundation establishment. To say that the one with the fastest cultivation should be by Ruoyue. Ever since Lin Fan had given her the last time to raise her qualification to Heavenly Spirit Root, her cultivation level had gone all the way up, and now she had already stepped into the foundation establishment stage, catching up with Su Xingyue. Husband, you're so good, you guessed it all. Su Xingyu spat out her tongue and said somewhat playfully, a pair of beautiful eyes, however, stared tightly at Lin Fan, flashing with anticipation. Say, what's the matter again? Lin Fan smiled, a hint of favor in his tone. Would he not understand Su Xingyu's mind? This little ninny, every time she had a request for him, she would reveal this appearance. Hey! Su Xingyu smiled curtly and came over to Lin Fan's side, gently shaking his arm. Husband, look, my mother and our cultivation level has reached the bottleneck. She didn't finish her words, but the meaning was already obvious. You! Lin Fan reached out and scraped Su Xingyu's nose inside in a fake helpless manner. Knew you had that in mind. Husband is the best. Su Xingyu cheered, wrapped her arms around Lin Fan's neck, and gave him a boo kiss on the cheek. Then let's eat first. It's not too late to make a breakthrough after eating, Lin Fan said. After the meal, Lin Fan helped this mother and daughter duo breakthrough. Ding! Consuming 200 years of lifespan to help Su Mei break through the bottleneck of the middle stage of foundation establishment. Remaining lifespan, 235, 868 years. Ding! Consuming 50 years of longevity to help Su Xingyu break through the 12th level Qi cultivation bottleneck. Remaining lifespan, 9,235,818 years. The breakthrough was complete, and Lin Fan smoothly tapped on the goodwill interface. Su Xingyu's favorability had increased from 96% last time to 100%. Su Xingyu favorability, 100%. Life and Death Guardian, she regards you as the most important person in her life. It seems that the last time he stayed here, it made Su Xingyu's favorability level pull straight through. He looked at Su Xingyu again. Su Xingyu favorability, 98%. Tried and tested following, she has a very high level of loyalty and trust in you. Su Mei favorability, 91%. Tried and tested following, she has a very high level of loyalty and trust in you. After Su Mei and Su Xingyu finished their breakthrough, the sky was already dark. Lin Fan teased the two little ones for a while and prepared to leave. Su Xingyu, however, pulled him back. Husband, every time you come, you only stay for such a short while and then leave. How about tonight? She wanted to say something, her eyes were full of anticipation, her eyes were flowing, and she was charming. Su Xingyu also said, husband, stay tonight. The voice was soft, with a hint of imperceptible shyness. With two women on the left and one on the right, it was a little difficult for Lin Fan to refuse for a while. This isn't very good. He said this with his mouth, but his body was honest enough to sit down. Su Mei saw this and understood. She gave Bai Ruoyue a wink. The two left quietly with their two children. Inside the room, only Lin Fan, Su Xingyu and Su Xingyu remained. The atmosphere gradually became ambiguous. The moonlight passed through the window pane and sprinkled on Su Xingyu's face, coating her fair skin with a hazy halo. She gently bit her lower lip, her eyes mesmerized, as if she were a kitten waiting for her master to pamper her. Su Xingyu sat beside Lin Fan and gently leaned on his shoulder. Her body, with its faint fragrance, was refreshing. That's fine. I'll try the kids' food too if it's good. Chapter 90, Enhancing Spiritual Roots. The next morning, a ray of sunlight passed through the window pane and sprinkled on top of the bed. Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes, and what came into his eyes was a snow-white and delicate skin. He turned his head sideways and his gaze fell on the beautiful woman beside him. Su Xingyu was like a lazy kitten, curled up in his arms, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly, seemingly still immersed in a sweet dream. He gently pulled his arm out from under Su Xingyu's body, moving gently for fear of waking her up. Su Xingyu favorability, 100%. Life and Death Guardian, she regards you as the most important person in her life. After last night's in-depth communication, Su Xingyu's favorability had finally reached full value. Lin Fan's heart burst with joy, which meant that the relationship between him and Su Xingyu had reached a whole new level. Husband, why are you awake so early? Su Xingyu slowly opened her beautiful eyes, a hint of lethargy and coquettishness in her voice. She stretched, her delicate figure on display, making people want to take her into their arms again. Su Xingyu also woke up at this time. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and saw that Lin Fan had already gotten up. A trace of reluctance flashed in her eyes. The two women, one on the left and one on the right, gently leaned against Lin Fan's shoulder, enjoying this moment of coziness. They knew that Lin Fan still had his own matters to deal with and would be leaving in a while. before I leave, I'll give each of you a gift. But, you have to keep it a secret for me. Lin Fan smiled mysteriously and said softly. Su Xingyue and Su Xingyu had completely become his people, and for the two girls, Lin Fan naturally would not be petty. He decided to give the two girls a boost in their qualifications. After all, their original qualifications were really bad, and after raising their qualifications, the two women's cultivation speed could be increased drastically, and the more cultivation that would be fed back to him. What kind of gift? Husband? Su Xingyue's beautiful eyes were full of expectation as she asked curiously. Lin Fan didn't answer directly, but stretched out his finger and gently touched the center of their brows. System, raise their spiritual roots to heavenly spiritual roots, he murmured in his mind. Ding. Consume 100,000 years of lifespan to raise Su Xingyue's spiritual root to heavenly spiritual root. The host has 9,135,368 years of life left. Ding. Consume 100,000 years of lifespan to raise Su Xingyue's spiritual root to heavenly spiritual root. The host has 9,035,368 years of life left. With the deduction of their longevity, Su Xingyue and Su Xingyu could only feel a strange power that forced its way into their bodies. This power traveled through their limbs and bones, as if it was going to completely transform their bodies. Inside them, something seemed to be broken and then put back together again. The process was brief, but it overwhelmed them. A moment later, they realized that their spiritual roots, from the original 3 attribute spiritual roots, had turned into the current heavenly spiritual roots. Su Xingyue and Su Xingyu glanced at each other, both seeing disbelief in the other's eyes. Their breathing became rapid and their chests rose and fell violently. Her lips quivered as if she wanted to say something, but was too agitated to speak. Su Xingyu, on the other hand, directly jumped into Lin Fan's arms, burying her head in his chest, her body trembling slightly. She could clearly feel Lin Fan's powerful heartbeat and the scent of him that mesmerized her. Husband, you're this. Su Xingyue finally spoke, her voice filled with shock and gratitude. Hush. Lin Fan placed his finger on her lips, signaling her to keep quiet. It's a little secret between us. Don't tell anyone, he said softly. Aha! Su Xingyue and Su Xingyu nodded their heads vigorously, their eyes glistening with crystal tears. They knew how precious this gift that Lin Fan had given them was. A heavenly spirit root. This was a top qualification that many cultivators could only dream of. Husband, thank you. Su Xingyu raised her head, her beautiful eyes filled with tenderness. Silly girl, you're still polite with me. Lin Fan gently stroked her hair and said tenderly. Husband, let me repay you once more. Star Moon, you're being a bit patronizing. Lin Fan flew as well and left the cave. Last night's hard work had left him physically and mentally exhausted, and he had no desire to fight again. Luckily, there was the Red Sun treasure jade gifted by old Red Luan ancestor, and after using it this soothed his waist a lot. Lin Fan returned to his cave and was surrounded by 3 figures just as he entered. Li Jiaojiao, Gu Pan Pan, and Chen Shui. The 3 women all had a bad look on their faces, a posture of asking for punishment. Mr. Lin, you're finally back. Gu Pan Pan was the first to speak, with a hint of sultriness in her tone. We've been waiting for you all night. Li Jiaojiao followed closely behind, her voice charming, but it was hard to hide the dissatisfaction in it. Although Chen Shui didn't say anything, her cool eyes were also staring straight at Lin Fan, obviously waiting for an explanation from him as well. After all, Lin Fan had promised to help them break through last night. The 3 women waited with eager anticipation, waiting from the sunset to the middle of the moon, and from the middle of the moon to the white of the east. And the result? It was surprising that Lin Fan had only returned now. How can they not be angry about this? Ahem. Lin Fan coughed lightly twice, slightly embarrassed. He naturally knew that he had stood them up last night. 3 fairies, I'm really sorry for the delay, but there was a temporary matter last night. Lin Fan arched his hand and apologized. Humph, you want to get rid of us with a temporary thing? Li Jiaojiao didn't eat him. She crossed her arms and huffed. That's right, Mr. Lin, you're not taking us too seriously, are you? Gu Pan Pan followed suit and chimed in, a hint of petulance in her tone. Chen Shui remained silent, just quietly looking at Lin Fan. Lin Fan was momentarily speechless, not knowing how to explain. Last night was never very easy for him to explain. In that case, tonight I'll help you guys break through. Lin Fan knew that he was being unreasonable and opened his mouth. I don't want it. I don't care. I want to break through now. Li Jiaojiao beamed and hugged Lin Fan's arm as if she was pampered, gently shaking it. I want to break through now too. Gu Pan Pan was also not willing to show weakness, and held Lin Fan's other arm in her own arms as well, rocking hard to pamper herself. The softness of her chest pressed tightly against Lin Fan's arm, bringing a burst of amazing touch. Although Chen Shui didn't say anything, her cool eyes were staring straight at Lin Fan, obviously meaning the same thing. These three little ninnies are really getting their way. Lin Fan's heart moved, and the corner of his mouth hooked up in a bad smile. Breakthrough. Good. Breakthrough now. He agreed with his mouth, but in his mind he said to the system, help the three of them break through. Ding. Consume 500 years of longevity to help Li Jiaojiao break through the bottleneck of the late stage of foundation establishment. Life expectancy, 9,035,368 years. Ding. Consume 500 years of lifespan to help Gu Pan Pan break through the bottleneck of the late foundation establishment stage. Life expectancy, 9,034,868 years. Ding. Consume 500 years of lifespan to help Chen Shui break through the bottleneck at the late stage of foundation establishment. Life expectancy, 9,034,368 years. With the deduction of longevity, the aura of Li Jiaojiao, Gu Pan Pan, and Chen Shui suddenly changed. Gu Pan Pan and Li Jiaojiao exclaimed in shock and hurriedly let go of Lin Fan's hand and sat on their knees. Chen Shui did the same, and a trace of surprise flashed across her iceberg face that had remained unchanged for years. Chapter 91, Leakage. Inside the cave, the aura surged like a tidal wave and then suddenly converged. Lin Fan stood with his hands behind his back, his sleeves fluttering lightly, his gaze calmly watching the three women who had completed their breakthrough in front of him, like a gardener guarding a flower, patient and focused. Gu Pan Pan took the lead to spit out a mouthful of long breath. That breath condensed like a substance, and even pulled out a faint white silk thread in the air, which then dissipated. She slowly opened her eyes, which seemed to have starlight flowing through them, and her delicate face was overflowing with uncontrollable joy. Gongzi, thank you. Gu Pan Pan's voice was crisp and pleasant, with a hint of excitement and pouting after the breakthrough. She unclasped a storage bag embroidered with delicate patterns from her waist, took out 5,000 spirit stones with flickering spiritual light from it, and offered them to Lin Fan with both hands. Then with a sly smile, she stood on her tiptoes and gave him a slapdash kiss on the cheek. Barf! A soft sound, crisp and melodious. This is someone else's thank you gift. Don't think it's too little for you, sir. Gu Pan Pan playfully blinked her eyes flowing in a charming manner. Li Jiaojiao and Chen Shui also got up one after another. Li Jiaojiao charming eyes like silk. Ing salute. Voice so delicate that it seems to be able to pinch out water, many thanks to the gentleman gift. Chen Shui was still the same cool appearance, but her eyebrows were a little less frosty and a little more soft, and her tone carried a hint of imperceptible gratitude. Many thanks. Lin Fan nodded with a smile and nonchalantly accepted all the spirit stones. You guys have just broken through. Your breath is not yet stabilized, so go back to closed-door cultivation first and consolidate your realms. Well, we'll go now. The three girls obediently answered yes. Seeing the three women leave, Lin Fan took a long breath and the corner of his mouth curved into a relaxed arc. Finally got rid of those three little ninnies. Finally, a few days of peace and quiet. Thinking about this, Lin Fan felt a wave of fatigue well up in his heart. Last night's battle had indeed consumed a lot of his energy. Back in the bedroom, the soft bed wrapped around him instantly. As soon as Lin Fan's head touched the pillow, a deep drowsiness came like a tidal wave and instantly engulfed him. I don't know how long it took, but a wisp of fragrance, like the lightest of feathers, if anything, drilled into Lin Fan's nostrils. This aroma, like orchid, like musk, with a hint of sweetness, a hint of temptation, like a lover's whisper, seductive. Lin Fan's eyelids fluttered slightly and slowly opened. What came into view was a stunningly beautiful face that was close at hand and suitable for anger and joy. Gu Pan Pan. She was like a docile kitten snuggling at his side. The light veil slipped down, revealing the fragrant shoulders of the frosted snow, as well as the delicate curves hidden under the light veil, making it even more seductive. Pan Pan, shouldn't you be stabilizing your cultivation? Lin Fan was slightly surprised, and his sleepiness dissipated for the most part. Gu Pan Pan's beautiful eyes were like silk, and she gave him a pouty glance. Her snow-white lotus root arm gently encircled Lin Fan's neck, and her petite body followed suit, bringing with it a fluttering softness. Don't talk. At the same time, 10,000 miles away, at the border of Chu, deep in the rolling, mangled mountains, miasma filled the air like a thick fog, covering the sky and the sun, making it intimidating to look at. Inside a dark and damp cave, from time to time, a beast-like mournful hissing sound came out. The sound was full of pain, anger and unwillingness, echoing in the empty valley, making people's bones creepy and shivering. Xingli old thief, Hong Wan, and the Acacia sect, I want you to pay for your blood debts. Ah! Deep in the cavern, a burly figure stood up violently. The magic lines around his body were like living creatures swimming crazily, and the black magic chi rose and pulsed like flames, reflecting a face that was hideous and horrifying due to its extreme distortion. Upon closer inspection, The outline of this person's features were actually 7 to 8% similar to the bloodshed old ancestor, only younger, and his eyes were burning with a crazy flame, as if he wanted to burn everything to the ground. This person was none other than the bloodshed old ancestor who had his physical body destroyed by old man Qingli and whose Yuaning had managed to escape. Now, he has taken over and been reborn. The so-called seizing the body is an extremely treacherous secret method in the cultivation world. When a cultivator's physical body was destroyed and his Yuaning or Yuanshan still existed, he could forcefully occupy another person's physical body and devour the other person's soul, thus gaining a new life. This kind of secret method is contrary to heavenly harmony and is exceptionally dangerous. The slightest carelessness will result in the destruction of the soul and the end of all life. Moreover, after taking over the body, due to the lack of fit between the Yuanshan and the physical body, the cultivation would be greatly reduced, and it would be even more difficult to recover to the peak state. Damn! Destroyed my 1,000 years of hard cultivation of the flesh. This revenge will not be reported. I blood fiend swore not to be a person. And that Lin Fan. What I can't get, you guys don't want to get either. Jia 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 jia. The eerie laughter echoed through the cave in a creepy way. Time flies like an arrow. The sun and the moon like a shuttle. In the blink of an eye, half a year passes by in a hurry. Inside Lin Fan's cave, it was a scene of warmth and harmony. Lin Fan was sitting upright, playing against Zhang Jiang, who had a slightly bulging abdomen. On top of the board, black and white pieces were strewn and crisscrossed, but it was not some profound Go or Xiangqi, but the simplest backgammon. Gongzi, you can't just let people be. Zhang Jiang beamed her rosy lips and pouted, her voice soft and sticky with a hint of petulance. She was already 5 or 6 months pregnant, and moved with a little more clumsiness, but was even more adorable. Lin Fan's fingertips lightly flicked the chess pieces, falling as if flying. With a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth, he warmly said, "This can't be done. The chess field is like a battlefield, with instantaneous changes. How can there be a reason to give way? Humph. No more." Zhang Jiang's pretty face was slightly angry, muttering in dissatisfaction. She simply played up her little temperament, and with a wave of her jade hand, she ruffled all the pieces on the chessboard. "It's no fun. You win every time. Just know how to bully others." Alright. Next time I'll let you go. Next time I'll definitely let you go." Lin Fan hurriedly coaxed softly, his tone filled with doting and indulgence. Behind Zhang Jiang, Gu Pan Pan, Li Jiaojiao, Chen Shui and other warblers and swallows covered their mouths and laughed gently, their eyes flowing with spring. In the past 6 months, Lin Fan's cave has become more and more lively, and added 3 or 4 jade-like sisters, fat and thin, each good at their own. It is really the earth's blessings, the envy of the others. Right at this moment, a long-lost system beep suddenly sounded in Lin Fan's mind, detected the imminent birth of the host's heir, and the qualification is assessed as a 3-attribute medium-grade spiritual root. Whether or not to consume longevity to enhance the spiritual root qualification of the heir? The system's voice was still cold and mechanical, but to Lin Fan's ears, it was exceptionally pleasant. He seemed to have anticipated that this child, more than likely, was Li Xiangjuan's. Some days ago, Gu Linger, who had returned to her mother's home to settle down, had already given birth successfully, and if we were to talk about the days, there was only Li Xiangjuan of the Li family. Familiar options surfaced on the system panel. Option 1, consume 1,000 years of longevity to upgrade the heir's spiritual root to a double attribute upper grade spiritual root. Option 2, consume 10,000 years of lifespan to upgrade the heir's spiritual root to a mutant attribute spiritual root. Option 3, consume 100,000 years of longevity to upgrade the heir's spiritual root to a single attribute heavenly spiritual root. Option 4, consume 1,000 years of longevity to upgrade the heir's spiritual root to the legendary immortal spiritual root. Lin Fan barely hesitated and directly chose the 4th item, immortal spirit root. Ding! The host chooses to consume 1,000 years of life to enhance the spiritual root qualification of the heir. Starting to improve qualification. Consumption successful. Deducting 1,000 years of longevity. Host's current remaining lifespan, 15,014,268 years. The value of longevity pulsed in his mind, and Lin Fan's heart was calm. At first, Li Xiangjuan had given him a full 2 million spirit stones of spirit stones. What's more, in the past half a year, he had broken through the cultivation bottleneck for a number of Yuaning stage-old monsters from the Qingyun sect and other sects, and had scored a lot more longevity. Boom! Just then, a deafening sound of thunder suddenly came from the sky. The sudden vision instantly startled the women inside the cave. They rose and looked curiously in the direction from which the sound had come, only to see the sky, the haze of the layers and layers of clouds as if by the divine brush splashing ink. rendered into a colorful picture scroll. The haze was as unpredictable as flowing water in the sky. The auspicious omen appeared suddenly and disappeared extremely quickly. In a few moments, though, it disappeared as if it hadn't been there. Lin Fan's brows furrowed slightly as a trace of gravity flashed in his eyes. It was inevitable that a child with immortal spiritual roots would descend into the world, triggering anomalies in the heavens and earth, which he had long predicted. Therefore, within the Acacia sect, powerful formations must have been set up in advance to cover up the heavenly chances and conceal this shocking vision. Obviously, just now, on the side of the Li family, there seemed to be some mistakes in covering up the heavenly chances, failing to completely cover up the vision, although it was later remedied in time to quickly cover it up. However, in these half a year, he had helped several Yuaning stage-old monsters from other sects break through their cultivation bottlenecks. How powerful and sharp is the divine sense of these old men, such an obvious auspicious vision. Even if it was just a flash, I'm afraid it would be difficult to hide it from their ears, if they notice anything. Chapter 92, Shocked. Investigating the matter. At the edge of the Acacia sect, an inconspicuous hill stood quietly. This place was a breakthrough place specially opened up for cultivators from the Green Cloud sect, Blood Fiends sect, and Xian Shadow sect. In the past half a year, Lin Fan had already helped 6 people break through consecutively at this place, averaging 1 person per month. On weekdays, this area is dense with aura, quiet and peaceful, like a paradise. However, at this moment, a strange fluctuation was like a stone thrown into a lake. Breaking this tranquility, Blood Linglong snapped her eyes open, and her sharp gaze seemed to penetrate through the thick stone wall and shot straight into the sky. Her powerful divine sense of the early Yuaning stage spread wildly in all directions like a flood that broke the dike. In the sky, an auspicious haze, like a glimpse, reflected into the range of her divine sense. This haze was brilliant and unpredictable, as if it was a miracle from the heavens, or some kind of omen. Almost at the same moment, not far away within the other 2 cave dwellings, Hua Yanxiao and Lan Ingbit also detected the strange movement. They opened their eyes almost at the same time, and a look of shock flashed across their faces unanimously. This is, Blood Linglong's brows tightly locked, a trace of consternation flashed in her eyes. This haze, she has seen a lot of knowledge, naturally recognized that this is not an unusual heaven and earth anomaly. Is this the sign of a genius descending? Blood Linglong's heart shook, and in her mind, countless thoughts instantly flashed by. Those who were able to induce such heaven and earth visions must be supreme geniuses with extraordinary qualifications. Such geniuses, once they grew up, would surely become a giant on one side, and might even change the pattern of the entire cultivation world. Blood Linglong's heartbeat involuntarily sped up a few points. She took a deep breath and tried to calm her inner excitement. This haze appears quickly and disappears quickly. It's obviously someone deliberately covering it up. Inside Hua Yanxiao's cave, the atmosphere was equally grave. On her face, shock and doubt were also written. This kind of vision hasn't appeared in how many years? Hua Yanxiao muttered, her gaze cast in the direction where the haze had disappeared, pondering. The Acacia sect has a genius descending into the world, and they have also set up formations in advance to cover up the heaven and earth visions. Could it be that the people of the Acacia sect know in advance that this child that is about to come out of the world is a genius? Several people had different minds, but without exception, they all wanted to probe and understand. It didn't take long for a bug with a pitch-black body, only the size of a small fingernail cap, to silently fly out from Blood Linglong's place of seclusion. This little bug is called Shadow Evading Bug. It is the Bloodshed sect's secret detection spirit bug. Its body is pitch black. Without looking carefully, it is difficult to notice. It had a clear target, precisely the place where the vision appeared before. In Hua Yanxiao's cave, a shadow similarly swept out. The shadow was extremely fast, and almost in the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the sky. Meanwhile, inside Li Xianjuan's cave, the atmosphere was warm and extraordinary. 5 or 6 core figures of the Li clan were surrounding a swaddled infant, and each of their faces were filled with uncontrollable excitement. Immortal spirit root. It really is an immortal spirit root. Elder Li's voice trembled a little. He took the infant carefully, with a look that was like looking at some rare treasure. Ha ha, with this child, my Li family will definitely thrive. The corners of Elder Li's mouth were grinning to the roots of his ears. Although it had long been known that this child was an immortal spirit root, after it was actually detected, a few people from the core of the Li family were still hit hard. Now that child Zhao Jiao is also in Lin Fan's cave. When she gives birth to a child as well, our Li family will have 2 immortal spirit root children. One man said excitedly, his eyes smiling into slits. Elder Ancestor, give this child a name? Someone suggested, looking at Elder Li with burning eyes. Elder Li, however, waved his hand. When the child is a full moon, let Lin Fan take it. and this child will still take Lin Fan's surname. When he said that, everyone in the room froze. Old ancestor, why is this? A stout, middle-aged man with thick eyebrows couldn't help but ask, doubt written all over his face. Yes, old ancestor, this child is the bloodline of our Li family. How can he take the surname of an outsider? Another old man chimed in, his brows furrowed, clearly unable to figure it out. This, said the crowd in a chorus, all wanting to know what medicine Elderly is selling in his gourd. What do you know? Elderly glared at the middle-aged man without any good humor, his voice low, carrying a hint of unquestionable majesty. Lin Fan's ability. You all know it well, not to mention that he can help us break through the bottleneck. Let's just say that this child, if his last name is Li, then it will be hard for us to want a child with a heavenly spiritual root later on. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, a hint of cunning in his tone. Besides, although this child's surname is Lin, he is bound to be raised in our Li family. Cultivating a child, that requires a huge amount of resources. Lin Fan has so many children, how can he raise them? At that time, although this child's surname is Lin, in his heart he will naturally recognize our Li family. As soon as Elder Li's words fell, the people present revealed a look of understanding, and each of them came to a sudden realization. Hi, this move by old ancestor is really high. Yes, this way, we can have Lin Fan continue to work for us, and at the same time make this child a member of our Li family. Two birds with one stone. Elder ancestor is wise. The crowd kissed their asses and looked at Elderly with admiration in their eyes. Only, they did not notice that in the dark corner not far away, there was an inconspicuous black beetle lying quietly. This beetle was pitch black, only the size of a grain of rice. If not looked at carefully, it was difficult to notice. It was quietly lying there, motionless, as if it was integrated with the surrounding environment. However, its tiny compound eyes flashed with an eerie light, taking in everything here. Blood Linglong was dressed in a black robe with a black veil covering her face, only revealing a pair of charming eyes. Her exquisite figure was hidden under the black robe. She lightly opened her vermilion lips, a hint of disbelief in her tone. Lin Fan's child is actually an immortal spirit root? Isn't this kind of spirit root rumored to be found only in the spirit world? How could there be this kind of spiritual root in the earthly realm? Blood Linglong's tone was filled with doubt, as if she was talking to herself. If all of Lin Fan's children are immortal spirit roots, then in just 100 years' time, the Acacia sect will surely unify the entire Chu cultivation world. My Blood Fury sect. Blood Linglong's eyes revealed a color of worry. I don't know if this is true or not. No, while this time is spent breaking through within the Acacia sect, we must find a way to investigate this matter. If this is true, in the secret room not far from Blood Linglong, Hua Yanxiao and Lanning were similarly filled with doubts. They had also discovered the abnormality. Chapter 93, for the sect's sake, think of a solution. On the other hand, the Li family was immersed in a sea of joy. The birth of an immortal spiritual root within the family was a great joy. The elder of the Li family winged the swaddling clothes as if he was holding a rare treasure. In the swaddling clothes, the infant slept soundly, with a hint of baby fat on his little pink face, adorable to the extreme. Elder Li was even happier. It was as if he had already seen the prosperous scene of the Li family in the next few hundred years. However, before this joy could fully spread, it was abruptly interrupted by two figures falling from the sky. In the sky, two figures cut through the sky like meteors, carrying a powerful sense of oppression as they instantly descended over the Li family residence. The laughter of the Li family came to an abrupt end, and everyone was stunned by this sudden turn of events. They all looked up, only to see two figures suspended in midair, like gods descending, emitting a palpitating aura. Elder ancestor Qingli was dressed in green. His face was cool and his eyes were as sharp as a blade as he scanned the Li family crowd below. Old ancestor Hongwan, on the other hand, was dressed in a red dress with a graceful and charming figure, yet her eyes were equally cold, carrying a hint of unquestionable majesty. Feeling the powerful aura emanating from the two elders, the Li family elders were startled in their hearts and hurriedly hugged their children and quickly greeted them. A smile piled on his face, trying to hide his inner turmoil. Two senior sisters, why have you descended today? But have you come to dip your hands in the joyous spirit and visit this newborn child? There was a hint of flattery in Elder Li's tone, and he was all smiles as he tried to ease the atmosphere. However, old ancestor Chengli and old ancestor Hong Wan's faces did not ease up at all, but instead became even colder. The air seemed to freeze. The original lively and festive atmosphere instantly disappeared, replaced by a suffocating depression. Elder Li's smile froze on his face, and his heart began to feel uneasy as an ominous premonition surged through his mind. What is going on with senior sister? Elder Li asked cautiously, his voice trembling a little. He was acutely aware that something didn't seem right. Old ancestor Qingli looked at Elder Li coldly with a hint of sulking in his eyes. What's wrong? You have the nerve to ask what's wrong. Her voice was cold and piercing, like frost in a cold winter month, instantly making elderly feel like falling into an ice cave. Do you realize that you haven't covered up the visions well and have already been discovered by the others? Old ancestor Chingli snapped, his tone filled with reproach and anger. Elder Li's face swished white when he heard this. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. It was like being poured a pot of cold water over his head, cooling him from head to toe. It was then that he snapped out of it, realizing what a grave mistake he had made. This is no joke. Immortal spiritual roots descending into the world. That would attract heaven and earth visions. He had prepared for it though and had set up the formation in advance. But he was just so happy that he made such a big mistake. Although it was later to cover up the heaven and earth visions. But which of those yawning stage-old monsters are not human? Their divine sense. That was incredibly powerful. I'm afraid I can't hide this. The more Elderly thought about it, the more scared he became, and his body couldn't help but tremble. Senior sister. I was negligent for a moment. Please punish senior sister. The preciousness of immortal spirit roots could be imagined, and once it was known by other sect forces, it would definitely attract covetousness. Old ancestor Hongwan also spoke coldly. Now is not the time to pursue responsibility. The priority is to minimize the impact of this matter. Although her voice was charming and melodious, it was full of majesty at the moment, so that people did not dare to question it in the slightest. Now immediately, send this child to Lin Fan's side. Old ancestor Hongwan's tone was not to be questioned as she gave a direct order. Send it to Lin Fan's side? When Elderly heard this, he froze, not reacting for a moment. But he looked hesitant, his heart filled with reluctance and doubt. The immortal spirit root was the hope of the Li family, the pillar of the Li family's future, and it was just sent to someone else? Old ancestor Changli saw through Elder Li's mind at a glance and said in an icy tone, there is no but. Lin Fan's side of the cave has a total of 3 small mountains, and I've already set up formations so that no one can peek inside. Old ancestor Changli continued, his tone slightly moderating, but still carrying a hint of majesty. Li family members can send someone to open a cave in these 3 small mountains. In the future, all of Lin Fan's children, including his female family members, will live within these 3 small mountains. This will keep the child safe and keep your Li family close by. Elder Qing Li's words finally brought some slight comfort to Elder Li's heart. It was a good arrangement to be able to open a cave near Lin Fan's cave. At the very least, the Li family would still be able to take care of this immortal spirit root child close by and maintain some contact. Yes, senior sister. Mr. Li understands. Elder Li lowered his head and respectfully responded. He knew that it was for the best. Well, it's good to understand. Old ancestor Cheng Li nodded, his face easing slightly. As the order was given, the Li family was busy again. How many immortal spirit root children do we have in total in the Acacia sect now? Old ancestor Cheng Li sat at the top, his voice clear and cold as he swept his gaze across the great hall. Elder sister, including this newly born one, there are 7 in total. Old ancestor Hongwan owed a respectful reply. Those who are pregnant right now. Within Lin Fan's cave there are a total of 7 that we have recently sent, and together with the Su sisters, there are a total of 9, she added after a moment. It looks like a lot, but it's not enough. Old ancestor Qingli frowned slightly, seemingly unsatisfied with this figure. In selecting some disciples within the gate to send him over, and quickly, she said firmly, a hint of undeniable authority in her tone. Old ancestor Hongwan sniffed, but a hint of difficulty appeared on his face. Senior sister, this kind of thing Lin Fan is very resistant to, she said softly, a hint of helplessness in her voice. He picked 4 when the first batch was sent, and he picked 3 for the second batch. Old ancestor Hongwan recalled the previous scene and continued. I've sent 2 more visits since then, all of which he's refused. She shook her head with a bitter smile, as if she could see Lin Fan's face with rejection written all over it. Old ancestor Qingli sniffed and nodded gently. That's understandable. After all, it kind of treats him like. She didn't finish her words, but their meaning was self-evident. To use a living human being as a tool to reproduce offspring would be resisted by anyone else. Old ancestor Qing Li's brows were locked as if he was thinking about something. Old ancestor Hongwan, on the other hand, stood quietly at the side, waiting for her instructions. After a long time, old man Qing Li slowly spoke. But, for the sake of the clan, senior sister, you think of a way. Chapter 94, Breakthrough. Late stage Jiedan. As night fell, the Acacia sect was shrouded in a deep darkness. Clad in black robes, Blood Linglong blended into the night like a ghost. Silently, soon he came to a remote place. It was overgrown and barren, as if it were a forgotten corner. Blood Linglong stopped, a playful smile curling up at the corner of her mouth, as if she knew everything about this place like the back of her hand. She stretched out her delicate fingers and gently made a point. Wherever the fingertips touched, a ripple rose in the air, as if a stone had been thrown into the surface of a calm lake. Ripples rippled. In these 2 days, the demonic insects I released for tracking have all disappeared into thin air here. Her vermilion lips parted lightly, a hint of smugness in her voice. I guess Lin Fan's cave is here. Blood Linglong slapped at her waist, and a nearly transparent beast skin appeared in her hand. The animal skin emitted a faint glow, looking particularly mysterious in the darkness of the night. If I didn't have this nightmare skin, it would have taken me a lot more effort to enter this formation. With a sway of her figure, her entire body was hidden into that ripple and disappeared. A moment later, Blood Linglong's eyes opened up, and 3 inconspicuous hills came into view. The aura here was rich and very different from the barren outside world, as if it was 2 worlds. Even at night, it was still bustling, with various colors of spiritual light shining and intermingling, as if someone was busy opening up a cave. Blood Linglong's Yuaning stage divine sense swept out. Eventually, her divine sense stopped on a pair of twin women. Their bellies were slightly bulging and they were obviously pregnant and about to give birth. They were accompanied by 2 little boys, pink and adorable. Divine sense swept over the 2 children. Immortal spirit root, Blood Linglong exclaimed in her heart, her beautiful eyes filled with incredulity. How is this possible? It's not just these 2 kids, it's the rest of them. It seems that all of Lin Fan's children are really immortal spirit roots. As soon as this thought came out, a strong uneasiness surged in Blood Linglong's heart, as if it was tightly choked by a big invisible hand. If that's the case, then when these immortal seedlings grow up, a chill ran down her back as she dared not think further. As long as we give the Acacia sect some time, in less than 100 years, the strength of the Acacia sect would swell to a terrifying level that no one could match. At that time, not to mention a small bloodshed sect, even if the entire Chu Immortal Cultivation sect joined together, I'm afraid that they wouldn't be a match for the Acacia sect. Blood Linglong's face became grave. Suddenly she noticed a recluse light speeding by. Hongwan is here. No, my hurry to get out of here. Only a few moments later, a recluse light flew past above the sky. With a swaying stance and light steps, old man Hongwan arrived in front of Ji Qingyan's cave. Inside the cave, the aura was dense. The grass and trees were lush. A vibrant scene that was refreshing. How have you been, master nephew? Elder Red Luan's voice echoed within the cave, causing the heart and mind to swirl. Ji Qingyan was holding a 1-year-old baby doll in her arms, and when she heard the sound, she hurriedly got up. She walked quickly to the entrance of the cave and gave a deep salute to old ancestor Hongwan. Greetings, old ancestor. The little doll was in Ji Qingyan's arms, with a pair of big, dark eyes, curiously sizing up old man Hongwan, seemingly filled with curiosity about this stranger who had suddenly appeared. Old ancestor Hongwan nodded slightly, his gaze falling on the child in Ji Qingyan's arms, a strange light flashing in his eyes. This is Lin Fan's 4th child. I believe the name is Lin Fei Ran? Yes, elder ancestor. Ji Qing Evening replied, her voice soft, like a spring breeze brushing her face. I wonder what the old ancestor is here for this time. Ji Qingyan asked softly with a hint of doubt in her eyes, not understanding why old man Hongwan had made a sudden visit. I did come for one thing. The Red Luan old ancestor's vermilion lips gently opened as she slowly said, a hint of temptation in her voice. That's whether you want to consider looking for Lin Fan to have another child? Ji Qing Evening sniffed and showed a hesitant look on her face, as if she was somewhat hesitant. Last time, Lin Fan was disgusted that I did that. I am content with one child. Firen. Ji Qingyan said softly, a hint of complexity showing in her eyes. If you can have another one, I can make a decision and grant you permission to go to the Acacia Sect's Spirit Spring for a year of training. Old ancestor Hongwan threw out a tantalizing offer. Hearing these words, a look of surprise appeared on Ji Qingyan's face, her eyes flashing with excitement. The Acacia Sect's spiritual spring was the secret realm of the Acacia Sect, and only the elder ancestors of the Yuaning stage had the opportunity to enter and cultivate. It was said that the speed of cultivation inside was more than several times faster than outside. With her cultivation level, if she could go to the spirit spring to cultivate, she would probably soon reach the middle stage of Jiadan consummation, and her strength would increase greatly. When that time came, she would seek Lin Fan's help to break through. Then she would be only one step away from the Yuaning stage. Many thanks, old ancestor. Then this matter, I will do my best. Ji Qing Evening did not bite the bullet, leaving room for a way back. Old ancestor Hongwan nodded his head in satisfaction, seemingly pleased with Ji Qingyan's answer. Think about it, I've got things to do, so I'll leave you to it. Saying that, the Red Luan old ancestor's body, surrounded by a flash of spiritual light, disappeared from the original place, like a ghost, coming and going without a trace. A moment later, at the entrance of Nangong Miaoyu's cave, there was a fluctuation in aura, like water rippling. The figure of the Red Luan old ancestor, once again, appeared as if out of thin air. Nangong Niaoyu led a small doll and hurriedly greeted them with a respectful smile on her face. Greetings, elder ancestor. Nangong Niaoyu bowed and saluted with a respectful attitude, not daring to be the slightest bit slow. Lin Fan didn't know that the people of the Acacia sect were calculating him behind his back again. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged within the cultivation chamber, his eyes closed tightly, his breathing long and steady, entering a deep state of cultivation. After the greater part of the year, he had hoarded a large amount of unrefined cultivation again, especially the several Yuaning stage-old monsters of the Acacia sect, along with the Yuaning stage-old monsters of other sects who had recently helped with the breakthrough. The cultivation they provided was extremely huge. Lin Fan felt that after he refined all of this hoarded cultivation, his cultivation should be able to break through into the late Jiedan stage. He looked inside his dantian and carefully observed the situation within it. In the middle of the dantian, the golden dan dripped and spun. A faint golden light flowed on the surface, emitting a powerful aura. Around the golden dan, a rich aura lingered like a cloud, wrapping the golden dan in it. Lin Fan took a deep breath and began to operate his gong method to refine the hoarded cultivation. A stream of pure spiritual energy was refined and integrated into the Jindan, like 100 rivers returning to the sea, sinking into the Jindan. The radiance of the golden elixir became more and more brilliant. As time passed, the spiritual energy in Lin Fan's body became more and more abundant, like the Yangtze River, rushing endlessly. The Jindan was also becoming more and more solid, and the aura it emitted was becoming more and more powerful. Suddenly, Lin Fan's body trembled slightly, as if he had been electrocuted, and jolted. The cultivation in his body increased steeply, like a volcano erupting, instantly raising a large amount. The Jindan within the dantian shook violently, expanding in size by a full circle, as if blowing up a balloon, rapidly expanding. A powerful aura emanated from Lin Fan's body, sweeping through the entire cultivation room like a gale. Late Jiedan stage, Lin Fan's heart was filled with joy as he felt the surging power in his body. He could clearly feel that his cultivation was twice as powerful as before, and his strength had changed drastically, especially the divine sense. Lin Fan felt that it had gone a step further, becoming stronger and sharper. Right now, he felt that his divine sense should be able to rival that of an early-stage Yuaning expert. After making a smooth breakthrough, Lin Fan did not rush to leave, but continued to cultivate and consolidate his cultivation. He was still sitting on his knees, running his gong methods and stabilizing his cultivation, as motionless as an old monk in meditation. The higher the cultivation level, the more unstable it would be about after the breakthrough, and the more time would be needed to stabilize the cultivation level, just like the construction of a high-rise building, which needed a good foundation. After some people broke through, they were unable to stabilize their cultivation in time, causing their cultivation to retreat back to their original realm, which abounded in the cultivation world and was not uncommon. After such a small half a month, Lin Fan was ready to leave the gate and end this closed-door cultivation. More than half a month ago, Xingli suddenly ordered that Gu Linger, Li Xiangjuan, and the others be sent back so that they could open a new cave to live in my cave. It seems that Star Moon and Star Rain have also moved out from Ji Qing Evening's cave and opened up a cave as well. Now get out and see how their cave has opened up. Chapter 95, Calculation, by Ruoyue returns. Bloodshed Sect, a hidden place. It was different from the Bloodshed Sect's cold and depressing environment. The place is full of life and the rooms are elegant and quite charming. Blood Linglong was sitting opposite to a beautiful woman with a beautiful style. A pot of fragrant tea, hot and steamy. This beautiful woman, although a little older, looks like she is in her 30s, and has a great demeanor. She wore a gorgeous purple robe that wrapped her mature and plump figure just right. The fullness of her breasts called out. The waist, though slightly plump, adds a touch of maturity. Her skin was fair with a healthy flush. A well-maintained face, still smooth and delicate. Between his eyebrows and eyes, he could vaguely see the overwhelming splendor of his youth. Her temperament was graceful and elegant, and she exuded the charm of a mature woman with her hands and feet. The beautiful woman picked up her teacup and gently took a sip, her eyes flashing with disbelief. Are you sure? She put down her teacup, her voice shaking slightly. Then Lin Fan's children are all immortal spirit roots? Blood Linglong nodded, her eyes firm. Mother, I did not believe in this matter at first. She recalled what she had seen and heard in Lin Fan's cave. I snuck into Lin Fan's cave and saw with my own eyes that there was more than one child with immortal spirit roots. The beautiful woman took a deep breath, as if trying to calm herself. If it really is an immortal spiritual root, she murmured, her eyes growing deep. Once these children start cultivating, their speed can be said to increase by leaps and bounds in a single day, and in less than 100 years, or even in just a few decades, they will be able to step into the realm of Yuaning. She paused, a hint of gravity in her tone. even impacting the harmonized god stage. Speaking here, she jerked her head up and looked at Blood Linglong. At that time, not to mention the Bloodshed sect, even if all the sects in the entire Chu country were to unite, it would be impossible for them to be a match for the Acacia sect. The beautiful woman stood up and paced back and forth in the room, obviously extremely unsettled inside. Now your father's physical body is destroyed and his whereabouts are unknown. She suddenly stopped and turned around, looking at Blood Linglong. What are your plans in this matter? Blood Linglong bit her lip as a trace of confusion flashed in her eyes. Mother, I don't know what to do. That's why I came to confer with you. Inside the room, the heat of the fragrant tea was dense, coloring the air with a layer of light tea, but it could not dispel the heavy atmosphere. The beautiful woman sat on the rosewood chair, her slender jade hand gently rubbing the edge of the teacup, her eyes deep, as if she could see everything. There are two ways to go now. She spoke slowly, her voice low and strong, each word like a stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring up layers of ripples. One is to unite with the other sects and stir up this matter to make the Acacia sect hand over Lin Fan. She paused, seeming to weigh each word, so that we can share this person in the same way we used his breakthrough ability. The second is to strike first before the other sects have discovered this role of Lin Fan. She raised her eyes, her gaze like a torch, looking straight at Blood Linglong. Overall, I'm still more biased towards the first one. Blood Linglong, however, gently shook her head, a hint of worry flickering in her eyes, as if there were countless matters of the heart tumbling through them. At that time, when the immortal spiritual root was born, there was a heaven and earth anomaly. I could detect it, and Hua Yanxiao and Lan Ning must have found it as well. They can both be late-stage Yuan-ing cultivators. She frowned slightly, a hint of helplessness in her voice. I think they should be reckoning with this by now. The beautiful woman nodded in approval. She pondered for a moment, then said, in a few days, it will be our Bloodshed sect's turn to make a breakthrough. I'll go for a breakthrough when the time comes, she said with a determined gleam in her eyes. Mother, you, she stammered as if her throat was clogged with something. The beautiful woman, however, was calm, and she gently waved her hand as if she was dispelling the awkwardness in the air. There's no harm in it. I, a member of the Bloodshed sect, wouldn't care about these worldly eyes. Her voice was low and strong, with an undeniable authority. She picked up her teacup and took a gentle sip, a shrewd glint in her eyes. The Acacia sect has a secret technique for breeding heirs that guarantees success in one go. She put down her teacup and her voice became lower. My Bloodshed sect likewise has a similar spell. The other side. Lin Fan ended his cultivation, and he utilized the system's hidden function to pretend that his cultivation was in the middle stage of foundation establishment. He slowly stepped out of the practice room, only to see Bai Ruoyue standing outside the door waiting. She was dressed in a snowy white dress, the hem of which swayed gently with the breeze. Her face was beaming with a bright smile that was as warm as the warmest sunshine in springtime, warming the heart. Lin Fan was slightly stunned, and an inexplicable joy surged in his heart. My lord, Master and the girls have already opened up their own cave near your cave, and the clan has also arranged for them to have new envoy maids. Bai Ruoyue's voice was clear and pleasant, as melodious as a mountain spring, revealing undisguised happiness between the lines. So, Ruoyue came back to continue to serve Gongzi. Lin Fan's heart was even more joyful after hearing this. Bai Ruoyue had taken care of him in every possible way, and she was skilled in her craft. How is it out there now? Lin Fan asked. My lord, with your cave as the center, so many new caves have opened up now, Bai Ruoyue said and guided Lin Fan out of the cave. She stretched out her delicate fingers and introduced the changes around Lin Fan one by one. Over there is the cave residence of Master and the girls and the two young daughters, with a rich spiritual qi and a tranquil environment. Over there is Gu Linger's cave. She likes to be quiet, so she chose a slightly more remote place. Over there is Miss Li Shangju and Li's cave residence. She likes to be lively, so she chose a place close to the marketplace. And over there is Miss Jiang Zhang's cave. Lin Fan looked in the direction of her finger, only to see a brand new cave house rising up from the ground, staggered all around. Right now, Lin Fan's cave was like the arch of the stars, tightly surrounded by these newly opened caves. Now accompany me over to see your master and harem, Lin Fan said before heading towards Su Xingyue's new cave residence. Just then, a recluse light in the sky cut through the sky like a meteor. The divine splendor slowly converged. The light dispersed, and Ji Qingnian's figure appeared in front of Lin Fan. She was still beautiful, but there was just a faint hint of sadness between her eyebrows, as if she had something lingering in her mind. Since the last time Ji Qing Evening gave birth to a linchpin, Lin Fan hadn't been able to visit her, and the relationship between the two was really a bit unclear. And it seemed that Ji Qing Evening also intentionally avoided it. It was as if there was a thin veil between the two of them, not being able to see or feel it. Lin Fan, I have something to say to you. Ji Qing Evening opened her mouth, Her eyes were clear, but with a few mixed emotions. What is it? Lin Fan's heart stirred, vaguely feeling that this matter was not trivial. Go inside and talk about it. It's not appropriate to spread this matter out. Ji Qing Evening's gaze swept over by Ruoyue on the side, her eyes carrying a bit of deep meaning. Lin Fan nodded with a slight contemplation. Then the two of them entered the cave and found a secret room. Chapter 96, The Wind and Water Turn. Enter the chamber. Ji Qing Evening's fingertips lightly tapped the storage bag on her waist. A talisman that leapt into his palm. Above the talisman, spiritual light flickered, emitting a faint fluctuation. With skillful movements, she tossed the talisman towards the stone door of the chamber. The talisman ignited itself without fire, turning into a stream of light that instantly merged into the stone door. Buzz! Above the stone door, a faint halo of light rose. The entire chamber seemed to be cut off from the outside world, forming an enclosed space. Lin Fan watched this series of actions by Ji Qingyan and felt slightly curious in his heart. By the looks of it, this matter she was about to say should be very important. Or else she wouldn't have used the isolation talisman to ensure that the secret didn't leak out. Just as Lin Fan was still wondering what hidden things Ji Qing Evening had, Ji Qingnan was suddenly like a cheetah, pouncing towards him. The speed is staggering. The air all seemed to carry a fragrant breeze. Lin Fan was a bit confused for a moment. What's going on here? Looking at Ji Qingnan's flirtatious smile, as well as her eyes with a hint of cunning, he instantly understood what Ji Qingyan was trying to do. Good disciple. Today, you will obediently obey your master. Ji Qingnan's voice carried a hint of seduction, sliding over her ears like silk. She exhaled like an orchid, her warm breath spraying on Lin Fan's ear with a faint fragrance. If it was the Lin Fan from before, facing this kind of attack from Ji Qing Evening, I'm afraid that it would really be difficult to resist, and would even be so distracted that it would be hard for him to hold on to himself. After all, Ji Qing Evening's appearance and figure were both excellent, and she also had the charming flavor of a mature woman. But now, Lin Fan's cultivation had long been far superior to hers. The state of mind has also been greatly enhanced. In the face of the hungry wolves pouncing in the evening of the season, his expression was bland, and the corners of his mouth were even slightly curved in a playful arc. Only Lin Fan's figure was slightly flanked. A seemingly random movement is as wonderful as a gazelle. Ji Qing Evening's pounce instantly fell short. Not only that, Lin Fan's aura around him changed abruptly. A pressure as thick as a mountain and as deep as a vast ocean was suddenly released. The powerful pressure of the late Jiedan stage was like substance, instantly filling the entire chamber. Ji Qingnan's face, which was still wearing a flirtatious smile, instantly froze. She only felt a huge irresistible force, like a Tarzan pressing down on her body. The body was as if a spell had been cast on it, frozen in place, unable to move the slightest bit. Even the operation of the spiritual energy in his body became incomparably stagnant. Poof! Ji Qingyan's legs went soft and she fell to her knees uncontrollably. The knee hit the cold ground hard with a muffled thud. Her face instantly turned white, and cold sweat beaded down on her forehead like raindrops. The originally charming and moving eyes were filled with a horrified look at this moment. She lifted her head with difficulty and looked at the bland Lin Fan, her voice trembling with a hint of incredulous horror. How is that possible? You, late stage of Jiedan. Ji Qingnan's voice was like a broken bellows, and every word felt as if it had been squeezed out from between her teeth. Waves of shock rippled through her mind. Shocked beyond words, Lin Fan's cultivation level had actually reached the late Jiedan stage? How is this possible? One must know that the last time she saw Lin Fan, he was still only at the Foundation Establishment realm. How long has it been? It's only been 2 years, right? 2 years' time. From the Foundation Establishment realm, directly soaring to the late Jiedan stage? This kind of cultivation speed was simply unheard of and appalling. Lin Fan spread his 5 fingers wide and took a shot through the air. Ji Qingwan's delicate body rose up in the air uncontrollably, as if it was being manipulated by a large, invisible hand. She only felt a huge force coming. Her neck was instantly tightly strangled, and her whole person was ruthlessly pressed against the cold stone wall. Ahem! Ji Qingyan's pretty face turned red, and her breathing became extremely difficult, as if she was going to suffocate in the next second. She clawed her hands haphazardly, trying in vain to break the large, invisible hand that held her fate by the throat. Take! I didn't like that before. You guys just had to force me. With now I'm going to give you a taste of what it's like to be forced to do the same. 2 hours passed in a flash. Ropes, whips, candles scattered on the floor of the chamber. Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes, and a brilliant light flashed in his eyes. With a slight movement of his mind, he tapped on the system interface. His eyes fell on Ji Qingnian's favorability. Seasonal Qing Evening favorability, 91%. Tried and tested following. She has a very high level of loyalty and trust in you and is willing to follow you and serve you. The bright red numbers stand out. 91%. A big question mark appeared on Lin Fan's face. He clearly remembered that before. Ji Qingnan's favorability was clearly only more than 70. How come this punishment has skyrocketed so much instead? Shouldn't it be down? It's not scientific. Lin Fan was puzzled. He turned his head and looked at Ji Qingnan beside him, only to see her lying on her side on top of the bed, her green silk like a waterfall, scattered around the pillow. Her skin was snowy and lightly flushed, like a ripe peach. A pair of beautiful eyes, rippling with light, were gazing at themselves in fascination. Those eyes, they were hot and misty. Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat as a chill ran straight from the soles of his feet to his head. What is this? Is it possible that the woman likes it? This thought made Lin Fan feel a hint of oddness. He felt as if he had opened some sort of Pandora's box and unleashed something incredible. Cough. You rest for a while. I still have things to do. Lin Fan coughed dryly and left from the secret room. As soon as he stepped out of the door of the secret room, a stream of light cut through the air and came straight at Lin Fan. He raised his hand and a delicate paper crane fell lightly into his palm. Lin Fan, the child can talk. You haven't visited the child for a long time. Nangong Miaoyu's voice came from the paper crane, with a hint of anger, a hint of expectation. Lin Fan turned his head, his gaze sweeping over the door of the secret room that had just closed behind him. Ji Qing Evening hadn't contacted him for a long time. The same is true for Nangong Miaoyu. Now, both are coming to the door out of the blue. This made Lin Fan smell a hint of something unusual. If I'm not wrong, this Nangong Miaoyu should be playing the same idea as Ji Qingyan. Lin Fan pondered in his heart. I'm not the same person I was back then, though. The corner of his mouth curled into a sneer. What you did to me in the first place. I want it all back. A glint flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. He remembered how humble and helpless he had been. Think of the days when you were belittled and played with. Now, he's going to give these women a taste of what it's like to be dominated. He'd show them what it meant to be wind and water. Chapter 97, Revenge Back. Nangong Miaoyu's cave. Lin Fan had only been here once. That was when the second Lin Jingran was born. Last time I came and went, I didn't pay much attention to it. This time, a closer look is something else. Once inside, there is a winding path, and underfoot are colorful pebbles, one polished round and smooth, glittering with a warm luster in the sun. On both sides of the path, there are neatly trimmed flower gardens, with exotic flowers and plants of various colors competing with each other, emitting a burst of refreshing fragrance. A few colorful butterflies, dancing in the flowers, add a little spirit to this quiet picture. Moving along the path, 3 women came into view. They were dressed in uniform light green dresses, with graceful postures and handsome looks, and were standing in front of a flower garden, talking about something in a low voice. Hearing the footsteps, they turned around and their gazes fell on Lin Fan in unison. Those eyes, curious with a touch of scrutiny. Lin Fan realized in his heart that these 3 should be Nangong Miaoyu's disciples. With a sweep of his divine sense, he detected the cultivation levels of the 3. 2 were in the middle stage of foundation establishment and 1 was in the late stage of foundation establishment. Master has been waiting for a long time. Please follow me. One of the women opened her mouth and said, her voice as clear and pleasant as an oriole singing. She moved lightly with her lotus steps and walked ahead to lead the way. Lin Fan followed behind and walked through several corridors to an elegant room. As soon as I entered, a light fragrance hit my nose. Looking up, Nangong Miaoyu was sitting at the table, dressed in a white palace dress that set her off more and more. Compared to before, she was a little less stern and a little more gentle, and her entire body exuded a soft glow. A half-grown boy was snuggling in Nangong Miaoyu's arms, a pair of big, ebony eyes curiously sizing up Lin Fan. That look, it was a bit similar to Lin Fan. Call daddy, Nangong Myriad said softly, gently patting the child's back. Lin Jingran, however, was a bit afraid of life and buried his head into Nangong Miaoyu's arms, refusing to come out. Lin Fan saw this and smiled slightly. He tapped at his waist and a rattle was in his hand. Knock, knock, knock. The crisp sound of drums rang out, immediately attracting the little one's attention. He poked his head out of Nangong Miaoyu's arms, his eyes staring unblinkingly at the rattle, full of curiosity. This rattle was handmade by Lin Fan in his spare time. He made quite a few other things besides rattles. What Hulu, Monkey King, Transformers, all kinds of wood carvings, everything. They were made in the first place to pass the time, but also to come in handy at times like this. Lin Fan handed the rattle to Lin Jingran. The little guy grabbed it and shook it excitedly. Knock, knock, knock. The drums echoed through the room, crisp and clear. Lin Jingran giggled, revealing 2 cute little tiger teeth. Lin Fan held Lin Jingran in his arms. This kid, he's growing up pretty fast. Nangong Miaoyu stood to the side, smiling, watching the father and son duo. Her eyes were as gentle as water, as if they could melt everything. After playing around with Lin Jingran for a little over half a day, the little one was tired of playing and fell into a deep sleep. I have some other things to do, so I'll go back first, Lin Fan said. My 3 disciples, they have encountered a bottleneck in their cultivation and are slow to break through, so do yourself a favor, Nangong Miaoyu hurriedly said, a hint of pleading in her tone. Help someone break through? It's a simple matter. Lin Fan nodded. This was nothing more than a show of hands to him. Nangong Miaoyu flicked at the storage pouch on her waist, and a small pile of spirit stones appeared in her hands. Spirit stones were no more, no less, exactly 2,000. Before I give them a breakthrough, I have something to tell you. Come with me for a moment. Nangong Myriad handed the spirit stone to Lin Fan and turned around to walk deeper into the cave. Lin Fan's heart stirred, knowing that Nangong Miaoyu was about to reveal her true purpose. He collected the spirit stones and followed. The two of them walked through several corridors and came to a secret room. This secret room was very spacious and luxuriously furnished. The 4 walls were inlaid with night pearls, emitting a soft glow that illuminated the entire chamber as bright as day. The floor was covered with a thick white animal skin carpet, which was soft and soundless to step on. A few pots of unknown exotic flowers and herbs were placed in the corner, emitting a faint fragrance. A wide mahogany double bed stood out. The bed was covered with pink bedding, embroidered with a pattern of mandarin ducks playing in the water, full of sweet girlishness. But this boudoir style is really a world away from Nangong Miaoyu. It was hard to imagine that Nangong Miaoyu, who usually looked like an iceberg beauty, had a boudoir that looked like this. The pink gauze mantle and the air was filled with a faint scent that made the mind wander. You know what I'm going to do, right? Go lie down. Nangong Miaoyu smiled seductively with a hint of teasing in her eyes. Lin Fan sneered in his heart. Last time, Nangong Miaoyu instructed by Jia and Lijiao to kidnap him, and even nearly drained his lifespan. It was something he kept in the back of his mind. Now comes the chance to get back with a vengeance. He turned his head to look at Nangong Miaoyu, his eyes narrowing slightly. Spirit thorn. Lin Fan meditated in his heart. His divine sense, which was comparable to that of an early-stage Yuaning, instantly condensed an invisible spiritual thorn. Ah! Nangong Miaoyu only felt that her head felt like it had been hit hard by a heavy hammer. The pain was incomparable, as if it was going to explode. She held her head in her hands, screaming in agony, and her body curled up from the excruciating pain. Lin Fan didn't have the slightest bit of compassion. With a single movement of his body, he appeared in front of Nangong Miaoyu like a ghost. A hand was clasped above Nangong Miaoyu's head. The god-locking technique was set up in an instant. With his hand, Lin Fan moved his fingers and directly sealed several acupoints on Nangong Miaoyu's body. The spiritual energy in Nangong Miaoyu's body was instantly sealed, no longer able to mobilize the slightest bit. It all happened so suddenly. When Nangong Miaoyu had slightly slowed down from the intense pain, she looked at Lin Fan in shock, eyes full of incredulity. You, the first year. No, late Jiedan stage. How is this possible? Nangong Miaoyu's face showed shock and her body trembled slightly. How the hell did you do that? Nangong Miaoyu's voice trembled a little with a hint of fear and incomprehension, and her beautiful eyes flickered with a complicated light. This is my home turf now. Don't ask what you shouldn't. Lin Fan smiled faintly, a hint of playfulness in his smile. He slowly approached Nangong Miaoyu. Each step was like stepping on her heart. What do you want? Nangong Miaoyu's face was tense and her body unconsciously shrunk backward, trying to pull away from Lin Fan. What did you just try to do to me? That's what I tried to do to you. Lin Fan's voice was low and magnetic, and every word was like a stone thrown into the lake of Nangong Miaoyu's heart, stirring up layers of ripples. Then be gentle. Chapter 98, Temptation. Bloodshed Sex Conspiracy. The next morning, Lin Fan walked out of his cave, only feeling that his body was soothed and every pore was permeated with pleasure. Last night, he had already recovered all the interest from Nangong Miaoyu. Vengeance is avenged. The pressure in the heart of the depression of the gas is swept away. When it is really a thought through, the spirit of freshness. He was in a good mood, and the recluse light under his feet came together, transforming into a stream of light and heading straight to the fringe of the Acacia sect. Counting the days, it was once again time to break the bottlenecks for other sect cultivators once a month. Over the past 6 months, the other clans had taken turns sending one person to make a breakthrough. According to the usual practice, the cultivation level of the person sent by the bloodshed sect this time should be at the late Jiedan stage. The recluse light cut through the sky, and after about an incense stick of work, Lin Fan slowed down his speed and his figure slowly landed. The blood fiend sect's cave that was specifically used to aid in breakthroughs was already reflected in his eyes. Outside the cave, 3 or 2 silhouettes stood. One was old man Hongwan and the other was blood Linglong. The last person, with late Jiedan cultivation, had a plump and full figure, with curves exposed. Even wearing a black veil, it is difficult to hide its hot body. concave and convex, attracting people's imagination. She similarly wore a veil, revealing only a pair of charming and moving eyes, rippling between the streams and tantalizing the soul. Looking closely, between this woman's eyebrows and eyes, she actually had a few similarities with Blood Linglong, perhaps Blood Linglong's clan. Fellow Daoist Lin, I'm grateful for your help once again. Blood Linglong was the first to speak, with a soft tone and smiling brows, making people feel like spring breeze. Lin Fan nodded slightly, his expression calm. To him, it's just a fair trade. He was responsible for breaking through and earning spirit stones, each to his own. There's no harm. This is my due diligence. This fellow Daoist, please follow me. Afterward, Lin Fan guided the black-robed man into the cave. This fellow Daoist, sit on your knees and tell me when you're ready. Lin Fan opened his mouth and said, his voice flat. That black-robed man, however, shook his shoulders, and the black robe on his body was like the surface of a lake being brushed by a breeze, gently rippling up, and then silently sliding to the ground. The already dim light within the cave seemed to tremble and become even more ambiguous due to this sudden change. Underneath the black robe, that enchanting figure was like an orchid under the moonlight, quietly blooming, curvaceous and concave. Every inch of her skin spoke of endless temptation, making people's blood run cold. Lin Fan's gaze, involuntarily, was attracted over, and for a while, he was actually a little lost in thought. In this brief moment of disorientation, the black-robed man slowly raised his hand, his slender fingers like plucking strings of a zither, and gently unraveled the veil on his face. The veil fluttered down, revealing an exquisite and stunning face, with features as perfect as a finely carved work of art. Skin like snow, delicate as fat, eyebrows like distant mountains, nose like a cheong yao. Every part of it was just right, and it was stunningly beautiful, especially the pair of charming eyes, like two pairs of deep, bottomless autumn water, flowing with a seductive light, as if it could suck in one's soul. She blinked gently at Lin Fan, and it was as if there were countless little hooks in the flow of those eyes, trying to hook one's soul. Lin Fan only felt his heart flutter as a strange feeling surged through his heart. Fellow Daoist Lin, before the breakthrough, this woman's vermilion lips lightly opened, her voice was charming to the bone, and every word was like a feather gently tickling Lin Fan's heartstrings. Saying that, with a twist of her waist, she slumped into Lin Fan's arms, exhaling her breath like an orchid, her fragrance pungent. Lin Fan only felt a chill run straight from his tailbone to his brain, and the alarm bells in his heart instantly exploded. This female cultivator was by no means a good person. He jerked backward, pulling half a step away, and said in a cold voice, this fellow Daoist, please respect yourself. Cluck cluck cluck. The woman's silver bell-like laughter, instead of not the slightest convergence, but more and more wantonly, laughing with a fluttering flower branches, chest waves, as if to break free from the light veil of the bondage, calling out. Her charming eyes were like silk, her red lips gently opened, and she exhaled like orchids. What if I'm inclined to not respect myself? What can Taoist friends do to help me? Before the words fell, she moved lightly with lotus steps, seemingly slow, but actually swift and incomparable, bullying her way up, directly forcing Lin Fan to the corner of the cold stone wall. Within the narrow space of the cave, the atmosphere was suddenly tense, and the ambiguous atmosphere was replaced by an aura of solemnity. The corner of Lin Fan's mouth hooked into a cold smile, and a cold light flashed under his eyes. This kind of forced drama had been commonplace for a long time, having experienced too much of it when he was a weakling. Since you, fellow Daoist, are adamant about this, what's the harm in trying? Lin Fan's tone was chilling. Every word was like a cold wind blowing from the nine hells, instantly freezing the charming atmosphere inside the cave. The woman's charming smile froze, as if she didn't expect Lin Fan to be so hardened and dare to resist. However, she was obviously prepared for this, and with a light lift of her white wrist, a blood-colored talisman instantly appeared in her palm. On top of the talisman, the bloodlight was as thick as ink, and the bizarre runes wandered about like living creatures, emitting a palpitatingly evil aura. This talisman is my Blood Fury sect's secret Blood Fury Isolation Talisman. Once activated, it isolates all divine sense probes, not to mention you and I. Even a late-stage Yuaning cultivator would not be able to pry into this place for 2 hours. The woman smiled smugly, her fingertips surged with spiritual energy. The talisman emitted a faint bloodlight, and a bizarre fluctuation instantly filled the air. At the same time, the powerful pressure of the late Jiedan stage, like an invisible mountain, suddenly crushed towards Lin Fan. To crush him. If Lin Fan was still at the Foundation Establishment cultivation level, under this sudden pressure, I'm afraid that he would have been unable to move a long time ago. However, times were different today. He was already a late-stage Jiedan cultivator, and his divine sense was even far beyond that of his peers, even comparable to early-stage Yuaning cultivators. The district's mighty pressure was nothing more than a fresh breeze to him, and was no threat at all. The woman's smile froze on her face, and for the first time, dismay and disbelief surfaced in her charming eyes. Her pressure, but it had no effect on Lin Fan? Just as she was in a state of disbelief, the space in front of her eyes was suddenly flooded with an imperceptible ripple, as if a stone was thrown into the surface of a calm lake, causing a subtle ripple. Immediately afterward, a sharp stabbing pain, like a red-hot steel needle, slammed into the depths of her sea of consciousness. The mournful screams instantly cut through the silence of the cave, making people's bones creepy. The woman's face lost color, hands holding her head, her body painfully curled up, on the ground could not stop twitching. Where there is still half of the previous charming and enchanting? Lin Fan's eyes were cold, without the slightest bit of mercy. To be merciful to the enemy was to be cruel to oneself, a truth he knew better than anyone else. His figure like electricity, instantly close to the woman in front of the body, fingertips flashing light, as fast as lightning in her body vital points even point down. In an instant, the woman's internal spiritual energy was frozen as if it was frozen, and her cultivation was blocked, no longer able to use it in the slightest. A moment later, the pain on the woman's face faded, and she looked at Lin Fan with a horrified expression. "Tell me, what are you trying to do?" Lin Fan opened his mouth and asked, his voice cold and without a trace of emotion. He didn't think he was so charismatic that someone would offer themselves up on their first meeting. This person must have something up their sleeve. The woman smiled bitterly, a hint of helplessness flashing in her eyes. "Naturally, I want the prince's heir. My bloodshed sect is the weakest right now, and the son of Gongzi is a heavenly spirit root. If my bloodshed sect has a disciple with a heavenly spirit root..." She didn't continue, but the meaning was clear. "I thought I would use force if your son did not comply, but I did not expect you to hide so deeply. This time, I'll admit it." The woman sighed and looked a little forlorn. Obviously the plan had failed. Lin Fan's brows furrowed. The mind is helpless. Apparently word had gotten out on the Li family's side some time ago. Lin Fan could now not only help people break through bottlenecks, he could also help people enhance their spiritual roots, and could even help people obtain rare spiritual bodies. But if word got out, he would only be captured and used as a tool in his current state where he still had no way to defend himself. "Aren't you afraid I'll kill you to silence you?" Lin Fan looked at her coldly, a hint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. The woman shook her head. "Since I dare to come, I naturally have something to rely on. I have a special identity in the bloodshed sect, and I'm not the only one who knows this secret. If the news spreads out, I'm afraid that your son will also get into a whole lot of trouble." Chapter 99, A Rambling Price. Lin Fan let out a cold snort from his nostrils. He was sick of being treated like chattel. "More than anything, I resent being threatened. Lice are not afraid to bite, and debts are not to be paid." The people of the Acacia sect had already known about this secret, so I'm sure that the other few sects, too, had long since realized it. Since this was the case, even if he committed himself today, would the Bloodshed sect really keep their mouth shut and never divulge his secret? What about the Green Cloud sect? What about the Xianing sect? Since you all have already gained insight, Lin Fan simply lies flat and completely swings for the fences. So what if you people from the Blood Fiend sect know about it? I think that several other sects, I'm afraid, have already known about it. Lin Fan's tone was icy cold, with a hint of brokenness, and I might as well tell you the truth. My children are, indeed, all heavenly spirit roots. His voice trailed off and intensified, but it's behind a forced exchange at the cost of consuming myself. Even if you guys use force and actually get pregnant. Lin Fan's gaze was like a knife as he stared tightly into the woman's eyes. If I am not willing to consume myself for reinforcement, then this child, too, will be nothing more than a mediocre mortal after all. And, Lin Fan's voice suddenly became gloomy with a hint of determined madness. If you guys still want to force me, the big deal is that we'll all die and burn each other. And at that time, you guys won't even be able to break through the bottleneck by half again. After saying that, Lin Fan fell silent, his eyes as cold as frost. The woman's willow brows furrowed. The Lin Fan in front of her was completely different from what she had expected. Originally thought, as long as a little threat, supplemented by the temptation of beauty, will be able to easily hold each other. However, she did not expect that the other party would be so tough and not eat her at all. The current Lin Fan gave her a feeling like a stone in a latrine. Smelly and hard. Simply a dead pig. Soft and hard. Then, what exactly do you have to do to oblige? As long as it's not too much, I can oblige you. The woman's teeth biting her lips, seemingly all kinds of unwillingness, but had to give in. It was as if the aggressive bloodshed sect demoness from just now was just a phantom. Lin Fan frowned. He knew in his heart that this matter could not possibly end there. Even if he was as tough as he could be, these great sects would never let up. They'll be like sharks smelling blood. trying to do everything they can to get at him. That being the case, it would be better to take the initiative and put forward conditions to turn passivity into initiative. Since we're on speaking terms, it's not impossible, Lin Fan said indifferently, no joy or anger audible in his tone. You say. The woman's eyes lit up, and her originally dull eyes regained their luster, revealing a look of delight. First, raising the spirit root will hurt me greatly, so 5 million spirit stones for one child. Lin Fan raised a finger and his tone was undeniable. 5 million spirit stones, that's not a small amount. Even for these large clans, it was a considerable amount of money. He wanted to see if the woman could still laugh. Second, the child must be born in the Acacia sect and taken away only after reaching adulthood. Lin Fan continued. This was to prevent the child from being taken away by someone else and being brought up badly. After all, a son does not teach his father, and the child was born in the Acacia sect, so he could nurture it properly. Thirdly, if I am unwilling, you may not use force, and I have the right to refuse. Lin Fan made one last condition. He didn't want to be reduced to a reproductive tool for these sects. The woman fell silent, her beautiful eyes filled with hesitation, as if she was weighing the pros and cons. Especially the first condition, 5 million spirit stones, was simply a lion's mouthful. She raised her head and looked deeply at Lin Fan. This man, he was more difficult than she thought. After a moment, she gritted her teeth as if she had made up her mind. Yes, I promise, the woman said firmly. Lin Fan froze. 5 million spirit stones for one child, not 500, and she just said yes? He originally wanted to use a huge amount of spirit stones to discourage the other party. Why do you suddenly feel like you need less? This woman, she's not out of her mind, is she? Or was it that these great sects were even richer than he had imagined? Without further delay, let's get started here, the woman said, slowly approaching Lin Fan, and there seemed to be flames dancing in her beautiful eyes. A faint fragrance drilled into Lin Fan's nostrils. Okay, you lie down and I'll take care of the rest. The mountain gate of the Green Cloud sect was situated in the midst of rolling hills. Each peak towered over the others and was treacherous. The mountains were surrounded by clouds and mist, like a white ribbon connecting one peak to another. The sunlight shines through the clouds and pours over the peaks in a beautiful golden light. In the middle of this fairy realm, on top of one of the most lofty peaks, a figure was standing there quietly. He wore a green-colored Taoist robe, and his beard and hair were white, but he was hale and hearty, and his eyes were shining. This person was none other than the Green Cloud sect's Yuaning stage ancestor, Xian Yangzi. He made seals with both hands, and an arcane rune flew out from his fingertips and merged into the void in front of him. As the runes were incorporated, the void began to distort and a door of light slowly emerged. Behind the door of light was a dark space that exuded an ancient and mysterious aura. Xian Yangzi stepped into the light door, and the light door behind him slowly closed. He came to a cave and bowed. Senior uncle, senior nephew Xian Yangzi seeks an audience. His voice echoed in the cave, but he didn't get a response for a long time. Xian Yangzi maintained his bowing posture, not moving a muscle, as if he were a statue. After an unknown amount of time, an old voice came from the depths of the cave. What is it? There was a hint of impatience in his voice. Didn't I say not to disturb me until the clan is in a life and death situation? I am already about to die and only have one shot. Xian Yangzi sniffed and hurriedly explained. Senior uncle rest his anger. Naturally my nephew wouldn't dare to disturb easily. It's just that a disciple with a special physique appeared in the Acacia sect not long ago. Special physique? There was a hint of doubt in the old voice. Although special physiques are rare, one will still appear in the cultivation world in a few hundred years. And you're bothering me over this matter? Senior uncle doesn't know. This person's physique can help people break through bottlenecks. Xian Yangzi said in a hurry. I've just returned from the Acacia sect and have successfully broken through. What? A fluctuation finally appeared in the old voice. Is that true? Senior nephew wouldn't dare to make half a false statement. Xian Yangzi said in a deep voice. Aside from me, there is another senior brother in this sect who has already stepped from the early stage of Yuaning into the middle stage of Yuaning. He just passed the news over yesterday and found that not only can that person help people break through bottlenecks, the heir born from him is still an immortal spirit root. Immortal spirit root? From the depths of the cave, a cry of alarm came from the depths of the cave. How is this possible? This matter is true. Senior brother has already verified it personally. Xian Yangzi said. Inside the cave, a long silence fell. It was a long time before that old voice sounded again. The matter is not trivial. Come in and tell me more about it. Yes, senior uncle. Xian Yangzi sniffed and hurriedly walked into the cave. Chapter 100, Transformation of God. Ling Long. Lin Fan's figure appeared at the doorway, and before he could fully step out, he felt several gazes like awns instantly focusing on him. Outside the cave, For graceful Yuaning stage female cultivators stood side by side like a stunningly beautiful painting. In addition to the familiar red Luan old ancestor and blood Linglong, Hua Yanxiao and Lan Ning also arrived at an unknown time. Hua Yan smiled, charming eyes like silk, a long red dress outlined delicate posture, as if a burning flame, passionate and exuberant. Wherever they passed, even the air was tinted with a few points of dry heat. Lan Ning, on the other hand, was dressed in a light blue palace dress, with a cool temperament, just like a moon palace fairy, untainted by mortal dust, and exuding a faintly chilly aura around her body, so that people didn't dare to get close to her easily. The Hongwan old ancestor was still in that graceful and dignified manner, with a purple robe that showed her majesty. Blood Linglong, on the other hand, was dressed in a black power suit, with a hot body and sharp eyes, like a female leopard ready to strike. The four stood together. It was truly beautiful and beautiful, adding a few moments of charm to the outside of this originally monotonous cave. Greetings to the two seniors. Lin Fan arched his hand and saluted, but his gaze lingered slightly on Hua Yanxiao and Lan Ning. Hua Yanxiao moved lightly with her lotus steps and came close to Lin Fan, letting out a delicate laugh with a few imperceptible points of eagerness in her voice. It's really thanks to little friend Lin Fan that we were able to make a smooth breakthrough and enter the late stage of Yuaning. Otherwise, I'm afraid that my old bones won't last long. As she spoke, she intentionally or unintentionally pushed up her breasts, and that full curvature made Lin Fan unable to help but look twice more. Lan Ning also nodded slightly, her voice clear and cold. Yeah. In order to thank little friend Lin Fan, we have prepared the Xianing sect's unique 100-flower brew, and the Hidden Moon sect's Snow Jade Spirit Rhinoceros meat, to treat little friend. Hua Yanxiao continued, a hint of seduction in her tone. 100 Flowers Brew is the Xianing sect's secret spirit wine. It is made by collecting 100 kinds of rare spiritual flowers and brewing them with a secret method. Not only does it have a mellow taste and lingering aftertaste, it also nourishes the meridians and enhances cultivation. For cultivators below the Yuaning stage, a cup of 100-flower brew was enough to be worth several months of hard cultivation. The Snow Jade Spirit Rhinoceros meat was even more precious. The Snow Jade Spirit Rhinoceros was a special spirit beast captive raised by the Hidden Moon sect, growing in a place of extreme cold. It feeds on ice and snow, and its body contains pure ice attribute spiritual energy. Its meat is delicious and melts in your mouth. Not only was it able to strengthen the body, but it could also enhance the cultivator's perception of ice attribute techniques. Brewed flowers? Snow Jade Rhinoceros meat? Lin Fan's eyes lit up, but his heart became more alert. These were all rare and good things in the immortal cultivation world, and I'm afraid it's not that simple for these two to be so generous all of a sudden. He got straight to the point, skipping the unnecessary pleasantries. Two seniors, are they coming for my immortal spirit roots heir? At these words, the atmosphere instantly froze. Old ancestor Hongwan's face suddenly changed. This was a core secret of the Acacia sect, and Lin Fan had said it so bluntly? Hua Yanxiao and Lan Ying's smiles also froze on their faces. They didn't expect Lin Fan to be so unorthodox and directly put things on the table. The Bloodshed sect has already gotten the jump on me just now, and the matter about my heir being an immortal spirit root isn't a secret amongst the several major sects anymore. Lin Fan added indifferently. A few people's gazes instantly landed on Blood Linglong at the side. Blood Linglong smiled sweetly and considered it a tacit acceptance of Lin Fan's words. Old ancestor Hongwan's mind turned electrically, instantly gaining insight into what was going on. It must be that some time ago, the Li family failed to completely cover up that earth-shattering vision, attracting the covetousness of these people. No wonder Hua Yanxiao and Lan Ning were so kind as to invite Lin Fan to a banquet. So it turned out that they were drunkenly playing with this idea. However, Lin Fan was the greatest dependency of the future of the Acacia sect, and this immortal spirit root child was never to be shared with other sects. She made a snap decision and slapped on the storage pouch at her waist, and with a flash of spiritual light, a delicate paper crane shot out. Precisely the transmission note. The matter was too important for her alone to make a decision. The transmission note drew a graceful arc in the air and disappeared into the sky. Not long after, a green-colored recluse light, like lightning, cut through the sky, wrapped in a stern aura, instantly arrived. The transportation light dispersed, revealing the figure of old man Changli. She was dressed in a green-colored Taoist robe. Windless and hunting, her face was cold, her eyes were sharp as knives, and the whole person exuded an icy cold aura that no one should get close to her. There's no way we'll let out Lin Fan to share with you. Old ancestor Qing Li's voice, cold as ice and without the slightest emotion, directly stated his position. Hua Yanxiao and Lan Ying's faces sank. Sister Qingli, we have to share even if we don't, or else within 100 years, your Acacia sect will be dominant, and we will have no foothold in Chu. Hua Yanxiao's tone was strong and unyielding. Her charming eyes were flashing with a cold light at the moment. Lan Ning also coldly opened his mouth. You are not willing to share. Then the fish will die. A few of us have now broken through. If we are united. The threat in the words spoke for itself. The atmosphere instantly froze to freezing point. It was as if there were invisible sparks clashing in the air. The 4 Yuaning stage ancestors. Their auras were all over the place. Berserk spiritual energy fluctuations spread in all directions like a tsunami. The surrounding trees were shivering under the pressure of this powerful aura, emitting a click sound, as if they would break at any time. A great battle seems to be on the verge of breaking out. Old Ancestor Hongwan and Old Ancestor Qingli stood side by side, their eyes firm, without the slightest intention of retreating. Hua Yanshao and Lan Ning weren't willing to show weakness either, as the same powerful aura erupted from them. Spiritual light flickered around them, as if there were flames burning and ice and snow flying, separating them from the other party. The 4 men went toe-to-toe with each other. The entire space, it was as if it was distorted by this powerful pressure. The oppressive atmosphere left one breathless. Just as the 2 sides were drawing swords and looking to make a move, a sudden change occurred. The sky, which was still calm, suddenly became windy. The berserk aura was like a wild horse that had taken off its reins, running wild and rampaging. They swirled madly, converging and forming a huge vortex. At the center of the whirlpool, it was as black as ink and bottomless, as if it was connected to another unknown world. Wisps of aura, overflowing from the edges of the vortex, transformed into ribbons of colorful light visible to the naked eye, fluttering in the air, brilliant and eye-catching, and like countless colorful boa constrictors, rolling and roaring in the clouds, with a horrifying sound. This sudden and drastic change caused everyone present to feel a palpitation. Old Ancestor Cheng Li's face changed drastically, and a trace of shock rarely showed in his originally icy eyes. Hua Yanshao and Lan Ning were also in disbelief. Their originally charming and cool faces were both filled with shock at this moment. Their red lips slightly opened, but they couldn't make any sound. Even Lin Fan, who had been standing by the side, trying to minimize his presence, couldn't help but stare with wide eyes and open mouth at this moment. He felt like his heart was about to jump out of his throat. This movement is also too big. He secretly slandered in his heart, but he didn't dare to make the slightest movement. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light burst out from the center of the vortex, as if it was going to pierce the sky. The golden light was brilliant and dazzling, illuminating the entire sky. Immediately afterward, 2 figures slowly emerged from the golden light. One was Xin Yangzi, who wore a Taoist robe, immortal and emaciated. The other, on the other hand, was an old crone with a short stature, holding an ebony walking stick. The old woman had a head full of silver hair, combed meticulously, and her face was covered with wrinkles, each of which seemed to record the vicissitudes of the years. Her eyes, however, were exceptionally bright and sharp as a falcon, as if they could penetrate all illusions. On her body, she exuded a suffocating pressure. This pressure, which was formless and invisible, but seemed like an invisible mountain, pressed down on everyone's heart, making them gasp for air. Transformation stage. This was definitely a pressure that only a god transformation stage ancestor could possess. Old Ancestor Cheng Li's face showed horror. There was only one god transformation stage expert in the entire Chu kingdom, and it was said that he had already sat down more than 100 years ago. Last time, when the Qingyan sect united with several other sects and besieged the Acacia sect, Xian Yangzi raised this god transformation stage expert, and at that time, Old Ancestor Cheng Li was half believing it. But he didn't expect that this old demon who had been living for more than 1,000 years would actually be alive. Aside from Old Ancestor Chengli, the remaining few were equally shocked, and when they came back to their senses, several of them hurriedly clasped their fists and saluted. Latecomers have met Elder Linglong. There was a hint of trembling in their voices, showing the extreme shock they felt inside. Chapter 101, Joining Forces, Sharing the Same Vision. Linglong nodded gently as a response to the greetings of the crowd, and her gaze flowed, finally settling on Lin Fan. In an instant, Lin Fan only felt an invisible pressure like a mountain pressing down on him, and every pore of his body seemed to be infinitely enlarged, and was exposed in every detail under Linglong's gaze. He felt like a treasure that had been carefully placed on a stand and was being scrutinized by a discerning connoisseur, with every detail, every flaw, hidden from view. It's a feeling that tugs at the heartstrings. However, just as Lin Fan was almost crushed by the pressure, Linglong's face was like solid ice melting and a gentle smile bloomed. This smile, like the spring breeze brushing through the willow, instantly dispersed the coldness that had condensed in the air, making people feel as if they were in the spring breeze. You are Lin Fan? Her voice slowly sounded with a hint of age-old raspiness, yet it was exceptionally clear. Although the tone is mild, but it carries a superior's majesty, as if a long time in a high position of power inquiring subordinates, with a natural sense of control. Lin Fan didn't dare to be slow, and hurriedly bowed with a respectful gesture. Senior Lin Fan. I have met Senior Ling Long. His voice was calm and unassuming. Xian Yangzi said that you can help people break through? Ling Long's voice rang out again with a hint of probing. Is this matter true? Lin Fan took a deep breath. His eyes frankly met Ling Long's gaze, and said in a deep voice, reporting back to Senior. Senior's physique is special, and can indeed help people break through bottlenecks. However, Lin Fan's words changed. His tone became grave. The higher the cultivation level, the harder the bottleneck is to break through, and the more consuming it is for the late generation. When Ling Long heard Lin Fan's words, his face did not show any surprise, as if he had already expected it. She nodded slightly in understanding, then said in a calm tone, you don't need to worry about the spirit stones. As she said that, she slightly raised her arm. Her movements were light but contained an inexplicable power. An ordinary-looking storage bag appeared in her palm out of nowhere. With a flick of Ling Long's wrist, the storage bag shot towards Lin Fan like an arrow off the string. Lin Fan hastily extended his hand and steadily caught the storage bag. Divine sense quietly probed into the storage bag. Hiss! Lin Fan couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air. This storage bag was filled with a full 100,000 medium-grade spirit stones. 1 middle-grade spirit stone was equivalent to 100 lower-grade spirit stones. In other words, this storage bag was actually filled with 10 million lower-grade spirit stones. Senior has never helped a god transformation stage senior break through a bottleneck before, so I don't know if these spirit stones are enough. We still need to wait until Senior has finished absorbing these spirit stones and try to help Senior break through before we can know. Lin Fan's words dripped with water, neither directly agreeing nor refusing, but leaving himself enough leeway. After all, Lin Fan hadn't really helped the transformation stage breakthrough, but 10 million spirit stones was definitely enough. Ling Long nodded slightly, a hint of a smile appearing at the corner of her mouth, as if she was quite satisfied with Lin Fan's answer. That's very good, she said slowly, her voice still calm. No joy or anger could be heard. As for the matter of conceiving the immortal spirit root immortal seedling, what do you have in mind? Ling Long's words turned to another important topic. Obviously, to her, the value of the immortal spirit root immortal seedling was in no way less than breaking through a bottleneck. Lin Fan's heart fluttered, knowing that the main event had come. The idea of the late generation is simple. 1 immortal seedling, 5 million spirit stones. He took a deep breath and repeated the 3 conditions that he had previously discussed with Xian Yangzi and the others in the middle of the secret room again without any haste and in a clear and organized manner. With a calm expression, Ling Long slowly nodded after listening to all the conditions Lin Fan had put forth, her gaze carrying a hint of scrutinizing meaning as she swept over old ancestor Chengli, Hua Yanxiao, Lan Ing, and Blood Ling Long and the others in turn. You all. Ling Long's voice steeply raised a few points, and although it was still soft, it carried an unquestionable majesty. Don't be too greedy, gaze, and don't be too short-sighted. Imagine if the several great clans within the Chu kingdom such as ours were able to abandon their former suspicions and cooperate to use Lin Fan together to properly cultivate immortal spirit root immortal seedlings in the future. Ling Long paused, with a hint of compulsion in his tone. When these immortal seedlings grow up smoothly, when their wings are full, and so on, why do we need to continue to live at a snail's pace in this tiny Chu country, fighting with each other for the sake of just a few cultivation resources? This deeply meaningful rhetorical question was like a thunderous explosion in the hearts of all the people, shaking them to the core and stopping their breathing. Yes, although Chu was good and its spiritual chi was quite abundant, it was ultimately just a remote bullet-ridden place with limited resources and a small pattern. So how could it truly accommodate these powerful clans of theirs that might possess immortal spirit root saplings in the future? Ling Long's eyes flashed with a hint of essence full of ambition, and continued, at that time, each of our clans can occupy a country's land, open up the borders, and establish a huge power of our own. Wouldn't that be a pleasure? Her words were full of bravado and confidence, as if she had clearly seen the brilliant and grandiose scene of the future, a world of immortal cultivation that belonged to them, more expansive and freer. Old ancestor Ching Li's breathing became somewhat rapid, and an excited light finally flickered in his originally ancient eyes. Hua Yanxiao's originally charming and attractive face also put away the usual smile, and replaced it with a piece of heavy color, and the essence of light flashed in her eyes. Obviously, he was also rapidly calculating the great temptation and potential stakes contained in these words. Lan Ing and Blood Linglong, both of them also had a thoughtful expression on their faces, and their originally cool faces also had more than a hint of fluctuation at this moment. Obviously both of them were deeply impressed by Linglong's seductive words. Indeed, it was just as Linglong had said. If these immortal spirit root immortal seedlings were truly able to grow up successfully, every clan would see a qualitative leap in their strength, and their overall strength would be greatly enhanced. At that time, not to mention the tiny Chu kingdom, even a few neighboring countries with slightly weaker strengths. I'm afraid that it would be difficult to withstand their combined fronts. So, Linglong's voice sounded again. The tone slowed down, but more clear and powerful, pulling back the crowd's drifting thoughts instantly. Not only should we not continue to be hostile to each other, we should not fight each other endlessly for the limited resources within this Chu kingdom. Her tone changed and became heartfelt, carrying a hint of exhortation as well as a hint of expectation. It's all the more important to put aside past enmities, put aside past grudges, cooperate fully, support each other, and develop together, which is the most sensible and long-term best policy. Linglong's gaze once again slowly swept over the people present, with a hint of expectation in her eyes, as well as a faint hint of intimidation. What do you think, gentlemen? She asked softly, a hint of inquiry in her tone, but more of an affirmation. Chapter 102, The Chu League. Old ancestor Qingli was the first to speak. Elder's words are very true. My concubine thinks deeply. Blood Linglong followed closely behind. We, the Blood Fiends sect, have no objections either, and are willing to work hand in hand with the various sects to seek common development. Hua Yanshao and Lanning exchanged glances. In each other's eyes, there was a flash of complex emotions. There is the promise of the future and the hopelessness of the present. They understand. The existence of Linglong, a great cultivator of the god transformation stage, had completely changed the pattern of the Chu immortal cultivation world. Like a huge stone thrown into a calm lake, it stirred up huge waves, completely disrupting the original order. They have no bargaining power at all. In the face of absolute power, any plotting and scheming pale in comparison. Instead of being negative, we should just go with the flow. At the very least, it would also be able to fight for more say in future collaborations and seek greater benefits for their sect. Thus, Hua Yanshao collected her flirtatious smile and looked solemn. We, the Hidden Moon faction, are willing to follow the arrangements of Senior. The voice was soft, but with a hint of determination. Lanning also nodded slightly. The same goes for the Xian Shadow sect. Seeing that the helmsmen of the several major sects had already stated their positions, Linglong nodded in satisfaction. A hint of relief flashed through her weathered eyes, as if she saw the Chu immortal cultivation community united towards a glorious future. The eyes flowed and eventually landed on Lin Fan once again. Since everyone has agreed, Linglong slowly spoke, then we will follow the 3 conditions that young friend Lin mentioned before. She paused, as if she was thinking about something, and as if she was giving the crowd time to digest. 5 million spirit stones for an immortal seedling is not a small amount, but considering the rarity and preciousness of immortal spirit roots, it's worth it. Linglong's tone was calm, as if he was stating a trivial and insignificant matter. But, Linglong's words changed, and there was a hint of hesitation and a hint of testing in his tone. Children can't leave until they're adults. Isn't a little too harsh? She frowned slightly, seemingly a little less than pleased with the offer. After all, for these clans, every immortal seedling with an immortal spirit root was the hope for the future of the clan, the cornerstone for the rise of the clan. They naturally hoped to bring these immortal seedlings back to the sect as early as possible and cultivate them carefully, so that they could grow up early and serve the sect. Lin Fan bowed. Senior also said just now that all clans should cooperate, and that a son who doesn't teach is a father's fault. He said without being condescending, his tone calm and strong. Lin Fan took a deep breath. That's why I'm going to open a schoolhouse to teach these children. Each clan also has its own specialties, such as the Qingyan sect specializing in sword cultivation, the Xianing sect specializing in weapon refining, and the Hehuan sect's alchemy art. Lin Fan spoke eloquently, narrating his thoughts as if he was painting a grand blueprint. It would be better for several great clans to join forces and utilize their strengths, so that the children who grow up will also have a good foundation and better development in the future. Hearing Lin Fan's words, everyone present couldn't help but be slightly moved. They had originally thought that Lin Fan simply wanted to control these immortal seedlings as a means of blackmailing the great sects. However, he didn't expect that he would have such a long-term plan, that he would want to integrate the strengths of all the major clans and work together to cultivate these immortal seedlings. Linglong's eyes, which were originally somewhat cloudy, also flashed with a flash of appreciation at this moment. She nodded slightly, seemingly agreeing with Lin Fan's proposal. It would be better for us, the several clans, to form an alliance and join forces to develop together. In unison, Linglong suddenly spoke. Each clan sends 2 people to form a council of elders. She made a bold suggestion, one that was enough to change the landscape of the Chu immortal cultivation world. After some heated discussions, in the end, a brand new power rose up in the Chu cultivation world. The Chu Keys League, established. Linglong's popularity was such that she was elected as the alliance leader of the Chu Kingdom Alliance. Lin Fan, on the other hand, was unanimously elected by all the sects as the vice alliance leader because of his unique abilities. This position is both a recognition of his ability and a way of pulling him in. Each of the remaining clans sent 2 people to form the Council of Elders, joint deliberation and decision-making on matters large and small within the Union, with decentralized power and mutual control. Vice Alliance Master Lin, being in a high position, it's only natural that he should contribute more to the development of the alliance. Linglong's voice was gentle, with a hint of expectation. Of course, now that you're a Vice Alliance Master with an honorable status, we naturally won't force ourselves on you like we did before. She paused. Let's do it this way. With Vice Alliance Master Lin's cave as the center, within a 50-mile radius, it will be designated as a special area. We, the 5 clans, will each occupy a piece within this area as our respective quarters. She continued. Within the quarters, residing there, are all the outstanding disciples carefully selected by each sect. These young people are vigorous and similar in age to Vice Alliance Master Lin, so they can also communicate more on weekdays and learn from each other to make progress together. Linglong added. As for being able to obtain the favor of Vice Alliance Lin, she gave Lin Fan a meaningful look, with a hint of playfulness in her eyes, as well as a hint of anticipation. Then it all depends on the ability of the disciples of each sect. What do you think of this proposal, gentlemen? Linglong's gaze swept over the people present, with a hint of inquiry, and a hint of anticipation. Lin Fan took a deep breath. He knew the next few days were expected to be very busy. The disciples of the various sects, in order to compete for that precious immortal seedling seed, were bound to use all their skills and abilities. A war without smoke is about to kick off. Hua Yanxiao, Qinli, Lan Ying, and the others exchanged a glance with each other. This proposal from Old Man Linglong seemed fair, giving every clan an equal chance. In reality, it's a hidden secret. Whoever comes out on top of this fight will have more say in the future of the league. What the ally says is very true, and we have no objections. Old Ancestor Qingli was the first to speak. The voice was clear and cold, making its attitude clear. Others have since taken a stand. In that case, let's do what we just discussed. Linglong nodded slightly in satisfaction. If there's anything that doesn't make sense subsequently, we'll negotiate adjustments. As the plan was finalized, Linglong smiled at Lin Fan. Vice Alliance Master Lin. Linglong's voice carried a hint of eagerness, even a little trembling. How long does it really take for you to absorb the spirit stone? She paused, her eyes showing helplessness and emotion at the passage of time. Although the old body has reached the transformation god, it is ultimately difficult to escape the cycle of the heavenly Tao. The lifespan will end, and there are not many days left, so I hope that the Vice Alliance Master can be as soon as possible. Each word seemed to be squeezed out of the river of her dried-up life, with endless vicissitudes and reluctance. Lin Fan's heart fluttered. 10 million spirit stones. If all of them were piled up in the system space, with the system's powerful devouring ability, they would be absorbed in less than a month. But he didn't want to expose more secrets, especially in front of this unfathomable god transformation stage ancestor. Back to the alliance leader. Lin Fan respectfully arched his hand, his tone calm. These spirit stones are huge in number, and the aura is refuted, so the late generation needs to carefully comb through them and slowly refine them, and all of them will be absorbed. At least, it will take 2 months. He deliberately doubled the time. 2 months. Linglong's brow furrowed slightly, as if she was a little less than pleased with the timing. However, she also understood that it was by no means easy to fully absorb such a huge amount of spirit stones in a short period of time. Yes, Linglong finally nodded, a hint of determination flashing in her eyes. 2 months is 2 months. She took a deep breath, as if making a big decision. The old body will wait here for 2 months. By the way, Linglong's gaze swept over Old Man Chanli, Hua Yanxiao, Lan Ying, and Blood Linglong who were present, with the other elders in the alliance, discussed the future development plans of the Chu Kingdom Alliance. Chapter 103, Not Quite Enough Yet. After the establishment of the Chu Alliance, the 5 great sects acted swiftly, each sending their elite disciples and elders to the area around Lin Fan's cave to open up residences. The sword cultivation disciples of the Green Cloud sect led the way, selecting a mountainside with abundant spiritual chi and setting up a sword formation. The Hidden Moon sect, on the other hand, chose a quiet bamboo forest to set up a concealment array, with a dense aura and a mysterious atmosphere. Other sects also showed their own styles, and the whole area was quickly filled with a competitive atmosphere. In this way, Lin Fan's cave was surrounded in the center like the stars. Lin Fan shook his head helplessly as he looked at the sight of several clans in full swing. Looks like there's a lot of work ahead. He then rode the recluse back to his cave. As soon as you enter the door, a strong smell of rice hits your nose. Bai Ruoyue had already prepared a hearty dinner. The table was set with several exquisite small dishes. Gongzi, you're back. Bai Ruoyue's smile was like a flower and her voice was sweet. She quickly greeted Lin Fan and took off his outer robe for him. Back. Lin Fan smiled and nodded, a warm current welling up in his heart. He walked over to the table and sat down, picking up his chopsticks. Pick up a piece of fish and put it in your mouth. The fish melts in your mouth and is delicious. Bai Ruoyue's handiwork was very much to Lin Fan's taste. Gongzi, why is it so lively outside? I see so many people who aren't from the Harmony sect. Bai Ruoyue poured a glass of wine for Lin Fan and asked. Lin Fan spoke briefly about the Chu Kingdom alliance. Bai Ruoyue laughed. It looks like Gongzi has his hands full. I just don't know if Gongzi's body can eat or not. I'm going to go learn some medicinal food to make up for Gongzi's body. Tap. A light footstep. From far away, Lin Fan raised his eyes. A silhouette came into view. Surprisingly, it was Ji Qing evening. She wore a long lavender dress, the hem of which swayed gently with her steps. On her white neck, she carried a delicate silver necklace that set off her elegant temperament. Bai Ruoyue was about to give Lin Fan some food when she saw Ji Qingnan come in and froze slightly. She looked at Lin Fan and then at Ji Qingnan. There was a flash of realization in his eyes. The corner of his mouth then broke into a meaningful smile. My lord, you guys talk? I'll go to the kitchen first. Bai Ruoyue said softly. She had the good sense to put down her dishes and, with a light step, slowly exited the room. Before leaving, he also gently closed the door of the room with his hand. Squeaky. The door to the room slowly closed, isolating the two from the outside world. Lin Fan looked at Ji Qing evening with a puzzled face. She was just punished yesterday, and she had also obtained the seed that birthed the immortal spirit root. Why are you here today? What are you doing here? He opened his mouth to ask, a hint of disbelief in his tone. Ji Qingyan did not answer immediately. She walked slowly to Lin Fan and stared at him with a burning gaze. Those eyes, it was like they wanted to see through Lin Fan. Yesterday, her vermilion lips parted, and there was a hint of a different emotion in her voice. It's not quite enough, Lin Fan? Ji Qingwan took a deep breath and exhaled like an orchid. Please also, punish me once more. Lin Fan completely froze. It was the first time he had encountered such a request. And, still, from the mouth of a woman of such beauty, it made him react a bit for a moment. You, Lin Fan was just about to open his mouth to say something. Ji Qing even took a step forward, and her red lips pressed on. The other side. Acacia Sect, Council Hall. All the Yuaning stage experts within the sect were summoned here. Old ancestor Qingli sat at the main seat. Elder Gu, Elder Li, and the others flanked the sides. The atmosphere, a bit heavy. Old ancestor Hongwan was the first to speak. I had, earlier, handpicked within the sect and sent almost all of the outstanding female disciples to Lin Fan's cave. She paused, a hint of helplessness in her tone. But only a handful of people remain. He didn't leave any of the ones he sent later. Elder Red Luan's gaze swept over every elder present. Nowadays, the Green Cloud sect, the Xian Shadow sect, and the Bloodshed sect, the people they pick out must be top-notch excellent. So, elders, please also make sure to think of a solution. Let Lin Fan be able to breed more immortal seedlings with immortal spirit roots for our Acacia sect. In this matter, I won't have to say much about the benefits to you. To the Acacia sect, Old Man Hongwan's voice was a bit anxious. After listening to a group of people with contemplative faces, Elderly stroked the beard on his chin. Our Acacia sect's lust drawing immortal technique, coupled with a well-trained disciple, I think Lin Fan will definitely be moved. Old Man Hongwan shook his head. I've tried. She sighed. Gu Pan Pan, Zhang Jiang and the others, they have all practiced this technique. For Lin Fan, it did have some effect at first, but now well. Old Man Hongwan did not continue. The meaning, however, is clear enough. A contemplative expression appeared on Elder Gu's beautiful face. A moment later she spoke. It's just not possible. Why don't I try? Inside the council chamber, it instantly exploded. Everyone's gazes, in unison, focused on Elder Gu. Shocked, puzzled, disbelieving. All sorts of emotions are mixed together. Elder Li's eyes were even wider and his beard trembled with him. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but didn't know where to begin. I'm afraid this isn't a good idea. He stammered for half a day before stifling the words. The voice was small, with a hint of hesitation and hesitation. Obviously, he was very surprised by Elder Gu's proposal. It's even a little hard to accept. After all, Elder Gu's position in the Acacia sect was not ordinary. Old Man Qingli remained silent. At this moment, she spoke slowly. The voice was low and strong, with unquestionable majesty. I do think that this will work. She paused, her gaze sweeping over everyone in the room. It seemed to take in everyone's expression, as much as it could. Do you know who the person from the Blood Fiend sect is who obtained the seed of the immortal seedling from Lin Fan today? Old Man Qingli threw out a question. This question, which made everyone present ponder. Who is it? Old ancestor Hongwan couldn't help but ask. She wanted to know the answer so badly. Old ancestor Qingli took a deep breath and slowly spat out a few words. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the wife of the bloodshed old devil, Blood Linglong's mother. Boom! This news, like a thunderbolt, exploded in the council chamber. Everyone was shocked. Blood Linglong's mother. That's a heavyweight of the bloodshed sect. Even she took it upon herself to. And, old man Chang Li's voice sounded once again. This time, there was a hint of longing in her voice that was hard to hide. Honestly, the child with the immortal spirit root, even my heart is moved. Chapter 104, Conquest, Ji Qing Evening. The early morning sunlight, with a bit of warmth, shot on Ji Qingnan's jade-like smooth cheeks. She was like a lazy cat, softly snuggling in the middle of Lin Fan's broad chest, her fingertips on his sturdy chest, absently drawing circles if any. The touch of his fingertips carried a hint of titillation and a hint of fondness. Lin Fan felt the gentle movements on his chest, and the corner of his mouth rose slightly with a hint of a satisfied smile. Looking down at the delicate and attractive beauty in his arms, with a hint of husky sensuality in his voice, he asked softly, "Now, can you be considered to have enjoyed yourself?" Ji Qing Evening sniffed, her eyes flowing, her charming eyes carrying a hint of anger and also a hint of resentment that was hard to hide. Her red lips gently opened, exhaling like orchids. To enjoy is to enjoy. I'm afraid that you will be busy in the future. At that time, I'm afraid that you don't even have the leisure to look at me. There was a hint of acidity in his tone, as if he were complaining and pouting. Lin Fan heard the sultriness in her words and couldn't help but let out a sarcastic laugh. His big hand gently wrapped around her slender waist and tightened her towards his arms again. Feeling the softness and warmth of her body, he said with a hint of helplessness and a hint of favor, "I can't help it. People can't help it. A lot of things. It's not how I want it to be. It's not how I want it to be." As Ji Qingwan listened to his words and felt the warmth of his embrace, the trace of resentment in her heart dissipated quite a bit. She sighed softly and raised her head, her beautiful eyes flowing as she gazed into Lin Fan's eyes. Suddenly remembering something, she opened her mouth and said, "By the way, I'd also like to ask you to do me a favor." Her tone became serious, with a hint of request and a hint of anticipation. Lin Fan looked at her serious expression and knew that what she was about to say was definitely not a trivial matter. So he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and asked with interest, "Oh, what favor? Master actually has something else he needs my help with?" His tone held a hint of flirtation and a hint of curiosity. Ji Qingwan glared at him, daintily whitened him, and said without any good humor, "Less poor mouth, talking to you seriously." She paused, organizing her words before speaking slowly. It's my spirit beast. You've seen it before. It's that little fox. She's now a second-grade demonic beast. And she's only one step away from a third-grade demonic beast, so I want to ask you to take a look at it, and see if you can help her break through. Speaking here, Ji Qingyan's beautiful eyes were filled with anticipation as she looked at Lin Fan with a burning gaze, waiting for his answer. Ji Qing Evening Spirit Beast Lin Fan naturally remembered. When he first saw this snow-white little fox for the first time in the Su family, Lin Fan felt that it was extremely cute and quite pleasing to the eye. However, to give people breakthrough realm he is very skillful. To the demonic beast breakthrough, it was really Lin Fan's first time. He looked at Ji Qing Evening with some uncertainty and said, "Qing Evening, I have never given a demonic beast a breakthrough in its realm. It may not necessarily work." Ji Qing Evening winks like silk, gently smiled, "Try it. Not even if it does not work, I will not blame you." Despite her words, she couldn't hide the anticipation in her eyes. Lin Fan shrugged helplessly. "Alright, you release Au and I'll give it a try, but I can't guarantee that it'll work." Ji Qingyan nodded her head in understanding. With a gentle wave of her hand, a white light flashed and Au appeared in front of the two. As soon as the little fox appeared, it rubbed against Ji Qingnan's leg affectionately, then looked at Lin Fan curiously. Lin Fan squatted down and reached out his hand, gently stroking Au's soft fur. At the entry point, a smooth piece, the little fox squinted comfortably, a gurgling sound coming from his throat. Lin Fan felt the warmth under his palm and said in his heart, "System, help it break through. Ding. Consume 100 years of lifespan to help Au break through the second-level demonic beast bottleneck. Lifespan left for the host, 15,214,168 years." At the same time that the system beep sounded, Lin Fan clearly felt a strange energy that surged out of his body. Following his palm, it slowly flowed into Au's body. Au's body trembled slightly. A flash of horror flashed through the eyes of the originally docile fox. Immediately afterward, the aura fluctuations on its body began to intensify like boiled water. The air around them, it seemed, was affected and slightly distorted. Ji Qingwan was on the side, nervously watching the scene, not daring to utter a single breath. She could sense that Au was at a critical moment of breakthrough. A few moments later, the aura fluctuations on Au's body gradually calmed down. Its aura, however, was much stronger than before. Obviously the breakthrough was successful. Ayu jumped up excitedly, circling around Lin Fan and Ji Qingnan and letting out joyful cries. It's done! A trace of surprise flashed through Ji Qingnan's beautiful eyes as she took Ayu into her arms and gently stroked her. Then, she raised her head and looked at Lin Fan, her eyes filled with gratitude. Lin Fan, thank you so much. As she said that, she fiercely stood on her tiptoes and left a sweet kiss on Lin Fan's cheek. Soft to the touch, a touch away. Lin Fan froze for a moment, then touched his cheeks and smiled he. It's a small thing. It's a small thing. It's just a show of hands. Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes, and his gaze landed on Ji Qingyan beside him. He subconsciously opened the good sense appraisal. Seasonal Qing evening favorability, 100%. Life and death guardian, she regards you as the most important person in her life and is willing to give everything for you, even if it's her life. After all that happened last night, Ji Qingyan's favorability increased once again, reaching full value. This meant that she had already been completely conquered by Lin Fan. Lin Fan's heart fluttered. What attribute spirit root do you have? He opened his mouth to ask. Ji Qingnan's voice carried a hint of lethargy, a hint of satisfaction. My spiritual root is not bad. It's dual attribute. Lin Fan gently pressed his hand on Ji Qingyan's bare forehead. System, help her raise her spiritual root to heavenly spiritual root. He murmured in his mind. Ding. Start upgrading qualifications. Consume 100,000 years of lifespan. Lifespan left for host, 15,114,168 years. The system beep sounded. A warm current surged out from Lin Fan's palm and slowly flowed into Ji Qingyan's body. Ji Qingyan's petite body trembled slightly. Her eyes snapped open. The beautiful eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. She clearly felt that the original spirit root in her body had actually begun to change. A feeling of unprecedented permeability spread throughout the body. It was as if there were some shackles that had been completely broken. She could feel that the connection between herself and the aura of heaven and earth had become even closer. Clearer. This feeling. It's marvelous. Ji Qingyan's breathing became rapid. The chest rose and fell violently. She could hardly contain her inner excitement. How is that possible? Spiritual roots, which are innate, doomed since birth. The day after wanting to make a difference. Never heard of it. But now, Lin Fan had actually done it. He had actually helped himself to raise his spiritual root. And it was still directly elevated to a heavenly spirit root. A heavenly spirit root. Ji Qingnan's heart, thumping. It was about to jump out of my throat in general. The way she looked at Lin Fan completely changed. Shocked, grateful, adoring, loving. All sorts of emotions, intertwined. It turned into a wave of unspeakably complex emotions. Van Gogh. Ji Qingnan's voice, slightly trembling, with a hint of choking. Thank you. She hugged Lin Fan tightly, burying his head in his chest. Feel his powerful heartbeat. The moment. She felt like the happiest woman in the world. Chapter 105, Linglong. Breaking through the middle stage of God transformation. It wasn't long after Ji Qingnan left Lin Fan's place. Bai Ruoyue's voice came in through the door. My lord. Blood Linglong from the Blood Fiend sect sent her maid to pay a visit. I was stopped outside. The corners of Lin Fan's mouth hooked up slightly. He knew all too well about the bloodshed sect's purpose. Just tell her that I'm absorbing spirit stones. 2 months from now we're going to help Senior Linglong break through the bottleneck of the God transformation stage. Don't bother me for the next 2 months. Bai Ruoyue responded respectfully. Yes, my lord. Outside Lin Fan's cave, there stood a black-skirted young girl with bright eyes and white teeth, and her appearance was extremely beautiful. Bai Ruoyue stepped forward. This fairy, my lord said. He's preparing to help Senior Linglong make a breakthrough. These 2 months are going to be closed to absorb spirit stones. So, Bai Ruoyue's voice is soft, but carries a hint of non-refusal. The black dress did not show any surprise on its face. Obviously, they had anticipated this situation. The black-skirted woman opened her mouth, her voice charming to the bone with a hint of petulance. Sister Ruoyue, if you can't invite Vice Alliance Master Lin, then tell us what Vice Alliance Master Lin's preferences are. Or what kind of girl Vice Alliance Lin likes. It's also good for me to go back and report to the clan. As she spoke, she even deliberately blinked her eyes towards Bai Siet. A pitiful expression on her face. Bai Ruoyue blinked her beautiful eyes, giving Lin Fan benefits. She still knew how to do it. Knowing Lin Fan's preferences, these clans would only use it to please Lin Fan and would not do him any harm. After a slight pause she spoke. It is true that there are more preferences of the public. As for the specific, Bai Ruoyue deliberately paused for a moment. The corner of her mouth slightly hooked up, revealing a meaningful smile. The 3 fairies might as well head to the Su family in Linjiang City. When the 3 women heard this, they all froze, a puzzled look in their eyes. The Su family in Linjiang City? What is that place? What's it got to do with Lin Fan? Bai Ruoyue looked at the three women's puzzled expressions and continued. The Su family has a few attendants, named Sophie, Su Shallow, Su Rhyme and others. They were conditioned by the male for a while, such as massage, foot washing. Bai Ruoyue's voice carried a hint of ambiguity, and her tone became a little odd. Oh yes, and black silk compiled socks, special clothing and more. Bai Ruoyue's words didn't quite tell the whole story, but the hints in her words were obvious enough. The three women were all smart people and naturally instantly understood what Bai Ruoyue meant. Their eyes, instantly, lit up, especially when they heard words like black silk socks and special clothing. Their eyes lit up as if they had discovered a new continent. So, this Vice Alliance Master Lin, he actually likes this kind of tone? Many thanks to Sister Ruoyue for her guidance. I'll take my leave. Before the words fell, the black-skirted woman's recluse light shot up into the sky and instantly disappeared into the sky. Not long after the people from the Blood Fiend sect left, the people from the Xin Shadow sect and the Hidden Moon sect as well as the Qingyan sect also came. Bai Ruoyue said the same thing to them. 2 months later, Lin Fan's cave was directly north. The originally barren hill was now a different scene. Pavilions and pavilions, staggered, are hidden among the verdant forests, waterfalls and springs. Ding-dong sound, water vapor dense, like a fairyland. The rich aura was almost condensed into substance, and with a gentle sniff, one would feel relaxed and refreshed. The Green Cloud Sect's compound had been given a new look. Lin Fan and Xian Yangzi were side by side, riding the recluse light and flying slowly, entering the compound. As far as the eye could see, it was almost entirely female cultivators. One was dressed in a green-colored dress, with a graceful, floating body. Most of their cultivation levels were at the foundation establishment stage. Occasionally, there were a few disciples in the chi practicing stage, and they all had a compelling aura and excellent roots. Vice Alliance Master Lin. These disciples are all carefully selected from the younger generation of our Qingyan sect. There was a hint of pride in Xian Yangzi's tone. After helping Master Uncle her old man make a breakthrough in a while, you might as well pick 2 and bring them back to the cave. He winked, meaningfully. Lin Fan smiled faintly and didn't say anything. In his heart, however, he secretly muttered, this Qingyan sect, it really knows how to throw its weight around. The 2 came to the great hall at the center of the compound, through several more corridors and into a secret room. Within the secret room, the aura was incredibly dense. Obviously a high-level spirit-gathering formation had been set up. Linglong sat cross-legged and hunched over. The face was covered with creases like the withered bark of an old tree. Despite her high cultivation level, Lin Fan could still clearly feel the deathly aura emanating from her. It was the decaying scent of a life force about to run out. Thank you, Vice Alliance Master Lin. Linglong spoke slowly, his voice hoarse. The old body should have run out of lifespan more than 100 years ago and sat down, having to use a secret technique to forcefully hang on to a breath. This is the only thing that remains to this day. Lin Fan clasped his fists. Senior Linglong, the breakthrough of the bottleneck at the God transformation stage is not to be missed, so be prepared for everything. Don't worry, it's a matter of my life and death. It's been prepared for a long time. Now start. System, help her break through. Lin Fan murmured in his mind. Ding. Consume 3,000,000 years of lifespan to help Linglong break through the bottleneck at the early stage of transformation. The host has 22,114,168 years of life left. Lin Fan's eyes widened slightly. 3 million years of life. However, Linglong had given 10 million spirit stones, $7 million in blood. With the deduction of his longevity, Linglong's originally hunched, skinny body trembled violently. A majestic aura gushed out from her body, like a volcano erupting and a tsunami sweeping through. Her wrinkled face instantly blossomed with ecstasy, as if a dead tree had sprung into life and an old tree had sprouted new buds. I feel it. Her husky voice, with uncontrollable excitement, even trembled a little. Boom! The aura stirred and whistled like a gale, blowing Lin Fan's clothes hunting. He subconsciously took 2 steps back to avoid it. Linglong, who was sitting cross-legged, slowly floated her body up and suspended in mid-air. A huge aura vortex, centered on her, quickly converged. That vortex spun faster and faster, as if it was a bottomless black hole, devouring everything around it. Wisps of near-substantial aura, like milk swallows returning to their nests, madly drilled into Linglong's rickety body. Her body, like a long dried-up lake, greedily absorbed the sudden sweet rain. Lin Fan stood to the side, quietly watching all of this. He could feel that the aura within Linglong's body was undergoing a radical change. The originally weak flame of life had now become vigorous, like a newborn sun, radiating vitality. It was a cocooning, transformative change. Only Linglong's dry, wrinkled fingers became white and tender at a speed visible to the naked eye. The joints that were originally like withered tree branches, jagged and abrupt, also gradually became rounded. The back of the hand, which was originally dull, like the weathered bark of a tree, was now also like a peeled egg, delicate and smooth, emitting a faint warm luster. It's not just the hands. Linglong's dried-up body was also like a blown-up balloon, rapidly expanding and becoming full. The original loose Taoist robe, at this moment, also became taut. Can wrap that suddenly became plump body, under the dress, vaguely show amazing curvature. Lin Fan's gaze, inadvertently swept over that thrilling arc. His heart slightly swirled, secretly saying, this old woman's figure is really top. Along with the changes in Linglong's body, the wrinkles on her cheeks began to melt away like ice and snow brushed by the spring breeze. One by one, slowly disappearing into thin air. In its place was skin as delicate as a baby's, blown out, crystalline and glowing with youthful radiance. A moment, Linglong's originally aged cheeks had disappeared. In its place was the face of a tender young girl. That face, with its delicate features, picturesque eyebrows and snowy skin, was like a finely carved porcelain doll, full of youthful vigor. Where is the half of the previous appearance of a dying man? If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Lin Fan couldn't believe that it was the same person. What a way to turn back the clock. Chapter 106, Linglong, Heart Demon Robbery. The majestic aura on Linglong's body slowly closed in. In a moment, all of the aura on her body collected into her body. Surprisingly, Lin Fan could not feel any aura fluctuations on Linglong's body. She looks like a mortal. However, Lin Fan knew that this was a great divine ability of the God transformation stage, and ordinary cultivators could not do it. He sighed in relief. It looked like Linglong should have finished her breakthrough. Linglong slowly broke his eyes open. For a moment, Lin Fan froze. Those eyes, clear and clean as a child's. Not a single impurity. She also had the aura of an 18 or 19-year-old girl, full of vigor. Linglong gave Lin Fan a very strange feeling. When Chengli broke through into the late stage of yuaning, she also reverted to the appearance of a young girl. One could just see that sense of age in her. But the current Linglong looked like a young girl overflowing with youth. Congratulations, senior, on your successful breakthrough. Lin Fan hurriedly clasped his fists and said. However, Linglong's clear eyes, were filled with confusion. She stared fixedly at Lin Fan. Look at it for a while. Suddenly, her eyes lit up and her face blossomed with surprise. Brother Qing Yun. It's really Brother Qing Yun. She ran happily to Lin Fan's side. One hugged Lin Fan's arm. Lin Fan's entire body was confused. What's going on here? He subconsciously looked down, looking at Linglong who was clinging to his arm. Feel the soft touch coming from his arm. For a moment, it was surprisingly difficult to know how to react. Seniors, this is, he asked, stuttering a bit. Brother Qing Yun, where have you been? Do you know that Linger misses you? Linglong raised her head and looked at Lin Fan with bated breath. Those eyes, innocent, like a little girl pining for her lover. Lin Fan's head was full of questions. Why did this Linglong feel like she had lost her memory? And, you think you're some kind of Brother Qing Yun? The last time this happened to him, it was still in the Su clan helping Su Mei make a breakthrough. Su Mei thought of him as her husband. Senior, are you caught in an illusion? Lin Fan asked tentatively. He waved his hand in front of Linglong, wanted to see if she was really delirious. But, Linglong's eyes remained clear. It was not at all like being caught in an illusion. What illusion? Linglong cocked his head curiously. She began to survey the breach chamber. There was doubt in his eyes. It seemed alien to everything around it. Lin Fan only felt a burst of headache. He tried to wrench his hand free from Linglong's arms. But, the arm of a spirit transformation stage cultivator wasn't that easy to break free from. He tried a few times. All ended in failure. Finally, he could only give up helplessly, letting Linglong hold his arms. It's nothing. You get out of here with me. Lin Fan had to change his strategy. He planned to take Linglong out first. Come out of the chamber. Xian Yangzi had a surprised look on his face as he walked over quickly. His eyes fell on Linglong's hands that were tightly hugging Lin Fan's arms, and he was filled with doubt. Lin Fan had an innocent look on his face, even with a hint of helplessness. Senior uncle. This is. Xian Yangzi wanted to speak, as if he didn't know how to open his mouth to inquire. Lin Fan spread his hands. Elder Linglong was like this after her breakthrough, as if she had amnesia and didn't remember anything. There was a hint of bitterness in his tone. Who says I don't remember? Linglong suddenly opened his mouth, his voice crisp. She puffed out her cheeks and glared at Lin Fan with an exasperated look. I still remember you as Brother Cheng Yun. There was a hint of pout in her tone, and a hint of determination. Lin Fan only felt his scalp go numb. What's this all about? Lin Fan felt like he had two big heads. He tried to explain. Senior, you really recognized the wrong person. I am not any Cheng Yun. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Linglong. You lied to me. Your brother Changyun. Linglong's eyes widened as she looked at Lin Fan with a puff of air, as if Lin Fan had said something treasonous. Those eyes, innocent, clear, and clueless. Lin Fan was completely speechless. He looked at Xian Yangzi as if for help. Xian Yangzi was also dumbfounded, obviously not expecting this situation. He pondered for a moment, stroked his beard, and slowly spoke. It looks like senior uncle is caught in a heart demonic calamity. A heart attack? Lin Fan repeated doubtfully. It was a word he had heard before, but he didn't know exactly what it was. The heart demon tribulation is a heart path that cultivators need to go through after a breakthrough, used to polish the state of mind, the only way to truly stabilize the realm, so as to be considered as making a complete breakthrough. Xian Yangzi patiently explained. I'm afraid that senior uncle's state of mind is deficient, and needs to be filled before it can be perfected. The way she is now, she should be stuck in her youth, with her mind going back to the past. Right now, senior uncle's cultivation is considered to have stepped into the middle stage of transformation of God, but his divine soul is still trapped in the early stage of transformation of God realm. Only after the mind is perfected, Xian Yangzi said, a trace of realization flashing in his eyes. I guess, Uncle Shifu will have to retrace his life's steps before he can recover. Lin Fan was listening to the clouds. Walking through life all over again? What kind of operation is this? As for the brother Qingyun that senior uncle spoke of, Xian Yangzi paused, seeming to have some difficulty in speaking. That's my Green Cloud sect's ascended spirit world ancestor, Green Cloud Z. He and senior uncle were childhood sweethearts, 2 children. Xian Yangzi's voice lowered as he said this, seemingly falling into memories. Back then, ancestor Qingyun was astonishingly talented, a wizard of the Qingyun sect that would be hard to come across in 1,000 years. Senior uncle is also gifted, and is known as the Green Cloud twins alongside ancestor Green Cloud. All over the clan, they think they're a match made in heaven. It's just a shame. Xian Yangzi sighed. The making of a man. Ancestor Qingyun is dedicated to the Tao and the pursuit of immortality, and in the end, he has failed to live up to the deep love of his senior uncle. The two did not come together. Uncle Shifu was so heartbroken and disheartened by this that he never married in his life. A trace of regret flashed in Xian Yangzi's eyes. After so many years have passed, I didn't expect that senior uncle's heart's demon would still be the same love affair from back then. After hearing this, Lin Fan finally understood what was going on. Dare this Linglong senior to think of herself as her first love? This is too much of a dogfight. Lin Fan was powerless to spit in his heart. All he wanted now was to hurry up and send this great god away. But Linglong recognized him, and with a strong strength, Lin Fan couldn't get rid of him even if he wanted to. So, what now? Lin Fan asked helplessly. You can't keep letting Linglong hold your arm like that, can you? Xian Yangzi also had a difficult look on his face. He doesn't know what to do. This was also the first time he had encountered this situation. There's no good way. We can only wait for senior uncle to make a smooth breakthrough and have a perfect state of mind. Then how long will it take for her to successfully break through? Lin Fan asked in a hurry. As fast as a day or two, as slow as 3 or 5 years, or even longer. Lin Fan. Chapter 107, Swimming in the Lake. The might of the transfigured god. Lin Fan knew that if he didn't help Linglong get rid of this so-called heart demonic calamity, she would definitely stick to him like a piece of cowhide candy. The only way now was to pretend to be that whatever Qin Yunzi was. In his heart, he was screaming. Originally he was just helping the other party to break through and earn some spirit stones. As it turns out, it's now a stand-in for someone else. Or a stand-in for a 1,000-year-old grandmother's first love. Who's to blame for this? Seeing Lin Fan's tangled face, Xian Yangzi spoke again. Ally Lin. Senior uncle has just made a breakthrough and his cultivation is still not stable. During this period of time, I'm afraid I'll have to trouble Vice Alliance Master Lin to stay at my Qingyun sect's residence. He paused and continued. This Qingyun sect residence, although it is not as good as the Qingyun sect mountain gate, it is also extremely similar. Staying here will also be of great help to senior uncle, her old man, in recovering his memories. Lin Fan rolled his eyes, thinking, help her recover her memory? I can thank you. If she really recovered her memory and found that I was not her brother Qingyun, she would not slap me to death? Although he thought so in his heart, it seemed that there was no better way in this situation right now. So Lin Fan had no choice but to nod his head stiffly as a promise. Alas, take a step and see what happens. But hopefully this Linglong senior won't be too difficult to deal with. Lin Fan prayed silently in his heart. In the next month or so, Lin Fan completely experienced what is called sweet burden. This sweetness, naturally, is not envied by others. After all, to be able to be a magnificent, beautiful female cultivator of the God realization stage to take care of every inch of the way, That is how many people cannot dream of seeking the blessing? But this burden is only clear to Lin Fan himself. Linglong really stuck to Lin Fan's side like craft candy. That's called not giving an inch. Shape and shadow. Like glue. How far is it exaggerated? Even when Lin Fan went to the toilet, she had to stand guard outside the outhouse. It was a sunny day. At the edge of the Acacia sect, a huge lake sparkled. The lake is so clear that it looks like a huge piece of the sky realm, reflecting the white clouds. There was a kind of silver-scaled spirit fish growing in the lake, which was small in size but extremely tasty in flavor. An exquisite painted boat floated slowly on the lake. Lin Fan stood at the bow of the boat. Linglong snuggled beside him, her small head gently leaning on his shoulder with a happy and sweet face. The breeze brings a fresh vapor from the lake. It also blew Linglong's hair, gently sweeping over Lin Fan's cheeks. It's a little itchy. Lin Fan could clearly smell the faint fragrance of Linglong's body. Smells good. Like the smell of some kind of spirit flower. It's mind-blowing. Brother Qing Yun. Linglong opened her mouth. Her voice soft, with a hint of petulance. How about you? You be my Dao mate? Linglong's voice was soft. However, it clearly reached Lin Fan's ears. Lin Fan's body stiffened slightly. This issue. It wasn't the first time he'd heard it in a while. Each time, he skillfully evaded it. He couldn't say yes in case he said yes now. When Linglong made a real breakthrough and her memories returned. The anger of an old demoness at the god transformation stage was no joke. Lin Fan's mind flashed with blistering light, pondering how to put it off. However, he saw Linglong's pair of crystal clear eyes, looking at himself without blinking. The eyes were filled with anticipation. There was also a hint of nervousness. The two men looked at each other in all directions. The atmosphere. It became a bit subtle. Sentiment, creeping through the air. Lin Fan could even hear the sound of Linglong's heart beating. Flop, flop, it's getting faster. Linglong slowly closed her eyes. Long eyelashes, fluttering slightly. Her pink lips, slightly puckered. Towards Lin Fan, he slowly came up. Boom! A loud noise shook the sky. Lin Fan snapped back to his senses and broke free from that charming atmosphere. In front of the painted boat, the calm surface of the lake exploded. The water splashed like countless crystal and pearls, refracting dazzlingly in the sunlight. A lanky figure broke through the water. Dark red robes that hunted in the strong wind, as if they were burning flames. The man, nearly 10 feet tall, with gnarled muscles, was like an iron tower. A face that was as angular as a knife. The most striking thing was his eyes. Scarlet, bloodlust, full of violence and madness. Merely being glanced at by him was like being stared at by a flood beast, making one shudder. A powerful aura surged out from him. The stock aura of the late Yuaning stage was like an invisible mountain crushing down. This guy. Lin Fan's pupils shrunk. He was extremely similar to the bloodshed old devil, only younger. Lin Fan remembered that last time. The bloodshed old devil's physical body was destroyed and his Yuaning fled. Now it seems to be taking over and being reborn. Jia Jia. The bloodshed old devil laughed strangely. The sound is harsh. I've been waiting outside the Acacia sect for more than a month, so I haven't wasted my efforts after all. He stared at Lin Fan dead in the face. Lin Fan, this ability of yours is so important that you came out to swim in the lake, and the Acacia sect didn't even have anyone to protect you? Ha ha. What a godsend. The bloodshed old devil's gaze turned and swept over Linglong. He thought there was something familiar about this little ninny. But, there wasn't the slightest aura fluctuation on Linglong's body. The bloodshed old devil didn't put her in his mind at all. Lin Fan glanced at Linglong beside him. Protection? Just kidding. In terms of battle power, in the entire Chu kingdom, who could be Linglong's opponent? Lin Fan, come with me. The bloodshed old devil laughed and made a claw towards Lin Fan through the air. At that moment, the aura between heaven and earth surged wildly, and a huge blood-colored demonic hand appeared out of thin air. The devil's hand covered the sky, carrying a strong smell of blood and suffocating pressure as it grabbed down towards Lin Fan's head. That might was as if it was going to crush Lin Fan into pieces along with the entire boat. The corners of Lin Fan's mouth rose slightly, and his face had a bland expression. He knew that Spiriton would strike. Don't hurt my brother Chongyun, Linglong shouted with a clear voice. Her seemingly soft and boneless slender hand gently waved. It seems light and airy, without a hint of smoke or fire. Phew. The air, however, suddenly resounded with a sharp whine. A huge palm shadow emerged out of thin air. This palm shadow was initially slightly illusory, but in a split second it became solid as jade, emitting a faint glistening white light. Around the palm shadow, the space was vaguely distorted, as if it couldn't withstand the terrifying force. It lightly met the bloodshed old devil's blood-colored demonic hand that covered the sky. Click, 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 click. There was a toothsome cracking sound that clearly reached everyone's ears. That blood-colored demonic hand, the moment it came into contact with the palm shadow, was like fragile porcelain, crumbling apart inch by inch. First the fingertips, then the palm, then the wrist and arm. It's spreading all the way and it's unstoppable. The fragments of the blood-colored demonic hand turned into bits of bloodlight and dissipated into the air. There was no violent collision, no deafening roar. There was only silent crushing, an absolute difference in strength. The sardonic smile on the bloodshed old devil's face instantly solidified. In its place, there was endless shock and fear. His scarlet eyes stared at Ling Long with a deadly glare. It was as if they wanted to carve her figure deep into the depths of their souls. This can't be. The voice of the bloodshed old devil became a little trembling. He couldn't believe that his all-out strike would be so easily diffused by a little girl who seemed to have no aura fluctuations. An unprecedented sense of crisis surged like a tidal wave in the bloodshed old devil's heart. He felt as if he, himself, was being stared at by a flood beast. The next moment, it was going to be torn to pieces. It was a feeling he hadn't experienced in a long time. Ever since he cultivated to the late Yuaning stage, he could almost walk sideways in this Chu territory. But now, there was only one thought in his mind, and that was to flee. But there was nowhere to run, because he clearly felt that an invisible force had locked him firmly in place. This power, as vast as the sea, was unfathomable. It simply wasn't something he could fight against. No, the bloodshed old demon let out a desperate hiss. In his voice, he was full of resignation and fear. But, it was too late. The invisible force suddenly tightened. Bang! A muffled sound. The bloodshed old devil's lanky body was like a watermelon that had been crushed. It instantly exploded. Flesh and blood were flying and bones were breaking. Dark red blood, splashing everywhere, stained the surrounding lake. In the air, there was a strong smell of blood. It's disgusting. Chapter 108, Unawareness of Affection. A mournful scream pierced the sky. After the bloodshed old devil's lanky body exploded, a blood-red, approximately 3-inch sized Yuaning, violently sprang out. It was terrified, and the bloodlight around its body flashed, actually performing the art of instantaneous transfer. Wanting to escape from this place of death. Ah, Lin Fan. This matter, we're not finished. The bloodshed ancestor's Yuaning screamed, his voice filled with resentment and unwillingness. He couldn't have dreamt that he, a great cultivator of the late Yuaning stage, would fall into the hands of a little girl. The baby is extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it's already hundreds of feet away. With another flash of bloodlight, the bloodshed old devil's Yuaning had long disappeared into the sky, leaving only the faint smell of blood in the air, signaling that a shocking fight had taken place here. Above the lake, the water shimmered and calm was restored. It was as if that shocking scene just now had never happened. Ling Long stood quietly beside Lin Fan. Her eyes, from the initial worry, gradually became complicated, like a pool of autumn water, deep and bottomless. Her gaze, which landed on Lin Fan, was unwilling to move away for a long time. In Ling Long's eyes, Lin Fan's figure slowly began to change. That familiar face gradually overlapped with the deepest part of his memory. That Qing Yun's appearance, as warm as jade, as sassy as ever, the same, made her heart sing. Ling Long was a little confused. She couldn't tell if the Lin Fan in front of her was Lin Fan or Qing Yun. Or perhaps, Qing Yun was Lin Fan? In the end, the figure in her mind was completely fixed. Brother Qing Yun. That's Lin Fan. Brother Qing Yun. Ling Long murmured softly, her voice carrying a hint of trembling, a hint of delight, and a hint of imperceptible shyness. She lunged into Lin Fan's arms and hugged him tightly, as if she wanted to rub him into her body, and as if she was afraid that if she let go, he would disappear. You haven't answered my question yet? Ling Long raised her head, her big watery eyes, staring at Lin Fan without blinking. Her cheeks, flushed with a faint blush, added a few more points of delicacy. You be my Dao couple. Okay. Her voice, soft as water, but with a hint of not being able to refuse. Ling Long. I'm not Chang Yun. If I were, I would definitely promise you. Lin Fan smiled bitterly, with a hint of helplessness and a hint of regret in his eyes. Then you're saying yes. Ling Long didn't even give Lin Fan a chance to continue explaining, directly pouncing on him, her delicate red lips then pressed up, with a hint of eagerness, a hint of longing. Wait, I'll lay a white sheet. Lin Fan's voice ended abruptly, drowning in Ling Long's enthusiasm. The boat floated slowly with the water, and not long afterward it sank up and down rhythmically. The bloodshed old devil, 1,000 miles away. The blood-red Yuaning's aura was extremely unstable, flickering brightly and darkly, as if it might collapse at any time. He had thought that with his late Yuaning cultivation, he would lurk outside of the Acacia sect, wait for an opportunity to take Lin Fan captive, and make use of Lin Fan's ability to make a breakthrough into the harmonized god stage in one fell swoop. At that time, not to mention the entire Chu kingdom, even the entire eastern region, he would be able to walk sideways and do whatever he wanted. But as a result, not only was his physical body destroyed, even his yuaning was nearly collapsed. In the immortal cultivation world, due to the laws of heaven and earth, one can only take over a body once. If one were to forcefully carry out a second seizing, it would definitely invoke the laws of heaven and earth and send down a thunderbolt. The consequences are bound to be death and destruction of the soul. Yuaning is unstable. We must think of a way as soon as possible. Taking over the body is no longer possible. Do we really have to take that step? It seems that this seat can only cultivate the ghost road. The bloodshed old devil's yuaning gritted its teeth. Its heart filled with unwillingness and helplessness. But more than that, it was the desire for survival. I remember that in the hands of Blood G, there is a corpse elf equivalent to an early stage of yuaning, and this corpse is most suitable for me to host and cultivate the ghost Dao. Thinking of this, the bloodshed old devil's yuaning flashed with bloodlight and disappeared from its original location, leaving behind only a curse filled with resentment that drifted away in the wind. The painted boat sank and floated for 2 hours. Like a dream, the clouds and the rain are breaking, and the afterglow is long. Linglong snuggled beside Lin Fan, the deep love in her eyes fading away. Instead, it is a kind of vicissitude through the world, a kind of sea through the red dust light. Many thanks, fellow Daoist Lin, for helping me break through to the middle stage of transformation. Linglong's voice was no longer the delicate and sweet one from earlier, but had resumed her original coolness, like an ice lotus blooming on the top of a snowy mountain, noble but not to be desecrated. I'm counting on you for this month. Lin Fan smiled faintly. Congratulations, senior, on your successful breakthrough. Linglong looked at Lin Fan with complicated eyes, as if she had 1,000 words to say, but she didn't know where to start. What happened between the two of us? You forget. Lin Fan pretended to be puzzled. What is it? He paused and said in a serious manner. I came out to swim in the lake with Senior, and Senior suddenly had an epiphany and made a smooth breakthrough. That's all. Linglong looked deeply at Lin Fan, her eyes flowing, as if she wanted to carve his figure deeply into her heart, and as if she wanted to see through the secrets hidden deep inside his heart. She nodded, her voice soft but with a hint of firmness. Take this treasure. Not only can it withstand a full force strike from a late-stage yuaning cultivator once, it can also emit a sword chi after it is injected with mana to stimulate it. This sword chi can seriously injure, or even decapitate, late-stage yuaning cultivators. Linglong handed Lin Fan a jade pendant. The jade pendant was crystal clear, emitting a faint spiritual light, and 2 small characters were carved on it, Qing Yun. The font is elegant, vaguely permeated with a dusty air. A look at it is known not to be ordinary goods. This jade pendant is estimated to be the treasure that Qing Yunzi gave her. Now, Linglong had passed it on to herself. What did this mean? Lin Fan's heart was clear. She, having survived her love affair with Qing Yunzi, the state of mind, complete. Lin Fan took the jade pendant and it was warm in his hand. A faint warmth that came from his palm and penetrated his heart. It could be felt that the jade pendant contained a powerful force. Many thanks, Senior. Lin Fan put away the jade pendant and arched his hand to thank him, his tone sincere. This treasure was very important to him, and it was something that could save his life at a critical moment. Since Senior's breakthrough is complete, I will take my leave, Lin Fan said, and the recluse light under his feet lit up. The figure, instantly transformed into a stream of light, swept towards the distant sky, like a meteor that cut through the night sky, passing in an instant. Linglong looked at the direction Lin Fan had left, and within her beautiful eyes, the color of vicissitudes gradually faded. In its place was a touch of unspeakably complex emotion. Deep emotion, once again, welled up. Only, in the midst of this deep love, there seemed to be an additional hint of confusion, a hint of struggle, a hint of attachment that was hard to part with. She said, her vermilion lips softly, her voice low and inaudible, also indistinguishable. What I'm in love with, exactly, is the green cloud. Still, you, the wind, blowing gently, dispersed her words, in the air, like a wisp of green smoke, dissipating without a trace, leaving only endless sighs, echoing on the lake. Chapter 109, Ruashiyu, keep the secret for Gongzi. Yo! Lin Fan returned to the cave. Inside the cave, the aura was dense. Bai Ruayue had been waiting here for a long time, and when she saw him return, she greeted him like a swallow returning to its nest. Her voice as clear and crisp as an oriole's first cry, with a joy she couldn't hide. Gongzi is back. Your Excellency must be exhausted from running around for a month. There was concern in her eyes. I have prepared a tonic meal for the prince. With that, he guided Lin Fan towards the dining table. On the dining table, several exquisite small dishes had been set. A jug of wine with a strong medicinal aroma. What kind of wine is this? By Ruoyue's pretty face was slightly red, but she still nodded. This is the spirit wine infused with the tiger whip of the 6th level demonic beast black maned tiger. Plus 30 to 40 various kinds of spirit medicines that I found in the clan's treasury. This formula, I've had a pharmacist look at it, and it's the best for tonifying Gongzi's body. Saying that she carefully filled Lin Fan's wine. Then he gave Lin Fan another piece of meat from the belly of the fish. Picking off the fish thorns inside, Lin Fan felt by Ruoyue's care, and his heart was soothed. This little girl, she's really getting the hang of it. He didn't move to survey by Ruoyue. After not seeing her for a month, her cultivation, it seemed, had refined quite a bit more. There were vague signs of breaking through the middle stage of foundation establishment. Ruoyue, how have you been cultivating lately? Lin Fan asked casually. Back to the prince. All is well. Bai Ruoyue replied obediently. In a short while, it should be possible to break through to the middle stage of foundation establishment. There was a small hint of pride in his tone. Lin Fan nodded. What technique do you cultivate? Bai Ruoyue thought for a moment and said. Ever since Gongzi upgraded my spiritual root to a heavenly spiritual root, my spiritual root has become a metallic heavenly spiritual root. The technique practiced is also the metallic Gengjin sword technique. Lin Fan nodded. Give me your hand. Bai Ruoyue sniffed and obediently stretched out her slender hand. Lin Fan gripped it obediently. It was soft in the hand, delicate to the touch, but with a hint of coldness. Bai Ruoyue's pretty face was slightly red. Her eyes dodged, not daring to look directly at Lin Fan. Heart thumping straight, some nervous eyes full of anticipation color. Gongzi, this is too. Bai Ruoyue thought with anticipation in her heart. Lin Fan didn't know what was in this little girl's mind. Since the last system upgrade to version 2.0, there have been quite a few new features updated. The most important of these is the consumption of longevity, which can enhance the physique of others. Currently, it can only be upgraded to the 5 spiritual bodies of gold, wood, water, fire and earth. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Lin Fan had never used it. Although Bai Ruoyue was a heavenly spirit root, her cultivation speed was extremely fast. But compared to Lin Fan, it was still quite slow. In the long run, Bai Siye's cultivation was somewhat less than adequate. Therefore, Lin Fan intended to help the little girl raise her physique as well, so that she could cultivate a little faster. System, help her upgrade to a golden spirit body. Ding, consuming 1,000,000 years of longevity. Upgrading by Ruoyue to the golden spirit body. Golden spirit body, affinity for metallic aura is greatly enhanced. Cultivating metallic techniques is twice as effective, and the power of performing metallic techniques is doubled. The host has 21,114,168 years of life left. With the deduction of longevity, Bai Ruoyue felt a warm current erupt inside her. She only felt soothed, as if she was immersed in a hot spring. The original spiritual energy in the body began to stir, like boiling water, tumbling. In the meridians, there was a vague swelling pain, but soon the bloating disappeared without a trace. In its place, there is a sense of permeability that has never been seen before. He then realized that his sense of metallic aura had become even sharper. Between heaven and earth, there were countless golden points of light, and as long as she was willing, she could inhale all of these metallic auras into her body. This feeling is almost exactly the same as the innate golden spirit body described in the ancient texts. My lord, this is. Lin Fan put up a finger and pressed it to his lips in a silencing gesture. Hush, he lowered his voice with a hint of mystery. Don't let others know. You don't want people chasing after your male son all day long, helping others to improve their physique. Bai Ruoyue's eyes were red, and crystalline teardrops swirled in her eyes. She clenched her lower lip and bowed deeply to Lin Fan. Her body trembling slightly, opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. 1,000 words were turned into silent gratitude. Well, I'm all liquored up and ready to go to bed. Lin Fan stretched and yawned. He was tired of being pestered by Linglong this month. Spiritual exhaustion, more so than physical. Bai Ruoyue tapped on the storage pouch at her waist, and the aura flashed. A delicate tray appeared in her hands. In the tray, there were many jade slips neatly arranged. Each of the jade slips exuded a faint fluctuation of aura. Your Excellency, these are from several other clans for you to choose from. Bai Ruoyue's voice was as soft as the wind. Lin Fan didn't need to look to know that in these jade slips, they must be female cultivators carefully selected by several other sects. One by one, the information was recorded in detail in the jade slip. He stretched again, a crackling sound emanating from his bones. Some other time, tired. In his voice, there was a hint of lethargy. Why don't the gentleman? Bai Ruoyue's voice was as thin as a mosquito fly. Above her pretty face, 2 red blushes flew up. Lin Fan waved his hand. The corner of his mouth hooked into a bad smile. Little Yuer is so cute. I can't afford to part with her. He deliberately paused, his eyes sweeping over by Ruoyue. By Ruoyue's heart raced as he looked at her, and her head hung even lower. Lin Fan's gaze seemed to carry a temperature that made her body hot. She could even feel that her ears were burning. Lin Fan laughed in his heart. This little girl, still so easily shy. Just then, a sound of footsteps came from outside the cave. Knock, knock, knock. The next moment, the stone door of the cave slowly opened. Blood Linglong's figure appeared in the doorway. She was still wearing that signature tight black robe. The black robe wrapped tightly around her curvaceous figure, outlining thrilling curves. The short skirt barely covered her hips, revealing two long, white thighs, over black stockings. The stockings are made of an extremely thin, almost transparent material. The delicate skin underneath the stockings was visible, as well as the green veins hidden underneath the skin. The hidden temptation was enough to make any man's blood run cold. Black silk snaked up her calves and eventually disappeared into her short skirt, inviting thoughts. She had a playful smile on her face. The red lips were bright and colorful, as if they were ripe cherries, so people couldn't help but want to kiss them. There was a hint of teasing in his eyes, and a hint of longing. Lin Fan's gaze, from her face, slowly moved down, past her high breasts, her slender waist. Eventually, it landed on those long legs wrapped in black silk. No, black silk? Lin Fan's heart is full of doubts. Not. How could there be this thing in the immortal cultivation world? Chapter 110, Footbath. Old Devil's Taoist heart collapses. Seeing Lin Fan's reaction, Blood Linglong knew that she had come to the right place. The corners of her mouth rose slightly, tracing a seductive arc. Alliance Master Lin. These stockings of mine are compiled from cold silkworm ice silk. The voice was coquettish, carrying a trace of electricity that drilled into Lin Fan's ears. In addition to black, there are white and flesh-colored ones. She deliberately paused for a moment, observing Lin Fan's expression. It's just a bit of a pity that this cold silkworm ice silk isn't too strong and tears easily. Blood Linglong's lotus steps moved gently, slowly approaching Lin Fan. The aroma of her body filled the air. It was a strange scent, with a hint of sweetness and a touch of coolness. It makes one's heart swell when one smells it. Alliance Master Lin, is there any interest in coming to our bloodshed sex compound to discuss and explore the method of making this sock? Blood Linglong's voice became even softer. It was almost set against Lin Fan's ear. Warm breath sprayed on Lin Fan's ear. It made him feel a little ticklish. Oh yeah. Blood Linglong suddenly changed her words. I heard that Alliance leader Lin accompanied Senior Linglong in her breakthrough for a full month, so I'm only afraid that he's exhausted. She blinked, a hint of concern in her eyes. Our bloodshed sect has just built the foot bathing pavilion to study the way of foot bathing. Why don't Alliance Master Lin go over there to relax and unwind? Blood Linglong issued an invitation. She believed that Lin Fan would not refuse. Lin Fan turned his head to look at Bai Ruoyue. In this world, not many people knew this information. Bai Ruoyue is one of them, and Su family Su Shallow and others know it. When Bai Ruoyue saw Lin Fan looking over, she blinked her eyes and revealed a smile. My lord, I was the one who spoke to them about the Su family. Lin Fan nodded. Since you, Taoist friend, personally invited me, it's really impossible for me not to go, and it just so happens that I also want to take a look at the foot bathing pavilion built by your sect. Afterward, Lin Fan followed Blood Linglong as she harnessed the recluse and flew towards the Blood Fiend sex compound. Soon, the Blood Fiend sex compound was within reach. It was very different from the dark, cold aura of the Bloodshed sex sect. The compound, which was constructed in a spacious and bright manner, you could even say it's golden. It was completely impossible to tell that this was the residence of a devilish sect. Instead, it looks like a lavish palace. The transport fell. Lin Fan set foot in the Bloodshed sex compound. A faint aroma came to his nose. It was different from the kind of seductive aroma on Blood Linglong. The aroma is fresh and light. It makes one's heart happy when one smells it. Alliance Master Lin, how does it feel? Blood Linglong asked with a smile. Nice. Lin Fan nodded, his eyes scanning around. Quite a few female cultivators in black power suits were sizing him up curiously. Every one of these female cultivators had a pretty face and a hot body. And there was a hint of anticipation in their eyes. And a hint of longing. Lin Fan's heart was clear. It seemed that these female cultivators were all carefully selected by Blood Linglong. Their purpose? Only one. It's all about pleasing yourself. Or, it was for the spirit seed of the immortal spirit root within himself. Afterwards, Blood Linglong guided Lin Fan to the footbath pavilion. Inside the footbath pavilion, there is a different world. A spacious room appeared in front of Lin Fan. The room is decorated with an antique charm. The four walls are hung with calligraphy and paintings, the strokes of which are far-reaching. The air was filled with a light, refreshing scent of sandalwood. In the center of the room, There was a wide rosewood bed couch. On one side of the room, a window opened. The windows, glued with thin, cicada-like screens. Outside the window, there was an emerald green bamboo forest. Bamboo leaves rustle in the breeze, just like heavenly music. Blood Linglong pointed at the wide rosewood bed and couch, and her red lips lightly opened. Alliance Master Lin, please take a seat. The voice was soft, with an imperceptible hint of anticipation. She clapped her hands lightly. Snap! Crisp applause echoed through the room. A group of women dressed in various colors of light veils fishtailed into the room. There were more than a dozen people. They are graceful and have a light step. Each one is well dressed, or innocent, or flirty, or cool, or dainty. The rings are fat and thin, and each has its own flavor. Blood Linglong looked at Lin Fan with a big smile. Alliance Master Lin, all of these people have been deeply inspired by Miss Su Shallow. Take a look and see. Are you still satisfied? If you're not satisfied, I'll get you another batch. Lin Fan's gaze swept over each of these women. It had to be said that Blood Linglong understood men very well. Every one of these women is a great beauty on earth. But Lin Fan shook his head. Change the batch. The voice was calm, without a ripple. Blood Linglong was slightly stunned. It seemed like he didn't expect Lin Fan to refuse. She waved her hand and told the women to stand down. Then another batch was summoned. Alliance Master Lin, what about these? In Blood Linglong's voice, there was a hint of temptation. Lin Fan still shook his head. Another batch. The tone remained flat. Blood Linglong's smile slightly stiffened. She had already taken out the top beauties of the Bloodshed sect. But Lin Fan, he's still not satisfied? Forget it. It's better for me to come personally. Blood Linglong said. It had to be said that Blood Linglong's technique was on point, and it looked like it should have been practiced many times. Lin Fan lay down, his tired body gradually relaxing. Allied Lord Lin, Footbath Pavilion, there are still some hidden items. Do you want to experience it? Blood Linglong said in a delicate voice. Within the Blood Fiend Sect's compound, that spacious room was filled with a faint sandalwood fragrance. Blood Girl lounged languidly in the recliner. One hand gently stroked the slightly raised belly. Her eyes were closed and she seemed to be enjoying the moment of peace. Suddenly, the quiet was broken by the sound of tiny footsteps. Blood G slowly opened her eyes, a hint of displeasure flashing in her eyes, only to see a man dressed in the costume of a Bloodshed sect disciple walk in. She frowned slightly, her voice carrying a hint of coldness. Who let you in? It's me. From this disciple's mouth, however, came the familiar and hoarse voice of the Bloodshed Old Devil. Blood G sat up violently, her eyes filled with shock and worry. Husband, what is wrong with you? Don't you have a doppelganger for taking over? How do you parasitize a disciple within the sect? Blood Girl's voice was urgent and full of care. Ma'am, it's a long story. There was a hint of helplessness in the Bloodshed Old Devil's voice, but more than that, it was ecstasy. You are my child? His voice trembled a little as he looked at Blood Girl's bulging belly. Blood G shook her head, a complex expression on her face. It doesn't matter whose it is, but this is the future of the Bloodshed sect, a child with a heavenly spiritual root. The Bloodshed Old Devil was silent. He never expected to have his home stolen. Only after a long time did he slowly speak, a hint of skepticism in his voice. Heavenly spirit root? This is a legendary spiritual root. Ma'am, don't deceive me. A hint of smugness flashed in the Blood G's eyes as she softly explained. Now the 3 clans and 2 factions of Chu form the Chu Alliance. Several of our clans have gathered here. She briefly recounted the whole story to the Bloodshed Old Devil. After the Bloodshed Old Devil heard this, the expression on his face changed dramatically. He had been ambushed outside of the Acacia sect after he seized the body and was reborn, waiting for an opportunity to take Lin Fan captive. Unexpectedly, the 3 clans and 2 sects had now begun to share Lin Fan's miraculous breakthrough ability. His current mood was worse than eating a fly. It's a real tearjerker. Where's the girl? The Bloodshed Old Devil suddenly remembered his own daughter, Blood Linglong, and opened his mouth to ask. Now, Blood G hesitated and said, it should be with Lin Fan. The Bloodshed Old Devil felt like his sky had collapsed. The cabbages are letting the pigs get to them. Chapter 111, Demon Fetus. Ruthless Heart. However, this old devil was worthy of being an old monster who had practiced for many years, and quickly stabilized his mind. A chill flashed in his eyes. Ma'am, my flesh is destroyed. I still need your help. Blood G froze and subconsciously asked. What favor? A hint of ferocity flashed across the old devil's face, only to see him pinch his hand and a bloody light instantly disappeared into the Blood G's body. Blood G's face suddenly changed. She held her head in her hands and rolled on the floor in agony. You and I are husband and wife, and I was originally thinking of using that corpse demon of yours as a physical body to turn to the ghost Tao. The Bloodshed Old Devil's voice was icy cold, without a trace of emotion. But his words changed, and there was a hint of greed in his tone. Since you're carrying a fetus of immortal spirit root in your womb, I'll refine it to become a demonic fetus of immortal spirit root. Use this demonic fetus to cultivate the demonic path in the future." The bloodshed old devil let out a grim laugh. Although Blood G was already at the early stage of yuaning cultivation inside his body, however, he had long been planted with a prohibition by the bloodshed old devil. At the moment, she was like a fish on a chopping board, powerless to resist. Refining the devil's fetus is cruel to the extreme. First, he extracted all the essence of the mother body and turned it into nutrients, and then lead the rolling demonic chi infused into it. The two blended together, and together injected into the fetus in the abdomen. The demonic fetus so born was strong and unrivaled when it croaked. It can even directly override the matrix. If the qualification of the immortal spirit root is added, the bloodshed old devil occupies this body and turns to the ghost Tao. The room for future growth will be unlimited. The Blood G had no color in her face, and her eyes were filled with despair. She knew the bloodshed old devil too well. This man, ruthless and cold. He will do anything and sacrifice anything to achieve his goal. Even if it's your own pillow, there's no mercy. Once they fell into his hands, they and the fetus in their wombs would be worse than death. She tried her best to mobilize the remaining spiritual energy in her body. A complex spell slowly took shape at her fingertips. A faint aura shot out from her body and instantly disappeared into the night sky. Inside the footbath court, the warmth of the room was filled with a light, cozy scent. After Blood Linglong's foot massage as well as spiritual kidney maintenance, Lin Fan felt the exhaustion in his body being swept away. Suddenly, Blood Linglong was violently startled. "Mother is in danger," she exclaimed. Just now, she had clearly sensed the Blood G's plea for help. It was a sense of blood connection that could never be mistaken. Blood Linglong was too late to explain. She transformed into a stream of light, directly rushing out of the room and swept towards the direction she sensed. Lin Fan froze. He hadn't reacted to what was happening. Tapping his toes on the ground, his figure swept out like a ghost, closely chasing after Blood Linglong. He wanted to see what had happened to make this little ninny so flustered. Sprinting all the way. Soon, Lin Fan rushed to the Blood Magician's chambers. One could only see that a large number of Blood Fiend sect disciples had already gathered here, and there was a great deal of discussion. A huge blood-red light curtain, like an inverted giant bowl, enveloped the entire bedchamber. Everyone was blocked from advancing an inch beyond the curtain of light. Within the curtain of light, the body of the Blood G was strangely floating in mid-air. The dense black demonic aura was like a maggot in her tarsus, tightly wrapping around her. The demonic chi tumbled and surged, changing into all sorts of hideous ghostly faces and emitting creepy hisses. Blood G's face was as white as paper, her features twisted. The originally charming and moving eyes were currently filled with endless pain and despair. Her body trembled violently, as if she was undergoing some unspeakable torture. A mournful scream erupted from her mouth. The voice, sharp and piercing, seemed to tear one's eardrums. Again, like a wounded beast making a last stand, Blood Linglong stood in front of the light curtain, her face pale and her delicate body trembling slightly. She clenched her lips, her eyes filled with anxiety and worry. Both hands flew to strangle the spell. A powerful spell bombarded the blood-colored light curtain like a rainstorm. However, the light curtain just rippled, showing no signs of breaking. Her attack was like a mud cow entering the sea. It did not have any effect. Lin Fan walked to Blood Linglong's side, his brows furrowed. He could feel that above this curtain of light, it contained an extremely powerful force. This blood-colored light curtain was by no means something that Blood Linglong could shake. Lin Fan stood beside her and asked in a deep voice, "What's going on?" Blood Linglong's voice carried a sobbing tone as she said eagerly, "Someone is trying to refine a demonic fetus. You must save my mother." A cold light flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. Someone is trying to assassinate his child. Anger churned in him. However, he was also clear that Blood Linglong's cultivation at the early yuaning stage was unable to break through this light curtain, and with his current strength, it was even more of a fool's errand. However, he didn't panic. Lin Fan slapped his hand on his waist. A jade pendant appeared in his hand. It was the evergreen jade pendant that Linglong had given him not long ago. This jade pendant contained a sword chi that could kill a late-stage yuaning expert. It was the life-saving card given to him by Linglong. Lin Fan tightened his grip on the jade pendant. The spiritual energy in his body, like a flood that broke the dike, was madly injected into the jade pendant. Buzz! The jade pendant emitted a slight vibration. Dazzling cyan light blossomed from the jade pendant. The light was getting more and more intense, almost too much for people to see straight. An overpowering and extreme aura emanated from the jade pendant. The air around them seemed to freeze. Everyone felt a great pressure. Some disciples with lower cultivation levels couldn't even help but tremble. Next moment, a sword aura that was condensed to the extreme shot out from the jade pendant. That sword blade was as thin as a hair, but it exuded a hauntingly cold light. It was as if it could cut through everything. it cuts through the sky. With a sharp whistling sound, it ruthlessly chopped on top of the blood-colored light curtain. Click! A crunch, as if the sound of glass breaking. An impenetrable curtain of blood-colored light. In front of the sword awnings, it was as fragile as tofu. A huge gash was instantly made. The trend of the sword's awnings did not decrease. With endless killing intent, it went straight to the bloodshed old devil. The bloodshed old devil's face showed horror. He never expected that his carefully laid out formation would be broken so easily. He had originally thought that unless a late-stage yuaning expert arrived in person, it would be impossible for anyone to break through the formation. Even if he was able to break through, he would have already refined the demonic tire and gone thousands of miles away. But now, looking at the rapidly approaching sword on, he felt the breath of death. He realized that he had been deadlocked by the sword on. There's no way to dodge it. No! The bloodshed old demon let out a desperate hiss. Pust! The disciple parasitized by the bloodshed old devil was cut in two by the sword awnings. Blood spurts stained the ground red. The bloodshed old devil's yuaning disappeared from within his shattered shell. His yuaning itself was seriously injured, and this time it was injured by the sword chi. The blood-red yuaning flickered continuously, almost about to collapse. This old devil pinched several spells in a row, and only then did he stabilize his yuaning. And then with a flash of bloodlight around his body, he performed the art of instantaneous transfer and disappeared without a trace from his original location. Chapter 112, The Chase. Boom! The blood-colored light curtain suddenly dissipated, and the room was in a mess, as if it had been ravaged by a gale. Lin Fan's figure flashed in like a ghost, his gaze instantly locking onto the frail figure on the ground. Blood G's face was as pale as paper, lying there quietly, her eyes closed tightly, her breathing so weak that it was almost imperceptible. Mother! Blood Linglong let out a heartbreaking cry of grief and violently pounced on Blood G's side. She trembled and reached out her hand, holding tightly to Blood G's cold hand. Tears came out of her eyes like broken beads, one by one rolled down on the back of Blood G's hand, haloing a bit of water stains. Lin Fan quickly stepped forward and without the slightest hesitation, he directly stretched out his two fingers and gently rested them on the pulse of Blood G's white wrist. A strong divine sense, like a tidal wave, surged into the body of Blood G, meticulously sweeping through every corner of her body. The meridians, the dantian, the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, and even every tiny blood vessel have not been spared. He could clearly see the two weak but powerful heartbeats inside the blood girl's body, which were beating tenaciously. Twins? Lin Fan's heart was shocked, and then a wave of happiness surged through him. It was good that the Blood G hadn't suffered any substantial injuries other than her aura being severely depleted and her body being extremely weak. Lin Fan's high-hanging heart was finally released. Fortunately, the mother and child were safe. He slowly withdrew his divine sense and let out a long breath of relief. It was then that he noticed that Blood Linglong was staring at him closely, those beautiful eyes filled with worry and expectation. My mother she. Blood Linglong raised her head and looked at Lin Fan with pearly blossoms, her voice choking. Lin Fan gently patted the back of her hand and softly comforted her. Don't worry, she and the child are fine. It's just that the aura is severely depleted and needs to be replenished. Rest well. As if to corroborate Lin Fan's words, the Blood G slowly opened her eyes, the panic that had not yet faded remaining in her eyes. Mother, how do you feel? Blood Linglong hurriedly bent down and asked with concern. Blood G shook her head slightly. Her voice was very soft. I am fine. She paused. Her eyes were full of worry, and her voice was a little trembling. How is the child? How is the child? She subconsciously reached out and gently stroked her belly with the gentlest of motions. Blood Linglong hurriedly took out a spirit recovery pill from her storage bag and carefully fed it to Blood G. The elixir instantly melted in the mouth, turning into a stream of warmth that flowed to all the limbs and bones. Blood G's pale face gradually regained a trace of redness. She felt that the aura in her body was slowly recovering, and her body gradually gained some strength. She let out a long sigh of relief as the boulder in her heart finally fell to the ground. Mother, just now that is father? Blood Linglong asked with some uncertainty. After all, that blood-red yuaning. She had only hurriedly glanced at it before the other party instantly left. But that figure, that aura, struck her as inexplicably familiar. Blood G was silent, with a hint of complexity in her eyes, seemingly reminiscent, seemingly painful. Lin Fan sighed in his heart as he watched. He gently patted Blood Linglong's shoulder and softly said, You stay here and keep her company. I still have some things to take care of. Afterward, his figure flashed and turned into a stream of light, leaving the bloodshed sect's compound. Without the slightest delay, Lin Fan went straight to Qing Li's cave. Flying not long, two reclining light to meet, a green and a red, cutting through the sky. It is Qing Li and Hong Wan, two people, Blood Fiend's sect residents. Just now I sensed a powerful aura fluctuation. What exactly happened? Qing Li was the first to speak. Her voice was clear and cold with a hint of doubt. Her gaze was like a torch as she looked straight at Lin Fan. Lin Fan took a deep breath and briefly recounted what had happened to Qingli and Hongwuan, including the attack of the blood fiend old devil at the lake, the destruction of his physical body by Ling Long, and the danger that the blood Ji had just encountered now. After listening to Lin Fan's narration, Qingli's brows tightly furrowed, and a layer of frost shrouded her brows that were as clear and cold as distant mountains. She narrowed her eyes, and a biting cold light flashed in her eyes. The bloodshed old devil is really a scourge. The tone was cold and murderous. Lin Fan nodded and said in a deep voice, "That's why I came to find you." He paused, his eyes firm. "The bloodshed old devil's Yuaning is severely injured. He can't escape far. I would like to ask you to help me and bring him." Qingli looked at Lin Fan and felt the icy aura emanating from his body and was slightly startled in her heart. She had never seen Lin Fan look like this before. On weekdays, he always carries a few cynical smiles, and between his words, he always carries a few teasing and flirting. But at this moment, he is like a sheathed sword, sharp and cold. Qingli nodded, her voice clear and cold. "He knows your secret now. If he is allowed to be out there, it is not good that he will spread it." Qingli's eyes flinched. "Chop off the roots to eliminate future troubles." Hongwuan stood behind Qingli as she looked at Lin Fan, a trace of complex emotions flashing in her eyes. There was surprise, there was worry, and there was also a hint of appreciation. She had never imagined that this man, who usually seemed a bit out of tune, would have such a cold and determined side. Qingli slowly closed her eyes, her eyelashes fluttering lightly, as if two butterflies that wanted to fly. The divine sense of a late-stage Yuaning surged out like a tidal wave, without the slightest bit of stagnation, without any semblance of reservation. In an instant, it had enveloped 100-mile radius, as if it was an invisible net that incorporated all of this heaven and earth. Immediately after, this net is still expanding. 150 miles, 180 miles, 200 miles. Speed gradually slowed down, but still firmly extended outward. No breeze could escape her senses. Finally, when it extended to more than 200 miles, Qingli's eyes snapped open, and a cold aura flashed in his eyes, like two sharp sword lights. Found it! Lin Fan was delighted in his heart. A distance of more than 200 miles might be out of reach for ordinary people, but for Yuaning stage cultivators, it was not that far. With their recluse speed, they would be able to arrive in an incense stick of time. However, the bloodshed old devil Yuaning was seriously injured, and his strength was greatly reduced. Even so, he was able to vanish more than 200 miles in such a short period of time, which shows the strength of his desire to survive and the number of his cards. Qingli's jade hand flicked up, tapping at her waist as the aura flashed. An exquisite white jade flying boat appeared out of nowhere and hovered in midair. The boat's body was streamlined and graceful, emitting a faint glistening white luster, and at a glance it was no ordinary product. This treasure is called the Wind Spirit Flying Boat. It is a superb flying magic treasure that I refined only after spending several years of hard work using Heavenly Mountain Cold Jade as the main ingredient, supplemented by a variety of rare materials such as wind spirit stones and light featherwood. Qingli's voice was clear and cold, with a hint of pride. Its flying speed is extremely fast, far exceeding that of ordinary flying magic treasures, and under full power, traveling 10,000 miles in a day is no big deal. She turned her head and looked at Hongwuan. "Senior sister, you should first go over to the Blood Fiend sect and take care of the Blood Ji to appease their mother and daughter. The matter of Lin Fan and I chasing down the bloodshed old devil should not be mentioned to them for the time being." Hongwuan nodded obediently and answered, "Yes, senior sister, I understand." Lin Fan looked at Qingli and secretly sighed in his heart. This woman, she really does things in a thunderous way. He and Qingli stepped onto the Wind Spirit flying boat. Qingli pinched a spell and a white light shot out from the flying boat. Whoosh! The flying boat instantly transformed into a stream of light and broke through the air at an astonishing speed. Lin Fan stood on the flying boat, only feeling the wind whistling in his ears, and the scenery below him, like a walking lantern, flying backward. Mountains, rivers, forests, everything became a blur, leaving only a residual shadow. Chapter 113, Desperate Path, pulling you all in for the ride. The remaining sun was like blood, coloring the sky a demonic scarlet. The Wind Spirit flying boat was like a stream of light, cutting through the sky. The strong wind was like a knife, tearing the robes to the point of hunting. On top of the flying boat, Lin Fan's eyes were tightly closed, but his divine sense was like a huge invisible net, covering the 100 miles in a radius. Suddenly, Lin Fan's eyes snapped open and his essence exploded. Found it! He caught a clear whiff of a familiar, yet weak, scent. At this moment, this old devil was running for his life, like a lost dog. Alarm bells rang loudly in the heart of the bloodshed old devil. And the two divine senses behind him that were so powerful that they suffocated him were like maggots on his hocks and bones, biting him tightly and not letting go. He knew very well that with his Yuan's current state, once he was caught up, it would be a situation of 10 deaths. Want to kill me, bloodshed? Delusional. Under the desperate situation, a trace of crazy determination flashed in the eyes of the bloodshed old demon. He fiercely clenched his teeth and sprayed out a mouthful of essence blood. And within the essence blood, there was a green-colored talisman wrapped in it. Above that talisman, spiritual light flowed, emitting an arcane and unfathomable aura. Blast! The bloodshed old demon hissed, his voice as hoarse as a broken gong. The green talisman instantly burned, transforming into a green light that completely enveloped his entire person. In the next moment, the figure of the bloodshed old devil suddenly disappeared, as if he had never appeared in this heaven and earth. 100 miles away, on the wind spirit flying boat, Lin Fan's brows were locked and his face was as heavy as water. He clearly sensed that the bloodshed old devil's aura had completely disappeared from the range of his divine sense. This is... Shangli snorted coldly, and the cold light in her beautiful eyes flashed like an icy blade. This talisman is the Great Qin shifting talisman, which can instantly shift 100 miles away. Moreover, as far as I know, this kind of life-preserving means, in the hands of the bloodshed old devil, there is more than one. Xingli's voice was clear and cold, with a hint of gravity, as if it was an icy spring in a cold winter month. Yuaning cultivators, it's not hard to defeat, but it's as hard as heaven to completely kill them. Which of these old monsters who have lived for hundreds of years don't have a few pieces of life-preserving means in their hands? Xingli paused, and his tone became serious, like the low before a mountain rain. Lin Fan, you must be careful when you catch up with the bloodshed old devil later. This old devil, he'll do anything to stay alive. After saying that, Xingli waved her jade hand and a spell struck above the wind spirit flying boat like lightning. The light of the flying boat flourished, its speed surged again, and it sped towards the direction where the bloodshed old devil had disappeared, like a lightning bolt that cut through the sky. Another incense stick of time passed. The aura of the bloodshed old devil once again appeared within Lin Fan's divine sense, and then the old devil seemed to have used another movement talisman and disappeared from within the shroud of Lin Fan's divine sense. Humph, let's see how many talismans you still have available. Lin Fan snorted coldly. And so, the two chased and fled. One was in hot pursuit with the speed of the wind spirit flying boat and his powerful divine sense. One relied on the Great Qin shifting talisman, pulling away again and again, like a cunning fox, constantly changing his escape route. The minutes ticked by as if they were never ending. The sun rises, the moon sets, the stars turn, night is relentlessly dispersed by day, and day is relentlessly swallowed by night. For a whole day and night, this chase seemed to last forever. The bloodshed old devil had used all of his cards in order to stay alive. Shifting charms, blood transportation, replacement puppets, all kinds of life-preserving means came out in a dizzying array. What the hell? Is this old man a rabbit? So damn capable of running. Lin Fan couldn't help but curse, his voice carrying a hint of exhaustion and annoyance. After a long chase, he was feeling a bit overwhelmed even though he was only traveling in a flying boat. Further on, it's the border of Chu. Xingli's voice came out, clear and cold with a hint of gravity, like a taut zither string. He must not be allowed to cross the border and enter Qi, or else. A cold aura flashed across old man Xingli's eyes and his tone was icy cold. Although Lin Fan hadn't traveled to this immortal cultivation world for a long time, he wasn't a white boy who didn't know anything. In order to make up for his lack of knowledge about the basics of the cultivation world, he had crammed a lot of relevant canonical books. He knew that 7 immortal cultivation states stood in this vast land of the eastern region. These immortal cultivation countries had been friction and fighting with each other for thousands of years in order to compete for resources and territories, before finally forming the current situation of these 7 kingdoms. There are unwritten rules between these cultivation countries. It is easy not to cross borders so as not to cause unnecessary strife and trouble, especially Qi and Chu. The relationship between these 2 immortal cultivation countries is even more tense, like fire and water, like a powder keg that catches on fire at the slightest point. Xingli's jade hand gently waved and slapped on the storage bag at her waist. A talisman that emitted a faint spiritual light appeared in her hand. That's an instantaneous talisman. A type of talisman that was more advanced and rarer than the Great Qin shifting talisman, capable of allowing people or items to move instantaneously. Xingli affixed the instantaneous transfer talisman on top of the wind spirit flying boat. Buzz! The flying boat let out a soft chirp and its spiritual light flourished as if it had been infused with a powerful life force. The speed steeply surged, almost reaching a level that was hard to catch with the naked eye, as if it had torn through space. Lin Fan only felt a flash before his eyes. The scenery around him was a blur as it flew backwards and forwards like a walker. A strong sense of weightlessness hit him instantly, making him dizzy. Wait for everything to get back to normal. The flying boat hummed to follow before the bloodshed old devil's blood-red Yuaning. The bloodshed old devil's Yuaning was already as weak as a candle in the wind, as if it would go out at any time. The original full and solid Yuaning had become transparent and thin, and it was almost impossible to see the human form. He stopped, suspended in midair like a puppet whose soul had been drained. The bloodshed old devil knew that he could no longer escape. The mana in his body had long been consumed in his escape time and time again. Those means of preserving his life that had once made him proud had also been exhausted, and there was no turning back. Qingli, Lin Fan, the voice of the bloodshed old demon, hoarse and dry, carried a hint of despair and unwillingness, like a dying beast. I still have a lot of good stuff on me. Extremely high-quality magic treasures, rare pills, and ancient techniques. Have everything, as long as you're willing to let me go. I can give you all. He struggled to open his eyes wide and looked at Lin Fan and Changli, his eyes filled with the desire to survive. Just like a drowning person grasping the last straw, he tried to use these out-of-body things to exchange for a glimmer of life for himself, even if it was only a glimmer of hope. Lin Fan looked at him coldly, his eyes icy cold without a single fluctuation. Blood fiend, it's not like you've been practicing for a day or two, not to mention anything else, just to say that the grudge between you and I has already been made, then it's a heavenly benefit. I can't possibly let you go. Chang Li's voice, cold and resolute, without a trace of emotion, was like pronouncing the death sentence of the bloodshed old devil. The last glimmer of light in the eyes of the bloodshed old devil was extinguished. Letting a tiger loose is not something anyone would do. Chang Li, Lin Fan, the bloodshed old demon suddenly let out a sharp hiss, his voice full of resentment and madness, like an evil ghost crawling out of hell. His Yuaning began to tremble violently, like a balloon about to explode. A berserk aura emanated crazily from his body, causing the air around him to become distorted. Even if I die, also, we'll pull you guys on your backs too. Chapter 114, Remnant Soul, Bloodshed Demon Body. A hint of determination flashed in the eyes of the bloodshed old devil. In that case, let's die together. His Yuaning suddenly contracted. This is, the firstborn blew himself up. Lin Fan's face changed. The power of a Yuaning stage cultivator's Yuaning self-detonation should definitely not be underestimated. The bloodshed old devil's cultivation of this late Yuaning stage, with more than 1,000 years of power, completely exploded in an instant, enough to destroy the sky and the earth. Lin Fan had already prepared for the worst when he caught up with the old devil. He had been clutching the green cloud jade pendant Linglong had given him. The jade pendant was warm, with a faint hint of coolness that seemed to calm his inner tension. This jade pendant, which could release a sword chi, possessed the power to exterminate a Yuaning. At the same time, it can also withstand a powerful attack. It's a life-saving card. The bloodshed old devil seemed to have long been prepared to die together without the slightest hesitation. Chang Li's face changed in shock. Almost subconsciously, she pulled Lin Fan back sharply. Retreat! There was a tremor in his voice. However, it was too late. The speed at which the bloodshed old devil's Yuaning self-destructed was simply too fast. So fast that Lin Fan and Chang Li had just made a move. His Yuaning, then, had been compressed to its limit. Bang! It was as if something fragile, overwhelmed, had completely collapsed. Immediately after, boom! An earth-shattering roar shook the four fields. The bloodshed old devil's Yuaning completely exploded. Terrifying energy fluctuations, like raging waves, instantly swept across the entire sky. The surrounding air, under this energy fluctuation, was mercilessly torn apart, emitting ear-piercing shrill whistles. The earth shook violently, as if it would collapse at any moment. An immense and incomparable mushroom cloud slowly rose up, more than 100 feet high, covering the sky. Qingli did not hesitate to protect Lin Fan behind her. In front of her, a snow-white defense shield instantly appeared. At the same time, several layers of defense shields, layered on top of each other, wrapped the two within. The violent shockwaves, like countless sharp blades, ruthlessly hit the defense shield. Click, click, click. The shroud made a toothsome cracking sound, a crack that spread rapidly. A look of worry appeared on Chang Li's face. She stared hard at the defense in front of her, her voice a little sharp. Hide behind me. Never come out. The old devil Yuaning self-explosion. The power is too big. You are affected a little. Only afraid. Chang Li's words were not yet finished. Boom! Under the sustained impact of a powerful shockwave, the defenses she had set up were like paper mache. All of them were destroyed. Large swaths of clothing were instantly incinerated and turned into ashes. Put! Chang Li violently sprayed out a large mouthful of blood. The blood was like a mist, filling the air with a shocking hint of scarlet. Her face was instantly as pale as paper and bloodless. The body shook as if it would fall at any moment. Just in the nick of time, a large hand suddenly probed out. powerful and warm. As soon as he did, he wrapped Qingli tightly in his arms. Qingli leaned against a broad, solid chest, with a reassuring temperature. Qingli looked up a little confused. The vision is a little blurry. She saw Lin Fan with a calm face and a jade tablet held up in his hand, a greenish-colored shield, like an eggshell, keeping the two of them tightly protected. It isolated the heaven-destroying energy fluctuations of the outside world. Somehow, looking at Lin Fan's angular face, in Qing Li's heart, an inexplicable emotion unexpectedly rose. That's kind of unspeakable peace of mind. Lin Fan hugged Qing Li tightly. He could feel the slight trembling of the delicate body of the woman in his arms, and that, if anything, it's cozy. Is everything okay? Lin Fan asked in a low voice. There was a hint of concern in his voice. I'm fine. The aftermath of the explosion slowly receded like smoke blown away by a gale. The ground, which was originally fairly flat, was now devastated as if it had been viciously ravaged by an invisible giant hand. A huge deep pit with a diameter of almost 100 feet suddenly appeared in front of his eyes, so deep that he could not see the bottom, as if it was an entrance to hell. The walls of the pit were charred and blackened, with wisps of smoke still lingering and a pungent, burnt odor. The trees, flowers and plants that originally grew on this land had long since been reduced to ashes, without even a trace left behind. The air around them seemed to be slightly distorted by the high temperatures that still remained from the explosion. Broken stones, like meteorite fragments, were scattered all around. The big ones were the size of a house, while the small ones were as small as a fist. Lin Fan's heart palpitated as he looked at the scene in front of him. If it wasn't for the green cloud jade pendant protecting his body, I'm afraid that he and Qingli would have long since gone up in smoke in this explosion. He subconsciously looked at the jade pendant in his hand. At this time, on top of the jade pendant, it was covered with tiny cracks. The original warm luster disappeared, and the aura was all gone. Obviously, this life-preserving magic treasure had been completely scrapped. Phew! Qingli exhaled a long, cloudy breath. She was pale and her breath was a little less stable, obviously injured. I've known bloodshed for nearly 1,000 years. Qingli's eyes had a touch of sorrow that was hard to hide. She and the bloodshed old devil, although they belonged to different sects, they were considered old acquaintances with each other. Now, watching this old acquaintance blow himself up and die in front of her, her heart, inevitably, was a little complicated. Subsequently, she looked puzzled, as if she had discovered something. With a sway of his body, Qingli lightly landed in the large pit that had been blown out. This big pit, which was 100 feet square, was so deep that it couldn't see the bottom, as if it was a huge monster that had opened its hideous huge mouth. Not for a while. Qingli then retrieved a pitch-black jade tablet from the large pit. On top of the jade plate, there were faintly blood-colored lines, emitting a faintly fury-like aura. The old devil's storage bag was destroyed with his self-destruction, leaving only such an item behind. Qingli took the jade tablet in her hands and looked at it carefully. The Blood Fiend sect's inherited technique, the Blood Fiend demon body. It is said that practicing this technique comes at the cost of consuming one's own lifespan. After practicing it, the fleshly body is so strong and powerful that it can even be indestructible. This is also why, of the several great clan ancestors in Chu, only Bloodshed has cultivated to the late Yuaning stage by virtue of himself. It's a pity that I don't have much life left, or else, Qingli said with some regret. Her own lifespan was about to run out. It was Lin Fan who helped her break through to the late stage of Yuaning, although her lifespan was enough for the time being, but in no way could it be used to squander to cultivate this bloodshed demon body. Lin Fan came to be interested. He doesn't have much of anything, just a lot of longevity. May I see it? Lin Fan rubbed his hands together in a little bit of anticipation. Qingli raised her hand and threw the pitch-black jade tablet over. If you hadn't blocked most of the attacks just now, I don't know what would have happened to me now. Since this is something you're interested in, take it. She paused, her tone graveling a bit. But this places the border between Qi and Chu, and the old devil's self-detonation just now moved too much, so I guess it will attract Qi cultivators. Let's just leave. Lin Fan nodded. It's really not a place to stay for long. In case he was blocked by the Qi cultivators, it would be troublesome. Afterwards, the two of them left in the air. Not long after the two had gone, there was a sudden movement in the originally calm pit. A snow-white broken bone slowly floated up from the mud. Above the broken bones, a faint black gas lingered. Phew! A faint sigh came from the broken bones, sacrificing the car to save only the soul of God. Lin Fan, Qingli, you wait until I bring your message to Central States. The bloodshed old devil's voice was filled with resentment and unwillingness, but soon the sound came to an abrupt end. That small section of white bone transformed into a stream of light and instantly disappeared from its original location. The speed is staggering. Another little while passed. Several streams of light flew in the sky, Extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it arrived over the big pit. 3 yawning stage cultivators showed their forms. The gazes of the 3 of them all landed on top of the huge deep pit below. On everyone's face, a look of gravity appeared. The firstborn explodes itself. I don't know if it's that choose yawning stage expert who fell here. One of the old men, stroking his beard, said slowly. There was a hint of regret in his voice. This kind of might can only be a late stage yawning. Could it be that? It's the bloodshed old devil. Chapter 115, Cave, Healing. A small, uninhabited valley, quiet and secluded. Inside the valley, a humble to the core cave was built on the mountain, revealing a bit of roughness and primitiveness. Inside the cave, a stone bed was all the furnishings. Qingli sat cross-legged on top of the stone bed, her eyes tightly closed. Above her right shoulder, a shocking wound was hideous. The wound, with the skin and flesh turned out, was deep enough to see the bone. The snow-white skin, which was originally like congealed fat, was now dyed scarlet with blood. Around the wound, the muscles were twisted and there was a hidden black gas. That was the residual fury from when the bloodshed old devil blew himself up. This baleful qi, which was incomparably sinister, continuously eroded Qing Li's flesh and blood. It's stopping the wound from healing. Qing Li's breathing, slightly rapid, her chest, rising and falling slightly with each breath. The curvature of that fullness was hidden under the tight shirt. Clothes, already soaked with sweat, tightly against her body. It outlined her delicate figure. Her face, a little pale. Qingli clenched her teeth, fine beads of sweat seeping from her forehead. Delicate features, slightly distorted by the pain. Even so, she remained demurely seated. Only the slightly fluttering eyelashes revealed her weakness at the moment. Lin Fan stood by the stone bed and carefully treated her wounds. He first used water and gently wiped away the blood around the wound. The movements were gentle, afraid of hurting her. Then, he took out a small porcelain vase from his storage bag. Uncorking the bottle, a faint scent of medicine filled the air. Lin Fan dipped his finger into some ointment and evenly applied it to Qing Li's wound. The ointment was cold, with a hint of tingling. Qing Li couldn't help but hum softly. Bear with me, this ointment will stop the bleeding and regenerate the muscles. It will also drive away the demonic energy. Lin Fan said softly. His voice was low and gentle, with a hint of concern. Qing Li raised her eyes and looked at Lin Fan. He was keeping his head down, concentrating on her wound. That serious side face looked especially charming in the dim light inside the cave. A warm current surged in Qing Li's heart. She looked at Lin Fan, her eyes filled with tenderness. This tenderness, swirling like spring water, was almost overflowing. Her gaze, from Lin Fan's eyebrows, slid across the bridge of his nose, and finally landed on his slightly pursed lips. These superficial wounds are not a problem. Qing Li opened his mouth, his voice a little hoarse. It's just that the internal injuries are serious. So I'm afraid I'll have to recuperate here for 3 or 5 days before I can continue on my journey. Lin Fan nodded. He finished treating his wound and looked up. The gazes of the 2 men met in the air. For a moment, it was as if time stood still. The atmosphere inside the cave became ambiguous. The air seemed to be filled with an ineffable sweetness. Qing Li's cheeks, flushed with a faint blush. Her heartbeat, too, began to speed up. Flop, flop. One sound, clearly audible. Lin Fan's throat knotted and rolled slightly. He felt his mouth, a little dry. Ahem. Lin Fan coughed lightly twice, breaking the ambiguous atmosphere. I'm researching and studying that bloodbath demon body, he said in a bit of a panic, his eyes flickering, not daring to look at Qing Li again. From his storage bag, Lin Fan took out the pitch-black jade tablet. The jade plate was cold in his hand, and the blood-colored lines on it, as if they were alive, slowly flowed. He probed his divine sense into the jade tablet. At once, a huge wave of information flooded into his mind. The cultivation techniques of the bloodshed demon body surfaced in his mind one by one. This technique, at the cost of consuming one's own longevity, stimulated the blood fury qi in one's body. The bloodbath qi, the most in and evil, is overbearing. Tempering the physical body with the blood fury qi could make the physical body incredibly strong and indestructible. As long as there was enough longevity, theoretically, it could be quenched indefinitely. Lin Fan was staggered in his heart. This bloodshed demon body is really evil enough, but he likes it. He had nothing else but a lot of longevity. Lin Fan sat down on his knees and began to try to cultivate the bloodshed demon body. He moved his mind and ran his gong method. At that moment, a gloomy and cold aura surged out from his body. This aura was quickly transformed into the aura of bloodshed. The blood fiend qi, wandering within his body, quenched every inch of his flesh and blood, every bone. Hiss. Lin Fan sucked in a breath of cool air. This process of quenching the body with the blood fiend qi was simply 100 times more painful than a lingering death. He felt as if his body was being cut, inch by inch, by countless small knives. The pain that went deep into his bones made him almost faint, but he gritted his teeth and pushed through. Little more than half a day later, Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes. His body, he felt, had undergone a radical change. His muscles became firmer and stronger. His bones became tougher. His skin, too, had become smoother and more delicate. The overall physical strength of the body has been raised by more than one notch. Lin Fan stood up and moved his muscles. Click 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 click. A bone-popping sound rang out. He felt energized. This bloodshed demon body, it's really powerful. A hint of excitement flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. He opened the system panel. Name, Lin Fan. Life expectancy, 21,114,158 years. Cultivation, late Jindan stage. Spiritual roots, 5 attribute spiritual roots. Hoarding cultivation, 285678 plus 500, stop refining and progress. Nangong Miaoyu is practicing. Cultivation plus 200. Ji Qing Evening is practicing. Cultivation plus 100. He had only consumed 10 years of his lifespan to cultivate the bloodshed demon body into the gate. And there was such a significant increase in physical strength. If we continue to practice, what's the point? Xingli had been at the side, quietly watching Lin Fan cultivate. She saw that on Lin Fan's body, the blood fury chi was constantly emerging. Seeing Lin Fan's face twisted because of his pain. Seeing Lin Fan clenching his teeth and persevering. In her heart, her appreciation for Lin Fan increased a few more points. This man, different. There was, in him, a special charm that seemed to attract her. This kind of charm has nothing to do with appearance. Nothing to do with cultivation. Rather, it is an ineffable aura. One can't help but want to get closer and get to know. Lin Fan, come here for a moment. A hint of cunning flashed in Xingli's eyes, and her voice was soft, with a hint of undetectable charm. What's wrong? Lin Fan walked to Xingli's side and asked suspiciously. Xingli didn't answer immediately. She stared into Lin Fan's eyes, her gaze burning. Those eyes, it was as if they wanted to see through Lin Fan's entire being. Lin Fan was a little uncomfortable by the way she looked at him. He subconsciously took a step back. What are you doing looking at me like that? Xingli suddenly smiled sweetly. This smile, like 100 flowers blooming, is bright and charming. I want a seed of an immortal spirit root. Her voice was coquettish, with a hint of teasing, trailing off slightly. You're hurt, or you'd better be honest and get well. No, then don't move. I'll do the rest. Chapter 116, Achievement. System Upgrade. 3 years have passed like a white horse. Lin Fan's cave residence had expanded in size by more than several times. People are good at what they do. The sound of reading aloud, coming out of the schoolhouse, was crisp and pleasant. Inside the schoolhouse, several 6 or 7-year-old children were sitting upright, their tender little faces full of seriousness. They are a few of Lin Fan's children. Lin Haoran, Lin Iran, have reached the age of enlightenment. Today's cave has long since ceased to be the humble appearance it was in the beginning. In addition to the academy where Lin Fan personally taught, a specialized cultivation room had also been opened. Several sects had specially dispatched disciples to come and teach the children basic general knowledge of cultivation. Alchemy, artifacts, talismans, and formations are all available. Well, that's it for today's lesson. Lin Fan's voice, gentle and full of patience. Ooh-hoo. The children were suddenly cheered and relieved. Dad, I want to listen to Journey to the West. Father, how is the longevity monk doing in the land of daughters? The children were talking and chattering all around Lin Fan. The Tang monk came to the land of daughters and drank the water of the Zimu River. Lin Fan had just made a start. Daddy, can you get pregnant by drinking river water? A child asked curiously, his big eyes sparkling with inquisitiveness. Definitely not. The other kid immediately retorted, seeming to have his own opinion on the subject. Let's switch stories for a moment. I'll tell you about Hulu. Lin Fan smiled and skillfully changed the topic. Outside the academy, Xingli's figure quietly appeared. Her belly was slightly bulging, pregnant with new life. The eyes gazed tenderly into the schoolhouse. Normally, a woman gets pregnant and carries her child in October, like Su Xingyu in Ji Qing Evening. However, for female cultivators above the Yuaning stage, the cycle of pregnancy became long and mysterious. Xingli, Hong Wan, and Lan Ing have all been around for more than 3 years, yet their little bellies are only slightly bulging, looking no more than 3 or 4 months old. And as far as Lin Fan knew, Xingyun Sec's Linglong, who had a cultivation at the god transformation stage, could hardly see any changes in her appearance after she got pregnant. Obviously, the higher the cultivation level, the longer the cycle of conceiving in air. This seems to be some kind of rule of heaven. At the end of a lesson, the children left the schoolhouse reluctantly. Looking for me? Lin Fan walked out of the academy and looked at Xingli. asking softly. The borders of Qi have not been peaceful lately. Qing Li's expression became serious. Ever since Bloodshed's death, the people on the Qi side have continued to cross the border. So I decided to go over with senior sister Hongwan to take a look. So came over to talk to you. You and Hongwan are pregnant. Can't you let the others go? Lin Fan was a little worried. Don't worry. There are 5 or 6 other Yuaning cultivators traveling with us. And we're just going over to take a look. Qing Li comforted. Now that the Qi side doesn't know that Chu has promoted several late-stage Yuaning experts, they seem to have decided that after Bloodshed's fall, we, Chu, have become a soft persimmon. There was a hint of coldness in Qing Li's tone. By the way, Xingyu's third child is coming soon. I'm not going to be around these few days, so stay a little longer and go over to keep her company when you have time. Qing Li admonished. After saying that, she turned around and left, her figure floating. In Lin Fan's mind, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Detected the upcoming birth of the host's heir, with the qualification of a 3-attribute medium-grade spiritual root. Consume 1,000 years of longevity to upgrade to a double-attribute top-grade spirit root. Consume 10,000 years of lifespan to upgrade to the mutant attribute spirit root. Consume 100,000 years of lifespan to upgrade to a single attribute heavenly spirit root. Consume 1,000 years of life to upgrade to immortal spirit root. Lin Fan froze. Immediately, without hesitation, he chose the immortal spirit root. Just kidding, it's your own kid. It has to be tops. Ding. Start upgrading qualifications. Consume 1,000 years of lifespan. The system's beep sounded. Lifespan left for the host, 38,814,158 years. In these 3 years, Lin Fan had accumulated a lot of family money. 11 immortal spirit root children were born, which was a huge amount of income. Of course this is all are conceived before the formation of the Chuki's Union. Plus, during this period of time, he had helped quite a few cultivators break through their bottlenecks, and his longevity had soared. The longevity directly soared wildly to over 38 million years. If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Fan had cultivated the bloodshed demon body and consumed a lot of it, the amount of longevity would have been even higher. Needless to say, this child that was about to be born was definitely Su Xingyu's third child. Lin Fan's heart stirred and he decided to go over and take a look. Just after taking a step, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! The host has reached the achievement of having 3 children from one mother. Kryptonian Cultivation System version 2. 1 loading. Curse function on. The series of beeps caused Lin Fan to freeze directly in place. System, what the hell kind of achievement is this? And what the hell is this curse feature? Lin Fan couldn't help but spit in his heart. The host can consume its own longevity to curse others. And the more longevity it consumes the more powerful the power of the curse will be. The system's mechanical voice explained. Lin Fan almost didn't spit out a mouthful of old blood after hearing this. This feature is too odd, isn't it? If I had this feature 2 years earlier, why would I have to hold back so much? He couldn't help but roll his eyes. When he thought about it, he was forced to break through by various forces. It was a scary day. Now it was good. He had completely stabilized himself within the Chu Alliance. Who dares to force him? Even those Yuaning old monsters had to be polite to him. What's more, this curse function also consumes one's own longevity. With that kind of life expectancy, what's wrong with that? Who with nothing better to do would do such a losing business? Lin Fan skimmed his mouth, expressing disdain for this new feature. Forget it, let's not think about that for now. Let's go check on Star Moon. He then rode the recluse and flew towards Su Xingyu's cave. Inside the cave was bustling with people. Su Xingyu was pregnant with 6 armor. Her abdomen was high and bulging, yet she still walked lightly, only slightly slowly. She held her waist with one hand and gently rubbed her stomach with the other. Bai Ruoyue, on the other hand, was like an experienced general in command. Have some more hot water on hand, and a few more towels and handkerchiefs. Clean ones. Where are the scissors? Have you boiled them in boiling water? Quick, bring them to me. And ginseng slices, of long vintage, ready, just in case. The maids of honor were weaving and busy under her methodical command, but not in the least bit flustered. Bai Ruoyue was now 1,000 times better. And in the past few years, she had been the one doing all the work. Although her cultivation was not high, because of Lin Fan, Bai Ruoyue's status was very high. Even Chang Li, these Yuaning stage experts, were very polite to her. What's the situation now? Lin Fan walked quickly, his gaze falling on Su Xingyu with a hint of concern. Just started to start it. Sister, this is already the 3rd time. Lightly, you do not have to worry. Su Xingyu softly comforted with a hint of relief in her tone. Lin Fan nodded, slightly putting his heart down. Wow. Suddenly, a loud clear baby cry came from inside the house. Immediately afterward, the sky above the cave was filled with haze and 1,000 rays of color. The dazzling light reflected the entire cave was as bright as day. This kind of heaven and earth anomaly had long been commonplace for the people present. Lin Fan was delighted in his heart and hurriedly entered the room. Sume held a swaddled baby and smiled. Congratulations, another one with a handle. Su Xingyue face with a few points of fatigue, and a few points of disappointment? Originally promised to give you a little cotton coat. Alas, seems to be not this life. There was a hint of helplessness in her tone, a hint of self-condemnation. All good, all good. Lin Fan rushed forward and held Su Xingyu's hand, softly comforting her. Whether it was a boy or a girl, it was his flesh and blood, and he loved it to bits. You named the baby. Su Xingyue looked at Lin Fan with a hint of expectation in her eyes. How about calling Lin Pan Mei? Not a square. Su Xingyu angrily blanked him. Isn't it behind? There is Lin recruiting sister, Lin leading sister, Lin welcoming sister, Lin holding sister, she said without a good mood, obviously not complimenting Lin Fan's level of naming. Lin Fan hemmed and hawed and didn't retort. He rubbed his nose, a hint of cunning flashing in his eyes. How about calling Lin redundant? Get out. Chapter 117, Breakthrough. Shattered Dan. Lin Fan gave a few fine instructions, nothing more than that. How to recover from childbirth and what to look for. The mother-in-law is rambling. Ruoyue couldn't listen anymore. Directly drove out all the people in the cave with a brain, so that Su Xingyue can get some rest. Lin Fan came out of Su Xingyue's cave. Suddenly his face changed abruptly. The mana in his body suddenly surged, and he was actually somewhat unable to suppress it. The feeling was very subtle. This is going to break through, he muttered. Actually, a couple days earlier, Lin Fan had then begun to refine the hoarded cultivation within his body. It's been over 3 years. Of the several major clans in Chu, almost everyone who was stuck on a bottleneck had a smooth breakthrough with Lin Fan's help. There were 5,000 or 6,000 people. The cultivation that these people fed back on converged in a steady stream. It's simply astronomical. 3 years of accumulation. It was already enough for him to impact the Yuaning stage. Lin Fan took a deep breath. With a flash of his body, he transformed into a recluse and flew towards his cave. He waved his hand to open the layers of prohibitions laid down inside the cave, cut off the entire cave, completely from the outside world. Then, he sat cross-legged on a futon in the center of the cave, eyes tightly closed, hands pinched, chest rhythmically rising and falling between breaths and exhalations. Inside his body, the vast sea-like mana, like a wild horse that had taken off its reins, galloped and roared, impacting every meridian. Time passes little by little. I don't know how much time has passed. Inside the cave, the originally calm air began to stir. With Lin Fan as the center, the surrounding heaven and earth aura seemed to be summoned by some mysterious power, converging frantically. It's getting faster. It's getting wild. A huge vortex of aura gradually formed. This vortex, spinning rapidly, stirred the wind and clouds, emitting a low rumbling sound. It was as if a sleeping beast was slowly awakening. The aura that was close to Lin Fan's body was compressed and condensed by this powerful suction. Eventually, a crystal-clear aura water droplet was formed. These water droplets, emanating rich aura fluctuations, shimmered with a mesmerizing luster, forward and backward, scrambling to be the first, drilling into Lin Fan's body. It nourished his meridians and widened his dantian. His aura, too, was climbing at an astonishing speed. Over the cave, the originally clear sky was as if it had been violently torn apart by a large invisible hand. Instantly, dark clouds rolled in and covered the sky. The clouds hung low, as if out of reach, and were oppressive. A huge aura vortex slowly formed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The center of the whirlpool was as deep as ink, as if it was connected to another unknown world. Hidden purple lightning, in which jumping, flashing, emitting crackling subtle sound, like countless restless electric snakes, they wandered and hissed through the clouds. This vision is astounding. A palpitating pressure filled the air. It was as if there was some horrible existence that was about to descend. The vortex spun faster and faster, getting bigger and bigger. The surrounding heaven and earth aura, like 100 rivers returning to the sea, madly surged into it. The wind whistled like the cries of ghosts and wolves. Flying sand and stones cover the sky. Whoosh! Several spiritual lights flew out from the several clans' quarters. Ling Long, Lan Ing, Hua Yanxiao, Blood Ling Long Blood Ji. Several people gathered and looked up at the vision in the sky. Is this going to break through Yuaning? Blood Ling Long's pair of beautiful eyes were filled with doubt as she stared tightly at the center of the tumbling dark clouds. Lan Ying's brows knitted slightly, feeling the oppressive scent in the air. Like, but not like. The scale of the heaven and earth visions far exceeds the sight of an ordinary breakthrough to Yuaning. And there, Seems to be a thunderbolt. Hua Yanshao covered her mouth and exclaimed softly, didn't it say that only the late stage of god transformation and ascension to the spirit realm would trigger a thunderbolt? For a while, the gazes of the crowd converged on Ling Long, who had the highest cultivation level. Ling Long slightly stroked her bulging belly, feeling the gusts of throbbing coming from the fetus in her abdomen. Her eyes complicated. It's Lin Fan who is condensing his yuaning, she said softly, but because he is too strong, he has triggered the thunderbolt. Blood, Ling Long exclaimed. He's too strong? He can induce a lightning tribulation just by condensing his yuaning? How is this possible? Hua Yanshao also shook her head incredulously. Simply unheard of. Yuaning lightning tribulation. This is something that only occurs in legends. Although Lan Ning didn't say anything, the look of shock in his eyes was no less than the others. It seems that we all underestimated him. Ling Long sighed, with a hint of helplessness, a hint of sweetness, and a hint of deep concern in her tone. The thunder tribulation is a test of the heavenly Tao and a baptism. Ling Long continued to explain. If you can successfully cross it, your strength will take a qualitative leap. But if you fail, she didn't continue, but everyone understood the implications. Moreover, the lightning tribulation can only be crossed by him. We won't be able to help if we go. Instead, we might cause trouble for him. The vision that Lin Fan had triggered didn't just startle the experts of the yuaning stage. The disciples of the Acacia sect as well as the several sects' residences also came out at this time, looking at this magnificent heaven and earth vision in shock. Inside the cave, Lin Fan turned a deaf ear to the clamor of the outside world. He put his entire mind and soul, immersing himself in cultivation, feeling the skyrocketing changes within his body. The majestic aura surged like the Yangtze River. It's a great rush and it's great, constantly flushing his limbs and bones, widening his meridians. In the middle of the dantian, the golden elixir dripped and spun with increasing speed. The bright, dazzling golden light illuminated the entire dantian. With the crazy influx of massive amounts of aura, the volume of the golden dan, at a speed visible to the naked eye, continued to expand. Ka-ching! Suddenly, a subtle sound came from the Jin Dan, clearly audible. On the surface of the golden dan, a crack as thin as a hair appeared. Lin Fan's heart was flabbergasted, but he didn't panic. Instead, he was vaguely excited. Here we go. The moment of shattering the dan into an infant had finally arrived. Immediately after, second course, the third way, more and more cracks, like a spider web, spread across the surface of the Jin Dan. It was dense and shocking. The entire Jin Dan became shaky and trembling. It was as if a breeze would blow over it and it would completely fall apart. Lin Fan took a deep breath, his heart beating like a drum. He knew that this was the most critical moment of the breakthrough, and also the most dangerous. If you are not careful, you will lose all your efforts and even go off the deep end, shattering the dan to become a baby, breaking it down. Lin Fan muttered, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. He clenched his teeth, his face resolute, frantically channeling the raging tsunami-like aura within his body. Like 100 rivers returning to the sea, 10,000 streams returning to the clan. In a steady stream, it impacted towards the Jindan. Click, ka-chow, click. The cracks on the golden elixir were getting bigger and bigger, like dry land, cracking by the inch. Finally, at some point, the Jindan could no longer withstand this terrifying impact. Boom! There was a loud, deafening bang. The golden dan shattered with a loud bang. It turned into countless fragments and splashed in all directions, just like a star falling. Chapter 118, Breakthrough. Infant condensation. The moment the Jindan shattered, Lin Fan felt as if his body had been emptied. A feeling of weakness swept through his body, but he didn't dare to be lax, because he knows, the real test is just beginning. Just in the nick of time, within Lin Fan's dantian, a dazzling, eye-catching light suddenly lit up like the firstborn sun. In the light, a miniature version of Lin Fan slowly coalesced and took shape. Lifelike. This little man, who looked exactly like Lin Fan, had clearly recognizable features. It had just shrunk 1,000,000 times and was only about an inch high. It sat on its knees, its eyes closed tightly and its hands pinched. The treasures are as solemn as gods. It was none other than Lin Fan's Yuaning. The firstborn baby just took shape. An incomparably powerful suction force then emanated from it. This suction force was overwhelming and unstoppable. It sucked all those scattered and splattered pieces of Jindan over, like a long whale sucking in water. It swallowed up as much as it could. The aura of the Yuaning, along with it, continued to grow at an astonishing speed. The original Yuaning, which was only about an inch tall, began to grow slowly. 1 inch 1, 1 inch 2, 1 inch 3. Its body, too, became more and more solid and clear. The eyes, which were originally tightly closed, also trembled slightly, as if they were about to open. Lin Fan could feel it clearly. A marvelous connection of bloodline connection arose between himself and the Yuaning. It was as if it was another doppelganger of himself. Yuaning, the root of a cultivator. In the meantime, in the sky above the cave, the robbery clouds tumbled and the electric snakes danced wildly, as if it was the end of the world. The oppressive aura froze the air around them. Finally, the thunderbolt built up to its peak. A purple thunderbolt, a few points thicker than a bucket, carried the might to tear everything apart and slash down violently from the robbery cloud. That thunder, as if it was a raging purple dragon, opened its teeth and claws and roared as it rushed towards Lin Fan's cave. Rumble, a deafening roar, as if the sky was falling apart. The entire mountain trembled. The cave where Lin Fan was located was directly hit by this terrifying thunder. The hard mountains and rocks were as fragile as tofu in front of the thunder. In an instant, the cave was razed to the ground. The shockwave from the explosion spread in all directions like a gale. Flying sand and smoke, the trees around them, were uprooted and thrown into the air. The power of this thunderbolt was as terrifying as it was. The cultivators who were watching from afar were all pale and frightened. They had no doubt that if they were struck by this thunderbolt, they would absolutely go down in flames, with not even dregs left. This, Blood G's voice, somewhat trembling, even brought a trace of imperceptible crying. She stared dead at the ruins that had been leveled by the thunder, and her originally charming and enchanting pretty face was now white and bloodless. The lips quivered slightly. Lin Fan, can he block it? She shuddered to think. That's a Yuaning thunderbolt. Linglong's eyebrows were knitted tightly, and in her eyes, which were as clear and cold as distant mountains, a trace of gravity flashed through, and there was even a touch of deep worry. She shook her head slowly, her voice low with a hint of uncertainty. I don't know if this thunderbolt falls on my body. Linglong paused, as if sizing up something, and his tone grew lower. I'm also only 50% sure. She was a mid-transformation spirit expert. In the entire immortal cultivation world, it was considered a top-notch existence. But even so, in the face of this terrifying Yuaning thunder tribulation, she was only 50% sure. Not to mention, Lin Fan had only just broken through to Yuaning. Lanning pursed her lips tightly, her shell teeth almost biting through her lower lip, but she never spoke. Her eyes that were originally as clear as water were currently filled with worry, and even vaguely filled with water mist. If he's in danger. She didn't dare to keep thinking about it. All she felt was a stabbing pain in her heart, as if something important was about to leave her. It was a feeling that took her breath away. Alas, she sighed quietly, her voice filled with helplessness and worry. Just then, a crisp voice, like a mountain spring, broke the suffocating silence. Is the Duke not an ordinary person? He's definitely fine. Ruoyue flew in from the distance like a fluttering white butterfly. She had a fluttering robe and a white dress that won the snow, just like a mysterious girl from the 9 heavens descending to the mortal world. After a few rises and falls, he landed lightly beside a few people. Her voice, clear and pleasant as a pearl falling from a jade plate, but with a hint of firmness, cut through the pain. The three of them, Blood G, Ling Long, and Lan Ing, turned their heads almost simultaneously and looked at Bai Ruoyue in unison. Only Bai Ruoyue's clear and bright eyes were glittering at the moment, like the brightest stars in the night sky. She looked at the ruins that had been ravaged by thunder, and there was not the slightest worry, not the slightest fear in her eyes. Instead, a hint of admiration, a hint of fervor, was hidden. It was an almost blind trust, as if Lin Fan is the omnipotent god. You see, Bai Ruoyue stretched out her slender hand and pointed at the thick purple thunder. Only a figure stood proudly in the midst of the thunder. He was bare-chested and bathed in raging thunderlight, just like a thunder god descending to the world. Only Lin Fan's eyes were slightly closed, but it wasn't fear, but a kind of enjoyment. He raised his head and stood up his chest, letting the thunder, which was enough to destroy everything, pour down from the top of his head and flow through every inch of his body. Thunder, raging over him, but it couldn't shake him in the slightest. Instead, it was like a special baptism for him. Purple arcs of electricity jumped and flickered on his bronze skin. This is not destruction. Rather, it's a metamorphosis. A kind of metamorphosis from mortality, towards the evolution of a higher level of life. Lin Fan's face did not show the slightest bit of pain. Instead, with a faint smile, he felt the power of thunder, flowing through his body, transforming it. Every single cell, cheering, greedily absorbed the energy contained in the thunder. This feeling, it's marvelous. It's crunchy, like electricity coursed through his entire body. Also like countless little ants, crawling all over the body. It's kinda comfy. Lin Fan even enjoyed this feeling somewhat. He took a slow, deep breath. The surrounding aura, as he breathed, surged into his body in a frantic manner. With the power of thunder, It intertwined together to form an even more powerful energy that raced through his body. Rumble. Another thunderbolt struck. It was thicker and more violent than the one before. It was as if a purple angry dragon had descended from the sky to completely devour Lin Fan. Lin Fan slightly opened his arms, as if to embrace the raging thunder. The reason why Lin Fan was able to carry the lightning tribulation so easily and effortlessly seemed unbelievable, but there were actually signs. He hadn't spent those 3 years for nothing. On the surface, he spends his days traveling, seemingly not doing his job, but secretly, he has been crazy kryptonite. Cultivate the bloodshed demon body. In 3 years, Lin Fan couldn't even remember how much longevity he had consumed. At least hundreds of thousands of years were there. As for how strong his fleshly body was, Lin Fan himself had no idea. After all, there isn't a proper frame of reference. And now, this yawning thunder tribulation was the best touchstone, and he could clearly feel that every thunder strike on his body was like a heavy hammer that ruthlessly smashed on top of his flesh and blood. With the baptism of thunder, Lin Fan's physical body, surprisingly, was still getting stronger. The original bronze-colored skin began to glow with a faint golden luster. Every inch of muscle became tighter and more perfect. 119, enemy attack. Bloodshed. The thunder dissipated. Lin Fan slowly landed on the ground. He sat on his knees, his face expressionless. The aura flowed from his body, and the entire person seemed to be one with heaven and earth. The Heart Devil's robbery quietly descended. This was the final test for breaking through the Yuaning, and it was also the most treacherous one. The past is like a tidal wave. Blue Star's memory is as clear as yesterday. The loving smile of a parent is as warm as the sun. Studying hard in the cold window, just for the gold list. 4 years of college, green and carefree. Graduated, but became trapped in a cubicle. 996. Ad nauseum. Day after day. Year after year. Repetitive work that saps passion. No hope. No future in sight. There is only endless exhaustion and confusion about the future. It has been several years since I crossed into the strange world. From the initial bewilderment to the gradual adaptation. From a handless mortal to a Yuaning cultivator today. 3 months passed like a white horse. Lin Fan snapped his eyes open. A sharp, flickering light. Ling Long quietly guarded his side, her eyes filled with gentleness, like the warm spring sun that could melt the hardest cold ice in the world. Seeing Lin Fan waking up, this gentleness did not completely dissipate. It was just skillfully hidden in the depths of her cool eyes. Once again, she changed back to the fairy who was as cool as the moon. Just out of the corner of his eyes, there seemed to be a trace of imperceptible tenderness remaining. Suddenly, a recluse light in the sky shook. It was as if it would fall at any moment. Like a bird with a broken wing, struggling in the storm, closer and closer, but slower and slower. Eventually, it crashed down helplessly. Bang! A muffled sound. A figure slammed heavily into the ground, splattering a cloud of dust. Xian Yangzi was covered in blood and rags. The breath was so faint that it was almost imperceptible. On his chest, a hideous wound was deep to the bone. Blood gurgled out, staining the ground. He struggled, trying to get up, and yet, he collapsed helplessly. His lips trembled and he spat out a few words in a broken voice. Enemy, attack! The voice was faint, but like thunder, it exploded in Lin Fan's ears. Xian Yangzi opened his mouth with great difficulty, each word seeming to be squeezed out from the depths of his throat with a thick smell of blood. Qi laid down a big formation. Qingli was trapped in it. There is more than one transformation god cultivator. After saying this, his head tilted and he completely fainted. Inside the compound, the atmosphere was heavy. A group of Yuaning experts quickly gathered over, worry written all over everyone's face. Lin Fan looked at Ling Long beside him. Ling Long frowned slightly, revealing a puzzled expression. As far as I know, she does have a spirit transformation stage cultivator, but as early as a few hundred years ago, he had already shut down and sought a breakthrough, and by all accounts, after so many years, even if he didn't succeed in making a breakthrough, he should have long since run out of lifespan and been seated in a state of military dissolution. There was a hint of uncertainty in her tone. After all, who could say what happened in the immortal cultivation world? What if that old guy got lucky and really broke through? Regardless, we must go over and see what's going on first, Lin Fan said in a deep voice, his tone firm. He had just broken through to Yuaning, and it was the right time for him to be spirited. How could it be possible to back down just because of a possible existent transformation god cultivator? You've just broken through. Your realm isn't stable yet. I'm afraid it'll be dangerous if you go rashly. It's better for me to go. Ling Long opened her mouth to advise, her voice clear and cold, but with a hint of concern. Yes, Lin Fan. It's better for you to stay here and stabilize your cultivation first. She is far less powerful than our Chu Kingdom. Even if there really is a god transformation cultivator, we'll be able to handle it. Lan Ing echoed, his tone sincere. After Lin Fan's help, Chu's strength skyrocketed. Almost all of the cultivators who had originally been stuck in the late Jiedan stage for many years had broken through to the early Yuaning stage. The number of Yuaning cultivators in Chu was now upwards of 40. Such a huge number is enough to crush any of the neighboring countries. Don't worry, I have it in mind. Lin Fan smiled faintly, his eyes filled with confidence. A mere transformation spirit cultivator was not enough to make him fearful. What's more, Qingli was still in Qi. How could he sit back and do nothing? The words were not yet spoken. With a single movement, he transformed into a stream of light and rushed up into the sky. The speed was like lightning. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the sky. Only a faint fluctuation of spiritual energy was left behind, echoing in the air. Linglong's clear and cold voice echoed in the mountains. You few, stay at the mountain gate. Everyone else, follow me. The words were not yet spoken. Several recluse lights rushed up to the sky, cutting through the sky with an astonishing sound. Lin Fan flew in the air, feeling the surging spiritual energy in his body. After the baptism of the lightning tribulation, the strength of his fleshly body had almost reached the extreme. Under full force, the speed was so fast that it was not inferior to a cultivator of the late Yuaning stage. But at this moment, there was not the slightest joy in his heart. There is only endless worry. Qingli and Hongwan, both pregnant. Their cultivation was not weak. But in this situation, any accident could lead to irreparable consequences. Qi, formation, transfiguration. Shen Yangzi's words constantly echoed in his mind. Every word, like a heavy hammer, hit him hard on the heart. The spiritual energy in his body worked crazily, and his speed increased once again. The wind whistled in his ears like the cries of ghosts and wolves. The surrounding scenery flew backward and turned into a blurry residual shadow. He had only one thought now. Hurry up! Faster! Not having flown for long, Lin Fan sensed a strong fluctuation of spiritual energy coming from the sky in front of him. It was also mixed with a gust of aura that made his heart palpitate. His eyes glazed over. An enemy attack was coming. One could only see several streams of light that were flying towards the side at an astonishing speed. The target was clearly the Acacia Sect's mountain gate. Lin Fan's heart sank. The Comer is not good. He fixed his eyes on the fact that there were more than 20 people on the opposite side, each and every one of them, with a powerful aura emanating from their bodies. Surprisingly, all of them were cultivators above the Yuaning stage. The two people in the lead had an even more terrifying aura. Like an abyss. Like a prison. Unfathomable. It was clearly two god transformation stage cultivators. One of them, surrounded by a densing chi, a hideous and ghostly face was faintly visible in the tumbling black mist. The black gas lingered around, emitting gusts of ghostly cries and howls that sent shivers down one's spine. The black robe he was wearing was windless and hunting, with a twisted skull embroidered on it, and ghostly flames of ghostly green flickering in his empty eyes, as if they were about to crawl out of the robe. With every step that ghost cultivator took, the temperature around him seemed to drop by a few points, and the air was filled with a sickening putrid odor and a thick stench of blood. The other, a beautiful woman in a long blue dress. She looked to be around 30 years old, with snowy skin and picturesque eyebrows. A pair of Danfang eyes were slightly upturned, and between the flowing waves of the eyes, they carried a kind of arrogance and coldness that looked out of the world. She was graceful and curvaceous. Her long skirt outlined her plump and alluring figure, and between her hands and feet, she exuded the flirtatious flavor of a mature woman. But the icy temperament that refused to let anyone in, made people not dare to approach easily. She had a crystal blue lotus flower under her feet, which slowly rotated, emitting a faint cold aura, and wherever she passed, the air seemed to be frozen. Lin Fan, Jia, you stepped into Yuaning. The ghost cultivator suddenly opened his mouth. His voice was hoarse and low, like two rusty pieces of iron rubbing together, or like a whisper of evil spirits coming from the depths of hell, giving people the creeps. Lin Fan's brows furrowed as he felt that the voice was somewhat familiar. Thinking back on the voice, the form of this ghost cultivator. You're a blood fiend? Lin Fan hesitantly opened his mouth. Chapter 120, Seconds. Although Blood Fiend was a demonic cultivator, he was far from this terrifying yin chi and ghost chi. Jia, I am, and not exactly. Speaking of which, thank you. The ghost cultivator's voice carried a hint of smugness, a hint of resentment. When I was only a remnant of a soul, I met this 10,000 years rare ghost monarch's body on my way to escape, and I wouldn't be who I am today. Jia. His voice trailed off and his tone became sinister. Lin Fan's eyelids jumped. The body of a ghost ruler? He vaguely remembered seeing a similar account in certain ancient books. The so-called ghost monarch's body was not an ordinary ghost. Rather, after the seated death of a god realization stage cultivator, The rising resentment fuses with the physical body to form a ghost body. Although he had no sanity, he was extremely strong, possessing a terrifying strength comparable to the early stage of the human god transformation stage. It was even stronger than the average transformation spirit cultivator. And ghosts, by nature, are weird and difficult to deal with. At the same realm, human cultivators were often no match. It is one of the best shells for practicing the demonic path. This bloodthirster is really going off the deep end. The black chi around him rolled violently like boiling ink. The sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling was even greater than before. Hideous ghostly faces appeared and disappeared in the tumbling black mist. Whoosh! Several recluse lights, cutting through the long sky, flew in rapidly. That was Ling Long and the others. Lin Fan, die for me! Bloodshed's voice seemed to come from the deepest part of the nine hells. Every word carried an endless chill and killing intent. He wanted to capture Lin Fan before Ling Long and the others arrived. He threw a punch. That punch seemed to have torn apart the surrounding space. In the air, there was an ear-piercing popping sound. The black mist rolled over and instantly condensed into a huge ghostly claw. This ghostly claw, which was the size of a house, covered the sky. Above the ghostly claws, a ghostly aura and ghastly wind gusted. That gloomy wind, as if it was a cold wind blowing from the depths of hell, could freeze and crack one's bones. Vaguely, there were countless unjust souls wailing and struggling in it. Every one of the wronged souls. Their faces were grim and twisted in pain. It seemed to speak of endless resentment and discontent. The ghost claws grabbed at Lin Fan with a destructive momentum. It was as if they were going to crush him into powder. Lin Fan floated in midair, in the face of that huge ghostly claw that covered the sky, and cried out to the gods. His expression remained calm. There was no hint of panic. Even the corners of his mouth rose slightly, tracing a curve if any. Immediately after that, the same punch was thrown out. This punch seemed to be light and unpretentious. There are no fancy special effects. There was no earth-shattering sound either. However, this punch was the ultimate manifestation of Lin Fan's physical strength. What he relied on was precisely that strong physical body that had been tempered by the bloodshed demon body and refined by 1,000 hammer blows. A terrifying existence that could not even be helped by heavenly thunder. How could a mere ghost claw hurt him? Click. A crunch. It was the sound of breaking bones. Yet, it did not come from Lin Fan. Instead, it's that huge ghostly claw. Only to see, the moment that ghostly claw came into contact with Lin Fan's fist, it's like fragile glass that has suffered a heavy blow from a hammer. Starting at the fingertips, the inches crumbled. A crack, like a spider web, spread rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it covered the entire ghost claw. Boom! There was a loud bang. The ghost claws completely burst into pieces, turned into a roiling black mist, dissipate into the air. Those wronged souls that were originally wailing and struggling in the claws of ghosts. It also went up in smoke as the ghostly claws shattered. It's as if it never existed. Only the air was left behind. A faintly cloudy and ghostly aura. How is this possible? In the distance, Blood Fiend's voice, like a duck with its neck pinched, was shrill and hoarse, full of shock and disbelief, and even carried a trace of imperceptible fear. He stared at Lin Fan with dead eyes. That was a ghost claw that he had performed at full strength after fusing the body of the ghost monarch. Surprisingly, shattered by Lin Fan. With a single punch, Bloodshed felt like his worldview had collapsed. Between him and Lin Fan, he was separated by the huge gulf between the God transformation stage and the Yuanying stage. The gap in between is like a heavenly rift. The opponent so easily dissolved his attack, which simply subverted his cognition. The blue-clothed female cultivator who stood side by side with Blood Fiend was similarly deeply shocked. She was dressed in an aqua-blue long dress, outlining a delicate figure. Her appearance was clear and elegant, and her temperament was out of this world. Only at this moment, her eyes, which were originally as calm as autumn water, were now lifting up shocking waves. A middle stage of God transformation cultivation was considered a top-notch existence in this immortal cultivation world. For more than 1,000 long years, she had seen countless geniuses and demons and experienced countless thrilling fights. But, Lin Fan broke the attack of a God transformation stage expert with this punch? It was completely beyond her comprehension. She had developed a strong curiosity towards Lin Fan. Now it's my turn. Lin Fan looked fiercely at Blood Fury, eyes sharp as knives. He pointed a finger at the Blood Fiend through the air. System, consume 100,000 years and curse the bloodbath. Lin Fan murmured in his mind. The system has just been upgraded to version 2.1 with the extra curse feature. You can consume your own lifespan and curse others. The more longevity consumed, the stronger the power of the curse. Ding! Consume 100,000 years of lifespan and curse the bloodbath. Lifespan left for the host, 38,714,158 years. With the deduction of longevity, the Blood Fiend on the opposite side of the room, his face suddenly changed. A feeling he had never felt before instantly enveloped him. That's kind of indescribable, extremely unsettling premonition. It was as if some invisible force had a death grip on his throat. Difficulty breathing, heart beating wildly. It was as if the blood was going to freeze. Every nerve was frantically signaling alarm. Every cell was trembling desperately. He wanted to escape, trying to dodge, want to shout. However, it was as if the body was fixed in place, unable to move at all. All he could do was watch. Look at your body. A tiny crack began to appear. Those cracks, like a spider web, spread rapidly. With an incredible speed, it spread all over the body. No. Bloodshed's pupils suddenly contracted. He wanted to make a noise, only to realize that he could no longer make any sound. Only in the back of his mind, he could hiss in despair. Boom! There was a loud bang. Bloodshed's body exploded. There's no foreshadowing. There was no struggle. Just, suddenly, completely burst open, turned into a sky full of blood mist. A scarlet mist of blood filled the air. The rich smell of blood instantly filled the entire space. Dismembered limbs and arms were splattered everywhere. Scene. Touchy-feely. Lin Fan was stunned in place. He stood frozen. Eyes frozen. The scene in front of him was completely beyond his expectations. Bloodbath. Bombed. Just, without warning, in front of himself, exploded into a bloody mist. Lin Fan admitted that he had thought about the power of the curse. Maybe it'll seriously injure Bloodbath. Maybe it will take a lot of strength out of Bloodshed. Even a direct fall was not out of the question. But the scene in front of me is too. Shock. Absolutely shocking. Lin Fan felt like his heart was about to jump out of his throat. But he forced down the waves of shock within him. On the surface, it still maintained that cloudy, inscrutable look. Clothes are flowing. The figure is upright. It's like an exiled immortal who is in the world. Chapter 121, Serving as a Slave for Eternity. Lin Fan confirmed that the blood fiend had completely perished. Not even a trace of divine soul residue remained. The 20-odd cultivators on the opposite side of the street were all pale and terrified. In the blue-clothed female cultivator in the lead, all that was left in her originally soulful and beautiful eyes was a deep sense of fear at this moment. She reacted extremely quickly. There was hardly any hesitation. Turn around. Turning into a blue recluse, he fled into the distance at an incredible speed. The other Yuaning stage cultivators were also like birds of prey. Scattered. One by one, they pushed their recluse speed to the extreme, fearing that if they were a step slower, they would be caught up by Lin Fan. They're clear. Lin Fan. Unbeatable. If a spirit transformation stage cultivator was determined to escape, with Lin Fan's current cultivation level, it was indeed difficult to catch up. He had no intention of pursuing either. System. Consume 1,000 years of life and curse her. Lin Fan said secretly in his heart. Ding. Consume 1,000 years of lifespan and curse Chu Xingui. Lifespan left for the host, 38,713,158 years. The system's mechanical voice sounded in his head. Longevity deduction. A mysterious connection was established between Lin Fan and the fleeing blue-clothed female cultivator. The invisible power of the curse, across space, descended, dozens of miles away. Chu Xuanwei's face suddenly changed. The original figure that was flying away at great speed was violently stalled. Put. A mouthful of blood, uncontrollably spurted out, stained the lapel of his chest red. She felt a strange and gloomy power that invaded her body, madly destroying her vitality. The meridians are broken. The dantian shook. Fine cracks appeared in all of the metamorphoses. It was as if it would collapse at any moment. This is... what? Chu Xuanqi was horrified. She turned back in horror, eyes deadlocked in Lin Fan's direction. If it were not for her deep cultivation and solid foundation, this weird power, if it fell on an ordinary Yuaning stage cultivator, if you don't die, you'll lose your skin. Chu Xuanjia's silver teeth clenched as her body's spiritual energy worked frantically, forcibly suppressing the raging curse power. The recluse rose again. Speed, a few points faster than before. Lin Fan let out a light eep and rubbed his chin. 1,000 years of lifespan. By the looks of it, not quite enough. He just wanted to try out the exact power of this curse power. Earlier, that old devil, blood fiend, was directly put on the 100,000 year curse package. The effect is overwhelming. Directly let the other party go up in smoke. Not even a dregs left. This time, Lin Fan intended to, from low to high, test it properly. This curse power, just how far can it reach? System, consume 2,000 years of life and curse her. Lin Fan's voice was cold and merciless, echoing in the sea of consciousness. Ding! Consume 2,000 years of lifespan and curse Chu Xingui. Lifespan left for the host, 38,711,158 years. The system beep sounded. 100 miles away. Chu Xuanqi's originally stunningly beautiful face was twisted and distorted at this moment. Pain, fear, despair. All kinds of emotions are intertwined. That force of yin and cold erupted once again, and twice as powerful as before. If the first curse was like a poisonous snake biting, then this time, it's like thousands of poisonous insects gnawing away at the same time. Ah! A mournful scream that tore at his heart. Chu Xuanqi could no longer support herself. The body was like a kite with broken strings, falling from the air. Boom! Dusty. The ground was smashed into a deep crater. Chu Xianwei was lying at the bottom of the pit, her body convulsing and bleeding from all 7 orifices. The originally polished jade-like skin was now covered with a hideous bloodstain. She lifted her head with difficulty, looking in Lin Fan's direction. There was no resentment or resignation in his eyes, only fear. After a moment, she seemed to make up her mind. Finally, she took to the air, sweeping towards Lin Fan's direction. Lin Fan's divine sense firmly locked onto Chu Xuanji. Seeing the other party flying towards him, he then did not continue to inflict the curse. A few moments later, Chu Xuanji appeared in front of Lin Fan in a sorry state. Her originally waterfall-like green silk was now in disarray, with a few strands of hair sticking to her blood-stained cheeks. The shirt was torn, revealing large swaths of snow-white skin, but it was covered in shocking scars. Seniors. Chu Xuanqi knelt on one knee and hung her head low. There was an imperceptible tremor in his voice. She kept her posture low. Late generation is willing to submit. Please, don't kill me. With a single point of his finger, Lin Fan instantly killed the transformation god stage ghost cultivator. She couldn't even detect the way Lin Fan attacked before she was easily and seriously injured. If not in person, she simply couldn't believe that there was such a terrifying existence in this world. Chu Xuanqi knew it well in her heart. Those who could possess such means, other than those old monsters of the void refining stage, or even the conjugation stage, who had broken through the spatial barriers and descended from the spirit world. She couldn't think of any other possibility. In the face of absolute power, any resistance is futile. Alive, there is hope. Lin Fan looked at her quietly. The deep eyes were ancient and devoid of any emotional fluctuations. However, this calm look gave Chu Xianwei a huge sense of oppression. She felt as if she was being stared at by a flooded beast that could be devoured at any time. Suffocation. On Chu Xianwei's forehead, fine beads of sweat seeped out. A heart in his throat. She was afraid to look up or even take a big breath, afraid that a subtle move would attract Lin Fan's thunderous wrath. Finally, Lin Fan opened his mouth. The voice is low and magnetic. It even carried a hint of unspeakable majesty, as if it was a deity above the 9 heavens, looking down on the earth. Who are you? Why are you here? A simple sentence. However, it caused Chu Xuanwei's delicate body to tremble violently. Cold sweat instantly soaked through his shirt. She hurriedly said, Senior, a month ago, the bloodshed old ancestor came to the central state. He spoke out that Senior can help people break through bottlenecks, and, moreover, Senior's heir is still an immortal spirit root. We didn't believe this statement at first, but the bloodshed old ancestor's words were solid, and he even laid out quite a bit of evidence. Therefore, the Great Qian Imperial Dynasty, where the late generation is from, sent the late generation and the bloodshed old ancestor to explore the situation. The late generation and bloodshed elder ancestor united the Qi cultivators. Just didn't expect that bloodshed elder ancestor said that Senior was only in the middle stage of foundation establishment cultivation. Speaking here, Chu Xuanwei's voice grew lower and lower. The head, too, was buried deeper. She didn't dare to look into Lin Fan's eyes. Lin Fan nodded. So it is. He did know about Central State. Compared to the barren 7 countries of the eastern region, the Central State was considered to be a rich land with extremely abundant cultivation resources. The clan's power was also exceptionally strong. Right now, for example, in the entire 7 kingdoms of the eastern region, there was perhaps only one spirit transformation stage cultivator, Ling Long. As for the Central State, there seemed to be a lot of god transformation stage experts. Why did the bloodthirster come after you? Lin Fan once again opened his mouth and asked. Chu Xuanqi didn't dare to hide it and answered in a hurry. Back to Senior. The Blood Fiend sect and the Qin Yin Dao sect of the Qi Kingdom are from the same lineage as our Deqian Imperial Dynasty. Thousands of years ago, they were considered an offshoot of my Deqian Imperial Dynasty. So, she paused slightly as she spoke. Seems to be organizing his words. Again, it seemed, deliberating. Lin Fan realized. So it is. Where are my 2 ladies? Trapped by you? The 2 fairies Qingli and Hongwan were put into the demon binding bag by me. Chu Xuanqi hurriedly explained. With that, she took out a delicate pouch from her waist. The mouth of the bag, flickering with a faint aura, gently shaking, the aura flashed. Qingli and Hongwan, both of them, then flew out of the bag. The body stumbled a bit. Apparently, it was forbidden mana. Lin Fan's divine sense swept. It was discovered that the two were only blocked from their mana and were not injured. This made him, slightly, relieved. The late generation has eyes without pearls, and nearly hurt the two ladies. Chu Xuanwei's voice, with a hint of trembling. She raised her head and looked at Lin Fan. In his eyes, there was a flash of determination. Senior, if Senior does not mind, Senior is willing to offer his divine soul and serve as a slave for all eternity. Chapter 122, bowed down as a knee slave. Chu Xuanqi clenched her teeth and opened her mouth. Sacrifice the soul of God. Meaning, putting your life and death, completely in the hands of the other party. From then on, there was no more freedom. But, it was also her only way to live. A slave in the middle stage of transformation. Lin Fan was very moved. This was definitely considered the strongest battle force in this realm. So there's nothing to be polite about. Let go of your soul. With that said, Lin Fan's figure moved and his large hand was already clasped above Chu Xiangui's head. At his fingertips, a wisp of ghostly blue light loomed. Chu Xuanwei's body trembled slightly. He felt that Lin Fan's finger forcefully stabbed in with a weird force, invade her sea of consciousness. This power, spreading rapidly, headed straight for her divine soul. She instinctively tried to resist. However, he could only forcefully endure it and let go of his divine soul, allowing Lin Fan to intrude with impunity. It was as if a large invisible hand had carved an arcane rune on her divine soul. These runes, glittering with an icy luster, exuded a palpitating aura. Chu Xuanwei's face became as pale as paper. She clearly felt that a mysterious connection had been established between her divine soul and Lin Fan. This connection transcends life and death and overrides everything. With just one thought from Lin Fan, her soul would be dispersed and she would never be born again. With the ban planted, from then on, her life and death were only at Lin Fan's whim, unless Lin Fan took the initiative to lift it. This prohibition, for all eternity, would be unsolvable. Lin Fan slowly withdrew his hand and looked at the pale Chu Xuanji. Get up. The voice was flat, but it carried majesty. Chu Xiangui slowly got up and hung her head low, not daring to look directly into Lin Fan's eyes. Master, she said softly, a hint of respect, a hint of helplessness in her voice. Lin Fan nodded slightly, his gaze turning to the side. Qingli and Hongwan were looking at him with blank faces. They had been captured alive by Chu Xuanqi and had originally fallen into despair. Thought, never to see Lin Fan again. But I didn't expect to see each other again. But it was such a scene. Lin Fan, surprisingly, had easily subdued Chu Xuanji. One must know that Chu Xuanji was a mid-transformation spirit expert, the top fighting force in this realm. At the moment, it was like a docile kitten that submitted to Lin Fan's feet. It was unbelievable. Lin Fan walked up to them and reached out. Two soft auras, each of which did not enter their bodies. The mana that had originally been blocked was instantly restored as before. At this point, in the sky, there was a roaring sound. A stream of light, cutting through the sky, sped in. Ling Long's figure appeared in front of the crowd. In her hands, she carried an unconscious female cultivator. This female cultivator, all in a sorry state, had a disorganized breath. The clothes were torn, revealing snow-white skin in many places, stained with dust and blood. The original neatly combed green silk was also messy at the moment, scattered over her shoulders and chest. The breath was disorganized, and it was obvious that he had been through a fierce struggle. Even so, but it's hard to hide its stunning beauty. Exquisite features, as three-dimensional as a knife and axe, and with a unique feminine softness. Her nose was upturned and her red lips were slightly parted. A pair of beautiful eyes closed tightly. Long eyelashes fluttered slightly, adding a few points of pity. Most notable, or her hot as hell body. Even though he was in a state of disarray, he could not hide it. The fullness of her breasts almost split the torn shirt. Slender waist, unmanageable. Long, straight legs, hidden under the tattered hem of the skirt. Inviting thoughts. Allied Lord. Fortunately, this woman is the Qingyan Dao sect's flower sect's supreme ancestor. Zhu Xingyao. Ling Long threw the unconscious Zhu Xingyao on the ground. The voice was clear and cold, but it carried a hint of respect that was hard to hide. Lin Fan blinked. Just now, he snapped his fingers, and the blood fiend flew away in ashes. Although Ling Long and the others had yet to arrive, it was thought that their divine sense had long since enveloped the area. Nowadays, Ling Long honors him as the Alliance Master. Obviously, it has been heartfelt to honor him. As for this Qing Yun Taoist sect's Taishang ancestor, Zhu Xing shook. Lin Fan naturally knew that. Qi, unlike Chu, the clear rhythm Dao sect was dominant, and there were no other sects that could compete with it. This Zhu Xingyao is the Qi cultivation world, the most top-notch battle force, As Ling Long returned, a trail of recluse lights, one after another, cut through the sky. Lan Ying, Blood Ling Long, Hua Yanxiao, numerous figures that have appeared. Earlier, the Qi cultivators scattered in all directions. Linglong led the Chu cultivators and chased them all the way. The results of the battle were, quite literally, fruitful. This time, the Qingyun Dao sect had come with a total of more than 20 Yuaning stage cultivators. Of these, 5 were captured alive. Another 5 or 6 fell on the spot. As for the remaining 10 or so people, their physical bodies were destroyed, and their Yuaning escaped by a fluke by performing an instantaneous transfer. The reason for such brilliant results, it was all because on the Chu side, not only were their cultivation levels higher, but their numbers were even greater. More importantly, there was also Linglong, a middle-stage god transformation powerhouse, in attendance. Allied Lord, what will be done with these people? Linglong pointed at the captured 100 Flowers sect cultivators and asked for instructions. Lin Fan's gaze moved away from Zhu Xingyao. It landed on those, the 100 Flowers sect cultivators who had their cultivation imprisoned. These people, one by one, had faces like ashes, with despair in their eyes. They can't imagine how. It's amazing that one can lose so completely. Lock it up for now, Lin Fan said indifferently. Now is not the time to dispose of these people. Lin Fan waved his hand. Linglong owed a slight bow and asked again, Allied Lord, what should we do next? In his voice, there was a hint of anticipation, a leap of faith. Lin Fan pondered slightly. Since the 100 Flowers sect is no longer enough to worry about, you should lead your people to directly take over Qi. His tone was flat, as if he were just talking about a trivial matter. Qi, with its vastness, is in no way inferior to Chu. The cultivation resources within its territory were countless. If the Chu Kingdom Alliance wanted to develop faster, the cultivation resources it needed were bound to be massive. Now that Qi had taken the initiative to send the door, Lin Fan naturally would not be polite. That's all. Ah, white spirit stones. When Linglong heard this, he immediately showed a happy face. Chu and Qi, over the years, have been in constant friction and deep-seated resentment. She had long been displeased with Qi. In her heart, it's just that, previously, his lifespan was about to end and he didn't dare to act rashly. Now, since Lin Fan had given his word, then what's there to worry about? She immediately bowed and led the way. Yes, Allied Lord. Immediately, Linglong ordered more than 10 Yuaning stage cultivators to go with him. A group of people, transforming into streams of light, were loud and powerful, heading straight for the Qingyun Dao sect's mountain gate. It was as if they were not there to receive, but to copy the house. The air, it seemed, smelled of excitement. Lin Fan looked at their distant backs, the corners of his mouth, slightly upturned. Well, let's go back too, Lin Fan said, taking the lead to set up a recluse and swept towards the direction of the Acacia sect's cave. Chapter 123, Surrendering Spirit Stones. Lin Fan's cave had become a ruin under the thunderbolt. Bai Ruoyue had long since led the disciples of the Acacia sect to begin rebuilding. Extremely fast. An even more magnificent and grandiose complex than before rose up from the ground. The new cave house still maintained its original style, but on a much larger scale. The atmosphere is also more grandiose. Inside an elegant room, several landscapes and ink paintings were hung on the walls, with far-reaching strokes. An exquisite celadon tea set was placed on the tea table carved out of rosewood. A light, smoky scent fills the air and refreshes the mind. Lin Fan held a cup of spirit tea and gently took a sip. Tea is fragrant. Bai Ruoyue served at one side. She was wearing a plain white dress with a few pale pink peach blossoms embroidered on the hem. Although her cultivation level was not high, between her hands and feet, she had already vaguely gained a few moments of the aura of a big woman in charge of a family. A knitted brow and a smile. All of them are characterized by a sense of calmness and competence. Zhu Xuanqi stood in the room with a hint of resignation on her face, as well as a trace of gravity. She had originally been ordered to come to the eastern region, thinking that she could easily control Lin Fan with the might of the Dechen dynasty. I didn't realize that Lin Fan's strength was unfathomable, and that he had been easily restrained, and that he couldn't live or die by himself. Tell me about the great Qian dynasty. Lin Fan put down the teacup in his hand and said indifferently, his voice, without a trace of emotion. The great Qian dynasty, with its vast territory, is at least 10 times as large as the current eastern region. Zhu Xuanqi took a deep breath and slowly opened her mouth. She didn't hold anything back. Tell everything you know, and everything you know. The Dacian dynasty has 15 experts at the god transformation stage, and the Dacian empress, with a perfect cultivation at the late god transformation stage, is also the first person in the Dacian dynasty in terms of cultivation. Dechen dynasty. The distance to the eastern region has to cross the Demon Fall Valley and the Endless Demon region, which is the territory of the Demon clan. so traveling to and from there is very difficult. But, Chu Xuanqi paused. If I don't go back for a long time, the Deqian dynasty will definitely send people to investigate. Lin Fan nodded. The Deqian dynasty, there was no way they would let him off easily. Presumably, they will continue to send people. However, after seeing the power of the curse and instantly killing the blood fiend in seconds, Lin Fan was not afraid. He didn't like sitting around. As the saying goes, if you know yourself and your enemy, you will not be in danger in 100 battles. Ruoshi, you get her a place to stay. Then have her record in detail the map of the Deqian dynasty, the distribution of forces, and the details of all the god transformation stage experts. Lin Fan commanded. Bai Ruoyue nodded slightly. Yes, my lord. Even though Chu Xiangue had 1,000 unwillingness in her heart, she could only obediently follow orders at this moment. She understood that she was now a fish on the chopping board, with no room for resistance. And, Lin Fan paused, and his gaze fell on Chu Xuanji. Organize a copy of all the secret books of your great Qian dynasty's feats as well. After you organize it, send it to me. Chu Xuanqi froze. With that, a sense of humiliation welled up in his heart. It was like treating her like a tool person. Not only do you have to provide intelligence, but you also have to contribute feats. But her, what could she do? The man is the chopper and I am the fish. It's almost time to teach the kids. Lin Fan looked at the sky and said, after his breakthrough, it took him 3 months to stabilize his cultivation. Rushing to save Qingli and the others again. The kids' class. It's delayed quite a bit. Lin Fan's figure disappeared at the end of the corridor. Chu Xianwei slowly took out a blank jade slip from her storage ring. He began to record the geographical location of the Daqian dynasty, the power of his family, and the details of the spirit transformation stage cultivators. Quickly, he recorded everything he knew in detail in the jade slip. 2 hours passed in a flash. Chu Xianwei finished recording the information. She handed the jade slip to Bai Ruoyue and asked softly, Miss Ruoyue, can Master really make people break through bottlenecks? Bai Ruoyue received the jade slip, a hint of caution flashing in her eyes. I've already been planted with a prohibition in my divine soul by my master. It's impossible for me to be unfavorable to my master. Chu Xuanqi hurriedly explained. If my master dies, I will die with a broken soul. She added, a hint of helplessness and bitterness in her tone. Only then did Bai Ruoyue put away her guard. Her beautiful eyes looking Chu Xuanji up and down. The woman in front of her was extremely beautiful. Her skin is snowy and her eyebrows are picturesque. A pair of almond eyes, clear and bright, as if they could see into the heart. The agaric nose was erect. The cherry lips were slightly opened, and the breath was exhaled like orchids. The body is even more shapely, curvy and dimpled. A long lavender dress set her off even more ethereally. The most attractive thing about her is the gracefulness of her body. Like an orchid in an empty valley, it blooms quietly, without competition, yet it is impossible to ignore. In Bai Ruoyue's heart, a sense of crisis rose faintly. Such a stunning color. The male son should like it very much. She fixed her mind and opened her mouth to ask, do you have any spirit stones on you? Naturally, Chu Xuanqi replied. In the Daqian dynasty, I have a very large fiefdom with spirit stone mines within it. How many? Bai Ruoyue pursued. 1 million. Chu Xuanqi answered truthfully. Bai Ruoyue frowned slightly. So little? There was a hint of resentment in her tone. Quite a bit. Chu Xuanqi explained. 1 million medium-grade spirit stones is equivalent to 100 million lower-grade spirit stones. Bai Ruoyue's good-looking eyes blinked, unable to tell if she was happy or angry. Here in this cave, there is a spiritual spring that I have set up, so go bathe and purify yourself. Then, go to the male's bedroom and wait here. She added after a moment. Surrender all of your spirit stones, and if you can gain the favor of the prince, he can naturally help you break through your bottleneck. Chu Xuanwei's cheeks instantly flushed a blush. She stammered, not knowing how to answer. You wouldn't have had no experience with this, would you? Bai Ruoyue looked at Chu Xuanji's shy appearance and asked tentatively. Chu Xuanji nodded gently. A voice as thin as a mosquito fly came out of her mouth. Well, take this jade slip and study it, and this outfit. On the other hand, in the middle of the courtyard, Lin Fan was patiently explaining to the children the story of the wolf came. After the explanation, a few children could not get enough of it and surrounded Lin Fan to ask all kinds of questions, which Lin Fan patiently answered one by one. The atmosphere was warm and cordial. Lin Haoran, the eldest, suddenly stood up from his seat, his little face filled with excitement. Daddy! His crisp voice interrupted the clamor of his younger siblings. I'm going to start practicing today. Lin Haoran puffed out his chest and proudly announced. Mother chose a few techniques for me and told me to bring them to you. With that, he carefully pulled out 3 jade slips from his bosom. The jade slips were of different colors, showing a light red, light blue and emerald green luster. Lin Fan received the jade slip and his divine sense probed into it in turn. These 3 techniques were all the topmost cultivation techniques of the Acacia sect. One of them was titled Xian Mer True Solution, which made rapid progress in cultivation and came with several powerful divine abilities. For example, the Gate of the Xian Mer and Upside Down Heaven and Earth are all powerful secret techniques that integrate offense and defense. However, Lin Fan frowned slightly and didn't seem very satisfied. Harem. Choosing a gong method is the foundation of cultivation. It is vital and should not be done hastily. Lin Fan put down the jade slip and said in a serious tone, "You're waiting for father's self to choose a set of gongfu that best suits you." He had a plan in mind. In the Deqian dynasty, the immortal cultivation civilization is far superior to the eastern region. The immortal cultivation techniques possessed by some of these top clans and families would certainly far exceed these techniques of the Acacia sect. He had already asked Chu Xuanqi to organize a copy of the secret books of the great Qian dynasty's kung fu. "I'm sure it will be delivered soon." While he was thinking about it, a stream of light cut through the sky and came at a rapid pace. Bai Ruoyue's figure appeared at the entrance to the courtyard. She was dressed in a white dress with a graceful figure. Holding a green-colored jade slip in his hand, he walked in a graceful manner, walking lightly, like a fairy on the waves. Chapter 124, Immortal Spiritual Roots and the Might of the 5 Elements Spiritual Body. Lin Fan took the green-colored jade slip handed over by Bai Ruoyue, and his divine sense slowly invaded it. Boom! It was as if a door to a new world had been opened. A huge and incomparable map instantly unfolded in Lin Fan's mind. Mountains, rivers, plains, deserts, all kinds of terrain are available. Staggered on it. Its geographical area was actually more than 10 times larger than the eastern region. What was even more shocking was that there were countless spirit veins marked on the map in a starry pattern. Like the veins of the earth, it exudes vitality. In comparison, the cultivation resources of the eastern region could simply be described as barren. Not at all in the same order of magnitude. Lin Fan secretly marveled in his heart. In addition to the topographical map, the distribution of forces of the Deqian dynasty was also detailed within the Jade sketch. The Deqian dynasty, the royal family Tantai clan reigns over the Qinquan, and presses the 4 directions. However, there are many families, each with their own mind, fighting in the dark, and playing with the imperial power. The dark current surging, Deqian female emperor, Tantai Huang, stunning talent, cold and unrivaled, with the late stage of the god of transformation. The cultivation of the Great Circle shocked the group, sitting steadily on the throne. Under her command, there were even 14 god transformation stage powerhouses, like stars arching over the moon, guarding the peace of the dynasty. Yuaning cultivators, there were actually as many as 1,000 of them. One must know that in the eastern region, Yuaning cultivators were already phoenixes and one side of the hegemony, whereas the Deqian dynasty was like the crushing carp in the river. This kind of strength is simply appalling. And what surprised Lin Fan even more was that there were 4 other major forces that stood side by side with the Deqian dynasty in the central state. Dividing them, each and every one of them, possessed a heritage and strength that was no less than that of the Deqian dynasty. The 5 behemoths, standing side by side on the land of Zhengzhou, checking and balancing each other, and jointly dominating this vast land. Central states, Lin Fan muttered, a trace of yearning flashing in his eyes. That's the real holy land of immortal cultivation. The contents of the jade slip continued downward. An arcane and subtle cultivation technique was presented in front of Lin Fan. The number was so large that there were more than 100 of them, and each of them exuded an ancient and powerful aura, and their depth and subtlety were far beyond that of ordinary gongfu. Compared to the Acacia sect's gong methods that Lin Fan had seen before, it was like the firefly to the white moon. Incomparable. Lin Fan casually browsed through a few of them, and was attracted by the subtle legal principles contained within. All of these feats, none of them had been refined and refined by thousands of times, removing the wheat from the chaff and saving the chaff, and pointing directly to the origin of the great Tao. Among them, there was even a technique called the Qianyuan True technique that caught Lin Fan's special attention. This gong method was exclusive to the royal family of the Deqian dynasty. According to the Jade Slip, this gong method was most rigid and domineering. Cultivated to the full realm, it can open mountains and rocks, burn rivers and boil the sea, possessing great power. More importantly, the Qianyuan True technique complemented the 5 elements spiritual body. If a cultivator with a 5 elements spiritual body cultivates this technique, he will advance by leaps and bounds in a single day, far surpassing ordinary people. Lin Fan's heart moved. This gong method is extremely compatible with Haoren. Perhaps. His gaze turned to Lin Haoren and he softly called out, "Haoren, come here." Lin Haoren sniffed and took small, well-behaved steps in front of Lin Fan. He tilted his head, his big, dark eyes full of adoration and dependence. Lin Fan's heart softened as he looked at the tender yet understanding child in front of him. He stretched out his hand, and his large, broad, warm palm gently landed on Lin Haoran's small head. As his fingertips touched the soft hair, Lin Fan murmured in his heart, "System, upgrade him to a water spirit body. Ding! Consume 1,000,000 years of lifespan to upgrade Lin Haoran to the body of a water spirit. Body of water spirit, affinity for water attribute aura is greatly enhanced. Cultivating water attribute techniques is twice as effective, and the power of water attribute techniques is doubled. Lifespan left for the host, 37,711,158 years. Lin Haoran only felt a cool breath that surged in from the 100 meetings point at the top of his head. Like a refreshing mountain spring, it instantly flowed through all the limbs. Inside the body, there seemed to be something that was quietly changing. The meridians that were originally blocked were like a drought, instantly becoming permeable and comfortable. The originally chaotic Dantian was also like the cloud seeing the sun, becoming clear and lucid, with vague flashes of spiritual light. He could clearly feel countless tiny blue points of light floating in the air around him. These points of light exuded a strong attraction to him. He subconsciously wanted to get closer, wanted to absorb it. Although he hadn't really started cultivating yet, he already understood. That's water aura, pure to the core water aura. The following piece of gongfu, you memorize it in your heart, and do not spread it out easily. Lin Fan's voice, ringing in Lin Haoran's ears, was low and solemn. This was a means of transmitting sound into secrets, which could only be performed if one's cultivation had reached a certain level. Lin Haoran only felt as if the voice was echoing directly in his mind. Every word, clear as day, was seared deep into his memory. The gongfu phrases of the Qian Yuan True technique surged into Lin Haoran's sea of consciousness like a rushing river. He subconsciously immersed himself in it, his mind completely captivated by this mysterious gong method. Even forgetting where they are, Lin Haoran unconsciously sat on his knees, with his eyes slightly closed. His hands formed a single arcane seal in front of his chest. He began to try and follow the line of action of the Qian Yuan True technique, running the spiritual energy in his body. The originally scattered and disorderly aura slowly converged under the guidance of the gong method. Like a trickle of water into a river, his cultivation level began to climb at an incredible speed. Refining Qi first level, unhindered. The second level of Qi refining. Water to water. The surrounding heaven and earth aura seemed to be pulled by some mysterious force, crazily surging into Lin Haoran's body. His body, like a bottomless pit, greedily devoured everything. The aura entered his body and turned into pure spiritual energy, nourishing his meridians and widening his dantian. His aura, it was getting stronger and stronger. The third level of Qi refining. The fourth level of Qi refining. The speed didn't slow down in the slightest. This amazing cultivation speed, if outsiders were to see it, I'm afraid their jaws would drop. One must know that even for a genius with outstanding talent, breaking through from the first level of Qi refining to the fourth level of Qi refining would require several months, or even several years of effort. Lin Haoran, on the other hand, had only used a moment. This was the double enchantment of the immortal spirit root, and the water spirit body. Lin Fan opened the system panel. Name, Lin Fan. Life expectancy, 37,711,158 years. Cultivation, early Yuaning. Spiritual roots, 5 attribute spiritual roots. Hoarded cultivation, 5678 plus 500. Stop refining and progress. Nangong Miaoyu is practicing. Cultivation plus 200. Lin Haoran is practicing. Cultivation plus 1000. Lin Fan's eyes lit up. Lin Haoran was only in the Qi practicing stage now, and the cultivation that fed back to him was surprisingly so much. One must know that when Su Xingyue was also at the Qi practicing stage, the cultivation level that was fed back was only a little bit, and now Lin Haoran was feeding back surprisingly as much as 1,000 points. System, how come Haoran feeds back so much cultivation? Didn't he say that feeding back cultivation is 1/10 of cultivation? The percentage of children feeding back due to their bloodline is 100%. Lin Fan's eyes lit up and his gaze went to a few other children. These little ones can all be immortal spirit roots. The cultivation speed itself is fast. If they feed back are 100%, Lin Fan's heart was on fire. Then wouldn't one's cultivation take off straight away? It's unimaginable. Several children, eyeing Lin Haoran. On his little face, envy and longing were written. I want to practice too. Daddy, you can't just give big brother. I'll take. 2. Several other children, 2, spoke up. A childish voice that echoed through the room. Lin Fan laughed. He reached out and gently stroked the children's heads. All of it, all of it. However, you are still young. When you reach your elder brother's age and start cultivating, I will naturally arrange the most suitable gongfu for you. Chapter 125, Greedy Pleasure. The aura vortex around Lin Haoran remained, And Lin Fan gently nodded. He instructed Bai Ruoyue to stay behind and protect Lin Haoren. After all, when an immortal spirit root cultivated for the first time, it moved too much and was easy to become noticeable. With Bai Ruoyue around, you can cover up a bit or two. Lin Fan turned around and slowly walked out of the room. During this time he broke through his bottleneck, then rescued Qingli and Han Luan, and gave the child lessons. He felt a wave of exhaustion, from his body to his mind. This kind of exhaustion was not a mere depletion of spiritual energy, but a kind of depletion of the mind. He needs to get some rest. Lin Fan stretched his back, his bones making a slight rattling sound. Take a step, and head for your place. Pushing open the door to the room, a faint scent hit his nose. Not that kind of strong fat and powder fragrance, but a kind of aroma that, if anything, calms the mind. The room was softly lit. A pair of white jade-like lotus root arms wrapped up from behind and gently wrapped around Lin Fan's waist. A soft touch, coming through the shirt with a hint of warmth. Master. The voice was delicate, with a hint of lethargy, like a feather, gently brushing over Lin Fan's heartstrings. This voice was familiar to Lin Fan. It's Chu Xian Gui. She exhaled warm breath from her mouth, spraying behind Lin Fan's ear. Fairy Ruoxuyu told me to wait for you here. Chu Xuanwei's voice was even lower, with a hint of shyness, a hint of anticipation. Lin Fan slightly sidestepped his head. Chu Xian Gui's cheeks flushed with a faint blush. Her eyes were mesmerized and swirling like spring water. Long eyelashes that fluttered gently like butterfly wings. She had, today, seemed to have dressed up on purpose. A pale pink sari outlined a delicate figure. The neckline was slightly open, revealing a delicate collarbone, and a patch of snow-white skin. Lin Fan's heart fluttered. It's still Ruoyue, the girl who understands me, he said softly, a hint of laughter in his voice, a hint of favor. Chu Xuanwei's cheeks turned even redder, almost dripping blood. She buried her head in Lin Fan's back, not daring to look him in the eyes. Lin Fan could feel the slight trembling of her body. It was nervousness and anticipation. The atmosphere in the room became ambiguous. The air, it seemed, was filled with a sweet, cloying odor. Lin Fan slowly turned around. Chu Xianwei raised her head, her eyes filled with tenderness. 4 eyes. Chu Xian Gui favorability, 20%, bland friendship, generalized relationship. She has some positive opinion of you, but the emotional connection is not deep. Lin Fan cast a goodwill appraisal on Chu Xuanji, then said, you lie down. 2 hours later. You are a first time? Lin Fan was a little surprised, looking at Chu Xuanji who was trembling slightly underneath him. Chu Xuanji's cheeks flushed crimson as she gently nodded, a trace of confusion and shyness still lingering in her eyes. Lin Fan suddenly slapped his head, a chagrined look on his face. Oops, forgot to change the white sheet, but this yellow sheet is fine. Chu Xuanji looked puzzled, not understanding what Lin Fan was talking about at all. Master, what do you mean by that? She couldn't help but ask, her voice as thin as a fly. It's nothing. Lin Fan waved his hand and brought it lightly. Seeing that Lin Fan didn't want to say anything, Chu Xian Gui didn't pursue the matter any further. She took out an exquisite storage bag from her storage bag and handed it to Lin Fan. Master, here is 1 million medium-grade spirit stones. Please also, Master, help me break through. Her voice carried a hint of anticipation, a hint of nervousness, and a hint of undetectable gratitude. Lin Fan was shocked in his heart. 1 million medium-grade spirit stones. That would be 100 million lifetimes. This Chu Xian Gui was also too generous. The central state was truly rich. The treasuries of those great clans in the eastern region combined might not even have this many spirit stones. However, Lin Fan's face didn't move, and he still had a cloudy look on his face. After all, he was someone who had seen the world and couldn't act like an unseen bumpkin. He silently opened Chu Xuanji's favorability. Chu Xian Gui favorability, 65%, struggle of interest and emotion. She has complex emotions towards you. On the one hand, she appreciates what you've done for her. The favorability had unexpectedly risen so much. Lin Fan was secretly happy in his heart. It seemed like his kung fu had improved again. He tenderly grabbed Chu Xuanji's small hand, feeling the warmth and slight trembling in her palm. System, help her break through. Lin Fan recited in his mind. Ding, consume 10,000 years of longevity to help Chu Xian Gui break through the mid-transformation god bottleneck. The host has 27,711,158 years of life left. The bottleneck in the middle stage of god transformation even required 10 million years of longevity. Lin Fan was secretly staggered. The further one's cultivation level went, the more longevity one needed. But Chu Xian Gui gave $100 million. A bloody good deal. With the deduction of longevity, Chu Xianwei only felt a warm and majestic power suddenly appear in her body. It's like the parched land has received a long-lost rain. She shuddered. The bottleneck that was rock solid and hard to shake in the past quietly loosened under the impact of this force. An indescribable sense of relief spread throughout his body. She sat down on her knees in a hurry. 5 hearts facing the sky. Run the kung fu. The spiritual energy in his body was like a rushing river, surging. It runs along specific meridians, week after week. In the dantian, the yuaning, which had already solidified, began to slowly rotate. It gives off a faint glow. The light was getting brighter and brighter. It's getting dazzling. The size of the yuaning, too, began to grow slowly. It became more solid, more powerful. Chu Xuanwei's body began to emit a faint halo of light. That was a vision that naturally arose when the aura was dense to a certain extent. Her skin became more crystalline. It's like sheep's white jade, and it's like flawless jade. Her hair, windless, like a black waterfall or flowing silk. Her breath became deeper, like a vast starry sky and an endless abyss. Above Lin Fan's cave, the originally clear sky suddenly became windy. The spiritual qi converged like a tidal wave, forming a huge vortex that slowly rotated. The disciples of several sects have long since seen it. They knew that this was a heaven and earth anomaly triggered by someone breaking through the realm. Time passes by. Afterwards, the aura vortex slowly dissipated and the sky returned to calm. Everything, as if it had never happened. Only the lingering aura fluctuations proved what had just happened. Inside the cave, Chu Xianwei slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes, deep as the stars, sparkled with wisdom. The original wariness and vigilance towards Lin Fan had long since vanished. In its place, there was deep gratitude, with undisguised admiration. There was, even, a hint of admiration that she hadn't even noticed herself. Thanks a lot, master. Chu Xuanwei's voice, soft and sincere. She gazed at Lin Fan, her beautiful eyes filled with gratitude. I have been troubled by this mid-transformation spirit bottleneck for decades. I've tried all sorts of methods and consumed countless heavenly materials, but I couldn't make a breakthrough. Even, I've gotten a little desperate. She paused, a glimmer of gloom in her eyes, but then the gloom was replaced by joy. I didn't realize that you, master, were. Chu Xuanwei's voice slightly trembled. She couldn't imagine that Lin Fan had actually helped her make a breakthrough. And it was so easy, so incredible. This is a miracle. She took a deep breath and calmed her excitement. Master's renewed kindness. Xian Gui will never forget it. She looked at Lin Fan with firm eyes. Lin Fan smiled. Well, you've just made a breakthrough. It's better to stabilize your existing realm. Master, I have a set of clothes. Do you want to try it? Said she, and taking out a maid outfit from her storage bag. Right now she was genuinely trying to please Lin Fan. Chapter 126, Subdued. Zhu Xingyao. The next day, the sunlight poured through the window pane and spilled onto the pale yellow silk fabric. Lin Fan held a wolf hair in his hand and concentrated. The tip of the brush is lightly dipped in thick ink and travels slowly across the silk canvas. A branch of plum blossom, the first appearance of pride. He became more and more skillful, and each stroke contained a unique flavor. It can be as thick or as light, as dry or as wet as you want it to be. Chu Xuanqi stood aside. Be still and watch. She blushed slightly. At this moment, she already understood what Lin Fan meant by pity. An unspeakable ambiguity grew quietly between the two. Her gaze was more attracted by Lin Fan's painting skills. This ink drawing of a plum tree has strong brushwork and a far-reaching meaning. Each plum blossom, as if alive, blooms on the silk fabric. The branches are gnarled, the petals are spreading, and the pride is strong. I'm afraid it's just like that. Even if you are a great dancer, she sighed in her mind. This painting skill can never be practiced overnight. At that moment, a footstep came. Xingli came in style, followed by a female cultivator. That female cultivator's body was graceful and curvy, swaying with every step. It was none other than Zhu Xingyao of the Qin Yin Dao sect of Qi. Zhu Xingyao stepped into the room, flames dancing in her beautiful eyes. It was suppressed anger. She had always been high up in Qi. The Qin Yin Dao sect was even dared to be messed with. She was the clan's supreme ancestor, the first person in the Qi cultivation world. Have you ever been humiliated like this? Now a prisoner. The arrogance in his heart did not diminish in the slightest, but when her eyes saw Chu Xuanji, they were filled with shock. She was in the late Yuaning stage of the Great Circle, just one step away from transforming into a god. But that was a rift she had trouble crossing. She could clearly remember that not long ago, Chu Xuanqi, who was at the god transformation stage, had descended upon the Qin Yin Dao sect. That kind of terrifying pressure still made her heart palpitate. It was as if a god was looking down on all beings. When he raises his hand, heaven and earth change color. With his own strength, he was able to suppress the entire Qin Yin Dao sect. Up and down the Qin Yin Dao sect, no one dared to oppose it. Then let the entire Qin Yin Dao sect, together, go out to conquer Chu. How overbearing. How strong that was. And now, what did she see? Xu Xiangui, who was like a mysterious girl from the nine heavens. Surprisingly, she was as good as a kitten waiting on Lin Fan's side. The demeanor is respectful and gentle. Study ink and add tea. Every action is filled with care and patience. It was as if they were serving a supreme being. The shock of such a scene for her can be imagined. Zhu Xingyao felt like her worldview had collapsed. Is this still the same god transformation stage powerhouse that suppressed the entire Chongyan Dao sect? She even began to wonder if she was in an illusion. Or was this Chu Xiangui in front of her just a mortal woman who looked like one? However, the aura that was faintly emanating from it truly told her that this was Chu Xuanqi herself. Xu Xingyao's heart beat violently. It almost popped out of my throat. The brain went blank. Allied Lord, the people have been brought. Qing Li's voice broke the silence in the room. Lin Fan did not respond immediately. He remained focused on the brush in his hand. The final stroke falls. An ink drawing of a proud plum jumps onto the silk. Inside the room, it was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. There was only the subtle sound of the nib rubbing against the silk cloth. Chu Xuanqi, Qing Li, and Xu Xingyao, all three of their gazes were focused on Lin Fan, but no one dared to make a sound to disturb it. Ryoko, Lin Fan slowly put down the wolf hair in his hand. He raised his head, his gaze calmly falling on Xu Xingyao. Will you submit? The voice was not loud, even a little cold. Xu Xuanqi stood to the side, anxiously making eyes at Xu Xingyao, blinking madly. I hope she knows what's good for her. However, Xu Xingyao, clenched her lips and slowly shook her head. In her eyes, there was deep resentment and stubbornness. I, Xu Xingyao, have been a genius of the Qingyan Dao sect since I was a child, attracting qi at the age of 5, building the foundation at the age of 10, achieving Jindan at the age of 100, and cultivating into a Yuaning at the age of 300. I've traveled all the way through countless lives and deaths, and I've never bowed down to anyone. My master is the supreme elder of the Qingyan Dao sect. No one in the entire qi cultivation world knows of my name. Xu Xingyao, I, Qingyan Dao sect, have stood in the qi kingdom for thousands of years, with a deep heritage and strong people. Even if I am momentarily frustrated, I will never succumb to anyone. Her voice, resonant. Every word seemed to carry the sound of gold and stone. It echoed through the room. Lin Fan listened quietly. There was no expression on his face. He had expected that someone as high-minded and proud as Zhu Xingyao wouldn't give in easily. What's more, she was also the supreme ancestor of the Qingyan Dao sect. It represented the face of the entire clan. In that case, Lin Fan slowly spoke. The tone remained calm. Qing Li, bring it down. Let her sit down decently and be disarmed. An understatement. Zhu Xingyao's fate, it seemed, was already doomed. A great cultivator of the late Yuaning stage might be an unattainable existence in the eyes of others. However, in Lin Fan's eyes, it was just a resource that could be utilized. The cultivation feedback after the breakthrough at the late stage of the Yuaning stage had a lot of temptation for Lin Fan. This was the reason why he hadn't been outright painful before. There was still a hint of value in keeping Zhu Xingyao, but since the other party was so ungrateful, Lin Fan was too lazy to waste any more time. A Yuaning cultivator who was unwilling to submit was a scourge to keep. Killing, in turn, is clean. Qing Li led the order and walked towards Zhu Xingyao with an expressionless face. There was no mercy in her eyes. Go! Qing Li's voice was icy cold, without a trace of emotion. Xu Xingyao's body trembled slightly, but she still didn't beg for mercy. She clenched her lips, her eyes filled with resignation and stubbornness. Master, Fairy Xingyao just can't think straight for a while. Why don't you let me persuade her? Xu Xuanwei's voice suddenly rang out with a hint of pleading. After all, Xu Xingyao had come to attack Chu because of her, and to persuade Zhu Xingyao, she also had a selfish motive. After all, they were all prisoners, and with Zhu Xingyao, she had some company. Lin Fan nodded slightly and considered it tacit approval. He wanted to see what flowers Chu Xuanqi could say. Chu Xuanqi walked over to Zhu Xingyao's side, crouched down, and said softly, "The Qingyan Dao sect is gone." Her voice was soft, but it was like a heavy hammer, hitting Zhu Xingyao's heart hard. Zhu Xingyao's body trembled violently, and a trace of pain flashed in her eyes. Yes, the Qingyan Dao sect had already doomed itself to destruction by invoking Lin Fan. Xu Xuanqi continued, "If you die, the Qingyan Dao sect's legacy will be completely broken. Thousands of years of foundations, the blood and sweat of countless ancestors, will all go down the drain. Could it be that you really bear to see this scene?" Zhu Xingyao's lips trembled, unable to speak. In her eyes, there was a struggle. Chu Xuanqi's words were word for word heartbreaking. It was impossible for her to refute it. Submitting to Lin Fan is not something to be ashamed of. On the contrary, this may be an opportunity. A chance for you to break through the bottleneck and even ascend to the upper realm. Chu Xuanqi's voice, full of temptation. How long have you been stuck in the late Yuaning stage of the Great Circle? Could it be that you're really willing to stop here? Lin Fan's strength is unfathomable. He can easily defeat me, and he can easily make you break through. As long as you submit to him, you'll have a chance to step into the God transformation stage, or even a higher realm. Zhu Xingyao's breathing became rapid. Transformation stage. It was a realm she could only dream of. Zhu Xianwei looked at Zhu Xingyao's shaken expression and continued. Moreover, Lin Fan has the immortal spirit root child. In the future, your children, too, can have immortal spirit roots. It's not impossible to accept the Qing Yin Dao sect's Dao lineage and revitalize the sect. These words completely shattered Zhu Xingyao's psychological defense. Revitalize the clan. If she could revive the Qing Yin Dao sect in her own hands, she would be willing to pay even the greatest price. A trace of determination flashed through Zhu Xingyao's eyes. She slowly raised her head and looked at Lin Fan. In that gaze, there was no longer the stubbornness and unwillingness from before. In its place, there was a deep sense of awe, and a hint of anticipation. Zhu Xingyao's voice, a little hoarse. She spoke with difficulty, each word as if it took all her strength. She repeated it again, but still didn't say the words that followed. Submission. Those two words were too much for her. She struggled and hesitated. The pride of the heart, and the cruelty of reality, constantly collide. Finally, it was like she had made up her mind. Slowly, he fell to his knees, bowed her high and mighty head. Greetings to the master of Chapter 127, In Control, Between Life and Death. Lin Fan nodded slightly, the corner of his mouth curving up into an imperceptible arc. That's good. Another late-stage Yuaning cultivator was taken in, or the supreme elder of the Qing Yin Dao sect. When he helped her break through, he himself would be able to gain quite a bit of cultivation back. With a flash of his figure, he appeared in front of Zhu Xingyao like a ghost. The speed was so fast that all the people present were in awe. Even Chu Xianwei, who was a cultivator at the late stage of God transformation, had a flash of surprise in her eyes. Lin Fan stood tall and looked down at Zhu Xingyao, who was kneeling on the ground. That look was like looking at an object that already belonged to you. He slowly raised his hand, his broad palm, with irresistible power, clasped on top of Zhu Xingyao's head. Zhu Xingyao's delicate body trembled, but she didn't resist, just slowly closed his eyes, eyelashes fluttering slightly, shows how unsettled she is inside. Lin Fan's voice, low and majestic, rang in Zhu Xingyao's ears. Open your soul. There is not the slightest room for negotiation, only orders. Zhu Xingyao exhaled a long breath. It was as if he wanted to spit out all the unwillingness and humiliation in his heart. She knew that she had no choice. For the sake of the clan's legacy, for that slim ray of hope, she must submit. Thoroughly submissive. She did as she was told, slowly releasing her divine soul defense, exposing his most fragile, most critical divine soul to Lin Fan. Lin Fan's divine sense surged into Zhu Xingyao's sea of consciousness like a tidal wave. There's not the slightest hint of pity, only cold control. He planted a prohibition deep within Zhu Xingyao's divine soul, a band that was strong enough to control her life and death. From here on out, Zhu Xingyao's life and death was only at Lin Fan's whim. As long as Lin Fan was willing, he could make her soul fall apart at any time. The moment the ban was planted, Zhu Xingyao's face instantly turned pale. She felt that an unbreakable connection had been established between herself and Lin Fan, a kind of master-servant bond. She slowly opened her eyes. In the gaze that looked at Lin Fan, the pride and stubbornness from before was no longer there. All that remains is deep awe, and a hint of sadness that cannot be concealed. Just then, a spirit light cut through the sky and flew straight into his cave. The spirit light dissipated and transformed into a lifelike paper crane, which silently hovered in front of him. Lin Fan reached out and the paper crane landed lightly in his palm. The moment his fingertips touched the paper crane, a familiar scent came. Alliance Master Lin. I have recently happened to obtain a jar of aged wine, the aroma of which is so refreshing. If Alliance Master has the leisure, he might as well come and have a chat. In the voice transmission paper crane, the slightly weak voice of Qing Yin Sect's Xian Yangzi was heard. Lin Fan raised his eyebrows slightly. Xian Yangzi? Wasn't this guy sneak attacked by Chu Xiangui the other day and seriously injured? By all rights, he should be in seclusion right now to heal his wounds and recover his vitality. Why are you still in the mood to drink? And to invite yourself specifically? When things go wrong, they go wrong. Lin Fan didn't think that Xian Yangzi was looking for him just for something as simple as a drink. There must be something else going on. Xian Gui, teach her the rules here. I have something to do. I'll go out first. After saying this, Lin Fan drove up his recluse and flew towards the Qing Yin Sect's residence, on the east side of the Qi Kingdom. It was adjacent to the Ling Shao Kingdom. At the junction of the two countries, a green-colored recluse light cut through the sky like a meteor and flew rapidly. Ha ha! Fellow Daoist Wei, stop running. With only one yuaning left, where else can you escape to? You can't escape from the palm of this seat. In the reclining light, an old man with a white beard and wearing green clothes was in hot pursuit. His face was hale and hearty, and his eyes were as sharp as a falcon, deadlocked on a palm-sized white yuaning in front of him. The old man's name was Zhao Xuanji, and he was a long-established early yuaning cultivator from the Lingxiao country. A body of green woodwork has reached the state of realization. Recluse speed is amazing. The yuaning that was being chased had a crystal-clear body and emitted a faint white light. It was none other than the Qing Yin Dao sect's mid-yuaning expert, Wei Wuxian. Zhao Xuanji, you despicable villain. Wei Wuxian's yuaning let out a sharp chortle, his voice filled with anger and unwillingness. If not for the fact that I only have yuaning left and my strength has been greatly reduced, with your mere early yuaning stage, how dare you be so arrogant in front of this seat? He hated it with a vengeance. I think he Wei Wuxian, in the Qing Yin Dao sect, is also a well-known figure, a hand of cold ice skill out of the gods. I do not know how many strong enemies have been killed in the battle with Chu. Although he managed to escape, his physical body was destroyed, leaving only his yuaning to escape. Originally, he had planned to search for a suitable physical body and take over the body to be reborn. However, he never expected that he would encounter Zhao Xuanji of this Lingxiao country halfway. Speaking of which, the two men, though belonging to different countries, were close personal friends, but the immortal cultivation world is a world of danger and deceit. This Zhao Xuanji saw that Wei Wuxian only had a yuaning left, and then he started to do something bad, which is why there is this scene in front of him. After chasing for a long time, Wei Wuxian's yuaning kept flickering, obviously reaching the point of exhaustion. Brother Zhao, let me live, and I'll send you a heavenly chance that guarantees you a breakthrough through the early yuaning bottleneck. It's practically as easy as a slap in the face. Wei Wuxian's yuaning flickered violently, his voice urgent. He's really scared now. Zhao Xuanji's eyes flickered as he stopped his pursuit, but the spiritual energy around his body was still surging, obviously not completely letting his guard down. Tell me about it? There was a hint of playfulness in Zhao Xuanji's tone. He wanted to hear what flowers Wei Wuxian could say. Chu, Acacia sect, there is a young man named Chen Fan. Wei Wuxian didn't dare to hide it. He recounted briefly about Lin Fan being able to help cultivators break through realms. Sure, some key information was hidden in it, such as Lin Fan's true strength, which had killed a spirit transformation stage ghost cultivator with a single strike. As long as you sneak into the Acacia sect and capture this person, or control him, not to mention stepping into the middle stage of yuaning, even if you break through the god transformation stage in the future, it's not impossible. Wei Wuxian tried his best to exaggerate Lin Fan's value, trying to use this to impress Zhao Xuanji and buy himself a chance of survival. Do you think I'm a child? How can you believe such nonsense? When I capture you and search your soul, I'll know if it's true or not. Zhao Xuanji let out a sardonic laugh. He didn't believe Wei Wuxian's bull at all. The immortal cultivation world was at war with each other, and at a time like this, who would give away such a heavenly opportunity? The words were not yet spoken. Zhao Xuanji struck again, and the green-colored recluse light skyrocketed, like a giant net, enveloping towards Wei Wuxian's yuaning. Wei Wuxing's soul was in a state of shock. He desperately urged his yuaning to rush left and right in an attempt to escape Zhao Xuanji's pursuit. However, he was only a yuaning after all. His spiritual energy was consumed tremendously, and his speed was getting slower and slower. A bit of a chase. Eventually, Wei Wuxian's yuaning's spiritual light dimmed, completely exhausting the last trace of spiritual energy. Zhao Xuanji didn't hesitate to launch the soul-searching technique on his former old friend. A moment later, he looked horrified. Lin Fan did have the ability to make a breakthrough, but he also had the ability to instantly kill a spirit transformation stage ghost cultivator with a single snap of his fingers. Qing Yun Dao sect, more than 20 yuaning cultivators. Half of the yuaning were destroyed, and the Supreme Elder Zhu Xingyao was captured alive by an absolute ruthless man. Zhao Xuanji was trembling. Cold sweat instantly soaked through his shirt. He felt as if he, himself, had gone before the gates of hell. If he really follows what Wei Wuxian said, he will go to the Happing sect to find Chen Fan's trouble. That consequence, it's simply unthinkable. I'm afraid, he doesn't even know how he died. No, this news is too important. We must inform the clan as soon as possible. Zhao Xuanji took a deep breath and put the yuaning in his hand with a forbidden talisman and put it away before he disappeared into a recluse. Chapter 128, The Legacy of Wei Wu. Lin Fan rode the recluse and slowly landed in front of Xian Yangzi's cave. What you see when you enter is a magnificent temple built on the mountain. The entire body of the temple was made of greenish-black boulders, with rough lines and ancient atmosphere. permeated with a sense of heaviness precipitated by the years. Flying eaves and arches, carved beams and painted buildings, although not luxurious, but everywhere shows the Cultivation clan's heritage. There was just a hint of a sweet, cloying aroma wafting through the air. The aroma was out of place with the ancient style of the cave. Upon closer inspection, one could realize that many of the furnishings within the cave were brand new. Even the few spiritual plants beside the stone steps carried a fresh earthy scent. Apparently, in order to welcome Lin Fan's arrival, Xian Yangzi had purposely rearranged his cave. Ha ha, allied lord's great presence. I've missed the welcome. Pardon me. Xian Yangzi's bright laughter came from within the hall. He greeted them in stride, with an unnatural flush on his face. That redness was not the color of health, but a reflection of unhealed injuries. Fellow Taoist Xian Yang is polite. Lin Fan returned the salute with an arch and swept his gaze over Xian Yangzi. How is the Taoist friend injured? Thanks to the allies' concern, there are no more serious problems, Xian Yangzi said with a smile, a trace of gratitude flashing in his eyes. He knew that Lin Fan was concerned about his injuries. The two walked side by side into the great hall. Inside the temple, a sumptuous banquet had already been prepared. The jade-carved table was filled with delicacies, spiritual fruits and wine. A few maidservants dressed in light and elegant robes stood respectfully at the side. Xian Yangzi warmly invited Lin Fan to take a seat. Allied lord please. Lin Fan was not polite and walked straight to the main seat and sat down. A maid gently moved with lotus steps and came forward to pour wine for Lin Fan. The wine took on an attractive amber color and poured into the white jade cup like a crystal gem. The rich aroma of wine came to his nose, which was mixed with a faint fluctuation of aura. This wine, it's not extraordinary. Lin Fan picked up his wine glass and took a gentle sip. The wine enters the mouth, mellow and sweet, like a warm current sliding into the abdomen. On the tip of his tongue, he first tasted a faint hint of bitterness, followed by a sweet aftertaste. This sweetness was not an unusual sweetness, but carried a clear fragrance unique to spirit fruits. Swallowing the liquor, a warm aura spread out within his body, nourishing his limbs and bones. Good wine. Lin Fan couldn't help but let out a sigh of admiration. This spirit wine, not only did it have an excellent flavor, it could also nourish the meridians and enhance cultivation. It was a rare treasure. When Xian Yangzi saw that Lin Fan liked the spirit wine, he had a smile on his brow. He clapped his hands lightly, cleared his throat. Play. A command. The originally quiet hall was instantly filled with the sound of music. The sound of music, like a mountain stream flowing like a clear spring, and like a gentle breeze in the forest. The drums are steady and the seraphim are melodious. The sound of bells and chimes, clear and pleasant, echoed between the halls for a long time. The sound of music gradually rose, and 8 or 9 women dressed in white veils came out in style from the side doors on both sides of the main hall. Their steps were light and neat, as if they were stepping to a musical beat. The body is graceful and swaying like a willow branch. The white veil flutters and the ringlets jingle, each step with an ineffable rhythmic beauty, like a bunch of misguided fairies, and like the Xian Nu in the 9 heavens. They came to the center of the hall and danced to the music. The dance steps swirled lightly and the skirts flew. The white veil was like a cloud, setting off their figures even more hazily, dreamlike and beautiful. The woman at the head of the group was even more striking. She was tall and well-built. The waist was so slender that it seemed as if it didn't fit. The fullness of her chest, gently trembling with the dance, traced a thrilling arc. Her buttocks were round and firm, holding the white veil up in a perfect curve. A thin, cicada-like veil covered her face. But, just the eyes that were revealed were enough to turn the world upside down. What eyes those are! The eyes were as deep pools of water and as bright as stars. The corners of her eyes were slightly upturned with a hint of natural charm. Between the flow of the eyes, there seems to be a million kinds of flavor. With just one glance, one can fall deeper and deeper into it than one can get out of it. Her eyebrows, thin and curved like a crescent moon. The tips of her eyebrows rose slightly, adding a touch of femininity. Her nose was straight and her red lips were tantalizing. Even through the veil, you can feel the thrilling beauty. Her skin, as white as snow, glowed faintly in the light, delicate as jade, glowing. Her every move, her knitted brows and her smile exuded a fatal attraction. It makes you want to unveil her and get a glimpse of her. The aroma filled the air between breaths. The aroma, not a strong tallowy odor, but a faintly ethereal one, orchid-like musk, refreshing. As she danced, the aroma filled the air and intensified. Fellow Taoist shouldn't have sought me out just to sip wine and enjoy a dance, right? Lin Fan put down his wine glass and retracted his gaze from the group of dancers to look at Xian Yangzi. He opened the door and directly nailed Xian Yangzi's intentions. After all, it's better to do nothing than to steal. Xian Yangzi must have something to ask for with this kind of hospitality. When Xian Yangzi heard this, the smile on his face stalled slightly, then returned to normal. He picked up his glass and took a gentle sip, as if weighing his words. The ally's eyes are as discerning as a torch. Indeed, nothing can be hidden from you. Xian Yangzi put down his wine cup and spoke slowly. Does the Alliance Master know that in our Chu Kingdom, there are 3 clans, 2 factions, and 5 great families? Lin Fan nodded. It was something he'd heard about a long time ago. The Chu immortal cultivation realm was characterized by intricate forces. Among them, the 3 clans, 2 sects, and 5 great families were the most powerful. These forces, entrenched in various parts of Chu, controlled a large amount of immortal cultivation resources. Disgruntled fellow Daoist, the head of the 5 great families is my Gu family. There was a hint of pride in Xian Yangzi's tone. The ancient family, inherited for thousands of years, has a deep heritage. In the Chu immortal cultivation world, it possessed a pivotal position. During these years, Madame and I also had a few children, but they were underqualified. Xian Yangzi's words changed, a hint of helplessness in his tone. The same is true of the other late generations in the gate. The family has a tendency to wither away. Xian Yangzi let out a long sigh. Although the ancient family was powerful, in recent years, it had faced the dilemma of not being able to make ends meet. Among the younger generation, there was a lack of amazing geniuses. In the long run, the ancient family would inevitably go into decline. That's why I had to chip in. Xian Yangzi looked at Lin Fan with a burning gaze. If you, fellow Daoist, have something to say, you can just say it, Lin Fan said indifferently. He had already vaguely guessed Xian Yangzi's purpose. Xian Yangzi stopped beating around the bush. He directly transmitted his voice to Lin Fan. Disgruntled Alliance Lord, for the sake of the ancient family future, so I want to ask Alliance Lord to help and leave my ancient family with an immortal spirit root child. Lin Fan froze. He hadn't expected that Xian Yangzi had hit on this idea. It's not good, is it? What my wife has cultivated is the Green Cloud Sect's town school mastery, the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. Xian Yangzi was afraid that Lin Fan would refuse, and hurriedly added. He turned slightly sideways, his gaze going to the woman at the head of the group of dancers. This technique not only slows down aging and keeps you young forever, but also greatly enhances a woman's charisma, causing her to exude endless flavor when she raises her hands and throws her feet. Xian Yangzi lowered his voice, a hint of temptation in his tone. Not only that, a woman who cultivates the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra can also be of great benefit to the male partner during dual cultivation, with the effect of cleansing the essence and marrow and improving qualifications. If you can be with my wife and give birth to an heir. Xian Yangzi's words echoed in Lin Fan's ears like a magic spell. That misses. Xian Yangzi's delicate figure also looked more and more alluring. Lin Fan also do not want to be a chow thief. Nai has someone behind the back pushing him on the Wei Wu legacy of this road. Chapter 129, Just Missing You. Taoist friend. This thing Lin Fan wanted to say something. He wanted to make sure that Mrs. Gu was informed and agreed. My wife naturally approves. Xian Yangzi could see Lin Fan's concern and hurriedly explained. We immortal cultivators are not bound by worldly etiquette, or else I wouldn't be so presumptuous as to make such a request. Xian Yangzi's tone was sincere. Besides, I won't let the ally work for nothing. He pushed the storage bag in his hand, gently in front of Lin Fan. According to the rules, here are 5 million spirit stones. Lin Fan's gaze, once again, fell on that storage bag. The mouth of the pouch was slightly open, revealing the spirit stones inside that shimmered with spiritual light. Since you, fellow Daoist, have said this, I can naturally understand your peace of mind. Lin Fan slowly spoke, a hint of relief in his tone. This thing, I promise. He collected the storage bag. Thank you so much, allied lord. Xian Yangzi was overjoyed when he heard this. He stood up and made a deep bow towards Lin Fan. The great favor of the ally. The Gu family will never forget it. Xian Yangzi was thrilled. When he thought that the ancient family was about to give birth to an immortal spirit root genius, it was as if he saw the hope of the ancient family's rise and return to glory. The excitement was overwhelming. Lin Fan nodded slightly, signaling Xian Yangzi that there was no need to be polite. Half a day later, the bright moon hangs high. The cool moonlight poured down like mercury, enveloping the entire valley in a hazy silver glow. The breeze rustled the bamboo leaves, and the air was filled with a faint scent of grass and trees. Outside the cave, there was a light sound of footsteps, as if they were afraid of disturbing the tranquility of the night. Lin Fan felt something in his heart and raised his eyes. A woman in a lavender-colored sari was walking slowly. She was graceful, her skirt swaying gently with her steps, like a moon palace fairy descending to the mortal world. The footsteps were light and barely made a sound. Squeaky. The door to the room was gently pushed open. The woman at the head of the group, with a light step, walked into the room. She wore a veil. Only a pair of watery eyes were revealed. The eyes were smiling and curved like crescent moons. Although he couldn't see her full face, he could already feel her overwhelming splendor. Luo Linghua. Greetings to Patriarch. The voice is soft, such as the mountain spring flow, but also like jade falling disc, crisp and pleasant to the ear. She curtsied slightly. Show your elegance when you raise your hands and throw your feet. Lin Fan raised his hand to support him in vain. There is no need for you to be polite. Ma'am. Luo Linghua got up, her beautiful eyes flowing as she looked at Lin Fan. Is Sovereign still satisfied with your slave's dance today? Her vermilion lips parted lightly, a hint of anticipation, a hint of seduction in her voice. Lin Fan had a frank gaze and nodded slightly. Madam dances, naturally, extremely well. Luo Linghua sniffed and the corner of her mouth hooked into a light smile. How about my concubine? Then, presenting another dance for the Alliance Master? Her voice was softer, a little inviting, a little tentative. A trace of appreciation flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. Yes, he didn't refuse. Luo Linghua's foot pointed lightly, and her figure floated up. She had bare snowy feet, which emphasized her skin. The hazy purple veil fluttered gently as she moved. Hidden from view, she was hanging in mid-air, her body beautiful. The long, snow-white legs, under the cover of the sarong, added a few more points of temptation. Every move shows off the proud curves. She danced with an unspeakable charm. Every twirl, every lift of the hand, seemed to be carefully designed to titillate just the right amount of people. Hair flying, skirts fluttering. She was like a genie in the dark night and a fairy in the moon palace. Every look, as if with a hook, tantalized the soul. Lin Fan watched quietly, his eyes deep. He didn't say anything, just admired it silently. Lin Fan watched quietly. His gaze moved along with Luo Linghua's figure. The dance, more than a visual treat, is a touch of the heart. The sari fluttered like a dream. A light veil floated out of the window with the wind. A house full of charm. The next day, late afternoon, Lin Fan rode a recluse and left the Qingyun sex compound. Originally, he had planned to stay one more night. After all, Luo Linghua's dance was truly evocative. However, Su Xingyue sent a transmission note. In order to thank Lin Fan for gifting Lin Haoren with the gongfu, as well as creating the water spirit body, Su Xingyue prepared the dinner carefully. Su Xingyue's cave. The silence is silent. Not a single bright light. Pitch black. Lin Fan was puzzled in his mind. Just stepped into the cave. A snow-white catkin then wrapped up like a spirit snake and tightly embraced his arm. The soft touch came instantly. The aroma is soothing. Su Xingyue's voice, with a hint of coquettishness, rang in her ears. Husband. Candlelight wavering, slowly lighting up, reflecting the elaborate dinner prepared by Su Xingyue. On the table, there were a few delicate small dishes. It gives off a tantalizing aroma. A jug of wine, warm as jade, Su Xingyue had, tonight, obviously gone through a careful dressing. A tight-fitting romper. It outlined her hot body to the fullest. The fullness of her breasts called out. The waist is too thin to hold. The long legs are straight and round and slender. A pair of beautiful eyes with waves of light. Out of the corner of her eye, she was flirtatious. The red lips were dainty, as if inviting a kiss. My sister has just gone into labor and is recuperating quietly within the cave. So tonight, I will be the one to properly accompany my husband. Su Xingyue snuggled up next to Lin Fan, personally serving him food and pouring wine. The voice was soft, almost dripping with water. Ever since the last time, Lin Fan had upgraded her spiritual root to a heavenly spiritual root. Su Xingyue's cultivation was growing by leaps and bounds. Nowadays, it is already in the late stage of foundation building. It was only a step away from conjugation. Husband, how Rant's water spirit body should have consumed you a lot. Su Xingyue's voice, soft and charming. She snuggled up next to Lin Fan and exhaled like an orchid. I've saved up some spirit stones here. It's not much, but it should be able to make up for some of you. Speaking, Su Xingyue placed a storage bag and gently slipped it into Lin Fan's hand. The movement was gentle, but carried a note that could not be denied. Lin Fan's divine sense swept. Inside the storage bag, there were 12,000 spirit stones neatly stacked. The aura flickered and was quite dazzling. For the current Lin Fan, this amount of spirit stones is really nothing. But, he knew that he was afraid that this was Su Xingyue's entire fortune. A woman who can do this for a man. In Lin Fan's heart, there was a slight movement. You need quite a few cultivation resources for your cultivation. You'd better keep them for yourself. Lin Fan pushed the storage bag back. He looked at Su Xingyu with gentle eyes. Su Xingyue, however, blanched at Lin Fan angrily. Haoren is also your child. The resources he needs for his cultivation are supplied by the sect. Besides, I've kept some, so you don't have to worry. Her tone was firm and unquestioning. Lin Fan wanted to say something else. Su Xingyue, however, had already digressed. The night is getting late. She rose slowly, a hint of laziness in her voice. a hint of seduction. I'll wait on my husband to rest. Candlelight. Su Xingyue's figure was graceful. Lin Fan looked at her with deep eyes. He knew Su Xingyue's heart. This woman, who had given him everything she had given it to him. Not just physically, but all of her emotions. 3 kids now. Lin Fan wanted to say something. He wants to say, you're a mother of 3. You don't have to be so. But the words came out of his mouth. But he swallowed them back. He understood that Su Xingyue wasn't taking, but giving. In her own way, she was expressing her love for him. Su Xingyue seemed to have read Lin Fan's mind. She smiled slightly, her eyes fluttering. Don't have kids. Her voice was soft, with a hint of shyness, a hint of anticipation. Just miss you. A simple sentence is worth 1,000 words. Lin Fan's heart was instantly melted. He stopped talking and just looked at Su Xingyue quietly. A blush rose on Su Xingyue's face. She seemed a little nervous and a little excited. Some time ago, I found an ancient book and studied some new secret techniques. Her voice grew lower, almost faintly audible. Said, Su Xingyue slowly floated up, hanging in mid-air. The legs slowly parted, posing for an amazing one-horse. This action showed off her long, round legs to the fullest. A tight romper, wrapped tightly around her body, outlined the perfect curves. Lin Fan's breath slightly stuttered. He did not expect that Su Xingyue had such. Su Xingyue cupped her hands to move her spell. The body began to rotate slowly. It's getting faster and faster. The long, slender legs drew a trail of residual shadows in the air. Like an electric fan, it spins rapidly, bringing up a fragrant breeze. Candlelight wavering.